I'm the most elite special forces soldier and also a rogue. When the new female instructor stood at the doorway, poised and formidable, ready to duel me, instead of greeting her like a gentleman, I gave her a head-to-toe bath with a bucket of mud right away. She was as furious as a wild lioness, swinging her angry fists at me. Yet with one rogue move, I made her defenses crumble instantly. My name is Lei Zhan, and I was once an ordinary employee at a small company. But due to an accidental death, he woke up to find himself transmigrated into the world of the TV series Fire Phoenix. Became the captain of the Wolfang Special Forces, codenamed Thunder God. I was still dazed when a sleazy voice echoed in my mind, claiming to be the rogue time travel system. It resurrected me and transported me into this Thor who shares my exact name and surname. But to become its host, I must meet all the contradictory demands it imposes. Be both righteous and roguish, exude both integrity and allure, possess both childlike innocence and cunning craftiness. I hadn't even had time to complain that this was utterly impossible for a human to achieve when the system threatened me. If I refuse, I'd rather die, so I immediately expressed my willingness to give it a try. To prove that I am qualified to be the host, the system assigned me my first task. Rescued the codenamed Violet Anren from the hostage-taking criminal. According to the plot, Anren will die in a grenade explosion. At this moment, the members of the Wolfang assault team are already in position. Yan Wang requested the shot over the walkie-talkie, but I knew the fuse on the criminal's grenade was just 1 second. If he's killed, Anren will undoubtedly die. My mind raced as the assailant moved toward the helicopter with Anren in tow. I gritted my teeth, pulled out a pistol, and fired a shot straight at Anren's calf. Anren collapsed to the ground from the excruciating pain, and the hostage in the thug's hand was instantly released. I seized the chance to fire 4 shots in succession, each bullet striking precisely by the assailant's side. Startled, he jumped back repeatedly, too flustered to regain control of Anren. My move alerted my teammates, who immediately fired at the perpetrator, forcing him to retreat continuously. Seizing the chance, I rushed to Anren, scooped her up, and dashed back. When the gangster was shot dead and the grenade exploded, I had already run more than 10 meters away with Anren. And at the moment the grenade exploded, he threw himself to the ground, shielding her with his body. Anren survived. Ahem, young man, not bad, the system praised in my mind. This plan is cunning yet loving, cruel yet kind, seemingly heartless but truly compassionate. I admire you. Congratulations on officially becoming the host of this rogue system. The first task has been successfully completed, with a reward of 10 bubble points. With a puzzled look, I asked, what is infiltration? The system smugly explained, a pickup point is essentially the score for picking up girls. Can exchange for male charm points, elixirs, money, martial arts skills, and even be used to traverse parallel worlds. It boasted that power leveling could do anything, instantly firing me up with determination to achieve great things through it. I asked the system how to exchange body skills, and it immediately provided me with a long list. After quickly browsing, I exchanged all 10 bubble points for the martial skill Minor Chi Na technique. This martial skill comes with a synchronized enhancement of physical attributes. The system praised me again, commending me for being ruthless and understanding the importance of physical fitness. It tells me that practicing this martial technique to its utmost is equivalent to the level of a 10th degree national martial artist. My current combat power is stronger than the original Thor, and I deeply understand that strength is the foundation of survival in this world. Anren was injured and taken to the hospital. My teammates thought I felt guilty about it and came to comfort me one after another. To blend in here, I pretended to be utterly heartbroken, clutching my head and weeping. Make everyone think I was a caring and righteous captain, only then returning to base supported by my teammates. After becoming familiar with everything at the base, Chairman No. 1 came to see me and praised my outstanding performance in the last mission, and assigned me a daunting yet glorious mission, to form a special combat unit composed entirely of female soldiers. My heart swelled with excitement, but to avoid giving myself away, I deliberately acted very reluctant, pretending to be sexist as a tactical retreat, mocking women for being unfit for special forces missions. The commander saw right through me and said with a smile, I knew you'd look down on female soldiers. Cut the crap, do you dare take on this job or not? Seeing that the show had gone on long enough, I reluctantly agreed. A soldier's sacred duty is to obey orders. I accept this mission. The leader was very pleased, allowing me to devise the training regimen on my own and name this team. Without hesitation, I said, let's call it Fire Phoenix. The commanding officer was overjoyed upon hearing this, repeatedly pounding the table in approval. I returned to the base and shared the news with my teammates. Everyone found the idea of training female soldiers quite thrilling. At that moment, a guard reported the arrival of a female officer named Tan Xiaolin, who introduced herself as the future instructor. I chuckled to myself, grinning slyly as I told Yama to prepare a bucket of filthy water from the mud pit. I knew the first prey had arrived. Tan Xiaolin stood in full military uniform at the gate, roaring with heroic and imposing vigor, questioning why no one came to welcome the newly arrived instructor. The little bee and her teammates deliberately teased with cheeky grins, making her extremely impatient. When she questioned again who Thunderbolt was, the king of hell pointed behind her. Tan Xiaolin turned around in confusion, only to have a bucket of mud poured over her head in an instant, drenching her from head to toe. Lejean, so you are Lejean. Tan Xiaolin wiped the mud off her face and glared at me angrily. I carried an empty bucket, wearing a smile that begged for a punch. Political instructor Tan, hello, I am Lejean, representing the Wolfang Brigade to welcome you. The surrounding team members burst into laughter, while Tan Xiaolin was seething with anger. I'm going to kill you, you bastard, she roared, throwing a punch at me. I learned that she holds a black belt in karate and has extraordinary skills, but I have full confidence in my small catch hand 10th dan skills. I tucked my hands behind my back and easily sidestepped her attack. Tan Xiaolin lost her balance and lurched forward. I immediately stepped forward, my chest catching the softness of hers. She immediately became furious, shoved me away, and swiftly kicked toward me. I rocked around her like a roly-poly toy. She exhausted all 18 sweeping leg techniques but failed to even graze my clothes. Tan Xiaolin was left panting heavily, gasping for breath. Staring at me in disbelief, I refuse to believe I can't even touch you. Chapter 4, Training. Facing off against Tan Xiaolin, Lejean kept his hands behind his back, not launching a single attack. Beside them, Harley, Littleby, Yanwang the old fox, and the others watched the spectacle, chuckling and gossiping. Harley, hey, Littleby, check this out, our boss's skills have really improved. Even though this little lady is no match for him, I'm not just saying this to be modest, I doubt even the three of us together could take down this Tan whatever her name is. Yet here's our boss, hands behind his back, playing cat and mouse with her like it's child's play. Littleby nodded, yeah, you're right. The boss's skills have definitely improved. And it's not just his skills, I noticed something else. He suddenly seems so sleazy. Look, he just rubbed against her chest. That's clearly him trying to get fresh. It's not like our boss at all. Could it be because Violet got hurt and he's acting out? Old Fox beside him stroked his chin, frowned, and nodded thoughtfully. Littleby, you've got a point. The boss's skills have definitely improved, and he has become more, well, that way. How did he turn out like this? Could it be that old saying is true, when a man goes bad, he turns outward? Beside them, the Grim Reaper sighed, stop speculating. As the old saying goes, heroes can't resist beautiful women. That new instructor, the young lady, has such fair skin and delicate features. I fear our lay team leader has finally succumbed to spring fever. Over here, Tan Xiaolin unleashed another flurry of wild punches and kicks, still unable to land a single blow on Lejean. Instead, it was Lejean who kept groping her butt, brushing against her breasts, and grabbing her small hands, constantly making lewd little moves. Tan Xiaolin was utterly enraged. Lejean, if you want to fight, just fight. Free your hands. I don't need your feigned pity to humiliate me. Lejean chuckled at her words. Alright, you asked for it. With that, he released his hands. Tan Xiaolin now seethed with hatred for Lejean, channeling every ounce of her strength as she charged at him. Unexpectedly, Lejean was serious this time. As she closed in, he delivered a swift kick, sending her flying 4 or 5 meters away. Tan Xiaolin charged again, only to be kicked back another 4 or 5 meters. She charged once more, and again, 4 or 5 meters. Holy, old fox, the boss seems pissed, he's going all out. Yanwang worried, could this get out of hand? Should we try to talk him out of it? Don't push it too far. Old Fox shook his head. Don't worry. The boss knows what he's doing. Let him be. This time, under Lejean's counterattack, Tan Xiaolin couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. After being kicked repeatedly over a dozen times, she was completely immobilized. Lying on the ground, her eyes bloodshot, she stared fixedly at Lejean, looking as if she wanted to devour him whole. Lejean kept grinning, beckoning her with a finger. Come on, Major Heroine. Aren't you so tough? You hate me, right? You want to kill me, right? Come on. What's the matter? Can't come now? Wah, Lejean, you bastard. You bully women. Wah. Completely defeated, Tan Xiaolin began using her femininity as cover. Lejean grinned as he stepped closer, cupping Tan Xiaolin's chin with his hand. He nodded with a wicked smile. So, big girl, you still want to fight? Tan Xiaolin wasn't stupid. She knew continuing the fight would only bring humiliation with no chance of victory. Yet she couldn't bear to admit defeat so easily. She snorted, turned her head away, and declared, I'm going to report you. I'll take you to a military court. I'll report you, you barbaric Chinese soldier. Lejean chuckled darkly, understood. Go ahead if you wish. But before you file that complaint, I have 2 things to say. Comrade Tan Xiaolin, what do you think this place is? This is the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade, Chinese soldiers tasked with confronting the most vicious criminals across the nation. We dedicate everything to our country's interests at all times, not just our dignity, spirit, and bodies, but even our lives. This is what men do. It's no place for spoiled women like you. I never agreed to form this Fire Phoenix Special Forces unit in the first place. What can you women do? What are you capable of? What would you dare to do? Your place is at home, washing clothes, cooking meals, shopping, playing mahjong, bearing children. This is not where you belong. Take you, for instance. TSK, TSK. What a grand title you have. Major, Masters in Psychology from the US, Black Belt in Karate, IDPA member, PhD candidate at the National Defense University. But look at you now. What are you here? What's the matter? Can't handle a little humiliation? Can't endure a minor test? A tiny obstacle sends you into a rage, making you lose your mind and try to kill your own comrades? I'm a Chinese soldier, and you're a Chinese soldier. If I were a terrorist right now, how do you think he'd treat you? He'd be twice, 10 times, even dozens of times more cruel, evil, and vicious than me. When that moment truly comes, what will you do? 2 kicks from me, and you've lost your mind, gone mad, seeing me as your mortal enemy completely deranged. Tell me, with your level of patience, your skills, your intelligence, you actually want to join the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade? You want to be the instructor for the Fire Phoenix Special Forces Assault Team? Do you plan to train a bunch of idiots just like yourself? With your attitude, the students you train would probably be useless trash, good only for dying in battle. Fine, I'm done wasting my breath. You have 2 choices now. 1, crawl back to wherever you came from. 2, shut your mouth and stay put. Until I deem you worthy of being our teammate, you'll remain a lowly rookie. Your choice. Holy, old fox, the boss is back. Now that's our leader. So all that stuff before? He was just putting on a show. All to test Tan Xiaolin. The boss is the boss. Not only has his skills improved, but his theoretical knowledge is on another level too. That speech was so damn impressive, so grand, so high level even I got choked up listening to it. The boss rocks. Harley said. Old Fox nodded with a smile. Yeah. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Our boss is mastering both theory and physical strength, both sides are rock solid. We gotta step up our game or he'll leave us in the dust. Yan Wang chimed in, exactly. Somehow, the urgency in my heart just keeps growing. The boss's progress is lightning fast. We've got to push ourselves, we can't end up being looked down on by a bunch of girls. That'd be worse than finding a crack in the ground to crawl into. Tan Xiaolin, thoroughly defeated, heard Lei Zhan's words and all her previous frustration vanished instantly. His speech made her realize the vast chasm between herself as a soldier and Lei Zhan as a true soldier. Whether in martial arts, physical fitness, awareness, theoretical knowledge, or anything else, she lagged far, far behind him. This filled her with shame. Yet, as a woman, she couldn't bring herself to admit defeat. Gritting her teeth and stubbornly holding her ground, she retorted, even if you're right, but no matter what, I'm the instructor sent down from headquarters. We're equals in rank. You have no right to treat me like this. Lei Zhan chuckled at her words, is that so? Tan Xiaolin saw that sly, cunning grin return to Lei Zhan's face and instantly grew wary. What are you trying to do? Chapter 5, Female Soldier Reports for Duty. Lei Zhan chuckled, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. At least not now. After all, there are so many people watching. It wouldn't be easy to make a move, right? Ahem. Actually, Tan Xiaolin, what I want to tell you is this, since you chose to come to me, don't treat that appointment from above as your shield, don't think it's some kind of imperial mandate. It won't work here with me. I don't deny you're the instructor. But that's just a title. You know what a title is, right? It's just an empty title. Of course, if you genuinely want everyone to respect you as an instructor, it's not impossible. But this role isn't something you declare with words, you earn it with your skills. Only then can you establish yourself here. Trust me, this is my sincere advice. Oh, and one more thing, don't try to pull any bull about democracy or equality on me. Here, there's no democracy, no fairness, no assumptions. Everything comes down to 2 words, strength. The strength to earn your place in my Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. That's all I have to say. After speaking, Lei Zhan grinned, tugging Tan Xiaolin's small hand to pull her up from the ground. He chuckled, let the instructor get her bearings. Old fox, you lot, hurry up and escort the instructor to her quarters for a wash and touch up. What are you standing around for? Old fox and the others sprang into action, carrying Tan Xiaolin's backpack and belongings to the specially constructed makeshift female dormitory. Yan Wang stepped forward, boss, wasn't that initial show of force a bit harsh? Might this female cadet get the wrong idea and quit? If word gets out, she could easily file a complaint against you. Lei Zhan chuckled. Harsh? I don't think so. I think it was perfect. This Tan Xiaolin is destined to be the future instructor of the Fire Phoenix unit. If we can't handle her, how can we expect to train a formidable all-female SWAT team? Alright, get back to training. Don't let the new girl outshine you, old hands. 2 days passed quickly. Tan Xiaolin holed up in her quarters, never showing her face. Though no one said it aloud, everyone guessed the female officer probably hadn't recovered yet. But since Lei Zhan hadn't spoken up, no one dared to approach Tan Xiaolin. On the 3rd day, convoys of large trucks rolled into the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. As wave after wave of stunning female soldiers poured out, the eyes of Harley Yan Wang and his men went wide. Whoa, they're the real deal. Wow, each one looks like she could be a model. The commanding officer reported to Lei Zhan, Captain Lei, as per higher-ups orders, the 138 female soldiers arriving for training are here. Please give your instructions. Lei Zhan returned the salute, at ease. Yan finished taking roll call from the roster and furrowed his brow. 137? One missing? What's going on? The escorting officer immediately explained, reporting, Sir. During the roll call en route, we discovered one female soldier named Yi Tsuanshin was missing. She likely fled back to her original unit, afraid of the training. Lei Zhan chuckled upon hearing this, understood. You may return. The escorting officer drove away. At that moment, the system old man's voice echoed in Lei Zhan's mind. Ahem, young man, congratulations on completing the task I assigned you earlier. Ahem, I haven't rested well these past 2 days and ended up dozing off. So, the mission reward was delayed by 2 days, heh. Ahem, you handled the mission exceptionally well, not only conquering Tan Xiaolan's body but also shaking her spirit. Good work, lad. True conquest means capturing both mind and body. As a reward, I'll grant you 1 bubble point. Plus, since you executed the mission flawlessly, I'll add another bubble point as a bonus. Ahem, I'm being generous, right? Lei Zhan, oh, ahem, thank you, old ghost thank you, system. Your discernment is as sharp as a razor, your insight as piercing as a torch. My admiration for you flows like the yellow river, endless and unstoppable. System, enough. Stop the flattery. This mission is complete. On to the next, conquer that rebellious little brat, Yi Tsuanshin. She must be thoroughly subdued and convinced, only then is the mission truly finished. Got it? Ahem. Alright, I'm off to bed. The moment the system finished speaking, Lei Zhan suddenly heard the whistling sound of a blunt weapon cutting through the air with tremendous force, and it was hurtling straight toward him. The direction came from a large tree on the left side of his training ground. A hidden weapon. Lei Zhan was startled, but there was no time to react. He reached out, and snap, a small pebble was clenched in his hand. He glanced down at the pebble in his palm and chuckled to himself, a slingshot? Decent accuracy, a promising sniper prospect. As he spoke, Lei Zhan flicked his middle finger against his thumb. With a sharp whiz, the pebble flew back along its original trajectory, hurtling straight toward the distant tree. Ah! A shrill, girlish scream erupted. With a thud, a girl with large eyes and a pointed chin tumbled from the tree. Now sitting on the ground, clutching her calf, she wailed, You're despicable. Shameless. A bully. How dare you strike such a beautiful girl so viciously? Yan and the others saw this and were about to step forward to ask what happened, but when they saw Lei Zhan's smug grin, they stopped in their tracks. Lei Zhan chuckled smugly as he walked up to the girl. No need to say it. You're the 138th female soldier, Yi Tsuanshin, right? Yi Tsuanshin glared at Lei Zhan, her nose turned up in indignation. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Stupid man, just. Lei Zhan chuckled, Greetings, Miss Yi. I'm Lei Zhan, commander of the Wolfang Assault Brigade, your drill instructor for all 138 of you. Roll call is underway. Hurry up and step into line, Miss Yi, if you want to join the Fire Phoenix assault team. Yi Tsuanshin glared, clutching her ankle. Can't you see this lady's been attacked by a thug and can't move? Why won't you lend a hand and pull your sister up? Don't you male soldiers have any compassion? Lei Zhan chuckled, glancing at his wristwatch. Roll call ends in 10 seconds. Absentees will be treated as deserters. 9 seconds, 8. Yi Tsuanshin gasped in alarm, scrambling to her feet. She scrambled, crawled, and ran to the formation, standing tall with chest thrust out. Reporting for duty, Yi Tsuanshin. Lei Zhan walked over to the 138 female soldiers standing in perfect formation, a mischievous grin on his face. Ladies of the Chinese army, heroines of the nation, welcome. We've been suffering here, hardly seeing a woman all year round. Your arrival truly excites and delights us. On behalf of every officer and soldier in the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade, I extend our heartfelt gratitude and warmest welcome. To celebrate, we've prepared an absolutely luxurious complimentary lunch. Please enjoy dishes served. Chapter 6, The crew was stunned. Lei Zhan chuckled wickedly as he finished speaking, then snapped his fingers behind him. Begin. The moment Lei Zhan's words faded, figures like Yan Wang, Lao Huli, and Xiaomi Feng, each clutching a fire hose, let loose. Jets of water shot out with a hiss, drenching the 138 female soldiers. Instantly, the room erupted in a cacophony of shrieks and confusion, the women squawking like startled frogs. Ah! What's this? What's going on? It's so cold. Ah, woo, what is this? I'll catch a cold like this. So barbaric. Oh, my makeup. My 1,300 yuan skin cream. Chaos erupted among the female soldiers. Some stumbled and fell, others huddled together, some clutched their heads, others stuck out their bottoms, while some screamed and cursed. Every possible reaction was on display. A few even sprinted out of the hose's spray range. Lei Zhan sighed, watching the fleeing soldiers. He turned to Old Fox and said flatly, anyone who runs out is automatically disqualified from the selection. Old Fox nodded. Understood, Thunder God. Old Fox held each female soldier's file and photo in his hand, promptly crossing off the names of those who had fled. At that moment, Tan Xiaolin, who had been cooped up inside the room for 2 days, stormed angrily before Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Is this how you treat new recruits? They're all girls. You're being so brutal and violent with them. Do you realize they could get sick? Stop this. Stop it right now. As she spoke, Tan Xiaolin lunged to grab the hose from Yan Wang's hands. Shut your mouth. If you keep causing trouble here, get the hell out. We don't need you here. Lei Zhan's previously cheerful expression suddenly turned dark, terrifying, and cold. Tan Xiaolin's heart skipped a beat. Though her interactions with Lei Zhan had been brief, Tan Xiaolin had come to understand his nature. This man rarely showed his emotions. His usual cheerful demeanor often masked deep anger. You simply couldn't tell when he was smiling at you. He'd play dirty, but if he truly wore that expression, it wasn't about anger, it touched on his principles. This had far surpassed mere irritation. He was genuinely furious. Tan Xiaolin was abruptly cut off by Lei Zhan's sharp rebuke. She stammered out a few words. You can't just bully them like this. You'll ruin their health. This is criminal. It's thuggery. It's abuse of power. Lei Zhan's face remained stony as he took a few steps toward Tan Xiaolin. Tan Xiaolin, you were assigned here by higher-ups. I've already shown them respect by not kicking you out immediately. Frankly, I don't need you here at all. But since you're staying, if you can't recognize the situation and find your place, that's your loss. I'll turn a blind eye and pretend you don't exist. But if you're arrogant enough to meddle in my affairs, let me make this crystal clear, you're courting humiliation. Get out of my way. Lei Zhan berated and humiliated Tan Xiaolin without mercy. She recalled the respect she once commanded in her former unit. Now, she was being berated by this despicable man, her face flushing crimson with rage. I'll report you. I'll report you. I'll make sure you're brought down, you rogue. You rogue soldier. I'll have you court-martialed. Lei Zhan chuckled. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Then why are you still standing here whining? Go ahead, go. Go on, get out of here. Tan Xiaolin, you. Tan Xiaolin snorted, turned, and stormed off, her ample hips swaying with each step. As she walked, she pulled out her phone. Hey, Dad, issue an order to arrest someone. He abused a soldier, this military thug, Lei Zhan, right? You're not handling this? Are you kidding me, Dad? Are you even my real father? Watching Tan Xiaolin's retreating figure, Lei Zhan chuckled to himself. Having a commander for a father really does make a difference in how this young lady carries herself. After Tan Xiaolin stormed off, Lei Zhan ordered Little B to bring pastries, nuts, and red wine. Once the table was set, he plopped down in a chair, basking in the sun. Sipping wine and munching nuts, he watched the beauties being tossed about beneath the waterfall while gazing wide-eyed and pontificating. Hey, Harley, flush it. Flush it hard. Oh yeah, aim for the crotch. And the chest. What a breathtaking sight. Fine wine with beautiful women, how fleeting is life? Slurp. Lei Zhan sipped his wine. Fine wine indeed. The old fox beside him, who was compiling the list of female soldiers who had fled, saw Lei Zhan's behavior and cleared his throat softly. Ahem. I say, Lei Zhan, isn't this a bit excessive? Lei Zhan shrugged nonchalantly. Not at all. I don't think so. This is nothing. The real training they'll face is still to come. Old fox, ahem. I'm not talking about that. I'm asking, when exactly did you sneak out the red wine I'd been saving to honor my old man during the new year? Lei Zhan, ahem. Well, about that. An hour later, amid the female soldiers' grumbling, Lei Zhan ordered the water hose training halted. Lei Zhan chuckled as he rose from his chair, waving to the female soldiers. Good day, comrades. You've worked hard. Ahem. My complimentary gourmet lunch, wasn't it delicious? Congratulations to those who remained. You've passed the interview. You're now officially qualified to participate in the Hell Week training I've prepared for you. Are you excited? Not a single female soldier responded. Lei Zhan cleared his throat dryly. Seems you've tacitly agreed. Excellent. Those who fled the water training earlier are immediately disqualified. Also, I'm formally announcing a selection rule. Whenever, wherever, and for whatever reason you choose to withdraw, I will grant your request immediately. Remember, any time, any place, any reason you may choose to quit. Now, anyone wish to withdraw from the selection? Seeing no response, Lei Zhan grinned. Excellent. Impressive resolve. Truly, women needn't yield to men. I admire your courage. But I must warn you, the Hell Week training ahead won't be as simple as splashing tap water. Alright, dinner's served. After eating, we'll see you all again, ladies. With that, Lei Zhan casually patted his thigh and walked away, leaving the female soldiers glaring at him with resentment. After an hour of cold water dousing, hungry and chilled, the women hurried to the mess hall led by Xiamifeng, where they ate their first meal of the selection process. One steamed corn bun and a piece of pickled vegetable? No hot water either? Are you kidding me? The female soldiers were stunned. Are we enlisting as soldiers or becoming prisoners? Chapter 7, Stealing Steamed Buns. The female soldiers were dumbfounded. Normally, eating a cornbread muffin was considered a treat to spice up their meals and soothe their stomachs. Moreover, the cornbread they ate was carefully prepared, absolutely no worse than steamed buns. But the quality of these corn cakes was utterly appalling. Rough and scary, this wasn't fit for human consumption. Despite this, some cold and hungry female soldiers grabbed one, popped it in their mouths, took a bite of pickles, and swallowed it down with great effort. Then they filled their teacups with tap water, took a sip, and washed down the pickles and cornbread with a gulp. Instantly, their eyes filled with tears. After the initial welcome, a water cannon blast that sent over a dozen women fleeing, about 120 soldiers remained. Yi Tsuanshin stared at the cornbread she'd been given, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief. What the hell is this? Is this even edible? Put it down. All of you. Put it down. Yi Tsuanshin led the charge, approaching each female soldier and knocking the steamed buns from their hands onto the floor. How dare you be so cheap? You're not allowed to eat them. None of you are allowed to eat them. They're abusing us. Speaking, Yi Tsuanshin carried the steamed buns over to the table where Lei Zhan and the others were also eating in the mess hall. At that very moment, Lei Zhan's table was laden with 6 dishes: steamed white flour buns, braised fish, shredded pork and sauce, boiled duck, stir-fried greens with eggs, and more. Moreover, each person had a large bowl of seaweed and egg soup in front of them. The group was happily digging in, paying no attention to Yi Tsuanshin's arrival. Seeing how well-fed Lei Zhan's group was compared to her own meager meal of cornbread and pickles, Yi Tsuanshin stormed over and slammed her cornbread onto Lei Zhan's table with a loud thud. I protest. Lei Zhan watched Yi Tsuanshin, her cheeks puffing up in anger, and chuckled. He stuffed a piece of duck meat into his mouth, chewing with a satisfying smack, then took a sip of soup. This is absolutely delicious. Now then, Comrade Yi, what exactly are you protesting about? Yi Tsuanshin stood tall, chest puffed out. I protest. Our rations are terrible. Look at this. Look at this. You call this food? Is this even edible? Now look at what you're eating. This is abuse of power. Bullying the weak. This is privilege seeking. Mistreating soldiers. I'm reporting you. We may be soldiers, but we're not here to be abused. I won't stand for this. I demand a proper explanation. Otherwise, I'll rally everyone to walk out of this unfair selection process. Lei Zhan chuckled at this. Oh my, small in stature but big in temper, huh? Heh, you're right, I am bullying the small, I am practicing privilege, I am mistreating soldiers. So what? If you're dissatisfied, withdraw from the selection right now. I won't stop you. In fact, I'd advise you to head back right now. Ah, your old unit, how nice it must be. Eating well, drinking freely, no suffering. TSK, you useless little girls, what the hell are you doing here after traveling all this way? Is this even the place for you? Ha! Why don't you take a good look at yourselves? You're all such wimps, and you want to be special forces? Join the Wolf Fong Special Forces Brigade? Female Special Forces? I'm telling you, and all of you just quit. Go back. Go back. This place is brutal, truly brutal. And the real training hasn't even started yet. Look at yourselves, already can't take it? The real hardship is still ahead. Plus, you'll get abused, right? So just go. Go on, go. Now, listen up, girls. I'm telling you straight from the heart. Yi Tsuanshin's eyes widened in shock at Lei Zhan's words. She glared at him fiercely. Who are you calling a wimp? What gives you the right to say women can't be special forces? How dare you look down on us? This is blatant gender discrimination. You're barbaric and unreasonable. Lei Zhan chuckled. Oh really? I don't see how I'm discriminating. I think what I said is the truth. If you can't even handle a subpar meal, how can you expect to be a female special forces soldier? Forget it. Hey, sweetheart, go home. Eat whatever you want. Yi Tsuanshin glared. Food? You call this food? She picked up the steamed corn bun on the table. Open your eyes and look. Is this food? Is this edible? Is this meant for human consumption? This is abuse. This is unfair. I won't stand for it. Lei Zhan smiled again upon hearing this. He took the steamed corn bun from Yi Tsuanshin's hand, brought it to his mouth, took a bite, and chewed slowly. Oh dear, young lady, one shouldn't be so impulsive. Embrace all things like the sea. Greatness lies in tolerance. Water moves without form, adapting to its surroundings. That is the true way of the world. Don't go howling for fairness at every turn. Take you, Yi Tsuanshin, your mother's a billionaire, you're a top-tier computer science graduate. But how many children in this world are so poor they can't afford school, can't even marry? Who do they cry fairness to? Ha! So don't come looking for fairness from me either. Lei Zhan spoke while munching on a cornbread roll, treating it as nothing special. To him, it truly was nothing special, just an ordinary meal. After a few bites, he shoved the entire roll into his mouth, even licking the crumbs off his fingers. And that Yi family girl? You say this isn't proper food? If this isn't fit for humans, then what am I eating? I don't see anything wrong with this cornbread. Yi Tsuanshin, I. Leijan, what about you? Your lunch is gone. Looks like you've chosen to train on an empty stomach this afternoon. Fine. I respect your choice. What are you all staring at? Get your food, damn it. If you don't want it, get out. Leijan barked at the female soldiers who were still staring blankly at him after his scolding of Yi Tsuanshin. The female soldiers immediately sprang into action, grabbing steamed buns from the large basin and devouring them greedily. Yi Tsuanshin, however, glared at the white flour buns on Leijan's table. Seizing a moment when Leijan wasn't looking, she snatched 2 buns and took off running. Yan Wang, Little B, Leijan, and the others were stunned. Old fox, holy crap, she's robbing us. This girl is something else. Yan Wang, holy crap, this girl is something else, she's just stealing right out in the open. Harley, so unladylike. So unladylike. Leijan, huh? What? This is ridiculous. Yi Tsuanshin, you damn well stop right there and hand over those buns. But Yi Tsuanshin had already vanished into the distance. Leijan laughed and cursed, that little minx really doesn't play by the rules, I like that. At that moment, the old fox cleared his throat softly. Boss, according to the training schedule, mealtime is over. Training time has begun. Leijan, huh? I'm not even full yet. Fine, start training. Hell Week begins now. Over 100 people left? Seriously, how many are there? This week, we must eliminate at least 80% of them. Chapter 8, Hell Week. At Leijan's whistle, the female soldiers assembled in formation. Leijan stood grinning before the group, hands on his hips. Ahem, ladies, sweethearts, beautiful female soldiers, good day. Welcome to the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade for the Phoenix Fire Women's Special Forces selection. Ahem, the selection process officially begins now. To be perfectly honest, I sincerely hope not a single one of you useless pieces of trash makes it through. The Special Forces Brigade is a man's paradise. You delicate little princesses are simply not cut out for this. I'm giving you all some well-meaning advice, just go home. This place will be your hell, your graveyard, the site of a nightmare you'll never forget for the rest of your lives. Tell me, do you truly insist on becoming Phoenix Women Special Forces operatives? Yes, we choose to persevere. Over 100 female soldiers answered in unison. Leijan, that was a resounding yes. Are you certain you won't regret this? Are you willing to endure any training I dish out? Yes, we are willing. The female soldiers answered in unison this time. Leijan, ahem, very well. Seems you won't learn until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I won't waste time talking. Old fox, lead the way. 40 pounds of gear, 10 kilometers of armed cross-country. The last 10 finishers lose dinner. We must conserve food, no feeding the scum of the scum. Understood, sir. Haha, girls, stop standing there. Eat up and get moving. Old Gord drove the tricycle motorcycle, leading the way. The poor female soldier's journey through hell had begun. 10 minutes in, the women started falling behind. Leijan sat on the tricycle, tailing the stragglers and taunting them relentlessly. Oh my, comrade. Look at you, big butt, big boobs, fair skin. Classic homemaker material. Look at you exhausted like a dog, panting and wheezing. What are you even doing? Listen to me, stop running. Give up. Why push yourself so hard? What's so great about being a Special Forces soldier? You don't eat well, you don't sleep well, you don't make much money. Even if you make it through selection, you'll still face life-threatening missions every single day. What's the point? Seriously? Listen to me, drop out. This isn't for you. Look at yourself, what kind of stamina is this? Lagging behind like a dog? Don't you feel embarrassed? Hurry up, pack your things, go back to your old unit, get discharged. Find a rich man, have a chubby son, eat well, drink well, live in a high-rise, drive a luxury car. TSK, what a wonderful life that would be. Why exhaust yourself like a dog here? Hey, look at you, why are you crying? Give it up, girl. The last female soldier finally couldn't take Leijan's nagging and persuasion anymore. She plopped down on the ground, covered her face, and started crying. Wah! I quit. Leijan, that's the spirit. A wise person knows when to quit. That's the smart choice, the brilliant decision. Quick, little sister, hop in the car. Go back and place your helmet and arm patch on the platform beneath the Fire Phoenix squad flag. You'll even get a farewell dumpling meal, and then you're free. The female soldier was driven away by Little B. Old Fox sat beside Leijan's 3-wheeled motorcycle. Ahem, boss, isn't it a bit underhanded to incite and induce a young girl to quit like this? Leijan dropped his usual playful expression, narrowing his eyes. Old Fox, you really think this is persuasion? This is a test. If a Special Forces soldier, a Wolfang soldier, can't handle a little persuasion and choose to quit, then what right does she have to be a Special Forces soldier? Don't you realize what this Phoenix Special Forces unit will face in real combat once it's established? They'll face far greater temptations, manipulations, persuasions, brutality, and even inhuman tortures. If they can't even pass my little test, how can we trust such a comrade in arms? Old Fox pondered this thoughtfully before nodding. Thunder God, I understand. You're right. After speaking with Old Fox, Lei Zhan immediately drove over to the female soldier lagging behind in the off-road training. He resumed his playful, smiling demeanor. Ahem, big girl, tired from running? Must be tough, huh? Exhausted? Look at you, all this effort for what? Brother's giving you some advice, just give up. Watching Lei Zhan's cheerful persuasion of the lagging female soldier, Old Fox pondered. The image of Lei Zhan in his mind shifted slightly. The once stern and serious figure now seemed to wear a mask of smiles. Yet, the name Thunder God grew even more towering in his estimation. The once godlike Lei Zhan in the Old Fox's mind was now slowly transforming. The Lei Zhan who had stood high upon the altar had now descended, becoming a god who partook in the mundane world. The Thunder God remained the Thunder God, yet he was more approachable, his emotions richer, his inner world deeper. Like an old master who had perfected his craft to the pinnacle of skill, he now returned to the mortal realm. His brilliance was now inwardly radiant, shifting from transcendence to engagement with the world. This Thunder God was even more worthy of admiration. Oh my, young lady, look at you, twisted your ankle? Hurts, doesn't it? Tired? Exhausted? Look at yourself, look. Why put yourself through this torment? Just listen to me, give it up. What's so great about being a special forces soldier anyway? What? You don't want to? TSK, you stubborn mule. A block of rotten wood can't be carved. You'll regret this. Lei Zhan was like a nagging old woman, relentlessly hounding every straggler during the female soldier's 10-kilometer run. He resorted to shameless persuasion, manipulation, and every trick in the book to make them quit. By the end of the 10 kilometers, 5 had finally left the formation under Lei Zhan's relentless persuasion. Another, unable to endure the grueling long-distance march with heavy loads, chose to withdraw voluntarily. 6 more had opted out after just 10 kilometers. Yet after the training concluded, Lei Zhan dropped his perpetually smug expression and confided to the Old Fox beside him with genuine concern. Who'd have thought a mere 10 kilometers would take out 6 or 7? The quality of this batch of female soldiers is truly worrying. I'm deeply concerned, will anyone even make it through all the training modules? What do you think, Old Fox? Old Fox shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't know either. It's up to fate. Many things are predestined. Do your best and accept what comes. Lei Zhan's face darkened as he watched the remaining female soldiers reach the finish line. Every single one collapsed onto the ground the moment they crossed it, gasping for breath. They lay sprawled haphazardly across the field. Seeing this, Lei Zhan pulled out his whistle and blew it. The female soldiers immediately scrambled to their feet and staggered into formation. Lei Zhan's face was as dark as iron. You useless bunch. This measly training has you looking like a bunch of whiners? Mark my words, you've only just begun. Anyone wanting to quit, get out now. Don't waste my time. Anyone? Ha? Anyone? No one, right? Good. Watch me drill you to death. You won't even have time to cry. Strap your packs on your backs and head back the way we came. The last 10 won't get dinner tonight. Ha? Back the way we came? Another 10 kilometers? The female soldiers immediately erupted in despair. Chapter 9, The Unrivaled Mouthpiece. Amidst sighs of exhaustion, the female soldiers reluctantly shouldered their 40-pound loads and retraced their steps, driven by Lei Zhan, that shameless bastard. Lei Zhan, sitting on his 3-wheeled motorcycle, trailed behind them, incessantly nagging and urging the stragglers to quit. This time, however, his efforts proved largely ineffective. Several stragglers, unable to endure Lei Zhan's nagging like a nagging old woman, decided to push themselves to the limit and charge forward. They wanted to escape Lei Zhan's incessant nagging and persuasion. Tiangui, the last soldier, was already exhausted. But the squad leader on his motorcycle wouldn't stop nagging like a monk, and this incessant nagging was driving Tiangui absolutely crazy. At that moment, Tiangui finally understood why Sun Wukong in A Chinese Odyssey wanted to smash Tang Sanzang to death with his staff. Damn it, is this Lei Zhan squad leader even human? Is he a man? He's so damn talkative, so damn annoying. That non-stop, relentless, never-ending nagging is like Tang Sanzang's magic band, utterly unbearable. Hey, sweetheart, you've got a great figure. TSK, look at that pretty little face like a blossoming flower. So pure, so pure. You must be from the countryside, right? City girls don't have this kind of natural, effortless beauty. Oh my, young lady, just look at you, those broad hips. You're clearly cut out to be a good wife, will bear sons at home. Why are you running so slowly? Why push yourself to the bone? It's exhausting, miserable, and utterly pointless. This damn special forces training is nothing but suffering and torment. What's the point? Take my advice, give it up. Quitting would be the wisest choice you'll ever make, the sharpest decision of your life. Go home, find a man, get married. 3 square meals a day, a little wine, a warm bed with your wife and kids. How perfect is that? Look at you. Tianguo couldn't stand Lei Zhan's nagging and fussing anymore. He was practically driven mad by it. Amid Lei Zhan's relentless, tireless coaxing and persuasion, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. A trail of dust followed her as she sprinted like a madwoman from the back of the group to the front, finally shaking off Lei Zhan's clingy persistence. Lei Zhan, TSK, oh dear, it seems this girl still hasn't come to terms with it. The old fox on the 3-wheeled motorcycle let out a breath. Thunder God, I'd say it's not that she hasn't come around, but that you've practically driven her mad. Lei Zhan, huh? Really? I don't think I did anything. How did I pressure her? I was just helping her. Hey, old fox, pick up the pace. Catch up to that last girl. I need to talk some sense into her. Old fox sighed, glancing at the last female soldier running ahead. He shook his head helplessly. Girl, I hope you hold on. A mental bomb more terrifying than a 10-kilometer armed cross-country run is coming. The 3-wheeled motorcycle caught up with the last soldier, Tang Xiaoxiao. Lei Zhan grinned as he poked his head out. Hey there, beautiful. Haha, you're a real looker, just like Fan Bingbing. Oh my, a lieutenant's rank. Lieutenant, you know me, right? This humble one is Lei Zhan, your company commander. Haha, beautiful lady, you must be exhausted. Look at all that sweat pouring off you, it's truly heartbreaking. Sweetheart, you're so stunning, outshining Shishir, surpassing Diochan, eclipsing Lindayu, and outshining Yan Yuhuan. Look at yourself, so beautiful. Why put yourself through this? You're just being stubborn. Little beauty, listen to your big brother Lei Zhan, just quit. Are you tired? Do you feel the hardship? Can you see your future? Do you think you can endure all this grueling training? I don't think you can. Even if you somehow pass, what then? Once you're in the special forces, you won't be a woman anymore. They'll turn your fair skin dark, your delicate complexion rough and weathered. And there's no future, no prospects. Listen to your big bro, give up. Just say the word quit, and red wine awaits you. Handsome, dashing guys await you. Sports cars await you. Steaks await you. Luxury yachts await you. A beautiful life, a wonderful existence beckons you. Just say 3 words, I quit. All this is within your grasp. I'd never let you down. Here, you'll get nothing. I can't take it anymore. Tang Xiaoxiao let out a furious roar, just like Tianguo had before. Fighting for her life, she howled, covered her ears, and sprinted forward. In an instant, she overtook dozens of people, pushing her way into the middle of the crowd and escaping Lei Zhan's verbal assault. Oh my goodness, really? Is it necessary to run that fast? I wasn't even done talking yet. Seriously. The old fox, who was propping up a 3-wheeled motorcycle nearby, burst into laughter. Thunder God, I'm truly impressed. Your verbal assault may not have achieved much, but the rebound effect is quite evident. Your ranting has really tapped into their hidden instincts. Ha! Lei Zhan feigned helplessness. Oh, come on. If that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm actually hindering them? Looks like we need to ramp up the training intensity. Old fox, hurry over to that last female soldier. I need to speak with her. Old fox sighed again. Oh dear, which unlucky soul has caught your eye now? I pray the heavens protect him from being mentally shattered by your unstoppable verbal assault, Thunder God. Ahem. Hello there, young lady. I'm your squad leader, Lei Zhan. Chapter 10, Is the Thunder God a pervert? This female soldier was the one standing just ahead of Tang Xiaoxiao earlier, barely avoiding last place in the rankings. She overheard Lei Zhan's persistent persuasion beside Tang Xiaoxiao. Since it wasn't directed at her, she hadn't felt anything. But now, this freak Lei Zhan had locked onto her as his target. The female soldier let out a startled scream. A cloud of dust billowed behind her as she bolted away, fleeing for her life just like Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao had done earlier. Lei Zhan put on his signature innocent and adorably clueless expression. Holy crap, am I really that ugly? She didn't even glance at this captain before bolting. My pride is wounded, my pride is wounded. The old fox beside him chuckled without a word. Lei Zhan, old gourd, go catch up with that last one up front. I need to have a chat with her. Is this captain really that ugly? Old fox, ahem. That might not be wise. It could hurt your pride. The 3-wheeled motorcycle pulled up alongside the last female soldier. Lei Zhan flashed what he considered his most dazzling smile. Hey there, beautiful. I'm your beloved squad leader, Lei Zhan. Ah. The female soldier heard only one sentence before immediately breaking into a frantic sprint, her heavy backpack strapped to her back. So hurtful to my pride, so hurtful, Lei Zhan muttered to himself. He then ordered Old Fox to drive up beside the last female soldier again. Hey there, beautiful. A shrill scream pierced the air. The female soldier fled. Damn it, this is a serious blow to my pride. I'll drill them to death, Lei Zhan muttered under his breath. 20 minutes later, all the female soldiers finally reached the original starting point, collapsing onto the ground. They were panting heavily, and a significant number of them gathered together to discuss a rather private matter. Lei Zhan, the Thunder God, that squad leader, he seems like a pervert. Yi Tsuanshin, absolutely. That guy grins all day long, obviously no good. Definitely a pervert. Tian Gui, yeah, you're right. I've seen that guy's lecherous glances, staring right at our chest area. Tang Xiaoxiao, don't even get me started. He's definitely a pervert. Hardly anyone here is normal, they're all perverts. That Leishan? He's just the leader of a bunch of perverts. Ouyang Qian, hearing you guys talk, it does sound kinda like that. I didn't notice before, just thought he was too chatty, nagging like my mom. Shu Baiashua, yeah, not just a pervert, he's a loudmouth too. Lei Zhan's three-wheeled motorcycle arrived. After confirming no one was left behind, Lei Zhan grinned as he approached the female soldiers. Assemble! The female soldiers immediately scrambled to their feet and formed ranks. Lei Zhan chuckled, glancing at Yi Tsuanshin's small, perky chest. He grinned, oh my, you're having quite the lively chat. Looks like you're not tired at all, haha. Just now, I think I heard something about a pervert and a loudmouth. Ahem, who exactly were you referring to? Girls, you shouldn't speak so crudely. It's an uncivilized act, an immoral behavior, and a very bad habit. It damages your beautiful appearance and elegant demeanor. It will taint your words and actions, ruining your image. Alright, enough chatter. Running 20 kilometers round trip isn't half bad. Yet no one's volunteered to quit. This makes me quite displeased. I feel deeply disappointed and defeated. Fine, you get 5 minutes to rest. The appetizer for Hell Week is now served. 5 minutes later, the journey through hell officially begins. Good luck. What? This is a 20-kilometer armed cross-country run. And you call this an appetizer? Are you kidding me? Yi Tsuanshin's physical condition was decent, but calling such intense training an appetizer? That was terrifying. Oh no, I'm done for. Looks like I'm going to meet my end here, Tianguo muttered. Kubizwo, holy crap. Am I going to get wiped out in the prime of my life? I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. While all the female soldiers chattered nervously about their impending doom, two remained silent. They quietly organized their backpacks, gear, and even their hair. Lei Zhan recognized these two immediately, Shenlani and He Lu. Truthfully, Lei Zhan had known from the start who would survive to become the future Fire Phoenix. But now, during the training phase, he wanted to witness firsthand whether fate would indeed make this choice. Would these future Fire Phoenix members change after his arrival and be eliminated? 5 minutes passed quickly. Lei Zhan approached with a grin. Assemble. Click. Ladies and beauties, welcome to the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. Congratulations, your journey through hell officially begins. Are you all mentally prepared? Ready. The female soldiers answered in unison. Lei Zhan chuckled, excellent, that was a resounding answer. And this is important, actions speak louder than words. I expect you to pass this assessment. If you lack confidence, you'd better leave now. Poof. No one responded, did they? Good. Looks like you've tacitly agreed. Old Fox, hand it over. Lei Zhan reached out, and Old Fox handed him an object. Chapter 11, Rookies. Old Fox handed a stack of documents to Lei Zhan, who took them with a smile and casually flipped through them. To the female soldiers watching, this damn Lei Zhan's fake smile wasn't a warm, sunny grin at all, it was a twisted, perverted, hateful smirk. In the minds of the female soldiers, whether this damn Lei Zhan smiled or not, whatever he did or whatever expression he wore, it never meant anything good for them. This damn Lei Zhan was a perfect blend of a smiling tiger and a perverted, despicable man. Every inch of him, inside and out, constantly exuded a disgusting, irritating, stomach-churning aura of utter loathsomeness. He was like Zhu Beiji looking in the mirror. No matter how you looked at him, he wasn't human. The truth unfolded exactly as the women had anticipated. And really, it was only natural. From the moment they stepped through that door, Lei Zhan had never done a single thing to make them feel at ease. It was nothing but torment, nothing but torment. Sure enough, Lei Zhan glanced at the files and flashed that signature smug grin. TSK, look at this, look at this. All the records your old unit sent about you. Wow, you don't know until you see it, but boy, is it a shocker. Just looking at this, oh my, it nearly gave my tender little heart a stop. Look, He Lu, Captain, Battlefield Medic, served with the UN Peacekeeping Forces. TSK, remarkable. A true heroine. Respect, respect. And look at this, wow, Shenlani. Yeehaw, even more impressive. Runner-up at the Asian Taekwondo Championships. Wow, she's practically the modern-day Hua Mulan of the military. Respect, respect. Lei Zhan went through the files, naming over a dozen women. As each one was called out, their chests puffed out proudly, their chins lifted high. Every single one of them was beaming inside. Honestly, you damn Lei Zhan. Now you finally see how amazing we are, huh? Always looking at us female soldiers through tinted glasses. Oomph. Let you know we're no pushovers in the military. Don't think only you guys can be special forces. After rattling off a long list of names, Lei Zhan kept clicking his tongue in admiration for each female soldier. Excellent. Excellent. Truly outstanding. It's clear that every single one of you here was an elite soldier in your original units, the sharpest blades in the sheath. Each of you was highly valued by your commanders. Look at these commendations: exceptional skills, always helping others, diverse interests, endurance and resilience, team player. Ha! And it even mentions her dad as the chief of staff of some military unit? Holy crap, what a pedigree! Blows my mind. Lei Zhan's disclosure of these records finally gave most of the female soldiers a chance to hold their heads high. Damn it, that damn Lei Zhan, this time, he'll finally have to give this girl a proper look, won't he? Lei Zhan kept grinning. He casually pulled a lighter from his pocket. Under the gaze of over 100 female soldiers below, he flicked it open and set the documents ablaze. Instantly, every woman present gasped in shock. Just moments ago, Lei Zhan had been perfectly normal. This sudden turn of events left them utterly dumbfounded. Watching the papers in Lei Zhan's hand slowly turn to ash, she finally couldn't hold back. Report! He Lu shouted. Lei Zhan, speak. Report! I protest. We came here for the Special Forces selection, not to be humiliated. Who are you to burn our honor on a whim? What gives you the right? This is envy, jealousy, and hatred. It's dictatorship. It's barbaric. There's no organizational discipline whatsoever. I protest. I refuse to accept this. Lei Zhan tossed aside the last scorched remnants of paper, clapped his hands, and said, Disagree? Good. Ha! Disagreeing is exactly right. But since you're on my turf, I call the shots. No one else has a say. If you're not satisfied, you can leave. Right behind you, by the party flag, there are 5 steps. Place your helmet there, then ring the bell on the steps. Then you can get out of here. No need to suffer humiliation, no need to feel resentful. Go on, Comrade He Lu, Captain's daughter. He Lu was silenced by Lei Zhan's retort. Yet she glared defiantly, Don't change the subject. I'm talking about our honor. You have no right to burn it. This has nothing to do with whether I give up or not. Lei Zhan gave a bitter smile. Oh, you mean that? Fine. Since you're so persistent, I'll tell you. I didn't want to hurt your pride. But you forced my hand. Fine, I'll explain. The reason I burned these things? Simple. To me, your so-called honor means absolutely nothing. Since you joined the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade, you lot are nothing but a bunch of chattering greenhorns who can't do a damn thing. You know what a rookie is? A rookie is 0. A big fat 0. Nothing at all. Got it? Honestly, I can't wrap my head around why the higher-ups want to start this women's assault squad. I think it's completely unnecessary. They're just wasting time. What can you women possibly accomplish? Your bodies are 20% pure fat, that's dozens of pounds of it. All that flab clogging your systems makes you move like a bunch of slothful bears. Slow and clumsy. Ugh, it's enough to make me sick. Look at yourselves, look at how pathetic you all are now. Pull out those little mirrors tucked in your pockets and take a good look. Ask yourselves honestly, do you have what it takes to be special forces? Useless, useless, every last one of you is useless. A pile of useless trash, all of you are trash. I despise you women. What the hell do you women want to be special forces for? What the hell is special forces? It's like kids playing house. Look at you, all you do is cry and whine all day. Useless, useless, utterly useless. Just looking at you makes my blood boil. Let me be blunt, listen to me and quit now. You won't make it through. I guarantee it. You greenhorns, you useless trash, not a single one of you will pass my assessment. You'll all be packing your bags and rolling back to your old units. Report! Yi Tsuanshin shouted from the ranks. Lei Zhan paused. Huh? Isn't this the little brat who tried to snipe me with a slingshot? What do you want to say? Speak. Yi Tsuanshin, report. I refuse to accept this. This is blatant disrespect towards women. It's an insult to all women in society. Lei Zhan chuckled. Right, I'm insulting you. So what? Yi Tsuanshin, you're shameless. You're unreasonable. You're barbaric. Lei Zhan nodded shamelessly. Yeah, I'm shameless. I'm unreasonable. I'm barbaric. So what? Got a problem? Drop your helmet on the steps and get lost. Yi Tsuanshin gritted her teeth so hard they ground together. I won't leave. I'll fight you to the bitter end. I'm joining the Fire Phoenix assault squad. Just you wait and see what you have to say then, oomph. Lei Zhan chuckled and clapped his hands. Admirable spirit, sharp tongue. Fine. We'll settle this when the chips are down. Humph, simple-minded and all muscle. You're just asking for humiliation. Shinlani, standing beside Yi Tsuanshin, sneered contemptuously. Though Shinlani's voice was low, Yi Tsuanshin caught every word. Her eyes blazed with fury, glaring at Shinlani as if she wanted to devour her. Who are you calling that? Chapter 12, Women Making Life Miserable for Other Women. Shinlani shot a dismissive glance in Yi Tsuanshin's direction. Heh, who I'm talking about is none of your business. Or do I need to report my every word to you, rookie? Unless you think I'm talking about you? Well, if that's how you feel, I don't mind. Yi Tsuanshin's chest heaved with rage. You're just a captain. What's so great about that? A phony from the cultural troupe who only knows how to shoot her mouth off. I won't waste my breath on trash like you. Go to hell. You. Who do you call a greenhorn? Shinlani roared. Yi Tsuanshin's mouth was filthy. Shinlani, the Asian Taekwondo Championship silver medalist, felt compelled to teach this insolent little brat a lesson for her loose tongue and lack of respect. Hey, what's with the street brawler act? If you want to curse, pack your bags and go curse back at your old unit. Think this is a damn market? Look at you, that's the kind of behavior we expect from women. Born with that pathetic, good-for-nothing spirit, you bring shame to the military, and now you've come to our Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. Ugh, seeing you girls makes my stomach churn like I swallowed a fly. Damn it, old fox, I can't stand these women anymore. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on them. Not worth the saliva. Enough talk. They're gritting their teeth and holding on? They're the type who won't cry till they see the coffin. No more chatter. Train. Train them to death. It's over when every last one of them is kicked out. Hell Week plan, officially commencing. As Lei Zhan's words fell, Old Fox grinned slyly at the female soldiers. Ha! Ladies, welcome to hell. Then he fired his pistol into the air. Guys, let's get to work. The moment the old fox finished speaking, Harley, Little B, King Yama, Yuanbao, Big Ox, and several other men suddenly approached with leering grins. Without a word, they shoved the female soldiers, shouting and kicking them, driving every last one into the muddy pool behind them. Over 100 female soldiers, screaming in terror, were herded like cattle into the muddy pool where the water reached their knees. Instantly, the air filled with cries of resentment and screams of horror. They shouted about barbarism, injustice, chaos, inhumanity, and human rights violations. But the female soldiers were soon stunned. Just as they were screaming about the brutality of the male soldiers, something even more brutal arrived. Xiao Mifeng, Yan Wang, and others, each holding a high-pressure hose, aimed them at the female soldiers with loud laughter and began spraying them furiously. Instantly, another wave of high-pitched screams erupted, overlapping with shrieks of horror. The entire scene descended into chaotic, envious pandemonium utterly unbearable to witness. Report. I protest. This is abuse. Report. I protest. This is reckless. We'll get sick. Lei Zhan couldn't be bothered to listen to these complaints. He simply ignored them, glancing at his wristwatch. Old Fox, report back to me in an hour. I'm off for tea. Old Fox, alright. I'll keep watch here. Stop right there. A woman's voice suddenly rang out behind Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan turned to see Tan Xiaolin's face contorted with fury. Instantly, he put on a smug grin. Oh, isn't this comrade instructor? What a rare sight. These past few days, I thought you'd vanished. So you've been lurking in our Wolfang Special Forces Brigade all along? I never noticed. Wow, your stealth skills are impressive. You managed to hide from all of us. Looks like I need to give my subordinates a proper lecture. Their vigilance is too lax, they failed to spot a living person right under their noses. Tan Xiaolin's beautiful face twisted with anger. Lei Zhan, drop the sarcasm. Every word of yours stings. I'm not leaving. I didn't run away. I just couldn't stand looking at your disgusting face. But today, I simply couldn't hold back any longer. I order you to cease this barbaric treatment immediately. These female soldiers are human beings, not livestock for you to handle as you please. Your actions will make them sick. Lei Zhan's smile vanished, replaced by sternness. Comrade Tan Xiaolin, I have no right to demand you receive the same treatment as them. But I'll remind you again, under my command, this is no place for a woman like you to boss people around. I'll do as I please. If you find this objectionable, feel free to pack your bags and leave. Furthermore, I wish to clarify, I have never engaged in such practices with livestock. In future, please choose your words carefully. That said, if you're referring to me, I might consider it. Goodbye. Lei Zhan finished speaking and walked away. Tan Xiaolin, you scoundrel, you rogue, you barbarian. At that moment, Old Fox stepped forward. Ahem, comrade instructor, allow me to interject. You'd be wise to stay out of this. Once the Thunder God makes a decision, it's final. Don't trouble yourself. If you can't bear to watch, just hide away. Out of sight, out of mind. Much better. Tan Xiaolin watched the female soldiers being abused in the mud pit, her hatred burning deep within her. You, all of you. How can you be as barbaric as Lei Zhan? And I am the instructor, I hold equal rank with your captain Lei Zhan. I now order you to cease this barbaric training immediately. The old fox's usually gentle, smiling face suddenly turned stern. I'm sorry, instructor, but I'm afraid I can't help you with this. In the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade, our Thunderbolt Assault Squad only follows one person's orders, and that's the Thunder God. Tan Xiaolin erupted in fury. You're rebelling? I'm your superior officer. I command you to obey me. Old Fox smiled. Instructor, you're a top graduate and a major after all. If you pressure us with rank and position, we have no choice but to obey. A soldier's duty is to follow orders. But you must also understand Thunder God's position is no lower than yours, nor is his rank inferior. When there's a disagreement between the two of you, we have a choice to make. We can only choose to follow one person. Think carefully. If you were in our place, whose orders would you follow? Tan Xiaolin flew into a rage. You're bullying an outsider. Old Fox burst into laughter. Political instructor, you've finally spoken plainly. Tan Xiaolin froze. What do you mean? Old Fox chuckled. You're the instructor, you handle ideological work. Surely you can grasp such obvious words. Very well, I'll be blunt. None of us in the Thunderbolt Assault Squadron ever considered you one of our own. Old Fox's words sent a jolt through Tan Xiaolin, who fell deep in thought. The old fox continued, Instructor, today I've been a bit too talkative. What needed saying, I said. What shouldn't have been said, I said too. You'll have to figure it out yourself. You see, I'm quite busy with my work. You're the instructor, I can't afford to cross you. You're free to do as you please. As he spoke, Old Fox watched intently as the abused female soldiers in the pool shouted at the Watermaster, Watermaster. Watermaster. Pour more water on that something heart. Oh, and that Taekwondo runner-up too. Yeah, more water on her. Watching this pack of beasts busy tormenting the female soldiers, utterly indifferent to her existence, Tan Xiaolin felt utterly isolated. She and the men of this world inhabited completely different realms. There was simply no bridge for communication. Watching the female soldiers suffer in the pool, Tan Xiaolin, being a woman herself, felt waves of heartache. These men were too barbaric, too unreasonable. They were utterly incommunicable beasts. She couldn't fathom what these savages were trying to achieve. These damn men had no shred of compassion for the fairer sex. Their brains were nothing but a pile of crumbly tofu. No. This couldn't be allowed to continue under Lei Zhan's bastard command. His reckless actions would cripple these delicate female soldiers sooner or later. She absolutely refused to tolerate such barbarism happening right under her nose. If all else failed, she'd go straight to base headquarters and report it to her father, the military district commander. She'd have him remove that bastard Lei Zhan from his post. Let him go running to the top brass with his arrogant nonsense first. If he could resolve this through the top brass, she wouldn't need to bother her father. After all, his father had sternly warned him never to exploit his father's position for special treatment. He'd never once asked his father for favors his entire life. He wasn't about to waste that precious opportunity over some stinking Lei Zhan. With that thought, Tan Xiaolin gave a dismissive snort as she surveyed the female soldiers suffering in the pool. Wiggling her ample hips, she set off toward the camp headquarters where the commander-in-chief resided. The old fox sighed at the sight. Thunder God, Thunder God. Ms. Tan Xiaolin just gave us both a good scolding, and now she's headed to the camp. Judging by the direction, she's probably going to number 1 to report you. Lei Zhan's voice crackled over the radio. Huh? Really? That's fantastic. Finally, someone to share the burden of this woman's troubles with me. Another lightning rod, what a blessing, what a blessing. Though dragging the commander into this with me, ahem. I feel a bit guilty about that, ahem. The old fox instantly felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Ahem, Thunder God, I've noticed you've been getting more and more devious lately. I seriously suspect you deliberately provoked Tan Xiaolin into going to number 1. Lei Zhan, shish, don't say that. I wouldn't. You keep training. I'm playing games. Old Fox stared at the sky, exasperated. Good heavens, why does it feel like the Thunder God is getting more and more underhanded? Chapter 13, Final Farewell. The mud pit used for the female soldiers' training was roughly a 200 square meter square, made of yellow earth. It was half filled with water, the mud and water mixed together. The moment someone stepped in, they were instantly submerged in knee-deep, thick yellow sludge. As soon as their feet touched the ground, they were instantly enveloped by the mud. They couldn't walk, couldn't pull themselves out. Once inside, they were like stakes driven into the earth. Over 100 female soldiers were herded into this mud pit like lambs by Yama and his henchmen, forced to stand rooted to the spot. Below, the mud reached their knees, making every step a struggle. Above, figures like Little B and Big Ox each wielded a high-pressure water hose, mercilessly spraying the soldiers' bodies, faces, and heads. Their thin camouflage uniforms instantly soaked through with icy tap water. The relentless stream of cold water, like waves of winter chill, constantly assaulted the soft bodies beneath the uniforms. Water, mud, humiliation, rage, despair, and mockery mingled with the freezing spray, igniting the pent-up fury of the female soldiers trapped in the pool. Yet they were utterly powerless. Either quit or endure. There was no other choice. Left with no alternative, the female soldiers could only scream and cry themselves hoarse, their voices blending into a cacophony. The scene was heart-wrenching, filled with shrieks and wails. Yan Wang, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, chuckled cruelly and teased, "Hey, girls, cut the noise. What's with all the screaming? Sounds like you're in heat. Aren't you embarrassed? Anyone who knows better understands you're just training, but those who don't would think you're all being gang raped. Ahem, how's that feel? Pretty good, huh? Feels pretty nice, right? Yeah, it must feel amazing otherwise, why would you be screaming so loud? Alright, I'll crank up the water pressure a notch so you can enjoy it to the fullest. You monsters! You don't even treat us like human beings. Perverts, total perverts. This isn't training, it's pure torture. Torture. I'm going to report you. I can't take it anymore, I quit. Right then, Old Fox grabbed the megaphone and, seizing the moment, launched into Lei Zhan's favorite task, persuasion. Hey, that's more like it. Who was it just now? Who said they were quitting? Come on up. Come up and you'll be free. Quickly. Hot showers are ready for you inside, along with milk, bread, chicken legs, and grilled meat. A dedicated vehicle stands by 24/7. Just say the word quit and we'll send you straight back to your old unit to continue being your platoon leader. Hey, that's right, come on up. Hurry. Harley, give these two girls a hand. Two female soldiers, unable to bear the agony, were pulled up by Harley and Yama while weeping. Under everyone's gaze, they approached the August 1st military flag at the training grounds front, removed their helmets, placed them neatly on the steps, and then struck the bell of departure. This golden bell was specially arranged by Lei Zhan. The bell signified final farewell. Once struck, there would be no possibility of ever returning here in this lifetime, no chance to join the Special Forces again. Regardless of whether the Special Forces were your dream, your ideal, your goal, or anything else, with the toll of this bell, everything would be utterly destroyed, vanished. The August 1st military flag fluttered fiercely in the wind, rustling loudly. Two female soldiers stood before it, gazing at the solemn emblem on the crimson banner. An inexplicable wave of bitterness, anguish, and pain washed over them, a sense of inadequacy, of being unable to bear the weight of the flag's authority and honor. This feeling only those who have served in the military can truly grasp its essence. At this very moment, standing before the flag fluttering in the wind, these two female soldiers were struck by an overwhelming sense of failure, weakness, and inexpressible sorrow. It pierced their hearts, probing their souls. Are you worthy of this flag? Do you deserve to be called a soldier? The flag speaks no words, but the heart does. As the two female soldiers who had chosen to quit saluted the flag, tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. In that moment, they regretted their decision. But it was too late. Sisters, you must hold on. You'll regret it otherwise. The two soldiers, crying their hearts out, shouted to the others still standing firm in the water. After speaking, they covered their mouths and ran away, sobbing. A soldier, until she truly stands beneath this flag, cannot comprehend what it truly means to be a soldier. Old Fox remarked calmly, compared to this pain, they couldn't bear the weight of facing this flag, stained red with the blood of our forebears. Sadly, they only realized this when they chose to give up. Thunder God, he added softly over the radio, isn't this a bit excessive and risky, treating these 20-something girls like this? They don't understand anything. Old Fox murmured into the walkie-talkie. At that very moment, Lei Zhan sat in his chair, watching the video feed. Old Fox, what's this? Getting soft? Worried they won't make the cut? Ha! If that's truly the case, it only proves our Special Forces unit isn't mature enough yet. This was always going to be a risky endeavor. We can do without an all-female unit, but we absolutely cannot settle for mediocrity. Old Fox nodded in agreement. Thunder God, I think you're absolutely right. You're the one who considers things thoroughly. I've been a bit sentimental. Lei Zhan sighed. Do you think I enjoy this? But to be a Special Forces soldier, this is essential. It's the bare minimum. Enough talk. Proceed with the plan. How long has it been now? Old Fox, 1 hour and 4 minutes. Lei Zhan, That'll do for the first time. Bring them up. I have something to say. Old Fox, ahem, understood. Hey, girls, take care of yourselves. Chapter 14, Who do you think you're calling a greenhorn? The female soldiers hauled out of the mud pit finally escaped their miserable predicament of being stuck between heaven and earth. They scrambled onto the shore, shouting and clamoring. Lei Zhan emerged from the operations room, cup of black tea in hand, grinning. Wearing black aviator sunglasses, he cleared his throat with a deliberately irritating tone. Now then, ladies and gentlemen. You lot are dawdling around in there, aren't you? No rush, right? 20 seconds. Anyone still in there after that? Eliminated. Hilu gasped at the words, then rushed toward the female soldiers still screaming in the mud pit about this inhumane treatment. Sisters, hurry. Hurry. He means it. If you don't get out now, you'll be eliminated. With that, she led the charge, scrambling and crawling her way out of the mud pit. Earlier, female soldiers had demonstrated the drill right before their eyes. The disappointment, despair, regret, and remorse that followed elimination played out before them. These women began to understand that Lei Zhan wasn't joking. Elimination meant elimination, there would be absolutely no second chances. Thus, the shouts of the female soldiers grew even louder. But this time, the cries were not of complaint or curses, they were cries of desperation and effort, of desperately struggling to climb out of the mud pit. Old Fox had started his stopwatch the moment Lei Zhan gave the order. At 20 seconds, he slammed it to a stop and scanned the pool. 2 female soldiers remained submerged, Ouyang Qian and Tang Xiaoxiao. Old Fox opened his mouth to announce their elimination. Lei Zhan cleared his throat, hand to his mouth. The old fox whipped his head around to look at Lei Zhan, then smiled and shook his head. Only 3 or 4 seconds later, as Tang Xiaoxiao and Ouyang Qian finally scrambled ashore, did Lei Zhan snatch the stopwatch from the old fox and bellow, "Assemble!" The female soldiers immediately formed ranks and assembled. Lei Zhan held the stopwatch, walked to the front of the group, and revealed the time. "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. You girls are something else. You're as precise as guided missiles. You timed yourselves down to the second before climbing out. 20 seconds, a full 20 seconds. Holy crap. Are you all oxen? Are you all pigs? It's just a tiny, crappy puddle, and it took you 20 seconds to climb out. Seriously, I don't even know what to say to you lot. Useless, useless, utterly useless. I'm completely disappointed in you spoiled brats. Let me warn you now, this is merely the first appetizer of Hell Week. What lies ahead is training so brutal you've never even imagined it in your entire lives. Cough cough. 2 smart ones already quit earlier. Smart ones. I like smart ones. Those who know when to quit are the real heroes. I love working with smart people. Let me tell you, I'm not bluffing. Not a single one of you will make it through. The longer you stay, the more you'll suffer. And in the end, you'll all be eliminated. So why are you still hanging around? Here, you'll only suffer more. Not only will you all eventually quit, but you won't gain any honor. On the contrary, when you return to your old units, you'll face even greater disgrace. My advice to you all, if you're smart, get out now. Quit. Quitting will be the wisest decision of your lives, I promise. I'm not lying. Besides those 2 who just left, any other smart ones? I quit. A female soldier, utterly exhausted and looking as if she might collapse at any moment, raised her hand. That's the spirit. Smart one indeed. Quickly, come on over, little sister. Go inside for a hot shower, drink some milk, have some pastries, and then a special vehicle will take you back to your old unit. Go now, TSK, such a smart and adorable little sister. Any more smart ones? I give up. I give up. I give up too. One after another, more than 10 people raised their hands. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Lei Zhan's eyes, but only for an instant. Immediately, his face broke into an incredibly sweet smile. That's right, that's exactly it. All those who've withdrawn are smart, lovely, and beautiful Chinese female soldiers. I wholeheartedly approve and admire your wise decision. Quickly, take off your helmets, ring the bell, salute the military flag, and you'll be free. TSK, such brilliant and adorable little sisters. Are there any other smart ones? Time waits for no one, opportunity doesn't wait. If there are, come forward now. A dozen female soldiers silently approached the 5 steps before the crowd. At this moment, even Lei Zhan ceased inciting the others, watching solemnly as these women walked to the military flag, removed their helmets, and struck the bell one by one. Then they saluted the flag. Without exception, every departing soldier had tears in her eyes. Only in this moment did they instantly grasp the feelings of those who had left before them, the shame of giving up, the disgrace of standing under the military flag as soldiers. They realized they were fundamentally unqualified soldiers. They felt unworthy of standing here, unworthy even of saluting this flag. They realized that their ability to salute the flag at this very moment was nothing more than a concession granted by the banner itself. A flood of complex emotions surged within them, and tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. They regretted their ignorance and blamed themselves for their cowardice. Yet it was all too late. The helmet symbolizing her identity had been discarded, the bell had tolled, the farewell salute had been rendered. In that moment, 1,000 thoughts swirled, regret and self-reproach boundless. One female soldier even broke down on the spot. After completing her salute, she blurted out words that shocked and baffled all the other women. "I will come back someday. Sisters, don't give up." Wah! The soldier who had chosen to leave wept as she departed. Those still standing, who hadn't yet given up, were left dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? She just made her choice to leave, so what kind of crazy talk was this? Had she been doused with water for over an hour, caught a severe cold, and now had a fever? Only the veterans of Lei Zhan's squad knew the reason behind their reactions. When they truly chose to give up, the emotions and thoughts stirred by facing that flag were indescribable. But they couldn't put it into words, because this kind of thing couldn't be expressed. It could only be felt with the heart. What does it mean to be a true soldier? Are there any smart people left? Lei Zhan surveyed the remaining 100-odd soldiers. Ugh, what a headache. So many still left? So much trash yet to be dealt with. Fine, you get 5 minutes rest. Just 5 minutes. Then welcome to hell. At that moment, Yi Cuanxin, standing beside Shenlani, snorted coldly. Some people just insist on saving face at the cost of their own suffering. Oof. In the end, they'll all be sent home sooner or later. Just hang on. Keep hanging on until you can't hang on anymore. Oof. When that time comes, the embarrassment will be even greater. Shenlani whipped her head around. Greenhorn, who do you think you're talking about? Chapter 15, Tan Xiaolin's Disappointment. Yi Tsuanshin turned her head indifferently toward Shenlani, a wicked smile playing on her lips. The person I'm talking about knows exactly who it is. Do I really need to spell it out? That someone doesn't seem to care about embarrassing themselves, but I sure do. Don't think you're all that just because you've got a few stripes on your shoulders. You're just using your rank to make yourself look important. You actually think you're someone special? Shame on you. Shenlani's eyes widened in fury. Yi Tsuanshin, don't push your luck. My patience has limits. Yi Tsuanshin snorted, tilting her mouth in contempt. Oh, why the loud shouting? Trying to scare someone? Showing off your powerful voice? Sounds like you're in heat. If that's your thing, go home and find a man to scream at in bed. Scream as loud as you want, no one will care. Scream your heart out, what a joy. But here, yelling at me, a lowly private? Your screams don't faze me. I'm not. Don't take your heat out on me. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Besides, even if I were, I'd never choose someone as pathetic as you. Yi Tsuanshin. I'll tear that filthy mouth of yours to shreds. Shenlani couldn't stand this bratty, foul-mouthed little girl any longer. She lunged forward with a swift step, delivering a classic old-school taekwondo front kick straight at Yi Tsuanshin's midsection. Though Yi Tsuanshin was a standard rich kid, she'd served as a communications soldier during her military days. But this Tsinghua graduate wasn't just a pretty face. With her tomboyish upbringing, even without formal martial arts training, her street skills were no match for your average street thug. Seeing Shenlani was serious, Yi Tsuanshin quickly stepped back, parrying her front kick with one hand. He then lunged forward with a punch, aiming straight for the two ample curves of her chest. Shenlani was startled by the move. Damn, this little brat really went for the jugular. A direct hit to a woman's vital area would be disastrous. She'd never be able to have children again. Shenlani swiftly pressed both hands downward to block Yi Tsuanshin's black tiger punch to the chest. Immediately following, she executed a graceful spinning kick, her feet leaving the ground as her saws aimed straight for Yi Tsuanshin's head. The two women unleashed their full fury from the very first exchange. Every punch landed on flesh, every step aimed for the heart. Each attack targeted vital points, making the fight fiercely intense. Their battle not only stunned the female soldiers but left the male soldiers completely dumbfounded. Yan Wang, oh my. These two girls have some serious skills. That black tiger heart-piercing strike, now that's brutal. Little B, king of hell, you've misjudged this. That wasn't black tiger heart plucking, it was clearly black tiger chest plucking. Wow, who would have thought? Watching women fight is way more thrilling than watching men. King of hell, I'll bet $10 Yi Tsuanshin wins. King of hell, money. I'll bet $100 the captain wins. Big ox, I'm the bookie. Take any amount. Pay up. Old Fox watched these troublemakers engaging in such unscrupulous behavior, sighed deeply, and pointed at them, too furious for words. He rushed forward to stop Shenlani and Yi Tsuanshin. Unexpectedly, Lei Zhan grabbed Old Fox. Hold on. Let them fight. Old Fox, Thunder God, how can even you? Lei Zhan smiled. True harmony comes from shared hearts. What good would suppressing it do? They'll find another chance to fight later. What's meant to happen will happen. Some pits, you see, won't let you out until you've jumped in. That's just how life is. Old Fox, you too, oh my. Yi Tsuanshin and Shenlani exchanged punches, kicks, knees, and elbows in a heated brawl. Seeing Lei Zhan watching intently, the old fox gave up trying to intervene. Instead, he chuckled, Thunder God, tell me which of these two is stronger. Lei Zhan chuckled, Shenlani will win in the end, of course. She's the karate runner-up. With systematic training, Yi Tsuanshin may be fierce, but her punches lack structure. She'll lose in the end. As he spoke, Yi Tsuanshin was sent crashing to the ground by a flying kick from Shenlani. Yi Tsuanshin's almond-shaped eyes widened in fury. Fighting Shenlani like this, it was clear Shenlani wasn't trying to kill her. Yet, it was precisely this restraint that made Yi Tsuanshin feel even more humiliated. Her rage boiled over. With a whoosh, she drew the tactical knife strapped to her body. Performing a somersault, she lunged straight at Shenlani, slashing out. Holy, she's drawn a knife? Yan Wang shouted. Oh dear, trouble's brewing. Little B panicked. This can't be allowed. Old Fox ignored Lei Zhan's orders and was about to step in to stop her. Lei Zhan remained firm. Old Fox, stay put. Let them fight. Old Fox, but this is far too dangerous. Lei Zhan replied calmly, don't worry. No one should die. Old Fox, shouldn't? Thunder God, have you lost your mind? You make it sound so easy, what if? All of you, stop right now. Just then, Tan Xiaolin burst out from somewhere. Yet, at that very moment, the fight between Yi Tsuanshin and Shenlani also came to an end. Shenlani had pinned Yi Tsuanshin to the ground, snatched the tactical knife from her hand, and flung it aside with a sharp crack. She gave Yi Suanshin, still sprawled on the floor, a dismissive snort and turned to leave with a look of contempt. Stop right there! Tan Xiaolin shouted at Shenlani. What are you doing? What the hell is going on? Have you all lost your minds? Where's your basic military discipline? Any sense of order? Any sense of discipline? Any? Shenlani waved her arms urgently, signaling Tan Xiaolin to stop. Hold on, hold on. Instructor, she was the one who drew the knife. Why are you yelling at me? Do you have any sense of reason? What, you don't want me to fight back? What do you want me to do? According to you, I should just take it without retaliating, right? Take the blows without striking back, right? Tan Xiaolin, how dare you talk back to me? But regardless, fighting is never acceptable, is it? Shenlani suddenly exploded. Bull. How am I in the wrong? Am I supposed to just stand there like a dead dog and let that little slit my throat with her knife? Would that make me a good comrade? Humph. You've gone soft from being an officer. Easy for you to talk when you're not the one taking the hits. I'm not wasting my breath on a useless officer like you. Tan Xiaolin stared in shock at Shenlani striding away. Holy, what the hell is going on? Has the world turned upside down? Are all these female soldiers crazy? They actually don't give a damn about their own instructor. What the hell is this place? Have people gone insane or lost their minds? Just then, the defeated Yi Suanshin rose from the ground, brushing dust from her hands. She smoothed her hair, tilted her head, and looked at Tan Xiaolin. Before Tan could speak, Yi Suanshin cut in. Hey, instructor, no need to lecture me. She didn't even say anything to you. What's the point of telling me? Right? I'm not about to endure your endless nagging. Sure, we don't get along, but you know what? I actually think she's right about one thing. We couldn't care less about communicating with soldiers like you who are all talk and no action. With that, Yi Suanshin shrugged and walked away with a flourish, leaving Tan Xiaolin standing there in a daze. Standing there, Tan Xiaolin was suddenly overcome by a powerful illusion. This world was completely not the one she wanted. She felt rejected and abandoned by it. Even a damn private couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her, a full-fledged major. No, he completely ignored her. Chapter 16, As Handsome as Wang Kai. Rebellion. Rebellion. Everyone here has gone mad. Rebellion. Even a private dares to shout at me, a major. What's the point of rank? What's the point of discipline? What's the point of dignity? What a mess. This place is a damn madhouse. A gathering of lunatics. What kind of special forces brigade is this? Tan Xiaolin's chest heaved with fury, her face turning green with rage. She stood rooted to the spot, like a lonely floating duckweed, ignored and unacknowledged. Lei Jun looking down on her was one thing. But his men? Every last one of them treated her with respect, damn it, as if she were an outsider. That damn sergeant major, old fox, even said outright that none of them listened to her, only to Lei Jun. What the hell is this? They're completely sidelining me. Those soldiers were bad enough, but now even the damn troops weren't listening to me. I was actually being ignored, no, scolded by a captain and a private. They didn't give a damn about me, a training instructor. Lei Jun watched Tan Xiaolin standing in the center of the field, looking utterly distraught, pitiful yet seething with pent-up fury. He cleared his throat softly and strolled over to her side. Ahem, comrade instructor, back from filing your complaint? He cleared his throat again. What did the commander say? I imagine the commander-in-chief must have said, this Lei Jun utterly ungrateful, daring to defy the instructor. You know, relieve him of duty, right? Lei Jun didn't mention this part, which was fine. But once she brought it up, Tan Xiaolin's anger boiled over even more. She had indeed gone to the commander-in-chief to report Lei Jun earlier, but unexpectedly, the commander-in-chief sided with Lei Jun. He lectured her at length. The commander-in-chief was the commander-in-chief. His theoretical prowess was something she, a mere major, couldn't match. Not only did she fail to get Lei Jun punished, but she ended up with egg on her face. The people here were completely abnormal. They were all a bunch of freaks. Tan Xiaolin felt that the once proud, confident, and self-assured version of herself had somehow become nothing but trash here. What the hell was wrong with this world? At Lei Jun's question, Tan Xiaolin snorted, looks like you had this plan all along. You're all cut from the same cloth. Lei Jun chuckled, well, judging by your tone, it seems your complaint didn't go well. That's too bad. Looks like I'll have to keep running this place after all. Now then, I know filing complaints must be exhausting for you, esteemed instructor. Why don't you head inside to rest? Have some tea, watch TV, crack some sunflower seeds, chat on QQ, read a book, listen to some music, cultivate your artistic sensibilities or something. These are the things civilized people should do. As for this rough work here, you wouldn't even want to look at it, and you can't manage it anyway. It'd just fill you with pent-up frustration. That's not worth it, is it? Hey, you old fox, go clear out the best room in the command center for the instructor. Hook up a computer. Let comrade instructor comfortably finish his gilding here before he gets the hell out. Ah, no, my apologies, instructor. That truth just slipped out. Don't take offense. You're not here for gold plating, but silver plating. Actually, no steel plating. Tan Xiaolin was so furious she could barely contain herself, her wide eyes bulging. Lei Zhan, you bastard. Don't you dare slander me, I didn't come here for a gold-plated reputation. I'll never let this slide. Tan Xiaolin twisted her hips angrily, covering her face as she stormed into the room. Over the past few hours, she'd been humiliated repeatedly. First, Lei Zhan had infuriated her beyond measure. Then, when she went to complain to the first officer, she'd been bottled up with frustration. Now, here, two young female soldiers had shattered her identity as a major instructor, leaving her utterly humiliated. And that damned, gun-worthy Lei Zhan had slandered her, stripping her of both dignity and respect. Tan Xiaolin felt a despair so deep she wanted to die, to cry. Watching Tan Xiaolin's graceful retreating figure, Lei Zhan smiled faintly. Old fox, this instructor needs rapid growth. We have no time to nurture her. She must mature quickly to fulfill this role. Your task is to help her adjust her mindset promptly, focus on what needs doing, and pull her out of her past honors, environment, and fixed thinking patterns. There's no time to waste. Earlier, when the old fox witnessed Lei Zhan deliberately extending the 20 seconds in the mud pit to prevent the female soldiers from being eliminated, he gained a deeper understanding of Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan wasn't heartless, he genuinely cared for these female soldiers. The old fox nodded. Thunder God, I understand. Rest assured, leave it to me. If I can't handle it, I'll come back to you. Old fox departed. As a veteran special forces operative, he understood love came in many forms, some superficial, some confused. Some gentle, some brutal. Some shallow, some profound. Lei Zhan's love, right now, beyond the old members of the Thunderbolt Assault Team, no one else could comprehend his unique way of loving. After old fox departed, Lei Zhan resumed his trademark goofy grin, that same expression that sent shivers down every female soldier's spine. That face was so infuriating, so despicable. Every female soldier wanted to scratch it raw, to disfigure it completely. Lei Zhan strode before the female soldiers, chuckling darkly. Yi Tsuanshin, heh. Shin Lani, heh. Not bad, not bad. Your skills are quite impressive. Seems you two truly are military heroes, women who don't yield to men. We'll discuss what happened earlier after training ends. Now, you have 30 seconds. Pack your backpacks immediately. 40 Gene. 1 ounce short and I'll eliminate you. Move. Lei Zhan bellowed, and the female soldiers sprang into action. By now, they had come to know and understand this damnable Lei Zhan. Damn it, disobeying him meant instant elimination. If they returned to their old units like this, their comrades would laugh their teeth out. How could they ever hold their heads up again? 27 seconds later, every soldier had their packs ready and was fully geared up. Lei Zhan barked the order, extreme armed cross-country, begin. Move. Thundering engines roared as Yan Wang's vehicle started up. The female soldiers sprang into action, trailing behind the dust-churning trucks as they embarked on the so-called extreme armed cross-country ordeal. Tian Gui ran alongside Yan Wang's vehicle, her massive backpack strapped on. She dared not speak to Lei Zhan, but she felt bold enough to ask the grinning instructors, "Ahem, handsome instructor, what exactly is extreme armed cross-country?" Yan Wang cleared his throat. "Ahem, well, little lady, you look pretty good. This handsome guy will tell you. What is extreme armed off-road training? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure myself. But based on my years of experience, it basically means running until all you girls are completely wiped out. Ahem, that's the gist of it. Sweetheart, am I really that handsome?" Tianguo rolled her eyes. "Sure, you look just like our family dog, Wang Kai." Yan Wan's eyes widened. "Huh? Wang Kai? What's that?" "Tianguo, a pig." Yan Wan, "Huh?" But Tianguo had already run off. Chapter 17, Extreme Off-Road Armament. King Yama froze upon hearing this. Hey, you little brat. You actually dared to touch the tiger's thigh? You're asking for it." The female soldiers hadn't grasped the true meaning of this so-called extreme armed cross-country training before. But now, they understood. They'd been running alongside the vehicle since morning until noon, then from noon into the afternoon, and then from afternoon into evening. They chased the sun from east to south, south to west, and west back down the mountain. They ran until the sun vanished and stars appeared, yet the vehicle showed no sign of stopping. No rest. No pause for water or food. Run, just run. Run until the crowd had no strength left to argue, no energy to fuss, no will to make a fuss, no room in their minds for anything else. The entire person was hollow. The stomach was empty, the body was empty, the mind was empty, even the very soul felt hollow. The person was nothing but a walking corpse, a zombie-like shell, mechanically running. The only word that remained in their minds was this, run. They finally understood Lei Zhan's words, welcome to the human hell. This wasn't training, it was torture, exploitation, abuse, inhuman torment. They finally recalled Yama's words, what is extreme armed cross-country? It's running until you're broken. Every one of them felt like they were already broken. Or maybe not broken yet. Otherwise, how could they still move their feet and keep running? Run, run, just run. The sun shone, and they ran. The sun set, and they still ran. The stars came out, and they kept running. No one knew how long they'd been running. No one knew how far they'd gone. And no one knew where they were running. What kind of place was this? The path beneath their feet had started as sand and soil, then turned to grass. Finally, it became thorns. In the end, it was mud, water, and gravel. By the very end, they could no longer remember what lay beneath their feet. Only the last remnants of consciousness told them, keep running. Running was the only thing they needed to do. Nothing else mattered. Nothing else needed to be thought about. Along the way, many female soldiers succumbed to Lei Zhan's relentless, nagging persuasion and were coaxed onto the ambulances. But everyone knew that boarding that ambulance meant one thing: surrender. Those who refused to quit clung to 4 words with their last ounce of strength, using them as fuel to keep running mechanically, relentlessly forward. Those 4 words were, don't give up. That day, the female soldiers ran over mountains, across grasslands, through plains, up high ridges, and through wetlands. Now, guided by vehicles, they had run to this unknown place. Before them appeared a river, a deep, wide river. After a day of driving, the vehicles finally came to a halt. Seeing the cars stop, all the female soldiers were overcome with relief. They collapsed instantly, and cries of despair, wails for their parents finally surged forth from their ranks. Oh my God, I'm dying, someone save me. I'm starving. I'm parched. I need food. I need water. I can't go on. I think I'm going to die. Thank God, we're finally done. Oh my God, save me, amen. Just then, the truck door swung open. Lei Zhan emerged, grinning, one hand clutching a chicken drumstick he was munching on, the other holding a megaphone. Seeing this guy reappear, all the female soldiers instantly grew wary. They glared at Lei Zhan, tearing into his chicken drumstick, their eyes blazing with hatred. Every pair of eyes seemed to say they'd love to bite him to death and turn him into a chicken drumstick themselves. Lei Zhan swallowed a mouthful of chicken drumstick. Ahem, ahem. Tastes great, absolutely fantastic. Ahem, ahem. So, what are you all doing? Who told you to stop? Get the hell up, all of you. Keep running. Report. Yi Zuanshin stood ramrod straight and reported in a fierce tone. Lei Zhan, humph. Why are you always the one with something to say? Speak. What is it? Yi Zuanshin, there's a river up ahead. How are we supposed to run? In this pitch black? You want us all to drown? This training has to have limits. You can't push people to the brink of death. Don't you have any humanity left? Lei Zhan stuffed the remaining chicken drumstick into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Humanity? Yi Zuanshin, if right now, this very moment, there were 100 AK-47 wielding thugs chasing you from 100 meters behind, would you talk to them about humanity? Would you nicely tell them to stop chasing you? Could you do that? Yi Zuanshin, that's just hypothetical. This is training, don't confuse the concepts. You're twisting logic. Lei Zhan flung the chicken bone from his hand. Yi Zuanshin, is this your level of understanding? Train for combat, not for show. You're a soldier, you've heard that saying, right? Yi Zuanshin, oomph. I'll know once I'm in the army. Lei Zhan, excellent. Just knowing is enough. All you greenhorns, all you useless scum, mark my words. This isn't training, it's combat. This place is your battlefield. Stop whining. Anyone unwilling, get the hell out now. I've had enough of babysitting you spoiled brats. Anyone quitting? Anyone? No one speaking? Good. Now. Immediately. Arm yourselves and swim across the river. Lei Zhan barked. The female soldiers fell silent and began organizing the crossing. Captain He Lu immediately directed them to help each other, forming 2 lines of pairs who supported one another as they began the armed swim. The river wasn't particularly swift or deep, but it was just enough to reach a person's neck, enough to drown someone. Those who could swim might be fine, but those who couldn't were in for a world of pain. After a day of running, the female soldier's stamina was already pushed to its absolute limit. Night had fallen by now. Exhausted and starving, the moment they entered the water, the cold seeped into their bones, and their hunger became unbearable. It felt as if everything inside them had been drained away. The moment they entered the water, most of the female soldiers began wailing loudly. Lei Zhan grabbed a megaphone and bellowed, "No noise! No noise! Anyone making noise will be eliminated immediately." The female soldiers fell silent at his command. A large number of them gritted their teeth, tears welling in their eyes, mustering the last ounce of strength in their bodies. Burdened by 40-pound backpacks, they struggled to move through the water. At this very moment, they truly, deeply understood, being a special forces soldier was no damn human job. They finally grasped what it meant to push to the absolute limit. Chapter 18, Brutal. As the saying goes, winter waters warm the body, while summer waters pierce the bone. Summer water, especially the flowing currents of rivers, was always exceptionally cold. After a day of running, exhaustion, and hunger, the female soldiers' bodies had been utterly drained by Lejean. The moment their skin touched the river water, that bone-chilling cold shot instantly from their souls to the tops of their heads, sending shivers down every spine. The river flowed silently. Water plants floated on the surface, while beneath their feet lay mud, stones, and unidentifiable objects. The water's surface was as still as a mirror, reflecting the moonlight with a cold, merciless, and icy blue glow. The female soldiers fell silent, shouldering their packs. At a time when ordinary people would be home with their families sitting in warm houses, sipping drinks, eating dinner, watching TV, enjoying the simple joys of family life, they were instead being driven like cattle by a brutish squad leader, as savage as a beast. Many female soldiers swam with all their might in the icy river, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. What the hell was she doing? Wasn't this just masochism? Wasn't she just making life miserable for herself? Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? You useless lot, you idiots, you greenhorns! Hey, you whoever you are, stop sticking your butt so high in the air. No dog paddling. Too loud. Swim quietly, damn it. From the small boat, Lejean bellowed mercilessly through his megaphone. Damn Lejean. When he has kids someday, they'll definitely have no eyes. This beast can't be human, he's a devil crawled out of hell and possessed a man. How could the army tolerate such a person? No, such a beast? He's the scum of humanity. Countless female soldiers silently screamed inside, "Oh God, send a bolt of lightning to strike Lejean dead." Look at him. What a bastard. He paddles the boat himself while making us swim. And he's yelling his head off. ING shameless. ING beast. Is he even human? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. What the hell are you dawdling for? I'm your enemy, you greenhorns, you useless trash. Not one of you will leave here alive. With your pathetic skills, you want to be special forces? Put. You make me sick just looking at you. Faster. Faster. Swim harder for me. Oh my God, why hasn't the heavens struck him down yet? The female soldiers silently screamed inside. Under the gunfire from Yan Wang and his men, and Lejean's relentless shots through the megaphone, the female soldiers finally managed to swim across the river, pushing themselves to the absolute limit, using every last ounce of strength in their bodies. Immediately, they all collapsed, completely spent, on the opposite bank. At that moment, they had no more worries, no more thoughts, no strength left to think of anything else. They collapsed one after another on the opposite bank, wailing like children. Lejean leisurely paddled his rubber boat to the opposite bank, pulling out his stopwatch. Oh my, useless lot. Crossing this little ditch took you a full 20 minutes. 20 minutes. A ditch you could have crossed in 2 minutes, and you took 20. Sigh, rookies. Rookies. Lejean blew the assembly whistle. The female soldiers scrambled to their feet and fell into formation. Surely, this time they'd be taken back. They'd been drilled into idiots already, any more training would cripple them. It had to be true, people needed to eat, drink, and sleep. This time they'd be taken back, the soldiers thought, scrambling to their feet and lining up, waiting for Lejean's order to retreat. Lejean glanced at his watch and chuckled. That devilish grin instantly sent chills down every female soldier's spine. That damn smile was back again. It was terrifying. This bastard, he wouldn't be playing some new trick, would he? Lejean, heh, my dear little chicks, tired? Thirsty? Hungry? I bet you're all exhausted, starving, parched, and dying to sleep. Heh, don't worry, this captain will grant your wish. Here, exactly 5 kilometers from our base camp, not too far, not too close. Our vehicles ran out of gas. Oh dear, my apologies. Looks like you'll have to run back. At this point, Lejean paused, his voice turning harsh. Listen up, all of you. The final training exercise today is a 5-kilometer forced march. Now. Immediately. Get moving, you bunch of rookies. Lejean. Cut it out. They can't train anymore, they can't run anymore. They're completely exhausted. If they keep going, they'll be ruined. Are you blind? They've reached their limit. There's no way they can run another 5 kilometers. Are you even human? From the nearby vehicle, Tan Xiaolin pushed open the door and unleashed a torrent of scolding at Lejean. Lejean, I've put up with you all day. This is no way to train people. They're girls. They're human beings. Is this training? This is abuse. This is inhumane torture. You. Tan Xiaolin's words cut short as Lejean lunged forward, yanking her by the collar. Darted to the riverbank in a few swift strides, grabbed Tan Xiaolin's arm, and swung her with all his might. Instantly, Tan Xiaolin, clutched in Lejean's hand like a discarded toy doll, traced a beautiful arc through the air before splashing into the water with a thud. The female soldiers were stunned, frozen in shock. Holy, Lejean actually went through with it. After all, she was the instructor. This. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear me? 5-kilometer forced march. 25 minutes flat. Anyone not here by then is out. Start your watches. This beast dared to strike even the instructor. And us new recruits? We weren't fools. We slung our packs over our shoulders and ran after the lead vehicle. Tan Xiaolin never imagined Lei Zhan would actually strike her. She certainly never imagined he'd do it in front of all the female soldiers, showing her no mercy whatsoever. He actually threw her straight into the water. Tan Xiaolin scrambled out of the water and roughly wiped the river water from her face. Lei Zhan, you bastard, you son of a... I'm going to report you. I'll go straight to the base headquarters and report you. I'll report you until you're ruined. I'll report you until you're finished. I'll report you until you're dead. You animal. Get out of the PLA. Tan Xiaolin climbed into the car, seething. She yelled at the driver, Little B, what are you staring at? Drive. Her shrill voice made Little B flinch, and he quickly started the engine. Watching Tan Xiaolin's car drive away, Old Fox approached Lei Zhan. Oh my, thunder god, you actually went through with it? You went too far. No matter what, she's the daughter of the military district commander. You should have at least spared her some face. Now she's going straight to her old man with this. This could get messy. Lei Zhan chuckled darkly, so what? Worst case, I'll demobilize. Worst case, the Fire Phoenix assault squad disbands. That suits me just fine. I never supported this women's assault squad idea anyway. Old Fox sighed and shook his head. That may be true, but... Lei Zhan, no buts about it. We did nothing wrong. Special forces, female special forces, no less. If they can't even handle basic survival and self-defense, what kind of special forces are they? Better to have no unit at all than one filled with subpar, unqualified recruits. I'm out of here. With that, Lei Zhan climbed into Yanwan's vehicle to chase after the last female soldier. Chapter 19, Restless Night. The first day of Hell Week finally concluded when the female soldiers, scraping together their last ounce of strength, reached the finish line at Beast Camp. Every one of them now understood what Special Forces training truly meant, what pushing to the limit felt like, and what the Hell Beast Camp was. They say a slap and a sweet date. But here, there were no sweet dates. Only slaps. Endless slaps. And Lei Zhan's relentless humiliation, contempt, torment, and pain, infinite agony. Night fell, and moonlight flowed like water, quietly illuminating the still Beast Camp. At the entrance, 2 soldiers from the Wolfang Battalion stood guard, each clutching a rifle. They stood utterly motionless, like 2 lifeless, breathless utility poles. Before them stood a motionless 81st Army flag. At this moment, it no longer fluttered in the wind, as if it too had fallen asleep. Beneath the flag lay a 5-step platform, its surface already strewn with helmets, the helmets of female soldiers who had chosen to abandon their struggle. At the top of the 5 steps sat a small golden bell. Each time it chimed, it signified another female soldier had withdrawn. Under the moonlight, the quiet barracks appeared serene and beautiful. Gone was the daytime clamor, gone was Lei Zhan's terrifying smile, gone were the constant cries of the female soldiers enduring torment. Gone were the sounds of Yan Wang and others firing their rifles into the air. Gone was everything, everything, everything. Only silence remained. Only the chirping of crickets and the occasional croak of a frog could be heard. 2 female soldiers, dressed in crisp uniforms, emerged silently from their barracks, completely ignoring the 2 Wolfang Brigade assault troops standing guard. They approached the 5-step staircase, their faces etched with exhaustion and weariness. Both removed their helmets, placing them gently on the steps. Then, one after the other, they struck the bells atop each of the 5 steps with a sharp clang. Both women soldiers wept silently. Mom, I'm sorry. Old company commander, I'm sorry. My comrades, I'm sorry. I've let you down. But, I really can't take it anymore. I definitely won't be able to endure the even more brutal training ahead. No one spoke, no one intervened. At that very moment, Lei Zhan and Old Fox watched everything unfold through the video feed in the operations room. Neither uttered a word. They knew this outcome was inevitable. Elimination was elimination. This was merely the beginning of the ruthless process of separating the wheat from the chaff. Every female soldier who came here had her own purpose, perhaps a naive dream, perhaps a whim, or perhaps simply to polish her resume. Only after the merciless waves of selection had washed away the rest would the handful of true elites, perhaps a dozen, perhaps just a few, emerge. These were the ones the Fire Phoenix Special Forces truly needed. Therefore, those who were already considering giving up or had already abandoned their efforts at this stage were essentially beyond redemption. So, neither of them spoke, silently watching it all unfold. Life is full of helplessness, and this was one of those moments. After the 2 female soldiers left, 3 more followed. Then, one by one, another 6 or 7 arrived. That night, over a dozen female soldiers slipped out while everyone else slept, silently choosing to quit. Lei Zhan had made it crystal clear, Hell Week had only just begun. Even if they survived it, a series of even more grueling, brutal, and bloody training sessions awaited them. Today alone had already shattered their confidence in coping. How could they possibly endure what followed? Special Forces training was nothing like they had imagined, utterly different from their simplistic notions. Thus, throughout the night, Lei Zhan and Old Fox watched the female soldiers withdraw one by one, utterly unmoved. Late into the night, Old Fox finally spoke up. Thunder God, they're girls. Aren't we being a bit too harsh right from the start? Lei Jun smiled wryly. I wish I could go easier, but we can't give them any illusions. If we slack off from the start, they'll cling to false hopes. Then it'll be impossible to correct later. I need them to understand this is truly hell for women. I have no opinion on what career women choose, but this is the one profession they absolutely should never pick. Old Fox sighed with a smile. Enough of that. I spoke with Tan Xiaolin today. She seems to have come to her senses and decided not to press charges against you. Lei Jun gave a faint smile. I actually hope she would. That way, she wouldn't have to come back. All this fuss and bother, she's just a foolish woman. Even now, after being humiliated by every single one of you Special Forces soldiers, by me, and even by greenhorns like Yitsuanshin and Shinlani, she still hasn't realized that unless she drops her major's arrogant airs and joins the training, she has no right to stay here. What's the point of even talking about being an instructor? Hell Week lasts only 7 days. If she puts on that instructor's airs tomorrow, showing off her silver tongue instead of training alongside the female soldiers, then she's beyond saving. The Old Fox sighed. I don't think she's that stupid. Even if she is, she must have realized by now that there's no place for weaklings here. Relying on status, rank, or connections won't hold water. If she humbles herself, throws herself into training, and grows quickly, but then gets left too far behind by the female soldiers, she'll lose her position as instructor. She'll have to leave with her tail between her legs. Lei Jun smiled faintly. Let's hope that foolish woman wakes up. She can't be beyond redemption. Ding! Lei Jun was mid-conversation with Old Fox when the door to the operations room suddenly rattled with a knock. Lei Jun froze, glancing at Old Fox. Old Fox shrugged. Someone's looking for you. No one's looking for me. You open it. Lei Jun gave a bitter laugh and rose to open the door. As it swung open, Tan Xiaolin's eyes wide as a cow's stared intently at him. Lei Jun deliberately feigned a shiver. Oh my, Instructor Tan, back from tattling? What a hassle. Come on in, warm yourself up with some coffee or something. You know, snitching isn't easy, getting up at dawn and crawling back after dark. What a grind. Come on in. If you don't fancy coffee, I've got some top-grade Da Hong Pao here. I'll brew you a pot, sir. Lei Jun. Cut the crap. Come outside. I need to talk to you. Lei Jun froze, glancing at the Old Fox seated inside. The Old Fox, noticing his look, quickly turned his head away, adopting a deadpan expression of detached indifference. Lei Jun shrugged with a smile. All right. But I don't think I have anything to discuss with you. Tan Xiaolin, I have something to tell you. With that, Tan Xiaolin swayed her curvaceous figure and waltzed off into the distance. Lei Jun sighed and followed her. When they reached a slightly secluded spot, Tan Xiaolin snapped off the armband on her shoulder with a sharp tug. Grabbing Lei Jun's hand, she placed the armband in his palm with a decisive slap. Lei Jun froze in surprise. Oh, Instructor Tan, what's this? Are you quitting? Chapter 20, Going All the Way. Tan Xiaolin pursed her lips and gave a dismissive smirk. Wrong. I'm not quitting. I've decided I'm going to stick with you to the bitter end. Look at you male soldiers, all so full of yourselves, looking down on this, disdaining that. I just can't stand that arrogant attitude of yours, like your eyeballs are about to pop out of your skulls. Lei Jun grinned. Oh? So you're planning to join the rookie training squad, huh? Tan Xiaolin stuck out her chin defiantly, glaring at him. Yes. So what? Old Fox told me you all went through this. Humph. You stinking men only act so arrogant and look down on us women because you've been through this yourselves. I'll show you that whatever you men can do, we women can do just as well. Lei Jun chuckled. So this is why you've decided to swallow your pride and volunteer for training? Tan Xiaolin, what, isn't that reason enough? I'm doing this to earn respect for women, for all women. Isn't that reason sufficient? Lei Jun grinned and shook his head. I won't say whether it's right or wrong. Since you've made up your mind, we'll see how it plays out. I'll hold on to that military rank for now. When you want it back, come ask me for it. Of course, when you come demanding it back, that'll be the day you leave this place. Got it? Tan Xiaolin snorted. I'll stick it out till the very end. I'll make you hand it back to me personally. Lei Jun roared with laughter. Fine. I'll see if you can hold out until the end. Well then, congratulations, Comrade Tan Xiaolin. Now, per the rules, pack your belongings and move them to the female dormitory. You're no different from those rookies now. Don't expect me to cut you any slack. Tan Xiaolin, oomph. I won't need it. With that, Tan Xiaolin wiggled her hips defiantly and strode off with forceful steps. Lei Jun watched her receding figure and smiled faintly, glancing at the armband in his hand. Ah, women, always lying. Clearly, Shinlani and Yitsuanshin had provoked her enough to join the training, yet she insisted on inventing some lofty excuse about saving face for women. Women, so hypocritical. Just then, Old Fox appeared out of nowhere and sidled up to Lei Jun. Thunder God, what's the deal? Did Instructor Tan slip you a love letter? Lei Jun narrowed his eyes instantly. You old pervert, why are your thoughts so filthy? Look, Tan Xiaolin hasn't disappointed us. She's finally wised up and is ready to hang out with the rookies. Tomorrow, we'll officially distribute the rookie helmets to the rest of the team and have them wear the bracelets with the Beidou Global Positioning System. Elimination training is officially underway. Old Fox, understood. The night passed without incident. The next day, as the morning sun rose, the girls were roused by a sharp whistle. They scrambled to their feet, fully armed, to greet the second day of Hell Week. Lei Zhen stood before them, grinning as always. Hey, ladies, congratulations on seeing today's sun. Last night, many smart ones chose to quit. Oh, I just love smart people. Saves so much trouble, everyone's happy. Now look at you stubborn holdouts. Just seeing you useless pieces of trash makes my blood boil. TSK TSK. Just look at yourselves, look at your pathetic expressions. With your cowardly attitudes, you still want to be special forces? Oh my god, just thinking about it makes my heart sink. A famous Soviet writer once said, "War let the women leave." I think he was absolutely right. And Shakespeare, that great literary figure, also had a famous line that I wholeheartedly agree with. He said, "Weaklings, your name is woman. TSK TSK, look at yourselves. Do you really have what it takes to be special forces? Stop overestimating yourselves and just quit. I'm begging you, okay? Don't waste your time or mine, will you?" After waiting a while, Lei Zhan saw no one was quitting. He pursed his lips and nodded. Stubborn as mules, huh? Won't give in till the bitter end? Fine. Yesterday, your team gained another rookie, your former instructor. She also vowed to fight me to the bitter end. Fine. I'll see just how long you fools can hold out. Hand out the helmets and bracelets. Almost forgot something. Those two rookies who got into a fight yesterday stepped forward. Old Fox and the others began distributing helmets. Each helmet bore two glaring, unmistakable characters, two large, humiliating characters, rookie. The sight of those two characters made every female soldier grit their teeth in fury. They grudgingly accepted the helmets and reluctantly placed them on their heads. Simultaneously, a black leather wristband was fastened around each of their wrists. They didn't know these were Beidou Global Positioning System trackers, capable of monitoring them anytime, anywhere. Yi Xuanxin and Shenlani stepped forward in unison. They exchanged a glance, each rolling their eyes in unison. Lei Zhan, whoa, you two have some serious attitude. Your eyes are practically rolling back into your heads. You two are pretty tough, huh? Looks like you've got not only good skills but also exceptional physical fitness. Everyone else, grab your gear and head to breakfast. You two? 1 hour of push-ups each. Oof. Since you're women, I'll let you off with just 1 hour. If you were male soldiers, it'd be 2. Shenlani, reporting. Lei Zhan, speak. Shenlani, I refuse to accept this. Lei Zhan, disagree? On what grounds? Shenlani, why do male soldiers get 2 hours while I only get 1? I demand 2 hours. Yi Xuanxin, report. I want 2 hours too. Lei Zhan, oh ho, you want to compete? Fine, I'll grant your wish 3 hours. Start now. The second day of Hell Week began. Watching Yi Xuanxin and Shenlani repeatedly push themselves up and down on the ground doing push-ups, the other female soldiers all murmured to themselves, what kind of torture will I endure today? After nearly 2 hours, Lei Zhan falsely declared the 3 hours were up, summoning Yi Xuanxin and Shenlani to their feet and ordering them to fall in. He chuckled smugly, congratulations, girls. You've earned your rookie status. But rookies are rookies. Welcome to the second day of your hellish journey. At that moment, the old fox approached Lei Zhan and whispered softly, Thunder God, someone's here to see you. It's a woman. A beautiful woman. Chapter 21, Secret Infiltration. Lei Zhan chuckled. And ran, huh? Can't blame her. These past days, I've been too busy dealing with these rookies to find time to see her. Probably here to give me a piece of her mind? Old Fox shook his head with a smile, not and ran. She's far too sensible for that. Go see for yourself. Lei Zhan shrugged. The rookies are yours. Remember, drill them to the standard of leaving not a single one behind. No slacking. Old Fox, don't worry. Got it. Lei Zhan walked to the entrance of the beast camp and spotted an unfamiliar woman's beautiful silhouette facing him. She held a phone in her hand, using it like a mirror as she fiddled with her hair. Lei Zhan froze in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he strolled leisurely behind her. Deliberately ignoring her phone, he asked with a smile, Hello, beautiful. I hear you were looking for me? The woman with the ponytail turned around, looked at Lei Zhan, and smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Well, Captain Lei, I'm the assistant to Yi Xuanxin's mother. You can just call me Secretary Yao. Lei Zhan was startled upon seeing this woman. If Lei Zhan hadn't traveled through time, he wouldn't have known who she was. But now, Lei Zhan was no longer the Lei Zhan of before, the one who knew nothing. Lei Zhan now knew full well that the woman before him was the spy embedded within Yi Xuanxin's mother's inner circle, a loyal lackey of the K2 organization he would eventually have to confront. Moreover, Lei Zhan was equally aware of Yi Tsuanshin's mother's true identity, a member of the K2 organization. Though she had ultimately shown remorse and broken ties with the K2 leader, Haimeo, who could say whether the plot would unfold as it had before? But Lei Zhan was certain it wouldn't, because Enran hadn't died. That fact alone proved the plot could be altered. Therefore, Lei Zhan dared not let his guard down around this woman. As for the secretary Yao, she hadn't crossed paths with Lei Zhan in the original storyline. Yet here she was, suddenly appearing and interacting with him. Evidently, the plot of the original world had undergone a fundamental shift. Everything was now shrouded in uncertainty. Seeing Lei Zhan lost in thought, Secretary Yao's smile widened. Captain Lei, what are you thinking about? Getting so lost in thought, isn't that a bit rude? Lei Zhan snapped back to reality, quickly putting on his trademark goofy grin as he shook Secretary Yao's hand. Hello, hello. Secretary Yao, hello. Just got caught up in a little thing earlier. My apologies for zoning out and making you laugh. Sorry. Secretary Yao responded with a gracious smile, not at all. Captain Lei, you handle countless matters daily. It's actually my fault for barging in. Well, I came because there's a small matter. Our general manager, Ms. Zhang Yi Tsuanshin's mother misses her daughter terribly. She tried contacting Yi Tsuanshin's former unit but was told she was no longer there. So our CEO used a little influence and discovered Yi Tsuanshin is actually at your renowned Special Forces training camp, Captain Lei. So, I'm here no other intention just to see if Yi Tsuanshin is present and well. That way, our CEO can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan didn't answer Secretary Yao's question. Instead, he dropped his smile. His face turned cold as he fixed Secretary Yao with an intense stare, no trace of humor, not even a flicker of emotion. He narrowed his eyes, gazing at Secretary Yao with such intensity that the stare lasted a full 5 seconds. Secretary Yao met Lei Zhan's gaze for 2 seconds before she could no longer bear the piercing intensity of his stare, which seemed to cut straight to the soul. She quickly looked away. Captain Lei, what is this? Is this how all of you Special Forces soldiers look at people? It's terrifying. Lei Zhan chuckled, of course not. Special Forces rarely look at people like that. We only use that gaze when we sense extreme danger. Secretary Yao froze for a moment before flashing a row of pearly whites. Captain Lei, you really know how to joke. A delicate little woman like me standing among the burly men of your nationally renowned Special Forces unit, I'm the one who's dangerous here. Lei Zhan gave a forced chuckle. Alright, enough teasing. Tell me why you're here. Secretary Yao, Captain Lei, I mean no offense. I just want to see that Yi Tsuanshin is safe and sound. I don't even need to disturb her, just let me see her for a moment. I know your unit has its rules, but surely letting me see her once won't violate them? Lei Zhan's expression abruptly shifted from a smile to a cold stare. No. That would indeed be a violation. Secretary Yao pleaded, come on, Captain Lei. I traveled all this way just to see Yi Tsuanshin. I need to report back to our CEO. Please, show some mercy. Make an exception. Just let me see her. I'm not taking her anywhere. Lei Zhan remained unyielding. I said no means no. What kind of place do you think this is? Somewhere you should be? I don't care how you got here. But you won't see my team's faces. You've miscalculated, Secretary Yao. You think I'd let you see our Special Forces and memorize their faces, only to report them to your master, Black Cat? Lei Zhan delivered this statement with detached calm. Secretary Yao instantly turned ashen, staring at him with terror. He froze for a full 5 seconds before forcing a smile uglier than crying. See, Captain Lei, I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here immediately. Don't test my patience. Lei Zhan snapped, his rare display of anger sending a shiver down Secretary Yao's spine. At the command, Secretary Yao scrambled away, yanking open the car door to flee inside. Stop right there. Lei Zhan bellowed. He walked up to the stunned, dazed face. Hand over the phone. Lei Zhan reached out his hand directly towards Secretary Yao. Secretary Yao tremblingly handed over the phone. Lei Zhan snatched it, flung it with a flick of his wrist, and smashed it to pieces on the car. You little, setting your sights on my beast camp? That takes some nerve. Looks like Black Cat has already arrived here. Get the hell out of here now. Tell your master to clear out immediately, or this city will be his final resting place. Secretary Yao shuddered at the words, swiftly maneuvering her car in a circle. She slammed the accelerator, leaving a trail of dust as she sped away. She needed to return immediately and inform her master. The secret of his master's covert return to this city had been exposed. Chapter 22, System Rogue. Watching Secretary Yao's car disappear, Lei Zhan felt a slight tremor in his heart. Secretary Yao's arrival seemed casual, seemingly posing no immediate threat to the Special Forces. Yet Lei Zhan knew that in the original script, it was precisely his clash with this organization that ultimately led to his demise. This K2 organization, that Black Cat, they would inevitably cross paths in his own destiny. Put nicely, it would be a clash of destinies. Put bluntly, it was a matter of life and death. This issue no longer concerned only the Special Forces team, it now involved Lei Zhan himself. Lei Zhan understood that saving Enraged's life didn't guarantee he could save his own. While he now possessed slightly deeper martial arts foundations than his former self, his other soft skills weren't necessarily as strong as before. This reality was clear to him. Right now, Lei Zhan was only able to maintain his position by relying on the 10-level small-scale hand-to-hand combat skills he'd earned through 10 points of experience. But what about when actual combat came? What about when he had to demonstrate other skills? Like firearms. Exactly as a Special Forces soldier, how could his marksmanship not be exceptional? A gun was a soldier's second life. No way. I gotta improve my marksmanship. Lei Zhan muttered to himself. But as Lei Zhan now, his own shooting skills were beyond question. Still, he couldn't very well train alongside these rookie female soldiers. This was a real problem. Looks like he'd have to turn to the system old ghost who brought him here. Lei Zhan cleared his throat softly, summoning the system in his mind. Ahem, system ghost, calling system ghost. System, ahem, HM? What's up? Did you finish that mission to recruit that little brat Yitsunshin? Lei Zhan, a living person isn't that easy to collect. Besides, it's only been a few days. Not yet. System, then why did you call me? You're disturbing this old man's peaceful slumber. Lei Zhan, hey, old ghost, listen to me. I urgently need to improve my marksmanship. See if you have any quick fixes. System, no shortcuts. Only one way, trade your points. That won't change. Your points? Still 0. Nothing to trade. That's it. I'm off to sleep. Lei Zhan, hey. You old ghost, how can you sleep so much at your age? Tell me, is there any other way to get those experience points? Besides, well, you know, that little girl Yitsunshin. System, let me see. Oh, quests? There are plenty of those. I just didn't want you to bite off more than you can chew. The quest list is right here. Take a look yourself. With a swish, the system projected a task list into Lei Zhan's mind. 1. Daily task, undermine a female soldier's confidence, shake her worldview, and convince one to quit. Earn 1 bubble point. When Lei Zhan saw this daily task, he instantly flew into a rage. Old ghost, why didn't you bring this task out for me to do sooner? System, oh my, I just didn't feel like dealing with the hassle. Once you complete a task, the system starts beeping nonstop, and I have to add points and exchange stuff for you. It's exhausting. I just wanted to sleep in a bit longer. Lei Zhan, damn you. Now I see why they call you a rogue system, you're a total ripoff. Main Quest 1, complete the phased elimination of female soldiers. Phase 1, new recruit intimidation completed. Reward, 20 bubble points. Lei Zhan's vision blurred upon seeing this quest. He'd already done this. And because he didn't know about the quest, he'd missed out on the reward for nothing. Lei Zhan felt an urge to strangle the old devil who made the system. What a ripoff! What a ripoff! Main Quest 2, complete the phased elimination of female soldiers. Phase 2, Hell Week culling. Eliminate 60% of female soldiers. Reward, 20 bubble points. Reading this, Lei Zhan finally wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank goodness this one was still within reach. Main Quest 3, complete Phase 3 of the elimination process grouped comprehensive drills. Reward, 30 bubble points. Thank goodness there's still time. Main Quest 4, complete the overall elimination tournament selection and form the Fire Phoenix Assault Team. Reward, 50 bubble points. Main Quest 5. Lei Zhan glanced further down and discovered that the mission to take down Yitsunshin was actually a side quest optional to complete. Lei Zhan was utterly speechless. That damn system old ghost. Lei Zhan felt like he was about to explode with rage. System old ghost, ahem, sorry about that, young man. Ahem. I admit I'm a bit selfish and roguelike. But I mean well, you know? I just want you to grow freely in this environment, building your strength bit by bit through your own efforts. That's true skill, right? A person's true worth comes from abilities earned through their own hard work. That's what counts. Lei Zhan, get lost, you old bastard. I don't want to hear another word from you. Lei Zhan was absolutely furious. Hearing Lei Zhan's rage, the system old ghost vanished without a trace. Probably off to sleep again. Lei Zhan cursed the system old ghost on the spot for quite a while. Damn it, this old bastard was utterly rogue and irresponsible. Damn it, hiding these quests for so long had cost him all his gains these past days. Roughly calculating, he'd missed out on dozens of bubble points. Damn it, what a ripoff. But thankfully, better late than never. After his anger cooled somewhat, Lei Zhan finally understood. Rogue system, it truly lived up to its name. Damn that system spirit, the old ghost. It was the biggest rogue of them all. Time waits for no man. Through Secretary Yao, Lei Zhan learned that the K2 organization had already reached Donghai City. He didn't have much time left. There was no time for complaining now. He had to hurry and earn bubble points to arm himself and the Fire Phoenix Assault Team. Before K2 made their move, he absolutely had to finish training the Fire Phoenix assault team. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. Right now, he had to earn points immediately. He'd tackle daily missions, crush the female soldiers' confidence, shake their worldviews, and convince as many as possible to quit. Each one who left meant one more point for him. Damn it, he was going to work now, to abuse these reckless female soldiers. He'd make those who should leave do so quickly, turning them into his points. With this mindset, Lei Zhan turned back to camp, hopped on his motorcycle, and headed straight for the female soldiers in training. Ahem, ladies, your nemesis is here. Lei Zhan rode his motorcycle up to the female soldiers slogging through muddy pits, carrying logs back and forth, switching shoulders. His face twisted into a vicious grin. Ahem, girls, how's that feel? Enjoying yourselves? King Yama, this training is unacceptable. Grab the pressure washer. Turn it on. Drench them. Keep pouring until they can't even scream for their mothers. Chapter 23, Hell Week concludes. The female soldiers struggled in the mud, enduring the relentless spray of high-pressure water jets as heavy as a downpour while performing the grueling log-carrying exercise. This went on for 2 or 3 hours straight. The high-pressure water gun showed no sign of stopping. Every single soldier was utterly exhausted under these brutal conditions. Yet they still shouted their slogans, gritting their teeth and persevering. Lei Zhan understood deeply that true suffering and torment weren't found in thrilling, heart-pounding actions, but in the relentless repetition of a simple movement over an extended period. For instance, running 10,000 meters might seem daunting and exhausting. But what was truly grueling? Being forced to perform a trivial task for an entire day and night, like standing perfectly still. Standing versus running 10,000 meters, which is easier? Standing, of course. But if you had to stand for a day and night? That's no easy feat. True suffering lies in enduring the long haul. Whether that endurance fuels a dream or fuels action. Even if they seem simple, even if they seem straightforward. And let us not forget standing in water, enduring high-pressure jets while shifting logs from shoulder to shoulder? That's no simple task. Lei Zhan sat on a folding chair, a colorful wide-brimmed hat perched on his head, a Coca-Cola in hand, his legs crossed. He looked every bit like a feudal landlord watching his laborers toil. Lei Zhan planned to unleash his silver tongue in an hour to persuade the weak-willed female soldiers to quit. Unexpectedly, before the hour was up, some began wailing, "I quit! I quit!" Lei Zhan beamed at the sound, leaping up from his chair. Hey, smart ones. Quick, come up. Here, big brother will give you a hand. Oh my. Look at our little beauty, drenched like a water duck. Quick, little bee, take our little sister to the dorm for a good bath. Give her whatever she wants to eat or drink, take good care of her. If you show the slightest negligence, I'll hold you accountable. Little sister, don't cry. Want a bottle of Coke to refresh yourself? Ding. Daily task, undermine female soldiers' confidence, shake their worldview, and persuade one to quit, earning you a point. The system's delightful voice chimed. Lei Zhan beamed with delight. He chuckled contentedly. Approaching the mud pit's edge, he scanned the area before settling beside a female soldier who looked utterly spent. Oh dear, little sister. Look at you, why put yourself through this? Listen to big brother, just quit. See how smart that sister was earlier? TSK. Right now, she's enjoying a hot bath, sipping coffee, then drifting off to a sweet sleep. After that, she'll lounge comfortably on the bus back to her old unit to live in luxury. Completely away from this place. What kind of place is this? Hell. A living hell. You understand? Look at yourself now, suffering through this hellish torment. So exhausting, so freezing. What are you even trying to prove? Tell me, what exactly are you trying to gain? You're wasting your youth, wasting your life. Come on up, sister. The sea of suffering has no end, but turning back leads to salvation. A hot bath awaits you, chicken drumsticks await you, your parents and siblings await you. Wah, I quit. The female soldier, already on the brink of collapse, heard Lei Zhan's words, each one hitting the very thoughts in her heart. Her physical strength completely shattered, and she broke down instantly. I quit. Ah, a smart one. Big brother loves smart ones. Quick, give me your hand. I'll pull you up. Hurry, old fox, take the little sister to put her helmet away. Don't forget to ring the bell. Ding. Daily task, persuade female soldier to quit completed. Reward, 1 XP point. System announcement. Lei Zhan was in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, he'd secured 2 experience points. If it weren't for that damnable old ghost holding him back, he could have gotten even more. Damn it, what a pain in the ass. I gotta make up for those losses fast. Lei Zhan's eyes darted around again, locking onto a female soldier beside him, her eyes glazed over, on the verge of collapse, yet still forcing herself to hold on. He crouched down with a smile. Ahem, little beauty, hello. I'm your beloved squad leader. Listen to me now. The 7 days of Hell Week slipped by unnoticed, 6 days filled with Lei Zhan's shameless persuasion and the female soldier's endless torment. Each of those 6 days saw at least a dozen female soldiers succumb to Lei Zhan's shameless coaxing, ultimately choosing to quit. Over these 6 days, 40 female soldiers departed one after another. Combined with the dozens who had left earlier, the total number of departures exceeded 2/3 of the group. The remaining soldiers numbered exactly 40, not one more, not one less. These 6 days were exceptionally satisfying for Lei Zhan. Through daily missions, he had accumulated a full 40 bubble points. This meant that now, if he wished, he could take any woman here mind and body. Lei Zhan had considered using these points to pursue Yi Xuanxin or Tang Xiaoxiao, who resembled Fan Bingbing. But upon reflection, he deemed it unwise. After all, his current position was commander of the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. Engaging in such affairs with female soldiers would undoubtedly create a negative impact. Moreover, higher-ups would likely not approve. One misstep, and he'd be out of a job. That's a minor issue. But the entire chain of events that follows hinges on my status as squad leader. Without that position, the mission can't proceed. And if the mission stalls, how am I supposed to rack up points? So, after careful planning and analysis, Lei Zhan concluded that his plan to conquer the female soldier body and soul would have to be postponed for now. As this thought crossed his mind, Lei Zhan felt like the system had played him for a fool. Damn it, the current situation made it impossible to pick up girls at will. This system wasn't just a rogue, it was downright shameless. He seemed to have been outmaneuvered by it. Still, there were benefits to this. As long as he steadily built his strength, once he could turn the tables and control everything, he could take them all down at once. Flirting would have to wait. Lei Zhan thought it over carefully and immediately allocated 10 of his flirting points to gun skills. Previously, with 10 points, Mortal Tier, Small Seizing Hand 10th Dan. Plus Physical Prowess 10th Dan. Now, 10 points, Mortal Tier, Spear Technique 10th Dan. The pinnacle of spear technique attainable by ordinary mortals. Plus, Human Speed, Mortal Tier, 10th Dan. The pinnacle of movement speed achievable by ordinary mortals. And furthermore, Human Body Strength, Mortal Tier, 10th rank. The pinnacle of strength achievable by ordinary mortals. Thus, Lei Zhan had used up 30 of his 40 bubble points in one go. 10 bubble points remained. Yet Lei Zhan knew that possessing these 4 peak mortal tier abilities already made him immeasurably stronger than his former self. Facing future threats like K2 or Black Cat would no longer pose a significant challenge. Over these 6 days, Lei Zhan had undergone earth-shattering changes. No one realized that among mortals, even among Special Forces soldiers, Lei Zhan had now become a god-like existence. Lei Zhan truly lived up to the title of Thunder God. Yet outwardly, Lei Zhan remained unchanged. No one noticed his transformation. He continued to tirelessly urge the female soldiers to quit, pushing them relentlessly through grueling training. Nor did the women themselves realize that, after this period of Lei Zhan's rigorous training, they too had undergone earth-shattering changes both mentally and physically. Everything was subtly evolving under Lei Zhan's influence, gradually transforming them into true Special Forces soldiers. Lei Zhan had no intention of saving the remaining 10 bubble points. He used them all to further enhance his martial arts techniques. He broke through the mortal realm and entered its next stage, the domain realm. However, the realm of domain was nearly beyond the limits achievable through normal human physical training. It was a stage attainable by only 1 in 10,000 humans. Domain tier. Therefore, these 10 points no longer function like those in the mortal realm, where a single point could advance 1 tier. Instead, all 10 points collectively constituted 1 tier. Thus, Lei Zhan's current martial skill stood at Domain Realm, Tier 1. When it came to martial arts alone, ordinary martial arts masters were no longer worthy of Lei Zhan's attention. Crossing realms was like crossing mountains. No matter how formidable a mortal tier expert might be, they could never hope to defeat someone who has stepped into the domain realm. This is the fundamental difference between tiers. Within the same tier, an individual might occasionally defeat a higher-ranked opponent due to specific circumstances. However, once the gap between tiers is measured in realms, victory becomes utterly impossible. This meant that with Lei Zhan's current martial prowess, any ordinary human was already no match for him. All of this had been accomplished in silence. No one had noticed. And no one ever would. The 7th day of Hell Week arrived as scheduled. After 6 days of relentless torment and punishment from Lei Zhan, the remaining 40 female soldiers had become somewhat vacant. They no longer fussed over trivial matters, no longer screamed at the sound of Yama's gunfire. They no longer thought of quitting when they couldn't endure it. 7 days had tempered them into calmness, tempered them into no longer fearing hardship, tempered them into no longer contemplating surrender or withdrawal. They had transformed themselves into walking corpses. Their minds held only 2 words: persevere, persevere, persevere. This was what they needed to do. The remaining 40 female soldiers were too exhausted to speak, too drained to feel anger, too weak to blame Lei Zhan. They had lost the strength to remember how many days had passed, forgotten they were enduring Hell Week. On the afternoon of the 7th day, under the old fox's bellowing commands, the 40 female soldiers sat in the blazing sun doing push-ups. Sweat pooled beneath them, forming a human shape on the ground. Lei Zhan approached the dazed female soldiers with a smirk. Ahem, ladies, get up. Listen to me for a moment. The soldiers scrambled to their feet at his words. Lei Zhan chuckled, "What's with the long faces? You all look like you just lost your husbands. What's the deal? Only 2 days in and you're already like this? You want to be Special Forces soldiers? Cough cough, don't make me laugh. Now, I declare, Hell Week is over. That's all for today." Chapter 24, The Instructor's Meltdown. Lei Zhan had been relentlessly belittling the remaining 40 female soldiers out of the original 138. Then, abruptly, he declared Hell Week over. The female soldiers froze, momentarily stunned. All 40 of them froze in place, staring at Lei Zhan in disbelief. Lei Zhan chuckled, "What's wrong? Stupid? I said Hell Week is over." Silence. Absolute silence. Dead silence. After a full 10 seconds, the silent female soldiers suddenly erupted in earth-shattering, mountain-collapsing screams. Every single soldier instantly came alive, completely losing their minds. They leaped into the air, laughing through tears as they embraced each other, celebrating in a way only women could. Watching the soldiers revel in place, the old fox smiled faintly. These past days, I've finally seen smiles on the female soldiers' faces. I've also seen your true smile, Thunder God. They've finally passed this first test. Lei Zhan nodded with a smile, watching the soldiers reveling on the ground. Hell Week was finally over. These soldiers probably hadn't yet grasped their own growth. Today, they would be given a day to celebrate. Starting tomorrow, formation training would begin. There wasn't much time left for them. Old Fox stared at Lei Zhan in surprise. "Thunder God, what exactly do you mean by that?" Lei Zhan chuckled. "My meaning is exactly what I said, time is running out for them." Old Fox still knew nothing about the K2 organization, and Lei Zhan couldn't possibly explain it to him. Could he tell him he wasn't the original Lei Zhan, but someone who had traveled through time? That was impossible. Lei Zhan could only wait for events to unfold gradually before stepping in to resolve them. However, to heighten the old fox's vigilance and urge him to train the female soldiers more rigorously, he remarked casually, "Do you know who that woman who came looking for me today was? Her name is Secretary Yao. One of my undercover agents passed me information this woman is a member of an international criminal organization." Old Fox was startled upon hearing this. "What? Such a thing? Should we report this to number 1? Lei Zhan shook his head. "The timing isn't right yet. Besides, I doubt number 1's intelligence channels are any weaker than ours. This is top secret information. Even if he knows, he probably wouldn't share it with us. When the time is right, he'll tell us." Old Fox nodded. "You're right, Lei Zhan. Well then, we really must intensify training for these female soldiers. When the time comes to deploy them, they must be combat ready. Real battle is the true test of their skills. Also, Thunder God, I need to tell you something. While you were checking on that woman earlier, number 1 called with news. The International Special Forces Alliance's ERNA training base has extended an invitation to us. In 3 months, they're holding an International Special Forces joint exercise in the African wetlands. Thunder God, look at us." Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes at the news. "Damn, this couldn't have come at a worse time. The timeline's way too tight. 3 months, can the Fire Phoenix be deployed in time?" Old Fox nodded in agreement. "That's exactly my concern. 3 months is barely enough time to complete standard formation training. After that, we still have 7 rounds of practice drill shooting exercises, weapon specialization, wilderness survival, team integration training, ideological assessments, and various other miscellaneous exercises. Even if we push it to the limit, it'll take at least half a year. But this timeline..." Lei Zhan reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Old Fox watched, his mouth twitching, but he said nothing. Lei Zhan took a deep drag. Lei Zhan knew he hadn't smoked before. But now, he didn't care. He needed this cigarette to ease the tension. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lei Zhan declared, "The International Special Forces Alliance training camp is a rare opportunity. If the Fire Phoenix unit isn't formed, that's one thing. But if it is formed, we absolutely cannot miss this chance. There's no other way. We must accelerate the training process, quickly weed out the unfit, reduce the numbers, and then focus on elite training. We must complete all training subjects before the ERNA training camp arrives, so the Fire Phoenix can join us in the International Joint Special Forces military exercises." Old Fox voiced his concern. "Can the female soldiers handle it?" Lei Zhan, whether they can handle it or not, they have to. They chose this path. Fall in. I have orders to deliver. Old Fox blew his whistle. The female soldiers, who had been jumping in place and raising their fists in celebration, instantly snapped to attention and fell into formation. Lei Zhan stepped forward, his face dark, his emotions churning. Black Cat had already arrived in Donghai City, lurking in the shadows, watching intently. The International Special Forces joint exercises were imminent. These female soldiers didn't have much time left. If they wanted to survive, he had to be cruel to them, even more cruel in his training. Only then could they become qualified, outstanding special operations soldiers. Lei Zhan swept his gaze over the female soldiers, their faces flushed with excitement. "All right, enough shouting. It's just a little hell week. Look at you all, so excited. Is that really necessary? Embarrassing, isn't it? Rookies, let me tell you this, Hell Week is nothing to a real Special Forces soldier. It's like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts a piece of cake. Look at yourselves, just look at yourselves. A mere Hell Week. 138 women, and what do we have? Only 40 remain. Nearly 100 eliminated. Useless, useless, all of you useless, weaklings, rookies. I'll say it again, Special Forces isn't for you. Not for you women, not for you weaklings. After his tirade, Lei Zhan paced back and forth, pausing briefly, but then again, I never imagined that after Hell Week's culling, there'd still be 40 of you left. 40. Seeing this situation makes me extremely displeased, utterly dissatisfied. How could 40 still remain? Too many, far too many. I'll make sure not a single one of you stupid women survives. Not a single one. Got it? 40 of you still here? I'm furious, absolutely furious. I've made up my mind from now on, I'm going to drill you stubborn, worthless women into the ground. I'll break you, cripple you, until even your own mothers wouldn't recognize you. Look at yourselves. Every last one of you looks like a weakling. You make me sick. You think you can be Special Forces? Ha! Put. You're just wasting my time. Wasting your lives and mine. You're all greenhorns, useless trash, trash, trash. Lei Zhan ranted and raved, hurling insults for ages. Yet among the female soldiers, not a single one played along with him anymore. What Lei Zhan didn't know was that under Tan Xiaolin's persuasion, the female soldiers had reached a consensus, ignore every single one of Lei Zhan's tactics. Whether he tried to persuade or belittle them, there was only one way to handle it. That was to remain utterly silent. You may have 1,000 clever schemes, but I have my own surefire method. Silence was the greatest counterattack against Lei Zhan. Otherwise, the moment you spoke, you'd fall right into his trap. After witnessing Lei Zhan's behavior these past days and enduring everything he'd put them through, the female soldiers agreed with Tan Xiaolin's suggestion. Thus, they reached a consensus, no matter what Lei Zhan said, they would simply ignore it. Treat it as wind passing by their ears. Lei Zhan's words served two purposes, one was to shatter the female soldiers' psychological defenses, driving them to surrender, the other was to coax them into choosing defeat. His words never held any kindness, they were never to be listened to. They were a lullaby, the devil's own voice. If you truly paid attention, you would only bring suffering upon yourself. All the female soldiers unanimously agreed with instructor Tan Xiaolin's analysis. Thus, today, no one stepped forward to report against Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan ranted on and on from up there. Seeing no one challenge him, he blinked his eyes. Huh? What's going on today? Why isn't anyone arguing back? Could it be, you bunch of idiots, you rookies have finally gotten smart? Old fox, ahem, thunder god, looks like your trick isn't working today. Lei Zhan found it strange too. It seemed this tactic really wasn't working anymore. Since that was the case, he didn't want to waste the female soldiers' rest time. Lei Zhan raised his hand to his mouth and gave a soft cough. Alright, whatever. You've all made it through this hell week. Big or small, it's still an achievement. Fine, I declare, all female soldiers, 1 day off. Tomorrow, we begin even stricter training. Dismissed. Oh. The female soldiers erupted into cheers once more, their shrieks so piercing they made Lei Zhan's ears ache. After the cheers, they scattered in a flurry of leaps and bounds. Today was their first sunny, heavenly day since arriving in this hell. They wanted to let loose, take showers, put on makeup, dress up beautifully, call their moms and boyfriends, so many things to do. The showerheads in the women's bath, which had always dispensed cold water, suddenly switched to 37°C hot water with adjustable temperature settings. This prompted another wave of cheers from the female soldiers. As the warm water washed over their bodies, every soldier silently gave Lei Zhan a mental thumbs up. They were slowly beginning to understand that Lei Zhan wasn't the cold-blooded, ruthless monster he appeared to be on the surface. After a day of playful chaos, the female soldiers fell asleep early. They hadn't had a single good night's rest in days. As evening fell and rain began to drift from the sky, Tan Xiaolin slipped quietly out of the dormitory. Without an umbrella, she walked bareheaded into the rain. Tan Xiaolin had ripped off her military insignia, handed it to Lei Zhan, and entered this boot camp for female recruits solely because she couldn't swallow her pride. But after a week of hellish boot camp training, when her body and mind were fully immersed in the iron-blooded life of a true soldier, when her body was so exhausted it felt like a dog unable to get up, Tan Xiaolin finally began to understand what it truly meant to be a soldier. Walking through the rain, Tan Xiaolin was oblivious to the water's assault, moving forward in a daze. She reflected on her nearly decade-long military career and realized how utterly aimless her service had been, yet somehow she'd managed to climb to the rank of major. But compared to Lei Zhan and the others, what kind of major was she? Tan Xiaolin felt she wasn't even worthy of being called a soldier. No wonder Lei Zhan constantly called them women useless and greenhorns. The truth was, he was absolutely right. An unprecedented wave of defeat and loss, a strange and unfamiliar emotion, surged within her heart. It transformed into an inexplicable impulse, rushing to her mind and then to her nostrils. This sensation made Tan Xiaolin's nose sting. She recalled her earlier conversation with Old Fox. When Tan Xiaolin had asked him, "Did you guys go through this kind of insane training too?" Old Fox had answered with such casual ease, "Not only did we go through it, but at our age, we still have to go back for retraining every year." Day after day, year after year, these men had come to regard the hellish training regimen endured by their female soldiers as commonplace, viewing it with cheerful indifference. Soldiers and soldiers, how utterly different they could be. Tan Xiaolin wept. Unconsciously, she knelt on the muddy ground in the pouring rain and cried out loud, sobbing desperately amidst the downpour and thunder. In that moment, she felt she began to grasp the true meaning of the word soldier. She understood what it meant to be a Special Forces soldier, what the Wolfang Special Forces unit represented, and the relentless rigor of training under figures like Yan Wang and Yuan Bao. She understood the hardships hidden behind the calm, smiling demeanor of the old fox, Feng Qingyun. And she understood Lei Zhan. As if the downpour had gained human sentience, the thunder roared and lightning flashed even more fiercely as Tan Xiaolin knelt, sobbing uncontrollably. Through the blurred rain, Tan Xiaolin saw figures approaching the 5-step platform already laden with helmets. Quietly, they placed their helmets upon it. Then they rang the small golden bell. Then they saluted the military flag. Another had chosen to give up. Tan Xiaolin seemed to grasp it too. Lei Zhan and every member of the Special Warfare Brigade would never stop any female soldier from leaving. Because Lei Zhan and all the commanders and officers of the Wolfang Brigade understood this, none of them had the right to interfere with another person's life, another person's choice. This wasn't cold-heartedness, it was respect. Where compassion ends, indifference begins. Yet how many understood the compassion hidden beneath Lei Zhan's seemingly cold exterior? Lei Zhan, this man who appeared despicable and twisted, carried deep love every day, bearing the resentment and hatred of countless female soldiers who had left or remained. He lived each day with a smile. His path was truly arduous. At this moment, Tan Xiaolin's heart stirred, moved by this seemingly despicable man named Lei Zhan. At some point, the rain seemed to have stopped. Tan Xiaolin sensed no more raindrops falling on her head. Yet, the misty rain still shrouded the surroundings. Why was it only here? Tan Xiaolin hurriedly looked up. Lei Zhan stood holding an umbrella, smiling at her. "Tan Xiaolin, get up. You've just survived Hell Week, but tougher, more terrifying days lie ahead." Overwhelmed, she began to sob uncontrollably. As he spoke, Lei Zhan extended his palm. In it lay the military rank Tan Xiaolin had entrusted to him before entering the rookie training corps, the rank of major. "Lei Zhan, take it back. You've earned the right to wear it now." Chapter 25, Warm and Affectionate. Tan Xiaolin stopped crying, stood up from the ground, and stared blankly at Lei Zhan. "Lei Zhan, what do you mean? You look down on me, don't you? What, you want me to hand back my rank and get lost? I'll tell you this, I'll fight you to the bitter end." Lei Zhan chuckled. "Fine, fight me to the bitter end. Fight me to the bitter end. I'd love nothing more than for you to fight me to the bitter end. Otherwise, if you don't fight me to the bitter end, then the Fire Phoenix will have no leader, right? So let's make a deal. You must, no matter what, see this through to the end." Tan Xiaolin snorted. "I don't need you telling me what to do. I know exactly what I'm doing. You don't need to do any ideological work on me, the instructor." Lei Zhan laughed even harder. Exactly. Ideological work is the instructor's job. I overstepped my bounds, huh? Well then, I'll just say sorry. Sorry, Instructor Tan. Here, take it. Lei Zhan placed Tan Xiaolin's major's insignia into her hand. "Alright, it's raining. Don't get it ruined. Tomorrow we start formation training. The difficulty level goes up another notch. Don't think passing a measly 7-day Hell Week makes you a Special Forces soldier. I'm not trying to scare you. Hell Week is nothing but a drizzle to a real Special Forces soldier, barely worth mentioning. At best, passing it means you've barely dipped one toe into the ranks of Special Forces. Barely one toe. Not even a full foot. I'm not bluffing or tricking you, this is the truth. Prepare yourself mentally. Because as the instructor, you'll have to endure every torment and pain ahead of all the female soldiers. When the time comes, I'll give you special attention. Think it through carefully. That's all. Here, Miss Tan, take the umbrella. If you still want to find some poetry in the rain or whatever, go ahead. I'm going back to sleep. Bye." After speaking, Lei Zhan handed the umbrella to Tan Xiaolin and strode away through the rain, his footsteps sharp and purposeful. Tan Xiaolin stared blankly at Lei Zhan's retreating figure for a long moment. Only one thought occupied her mind, just one thought, that was truly a man's back. A real man. Returning from Tan Xiaolin's place, Lei Zhan found Old Fox peering at him through binoculars. "You sly fox." Lei Zhan snapped. "What are you up to? Never would have guessed after all these years you still have this hobby, spying on people." Old Fox lowered the binoculars, chuckling as he shook his head. "What hobby? I was just dealing with a little incident earlier. I was about to hail you on the walkie-talkie, but seeing how warm and sweet you and our Tan instructor were together, I couldn't bear to disrupt your harmony." Lei Zhan, cut the crap. What chemistry do I have with her? Old Fox chuckled, oh, come on. I know you too well. Speaking of our instructor Tan, she may have a fiery temper, but she's stunningly beautiful, highly educated, and possesses exceptional military skills. She's a total package beauty in brains. You're definitely into that type. I know you, heh. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes, say that again and I'll punch you. Old Fox chuckled, fine, let's say you're not interested in Tan Xiaolin. But I can tell you for sure Tan Xiaolin is definitely into you. You have no idea. When you walked off just now, Tan Xiaolin's eyes were glued to you, like Meng Jiangnu watching her husband build the Great Wall. Oh my, it was pure longing, pure tenderness, pure reluctance to let you go. She practically wanted to devour you whole. Lei Zhan waved his hands hastily, alright, cut it out. I've noticed you've gotten more and more unscrupulous as you've aged. Keep this between us, but don't let Anran hear about it. Otherwise, she'll skin me alive. Speaking of Anran, the old fox fell silent for a moment. Thunder God, what I wanted to tell you is this. Just now, the base command called. It's about Anran. Lei Zhan was startled, Anran? What about her? The old fox cleared his throat twice and looked at Lei Zhan. You need to brace yourself for what I'm about to say. Lei Zhan grew even more anxious, old fox, cut the suspense. Just tell me what happened to Anran. Did my shot cripple her? Old fox quickly shook his head. No, you're overthinking it. Anran's injury is fine. What I'm talking about is something else. Anran has been transferred. She's no longer with our regiment. She's been reassigned elsewhere. Lei Zhan, what? Transferred? How come I know nothing about this? Old Fox replied quietly, I just got the news myself. Apparently, Anran left yesterday. They said she's on some mission. No one even knows where she went. All we know is she's not here anymore. Lei Zhan froze upon hearing this. Could it be, all this time, while I was busy training these rookies and didn't visit her in the hospital, she got upset and left? Doesn't want to see me anymore? Old Fox, if that were the case, it would be straightforward. But I suspect things aren't quite that simple. Chapter 26, The Peach Blossom Calamity. Lei Zhan was startled. Though he hadn't interacted much with Anran since arriving in this parallel world, he certainly didn't want anything to happen to her, especially not to the Anran connected to him. Yet Lei Zhan had to admit that precisely because he hadn't spent much time with this woman, his feelings toward her seemed somewhat lukewarm. At least, compared to his former self, the current Lei Zhan truly hadn't shown her enough concern. Ever since Anran's injury, Lei Zhan had scarcely visited her. He hadn't made any phone calls either. Though personal phones were prohibited in the beast camp, it wouldn't have been difficult for Lei Zhan to make a call if he truly wanted to. Ultimately, Lei Zhan had to admit that his feelings for this incarnation of Anran weren't as deep as he'd hoped. His emotions for Tan Xiaolin, Shenlani, and Yitsuanshin ran far deeper. The reason was simple: deeper emotional bonds and stronger karmic ties could only form with those whose lives intersected with one's own. Lei Zhan's true connection with Anran had been limited to the moment he first arrived in this world when, as the original Lei Zhan, he shot her in the leg and saved her life. Lei Zhan considered seeking out Commander 1 to find out exactly where Anran had been taken. Regardless, Anran's life was now inextricably intertwined with his own. As for where this connection might lead, Lei Zhan didn't know. But he knew one thing for certain: he absolutely could not just let it go. Anran was beautiful, gentle, and wonderful. Yet Lei Zhan had to admit he hadn't fallen in love with her yet. He hadn't given his whole heart and soul to her like the old Lei Zhan would have. Love was the strangest thing. You could deceive anyone, but you couldn't deceive yourself into loving someone you didn't yet love. It required a process. Lei Zhan grabbed the phone on the table, intending to ask number 1 where exactly he'd taken Anran and what was going on. But just as he dialed the number, he paused and set the phone down again. Old Fox looked at Lei Zhan. Why not call? Why not ask number 1 where he's taken Anran? Lei Zhan sighed. What good would it do? What do you expect? Do you really think either the higher-ups or Anran would change their minds about a decision already made? Old Fox shook his head. That's exactly what I'd expect. They won't budge an inch. Lei Zhan nodded. Exactly. If it were us, we'd do the same. No one changes a decision already made for the sake of one person. Since that's the case, we might as well accept it quietly. Whether it's the higher-ups or Anran, we respect their choice. Old Fox, but. Lei Zhan, no buts. In a Special Forces soldier's dictionary, there's no such thing as buts. Old Fox, well, fine. Where exactly did Anran go? What was she doing? Why did she leave without so much as a word? Even though Lei Zhan had traveled through time, he still couldn't fathom it. Because in the original world, Anran was someone who shouldn't have existed in the first place. Could he really expect someone who shouldn't exist to follow the plot? That was impossible. Now, Lei Zhan understood this truth. With his own involvement, the later stages of the Fire Phoenix storyline would likely undergo increasingly significant alterations. By the end, it might be completely unrecognizable. A butterfly flapping its wings in Siberia, crossing oceans and continents to land in Asia, could become a hurricane. That was the butterfly effect. And this butterfly himself was far too large. The consequences would be even more utterly transformed. Lei Zhan understood this clearly. Respecting others' choices is the bare minimum of human decency. You may interfere, influence, or even alter the trajectory of someone's life and their fateful decisions. But ultimately, you must respect their choice of their own path. For on the journey of life, each person is the helmsman of their own destiny. No one else. Lost in thought about how to handle and ran, Lei Zhan stood dazed when the old fox suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, hey! Ha, what a girl, she's got some guts, huh? Drinking alcohol, ha!" Lei Zhan followed the old fox's voice to the electronic surveillance screen. Outside, the rain had ceased. At the edge of the beast camp training grounds, atop a massive concrete pipe twice a man's girth, normally used for drills, sat a female soldier with short hair, cross-legged at one end. She held an exquisite flask in her hand, staring blankly ahead as she poured drink after drink into her mouth. Each sip seemed to come with visible effort, her face etched with bitterness. Kubizwo. Lei Zhan recognized the soldier instantly. Zoom in on the image. Lei Zhan remarked, old fox, look at this girl. She seems familiar somehow. Old fox scoffed dismissively, of course she's familiar. Chubai Ajwa, right? In the female soldiers' rankings, she's definitely in the top 5. How could you not recognize a girl with such outstanding results? But if she's breaking the rules, that's a problem. I'll have to give her a talking to. Lei Zhan quickly interrupted him. Hey, wait a minute. That's not what I meant. I'm saying, don't you think we've seen this Ajwa before? Old fox quickly scrutinized her with his own eyes. This does look familiar. But I doubt it. This girl is from the Liangshan Yi Autonomous Prefecture in Sichuan. How would we know any Yi girls? Daliang Mountains? Lei Zhan feigned surprise. 15 years ago you forgot? We went there for earthquake relief. A little girl came down from the roof. Look, look. Isn't this the same child? Old fox was startled. He quickly enlarged the image on the screen again, widening his small eyes to stare intently. After a moment, his eyes narrowed into slits as he squinted. Huh? Wait a minute. Huh, you know what? It does look like her. But I still can't be sure. What's going on? Could this child have grown up so much already? Lei Zhan chuckled, 15 years. Enough time for 100 relationships to change beyond recognition, yet people don't grow up that fast. Alright, I'll take this kid. By now, Hell Week had ended. According to the main quest requirements, Lei Zhan had successfully met the elimination rate, earning 20 points. After Hell Week concluded, several more female soldiers withdrew, so Lei Zhan's points suddenly accumulated to 26. Lei Zhan hadn't spent these 26 points yet. He wanted to save his best ammunition for the most critical moments. As the number of female soldiers dwindled, earning points would likely become increasingly difficult. Lei Zhan spent 1 bubble point at the pet toy shop to exchange for 10 sets of Special Forces dolls. Naturally, the toys available at the system's old ghost shop were all world exclusive, high-end items. No toy store in this world could possibly produce such items. The 10 sets Lei Zhan exchanged for included 1 male instructor doll and 8 female cadet dolls. After completing the exchange, Lei Zhan stepped outside. He silently made his way toward the training ground where Chu Biajua was stationed. The old fox sighed before the screens in the operations room. This Lei Zhan, he never ceases to amaze me. One romantic entanglement after another, and the kid still finds joy in it. He's just too young, doesn't realize women are the most troublesome creatures. Once they latch on, you can't shake them off. Lei Zhan approached Chu Biajua silently. She remained utterly unaware, sitting on a rain-cooled concrete pipe, drinking alcohol while tears streamed down her face. Chu Biajua carried a secret within her heart, unknown to anyone else in the world. This secret was that she had silently longed for a man for 15 years from the age of 5 until she turned 20. 15 whole years. She didn't know his name, only that he was a soldier. A Special Forces soldier. The man who had pulled her back from the brink of death. From the moment she lost her parents at 5, from the moment that man had lifted her then as helpless as a fallen leaf off the rooftop, she had etched his eyes into her memory, imprinted his face upon her soul. Kobayasu grew up, attended elementary school, middle school, and enlisted in the military. For 15 years, she never forgot that man. Living to this day, she had only one thought, to find him and marry him. For 15 years, she had missed him. This longing gnawed at her heart and bones. 15 years of yearning for one person, a pain most people could never imagine. Later, Chu Biajua joined the military. She didn't want to enlist, yet she did. Because she knew that man was a soldier, a Special Forces soldier. She had to find him. The song Chu Biajua loved most was Chen Ming's I Will Find You. At this very moment, Chu Biajua sat on a concrete pipe, drinking alcohol, tears streaming down her face, humming Chen Ming's song. I know a heart waits far away for me to draw near, oh I will find you, no matter north or south, east or west. Clap. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Lei Zhan clapped softly, completely unnoticed by Chu Biajua. Startled, she jumped down from the concrete pipe in one swift motion, as sergeant. Chapter 27, A Troubled Season. Lei Jin chuckled and nodded at Chubai Aizhui. Relax, sit down. Chubai Aizhui dared not sit, quickly hiding the flask behind his back with his hands clasped. Lei Jin chuckled, no need to hide it. Do you think I'm blind? Come on, bring it out. Let me see. Kobayasu retrieved the flask and handed it to Lei Jin. My apologies, Thunder God. I broke the rules. Lei Jin took the flask and nodded. Good to know. He lifted it to his nose. Nice aroma. Very fragrant. He poured a mouthful into his mouth and smacked his lips. Quite pure. Tastes fantastic. With that, he gulped down the entire contents of the small flask in one go. Kobayasu froze. Lei Jin, you. Lei Jin shook the flask. TSK. Oh dear, only this much left? Really? Not satisfying at all. This flask is quite nice. Did you buy it? Kobayasu, this is the last memento my parents left me. Lei Jin knew this already and nodded. Ajua, you still miss your parents, huh? It's been 15 years since they passed, right? Kobayasu's mind reeled. Eyes wide, mouth agape, she stared at Lei Jin. How do you know? Lei Jin chuckled. How could I not know? Back then, you were only 5 years old. I carried you down from the rooftop myself. Who would have thought in the blink of an eye, you've grown into a young lady? Time flies. They say girls change a lot as they grow up. Though your appearance has changed, I'm the Thunder God, you know what I'm like, right? From the very first day you jumped off that cart, I knew it was you. Kobayasu froze in shock. Thunder God, I. Lei Jin waved his hand with a smile. You missed me, didn't you? Chubayasu burst into tears upon hearing this. Yes, Thunder God, I miss you. I've missed you for 15 whole years. 15 years. Do you know what it feels like to endure every single day, every single year, every single hour, every single minute for 15 years, longing for one person? Wah! Kobayasu covered her eyes and sobbed uncontrollably. Lei Jin patted Chubayasu's shoulder. Cry. Cry it out. Tears are a strange thing. Once you've cried, you'll feel so much better. Kobayasu wept for a full 10 minutes before suddenly lifting her head. Her gaze fixed on Lei Jin with unwavering resolve. Thunder God, I heard you're not married yet. I want to marry you. Lei Jin froze. He considered himself thick-skinned and downright shameless, with nerves of steel. But he never imagined a woman could match his audacity and brazenness. Cough when she put her mind to it. For a girl to say something so bold right in front of a man. Bold. Cough. I like it. Lei Jin coughed a few times upon hearing this. Ajua. I know you've liked me all these years. You've missed me. From the very first day you came here, the moment I recognized you, I guessed your feelings. I saw it in your eyes too. But. Kobayasu cut him off immediately. No, I don't want to hear but. I know that no matter how sweet the words before but sound, once but comes, it's as if nothing was said. Are you going to reject me? Lei Jin glared at her. Who says that? Who says but always means rejection? I was just making a turn. A turn, got it? Let me finish. But, this thing called liking, everyone has it. Why do some people end up together, lovers becoming life partners, while others, after meeting once, become strangers? Simple. For two people to be together, they have to like each other back. If only one person feels it, that's called a secret crush, unrequited love. Right? Kobayasu nodded. Of course I know that. All these years, I've been pining for you. I know you could never have liked a 5-year-old girl back then. Lei Jin nodded. That's exactly right. I was already in my 20s back then. How could I have liked a 5-year-old girl? That would be perverted, right? So, even though you've silently liked me for 15 years, the truth is, I've only known you for a little over 10 days, right? This liking, this affection, it needs a process, doesn't it? Think about it, we have over 100 children soldiers here. If I liked every single one of them, what kind of person would I be? That'd be perverted, right? So, if you like me, that's your business, you're right. But if you want me to like you back, you'll have to do something to make me like you, right? Because honestly, right now, you're just one of the many girls around here. Ahem, there are plenty of girls who like me, the Thunder God. I can't possibly like them all, you know? Chubayasu nodded. Exactly. Lei Jin, that's the spirit. So, you liking me? I couldn't care less. But if you want me to like you, you'll have to be the best. Stand out from the crowd. Only by excelling can you make this Thunder God take notice, right? Kobayasu nodded vigorously. Yes, Thunder God. I'll strive to be the best, to stand out. I'll show you a new Ajua. I'll make you like me. Seeing Chubayasu's mood lift considerably, Lei Jin smiled and nodded. That's the spirit. You want my affection? Fine. But it'll take your own effort. Not sitting here in the dead of night wallowing in self-pity and drowning your sorrows in alcohol. That just makes me think you're a slacker, a good-for-nothing girl. It makes me look down on you. What are we? Special forces. Special forces. With your attitude, how could I possibly like you? Right? Upon hearing this, Chubayajwa immediately stood at attention, her chest thrust out. Thunder God, I promise you from now on, I will be positive and ambitious, strive hard, hold fast to my ideals, study diligently, train rigorously, and forge myself into a perfect woman of both intellect and strength at the fastest pace possible, a perfect woman worthy of your affection. Lei Zhan instantly adopted an appreciative expression. Ah, that's the spirit. This Thunder God here doesn't care for whiny little brats who cry at the drop of a hat, and I certainly don't care for petty little jealousy mongers who flip out over a little friendly chat between this Thunder God and the instructor. Lei Zhan's words struck a deep, hidden nerve, and Chubayajwa instantly lowered her head. Lei Zhan chuckled, patting her shoulder. Alright, no need to be embarrassed. Be more magnanimous. Girls like that are far more captivating, you know? Well, I understand this flask is a keepsake from your parents. But I can see it stirs painful memories whenever you look at it. I'm not trying to take something you cherish. How about this, would you be willing to give it to me? Kobayasu immediately lifted her head. I'm willing, Thunder God. Lei Zhan nodded. Good. Of course, this Thunder God isn't one to take advantage. I'll give you something in return, something that always brings you joy, not this flask that only stirs up sad memories. As he spoke, Lei Zhan produced a set of Special Forces figurines like a magician, 9 in total. 8 female figures and 1 male figure holding a gun. The man wore a hat and held a rifle. Lei Zhan arranged the figures on the ground. Then, pressing the head of the male figure standing before the 8 women, the man's figure suddenly emitted an incredibly cute voice. Freeze. Hands up. This instantly made Chubayajwa burst into laughter. Ha! That's hilarious. Ha! Lei Shen, this guy looks just like you. Like how you bully us during training. Lei Zhan smiled. You like it? Kobayazu's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Lei Zhan. Instead of answering, she nodded vigorously. Thunder God, I love it. I love it to death. Lei Zhan smiled. Then take it. Whenever you're unhappy, just press this soldier's head. He'll yell freeze, and make you laugh. Kobayasu nodded tearfully. Thank you, Thunder God. This is the very best gift I've ever received in my life. And I believe I'll never receive a better one. Lei Zhan smiled. He stepped forward and wiped the tears from Chubayajwa's face with his hand. Remember, little one, soldiers don't need tears. This gift is yours now. Whenever you're feeling down, you can flick the head of this sculpted soldier, abuse him, it'll make you feel better. Kobayasu nodded again. Lei Zhan nodded back. Alright, it's getting late. Go get some rest. Tomorrow's training will be even tougher. I hope you can push through to the end. Kobayasu, I will. Watching Chubayajwa's retreating figure, Lei Zhan sighed. Man, this place really sucks. Seeing all these gorgeous women right in front of me, yet not being able to sleep with any of them, it's infuriating. This damn military unit is no place for a real man. What's with all these stupid rules? Thunder God, Thunder God, Thunder God, come in immediately. Urgent matter. Lei Zhan froze, glancing at his watch. Past 10 at night already. Damn, today has been full of crap. Grabbing the walkie-talkie, he snapped, got it. Seriously, what us with all this bull? Returning to the operations room, Lei Zhan squinted at Old Fox. What now? In the dead of night? Can't a guy get some personal time, you old fox? Old Fox's expression darkened. Yeah, who's to argue? Today's been nothing but trouble. See for yourself. Telegram from headquarters. Lei Zhan picked up the telegram. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., the IRNA International Special Forces Review Organization will arrive to conduct qualification assessments for Special Forces personnel from participating nations. All veteran Special Forces members are requested to prepare for reception. We shall not fail in our mission. Lei Zhan froze. Holy, the foreigners are crashing the party? Chapter 28, ERNA Assault. The ERNA Raid is an international reconnaissance competition originating in 1994. Organized by the Estonian Defense Forces, it invites foreign special forces to participate in an international military competition. It is a competitive exercise where reconnaissance teams conduct long-distance, multi-task reconnaissance operations within enemy-occupied territory. Earlier, the commander-in-chief had informed the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade that this year, a contingent from the brigade would represent China's special forces in the ERNA Raid International Reconnaissance Competition. For special forces, reconnaissance units, and mercenary organizations worldwide, the ERNA Assault serves as the pinnacle training ground for elite special forces. There, multinational forces undergo the world's most rigorous, brutal, dangerous, and combat-realistic special operations training. There, you need neither rewards nor honors. For there are no rewards or easy paths. It is hell, true hell. For any participant, simply ensuring you complete the training and emerge alive is victory itself. The ERNA Raid is precisely such a global military competition. It essentially symbolizes the pinnacle of a nation's special forces combat capability. Nations that fail to persevere will face the scorn and ridicule of others. Before each ERNA Raid competition commences, the organizing committee dispatches an advance team, the review organization, to visit participating nations and sign contracts. Simultaneously, they assess the overall quality of the host nation's special forces to determine eligibility for this elite contest. Officially, this prevents personnel below the qualifying standard from participating, which could lead to fatalities and unnecessary international disputes. This time, the ERNA assault team dispatched an 8-member delegation. They began evaluating the participating nation's special forces personnel across several major categories: shooting, long-distance running, tracking, and hand-to-hand combat. These disciplines encompass extensive requirements. First, assault demands formidable physical endurance and mental fortitude, the most fundamental attributes of a special forces soldier. Second, marksmanship is their core skill. A rifle is their second life. A soldier without a rifle is half a soldier. A soldier with poor marksmanship is a first-class cripple among special forces. Next, tracking. Special forces exist to infiltrate enemy territory and accomplish missions. Tracking demands meticulousness, stamina, observational skills, discernment, and a synthesis of various abilities. If a special forces soldier cannot even locate the enemy, how can they execute or complete a mission? Finally, hand-to-hand combat. This is arguably the most essential instinct for a special forces soldier. When all resources are exhausted and backup is unavailable, the only resource you can rely on is yourself. The level of your hand-to-hand combat ability is precisely the key factor determining whether you can survive and whether you have the capability to complete the mission. Disarming an enemy's knife with bare hands, disarming an enemy's gun with bare hands. When you have nothing left but your two hands, you must still resolutely carry out the mission. At this moment, you rely solely on your hand-to-hand combat skills. It is also the highest expression of a special forces soldier's personal value. The arrival of the ERNA review team tests these very skills. If they deem you unqualified, then sorry, no way around it. This nation's competition eligibility is revoked. For a nation, this would be an utter disgrace and national humiliation and a stain on its special forces. Its severity would surpass even the chronic embarrassment of the national soccer team's perpetual failure to qualify for international tournaments. When a country's elite military force is denied entry to the competition, one can only imagine how the world would perceive it. Lei Zhan had reviewed all this intelligence long ago. He counted himself fortunate to have completed his mission in time, earning points that bolstered his physical capabilities across the board. Dealing with these so-called international mercenaries? Not exactly a piece of cake, but pretty close. So Lei Zhan smiled, setting down the telegram. Bring it on. If these bastards play by the rules, behave themselves, and show some respect, we'll give them the courtesy they deserve. But if they try to act all high and mighty? Sorry, we'll knock them flat on the spot. Old Fox, however, wore a worried expression. Thunder God, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Just look at the members of this review panel, none of them are normal people. Take number 1, Nanmaku. Japanese black belt, 8th Dan. 8th Dan. There are only 3 9th Dan holders in the entire world. And he's an 8th Dan? What's more, rumor has it he never holds back when he fights. He might very well be a 9th Dan already. You gotta understand, back home on the mainland, the highest rank is a measly 5th Dan. Even Shenlani is only just 4th Dan. Now look at number 2, Cartel. American. Known as the king of Western mercenaries. His gunplay is supernatural. Drawing his weapon and taking down an opponent takes just 0.38 seconds. That's not human. Now look at number 3, codenamed Mountain Lone Wolf among mercenaries. His strength is inhuman. He can carry hundreds of pounds of gear and cover 5 kilometers in a forced march in just 13 minutes and 42 seconds. Is this even human? Now look at number 4, the Desert Fox. His tracking skills are unmatched. He once traced a notorious international drug cartel codenamed Scavenger HR from a piece of plastic wrapper found in a mouse droppings. He single-handedly wiped out their entire 73-member team. This guy is a genetic mutation, not human at all. Now look at number 5. Lei Zhan waved his hand and chuckled. What's the point of all this talk? Since we can't avoid it, there's no use running away. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's not dwell on them. Instead, should we let these female soldiers witness this review? Old Fox nodded. I think it's absolutely necessary. They need to see what real special forces are like, and what kind of opponents they'll face in the future. It'll do them good. Lei Zhan nodded. You make a very sound point, Old Fox. So be it. Tomorrow, after grouping them up, you'll drill them to death for a full day. Not a moment's rest. Not a sip of water. Not a bite of food. Push them to the absolute limit, right up until 4 in the afternoon. Then, make them watch the show. Let them see just how far they are from real special forces soldiers, despite all their current complaints. Crush their confidence, shake their worldview and outlook on life. Old Fox nodded, but Thunder God, isn't this a bit too hasty? Lei Zhan looked at the Old Fox and gave a bitter smile. I'm not in a hurry, but the enemy is. There's something I can't tell you now, but I can warn you in advance, danger has already descended upon our city. I can also tell you that I know Enraged's departure was definitely for this matter. I can even tell you that Tian Lang is not dead. The Old Fox froze. What? Wolf? Thunder God, you're saying Wolf isn't dead? Lei Jun smiled, old fox, I can't say much about this. And I'm only telling you this. From now on, you must remember that I never said anything to you. Everything I just told you, you must forget immediately. Old fox nodded excitedly, then, Thunder God, I have one small question. Is he still one of our own? Lei Jun grinned wryly, what do you think? Old fox beamed with delight, tears of emotion streaming down his face. Thunder God, I understand. Rest assured, only I know this matter. And I've already forgotten it. I won't tell a soul. Lei Jun nodded, the truth will come out in time. Tianlang is our highest level secret. Even number 1 doesn't know. Alright, this matter ends here. From now on, neither of us will utter a single word about it. Understand? Old fox nodded vigorously, understood. Lei Jun glanced at his watch, alright, it's late. We should both rest. Before sunrise tomorrow, split the Fire Phoenix squad into 4 groups as planned and begin team training. Push them until they're spent. Push them to the absolute edge of their limits. And remember, while group training builds physical strength, it must also consciously instill teamwork. Make them understand, the Fire Phoenix is a single unit. This unit is like a single person. Ultimately, for us special forces, while individual physical fitness is essential, ideological understanding is the absolute priority. Old fox, rest assured, I've got this covered. Lei Jun, alright then, I'll head off to rest. I need to recharge my batteries to be sharp enough to deal with those foreign devils. If I have time, I'll swing by the training grounds to have some fun with those rookies, knock some sense into their fragile egos. Weeding out the weak must be accelerated. Those who fail to meet standards are failures, and they'll be weeded out. Not a single scum can remain in the Fire Phoenix. Otherwise, it will drag the entire unit down. Old fox, understood. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, the female soldiers were roused by a sharp whistle. Following Lei Jun's orders, Old Fox divided all the female soldiers into 4 groups: wind, fire, mountain, and forest. Xinlani, Tan Xiaolin, Yutsuanshin, and the other 8 female soldiers were also assigned to the wind group according to Lei Jun's instructions. For the 4 groups facing elimination, a miserable day of desperate survival began. The female soldiers, forcibly roused from their beds at dawn, were immediately divided into groups and thrown into training. Without a sip of water or a bite of food, they endured the Old Fox's drill from morning until noon, and from noon until 2 in the afternoon. The female soldiers were no longer just exhausted or in agony, they were beaten into lying face down in muddy puddles, suffering worse than death. They lacked even the strength to complain, yet the Old Fox continued to yell orders, forcing them to lift their legs high while hurling insults like rookies, useless trash, and scum. Just as the female soldiers were struggling desperately, as if their lives were worse than death, Lei Jun appeared, having slept for 7 or 8 naps. Holding a large chicken leg in his hand, he sat down by the cement pond, chewing and chuckling to himself. Hello, ladies. The moment the female soldiers saw Lei Jun, a chorus of agonized screams erupted. We're done for. We're finished. Instantly, every single one of them plunged headfirst into the muddy water, completely submerged. Chapter 29, Beware of Embarrassment. Seeing this, the Old Fox couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem, Thunder God, your reputation is truly formidable. I've been training these girls all morning without even letting them take a sip of water, and I couldn't wear them out. But you? Just one appearance, one word, and they all collapsed instantly. The female soldiers couldn't hold their breath in the muddy pit for long. After submerging their heads for a moment, they lifted them out, their mud-splattered faces contorted in expressions of torture. Yitsuanshin, Thunder God, please. For the sake of us starving all day, stop torturing us. We've had enough of your verbal abuse. It's truly disgusting. Cough cough. Xinlani, yeah. I'm begging you, Thunder God, just don't talk to us. We can't take it anymore. As long as you don't speak to us, we'll endure any hardship, fulfill any demand. Just please, stop droning on like a broken record right next to our ears. We're about to snap. Tan Xiaolin, Lei Jun, I'm issuing a serious warning. You are forbidden from verbally attacking the female soldiers. That's psychological abuse, no, psychological torture. Do you realize reports have already reached higher-ups? Several female soldiers have developed fragile nerves from your verbal assaults, 3 have suffered mental breakdowns, and 1 has been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Lei Jun, stunned, huh? Is that true? Female soldiers, absolutely true. Lei Jun, alright, I'm here to talk business today. I absolutely won't pressure any of you to quit. Get up, everyone. Get up. Assemble. Assemble. I have something important to tell you. The female soldiers rose, half believing, half doubting, and gathered at the shore. Lei Jun circled the group of dozens of female soldiers, surveying their mud and grime-covered uniforms. Ahem. What's the matter? Feeling sorry for yourselves? Feeling exhausted? Thinking your drill instructor's a bit of a sadist? TSK. What's the deal? Can't handle a little hardship? Can't tough it out? TSK. Look at yourselves. Look at your pathetic state. Do you really think you have what it takes to be special forces? Special forces? Oh my god, the sight of you makes me sick. Rookies. Total rookies. No, not even rookies. You're not even soldiers. On the battlefield, you useless pieces of trash will only serve one purpose. Know what that is? Cannon fodder. A pile of cannon fodder. At that moment, Hilu spoke up. Report. Leijun, which piece of trash wants to talk now? Speak. Hilu, reporting to Thunder God, I refuse to accept this. You started as a rookie too. You came up step by step from being a greenhorn. What gives you the right to insult us like this? Besides, it's peacetime now. It's not as dire as you make it sound. Battlefield? Battlefield? Where is this battlefield? And even if there was one, we wouldn't be afraid. We wouldn't be the useless trash you claim we are. We aren't cannon fodder. You're underestimating us. Leijun immediately turned around and strode toward Hilu Shui. Oh, Hilu Shui, right? Well, Captain, you're quite something, aren't you? You think after all these years in the army, finally making it to captain, you're some big shot? Think you've seen it all, even if you haven't actually done the work? Think you're hot stuff, huh? Alright, stop showing off. Why are you glaring at me like that? Trying to eat me? Look at your pathetic self and you call yourself a captain? Let me tell you, compared to real soldiers, you're not even a private. In my eyes, you're nothing but trash, a piece of trash this big. Leijun raised his hand, pinching his thumb and pinky together, and charged at Hilu. See how big this piece of trash is? You, and you all of you, every last one of you are useless, greenhorns, trash. You should all get the hell out of here. Got it? You bunch of greenhorns, you bunch of trash. Tan Xiaolin, report. Leijun turned. Hold it. I'm not done yet. Why do women have to talk so much? Old fox, where was I? Old fox, ahem, you bunch of rookies, you bunch of trash. Leijun, right. Scum. You're all scum. Worthless scum. A bunch of freeloaders drinking tap water, eating free meals, coasting through military service. Every last one of you. The higher the rank, the worse the scum. Oh, I'm not trying to offend you guys, but don't get so worked up about it. Just go back where you came from, quick and painless. Wouldn't that be great? You'd be happy, and I'd be relieved. I'm swamped with work here, and I can't waste my life, my time, my youth on a bunch of losers like you. It breaks my heart, it really does. Me and you guys, you bunch of losers, you bunch of good-for-nothings. Tan Xiaolin, report. Leijun halted and turned to Tan Xiaolin. What's your problem? Can't you just be quiet for once? You hold the highest rank here, can't you set a good example and cut the nonsense? Spit it out if you have something to say. Tan Xiaolin's teeth clenched, reporting to Thunder God, you can drill us, you can train us, but I won't let you insult our dignity as women. Don't insult our beliefs. Don't insult our integrity. Leijun froze. Dignity? Integrity? Ha! How laughable. You bunch of cowards have dignity? Integrity? That's ridiculous. Tan Xiaolin, you're talking nonsense. You're twisting things. You're a twisted, domineering, cold-blooded monster. We are human beings. We are women. Why shouldn't we have dignity? Why shouldn't we have integrity? Thunder God, give us a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we refuse to accept this. Leijun chuckled. An explanation, huh? Fine. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you one. Because of this. Leijun ripped off Tan Xiaolin's rank insignia. Because of this. Tan Xiaolin stared at the torn insignia. I have never dishonored the rank I wore. I stand before my conscience with the title soldier unblemished. Leijun scoffed. Oh my, look at that. What a speech. So mighty and righteous, so full of righteous indignation. What a shameless face. Claiming to live up to the title of soldier? That skin is thick enough. Utterly shameless. Leijun flung the insignia at Tan Xiaolin. Fine. Since you claim to be a soldier, and apparently believe yourself a qualified one, I understand you correctly, Instructor Tan? Tan Xiaolin, yes, I think you just look down on women. You're full of severe male chauvinism, which is why you deliberately humiliate us female soldiers. Leijun nodded. Fine. Tan Xiaolin, I won't waste my breath arguing with you. Today's training ends early. I'll show you a spectacle. Afterward, you can tell me, are you even soldiers? Do you still dare claim you want to be special forces? Old fox, hand each of them a hood. Don't let those worthless faces show they're an embarrassment to our special forces. I won't stand for that. Old fox, Old fox dragged out a large cardboard box, pulled out gas masks one by one, and handed them out to the female soldiers. Hey. One per person, rookies. Wear them properly, seal them tight, and avoid making fools of yourselves. Chapter 30, Assessment. After distributing the gas masks, Old Fox immediately led the female soldiers to the Wolf Fang Brigade's training ground. It was now 2:30 p.m. The women hadn't eaten or drunk anything for nearly half a day, and since morning, they'd endured non-stop high-intensity training. That damn old fox wouldn't let them rest even a minute. Now, he dragged them straight into the blazing summer sun. The scorching sun overhead was unbearable past 2 in the afternoon, when the sun was at its most merciless. Training without food or water, then subjecting them to sun exposure? The Wolfang Special Forces Brigade had truly lost their minds. This wasn't just perverse, it was beyond description. Over an hour passed. The female soldiers stood in a row, obediently baking under the sun. No one checked on them, no one paid them any mind. The damn instructor's old fox, Yan Wang, and the others sat casually under a sun umbrella, drinking coke and playing cards. They were having a blast. The female soldiers began to mutter curses under their breath. Yi Tsuanshin, damn those rotten men. When I get the chance, I'll stab every last one of those perverts to death, one by one. Tiangui, ugh, even though I'm too weak to talk, I still have to say it. Yi Tsuanshin, you're too merciful. I'm going to poison them with rat poison. Shinlani, I'll beat them to death with my fists, punch by punch. Tan Xiaolin, I'll bite them to death, bite by bite. Ouyang Qian, you're such a hassle. Just shoot them in the head. Tang Xiaoxiao, phew, I'm dying of heat, thirst, and hunger. I'll stuff them to death with steamed buns. Shu Baiashua, hoof. Except for the thunder god, I'll burn them all to death. He Lu, fry them all in boiling oil. At that very moment, Yama and Old Fox, listening in on the female soldiers' conversations through the Beidou global positioning system on their wrists, couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. Yan Wang, oh my goodness, Old Fox, these girls are ruthless. Did you hear that? They want to beat us to death, one punch at a time. How brutal. Yuan Bao, oh my goodness, you bet. It gives me goosebumps just listening. They want to slice us to death, piece by piece. Yikes, the thought alone hurts. Big Ox, oh, the instructor wants to bite us to death bite by bite. Though it's a bit cruel, doesn't that count as dying under the peony blossoms? Old Fox shuddered, fry us in boiling oil? Whoa, I feel a chill running down my spine. Little B, looks like they really hate us. I'd rather be stuffed to death with steamed buns, at least that's a gentle way to go. Whoosh, squeak. 2 military vehicles sped up and stopped in front of the female soldiers lined up on the drill field. Several foreigners with blue and yellow eyes got out. A tall, blue-eyed guy stepped out alongside Lei Zhan. Blue-eyed foreigner to Lei Zhan, Mr. Lei, our review schedule is quite tight this time. We need to assess special forces from 5 or 6 countries. So I was hoping we could pick up the pace a bit quick and decisive. Any objections, Mr. Lei? Seeing this, Tiangua quickly whispered to the female soldiers, hey, stand up straight. Foreign guests are here for an inspection. He Lu snorted, idiot. What visit? Look at the insignia on their shoulders, earn a Special Forces review. That's the International Mercenary Organization, members of the world's strongest mercenary training base. Every single one is a world-class elite Special Forces soldier. Tang Xiaoxiao, huh? Why would such elite operatives come here? To crash our party? He Lu chuckled, Tang Xiaoxiao, since you got here, you've only said one thing right and looks like you hit the nail on the head. Just watch. After listening to this incessant chatterbox, Lei Zhan grinned, though China is a nation of etiquette, and by our customs, guests should follow the host's lead, considering you lot are uncivilized foreigners, we won't hold it against you. Ha! You call the shots. The foreigner clearly didn't grasp the meaning of barbaric lands beyond the borders in Lei Zhan's words, mistaking it for a compliment. He grinned and said, since you agree too, shall we get started right away? Lei Zhan extended his hand, please. The foreigner chuckled, Mr. Lei, just to be clear, if you fail 2 subjects, your eligibility is revoked immediately. Lei Zhan, I get it. Foreigner, I? Who the hell are you? Lei Zhan, ahem, I am a famous figure. A historical figure from China. Your Chinese needs improvement, Mr. Law. Foreign instructor, oh, I see. My apologies. Alright then, no need for further chatter. Let's get started. We'll begin with shooting. What do you say, Miss Lei? Lei Zhan, no problem, I'm cool with that. Foreigner chuckling, Mr. Lei, don't copy my speech, you Chinese are really humorous. Shooting is divided into stationary targets and moving targets. Firearms include handgun shooting and assault rifle shooting. 4 events total. First up, tactical pistol fixed target shooting. An athletic foreigner with a scarred face steps out. The effective range for tactical pistol shooting is typically 50 to 100 meters, with the target set directly at 100 meters. The scarred man placed his hand on the pistol grip. The tall foreigner had barely said go when the scarred man instantly drew his weapon, fired, and immediately holstered the pistol all in the blink of an eye. The entire sequence unfolded with blinding speed, drawing, firing, and holstering seemingly in the blink of an eye. The whole process took barely a second, with no time for aiming. At that moment, the scoring system announced the hit, 10 points, 5 rings. Scarface immediately wore a smug, contemptuous expression as he looked at Lei Zhan. I hear Chinese people love to brag. They're all big liars. Mr. Lei, I wonder if you're one of them? If not, I suggest you save yourself the embarrassment and admit defeat. Lei Zhan chuckled darkly. Ahem, Blackie, I don't know where you picked up that nonsense, but I don't blame you. Ignorance isn't your fault. Anyway, you Americans are all like that. Every one of you has a face that begs to be punched and a mouth that begs to be kicked. For scum like you, I don't even feel the urge to humiliate you. As he spoke, Lei Zhan drew his gun, fired, and holstered it in an instant. The entire sequence flowed like water, executed with flawless precision. 10.9 rings. The clear scoring call echoed from the target stand. Scarface's weathered face darkened instantly. This is nothing. I'm going after the moving targets. Moving targets, that's the real skill a special forces soldier should master. Humph. Fixed targets are dead. They're only good for killing people. Lei Zhan shrugged. Old Fox, moving targets. Old Fox acknowledged the command. Instantly, Little Bee and the others sprang into action, each grabbing several clay pigeons and flinging them into the air with a whoosh. Scarface hurriedly drew his pistol and aimed. But then, Lei Zhan swiftly pulled out two handguns, both hands moving simultaneously. Click-clack. A series of gunshots rang out. All 11 clay pigeons fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Scarface's pistol hadn't fired a single shot. Scarface swallowed hard. Sorry, Mr. Lei, I've lost. Number 3, I don't want to compete with the assault rifle anymore. I don't want to be humiliated again. I have to admit, I'm no match for Mr. Lei. Chinese Special Forces, I'm impressed. The blue-eyed man known as Number 1 cleared his throat softly. Ahem, Mr. Lei, congratulations. Your marksmanship is top-notch. Skill isn't something you brag about. I'm sure you'd excel with the assault rifle too. Once you master one weapon, you've got them all. Since Mr. Scar doesn't wish to continue, I suppose that settles it. Your marksmanship passes muster, no objections, right? Lei Zhan chuckled. You're too kind. Of course I have no objections. Oh my gosh, Lei Shin, you're so handsome. Tianguo's face lit up with pure infatuation. Ah, he's just too cool. I never imagined Lei Shin could be this amazing. Wow, he's so handsome, I want to marry him. Cubiajua rolled her eyes at Tianguo. Silly girl, such a fangirl. As for Yitsuanshin, her mouth hung open and her eyes went wide. Shin Lani gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Tan Xiaolan's eyes held an inexplicable mix of madness and tenderness as she gazed dreamily at Lei Zhan in the distance. It seemed she was rediscovering Lei Zhan all over again. So this was how powerful he truly was, yet he'd hidden it so deeply, completely masked by his outward appearance of madness. Lei Zhan, you've deceived me so bitterly. Tang Xiaoxiao was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, is this even human? 10.9? My god. He Lu's eyes went wide. She recalled Lei Zhan's oft-repeated words, you useless losers, you noobs. Ouyang Qian covered her mouth. Ah. Pervert. He really is a pervert. At that moment, a Japanese man with a small mustache stepped forward. As soon as he appeared, the other 6 or 7 foreigners instinctively took a step back, clearing a path for him. The mustachioed man approached Lei Zhan and bowed respectfully. Mr. Lei, greetings. I am the team leader for this operation, Nanmakumura. I deeply admire your marksmanship. Your skill is truly peerless, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. I, Nanmakumura, express my profound admiration. However, Mr. Lei, I have an unreasonable request. I hope you will grant it. Lei Zhan chuckled softly, though I must admit, I don't hold much affection for the Japanese. Still, you are our guest. I cannot be discourteous to a guest. If your request is reasonable and justifiable, I will certainly consider it. Nankimura expressed his gratitude once more with courtesy. Mr. Lei, my modest request is this, I wish to make a slight adjustment to the assessment subjects. And if you, Mr. Lei, should pass this subject as the chief examiner, I have decided that the next 2 subjects may be skipped entirely. What do you think? Lei Zhan chuckled at this. Well, that's a good thing. I agree. So, what exactly do you want to test me on, Nanmaku? Nankimura smiled politely. Hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 31, Pig Charge. Just as Lei Zhan was about to agree, a sudden ding echoed in his mind. System notification. The host has triggered a hidden main quest by defeating the foreign gunman. Quest name, Defend the Motherland, Bring Glory to the Nation. Does the host accept this quest? Lei Zhan instantly beamed. Holy, points to earn. Rack up enough points, and I can teleport to another world to pick up girls. I'm sick of hanging around in this place where it's impossible to get laid. Sure, the main quest name is kinda cheesy ing, Defend the Motherland, Win Glory for the Nation. Why not protect all humanity, for a sake? But as long as there are points, none of that matters. Lei Zhan immediately agreed. Accepted. Accepted. Must accept. I'm the most patriotic, people-loving, party-devoted person alive. I'd gladly shed blood and sacrifice my life for this cause. Accepted. System, ahem, so hypocritical, more shameless than I was in my prime. Alright, accepted and completed. Let me explain, once you accept this mission, all future missions will be automatically accepted. And you must complete them with full effort. Otherwise, the system will reclaim all your points, revert the host back to its original form, and replace the original body. In other words, once you accept this main quest, all subsequent missions become mandatory and must be completed within the time limit. Failure means punishment. Lei Zhan, holy, why didn't you say that earlier? I could have thought it over. This is totally shady. System, ahem, this rogue system has always operated this way. Didn't you know? Besides, didn't you just declare your love for the motherland, the people, and the party? You're willing to shed blood and sacrifice your life. Perfect. This system's mandatory enforcement is precisely designed to safeguard your unwavering patriotic heart. It ensures you'll never have the chance to betray your country. How wonderful. When the time comes, even if you die, you'll be a glorious martyr of the People's Republic of China. Lei Zhan felt his heart bleed. FCK this. I don't want to be a martyr. System, ahem. System issuing mission. Host, take note, defend the motherland and bring glory to the nation. First task, defeat these 8 foreign troublemakers who've come looking for a fight. Mission complete, reward, 50 bubble points. Lei Zhan, fine. For the point's sake, I'll take the job. Cough cough. Also, old ghost, how many points do I actually need to cross over to another world? System, ahem, well, crossing over to another parallel world requires 1,000 points. Lei Zhan nodded, got it. For my grand dream of picking up girls, for those 1,000 points I'll give it my all. That's what he said, but Lei Zhan was bleeding inside. He'd planned to rack up some points and cash in this Fire Phoenix world, save up 100 or 80 points, then go out and score 10 or 8 top-tier babes living it up like a god. Little did he know he'd be ruthlessly hijacked by this rogue system's bull main quest. Greed, such greed. Ahem, Mr. Lei, why are your eyes glazing over? Nanmaku village noticed Lei Zhan staring blankly and politely inquired in a low voice. As an 8th degree black belt in Japanese Taekwondo, Nanmaku village enjoyed immense fame both domestically and internationally. That was precisely why he qualified to serve as a director on the Erna Assault Committee. Lei Zhan couldn't possibly be unaware of his reputation and skills. He was likely intimidated. Lei Zhan turned at the remark, smiling at Nanmaku village. Ahem, my apologies, Mr. Nanmaku. Just now I was lost in thought remembering how you Japanese were driven out of China 4 or 5 years ago, and the tragic sight of your Hiroshima and Nagasaki after those 2 atomic bombs were dropped. Those were truly satisfying times. I mean, truly tragic times. The Japanese people suffered greatly. Nankimura covered his mouth and coughed softly, that's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Let's not dwell on it. Mr. Lei Zhan, what do you say to my suggestion? Shall we proceed directly to the combat assessment? To fulfill his mission of humiliating these 7 or 8 foreigners, Lei Zhan naturally couldn't agree. He cleared his throat and said, ahem, well now, Mr. Kozukimura, I'm afraid I can't agree to that. Firstly, even though you are the chief examiner for this assessment, I don't want to break the established rules because of me. You Japanese are the ones who value the spirit of contract, aren't you? I think that's excellent. We must not violate the prior agreement. All 4 subjects must be assessed. Moreover, they must be strictly enforced. Meticulously, without the slightest deviation. We absolutely cannot allow our excellent China-Japan relations to lead to any favoritism toward us. If word of such a thing got out, our country simply couldn't afford the embarrassment, wouldn't you agree? Kusunoki, ahem, Mr. Lei, you make a valid point. Lei Zhan continued, and another thing, Mr. Nanmura. While it's true your national costume was learned from our Tang dynasty over 1,000 years ago, and your Japanese swords are modeled after our Tang swords, and your Chinese characters were forcibly adopted from ours, and your tea ceremony was derived from ours, though your Bushido spirit merely appropriated the virtue of righteousness from our Chinese principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and integrity, though your Japanese people share physical traits with our Chinese ancestors, though your martial arts evolved from Chinese traditions. But I hold not the slightest contempt for the Yamato people of your great Japanese empire. My admiration for you flows like the Yangtze River, endless and unbroken, and surges like the Yellow River, unrelenting and ceaseless. Especially your national treasure, pig wrestling. No, I misspoke. Sumo. Your Japanese martial arts are formidable. This pig wrestling, no, sumo. Look at my clumsy tongue. This pig, this sumo, it's incredible. Just seeing them makes me tremble with fear. Damn, they're terrifyingly powerful. So I'm utterly intimidated by your Japanese martial arts, especially this pig wrestling. No, sumo. My apologies, Mr. Kusunoki, I'm just a clumsy tongue. Right, where was I? Yes, sumo. This sumo, it's incredible. Just because of your Japanese sumo, I have one word for your martial arts, I'm impressed. Kusunoki, ahem, it's 2 words. Lei Zhan, right, pig thump is 2 words, huh. So, just because of your national treasure, pig thump, whenever I see you Japanese, my legs start shaking. So, forget about martial arts or fighting. I truly wouldn't dare face you in combat. I'm just hoping to pass those first 3 subjects, that's all I need. Passing them would mean I've made the grade, right? This combat test is the final subject. When the time comes, if I pass the first 3 subjects, I'll just concede defeat to you, the sumo master, in the 4th subject. How does that sound? Kosunoki Village, ahem, Mr. Lei, you, ahem. Alright, you said so much, I don't think I can explain it any better. But I must solemnly declare, our national treasure is sumo wrestling, not peg wrestling. Lei Zhan immediately nodded, right, really, why are you like this? I already explained it. I'm not the most articulate, but why are you being so petty? Of course I know your national treasure is pig wrestling, not sumo. Namakura snorted loudly, flinging his kimono sleeve with force, enough. Next test subject, begin. While Lei Zhan mercilessly teased Namaku, the female soldiers in Yanwang standing nearby were already laughing so hard their stomachs ached. They were nearly doubled over with laughter. Today, these female soldiers finally realized just how incredibly sharp the Thunder God's tongue truly was. Just then, the blue-eyed man emerged again, grinning as he approached Lei Zhan. Miss Lei's personal skills speak for themselves top-notch. But special forces aren't about solo action. Now you must bring all your team members before me. Our next assessment is tracking and rescue. Per the rules, the squad leader can participate in a maximum of 2 subjects, while team members only get 1 chance. Whether you choose this subject is still up to you to decide. The moment Blue Eyes spoke, Yanwang and all the female soldiers froze in shock. A chill ran through every one of them. The male soldiers remained composed, but the female soldiers grew visibly panicked. Only now did they realize that while they had resented Lei Zhan and blamed him before, if he chose not to fight alongside them now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lei Zhan fell silent for a moment before turning to Yanwang. The female soldiers haven't eaten or drunk anything all day. Give each of them a bag of milk. At these words, the old fox closed his eyes and sighed softly, it's over. Nevertheless, he followed Lei Zhan's instructions and distributed a large bag of milk to each female soldier. The female soldiers immediately began gulping it down, finishing an entire bag in mere minutes. Only then did Lei Zhan turn to Blue Eyes. You must be the desert fox, right? Blue Eyes chuckled, that's me. I used to be number 4, but luck's been on my side lately, got bumped up to number 3. The guy you just took down? That was number 2. But after this defeat, I'm sure I'll be taking his spot soon. Feels great. Lei Zhan sighed at this. Damn, you sound like a woman. I can't stand it. Desert Fox, Miss Lei, you're so funny. Alright, let's get this assessment started. Really? Well then, Miss Lei, are you in or out? Just give me a straight answer. Lei Zhan gave a wry smile. I won't be participating in this round. Desert Fox chuckled. Well then, your men are probably going to die horribly. Lei Zhan forced another bitter smile. Not necessarily. Desert Fox, then you'll just have to watch. Assemble. The tracking and rescue assessment begins. Time limit, 3 hours. Fail to complete within that time, and it's a failure. Desert Fox smiled at Lei Zhan. Please select your team members. Lei Zhan nodded to the old fox. Old fox, you go first. Old fox, Yanwang, and the others immediately saluted Lei Zhan. Yes. We guarantee mission completion. Desert Fox then pointed at Tianguo among the female soldiers. Mr. Lei, we need a hostage. If your team can rescue her from us within 3 hours, you win. Otherwise, you lose. I want this girl as the hostage. Is that acceptable? Lei Zhan silently nodded. Agreed. Chapter 32, Pursuit and Rescue. Just as Lei Zhan agreed, Desert Fox chuckled. Mr. Lei, I assume you're familiar with the rules of our enraged. Shall I reiterate them? We wouldn't want any accusations of foul play later. Lei Zhan smiled. Oh, I'm actually not very familiar with your rules. Please do tell. Desert Fox chuckled. Whether it's training or assessments at Erna Assault, our simulation accuracy exceeds 95%. So, no props. To put it plainly, we conduct live fire exercises. And when interrogating prisoners, we strive for 100% authenticity, replicating real warfare down to the last detail. Lei Zhan froze upon hearing this. Live fire assessments? Desert Fox chuckled. Yep. Scared yet, Mr. Ms. Lei? Oh, and by the way, if you guys screw up this mission, this little lady becomes our property. Lei Zhan was stunned. Tianguo's mouth dropped open. Everyone from the Wolf Fawn Squadron was speechless. Tianguo, mission failure. Tianguo would be handed over to them, handed over. Looking at these 8 burly men, even a fool could guess what kind of handling awaited her. Tianguo immediately shrieked, Thunder God, I don't want this. Lei Zhan seemed to ignore Tianguo's protest, nearly smiling faintly. Very good. I like this approach. But I must ask, what if we complete our mission, or capture your people during the mission? What then? Desert Fox, ahem, that's impossible. We'd never get caught by you Chinese. You're too stupid to catch us. The Desert Fox hadn't finished speaking when Lei Zhan struck like lightning, grabbing the Desert Fox's shoulder. The Desert Fox's face instantly paled. Almost everyone heard the crunching sound of bones snapping between Lei Zhan's fingers and the Desert Fox's shoulder. The desert fox's face drained of color, sweat trickling down his cheeks. Mr. Lei, you. Lei Zhan chuckled darkly. Mr. Desert Fox, I didn't quite catch what you said earlier. Would you kindly repeat that for me? The grinding sound from the desert fox's shoulder continued. Needless to say, everyone knew his shoulder blade was injured. No, to be precise, it was either fractured or shattered. Miss Lei, calm down, calm down. I mean, Chinese people are so smart, so smart. Yes, smart. Lei Zhan finally withdrew his hand from the desert fox's shoulder, chuckling, that's right. If you struggle with Chinese, you can always come find me. I'm the kind of person who loves helping others. I'll teach you Chinese characters properly and show you how to be a man. Desert Fox stared at Lei Zhan in terror. Ahem, yes, yes, yes. If there's an opportunity later, I definitely will. Though Desert Fox spoke with a smile, his eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. Lei Zhan remained calm and composed, smiling as he said, Mr. Desert Fox, you still haven't answered my question. During our mission, we captured your comrades. How should we handle them? Should we also strive for a 100% recreation of real warfare? Desert Fox, yes indeed. Lei Zhan's smile vanished instantly. Understood. Hold on, I need to brief my team. Lei Zhan dared to accept Desert Fox's shameless demand and sacrifice Tianhua because he wasn't acting blindly. He had his system. Though Lei Zhan couldn't personally attend this assessment, he was confident he could help Master Yan Wang and the others overcome this ordeal. Of course, he was equally certain Tianhua would remain unharmed. Lei Zhan walked up to Tianhua, who was already trembling uncontrollably. He patted her shoulder with a smile. What's the matter? Scared? Tianhua nearly burst into tears. Yes, Thunder God, I'm scared. No crying. You want to embarrass yourself in front of the whole world? Trust me, you'll be fine. As he spoke, Lei Zhan handed Tianhua 2 golden, pill-like objects he'd been clutching. Remember this, when you face an insurmountable obstacle, crush one of these and swallow it. These 2 pills can help you escape twice. If you can't escape after 2 tries, then go die. Don't let them get their hands on you. Got it? Tianhua's sobs grew louder. I understand. Lei Zhan sighed. Go on. Wipe those tears off your face. Keep crying, and you'll be kicked out of here. The fire phoenix doesn't need weaklings. Tianhua instantly stopped sobbing. Lei Zhan then approached Old Fox, handing him a golden pill. Remember, use this only when you're truly cornered. Crush it and swallow it. It can save you from certain death once. The Old Fox examined the golden pill in his hand and nodded firmly. Thunder God, I understand. We old-timers won't disgrace the Wolfang Special Forces. Rest assured. We'll bring Tianhua back safely. Lei Zhan nodded. Go. Don't disgrace the Chinese people. By the time they finished speaking, Tianhua had already been loaded into the vehicle. Per protocol, the veteran operatives Old Fox and his team could only pursue 5 minutes after the target vehicle departed. Nanmuku village remained at the scene to observe and evaluate the assessment results. Desert Fox shoved Tianhua roughly into the vehicle. The car kicked up a cloud of dust and sped off like lightning. Nanmukun, meanwhile, headed straight to the operations room to monitor the live assessment. Since everyone was equipped with Beidou GPS coordinate devices, the entire assessment process could be viewed in real time. 5 minutes later, Old Fox led his team in pursuit, commencing the mission to rescue their comrade. With everyone gone, only a squad of female soldiers and Lei Zhan remained. Lei Zhan stood before the female soldiers. You bunch of useless trash, you worthless women, you greenhorns. Watch this. This is what you are. Don't even talk about fighting. You don't even have the guts to step onto the field. How pathetic. A mere international special forces exercise. And you're scared to tears. This is what you are, a bunch of useless trash who can't even get on the field. Pathetic. Pathetic. Not a single female soldier dared to retort to Lei Zhan's tirade. Instead, they all bowed their heads. Before them stood the genuine international mercenary organization, the elite of the elite among special forces. Merely their presence, the sheer dominance and aura they exuded, had already crushed every last shred of confidence and ambition these women had held. No contest was needed. Just one glance told them the gulf between themselves and these men. They didn't need a trial to know that if their group stepped onto the field and clashed with these men, they wouldn't last a single round. They'd be crushed, leaving not a crumb behind. These men were savage as Lei Zhan himself. They were powerful as Lei Zhan. They were invincible as Lei Zhan. Before them, the female soldiers felt utterly insignificant. So insignificant that these warriors wouldn't even deign to glance their way. So insignificant that stepping onto the field would only earn them the status of hostages. So insignificant that even being hostages would terrify them to the point of near pissing themselves. Just look at Tianhua's performance. Truthfully, they all knew they weren't much stronger than Tianhua. Before such formidable opponents, they were as insignificant as ants. Soldiers. Special Forces soldiers. These were the real deal true special forces. Within the entire Wolfang Special Forces Brigade, no one except Lei Zhan possessed an aura powerful enough to intimidate them. They were ashamed. They gritted their teeth. They seethed with hatred for their own utter incompetence, hatred for not even being worthy of stepping onto the field, hatred for having once defiantly called Lei Zhan a useless rookie. It turned out everything Lei Zhan had said before was true. They were indeed rookies. They were indeed useless. Come to the operations room. See how utterly defeated your comrade is. See if she even survives. And while you watch, think long and hard about whether you want to keep pushing forward. After speaking, Lei Zhan strode straight toward the operations room. The female soldiers exchanged glances, then silently followed him inside. They watched the live monitoring footage of the assessment. Desert Fox drove the vehicle, hauling his 6 or 7 men and Tianguo along, laughing heartily. He glanced back at Tianguo, surrounded by the group. Little girl, you've really got some bad luck. Ending up in our hands, huh? Ha! You're our prisoner now. We can do whatever we want with you. Heh, brothers, you agree, right? The men in the vehicle erupted in raucous laughter. A Chinese flower girl, what a splendid little prisoner. Ha! Come on, let's interrogate you right now. A skinny, dark-skinned foreigner immediately began groping Tianguo. Lei Zhan, Nanmokora, and the female soldiers stood before the large screen, watching the scene unfold. Lei Zhan smiled calmly. Hey, Mr. Nanmokora, so this is the assessment team you brought? Are they all as shameless and underhanded as you Japanese? Nankimura placed a hand over his mouth and cleared his throat softly. Mr. Lei, we agreed beforehand. Everything must replicate real combat conditions as closely as possible. I have no choice in this matter. You consented to it. Lei Zhan chuckled. Well. The rogues have come right to our doorstep to play their tricks. And they do it with righteous indignation. Ah, truly, a leopard can't change its spots. I suspect this sort of thing wouldn't happen in other countries. I'd wager it's because you, number one, gave them special instructions beforehand to give us Chinese particular attention, right? Nankimura, struck by Lei Zhan's piercing words, cleared his throat nervously. Mr. Lei, you've misunderstood. We Japanese value integrity and courtesy above all. I would never do such a thing, I pledge my honor. Lei Zhan let out a bitter laugh. Right. You Japanese still talk about integrity in front of us Chinese? Don't give me that bull. Chapter 33, Jungle Sniper. The surveillance screen showed the men from Desert Fox about to assault the kidnapped hostage, Tianguo. Several foreigners chuckled as they began groping her body. Tianguo screamed and squirmed wildly inside the vehicle. Behind them, the old fox's damn vehicle only started moving after they began. Catching up would require covering a significant distance. Under these circumstances, Tianguo had no way to escape their control except by relying on herself. The Desert Fox's shoulder blade had been crushed by Lei Zhan's grip, leaving him severely injured. Though he'd been chatting cheerfully with Lei Zhan moments before, deep down, the Desert Fox now hated this damned Lei Zhan with a burning intensity. With the hostage in his grasp, the Desert Fox resolved to vent his fury on this delicate Chinese woman. Hold off on teasing this Chinese girl for now, Desert Fox ordered his men. Plenty of time later. Let's handle business first. With that, he led them swiftly off the vehicle, leaving only the driver to speed away. They vanished into the jungle bordering the road. Desert Fox's plan was simple. The old fox and his crew had arrived by car and would surely pursue the vehicle they had abandoned. Meanwhile, he and his men had already slipped into the jungle. If they could just hold out for a few hours, the Chinese side would be defeated. Old Fox's forces split into 2 echelons. One pursued directly by vehicle. Simultaneously, Old Fox led the other echelon with police dogs in hot pursuit along the road. This was to prevent Desert Fox from abandoning his vehicle mid-escape. Old Fox raced along the road with the police dogs. After less than 10 minutes, he began relaying messages to Yuan Bao's squad. The dogs had picked up Tianguo's scent. They were to return immediately and cease pursuit of the fleeing vehicle. Tianguo wasn't there. Thus, after half an hour, the members of Old Fox's team turned back, regrouping into a single unit. By that time, Desert Fox had already led Tianguo deep into the jungle, nearly 10 miles away. They had shaken off Old Fox's group by a full 2 kilometers. After gaining a 2-kilometer lead, Desert Fox halted his advance. He concealed himself in place, preparing to ambush the pursuing Old Fox unit. They were confident that with their own skills, the Chinese special forces would be no match for them. Old Fox and his men would fall one by one under their guns. 15 minutes later, Old Fox led his men to a location roughly several hundred meters from the Desert Fox's ambush site. He ordered the advance halted. Jungle pursuit was the most challenging pursuit scenario. Not for any other reason, but because it was far too easy to fall victim to ambushes. In jungle pursuits, the pursuers were often at a disadvantage. The pursuers were exposed, while the pursued remained hidden. And those in the shadows were most likely to do one thing: fire a surprise shot. Thus, the jungle is a sniper's paradise. As long as the sniper's position remains undiscovered, everything is fine. All those pursuing will become the sniper's victims. Old Fox halted the group and scanned the surroundings. Yet the dense jungle offered no glimpse of anyone. Still, his decades of special forces instincts told him something was terribly wrong. A thick, oppressive aura of death hung over them. Old Fox kept them frozen in place for a full 5 minutes. Finally, Yan Wang couldn't hold back any longer. Old Fox, standing here isn't a solution. The longer we delay, the worse it gets for us. I know moving forward is dangerous, but if we don't go, what are we even here for? Yuan Bao nodded in agreement. I support King Yama's view. I sense it too. We must be close to the enemy sniper now. But even so, we have to advance. We have no way out. Even if we know it means certain death, we have to push forward. Old Fox sighed and nodded helplessly. I know all this. This mission might very well be our last. Never imagined we'd be trapped like this during a drill. Well, we know the mountain has tigers, but we must still venture into the tiger's lair. Let's go. Big Bull led the police dog ahead as a scout, slowly creeping along the scent trail of Tianhua. Barely 100 meters in, the dog collapsed with a thud, a blood-soaked hole gaping in its skull. The moment the dog fell, Old Fox and the others instantly hit the ground. Old Fox bellowed, "Freeze! Keep your heads down! Don't move!" The Special Forces soldiers on this side didn't wait for Old Fox's orders. They immediately threw themselves to the ground. They found small elevations to conceal their figures, denying the snipers any opportunity to shoot. However, after 5 minutes of this, a voice boomed over a loudspeaker from across the way. Haha, foolish Chinese. You've walked right into our ambush. We have 2 sniper rifles. The moment you move, we'll take you down, you idiots. Ha. Of course, you could just stay put and not move. I can assure you, this is extremely clever and wise because as long as you stay still, our snipers won't be able to eliminate you. But I must also warn you, the moment you move, our snipers won't hesitate to send you to meet your maker. Ha, foolish Chinese folk. Just lie there obediently like frogs. Wait 3 hours, then surrender automatically. We're off to attend to our own business. The voice faded, replaced by the sound of footsteps moving away. From the noise, it seemed some of them had indeed departed. But in this situation, it truly only took 2 snipers to handle the situation. The moment any of Old Fox's men showed their heads, they would face the merciless fire of the snipers. This was the inherent flaw of jungle pursuit. The pursuers were always at a disadvantage. Jungle chases were meant to be conducted by overwhelming numbers, forcing the hunted into a game of survival against the odds. Pursuits with nearly equal numbers rarely ended in success. What's more, the enemy was elite among the elite special forces of the highest caliber. Their capabilities were no less than those of Old Fox and his men. The sound of their retreat was brazen, clearly indicating they held no fear of Old Fox and his men catching up. But even as this group faded into the distance, Old Fox and his men heard another voice. Let me go. Let me go. You stinking men, let me go. It was Tianhua's voice. Old Fox and the others were instantly alarmed. Tianhua, she really was here. Haha, little Chinese girl, relax. We'll take good care of you. Haha, you don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? Cough cough. Perfect. Deep in the jungle like this, your Beidou GPS signal will be blocked. Cough cough. No matter what outrageous things we do, your boss will never find out. Haha, little Chinese girl, your skin is so fair and soft. Click. Not far away, the clear voices of these foreign thugs taunting her echoed. Let me go. You animals. I'll kill you. Tianhua struggled and cried out. I can't take this anymore. Big Bull burst out of his hiding spot. But before he could take 2 steps, a muffled pop from a silenced sniper rifle echoed. Dania collapsed with a thud, a gaping hole in his knee. Ah, he screamed, falling to the ground. Daniu. Seeing this, Yuan Bao and Little B leaped from their hiding spots and raced toward Daniu, determined to save him. Puff, puff. Shots rang out from an unknown location, like 2 venomous snakes striking. The venom struck Yuan Bao and Xiamifeng's calves with deadly accuracy, leaving 2 more bloody holes. Haha, stupid Chinese. Come on out. Let me take you all down one by one. Ha, this is so satisfying. In the distance, a foreigner with broken Chinese shouted arrogantly. He was still using a megaphone. Nobody move. We've lost. Yuan Bao and Little B both shouted. We're already dead. You must keep fighting. Don't give up. Big Bull also shouted loudly. Indeed, this was an exercise. The enemy had only shot him in the calf, otherwise, it would have been a headshot. As yellow smoke billowed from their bodies, the few of them were officially deemed casualties and withdrew from the competition assessment. Damn it, I'll fight to the death. I'll take out every last one of these bastards. Yan Wang declared, lunging forward with his sniper rifle. Old Fox grabbed Yan Wang's shoulder. Calm down. Are you crazy? If everyone acts this impulsively, do you want this mission to fail? Yan Wang, but Yuan Bao and the others. Tianhui is in their hands too. Old Fox, what if? Follow orders. Did Thunder God train you all these years for nothing? Damn it, when it matters most, you just know how to embarrass yourselves. What is a Special Forces soldier? A Special Forces soldier is born for the mission, exists solely to complete the mission. Under any circumstances, completing the mission is the first priority. Got it? Yan Wang, I understand. Old Fox snorted. Now, listen to me. I'll lure out that hidden sniper. You find his position as fast as you can and take him out. Yan Wang, no, Old Fox, this is too risky. You're courting death. I won't agree. Old Fox chuckled. At this very moment, do you have a better plan? Are we just supposed to lie here waiting for time to pass, waiting for them to humiliate Tianhua? Ha! If that's the case, we might as well be dead. As he spoke, Old Fox pulled out the golden pill Lei Zhan had given him and tossed it into his mouth. Chapter 34, Sniper. This golden pill wasn't really a pill. Yet, it was also a pill. Its name was Soul Pill. It was something Lei Zhan had exchanged with the system. This item could only be used once. Moreover, it came at a steep price. A single pill required 1 bubble point. When Lei Zhan traded for it, he felt the pain keenly. Yet despite that, he had no choice but to exchange for it to ensure the safety of Tianhua and the Old Fox's group. After all, Lei Zhan couldn't bear the thought of his people falling into enemy hands, losing their lives or suffering humiliation was utterly unacceptable. Though he hadn't initially warmed to this place, over time, Lei Zhan had gradually grown accustomed to it and even developed a fondness for it. This shift, however, had yet to register fully in his consciousness. Now, about this soul pill. As the name suggests, it was a pill that allowed a person's soul to temporarily possess and take control of another's body, granting immense offensive power. This golden pill, however, offered only one option: it compelled the host to possess another. In other words, whoever Lei Zhan gave this soul pill to, whoever consumed it, would instantly gain all of Lei Zhan's abilities for a brief period. In essence, the user would temporarily transform into Lei Zhan himself, descending like divine assistance. However, the soul pill has weaknesses, primarily 2 shortcomings. The first is its time constraint. Once ingested, the effect lasts only 3 minutes. Only during this 3-minute window does the user function as if Lei Zhan himself were present. Second, while the user manifests as Lei Zhan himself within those 3 minutes, they can only wield 90% of Lei Zhan's full combat power. This is because the soul pill possesses the ability to draw energy from afar, but it can only absorb 90%. The remaining 10% must be reserved by the original Lei Zhan to maintain his physical form. Moreover, during the effective duration of the soul pill in the user, the host, that is, Lei Zhan's true form, operates at only 10% of his normal power, essentially rendering him incapacitated. Such is the nature of the soul pellet. Lei Zhan traded 3 points for 3 soul pellets, giving 2 to the female soldier Tianhua and 1 to Old Fox. The reasoning was that Tianhua was a girl, too weak, and fighting alone. The Old Fox, however, was a man, a veteran soldier, and was operating alongside other experienced teammates. Remember, on a real battlefield, special forces get no second chances. Giving Old Fox and his team a soul orb already pushed the absolute limits of special forces ethics and the rules of engagement. If they couldn't capitalize on this extra opportunity, then there was nothing more to say they truly weren't qualified to fight these foreign devils. Though the conditions for Old Fox and his team were unfair compared to those being pursued behind enemy lines or on the battlefield, no one talks about fairness. The only question is whether the mission is accomplished or not. The moment Old Fox swallowed the soul pill, his eyes closed and his entire body shuddered violently. Simultaneously, Lei Zhan, seated in the command center, reacted exactly like Old Fox deep in the jungle. His eyes closed, his body jerked, and he slumped heavily into his chair. The female soldiers behind him startled, and Nanmaku village beside him froze, staring at Lei Zhan in shock, unsure what had happened. "Mr. Lei, what's wrong? Feeling unwell?" Nanmaku asked in stiff Mandarin. Lei Zhan gasped for breath, slowly opening his eyes. His face was deathly pale as he offered a wan smile and waved his hand. Nothing. Sorry to startle you, Mr. Nanmaku. Just suddenly feeling a bit off. Ah, my team members, they're truly hopeless. Watching them has left me so frustrated I could choke. It's unbearable. Nankimura's face lit up upon hearing this. Ahem, Mr. Lei, actually, your team members have performed quite well. But they faced the best instructors and trainees of our Erna assault unit. Ahem, honestly, achieving such results is already quite commendable. In my opinion, Mr. Lei, there's no need to continue this assessment. You should concede defeat. That would be best for everyone. Yet, as Nanmaku village sat before the observation screen watching the two forces face off, he suddenly froze. On the screen, the Old Fox shuddered violently, then snapped his eyes open and flashed a wicked grin at the Yanwang beside him. That grin was all too familiar to the female soldiers watching. So wicked, so roguelike, so shameless, it was unmistakably the signature, sleazy smirk unique to Instructor Lei Zhan, Captain Lei. And now, at this very moment, it appeared on the Old Fox's face. The Old Fox grinned at Yanwang, who was preparing to snipe. "Kid, get ready. I'll lure those bastards out." You must pinpoint their firing positions and find the sniper. He then made a beheading gesture toward his own neck, then, take him down. Yan Wang nodded. Old fox, I understand. What worries me is you. You must be careful. Their sniper isn't someone to mess with. The old fox grinned, flashed an OK sign at Yan Wang, and shot forward like a hare fleeing a pack of wolves. His form was lithe, his speed fierce like a dragon plunging into water, an eagle soaring through the moonlight. Fast. Unbelievably fast. Not fast enough for a human. This ing thing is the old fox? When did the old fox get this good? This ing thing is clearly a ghost. King Yama watched, utterly stunned. Yet, at that very moment a sharp crack echoed from the sniper rifle. The bullet whizzed through the air, piercing a large tree. The old fox flickered and vanished into the grass. King Yama immediately snapped out of his daze. Following the trajectory of the bullet hole, he rapidly calculated the bullet's path in his mind, 9 o'clock direction, penetration distance estimated at 550 meters. That meant the target location should be the grassy patch beneath the old banyan tree. Yanwan locked onto the position, slowly adjusting his body and rifle to target the thicket beneath the ancient banyan tree in the jungle. As a sniper himself, Yan Wang instinctively knew the most suitable hiding spots for an adversary. Aiming at the center of the grassy patch, though he couldn't see the sniper, Yan Wang decisively pulled the trigger. A puff of yellow smoke billowed from the grass. The opposing sniper was eliminated. Regardless of whether he was dead or alive, the signal smoke indicating withdrawal from the exercise had already risen, signifying he was disqualified from the competition. Yes. Yan Wang pumped his fist in silent celebration. Put. In that instant of triumph, a gaping wound suddenly appeared on Yan Wang's left arm. Instantly, the yellow smoke signaling his own withdrawal billowed forth. Yan Wang had been hit too. Damn it. So it turns out I took out the spotter, not the sniper. Yan Wang felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Thunder God, I'm sorry. We let you down. Chapter 35, Desperate Counterattack Part 1. On Yan Wang's side, the mood was utterly despondent. Now, of the entire veteran Special Forces team, only Old Fox remained. It was practically a total annihilation. It was a disgrace to the Chinese Special Forces and to the veteran members. With only Old Fox left, completing this mission was utterly impossible. Everyone understood this in their hearts. Ignoring the gunshot wound bleeding from his arm, Yama wept as he repeatedly slapped himself across the face. At that very moment, the cold voice of Lei Zhan echoed through the headsets of all the veteran members who had withdrawn due to injuries. All exercise withdrawals, return immediately. You are forbidden from participating in live fire drills. Do not violate the rules. Now. Immediately. As Lei Zhan's voice echoed through every headset, Dainio, Yuanbao, Yanwan, and the others silently rose. Heads bowed, shoulders slumped, they retreated silently from the jungle. Their hearts were filled with overwhelming regret. Unbearable agony. Worse than death. They felt they had no face to show before the organization, before their superiors, before Lei Zhan, before those newly arrived female soldiers. This was a disgrace to a Chinese soldier, a disgrace to a Chinese Special Forces soldier, a disgrace to the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. At that moment, Nan Nukun, who had been watching everything unfold alongside Lei Zhan at the observation screen, wore a broad smile. Ahem, Mr. Lei, the outcome is clear. I suggest you recall all your personnel immediately. Ahem. With just an old man and a young girl left, ahem, our formidable warriors could eliminate them as easily as crushing an ant. You have absolutely no room left to maneuver. Ahem. As for that young girl, considering the good international relations between our two countries, I can persuade them not to humiliate her. Lei Zhan's face was pale, his breath faint. Hey, Mr. Nanmaku, please watch your words. We don't have just an old man and a young girl left, we still have 2 soldiers. Nakamura sneered with disdain. Ahem, fine. My apologies, Mr. Lei. My wording was inappropriate. Well then, since you remain so stubbornly obstinate, it seems only facts will speak for themselves. Let us wait and see. Yet before Nanmaku could finish speaking, he froze in shock. The old man he'd mocked, the old fox, darted through the jungle like a winged ape. With swift, zigzagging strides, he streaked forward across the ground. So fast, in fact, that the camera blurred. The old fox darted through the undergrowth with serpentine grace, slicing through the air like a swordfish through water. Nanmaku village froze in disbelief. Impossible. How could a human move at such inhuman speed through the jungle? What on earth had happened to him? As Nanmaku spoke, he was stunned again. On the screen, the old fox leaped from the ground. Where he had been standing, a bullet whizzed past, piercing the tree behind him and leaving a bullet hole. It was Nanmaku village's sniper firing at the charging old fox. Yet the old fox's agility was so extraordinary that the sniper couldn't track his movements. He simply couldn't get a clear shot. With a whoosh, the old fox darted onto a nearby tree, leaping a full 3 or 4 meters high. It was as if he were possessed by divine power, like a 6-eared monkey had taken over his body. Nanmukun was utterly dumbfounded. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a human be like this? Sorcery. This is sorcery. You Chinese must have used some kind of sorcery trick. You're cheating. Meanwhile, behind Leijian and Nanmaku village, the female soldiers watching the live drill feed erupted in cheers. Yay! Old Fox is so cool. Old Fox, I love you. Old Fox is so awesome, totally badass, super handsome. Yay, we love you, keep it up. As they spoke, the old fox coiled around the tree trunk on the screen, shot forward like a flash, soaring through the air like a spirit ape. With a swift grab, he seized a branch on another tree 5 or 6 meters away. At that very moment, another gunshot rang out, leaving a bullet hole in the tree trunk where the old fox had paused. By now, the old fox had fully transformed into a monkey. Darting and weaving, it moved through the trees and on the ground with the agility of a dragon, soaring up and down, leaping left and right. Despite the relentless sniping, not a single bullet could hit the old fox. A fierce, dominant showdown between man and bullets unfolded before everyone's eyes. Nanmaku was utterly dumbfounded. Impossible, impossible. This isn't human. How could a human do this? This is sorcery. Sorcery. Absolute sorcery, the mysterious sorcery of your ancient Eastern China. Lei Zhan's expression softened considerably. Clearing his throat softly, he stepped forward and patted Nanmaku village chief on the shoulder. Ahem, Mr. Nanmaku village chief, calm down. Calm down. You must stay calm. Rest assured, just as you said, he's just an old man. Your men are elite warriors. An old man can't cause much trouble. He'll die a miserable death, won't he? And Mr. Nanmaku, this isn't sorcery at all. You really underestimate us Chinese. If we were truly practicing sorcery, it wouldn't be at this level. If it were real sorcery, all of you would be wiped out before you even had a chance to show your faces, and you wouldn't even know how you died. HM? Your expression looks a bit off. Seems you don't believe me. Very well, shall I demonstrate a little sorcery right now to open your eyes? Though my knowledge of Chinese sorcery is limited, I believe it should suffice to deal with you foreigners. Your silence means consent. I'll proceed to show you a small demonstration of sorcery. No, Mr. Lei, no need, no need. Really, no need. Cough cough. I believe you, I believe you. I'd rather you just sit here quietly and watch the drill. You're not going anywhere. You're staying right here with me. Nowhere. You must remember that. Leijian, ahem, fine. I obey the commander's orders. Oh my, that old fox, what's with the slow speed? Just you wait till I get back, I'll deal with him. Hearing Leijian's words and watching the ghostly speed and movements of the old fox on the screen, Nanmaku's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He discreetly wiped his brow. Ahem, Mr. Lei, this old fox you mentioned, how old is he? Leijian, I'm not entirely sure. I'm already in my 30s. He was my father's comrade in arms, so he's probably around 60. Nanmu village chief, ahem. He then pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead again, watching the unbelievable scene on the screen with growing tension. A 60-year-old man? Cough cough. Nanmaku village could no longer remain calm. The whole story is a long one, but the old fox completed these actions in mere seconds, 10 or even fewer, dashing straight toward the sniper's position in the distance. Was he actually going to capture the sniper? Seeing the direction the old fox headed, Nanmaku village was stunned. Leijian coughed. Do I even need to ask? It's obvious. How else can he advance without taking out the sniper? Insane, utterly insane. He actually intends to single-handedly take out a sniper 500 meters away in broad daylight? That's foolish madness. Nanmaku shouted. Leijian, ahem, Mr. Nanmaku, mind your language. Don't judge Chinese tactics with the strategic mindset of your defeated nation from World War II. Mark my words, this isn't foolishness, it's skill breeding boldness. Nor is it madness, it's contempt for so-called enemies like you. The most dangerous approach is often the most practical and effective solution. And only those with supreme skill and prowess have the right to employ such tactics. Do you understand, Japanese? Besides, take a good look, it's not 500 meters now. It's less than 200 meters. Nankimura, humph. Just wait and see. I refuse to believe any soldier, no matter how skilled, would dare expose himself to a sniper in an attempt to take him down. That's foolishness. That's sheer folly. Bang. The old fox leapt from the tree once more. The moment his feet touched the ground, the submachine gun in his hands roared to life. Yellow smoke billowed from the position where the desert fox's sniper had been stationed. No explanation was needed. Everyone understood. Both the sniper and the spotter at the position had been completely taken out. On the screen, the old fox flashed an OK sign toward Leijian, Nanmaku village, and the female soldiers. The female soldiers erupted into cheers, jumping high in the air. Joyful laughter mingled with excited cries. Old fox, we love you. Go get Tiangua. We've got your back. When you return, each of us will give you a kiss. Go! Old Fox flashed a victory sign, spun on his heel, and sprinted forward at breakneck speed. His pace was like a cheetah chasing a rabbit, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Old Fox, he's actually this incredible. Tan Xiaolin was completely mesmerized. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. That's no Old Fox, it's clearly a ghost. QB Azu exclaimed. Ouyang Qian, this isn't human. Are we supposed to survive this? Tang Xiaoxiao covered her mouth in shock, gasping, holy crap. Special forces? This is what special forces look like. Instructor, now I truly realize, we're complete rookies. Utterly greenhorns. That Old Fox isn't human, he's a freaking genetic mutant. No one knew this was the Old Fox, possessing 90% of Lei Zhan's true combat power. Meanwhile, Nanmaku, the lead commander of the Erner Assault Team's evaluation group, froze in place. This can't be. This is impossible. It's insane. It's beyond belief. No human could achieve this. Chapter 36, Desperate Counterattack Part 2. Though both Nanmaku and Desert Fox had declared this a live fire assessment, no regard for life or death, both were shrewd operators who understood the unspoken ground rule. While the format was agreed upon, both sides tacitly accepted a fundamental condition. That unspoken rule was, no fatalities. For both Lei Zhan and Desert Fox understood that if genuine casualties occurred on either side, it would mean the relationship had truly soured beyond repair. The consequences were clear, both sides would become genuinely enraged, refusing to back down until the other was eliminated. Moreover, Nanmaku village could never afford such a risk. He could use people to humiliate China and use words to smear the Chinese. But to actually, openly take Chinese lives on Chinese soil? He knew the outcome, even if it cost them their own lives, the Chinese would never let this inspection team leave their territory alive. Even if this escalated into an international incident, the Chinese would spare no effort to eliminate them. For they had struck a blow to China's face, something the Chinese would never tolerate. Nanmaku deeply understood Chinese culture. While the Chinese valued face, sought harmony, and emphasized propriety and magnanimity, it was best not to provoke their genuine fury. For if they truly unleashed their wrath, it would be beyond anyone's capacity to withstand. They could indulge in verbal sparring and minor skirmishes, such trivialities the Chinese could tolerate. But if it came to serious conflict, it wouldn't just be him, a single Japanese man. Even if Erna launched a full-scale assault on their homeland, they likely wouldn't dare provoke China. Thus, this unspoken rule was one Nanmaku accepted. Thus, even though they held all the advantages during the assessment, they never actually killed any Chinese participants. Instead, they only injured them enough to force withdrawal from the competition. The Old Fox now sprinted across the ground. In just over 20 seconds, he reached the two snipers he had knocked down, stripped them of their rifles, and vanished in an instant. He charged straight after the group that had snatched Tianguo earlier. His speed and agility were astonishing, like a camouflaged forest wolf darting through the jungle, a ghost of the woods clad in camouflage. He closed in rapidly on the Desert Fox gang preparing their escape. In truth, it was the Old Fox, or more accurately, Lei Zhan, operating at 90% combat capacity, who was in motion. In the command center, the Old Fox's figure flickered across the screens. Within a mere minute, he materialized before the six-man squad led by Desert Fox. Among them was the hostage, Tianguo. At this very moment, the Old Fox had used the soul pill for exactly 2.5 minutes. He distinctly felt his stamina rapidly depleting, leaving him utterly exhausted. His strength, endurance, and speed were vanishing at an alarming rate. The Old Fox could feel the potency of the pill Lei Zhan had given him was about to wear off. He had to act fast and rescue Tianguo. He assessed his current abilities. They were only about 40% of what they had been when he first took the pill. That overwhelming, exhilarating sense of power was rapidly fading. He had to move quickly, had to move fast. He had to take down these 6 people before the pill's effects completely vanished. Bang! The Old Fox, closing in, shot down one of the Desert Fox's comrades trailing behind. The Desert Fox's group reacted instantly, diving to the ground and shielding Tianguo with their bodies. Damn, they react fast. These guys are tough to deal with, the Old Fox thought silently as he caught up and took out one soldier. He quickly concealed his own body to guard against counterattacks from the remaining 4 opponents. But at that very moment, the Old Fox distinctly felt his stamina and abilities rapidly vanishing, on the verge of complete depletion. Moreover, he could clearly sense that once the pill's effects faded, he would immediately slip into unconsciousness. This pill was too overbearing. It had unleashed powers he never thought possible, seemingly by tapping into his body's latent potential, or rather, by excessively draining his physical strength and even his very life force. Though it was only natural that the loss of this power would plunge him into unconsciousness from bodily exhaustion. No, he had to act quickly and rescue Tianguo. Otherwise, he would soon lose his combat ability, and then Tianguo would have absolutely no chance. The Old Fox had no time for further thought. He drew a deep breath, reorganized every ounce of strength within him, and channeled it to his absolute limit. With a sudden burst of speed, he shot forward from his position. Instantly, 4 submachine guns roared to life, unleashing a hail of bullets toward him. Bullets rained down like a storm, tearing through leaves and punching countless holes in the tree trunks. Dust swirled violently from the ground. Amidst the hail of bullets, Old Fox darted and weaved like a nimble hare surrounded by wolves, charging recklessly toward the four men. Miraculously, he avoided every single shot. In mere seconds, the Old Fox, tactical knife in hand, forced his way into the group. He tackled Tianguo to the ground, swiftly slashed the rope binding her wrists, and bellowed, "Run!" Thud, thud. 2 bullets struck the Old Fox's legs, instantly collapsing him to the ground, unable to rise. Desert Fox and the other 3 aimed their weapons squarely at Tianguo and the Old Fox. "Ha! You've lost. Completely lost. Every last one of you has been taken down. Heh, looks like we can call this assessment over." Cough. Calling one. Assessment concluded. Chinese Special Forces tracking assessment failed. Results, enemy, entirely eliminated. Our side, lost 1 sniper and 1 spotter. Victory achieved with absolute superiority. Watching this unfold on the large screen in the command center, Nanmaku village let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that ghostly Old Fox taken care of instantly calmed everyone's nerves. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Ahem, Mr. Leijean, you saw it too. You truly lost. By the rules, this girl should be ours to handle." At that moment, Leijean seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness, exhaling a long breath of his own. His previous vibrant energy returned. "Ahem, Mr. Nanmaku, don't be so hasty in your conclusions. While all the male members failed, don't forget we still have one more member." Nankimura froze in shock. "What? There's another one?" he gasped, horrified. Could there be another trickster like that Old Fox earlier? That wouldn't be good at all. Leijean chuckled. "Mr. Nanmaku, relax. I'm referring to the girl you call a hostage. Ahem, according to protocol, she's also one of our Special Forces operatives." Before Leijean could finish, his body shuddered violently. He clamped his eyes shut again, muttering through gritted teeth, "Here we go again. Damn it. I'm done giving pills to any of you bastards." Meanwhile, on the large screen, Tianguo was crunching away at something. She then stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Phew. That's disgusting. On the actual battlefield, the 3 soldiers led by Desert Fox were alarmed. "What are you doing? What are you eating? Is it suicide poison? Spit it out. You're not allowed to kill yourself." As they spoke, the men moved forward to pry open Tianguo's mouth and extract the poison. Honestly, Commander 1 had issued a strict order, absolutely no casualties. Otherwise, whoever caused a death would have to commit suicide on the spot as atonement. They certainly didn't want to die. "You're the ones who should kill yourselves. I'm hungry. What's wrong with chewing gum?" Tianguo's face wore a wicked grin. That wicked, lecherous smile was identical to Leijean's. The moment the 3 men lunged forward, Tianguo smiled faintly, then suddenly thrust her fist forward, landing squarely in the stomach of one soldier. Struck instantly, the man hadn't even seen her punch coming. He let out a piercing scream as the blow sent him flying 7 or 8 meters through the air. He slammed into a large tree with a thud, collapsing unconscious on the spot. As the punch landed, Tianguo spun around, delivering a tiger tail kick with her right leg. With a clang, it struck another soldier squarely. The speed was too fast for him to react. He was sent flying by the kick. This kick was even more brutal than the one that sent the other soldier flying. He was sent hurtling over 10 meters, crashing to the ground midair with a thud. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his head lolled to the side, and he was knocked unconscious. One punch, one kick, 2 elite Special Forces operatives neutralized in an instant. The 3rd soldier finally snapped out of it and raised his gun to fire at Tianguo. Tianguo's punch and kick had taken less than half a second. As he crouched down, a bullet whizzed over his head. Tianguo braced himself with his hands, then launched a high kick. With a loud thud, he sent the submachine gun of the 3rd soldier aiming at him flying into the air. Tianguo spun backward, planted her feet, and executed a 360-degree aerial kick. With a clang, the submachine gun she'd kicked flew off into the distance, vanishing into the distant jungle. The 3rd soldier froze in shock. What the hell? Why was this Chinese girl suddenly going berserk? Had she been possessed by a ghost? Chapter 37, Desperate Counterattack Part 2. Though momentarily stunned, the 3rd soldier snapped out of it instantly. He swiftly drew his combat knife from his waist, gripped it reverse hand, and lunged at Tianguo with a backhand slash, aiming straight for her throat. But this Tianguo was no ordinary Tianguo. She was now possessed by Leijean, operating at 90% of his combat strength. A small martial artist who had entered the 1st stage of the domain realm, she was a minor non-human entity. Her stamina was at the 10th level, her strength at the 10th level, her speed at the 10th level, and her marksmanship at the 10th level. Even at 90% combat strength, he was no match for this being. A wicked, almost masculine grin spread across Tianguo's face, the very smile of Leijean. Standing perfectly still, he waited for the dagger to arrive. As it came, Tianguo tilted his head back slightly. The blade whistled past his neck with a sharp rush of air. As the blade sliced through the air, Tiangua tilted his head back. Simultaneously, one of his feet seemed to kick out in slow motion. Yet, despite the seemingly leisurely pace of the kick, the attacker watched helplessly as the foot came toward him, utterly unable to dodge. With a thud, Tiangua's foot struck the man squarely in the groin. The foreign soldier let out a piercing scream, immediately crouching down to clutch his groin. His face turned pale, lips turned purple, eyes bulged wide, and he pointed at Tiangua in sheer terror. You're. Tiangua spun around, circling behind the foreign soldier. Before the soldier could react, his dagger was snatched from his hand, along with his military shoulder bag. Inside were genuine infantry landmines and melon grenades. With these weapons secured, Tiangua delivered a powerful kick to the soldier's back. The foreigner let out a howl as he was sent crashing face first into the ground. The sheer force of the blow caused the burly soldier to spit out a mouthful of blood. Whether this included blood from a kick to the groin remained unclear. With the foreign soldier knocked down, Tiangua planted her foot squarely on his spine. The soldier groaned, "Auntie, please stop stepping on me. I'm already coughing up blood. If you keep this up, you'll kill me." Tiangua grinned wickedly, twirling the dagger in her hand. She drew it swiftly across her palm 7 or 8 times before snapping it shut. She pressed the blade against the soldier's throat as he lay prone on the ground. "Oh my, you're already backing down? Who was it just now groping me, saying they'd strip my clothes off and marry me? If I recall correctly, it was you. Ha! Now I've come right to you. What, you think you can just say no? That won't do. Seeing how handsome you are, I'm sticking with you." The foreign soldier was so flustered by Tiangua's actions he could barely breathe, spitting out another mouthful of blood in a mix of laughter and tears. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I really am. Please spare me. If you keep this up, someone's gonna die. This is a drill, after all. Even if I'm a prisoner, you have to follow the rules, respect the Geneva Convention. Enough. Stop this, or I'll open fire." Behind Tiangua, Desert Fox, the last uninjured member of the squad, had been watching coldly. Holding his submachine gun, he aimed it at the back of Tiangua's head. "Drop your weapon and surrender immediately. Otherwise, I really will shoot." Tiangua had always appeared as frail as a delicate young woman. Desert Fox, who had seen countless people, determined that Tiangua wasn't putting on an act. That's why, when selecting hostages at the beginning, he chose this timid young girl, fearing that selecting a fiery-tempered woman might cause trouble or delay the mission. Everything had been nearly perfected. All of Lei Zhan's male soldiers and veteran members had been neutralized. Only this one little girl remained. Desert Fox had already declared the mission complete to Nanmu Village Chief Number 1. Yet, in the final moment, this little girl suddenly turned on them. She became a completely different person. Damn it, all that fuss, and they'd been tricked by this seemingly spoiled girl. Holy, she was a pro. A top-tier pro, no doubt. They'd completely misjudged her. Damn it, they'd totally misjudged her this time. They'd probably pulled the most formidable female Special Forces soldier in the entire Chinese Special Forces as their hostage. What the hell is this? This is bad luck. Man proposes, but God disposes. This was an incredibly stupid choice. I'd gone through all the hoops, just one last hurdle to clear, and then. I failed to clear it. Drop your weapons and raise your hands above your heads. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing prisoners. As you Chinese say, this is called tearing up the ticket. Got it? Tiangua heard this and turned back with a smile, looking at Desert Fox, who was pointing his gun at him. Then, smiling, he extended his hand. There, clutched in Tiangua's palm, were 3 grenades with their pins already pulled. The handles of all 3 grenades were firmly in Tiangua's grasp. The moment he let go, they would explode instantly. Seeing the 3 grenades in Tiangua's hand, Desert Fox froze in shock. "Are you out of your mind? These are real grenades. Do you even know what you're doing?" Tiangua smiled faintly, revealing 2 rows of perfectly aligned, pearly white teeth. "Of course I know what I'm doing. I'm your prisoner, your hostage. As a prisoner and hostage, I'm fully prepared to die at any moment. What's the matter, Mr. Desert Fox? Have I done something wrong? Go ahead and shoot. The moment you pull the trigger, I'll let go. Then everyone here can go down together. Let me calculate what's the blast radius and lethality of these 3 grenades. Oh dear, I'm not good at math, so I really need to figure it out properly." Desert Fox surveyed his team, sprawled motionless across the sand, his face turning ashen. "Young Chinese lady, let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. Put down the grenades, will you?" Tiangua, "Sure, why not?" Tiangua said, then grabbed a grenade with her left hand and hurled it straight at Desert Fox. Desert Fox was stunned. "Holy, you're crazy." Desert Fox scrambled to his feet and rolled backward, diving flat onto the sand. Boom! The grenade exploded, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. The guys Tiangua had kicked earlier were hit by the blast wave. Instantly, one of them rolled his eyes and breathed his last. "Holy crap, that's powerful. Way better than stealth. Let's do it again." Tianguo was about to toss another grenade when Desert Fox suddenly darted forward, blocking her path with outstretched arms. No, ma'am. You can't throw anymore. Absolutely not. This is a drill. You must understand this is a drill. You can't act so recklessly. You'll kill someone. Oh no, you already have. Tianguo widened her beautiful eyes, pouting her lips in an innocent, pure little girl pose. Huh? But you told me to drop it just now. I was following your instructions. How did I do it wrong? Desert Fox's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Of course you did. No, you didn't do anything wrong, it's my fault, okay? Lady, I'm begging you now, please handle the grenades you're still holding properly, okay? Throw them into the air and let them explode up there, okay? Tianguo shook her head. That won't do. The exercise isn't over yet. I've received orders from our commander, the battle isn't finished. Don't try to fool me. I'm not stupid. Desert Fox hurriedly protested. No. The assessment exercise is over. Finished. I declare it over. This assessment, you and us, will call it a draw. A draw, okay? It won't count toward your assessment score. Tianguo, that won't do. Our commander said on the battlefield, there's only victory or defeat, no draws. Either you lose, or you win. Or, seeing how cute I am, why don't you just admit defeat? Desert Fox immediately straightened up. No, absolutely not. In your current state, there's no way you could escape our grasp. Tianguo chuckled. You're bluffing. It's more like you lot are in no position to handle this so-called prisoner. Inside the combat command center of the beast camp, everything happening with Tianguo was clearly visible to all the female soldiers, as well as Lei Zhan and Nanmaku. When Nanmaku village saw Tianguo, seemingly possessed by a divine spirit, acting just like that old fox before, his face instantly turned ashen. He muttered repeatedly in Japanese, demon magic, it must be demon magic. Chinese demon magic, how utterly despicable. Using demon magic on the battlefield. On the large screen, Tianguo and the Desert Fox remained locked in a stalemate. Nanmura sighed softly. Mr. Lei, I think we should call this assessment to a close. I find the Desert Fox's reasoning quite sound. Let's consider this assessment a draw. What are your thoughts? Lei Zhan glanced at his watch. Over 2 minutes had passed. Lei Zhan knew the effect of Tianguo's soul pill was slowly fading while she and Desert Fox were arguing. That silly girl hadn't even noticed. In less than a minute, Tianguo would fall unconscious from consuming the soul pill. If that happened, Nanmaku village wouldn't even acknowledge a draw. He'd decisively rule it a loss for their side. Lei Zhan certainly didn't want to relinquish Tianguo's current advantage, but he had no choice. He knew what would happen in under a minute. Even the old fox's robust constitution couldn't withstand the soul pill's draining effects. A brief unconsciousness after use was inevitable, let alone for Tianguo. So Lei Zhan chuckled. Very well. We Chinese are known for our magnanimity. We don't dwell on trivial victories or defeats. Mr. Nanmaku, you may inform your team members that their confrontation is over. The result is a draw. Upon hearing this, Nanmaku village hurriedly relayed the message to Desert Fox. Desert Fox, your assessment combat exercise is over. Withdraw immediately. Desert Fox rejoiced at the news and turned to Tianguo. It's over. But when Desert Fox looked at Tianguo, he gasped in shock and shouted, Assistant! Don't do anything rash. Chapter 38, Non-Human. Desert Fox noticed that while he was conversing with Nanmaku village number 1, Tianguo had taken the dagger from his hand and approached the badly injured foreign soldier. Smiling sweetly, she knelt beside him with the knife. Handsome, which hand did you use to touch mine? Was it your left hand? Ha! Shaking your head? Then it must be your right hand. Splatter. As Desert Fox yelled for his assistant, Tianguo's dagger slashed straight toward the soldier's wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, amid the soldier's piercing, desperate screams, Tianguo severed his hand cleanly with the blade. How could you do this? Desert Fox's submachine gun was aimed squarely at Tianguo's head. Tianguo, grenade in hand, grinned as she walked toward Desert Fox. What a bore. Trying to scare someone with a measly gun? We both grew up playing with guns. You're a grown man, how annoying. If you've got the guts, just shoot. This girl doesn't mind going down with you. Come on, shoot already. If you don't pull the trigger, you're not your mother's son. Crazy, absolutely crazy. This Chinese woman is completely insane. Chinese women are all abnormal, all freaks. Damn it. Desert Fox, a veteran of countless battles, had never encountered such a difficult opponent. And to think he'd been reduced to such a sorry state by a woman he considered utterly insignificant. He couldn't fire that gun. Once the trigger was pulled, everyone present would be buried together, including himself. Moreover, if Tianguo released the grenade in her hand and it actually detonated, not only would he die, but he'd also be blamed for sabotaging the exercise, tarnishing the reputation of the Erna Assault Committee. He wouldn't be hailed as a heroic martyr. Not only would he receive no compensation, but he'd be vilified by everyone. Not a single soul would pity or mourn him. So damn troublesome, so damn troublesome. How could Chinese women be this troublesome? They're ing demons, pure and simple. Desert Fox was now in a bind. Putting down the gun wasn't an option, but keeping it raised wasn't either. Tianhua giggled as she kept walking toward Desert Fox. Oh? What's the matter? Afraid to shoot? She chuckled. Right, I remember you said you'd torture me properly. You even said all sorts of humiliating things. Heh, I remember you rudely grabbed this lady's chin, saying you wanted to spend the night with me. Heh, great, handsome, let's spend the night together right now. Don't come any closer. Get away from me. Desert Fox pointed his gun at Tianhua. Get away. The farther the better. The test is over. Get lost. I don't want to see you, you devil. Desert Fox was utterly driven mad by this little woman, Tianhua. This woman was absolutely not normal, definitely not a normal human being. All that innocence and purity before? It was all an act. Damn it, I've been played for a fool. Ugh, this grenade's killing my hand. I'm done holding it. Tianhua tossed the grenade toward the Desert Fox's head. No! Desert Fox screamed, leaping 7 or 8 meters away and diving into a low spot, quickly taking cover. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening booms echoed as the 2 melon grenades exploded mid-air. When Desert Fox scrambled to his feet, he found Tianhua unconscious. Old Fox, his leg still injured, was cradling her. He positioned his body in front of her, assault rifle raised, aimed squarely at Desert Fox. Old Fox chuckled, Mr. Desert Fox, the test is over. You and your bunch of useless scum can crawl back now, huh? Desert Fox rose, brushed dust from his clothes, and glared at the old fox. Poof. Using a woman as cover, is that the best your Chinese special forces can do? Though I did defeat you this time, I still look down on you lot. The old fox chuckled, same goes for you. Haven't all your men been taken down? What's so impressive about that? If the roles were reversed and you were tracking us, I doubt you'd achieve anything close to our results. Desert Fox snorted again. Fine. I hope we get the chance to meet properly someday. Let's have a real contest. Settle the score once and for all. Life or death. How about it? Old Fox chuckled, very well. I hope we meet someday. Then we'll settle this once and for all. Desert Fox, goodbye. Old Fox, no need to see us off. The Desert Fox delivered several hard kicks to the backsides of the soldiers knocked unconscious by Tianhua, rousing them. Shouldering the man with the severed arm, the group departed. Moments later, the Wolf Fang Special Forces' other medics arrived. The old fox and his men were finally rescued. Needless to say, they all climbed into the vehicles and left. This pursuit and rescue mission ended inconclusively. It was deemed a draw. Of course, this outcome was only tolerated because Lei Zhan, fearing Tianhua's soul pill would lose its effect, had no time to consume another before being taken down by Desert Fox. Both the Thunderbolt Assault Team and the assessment group led by Nanmaku Village suffered heavy casualties. They were utterly incapable of proceeding to the next assessment phase, the high-speed assault. That too was a teamwork-dependent assessment task. Thus, upon seeing the outcome on the large screen, Nanmaku Village turned pale and cleared his throat. Mr. Lei, you witnessed the actual situation. Your female soldier was utterly unruly. After the assessment was declared over, she still hacked off one of our men's hands. How do you propose we handle this matter? Lei Zhan smiled. Rules? What rules? Mr. Nanmaku, enlighten me. Nankimura, ahem, Mr. Lei, don't feign ignorance. Exercises are governed by strict international regulations. Once concluded, all actions involving harm or humiliation must cease immediately. Otherwise, it constitutes a breach of protocol, warranting trial before an international military tribunal under the Geneva Conventions. Lei Zhan burst out laughing. Mr. Nanmaku, you truly are well versed. I admire your knowledge. I admire you for knowing the rules and even the Geneva Conventions. Truly a rare talent. But Mr. Nanmaku, there must be limits to shamelessness. You've cited only one protective clause of the Geneva Conventions. Yet their primary purpose seems to be safeguarding prisoners of war and innocent civilians, restricting soldiers, right? Did you not notice that the Geneva Conventions explicitly state prisoners of war have the right to human rights and personal dignity? They forbid physical attacks or insults against their will. Your foreign devil subordinates started groping and violating the rules the moment they boarded the vehicle, insulting our beautiful female soldiers. Are you blind? Couldn't you see? I haven't even confronted you yet, but you're playing the thief crying thief, turning the tables and blaming us. What's your game? Think you can act like a scoundrel on Chinese soil? Let me tell you, you little Japanese devil, we can skip whatever bloody Erna Assault Special Forces test you're peddling. But if you think you can trek across mountains and rivers to come rampage in China, I guarantee you'll be chased out of here like your grandfather was driven out like a stray dog. You believe me? Nanmu Village Chief's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He wasn't stupid. He knew Lei Zhan was teetering on the edge of fury. If they really tore ties here, none of them would ever get back home. After all, this was Chinese territory. He had to know when to stop. So Nanmaku Village chuckled awkwardly, Mr. Leijean, please don't be angry. I was just speaking off the cuff. My men here are indeed a bit undisciplined. For that, I bear direct responsibility. I will punish them. Now, let's get down to business. How do we proceed with this assessment? Both my men and yours are injured and unable to continue with the next phase. What should we do? Leijean chuckled, if you're short on men, just say so. China has plenty to spare. Look behind you, these men are all under my command. They can join the assessment at any time. Nanmu Village cleared his throat, of course I know that, of course I know that. Alright, I misspoke. It's that we have no combat-ready warriors left here. How about this? Shall we skip the next event entirely and proceed directly to the final one hand-to-hand combat? Let one battle decide the outcome. What do you say? Leijean chuckled, so, you still want to fight me before you give up, huh? Nanmu Village Chief fixed his gaze on Leijean. Yes, Mr. Leijean, I won't deceive you. I know you're a master, but what I've sought my entire life is a true master. Alas, I've occupied this position of mastery far too long. It's been far too long since I encountered someone who could truly be called my equal. This feeling of standing alone at the summit, so cold and lonely, it's truly melancholy. Leijean felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he listened to Nanmaku Village's solemn words. He chuckled dryly, very well, I'll grant your wish. But I have one small condition I hope you'll agree to. Upon hearing Leijean's agreement, Nanmaku Village hurriedly replied, Mr. Leijean, just say the word. If it's within my power, I'll do my utmost. Leijean smiled. Don't worry. I just want you to teach my unpromising trainees. Spar with them a few times, okay? Nankimura glanced at the female soldiers behind Leijean and pointed at them. You mean, them? Leijean smiled. Yes. Is there a problem? Nankimura laughed and waved his hands. No, Mr. Leijean. I never fight the weak or women. It would be an insult to our dignity as men. No, I cannot agree. Leijean shrugged. Then forget about our match. No big deal. You can report back that your people got injured by the Chinese and couldn't complete the assessment, so they had to withdraw. Nankimura looked at Leijean, then at the female soldiers behind him, and shook his head helplessly. Fine. I'll be your target this once, serving as a sharpening stone for your useless female soldiers. Ahem, you Chinese girls, come on then. Within 30 seconds, if any of you are still standing, you pass this assessment without me having to spar with your instructor Lei. Chapter 39, Training. Nanmaku Village, Leijean, and the female soldiers arrived at the training ground. By this time, Old Fox's group and Desert Fox's group had already been transported back by vehicle. Desert Fox stepped forward, Commander, we. Nankimura snorted, useless. A bunch of useless trash. Get lost. Desert Fox, yes, sir. Desert Fox led his men to the sidelines. Leijean smiled, medical personnel, hurry up and properly bandage and treat our foreign friends and our comrades. The medics rushed forward, but they were prioritizing emergency treatment for Old Fox's group. Over here, they only sent a clumsy male intern nurse to handle things for now. Nanmaku Village snorted at the sight. Go ahead, Mr. Leijean. Bring out your female soldiers. But I'll warn you now, my fists show no mercy. If they get hurt, don't blame me. Leijean chuckled, rest assured, I guarantee you this, whatever injuries they sustain, I'll repay tenfold. Nanmaku Village glanced sideways at Leijean. Seems you're quite confident in defeating an opponent like me? Leijean chuckled, no, Mr. Nanmaku, you misunderstand. I don't even consider you an opponent. To put it bluntly, you don't have the qualifications. Nankimura froze at this, humph. We'll see about that. The 8 members of Win Team, led by Tan Xiaolin, surrounded Nanmaku Village under Leijean's command. Leijean stood before the female soldiers and declared, now, the moment of truth has arrived. I know you lot are useless, you're bound to embarrass yourselves. But I just want to see how long these greenhorns can last under Mr. Nanmaku's hands. I know how you always complain during training, whining about this, whining about that, demanding fairness, democracy, respect, perfection. Honestly, I can't even be bothered to lecture you anymore. Now, you greenhorns, open your eyes and watch. Watch closely. This is what a real Special Forces soldier looks like. Mr. Nanmaku, the renowned Japanese Taekwondo master. He's about to take on all 8 of you alone. And he claims he'll have every last one of you unable to stand within 30 seconds. Disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. 1 against 8, you saw that. Is this fair? Is this democracy? Mr. Nanmaku is a truly qualified Special Forces soldier. He never dwells on such things. Because a qualified Special Forces soldier doesn't get bogged down in these details, nor does he pursue matters that simply aren't worth pursuing. Fairness? Democracy? Have you all lost your minds? You useless rookies lack the awareness. This world holds no true fairness, no genuine democracy. From the day the Special Forces were formed, this profession has thrived amidst unfairness. Our way of war is to infiltrate enemy territory with numbers tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold fewer than the enemy. No backup, no rear support, every man goes in. We exist solely to complete the mission, either succeed or fail. Either the enemy dies, or we die. Do you understand? Lei Zhan bellowed. Understood. The female soldiers answered in unison. You understand. Lei Zhan cursed the group of female soldiers. Rolling his eyes, he turned to Nanmaku village and immediately put on a warm, friendly smile. Mr. Nanmaku village, please. My thanks in advance for disciplining these good-for-nothing trainees of mine. Nankimura nodded silently. While Lei Zhan had been berating his female team members, he had painted himself in a remarkably noble light, which actually put Nankimura in a rather good mood. Nevertheless, he maintained a cool, aloof demeanor. Mr. Lei Zhang, you're too kind. Please. Report. Shinlani shouted, thrusting out her ample bosom. Lei Zhan turned. What nonsense do you have to say now? Speak. Shinlani, report, Thunder God. I request a one-on-one duel with Mr. Nanmaku. I refuse to accept this. I demand a fair fight. Lei Zhan chuckled dryly. So you still aren't convinced? You think my talk of fairness and democracy is bull among special forces, right? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Lei Zhan turned to Nanmaku. Ahem, Mr. Nanmaku, I thank you in advance for disciplining this bunch of little brats, all talk and no action. Nankimura smiled at this. Very well, Mr. Lei Zhan. One opponent or a group, it makes no difference to me. I don't care if they come one by one or all at once. Lei Zhan turned to Shinlani. Come on then, Miss 4th degree black belt. Come over here and unleash your grand revenge, your beautiful dreams. Go ahead and fulfill your democratic demands. Shinlani stepped forward and clasped her fists toward Nanmaku village. Please enlighten me. Nanmaku village merely snorted coldly, too lazy to even bother with basic courtesy. In his eyes, someone of Shinlani's caliber wasn't even worth considering a waste of space. She simply wasn't on the same level. Shinlani let out a loud shout and charged forward, aiming a direct kick at Nanmaku village. Nanmaku stood rooted to the spot, waiting for Shinlani's kick to come at him. Then, with a sudden punch, he met her foot directly fist against foot. But with a whoosh, Shinlani's entire body shot backward through the air. She crashed to the ground 5 or 6 meters away with a thud, spitting blood from her mouth. The surrounding female soldiers rushed to support Shinlani, staring at the Japanese man in horror and utter astonishment. One punch. Just one punch. No elaborate moves. No complex techniques. No special methods. With that single, simple punch, Shinlani, a 4th degree black belt in Taekwondo, was defeated in one strike. Clap. Lei Zhan clapped beside them. Excellent. Excellent. Mr. Nanmaku, that was superb. As the saying goes, the most profound paths are devious, the most intricate paths are minor, but the greatest path is the simplest. The ultimate of techniques is no technique. The ultimate of martial arts is no martial arts. Mr. Nanmaku's simple punch embodied the absolute essence of martial arts. Lei Zhan was deeply impressed, profoundly impressed. Seeing Lei Zhan speak, Nanmaku turned with a smile and bowed. I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself, Mr. Lei. Bullying such juniors is not my style. But since you requested it, this old man could only comply. Lei Zhan, I deeply apologize for inconveniencing you, Master Nanmaku. Please do me this favor and properly discipline my unruly students. I am eternally grateful. Nanmaku village hurriedly replied with a smile. This old man will certainly do his utmost. Lei Zhan turned to the stunned female soldiers. What are you staring at? A bunch of useless fools. Come at me all at once. Rookies. Chapter 40, Baptism. The outcome was inevitable, and Nanmaku's words proved true. The 8 female soldiers, led by Nanmaku, barely lasted a dozen seconds under his hands. In less than 20 seconds, each one was knocked down the moment they made their first move. In the blink of an eye, the 8 female soldiers lay sprawled in a circle around Nanmaku village. Lei Zhan clapped his hands with a smirk. Excellent, excellent. Mr. Nanmaku, your reputation is well deserved. I'm truly impressed. Nankimura saw no glory in this at all. Defeating a bunch of childish female soldiers was a disgrace to him. There was nothing honorable about it. Even if they called themselves special forces. Lei Zhan bellowed at the female soldiers groaning on the ground. Oh my ass. You've all been knocked flat. Get the hell up and stand over there. The female soldiers scrambled to their feet and obediently lined up at the side. Shinlani, in particular, said nothing, her head bowed low. Today, the woman who had always feared nothing under heaven finally understood that there were always people more skilled than her, and that the sky had no limits. She never imagined that she, a Taekwondo expert who had once been on the verge of qualifying for the Olympic trials, would be unable to land a single move against this old man. All the female soldiers had truly come to understand. Through the previous sparring, the old fox and his men had all been taken down, giving them a real taste of the brutality of true special forces. They had finally grasped what it meant to be special forces. Their hearts were deeply shaken. Lei Zhan approached them, pacing slowly back and forth before them twice. Every female soldier stood silent, heads bowed, unable to meet Lei Zhan's gaze. Only now did they truly grasp how weak, how incompetent, how insignificant, how laughable they truly were. Yet these very women had once seethed with hatred toward Lei Zhan, hurled insults at him, and refused to accept his scorn. They had refused to accept his labels of them as rookies, as useless, as trash. Reality, however, had delivered a resounding slap across their faces. What were they now? Nothing. Not even worthy of participating in the assessment drills. Given a chance to prove themselves, what happened? 7 or 8 of them attacked one person, only to be completely wiped out in less than 20 seconds. By any measure, they were trash, rookies, scum, a bunch of pathetic losers. A group of delusional fools. They realized now that everything Lei Zhan had hurled at them before was spot on. Fairness? Democracy? Respect? Confidence? All that nonsense? Complete bull. They're nothing and they call themselves special forces? Female special forces? Give me a break. What are your thoughts on this? Lei Zhan strolled past the female soldiers with his hands behind his back, his voice calm. Still think you're so awesome? Still cling to your so-called dignity, your so-called pride? Your so-called fairness, your so-called democracy? Thunder God, we were wrong. Xin Lanny was the first to speak. Lei Zhan chuckled, no. Where did you go wrong? You didn't go wrong at all. Who are you? Chinese female soldiers. Who are you? The ones screaming at the top of your lungs on the parade ground, Chinese female soldiers, never surrender. Oh my, how loud you shout. Come on, shout it for me now. Shout it out loud. All the female soldiers fell silent. Not a single voice spoke. Lei Zhan continued, when you're not busy, maybe cut back on the sloganeering. Isn't it embarrassing? You've lost face in front of our foreign friends. Yet here you are, straining your voices and puffing out your chests, demanding democracy, fairness, dignity. Take a good look at yourselves in the mirror. Do you really have dignity? Do you deserve dignity? Dignity isn't something you declare for yourself, it's something others grant you. And that comes only through your own strength and merit. Good grief, day after day, you cry and wail like babies over the slightest hardship. How utterly shameful. With your cowardly little selves, you still aspire to be special forces? Ugh, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Shameful. Disgusting. Listen to me, go home, all of you. This isn't where women belong. You're born weak, too weak even for the training grounds. Weakness is shameful. You never should have joined Wolfang Special Forces. You women have crossed my line as a man. I feel ashamed and insulted to be serving alongside such weaklings. I beg you, don't dishonor us men, don't dishonor our special forces. Got it? Now, get out. Get out, you hear me? The female soldiers lowered their heads in silence. None spoke, yet none withdrew either. Seeing their silence, Lei Zhan nodded. Fine. Still clinging to your pride, suffering in silence, huh? All right. I'll lay it out now, the training ahead will be harder, tougher. I guarantee not a single one of you shameless women will remain. Not a single one. I promise you'll be heading straight to hell. Ahem, Mr. Lei Zhan, your domestic affairs are best resolved behind closed doors when you return. Now, shall we honor our prior agreement? You and I one final showdown. Lei Zhan turned toward Nanmaku village, his previously icy expression instantly brightening. Oh dear, Mr. Nanmaku, my apologies. Those little brats nearly drove me mad. I completely forgot about your presence. Ahem, truly, my deepest apologies. Mr. Nanmaku, considering all the help you've given me, I think we should call off our fight. Otherwise, with my clumsy hands, I might accidentally hurt you, and my conscience wouldn't let me rest. Nankimura's eyes widened in fury. Mr. Lei Zhan, mind your words. Such talk is an insult to me. I know your skills are formidable, but this old man isn't to be trifled with either. Today, I must see for myself what your Chinese martial arts are truly like. Lei Zhan, ahem. In that case, Mr. Nanmaku, Lei Zhan will be impolite. Please enlighten me. Chapter 41, Taekwondo. Taekwondo originated on the Korean peninsula, emphasizing leg techniques while incorporating both punches and kicks. Its methodology centers on leg strikes as primary attacks, with punches serving as secondary support. Statistics indicate that leg techniques constitute approximately 70% of the entire Taekwondo skill system. Therefore, the core combat skills of Taekwondo are almost entirely embodied in its leg techniques. The 11 kicks of Taekwondo represent the most fundamental principles of the art, serving as the essential foundational attacking skills every practitioner must master. The 11 kicks of Taekwondo: front kick, back kick, side kick, hook kick, push kick, roundhouse kick, backspin kick, jump kick, single leg combo kick, double leg combo kick, downward chop kick. These 11 leg techniques fundamentally represent all combat methods in Taekwondo. While they may sound simple, few practitioners can master them to perfection and reach the pinnacle of skill. Taekwondo places little emphasis on the offensive capabilities of punches. Punches are primarily used for blocking and defense. In Taekwondo, punches are essentially non-functional for combat. Virtually no Taekwondo master uses their fists to strike an opponent. Back in the day, Chinese athlete Chen Zhong, competing in the 67 kilograms class at the Olympics, defeated his opponent with a devastating downward kick, securing China's first Olympic gold medal in Taekwondo. It was at that moment that Taekwondo began to gain popularity in China, evolving into a cultural symbol much like Bruce Lee's significance to Wing Chun. Yet true masters disdain Olympic participation much like Shaquille O'Neal's prior refusal to join the Dream Team. Genuine masters scorn grandstanding before crowds. Nang Kimura was precisely such a Taekwondo master. Nang Kimura bowed to Lei Zhan. Mr. Lei Zhan, I can see in your eyes that you are an unquestionably skilled Chinese martial artist. That gaze, that presence, you cannot feign it before me. I hope you will give your utmost in our match. As your Chinese proverb says, only then would you truly fulfill your host's duty. Otherwise, it would be an insult to me. Lei Zhan chuckled softly. Mr. Nanmaku, you speak too highly of me. Truth be told, though my impression of you Japanese isn't particularly favorable, you've at least behaved with proper decorum and courtesy since arriving here. I know it's an act, but it's a polite one. That's something I do admire about your people. Whether sincere or not, at least you maintain outward respect. For that alone, I'll grant your request and give you a proper fight. Kusunoki Morechi bowed. Your honor. Please. Lei Zhan, please. The moment the words left his mouth, the once polite Nanmura transformed instantly. With a whoosh, a front kick shot toward Lei Zhan's throat. Its speed was blinding, its force overwhelming, carrying a whistling wind as it aimed straight for Lei Zhan's throat. The sheer speed of Nanmaku village chief's leg strike startled all the women present, especially Shinlani, who was utterly stunned. Such blinding speed, such staggering force, how could a single leg, mid-stride, generate an audible wind? What kind of velocity was this? What kind of power? Unbelievable speed. Unbelievable force. Smack! Amidst the female soldier's astonishment, Lei Zhan stood utterly still, neither moving nor dodging this formidable opponent. With a sharp snap, he seized Nanmaku village's attacking ankle. Startled, Nanmaku village reacted swiftly, planting his left foot. He launched himself upward, delivering a mid-air single-leg combo kick aimed directly at Lei Zhan's head. Crack! Another resounding crack. Nanmaku's other ankle was seized by Lei Zhan, who remained rooted to the spot. Both ankles were now firmly in Lei Zhan's grasp. Before anyone could react, Lei Zhan spun violently, swinging his arms in a wide arc. Nanmaku, his ankles locked, let out a long, agonized howl before shooting forward with a whoosh. Nanmaku village was flung through the air, his ankles gripped by Lei Zhan, spinning halfway around before being hurled away. Mid-air, he let out a scream of utter disbelief. With a clang, he drifted down to land on the ground, like a pig caught in a whirlwind, lifted up only to be slammed back down with a heavy thud. Thud! Nankimura scrambled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood before quickly resuming his guard stance. Yay, Thunder God, I love you! The female soldiers erupted in a wild cheer. Forgetting all about Lei Zhan, who had just been insulting them moments ago, they all jumped high in unison, shouting at the top of their lungs, the Thunder God is mighty! The Thunder God is formidable! Thunder God, I love you! Thunder God, I want to marry you! Thunder God, I want to bear your children! Cough cough! Calm down, calm down! Mind your station! Mind your language! What a disgrace! What a disgrace! You greenhorns better watch out, I'll deal with you later. But no matter how much the Thunder God threatened the female soldiers, he realized he'd completely lost control over them. They weren't listening at all, instead, they were going wild with even more fervor. Oh, Thunder God! Come punish me! I'm waiting for you to punish me! Tang Xiaoxiao deliberately struck a flirtatious pose. Come on, Thor! From now on, I'm yours! Do whatever you want with me! While posing, she winked suggestively at Thor, flaunting her charms. Thor was utterly speechless. It's over, it's over. These girls have gone rogue, completely rebelled. Yay! Tang Xiaoxiao, you're so shameless. Thor is clearly mine now. The female soldiers were completely out of control now. Thor couldn't manage them at this point and could only let them run wild. Nanmaku village rose from the ground and approached Lei Zhan. You truly are a master. Lei Zhan, you surpassed my expectations. Lei Zhan maintained his cheerful demeanor. Ahem, not at all, Mr. Nanmaku. You flatter me. Chinese martial arts are profound and vast. I, Lei Zhan, have merely scratched the surface. The title of master is truly undeserved, truly undeserved. Ahem. Nanmaku village replied, Mr. Lei Zhan, there's no need for modesty. I'm truly honored to meet a master like you. I'll give it my all. Please be ready, I'm about to attack. As he spoke, Nanmaku Mora shed his outer garment, revealing a mass of muscular bulk covered in scars. With a shift of his shoulders, his entire body creaked and groaned. Lei Zhan's eyes flashed as he instantly assumed a defensive stance. Ah! Nanmaku Mora let out a howl, his face tilted skyward like a wolf's cry. His skin suddenly flushed crimson, even emitting faint wisps of steam. Lei Zhan, here I come. With that, he charged forward like a massive black bear, hurtling straight toward Lei Zhan. Ahem, little Lei, take note, this is the IGA Ryu body forging technique from Japan, part of the ninja arts, the blood-burning skill. The system old ghost suddenly spoke in Lei Zhan's mind. Chapter 41, Blood-Burning Technique. The system ghost was usually a lazy and unreliable fellow, yet now he was proactively warning Lei Zhan. This made Lei Zhan wonder if the old ghost had overslept, or perhaps taken the wrong medicine. Or was this guy just messing with him? Regardless, Lei Zhan had no time to dwell on it now. After Nanmako village's skin turned crimson, he charged at Lei Zhan like a madman. Lei Zhan had transcended the mortal realm and reached the domain realm. As long as this man's martial arts remained within the bounds of the mortal world, he stood no chance against Lei Zhan. Unless, of course, he wasn't human. Or rather, unless he wasn't a normal mortal. Nankimura, now like a rabid wolf on steroids, bellowed as he lunged at Lei Zhan, driving a fist straight toward his face. To gauge the strength of this transformed being, Lei Zhan decisively chose to engage, testing the full extent of his power. Lei Zhan transformed his fist into a palm, snapping his hand open to meet Namiki's punch head-on. It must be noted that Lei Zhan's current strength was at the 10th tier of the mortal realm, possessing the power of 1,000 caddies. As Nanmaku's punch connected, a thunderous boom echoed, sending both men staggering back a step. Both Lei Zhan and Nanmaku village wore expressions of astonishment. Lei Zhan was utterly shocked. This was impossible. His current strength was at the peak of the mortal realm, stage 10, the absolute limit achievable by a human body. How could Nanmaku, a mere mortal, also develop his strength to the pinnacle of the mortal realm? It was inconceivable. At that moment, the system old ghost chuckled. The blood-burning technique, derived from the physical arts of Japan's IGA ninja school, ignites one's inner chi to burn the blood, transforming it into physical strength. Physical strength surges by a factor of 2. Under normal circumstances, it can forcibly elevate one's tier by 1 level. This Nanmaku village guy is actually a 9th Dan master, not the 8th Dan others claim he is. He's been hiding it. Moreover, after using the blood-burning art, he sacrificed his lifespan to artificially gain an extra rank. Now, his martial arts rank is 10th Dan. Rest assured, he hasn't reached the domain tier yet. As long as you're careful, defeating him shouldn't be a problem. Ah, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to bed. Remember, once you defeat him, your mission to defend the homeland and bring glory to the nation will be fully accomplished. Go for it, young man. The system old ghost finished his speech and vanished. Domain-level martial arts transcended the pinnacle achievable by mortal practitioners. Such techniques, if ever revealed to the world, would draw universal attention, for in this realm, they were too overpowering, too bizarre, and far too lethal. Lei Zhan had reserved his domain-level martial arts as a life-saving trump card. Moreover, Lei Zhan had secretly resolved never to reveal this domain-tier skill lightly. Should it be exposed, he would have no choice but to eliminate anyone who witnessed it. But the current situation made killing this man impossible. Moreover, the female soldiers were watching nearby. He couldn't possibly kill them all, that was unrealistic. Thus, Lei Zhan had come to a decision. At most, he would reveal his skills up to the 10th segment level. The 10th rank represented the pinnacle achievable by mortal tier martial arts. Even that level of skill, Lei Zhan was reluctant to reveal. For doing so would mean publicly declaring to the world that his martial prowess stood atop all humanity. The title of world's best was something he absolutely couldn't afford. Countless people would fawn over him, countless challengers would seek him out, and countless reporters and hangers-on would clamor to curry favor and interview him. Just the thought of it gave him a headache. It would severely interfere with his grand strategy of living life on his own terms and casually pursuing romantic adventures. But given the current situation, unless he pushed his martial arts to the 10th level, this Nanmaku village guy before him seemed impossible to defeat. No choice, a man could ignore anything, but face? Absolutely not. He had to put on the act. Knock him down. Beyond that, there was no other option. Impossible. How could you possibly block my full power punch? Absolutely impossible. Nanmako village, steaming with rage, glared at Lei Zhan. How could anyone in this world dare to block my punch while I'm in this state? It's impossible. Nanmako village shouted, you must have used that demonic magic again. Lei Zhan shrugged his shoulders, making them crackle. Raising his fist in a defensive stance, he said, hey, little Jap, you got any strength left? Stop spouting demonic arts all the time, okay? Is that even fun? Besides, who's really using demonic arts here? Don't think I'm scared of your modified IGA-style ninjutsu, blood-burning technique. If anything, you're the one practicing demonic arts. And what do we Chinese ever fear? Even if we did, we'd never be scared of you little Japs, you hear me? Come on, little Jap, stop your damn dithering. If you want to fight, get on with it. Look at you, steaming like a roasted suckling pig. You won't last long. Strike while your demonic power still holds. Keep stalling, and you'll collapse without me even lifting a finger. Nankimura froze in shock. Lei Zhan had not only named his secret technique but also exposed its weakness. True, his blood-burning art traded half a year of lifespan for 3 minutes of power leaping an entire tier. Yet Lei Zhan had pierced its core with a single remark. How could Nankimura not be stunned? Yet even so, the arrow was already on the string. He had no choice but to fire. With a fierce roar, Nanmaku village charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, a front kick, a side kick, a sweeping strike, all delivered without pause. Swift as a soaring dragon, powerful enough to shatter mountains. Lei Zhan hurriedly blocked Nanmaku village's attacks with his arms. Yet after parrying several blows, he hastily retreated, avoiding direct confrontation. For Lei Zhan discovered to his astonishment that every part of Nanmaku village's body at that very moment had become as hard as iron. Each contact felt like being struck by iron arms and steel beams, excruciatingly painful. So this blood-burning technique also possessed the effect of the Golden Bell Shield. Lei Zhan suddenly understood. This realization gave him a headache. With Nanmaku's entire body as hard as iron, it meant flawless, unblockable, 100% attack. He wasn't fighting a person, he was battling an iron machine. How could he possibly win such a fight? The slightest lapse in focus cost Lei Zhan dearly. With a clang, Nanmu village's horizontal kick swept across his waist. Lei Zhan grunted in pain as he was sent flying backward, tumbling over a dozen meters through the air. Just like Nanmu village before, he crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thunder God! All the female soldiers gasped in alarm, rushing forward to help. Lei Zhan shot out a hand, halting them. Stay put, rookies. Don't make things worse for me. Just stand there and watch. Chapter 42, The Fierce Battle. Lei Zhan wiped the blood from his lip and rose from the ground. He grinned wryly. This bizarre martial art really has its tricks. One slip up, and you're hooked. Lei Zhan assumed the Dingba stance, feet spread wide, hips slightly lowered, left hand forward, right hand drawn back. He was ready for anything. The Shaoqin Yen hand he'd mastered, the 10th level Shaoqin Yen, was practically unmatched among ordinary practitioners. Few could surpass that level. Chinese martial arts are diverse and complex, yet they all stem from the same core. Essentially, martial arts oscillate within 5 distinct tiers, which encompass nearly all Chinese combat disciplines. These 5 tiers are fists first, legs second, followed by grappling, weaponry, internal arts, and the unification of the 5 elements. In terms of martial prowess itself, mastering grappling to its pinnacle represents the zenith achievable by mortal tier physical techniques. Beyond that lies the realm of internal martial arts, a domain no longer confined to the mortal tier. Nankimura, relying on his exclusive secret technique, achieved the burning blood boost, causing his power to surge dramatically. His entire body showed no weaknesses, as if shielded by a golden bell, leaving Lei Zhan momentarily unable to strike. Unless Lei Zhan deployed his martial arts to the domain tier, but Lei Zhan truly did not wish to expose his strongest abilities in such a setting. Yet, how to deal with this reckless Nanmaku village? Lei Zhan's heart began to race. The spear was useless. Brute force was useless against a freak who had forcibly altered his physical constitution by burning his blood. Striking him felt like hitting an Iron Man. The minor seizing hand at the domain realm, he didn't want to use that either. Speed. The thought of speed lit a spark in Lei Zhan's eyes. Earlier, he had used 10 entire points to boost his speed to the absolute limit achievable by a mortal human. He only needed to stall this Nanmaku for 3 to 5 minutes. Once Nanmaku's current state faded, then, At this thought, Lei Zhan's spirits soared. He stepped forward, unleashing the small seizing hand technique at its peak. Countless claw-like shadows danced before Nanmaku village. Nankimura, relying on his body as solid as a golden bell and his short duration, 10th level attack power, immediately engaged Lei Zhan. Nankimura knew his body couldn't sustain this state for long. He desperately wanted to finish Lei Zhan quickly. Clang! After several exchanges, Lei Zhan seized Nanmaku's wrist. Yet he found himself utterly helpless against the warrior's steaming, rock-hard body. Compounded by Nanmaku's boundless brute strength, executing any grappling technique was impossible. Unable to hold. Too much strength. The greatest requirement for joint locks is that one's own strength must at least match the opponent's. Even then, executing them is extremely taxing, demanding consummate skill in joint locks. Lei Zhan seized Nanmaku's elbow and drove his foot into the crook of his knee. With a thud, Nanmaku collapsed to his knees. Yet when Lei Zhan attempted to lock Nanmaku's neck and pin him completely to the ground, he found it utterly impossible. At this moment, Nanmaku was like a bear on steroids, possessing immense strength and virtually impervious to ordinary physical attacks. Lei Zhan couldn't deliver a fatal blow while he was in this state. Lei Zhan clamped down hard on Nanmaku's arm, trying to pin him down. But the hold began to slip. Nanmaku's arm wrenched free from Lei Zhan's grasp, and a fist shot straight toward Lei Zhan, who was still holding him. Lei Zhan instantly released his grip and leapt backward, clearing the combat zone. Nanmaku stood, eyes bloodshot, howling as he charged at Lei Zhan like a rabid dog. Before Lei Zhan, Nanmaku's fists rained down like hail. To others, his punches were blindingly fast. Yet, to Lei Zhan, whose speed was already amplified to the 10th tier, they still felt sluggish. Every punch Nankimura threw was clearly visible to Lei Zhan. Nakamura's fists moved like the wind, yet Lei Zhan swayed left and right, like a willow in the breeze, swaying with the wind. After a minute of relentless assault, Nanmaku village, slightly out of breath, took a few steps back. Mr. Lei Zhan, he said, why aren't you countering? Why aren't you attacking? Do you look down on me? Lei Zhan hastily replied, oh no, Mr. Nanmaku, you misunderstand. Your martial prowess is profound, your power boundless. Where your fists strike, few in this world can withstand their edge. I, Lei Zhan, acknowledge my own shallow learning and limited talent. How could I dare to exchange blows with you on equal terms? I'm afraid, truly terrified. Every part of your body, your fists, your feet, every limb is a weapon of attack. A single touch would kill me, a single brush would end me. Under these circumstances, how could I possibly attack you? That would be courting death. And what good would courting death do me? Wouldn't that make me a fool? Nanmaku village sneered coldly, so, by your own admission, you're conceding defeat? Lei Zhan hurriedly replied, no, you've misunderstood me again. We Chinese never have the habit of admitting defeat. Though your fists are swift, your legs are fast, and your brute strength is boundless, when it comes to speed, I, little Lei, feel you might be slightly outmatched. So I thought even if I can't beat you, I can wear you down to exhaustion. Nakamura froze, wear me out. Lei Zhan nodded solemnly, yes, exhaust you to death. What do you think? Isn't this plan utterly perfect? So cleverly devised? Are you already bowing down in admiration, conceding defeat? Well then, admit defeat now. This is the absolute best moment to do so. Lei Zhan's mouth kept going, non-stop. Nanmaku tried several times to interrupt, but couldn't get a word in edgewise. Nanmaku could see right through it. This Lei Zhan had no good intentions whatsoever. He was purely stalling for time. Yet, what Nanmaku needed most was time. He needed a quick victory. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes had vanished. If this damned Lei Zhan were allowed to speak for just one more minute, Nanmaku village would lose without even fighting. Chinese people are indeed cunning. Nanmaku no longer listened to Lei Zhan's endless babbling. Instead, he roared, come and get it, you despicable Chinese. Chapter 43, Provocation. In terms of raw strength, Lei Zhan feared Nanmaku village not. In terms of martial arts rank, Lei Zhan feared Nanmaku village not. In terms of speed, Lei Zhan feared Nanmaku village even less. But if we were to compare solely the current Nanmaku village in his blood-burning state, the sheer solidity of his muscles, Lei Zhan knew he couldn't hold a candle to him. The blood-burning technique drew power, speed, and flawless defensive musculature by igniting one's blood for a brief period. Such a method bordered on the realm of dark arts. Such is the nature of forbidden arts. They are razor-sharp, excelling in offense. Yet their weaknesses are equally glaring. Beyond the life-sacrificing cost Nanmaku pays for this temporary power surge, its duration is severely limited, a mere 3 minutes. Thus, the blood-burning technique stands as Nanmaku's ultimate trump card. Had he not faced an opponent like Lei Zhan, Nanmaku would never have resorted to such a ruthless tactic, one that inflicts 1,000 wounds on the enemy while inflicting 800 on oneself. Of course, that notion of 800 wounds inflicted on oneself while inflicting 1,000 on the enemy was merely Nanmaku's own wishful thinking. Lei Zhan had never intended to be wounded by even 1,000. Nakamura took a running start, swinging his front leg down with tremendous force, aiming to crush Lei Zhan unconscious in one blow. Of course, Lei Zhan wasn't about to be hit. With a swift sidestep, he effortlessly dodged to the side. Oh my, Mr. Nakamura, no need to get so worked up. After all, this is just a drill, a match, isn't it? While dodging Nanmaku's frenzied attacks, Lei Zhan's mouth never stopped chattering. My, Mr. Nanmaku, that kick packs quite the punch. If I'm not mistaken, only a 9th Dan master could unleash such a domineering, sky-piercing strike. Oh my, Mr. Nanmaku, why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? If so, you really should take a break. Oh my, Mr. Nanmaku, that groin kick didn't look like a taekwondo technique at all. Oh dear, why has your face gone so pale? And why is there so much sweat on your face? Goodness gracious, that kick was so close it could have hit my groin. Mr. Nanmaku, you really shouldn't strike so fiercely. After all, this is just a drill, a match. In a match, friendship comes first, competition second. Isn't this a bit excessive? Wow, that kick was superb, absolutely brilliant. Had that connected, I'd never get back up. Mr. Nanmaku, I'm truly impressed by your skills. The only flaw? It was a tad too slow. Just a hair slower than mine. Ah, it seems age really catches up with you. In his blood-burning state, Nanmaku village was like a mad bull. He charged wildly, each move seeming to seek a life or death showdown with Lei Zhan. Yet Lei Zhan moved like an eel slick with oil. No matter how frantically Nanmaku village sought to engage him, he simply wouldn't lock horns. With 20 seconds left, Nanmaku clutched his heart, knowing his time was nearly up. After battling for over 2 minutes straight, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and forced to endure Lei Zhan's incessant, mind-numbing chatter, utter nonsense that felt like a tightening spell. It was driving him mad. With only 30 seconds left, Nanmaku village resolved that within these final seconds, he must settle the score with Lei Zhan. Otherwise, once this time passed, everything would be sealed as defeat. Nanmaku was a cunning old fox. Though Lei Zhan had spent these 2 minutes playing cat and mouse, wearing him down, Nanmaku had to admit the strategy was brilliant. Once the 3 minutes were up, Nanmaku knew his impenetrable defense would shatter. He couldn't possibly withstand Lei Zhan's full power strike. Nankimura resolved to force Lei Zhan into combat within the remaining seconds. He halted his assault and bowed toward Lei Zhan. "Very well, Mr. Lei Zhan. Since you Chinese dare not face me in combat, I have no choice. This stalling is utterly pointless. Your conduct gravely violates the samurai spirit of our Yamato people. I am ashamed to fight an opponent like you. In fact, I no longer consider you a worthy adversary. You are too weak. Fighting you is meaningless. So be it. This assessment ends in a draw. With 2 draws, China has forfeited its eligibility for the Erna assault." Lei Zhan chuckled upon hearing this. Well, Mr. Nanmaku. Your blood-burning state is nearly spent, so you're scrambling for an excuse now, huh? Heh, and you're trying to pin the blame on us Chinese. Who knew you were so despicable? Nankimura showed not a shred of embarrassment, replying calmly, "Mr. Lei Zhan, put yourself in my shoes. Facing an opponent who only knows how to dodge a cowardly opponent as timid as a mouse, would you find this contest meaningful? Since you dare not fight me, then let us not fight. Wouldn't that be a win-win?" Lei Zhan chuckled. "Nankimura, I know your blood-burning state is nearly spent. But you needn't resort to such despicable provocation to lure me into fighting. You've already ruined your plan for a swift victory. These petty schemes of yours mean nothing to us Chinese. Remember this, the art of war and 36 stratagems you Japanese revere so much? They belong to us Chinese." Namakura snorted. "What good is all this nonsense? I've never been in any state. Don't slander me out of thin air. I'll say this one last time, I'll throw one final move. If you still won't dare to take it, then run away like before. Then, I'll have no choice but to declare that the Chinese have forfeited their eligibility to participate in the Erna assault. That is the rule. Rules cannot be broken." As he spoke, Nanmaku village let out a long howl, his muscles bulging in waves. "Lei Zhan, if you're a man, a real Chinese man, dare you take this punch? Let's settle this once and for all. How about it?" Lei Zhan smiled faintly at this. "I know this is your trick. Because your transformation time is almost up. You fear defeat, so you deliberately provoke me to accept your challenge. Ha! Though you describe this matter as shameless, despicable, and treacherous, I can tell you plainly, even without delaying to let you revert, I still possess the strength to annihilate you in your fully armed state." Chapter 44, Domain Tier. Nanmaku village's burning blood technique was nearing its expiration, yet Lei Zhan's verbal barrage had relentlessly dragged things to the very last moment. In the final seconds, he aimed to finish Lei Zhan with a single strike. For if he didn't, once the burning blood technique's effect expired, only one outcome awaited, certain defeat. Thus, he sacrificed his dignity to provoke Lei Zhan, branding him a coward and a traitor to his nation with his bold accusations. Lei Zhan had intended to drag things out a bit longer, wearing the old man down from plump to thin, from thin to death. But unexpectedly, the old man resorted to provocation. Lei Zhan was no fool. On a real battlefield, he would never have fallen for such a trick. But this was no real battlefield. It was merely a training ground. The defeated soldiers around Nanmaku village were watching. The Phoenix Fire female soldiers nearby were watching. This mattered. It concerned the standing of the Chinese in the eyes of foreigners, the strength they perceived, the respect they commanded, the fear they inspired. It concerned whether they were seen as worthy of respect or not. It concerned honor and disgrace. If he dragged out a defeat at Nanmaku village, he'd have no grounds for complaint. Yet those defeated foreigners would likely dismiss it. They'd say the Chinese, when facing a true opponent, would only scurry away like rats, refusing to engage head-on. Victory gained through such underhanded means was nothing to be proud of. Respect and admiration were out of the question. To earn the genuine respect of these foreigners, you must deliver the real deal. You must thoroughly defeat this little Japanese force. But Lei Zhan didn't want to reveal his true strength prematurely. Still, it seemed clear now that unless he showed some real, genuine skill, these guys wouldn't shut their filthy mouths. Beyond the mortal realm lies the domain realm. What is the domain realm? It is when a human's physical cultivation reaches the pinnacle of normal human physical capabilities, then gradually begins to experimentally tap into the forbidden energies within the human body. The human body is a mysterious treasure trove. Even with today's scientific advancements, we still cannot fully comprehend all its secrets. When faced with extreme danger or life-threatening situations, humans can unleash energies several, even dozens of times greater than their normal capacity. A middle-aged American woman, after her son was pinned under a tractor, managed to flip the tractor over with her own strength to rescue him. Yet afterward, no matter how hard she tried, she could never flip the tractor back. Such cases are countless. This is one of the mysteries of the human body. Countless other incidents demonstrate that the human body is a wondrous world, another realm that remains incomprehensible to science. Domain stage represents the experimentation and exploration of this alternate realm. It carries inherent risks. Yet, once this unknown energy is unlocked, the transformative potential for humanity itself will be immeasurable. Domain tier represents the initial stage of human body exploration and experimentation. Ordinary humans may never reach the level of bodily energy unleashed by domain tier throughout their entire lives. In essence, domain stage represents the true concentration of power into a specific part of the body. This allows for a dramatic enhancement of that part's offensive capabilities, defensive strength, perception, agility, and other attributes. This state of channeling power into a specific region of the body is termed the domain stage. The explosive power it unleashes far surpasses anything achievable at the mortal stage. Lei Zhan had spent the equivalent of 10 bubble points to barely force his cultivation to the first tier of the domain realm. However, regardless of the specific tier, any domain stage practitioner was leagues beyond Nanmaku village, who still lingered at the mortal stage. The gap between tiers was irreparable. It could not be bridged. It was an immutable fact. Though Nanmaku village deliberately employed provocation tactics, Lei Zhan had no intention of winning by wearing down his opponent. He was resolved to use his genuine martial prowess to utterly, completely, and unquestionably defeat this little Japanese man. For Lei Zhan knew this battle wasn't just being watched by these foreigners or the female soldiers. Even the commanders of the military region were surely watching this clash of the highest caliber between China and Japan on their screens. This mattered to the Chinese people's honor. Lei Zhan didn't consider himself exceptionally patriotic, but he was acutely aware he was still Chinese. This mattered to the Chinese people's honor. And that meant it mattered to his own honor. Lei Zhan might not be patriotic, but he absolutely could not fail to love himself. For the motherland, no, for his own pride, this little Japanese bastard had to be knocked down. Lei Zhan made up his mind and halted. Narrowing his eyes at Nanmura, he said, "Listen, Nanmura. I've always heard that you Yamato people have no shame, no sense of reason, and no gratitude. To be fair, watching you today, you've shown at least a modicum of politeness. China is a nation of etiquette. If you show courtesy, I can't very well be rude, right? So I thought, let's just let this match slide. You gave us Chinese face, so I shouldn't hurt your dignity. But now I see you little Japs just don't know when to stop. I didn't hit you because I respected your civility and manners, and also because you're an old man on your last legs. I couldn't bring myself to lay a finger on you. Damn it! I never imagined that my humble deference wouldn't earn me your gratitude, you old bastard. Instead, you actually had the nerve to turn around and accuse us Chinese of being cowardly like rats. Have you no conscience? You truly refuse the wine offered and insist on drinking the punishment wine. You're nothing but a bastard son of a. Fine. Since you've no shame, I won't give you any either. Nanmu village, come on. Let me rip that old face of yours right off. As he spoke, Lei Zhan crouched slightly, his feet positioned in the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish stance. Left foot forward, left fist extended like a claw, right hand half clenched. He gave Nanmukun a subtle nod. Old bastard, come on. Let me show you what Chinese Kung Fu is all about. Nanmaku village had mere seconds left. He mustered every ounce of strength in his final moments. Yet a twisted glee filled his heart. Lei Zhan had finally taken the bait, choosing to clash head-on. Humph, stupid Chinese. Prepare to die. Nanmaku village poured every ounce of strength into his charge, howling like a wolf as he sprinted forward. All his power concentrated in his right leg, he charged at Lei Zhan like a mad bull. Chapter 45, One move decides victory or defeat. Reaching the 10th level of Mortal Realm Kung Fu was a terrifying realm. One's attack power approached the extreme limit of 1000 jin. This was essentially the pinnacle achievable by a mortal human body. Originally a 9th rank martial artist, Nanmaku village had forcibly elevated himself to the peak of 10th rank after burning his blood essence. Such an attack was utterly unbearable for ordinary mortals. Even those capable of withstanding it would inevitably suffer mutual destruction. The reason was simple, a 10th rank attack represented the absolute pinnacle of physical assault power achievable by mortal flesh. Nanmaku's front kick sent a thundering roar through the air as his thigh slammed toward Lei Zhan's midsection. Simultaneously, a howl like a wild wolf and heat erupted from his throat. Ah, Lei Zhan, meet your end. Lei Zhan's speed could easily evade this kick. However, he had already vowed to face Nanmaku village head-on, exchanging blows with full force. Yet, to withstand Nanmaku village's all-out 10th tier attack unscathed, there was only one option: unleash domain tier power. Lei Zhan planted his foot on the Tai Chi Bagua Yin Yang fish position, clenched his fist, and stomped down with his right foot. Instantly, the ground beneath him caved in by about 5 centimeters with a soft thud. At that very moment, the eyes of the commander-in-chief watching the TV screen and another major general officer both froze in shock. Their mouths gaped in astonishment. Domain tier power? Impossible. When did Lei Zhan reach domain tier? How come he never showed it before? Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan channeled power from his feet into his legs, from his legs into his waist, and from his waist into his arms. Every ounce of strength in his arms converged onto his fist. Instantly, Lei Zhan's fist glowed crimson, seemingly swelling in size. As Nanmaku village launched his desperate kick, Lei Zhan roared in response. His fist shot forward with a whistling sound. The sheer speed of the punch caused the air to crackle explosively. Crack! The moment that crack echoed out, Lei Zhan's fist collided squarely with Nanmokora's desperate flying kick. Boom! Crack! The soles of their feet and the knuckles of their fists locked together in an instant. At that very moment, Nanmaku's thigh visibly contorted, as if Lei Zhan had forcibly snapped it back a segment. Simultaneously, accompanied by a series of strange sounds, Nanmaku village's body shot backward like a kite with a broken string, tracing a beautiful arc through the air before crashing down 15 meters away with a loud thud. Ugh! Nankimura, lying on the ground, suddenly coughed up 2 streams of blood. Clutching his thigh, he began to bellow like a wounded boar, shouting in broken Chinese, "My leg! My leg!" Chinese medics rushed forward, cutting open the trousers on Nanmaku's leg with scissors. But the sight before them stunned the medics and everyone else. What they saw was that a perfectly good leg had been brutally severed, leaving a gaping wound. Around the calf, a circular line of blood marked the edge. His tibia, it's been shattered into a comminuted fracture. The length of the fragments is a full 20 centimeters. That's why it looks like a section is missing. The Chinese medic explained. Quick, treat him, someone nearby urged the medical staff. As the medics hurried to lift Nanmaku onto a stretcher, he suddenly shouted, "No, wait. I need to ask Mr. Lei Zhan one question." The medical staff froze, glancing at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan withdrew his previous stance and walked calmly toward Nanmaku village. "What is it, Mr. Nanmaku village? Do you wish to continue?" "Nankimura, no. I've lost. I'm defeated. But Mr. Lei Zhan, I beg you tell me what martial art you used? No ordinary mortal could possibly possess such immense counterforce. What technique was that?" Lei Zhan smiled faintly. "Chinese martial arts." "Nankimura, Chinese. Chinese martial arts? What is the name of this Chinese martial art?" Lei Zhan smiled indifferently once more. "Nijiaquan. Nankimura, internal. Internal style boxing? What kind of boxing is that?" Lei Zhan smiled. "Nijiaquan has a long and storied history. I could speak of it for days on end. I'd be more than happy to tell you, but do you think you'll be able to hear me out if you don't get medical attention now?" Nanmaku looked at his leg, closed his eyes, and waved his hand. "Your assessment is over. Your results are excellent. You qualify as Chinese Special Forces to participate in the Erner Joint Special Forces competition." Lei Zhan chuckled. "Thank you, Mr. Nanmu village. You should seek treatment immediately, old man. Otherwise, you won't just lose this leg, you might lose your life." Medical personnel carried Nanmaku away. The remaining wounded foreigners exchanged glances, then looked at Lei Zhan. They all shuddered uncontrollably and slunk away behind Nanmaku. "Yay! Long live the Thunder God! I love you!" Without a word, the female soldiers swarmed over him, burying Lei Zhan beneath a sea of women. Instantly, his face was covered in countless lipstick marks. All the female soldiers pinned the terrified Lei Zhan to the ground and began groping him relentlessly. From beneath the crowd, Lei Zhan stretched out a hand and wailed pitifully, "Help! You crazy women! Let me go! Let me go! I'll slaughter you little brats!" At that moment, the military commanders chuckled as they turned off the screen. With knowing smiles, they agreed, "Let's leave the rest of the time to him and the Fire Phoenixes. No more peeking into their private affairs." 20 minutes later, all the female soldiers, their faces now smeared with lipstick marks, were forcibly ordered by Lei Zhan to load heavy rocks into their backpacks. They commenced extreme armed cross-country training. "I'll drill the hell out of you little brats. You've got some nerve, messing with me like this. Who dares to take liberties with me? Come on, move it." The crack of blank rounds echoed through the air. The female soldiers immediately plunged into grueling training. Yet at this very moment, none of them complained about the hardship or cried foul. They endured silently, swallowing every ounce of pain deep within. Seeing the old fox, Yama, the desert foxes, Lei Zhan, and Nanmaku village, they felt profoundly small. They finally understood why Lei Zhan had called them rookies. He hadn't been holding back. But now they understood, they truly were rookies. Worse, they weren't even worthy of that title. They weren't even fit to be cannon fodder. They grasped what it meant to be special forces. What did it truly take? And they possessed nothing, only that green helmet on their heads, emblazoned with 2 words, rookie. They stopped complaining. They understood that the word rookie on their helmets was a blatant insult. But that very word was also a blatant opportunity. Ahem. Lei Zhan, well done. You've done China proud. The commander-in-chief's voice crackled directly through Lei Zhan's earpiece. Lei Zhan, no big deal. Thanks for the praise, Commander. Glad I didn't fail the mission. Commander-in-chief, you've got some nerve, kid. Alright, I'll credit you with this victory. Now, what I need to tell you is this: you must train the Fire Phoenixes with everything you've got. We don't have much time left for them. Lei Zhan froze. Commander, what's the situation? Chapter 46, 5-Step Snake. Leader 1 said, Lei Zhan, I didn't want to tell you this. But I think it's better to get it out now. The police recently arrested someone. This guy is a seasoned international smuggler. He doesn't deal in drugs or guns, just seemingly insignificant items. But they're crucial. This man had extensive connections, his influence reaching far and wide. He was also treacherous, cunning, and slick as a snake. He was like a hunter walking on the edge of a landmine, always managing to avoid detonation. His nickname? The 5-Step Snake. A comrade in our unit received intelligence. This treacherous 5-Step Snake had recently entered China from abroad. Though he carried no murder charges, the Public Security Bureau held dozens of case files on him, all from Interpol alerts. Moreover, many of 5-Step Snake's crimes had ties to China. Yet 5-Step Snake never returned to China, knowing it was no haven for him. Setting foot on Chinese soil meant a one-way trip. Thus, this cunning criminal regarded China as forbidden territory. This time, however, he came willingly. Based on intelligence provided by our informant, Bai Niao, we launched a dragnet operation to capture 5-Step Snake. Unexpectedly, he showed no intention of fleeing and was apprehended by Chinese police with surprising ease. Later, this 5-Step Snake revealed a reason that left the Donghai police utterly stunned. Do you know what that reason was? Lei Zhan shook his head. How should I know? I'm not a mind reader. Number 1 smiled wryly. This 5-Step Snake claimed he came to China to save his life, to protect his own survival. He actually said his sole purpose was to get locked up by Chinese police. Only then could he guarantee his life remained intact. Do you find that explanation credible? Lei Zhan pondered for a moment before replying. If everything you said earlier is true, that this 5-Step Snake is cunning, treacherous, and slick as an old fox, it was captured so easily by the police, then based on that alone, I think what he said is quite possibly true. Hearing this, Number 1 laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Your assessment is spot on, that's exactly how we see it too. After interrogating 5-Step Snake, he told us he came to China because he'd hit a dead end. A dead end where he was doomed no matter what. With no other options left, he decided to come to China's prisons to save his life. Because in this world, there was nowhere left for him that felt safe except the deepest dungeons of Chinese prisons. Lei Zhan exclaimed, Holy, is that for real? What kind of trouble did this bastard get himself into to end up like this? Number 1 chuckled. According to 5-Step Snake, he's been targeted. Targeted by an international terrorist organization. This group goes by the name K2. Lei Zhan froze upon hearing this. Damn it, K2 had finally surfaced. Though he'd known about them all along, Lei Zhan still had to play dumb. Number 1, he said, this isn't the place to talk. Let us meet in person. Dropping the walkie-talkie, Lei Zhan headed straight for Number 1's office. Number 1 detailed everything 5-Step Snake had confessed. Previously, 5-Step Snake had been an international criminal, smuggling all kinds of contraband. Moreover, his connections were extensive, intricate, and deeply entrenched. This man was exceptionally capable. No matter which country's smuggling routes he needed to navigate, 5-Step Snake could make it happen. No matter what goods were involved, he could devise a way to transport them to the designated country and location. Thus, 5-Step Snake commanded immense renown within the international criminal underworld. His nickname originated precisely from this ability. Few in the world possessed the skill to transport anything to any country, but 5-Step Snake did. This time, 5-Step Snake had caught the attention of an international terrorist organization known as K2, who commissioned him for a job. The task: transport a mass destruction biochemical weapon to China. Lei Zhan froze upon hearing this. Holy, are you kidding me? What era is this? Still doing this? Number 1 chuckled. Terrorist groups and terrorist incidents never cease, they don't care about the year or the time. Peace is merely relative. That said, when 5-Step Snake was commissioned by K2, his cunning and intelligence immediately made him realize the consequences. 5-Step Snake knew this. Whether he succeeded in transporting the biochemical weapon to China or not, his fate was sealed. If he refused K2, K2 would eliminate him. Conversely, if he accepted the mission and even completed it flawlessly, afterward, not only would he receive no generous commission, but K2 would certainly have no qualms about silencing him to eliminate a witness. Moreover, to put it bluntly, even if 5-Step Snake succeeded in transporting this weapon of mass destruction to China, and K2 showed mercy by sparing his life and paying him a commission large enough to last several lifetimes, he would still face relentless pursuit by China for the rest of his days. He could never hope for peace. Thus, after much deliberation, 5-Step Snake saw only one path forward: to feign agreement with K2, helping them transport this biochemical weapon into China. Under the pretext of conducting reconnaissance, he would deliberately allow himself to be apprehended by Chinese authorities. This would spare him from certain annihilation. It must be said, 5-Step Snake was exceptionally clever, cunning, and seasoned, choosing the most astute course of action. Lei Zhan nodded. Alright, number 1, I understand most of what you're saying. But I still can't see how this directly relates to my training with Fire Phoenix. Agent 1 replied, absolutely. According to the 5-Step Snake's confession, the K2 terrorist organization's urgency in transporting this weapon of mass destruction to China stems from a sinister and terrifying motive. They likely plan to exploit the opportunity presented by the World Youth Games in Donghai City, when high-ranking officials from various nations gather in China for the event, to carry out a terrorist attack. If this weapon causes mass casualties among foreign dignitaries, it could spark international conflicts. One misstep could easily escalate into localized military clashes. Such clashes might trigger a chain reaction, even a world war isn't impossible. You understand? Lei Zhan nodded. Holy, that's serious. Number 1, go on. Number 1 continued. When did your catchphrase get so vulgar, kid? Right, where was I? Ah yes, it could very well trigger a regional war. Once the US gets involved, it could easily escalate into a world war. When I said time is running out, I meant we have less than 3.5 months before the East Sea Youth Games begin. And right now, the terrorist organization K2 has likely already infiltrated our city. And you won't have time to train your Fire Phoenix Special Forces team. Therefore, I demand that you immediately, right this instant, seize every single second to get China's first all-female Special Operations team ready for this impending counter-terrorism operation. Do you understand? Chapter 47, Shame Drives Courage. Lei Zhan nodded. Commander, understood. At that very moment, the female soldiers were still training relentlessly on the hillside, shouting slogans while carrying backpacks filled with heavy stones. The unit was temporarily under Tan Xiaolin's command, as Old Fox and the others were hospitalized at the military district due to gunshot wounds. Lei Zhan returned to the operations room, watching the female soldiers crawling up the hillside through the window. Ever since witnessing him and Old Fox's squad led by Captain Nanmukun battle the ERNA assessment assault team, they'd stopped whining about fatigue and hardship. Instead, they trained silently and rigorously. They'd finally grasped that their own capabilities fell far short of what it took to be true Special Forces soldiers. Without strength, everything was mere empty talk. Moreover, time was running out. Once K2 completed its infiltration, it would inevitably start with minor provocations, escalating to major actions. If Lei Zhan couldn't lead a qualified team into battle by then, they might well enter upright only to be carried out horizontally. Time ticked away bit by bit. Having completed the humiliating task of teaching the ERNA assault assessment team a lesson, Lei Zhan earned 20 bubble points. Combined with his previous 20, he now had over 40 stored. Of course, this was still a considerable distance from the 1,000 bubble points needed to cross over to another world. After receiving these 20 points, the system Old Ghost adopted an unusually proactive attitude, proactively informing Lei Zhan of his next mission: annihilate every last bandit in the impending Lover's Island incident. This time, the reward would be 100 points. As the system Old Ghost put it, this was a major deal you'd better deliver flawless execution. Not a single one could be spared. Every last one had to be killed. Leave none behind. Otherwise, if even one remained, the mission would be considered uncompleted. Lei Zhan noticed that the system Ghost had a particular fondness for killing. Whenever the topic turned to murder, the Old Ghost's spirits would soar. Time slipped away. Before they knew it, 2 months had passed. Each day, the female soldiers carried backpacks filled with stones, their voices echoing the chant, "Chinese female soldiers, never surrender." After Old Fox and his crew had the bullets removed at the hospital, they rested for barely a month before stubbornly checking themselves out, ignoring the doctor's advice. Moreover, ever since being humiliated by the Nanmaku village gang, this group had redoubled their efforts. They voluntarily returned to the training ground, joining the female soldiers in howling through the third phase of comprehensive drills. With these veterans joining in, the female soldiers dared not slack off. Honestly, if the instructors were pushing themselves this hard, what excuse did these rookies have? What's more, since returning from the hospital, the veterans had become even more intense and strict. Even the slightest imperfection in a training movement would earn the female soldiers their merciless scolding and verbal abuse. Despite knowing what was coming, Lei Zhan remained cheerful and carefree every day, never revealing the weight of the secret to anyone. He continued his daily passion for verbal sparring. When the female soldiers were pushed to their absolute limits, when their willpower was at its weakest and their spirits on the verge of collapse, Lei Zhan would appear like a ghost, his face plastered with a cheeky grin. After the ERNA assault assessment incident, the female soldiers faced not only stricter and more systematic training pressures but also a greater psychological burden, their chief instructor, Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan instilled in them a profound fear, something more terrifying than the grueling training itself. That was his specialty: verbal assault. Mental collapse. Lei Zhan's eloquence was devastating. Worse, he was ruthlessly cunning, appearing like a ghost when you were most distracted or vulnerable. Then, using a mix of soft and hard tactics, indirect pressure, flattery, and deception, leaving no stone unturned, he would shatter your spirit completely until you broke down and chose to quit. This tactic was utterly ruthless. Whenever Lei Zhan appeared, female soldiers would inevitably have their confidence shattered by this despicable man, successfully persuaded to quit. Once he set his sights on someone, he wouldn't rest until they withdrew. He was the female soldier's worst nightmare. Although Lei Zhan had previously defeated the head of the assessment team, that little Japanese bastard Nanmaku, earning the female soldier's admiration for a time, the moment he returned to the training ground, the original despicable Lei Zhan reappeared. He remained as hideous as ever, so infuriating it made your teeth itch, so enraging you wanted to bite him hard, to tear off a chunk of flesh. Take right now, for instance. Right now, the female soldiers were doing push-ups in muddy puddles, their backpacks loaded with heavy stones, all under the command of the Grim Reaper. The drill sergeant held his rifle, occasionally firing warning shots. Alright, you there. That rookie, number 53. Get your hips down. Down. Why are you sticking your butt up so high? Waiting to get punished? Keep going. Form must be perfect. How many push-ups did you just do? Ah, right. 80, 98, 100. Keep pushing, girls. You're nowhere near done. Once you hit 2000, you can rest. 812. 2000 push-ups in a muddy puddle while carrying a backpack. A backpack loaded with rocks. The female soldiers felt waves of despair. This is insane. It's murder. As they pushed up in the mud, the women boosted their morale by cursing the drill sergeants. Damn you, king of hell. 814, you'll never find a wife. 815, you'll be a lifelong bachelor. 816, even if you marry, she'll be a dinosaur, a hag. 817, you'll never touch a woman. 818. At this moment, Lei Zhan, monitoring the female soldiers' condition on the large screen, watched them like a hawk. He kept a close eye on the muddy pits, observing who was about to break, whose willpower was failing, and whose spirit was nearing collapse. By this mid to late stage of training, it was no longer just about physical conditioning. Mental fortitude was equally crucial, absolutely vital for a special forces soldier. Soon, Lei Zhan identified his target. A wicked grin spread across his face. Heh heh, you little chick, number 53. Let this god end your suffering and make you my little pet. Chapter 48, Captured. 1375. Come on, girls. Just over 600 more reps, then you get a 5-minute break. 1376. Yan Wang stood at the edge of a muddy puddle, tossing blank grenades into the air. A blade of grass dangled from his mouth as he watched the female soldiers train. Just then, Lei Zhan appeared on the training ground, hands behind his back, striding purposefully with a kindly smile. King Yama nodded quickly upon seeing him. Boss, you're back on duty? At his words, the female soldiers all shuddered. Oh my god, who's the unlucky one this time? Who's going to get caught by the Thunder God? Oh no, please don't let it be me. The Thunder God smiled and exchanged greetings with Yan Wang before striding over to sit beside a female soldier near the mud pit. It was female soldier number 53. Soldier 53 froze upon seeing Lei Zhan approach. With a thud, she flopped face first into the mud pit, then shakily pushed herself back up. Staring at Lei Zhan in terror, she pleaded, God of Thunder, I beg you don't try to talk me out of this. I won't quit. Go find someone else. Please, I'm begging you. Lei Zhan chuckled, revealing a mouthful of big buck teeth, his smile as bright as sunshine. Ah, sweetheart, relax. How could I be so cruel? Really, do I look like that kind of despicable scoundrel to you? This Thunder God absolutely isn't that sort of person, right? Listen to me, girl. Not only am I not that kind of despicable scoundrel, I'm actually a really good guy. My heart is devoted to the party, to the motherland, to the people, to my soldiers. To you all. Girl, honestly, I've seen every effort you've made. Day after day, you struggle like the toughest men, enduring every hardship. It truly breaks my heart. You girls, all dressed up in your colorful uniforms, yet you come back every day looking like mudballs. I see it, and it breaks my heart. Every night, thinking of all the hardships you endure, I can't eat or sleep properly, and my mouth gets all blistered. Hey, girl, you missed a push-up, make it up now, no slacking off. Where was I? Right, can't eat or sleep properly. My dear girl, I truly ache for you all. I can't bear to see you suffer even a moment's hardship. Just look at you, that fair, delicate skin, those strong, graceful long legs, that exquisite, devilishly beautiful face, that figure with measurements off the charts. TSK, what a lovely girl you are. How on earth did you ever think of getting into this line of work? You really have no sense of self-preservation. Hey, you dropped another one, hurry up and pick it up. No slacking off. Where were we? Ah, right, no sense of self-preservation. My dear, look at yourself. I've noticed you for a long time. That injury on your ankle bone still hasn't healed, has it? Your elbow's all bloody too, that must hurt. You sneak around crying at night, missing your mother, aren't you? And that photo in your wallet, your boyfriend's, right? Handsome lad. Looks like a rich kid too. Tall, rich, handsome, skyscrapers, sports cars. A wonderful new life beckons. Why are you so stubborn about joining the Special Forces? Special Forces? That's deadly business. I'm not trying to scare you, but have you ever killed anyone? Have you ever eaten rat meat? Do you know what happens to you once you become Special Forces, especially female Special Forces, if criminals capture you? Oh my, they'll torture you to death. They really would. Oh my, it'd be so gruesome, too horrible to watch. You're so young, so pretty, so lovely they probably wouldn't let you die quickly. They'll keep you around for a while longer. Oh my, it'll be worse than death. You chose this path, no question about it, and it's absolutely the dumbest, most pathetic, most disastrous decision you'll ever make. You're choosing endless pain and torment, a life plunged into despair and darkness every single moment. No light, no honor, no future, no. Wah, I quit. Female Soldier 53 couldn't bear to listen any longer. The relentless gunfire from the King of Hell's side, plus those endless push-ups that seemed impossible to finish, all of it pushed her to despair. She finally chose to quit. Ah, good girl. This is the wisest decision you'll ever make in your life. You'll be happy for the rest of your days. Quick, come up. You don't even have to do those 2 push-ups you owe. Come on, kid, I'll pull you up. Look at how our beautiful girl's been pushed. The devil's a real piece of work. Come with me. I'll take you for a hot shower, a proper meal, then you'll be discharged to see your mom and boyfriend. Your wonderful life starts now. Ah, you're such a good girl, so smart. Damn Lejean, he's tricked another one of our team members. Yi Tsuanshin glared angrily and cursed under her breath while doing push-ups. Mind your own business. Watch out, he might target you next. Shin Lanny warned from beside her. Yi Tsuanshin shuddered at the words and quickly lowered herself back into another push-up. She certainly didn't want Lejean setting his sights on her. That would be terrifying. Just then, Lejean, who was dragging that female soldier numbered 53 toward the exit, suddenly turned toward Yi Tsuanshin with a smirk. He chuckled, Yi Tsuanshin. I think I heard you calling me. Could it be, you want to have a little chat with me? Yi Tsuanshin shook her head violently. No, Thunder God, you're hearing things. I never said a word. Hallucinations, you must be hallucinating. I never want to talk to you. Lejean frowned and scratched his ear. Ha? Could it be? I'm really getting old? Hearing things? Beneath the August 1st military flag, the 5 tiers of steps were already piled high with all manner of helmets: Navy, Army, Air Force, and rookie helmets. One by one, the trainees marched past. The true elite would gradually emerge, destined to become genuine Special Forces warriors. Physical training, under the relentless persuasion, coaxing, and even trickery of Yen Wanglao Holy and the others, including Lejean, over the past 3 months, had finally whittled the 138 female soldiers down to the final 20. Tan Xiaolin, He Lu, Shin Lanny, Yi Tsuanshin, Shu Baiexua, Ouyang Qian, Tang Xiaoxiao, Tianguo, and the others. At this very moment, only a little over 20 days remained until the Youth Games, as announced by the Commander-in-Chief 3.5 months prior. Simultaneously, these female soldiers would face their final trial, after which they would emerge reborn like phoenixes from the flames into a brand new life. This final phase of training and testing would be the most extreme, the most brutal final trial of the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. The female soldiers had no idea that this pivotal moment, one that would determine their future destinies, was approaching day by day as they unconsciously improved. On this particular day, the female soldiers were marching swiftly through the old forest, their heavy packs straining their shoulders as usual. Suddenly, the sound of howling wolves echoed through the air, sending shockwaves through the group. Terrified, they formed a protective circle, bracing themselves for the impending danger. Wolves, while they might stir the blood of men, were the embodiment of demons to women, the ultimate source of terror. As they held their rifles loaded with blank rounds, vigilant and ready, a group of burly men armed with firearms suddenly materialized from the woods like ghosts. After a fierce melee, the female soldiers quickly crumbled. Overwhelmed by the brutally powerful leader of these masked bandits, they were all herded into a vehicle, hooded, and driven away toward an unknown fate. Chapter 49, The Skull Camp. As the female soldiers were abducted, night had just fallen. Hooded and bound, they were hauled by truck to a camp. The camp consisted of rows of green military tents, surrounded by nothing but fences. All around lay wild grasses and sparse woods in the wilderness. The ground was rough gravel, pebbles the size of ping-pong balls. Parked beside the green tents were 4 or 5 military jeeps. In front of the jeeps stood several tall wooden stakes driven into the ground. These stakes appeared ancient, dried out, and weathered beyond recognition. A tattered black triangular flag hung from them, bearing a terrifying skull and crossbones. The sight alone sent a chill down one's spine. The ground in the courtyard was littered with all manner of debris: rusted chains, tarnished iron tongs, iron bars, oil-stained ropes, blood-stained rags, and cracked water jars filled to the brim. The only living things moving on the ground were figures clad in camouflage uniforms and police dogs barking furiously. The female soldiers were kicked off the vehicles like cattle. Never having experienced direct physical assault before, they immediately began screaming in terror. All the female soldiers were beaten and kicked off the military vehicles, their hoods simultaneously removed. Only then did they clearly see those who had attacked and abducted them. To their shock, they were members of the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade, led by Lejean. The female soldiers were bundled together in large groups and forced to sit on the ground. Surrounding them were the Special Forces members, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, showing not a shred of pity. In the center of the courtyard, Lei Zhan stood roasting a whole lamb over a fire. It wasn't that Lei Zhan lacked compassion for the female soldiers, he simply acted as if he hadn't seen them. He was muttering to himself about the cooking time and seasoning ratios. Earlier, when Lei Zhan and Yan Wang trained the female soldiers, their methods were strict, but they had never laid a hand on anyone or resorted to direct physical attacks. Tan Xiaolin, baffled by the scene, scrambled to her feet. Lei Zhan, what the hell are you doing? Trying to get yourself killed? Having a seizure? Or did your brain just short-circuit? Who's talking? Shut up. As soon as Lei Zhan finished speaking, Yan Wang stepped forward and kicked Tan Xiaolin squarely in the stomach, sending her crashing back to the ground. Shut up. Who the hell told you to stand up? Who gave you permission to speak? Just keep your head down and save your strength. You won't have any left for resting later. At that moment, He Lu beside him remarked calmly, Instructor, can't you see? They're doing this deliberately. They're not fooling around or throwing tantrums, they're going all out. I heard about this when I was overseas on peacekeeping missions. Special Forces selection always goes through this process, sir. Tan Xiaolin froze upon hearing this. Right. I remember now. When I was studying abroad, I learned about SEER training. SEER stands for Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. It simulates a prisoner of war camp. Could it be, we've been captured and brought to a simulated POW camp? At that moment, Lei Zhan, wearing a camouflage cap and oversized sunglasses, held a large lamb shank, took a bite, and chuckled as he chewed. Looks like we have some educated folks here. Excellent. That saves me the trouble of explaining. Truth be told, I wouldn't have bothered explaining anyway. But since you figured it out and spoken up, I'll just add a few words. What you said earlier is correct. This is indeed a simulated POW camp. Beyond the Beast Camp lies another camp, the Skull Camp. Only soldiers who emerge from the Skull Camp may qualify to become Special Forces. But I regret to inform you not a single one of you will walk out of here. Any soldier who has endured this simulated POW camp, if captured in the future, would rather die on the battlefield. The implication is clear. Here, you'll suffer a fate worse than death, neither able to live nor die. None of you will remain. Not a single one. This is no children's playground, nor a resort for escaping summer heat or winter cold. This is a POW camp. What is a simulated POW camp? It is the infinite recreation of every possible form of abuse you might endure after capture. And listen up, greenhorns. You must believe this, every terrifying method you can imagine me using against you, I've already thought of it. And here's your luck, the methods you haven't even conceived of yet? I've thought of those too. This place will be a true hell. Every one of you will die here. I'm not bluffing, this is reality. You know me well enough, I'm no saint. But there's one thing I excel at: never cutting you any slack. Never showing mercy. I'm sure you've all experienced that firsthand. Well then, I won't say more. If any of you still possess wisdom, withdraw now. You might spare yourselves physical torment and mental agony. This place will be your final resting ground. As women, not a single one of you will survive this ordeal. Lei Zhan finished speaking and took a bite of lamb. Seeing no one move, he chuckled. You won't cry till you see the coffin, huh? King of Hell, serve our dear newbies a little appetizer to wake them up. Yes. Yan Wang stretched out his voice, grabbing a large canister and a hose. Without warning, he charged toward the female soldiers. Instantly, thick white smoke erupted from the hose, engulfing them all in an instant. The female soldiers immediately began screaming. Seeing their plight, Lei Zhan burst into laughter. Rookies, you have no idea what this white smoke is, do you? Let me explain it to you. This is called gas incineration. Its penetration capability is 16 times that of air. After inhaling a certain amount, humans will experience breathing difficulties. If you accidentally inhale too much, oh boy, that's a whole different story. That's suffocation. Do you understand what suffocation is? It's death. Oh dear, how pitiful. Look at you lovely girls, about to meet such an end. My heart aches for you. I'm out. I'm out, a female soldier shouted loudly. Quick! Quick! Come to me, medic! Quick! Treat this clever little sister. Don't let her suffocate. Ah, what a clever girl. Cough cough. Rookies, what are you waiting for? Waiting to suffocate? Fine. Go ahead with peace of mind. I have your parents' addresses and treatment details. When the time comes, I'll notify them to collect the death benefits. King Yama, another bottle, please. The concentration seems a bit weak. Cough cough. I quit. I don't want to die. A female soldier raised her hand and shouted. Chapter 50, Proof of Eligibility. Good. Very good. Quite excellent. Another clever young lady has made a wise choice. Little sister, get up quickly. Come on, big brother will take you home. There. Slowly, slowly. Don't cry. Medic. Quick. Treat the little girl. After emptying 2 cans of tear gas powder, Lei Zhan gained 5 more targets. 5 more helmets appeared on those 5 steps. The remaining female soldiers stubbornly held their ground. Lei Zhan shook his head in utter dissatisfaction. Ugh, what a bunch of foolish women. Not only do they refuse to see reason until it's too late, but even when faced with the grave, they still won't budge. Fine, show some guts. In my entire life, I've always admired those with guts. Especially women with guts. King Yama, serve up the meal for these Phoenix Fire Reserve members. Got it, Thunder God. King Yama chuckled in response. Together with Yuan Bao, he lifted a large crate from the vehicle. The crate was covered in large pieces of black cloth. The two carried the crate before the female soldiers. Lei Zhan chuckled. Ladies, he said. Since you insist on staying, I won't force you to leave. You have the right to stand your ground. In my life, I've always admired those who hold firm. I deeply respect and admire your courage and perseverance. To stand firm and unmoved in the face of a place like the skeleton camp, your stubborn persistence truly earns my utmost respect. You're all tough as nails. I admire tough people. Now, this skeleton camp of ours isn't exactly a place people flock to. No one in their right mind would choose to come here. But the world works in strange ways. Even a place as unwelcoming as this isn't open to just anyone. It's not a place where anyone who wants to come can simply show up. It's not a place where anyone who wants to come has the right to enter. Well then, since you insist on visiting my skull camp to experience its wonderful life, I won't stand in your way. But according to our rules, entry into skull camp requires proof of eligibility. This, ladies, is your proof of eligibility to enter skull camp and experience its wonderful life. Please take a look. Lei Zhan yanked the black cloth off the top of the black box. Instantly, every female soldier who saw what was inside was overcome with horror. For the box wasn't a box at all. It was a large iron cage. Inside, weasels darted about frantically, black-gray rats leaped wildly in place, and colorful grass snakes several feet long slithered. Frogs, hedgehogs, and all manner of terrifying creatures filled the space. When the soldiers saw the rats baring their sharp fangs and squeaking, and the green grass snakes hissing and flicking their tongues, they were too terrified to look. Many simply covered their eyes. This pervert isn't going to make us live with these things, is he? If so, I'll die, Yi Tsuanshin muttered. I'm afraid things won't be as pleasant as you imagine, Shenlani said, her eyes fixed intently on the caged creatures. I've read some materials about seer training camps before. The first test in seer is the survival test. It's a test of enduring to survive even when all resources are exhausted. Survival by any means necessary, survival by any method. Yi Tsuanshin stared wide-eyed at Shenlani. Hey, you're from the cultural troupe, don't scare me like this. You're not telling me he wants us to roast and eat these disgusting things, are you? I'm telling you, if that damn thunder god dares to do that, I'd rather die. Shenlani gave a wry, expressionless smile. Yi Tsuanshin, you're half right. He does want us to eat these things. But your imagination is running wild. He's not roasting them for us to eat. Instead. Seeing Shenlani's expression, Yi Tsuanshin immediately tensed up. Whoa, cultural troop member, you better stop right there. Don't scare me by saying they'll make us eat them raw. Shenlani's eyes went wide as she forced another bitter smile. Yi Tsuanshin, congratulations. This time, you got everything right. All the women overheard Yi Tsuanshin and Shenlani's exchange and instantly tensed up. They stared nervously at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan didn't interrupt Yi Tsuanshin and Shenlani's exchange until they finished. He resumed his devilish grin. Ahem. I trust you all heard what Miss Yi and Miss Shenlani just said. Excellent. These two female soldiers possess profound knowledge that commands my utmost respect. The breadth of their learning far exceeds my expectations. I offer them verbal commendation here. Indeed, Miss Yi and Miss Shen have already explained the details thoroughly. I shall not repeat them. In short, this is your qualification certificate to enter the skull camp that hell on earth. This qualification is easy to obtain. Anyone who wants to come and get it, just come and get it. I won't stop you. 1 person devours a toad, 2 people devour a rat, 4 people devour a snake, and you'll earn your qualification. So, what do you think? Getting certified for our skull camp is a piece of cake, right? You won't find admission requirements this lenient anywhere else in this world. Ladies, what are you waiting for? Come get your certificates. At that moment, Tan Xiaolin abruptly stood up. Lei Zhan, you're bullying people. How can anyone eat such things? You're clearly trying to drive us away. This is abuse of power. This is outrageous. Lei Zhan chuckled darkly. Tan Xiaolin, I won't stoop to arguing with a woman. With that, he grabbed a snake, slashed its belly open with a sharp hiss, sliced off a large chunk of flesh, and under the watchful eyes of the female soldiers shoved it into his mouth, chewing noisily. With a gulp, he swallowed it whole. Then he smacked his lips. This is the real deal. Pure flavor, fragrant aroma, not a hint of medicine. Perfect in color, scent, and taste, absolute gourmet fare. Oh my, giving this treasure to you women would be a waste. I sincerely hope none of you will eat it. If none of you dare to eat it and all of you just get the hell out of here, then we can feast on this delicious stuff ourselves. Seeing Lei Zhan so brazenly devour the flesh of a snake still alive, its tongue flickering out, several girls immediately vomited right where they stood, though their stomachs were long since empty. Come on, who's first? I took a chunk of this snake myself, consider it my treat to you. But you can still choose to split it among the four of you. Come on, ladies, don't be shy. Help yourselves. Tan Xiaolin was so stunned by Lei Zhan's actions that the words she'd been about to say stuck in her throat. Seeing the blood still smeared around his mouth, she couldn't utter a single word, her face turning ashen. What? No one dares to eat? Ha! Excellent, excellent, absolutely perfect. Just what I wanted. Well then, I'm afraid I must apologize. You useless lot, get up! Pack your bags and get the hell back where you came from. Don't waste my time and my brother's while we're roasting meat. Chapter 51, Skinned and Devoured. Who said we weren't going to eat? The moment Lei Zhan turned away, Tan Xiaolin suddenly shouted. Lei Zhan turned back, smiling at Tan Xiaolin. Heh, the instructor is the instructor, huh? That major's rank isn't just for show. Well, you sure are shouting loud like a spring call. You didn't need to yell that much. I heard you just fine. What's the big deal? It's just a piece of snake meat. Why all the fuss? Come on, Instructor Tan, I've already skinned the snake for you, old lady. Here, try this fresh snake meat. Stop being so coy and prissy like a woman. Oh, right, you are a woman. Tan Xiaolin couldn't be bothered to respond to Lei Zhan's sarcasm. Or rather, she'd grown accustomed to his habitual jabs at the women during training. Tan Xiaolin turned to the other female soldiers. He's telling the truth. We've endured 9 bows and 8 kowtows, we can't falter now. Sisters, stay strong. Hold on. Perseverance to the end is victory. Are all these days of hardship for nothing? All the insults from these despicable men, are we just going to let it slide? We must overcome every obstacle and prove these despicable men wrong. Otherwise, we'll truly become the useless, incompetent nobodies they claim we are. We'll be nothing, utterly incapable of anything. Back home, we'll carry their insults for the rest of our lives, forced to accept them as fact. We women are good for nothing. Is that what you want? It's just eating raw meat, what's the big deal? We'll prove to those men that whatever they can do, we can do too. Because Chinese female soldiers never give up. At this point, Lei Zhan's face twisted with impatience. Oh my, I really can't stand this anymore. Slogans, slogans, slogans. How melodramatic. What's the big deal? It's just eating a piece of raw meat. Why act like it's some tragic farewell? Like you're facing the guillotine. What's the matter? Eating a piece of raw meat makes you all think you're as great as Lu Hulin? Hurry up. Eat it or not. If not, pack it up and get the hell out of here. Report. A female soldier stood up and said. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. What nonsense now? Speak. Female soldier, report, Commander Lei, I protest. I'm not afraid of hardship, toil, or death. But I don't understand why we have to eat such disgusting things. This is disrespectful to us, an insult to our dignity. This is barely acceptable, you're deliberately making things difficult for us. Lei Zhan closed his eyes and sighed. I don't want to explain the reasoning. I'm tired of saying it. In short, one thing, this is my turf, and I call the shots. Anyone who doesn't want to eat this, get out now. There's no room for negotiation. I've said it before, under me, you're no longer soldiers, no longer female soldiers. Don't even think about democracy, fairness, dignity, or personal integrity. You have none of that. Either follow my orders or get out. Female soldier, I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Lei Zhan chuckled, you've got quite the temper, little lady. Already rebelling? Can't take it? Fine. You needn't speak further. Old fox, retrieve this woman's file and return it to her original unit immediately. This woman is the first I personally ordered back to her old unit. I solemnly declare, you are dismissed. Anyone else wish to speak? The female soldier was escorted out of the skull camp by Old Fox. She walked away, filled with resentment and refusal to accept defeat. Anyone else unwilling? Anyone else dissatisfied? Anyone else wanting to argue? Lei Zhan asked. Seeing no response, he resumed his previous wicked grin and expression. That's more like it. Major Tan, aren't you going to eat? What are you waiting for? Waiting for me to roast you to perfection, then season you with Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, purple salt, and chili powder? Tan Xiaolin snorted and slowly approached Lei Zhan. Each step felt agonizingly slow and painfully long. Staring at the still twitching serpent in Lei Zhan's hands, she thought of how a piece of its flesh had already ended up in his stomach. An inexplicable wave of nausea made her retch. If you can't handle it, then get lost. Why try to prove yourself? Or better yet, pack up your useless women's army and get the hell out. Stop wasting my time with your nonsense. Wasting others' time is like robbery and murder, don't you get it? Shut up. I'll eat it. Why do you always have to be so damn annoying with your constant chatter? Tan Xiaolin roared, snatching the snake from Lei Zhan's hands. Gritting her teeth, she let out a piercing scream as she sliced off a chunk of snake flesh. Then, closing her eyes tightly, she screamed again before shoving the piece into her mouth. Then she began chewing like a madwoman. After just a few bites, she gulped it down. Immediately, she knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face, retching again. Lei Zhan, ahem, Major Tan, you haven't finished your portion yet. At this rate, you still have 5 pieces left. Tan Xiaolin, shut up. I know. Guh. Tan Xiaolin continued retching. The hardest part is always the beginning. Regardless, Tan Xiaolin had finally broken the ice for eating raw animal meat. He Lu, Shinlani, Yi Tsuanshin, and others stepped forward one by one, slowly beginning their own arduous attempts retching, swallowing, crying as they endured the grueling process of consuming these repulsive creatures. However, over a dozen female soldiers ultimately couldn't endure this brutal ordeal. They weren't afraid of hardship or exhaustion, but no matter what, they couldn't bring themselves to put this disgusting stuff in their mouths and swallow it. They chose to withdraw. As the female soldiers continued their arduous swallowing, Old Fox sighed to the Yenwang beside him. At this mid to late stage of training, physical fitness is secondary. What Thunder God is forging is their mental fortitude. If someone can't even pass the test of eating raw animal flesh, then once they enter combat, their psychological resilience will fail them. Thunder God's intentions are profound. Yenwang nodded. True. I never understood why we ate this stuff back then, or why Lei Zhan placed such importance on mental trials. But ultimately, being a Special Forces soldier isn't for the faint of heart. Without rock-solid mental fortitude, without a willingness to die at any moment, without treating every hardship as insignificant, we can't rely on comrades like that. We wouldn't trust them with our backs. The Old Fox also nodded. Who knows how many of these female soldiers will make it out of the Skull Battalion? Or maybe none at all. Chapter 52, I'm Your Grandma. A large iron cage filled with rats, snakes, and frogs was nearly devoured by the female soldiers in no time. This would be the most unforgettable breakfast of their lives. Lei Zhan roughly counted about 20 women had actually swallowed these small creatures whole. He couldn't help but admire their resilience. Watching the female soldiers kneeling on the ground retching, Lei Zhan clapped his hands with a smile. Well done, well done. Very brave, very impressive. But honestly, things have come to this point, and I'm not happy. Not at all. You women make me feel utterly defeated. Things have come to this point, with just over 100 women, and now, nearly 20 of you are still holding on. Honestly, I just can't wrap my head around it. What on earth is it that keeps you ungrateful women hanging on? What's the point of your stubborn persistence? Alright, I won't say more. I keep my word. Since you've earned the right to enter Heller, the skeleton camp, I'll honor my promise. I'm a man of integrity. I now formally declare, you are all prisoners of the skeleton camp. The rules remain unchanged. You retain the right to withdraw at any time. We won't back down. Chinese female soldiers never surrender. Tan Xiaolin screamed at Lei Zhan like a madwoman. Instantly, the female soldiers who had earned their qualifications by eating small animal meat joined in the chant, Chinese female soldiers never surrender. Oh my goodness, alright. How disgusting, how pretentious. Why do you women always have to chant slogans? Chinese female soldiers never surrender? Give it a rest. You started with over 100 people, now it's down to a dozen. Still shouting? Isn't it pathetic? Embarrassing? Ask yourselves, are you soldiers? Ha? Are you even soldiers? You're not soldiers. You're weaklings. Women. Women are weaklings. We are not weaklings, Lei Zhan. You dare insult us female soldiers, insult us women. Lei Zhan chuckled, fine. You're women. Female soldiers. Not weaklings. Well then, I hereby officially declare congratulations. You're all prisoners now. I'll give you a task. We'll ask you prisoners 2 questions. If you answer honestly, congratulations, you'll have made the wisest choice of your lives. You'll get to pack your bags, ride in a special vehicle back to your old units, and bask in endless glory. But if you refuse to answer and resist to the end, then sorry, you'll become true prisoners of war, experiencing the inhuman, despicable methods of our Skull Battalion. Things like the tiger bench, pepper water dousing, or electric shocks to loosen your joints. Those are just minor punishments. You'll get to experience the Skeleton Battalion's most prized torture techniques. We guarantee you'll never forget them for the rest of your lives. They'll be etched into your bones or you'll die right here. Lei Zhan chuckled at this, glancing at the female soldiers. Still time to back out, you know. Save yourselves the pain. He snorted. Looks like there aren't any smart ones here. What a pity. Alright then, I'll start preparing to welcome you lovely female prisoners. Lei Zhan had nearly finished gnawing on a large lamb leg, tossing the bone aside. He pulled his dark sunglasses over his face and walked over to Tan Xiaolin with a smirk, bending down low. His face radiated boundless sunshine. Hey, beauty. How's it going? You're a Chinese Special Forces operative, right? Who's your commander? Spill it. Tell me, and you'll be set free. Plus, you'll avoid physical pain and humiliation. Tan Xiaolin glared at Lei Zhan, spat in his face, and snarled, I'm your grandmother. Our leader is your grandfather. Lei Zhan wiped the spit from his face. Holy, that's some serious jealousy. Oh my, calling each other grandmother and grandfather so the PLA runs a family business now? As he spoke, Lei Zhan yanked Tan Xiaolin off the ground and flung her aside. She shot through the air like a, whizzing past with a whoosh before crashing into a wooden post 5 meters away with a clang. Lei Zhan turned back, returning to Tan Xiaolin's sprawled form. His devilishly gentle smile remained fixed. How's that, big girl? Enjoyed the ride? Now answer me again, are you a Special Forces operative? Who's your commander? Tan Xiaolin lay on the ground, writhing in agony, I'm your mother, and our leader is your grandfather. Crash! A heavy fist slammed straight into Tan Xiaolin's stomach. She let out a piercing scream and spat a mouthful of blood. Thud! Thud! Lei Zhan landed 2 more punches. Tan Xiaolin's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. The female soldiers on this side were all stunned into silence. Their minds raced. Oh no, he's actually hitting her. He really did it. Before, Lei Zhan's training was strict, but he'd never laid a hand on a female soldier. This time, the bastard wasn't just talking trash, he actually hit her. And he hit her hard, brutally. This was absolutely real, no faking it. Has this bastard lost his mind? Is this training? Or is he trying to kill her? Doesn't he have any sense of decency? Hitting a woman like that, and so brutally? But it wasn't over. Seeing Tan Xiaolin pass out, Lei Zhan still wore that gentle smile. Oh, already passed out? Heh, don't think passing out will let you avoid interrogation. Lei Zhan grabbed Tan Xiaolin by the back of her neck, hauling her over to the large water vat in the courtyard. With a splash, he dunked her unconscious head into the vat. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Sprayed water splashed up from the vat as Tan Xiaolin regained consciousness, struggling desperately for air. But Lei Zhan didn't let go. He let her struggle. Gurgle, gurgle. Half a minute. 1 minute. 1.5 minutes. Splash. Lei Zhan yanked Tan Xiaolin's head out of the water. She gasped sharply, gulping air into her lungs. Lei Zhan grinned, his smile unchanged. Hey, sweetheart, tell me now. Are you a Special Forces operative? Who's your boss? I'm your mother. Plop. Lei Zhan pushed Tan Xiaolin's head back into the water barrel. 1 minute later. Tan Xiaolin, I'm your grandmother. Plop. I'm your grandmother, you ungrateful grandson. Splash. Lei Zhan had already beaten Tan Xiaolin to the brink of death. Yet all she could manage was that one sentence. Lei Zhan spat, revealing his vicious side for the first time in front of the female soldiers. He snatched off his glasses with a grimace. Damn it, I actually got a living grandmother. Looks like this trick isn't working. Take her to the interrogation room. I'll make sure to give her a taste of my special treatment. The female soldiers below him shuddered at the words. More pressure? That'll kill her. Chapter 53, Sulfuric Spray. Tan Xiaolin was dragged into the rear tent amid the terrified stares of the female soldiers and the punches and kicks from Yanwang and the others. Once inside, her hands and feet were bound to a large iron chair. An iron hood was also forced over her head. Watching Lei Zhan's actions, it looked exactly like the setup for a tiger bench. Was it electric torture? Pepper spray? Or something else? But no matter what, Tan Xiaolin found the whole thing terrifying. Any of those would be enough to break her. That damn Lei Zhan, could he really be serious? Even at this final moment, Tan Xiaolin clung to a sliver of hope. Lei Zhan approached her, grinning, syringe in hand. Heh, beautiful lady, hello. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, are you a Special Forces operative? Who's your leader? Tan Xiaolin tilted her head, staring at Lei Zhan. Cut the crap. I won't tell you a damn thing, you piece of trash. Bring it on. I'm ready. No amount of simulation training will break me. Not unless I'm dead. And I don't believe you'd dare kill me. Lei Zhan sighed upon hearing this, shook his head, and said, Sigh, you really disappoint me. I'm deeply dissatisfied with your attitude and what you've said. How can a person be so dishonest? Your moral character is seriously questionable. Are you absolutely certain you won't speak up? Tan Xiaolin rolled her eyes and glared at Lei Zhan. Oof. Lei Zhan sighed, how tragic. It seems you're as stubborn as a mule. You're dead set on not talking. Well then, I'm afraid you'll have to endure a tiny bit of inconvenience. Lei Zhan raised the syringe in his hand toward the sky, letting a droplet of liquid escape. Then, with remarkable composure, he continued, Now then, lovely lady. I am a very kind person. I value reason, civility, and courtesy. I respect elders, cherish the young, and have a fondness for young women. Naturally, I also admire beauty. You are a beauty, and out of respect for you, I feel it necessary to explain this thing in my hand before we proceed. As you can see, it's a syringe. Of course, you must recognize that. But the contents inside this syringe? I'm sure you've never encountered them before. Allow me to briefly introduce the solution within. Don't be fooled by the mere 2 milliliters of solution in this syringe, beautiful lady. This solution is incredibly potent. It bears a grand and imposing name, sulfide pentothal. Admittedly, sulfide pentothal is a bit of a tongue twister. But rest assured, it's an excellent substance. This sulfide pentothal is a newly researched neuroactive agent in medicine. Don't be fooled by the tiny amount in my syringe. If used to make medicine, it could yield a full half-ton of finished drug. In other words, it takes half a ton of finished medicine to extract just these 2 milliliters of sulfide pentothal. What does this sulfide pentothal do? Listen up, and I'll explain it to you slowly. Just half a milliliter of this sulfur-based pentothal injected into the human body triggers an immediate catalytic reaction, directly affecting your nervous system. It will make you feel like you're floating on air. Oh, wrong. It will make you wish you were dead. Every cell in your body will feel pain like being cut by a knife, burned by fire, and blown apart. The agony will literally kill you with pleasure. Moreover, this sulfur-based pentothal solution can take down a full-grown ox with just 10 milliliters. As for humans? For a woman like you, 6 milliliters would send this lovely lady straight to meet the Buddha. But rest assured you're already a major. Your death benefits won't be skimpy. I'll personally notify your family to collect them promptly at our beast camp. Ahem, ahem. Comrade Beauty, you're sure you won't speak? Tan Xiaolin, Lei Zhan, don't try to intimidate me. I refuse to believe you'd dare kill me. Or dare use drugs to force a confession from me. But before Tan Xiaolin could finish, Lei Zhan's syringe had already pierced her arm. Tan Xiaolin gasped in shock, Lei Zhan, you. Chapter 54, The Ultimate Physical Trial. Tan Xiaolin thought that although Lei Zhan showed no mercy in training the female soldiers, and all the women knew he wouldn't hold back, she still believed that no matter what, this was training. Even if it was brutal, there had to be a limit. As for this sulfur-based spray agent, Tan Xiaolin believed Lei Zhan was merely trying to intimidate her and wouldn't actually use it on her. Moreover, Tan Xiaolin was certain Lei Zhan wouldn't actually administer this terrifying substance to her. One misstep with this stuff could be fatal. It was just training no matter what, Lei Zhan had to have a bottom line. Yet the instant Lei Zhan's needle pierced her arm, Tan Xiaolin froze. She stopped mid-sentence, staring at him in terror. You. Lei Zhan, Major, please remain calm. In just a moment, you'll experience that exquisite pleasure, that piercing, bone-chilling ecstasy. You'll feel your skin being torn open, then filled with handfuls of red-headed giant ants. These giant ants will bite through your cells one by one, gnaw at your flesh, and tear apart your bones. TSK, this sensation most people could never experience it in a lifetime. You are truly blessed. I offer my sincere congratulations and blessings for your good fortune. How about it? Starting to feel it now? Isn't it painful, yet pleasurable? Ah, Lei Zhan, I'll kill you. Just as Lei Zhan was droning on endlessly, Tan Xiaolin let out a piercing scream that shook the heavens and pierced the soul. The sheer volume of her cry sent a chill through every Special Forces soldier in the room. None of them had imagined a woman's desperate wail could be so terrifying. No wonder they say a woman's scream can scare a mouse to death the moment it emerges from its hole. Now, they believed it. Tan Xiaolin's horrifying scream seeped through the tent roof and reached the ears of the female soldiers huddled on the ground. Instantly alert, they curled into tight balls, staring in terror at the closed tent where Tan Xiaolin was confined. Though they had no idea what was happening inside. But based on their understanding of Tan Xiaolin over these days, they could easily imagine that whatever had caused her to scream so horrifically could not possibly be beneficial to them. Not only was it not beneficial, but it was undoubtedly horrific physical torture. What exactly was Lei Zhan doing to Tan Xiaolin? Some female soldiers, upon hearing those horrifying screams, began trembling uncontrollably, their lips turning pale as they shook incessantly. Their inner resolve was shattered, and their psychological defenses slowly crumbled. The agonized screams persisted for several minutes. During this time, the psychological defenses of the female soldiers were pushed to their absolute limit. These minutes were excruciatingly difficult to endure. One female soldier finally couldn't bear the torment of the screams any longer. Crying loudly, she stood up and declared, I quit. Ah, very good. Sweetheart, quit while you're ahead. Come on over to Uncle here. You've made one of the wisest decisions of your life. The old fox promptly comforted and persuaded the withdrawing soldier. Anyone else want to quit? Oh dear, you girls really aren't very smart. Lei Zhan covered his ears, feigning indifference, until Tan Xiaolin, pale-faced and drenched in sweat, finally stopped screaming. Only then did he lower his hands. He chuckled, bending down to lift Tan Xiaolin's chin. My, who would have guessed? Major Tan's voice carries such remarkable volume and possesses such a beautiful tone. Truly breathtaking. I've discovered another talent of yours. You've got the makings of a soprano. But that's beside the point. How about it, beautiful Tan? Feels pretty good, huh? That sensation of pushing yourself to the absolute edge? Like you're about to ascend to heaven? Heh, I'm being pretty kind to you, aren't I? So, Major Beauty, remember now? Who's your commander? Who is it? Pfft, Lejean, don't expect a single word out of me. Not unless I'm dead. Oof, Lejean, you'd better kill me now. Otherwise, if I survive, I'll make sure to kill you, you devil. I'll haunt you for the rest of my life. Lejean, tisk, look at her now, acting all tough. Think you're Li Kuei from Mount Liang or Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms? You're just a weakling rookie. What's so tough about you? Today, I'll see if your mouth is tougher than my needle. Let me be clear, if I can't break you, I can't break any of those rookies outside. Today, you're talking. If you don't talk, I'll make you suffer to death with this thing. Little B, get me another 2 cubic centimeters syringe. Little B froze, thunder god, this isn't good. A woman's limit is 6 cubic centimeters. Any more and something bad will happen. Lejean whipped his head around, you don't want this job anymore? Then get the hell out. Little B froze, sorry, thunder god. She handed him another 2 cubic centimeters syringe. Lejean raised the syringe again, spraying a stream of liquid toward Tan Xiaolin. Big girl, after this shot, I can't guarantee whether you'll live or die. This is your last chance. Talk, or not. Tan Xiaolin lifted her head and fixed Lejean with a death stare. Lejean, if you let me live, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Sizzle. Under everyone's gaze, Lejean plunged the needle into Tan Xiaolin's arm. Moments later, the female soldiers outside the tent heard that terrifying scream again, even more horrifying, louder, and more bone-chilling than before. Each piercing note stabbed into their ears and seared their hearts. The soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. 3 minutes later, the soul-shaking sound finally ceased. Yet, for minutes after that, the horrifying screams erupted once more. The female soldiers' psychological defenses were utterly shattered. Many began sobbing uncontrollably just from hearing the sound. At that moment, Lejean emerged from inside without missing a beat. Behind him, Little B and Yuanbao dragged Tan Xiaolin's arms like they were hauling a dead dog. They hauled her to the doorway of another room, kicked it open, and tossed the clearly unconscious Tan Xiaolin inside like she was trash. With a loud slam, they kicked the door shut. Lejean wore an incredibly warm, gentle smile. Ahem, ladies, my apologies. Kept you waiting. Heh, you must have missed me. Heh, well, here I am. See that woman just now? Oh my, that woman was such a stubborn fool. Beaten to death and still wouldn't say if she was a special forces soldier, or who their leader was? How foolish is that? If she'd just talked, she wouldn't have suffered like this. Now look at her, who knows if she's even alive. Truly tragic. That's the price of stupidity. I trust everyone here is intelligent. I firmly believe none of you would ever do something this foolish. Anyone else backing out? If so, I'll start calling names and you'll get to enjoy the same treatment our instructor Tan just received. Chapter 56, Meaning. I'm quitting. A female soldier could no longer endure Lejean's soft-spoken threats, delivered with that devilish grin. Over these past 3 months, that unchanging, demonic smile had seeped deep into their souls. This devil, no matter how outrageous his actions, always wore a cheerful expression. Every time they saw him, that seemingly harmless smile sent chills down their spines. After living with him day and night for over 3 months, even a pig would tremble at that phony grin. That damned Lejean maintained his trademark smile no matter how outrageous, despicable, or cruel his actions became. That bastard must have crawled out of hell as a smiling tiger. This was the unanimous belief among all the female soldiers undergoing special training. From Lejean's smile alone, one could easily deduce that instructor Tan Xiaolin had undoubtedly endured endless torment at the hands of this bastard. Because, you see, the smile on his face was so dazzlingly bright it was practically a guarantee. Upon hearing a female soldier say she wanted to quit, Lejean was overjoyed, his smile growing even more beautiful and sweet. Ah, clever little sister. This will be the wisest and most beautiful decision of your life. I'm genuinely delighted for the single most crucial choice you'll ever make in this life. Come on over, don't waste your time with those fools. Hanging around them too long will turn you into a pig. Go to the lounge, there's grilled meat, sausages, mineral water, and coffee. The female soldier was coaxed and persuaded away. Lejean cleared his throat, hands on his hips, and declared, see that? Give up, girls. Surrender is your only and necessary way out. Abandon your resistance, and you'll escape the darkness for the light. Look at that girl just now, she's eating grilled meat and drinking soda. When she returns, her future will be bright. What meaning is there in persistence? You've seen the consequence of holding out Tan Xiaolin, locked in that dark room awaiting even crueler torments. That is, assuming she survives. What meaning is there in that? None whatsoever. What awaits you is endless suffering, endless torment, endless humiliation, endless darkness. Let's say, for the sake of argument, just for argument's sake, that you somehow survive all my brutal tortures and finally become a true member of the Fire Phoenix. But what would you gain? Nothing. Truly, I'm not lying. Look at us, me, Old Fox, King Yama, and the other veterans. We're living proof. We've been doing this for over a decade. All these years, and we're still this miserable. We have no honor, no warmth, no wives or children, no future, no status. We don't even have names outside this place. Every mission we undertake, we go in knowing it might be our last. Have you seen the names on the wall of honor? Those names belonged to our comrades. Now, only their names remain. They're dead or missing. And even when they die, we can't announce it to the outside world. What accompanies us is endless loneliness and darkness, cruelty and hardship, until the very end of your life. Does such persistence hold any meaning? None. It's foolishness, wishful thinking, blind arrogance. A sacrifice with no reward. Is this the life you want? We have no dreams, no freedom, no family, no glory, no honor, no love, no names. Don't believe me? Think about it besides me, Lejean. Do you know the real names of Old Fox, Little Bee, or King Yama? You don't. This is who we are. Is this the life you truly desire? I ask you, is this what you wanted? Is this what you risked your lives to pursue? Is this your ultimate dream? Don't be naive. Here, even if you give your all to complete a mission, there are no flowers, no applause, no congratulations. Day after day of monotonous training, risking everything that's our only way of life, forever. Is this the life you sought, the dream you chased, the beautiful existence you desired? Why, I quit. A female soldier's resolve crumbled completely under Lejean's speech. Ah, good girl. You finally heard my words. Quit. Quit this misguided choice. Quit this meaningless training. It's utterly pointless. Your parents, who worry about you day and night, are waiting for you. A wonderful life is waiting for you. Your handsome boyfriend is waiting for you. Life holds infinite beauty. Why torment yourself with hardship and suffering? Why waste your time and life on meaningless pursuits? Come, child, come to me. Congratulations, from this moment, you are free. Woohoo, I'm quitting too. Ah, what a smart, good child. Come quickly. Congratulations, you didn't stubbornly cling to this meaningless darkness. I'm out too. Come, you are all lovely, good children. Hurry through this door. Beyond it lies warm sunshine and a straight road. Your future is bright. I'm out. Quick, come here, beautiful, clever child. You finally understand you can't possibly survive this skull camp. This is hell, and the torment has no meaning. I'm out. Over 3 months of perseverance and resistance had left these greenhouse-grown girls physically and mentally exhausted. Their bodies had long reached their limits. The only thing keeping them going was a stubborn refusal to give in. Their mental defenses were teetering on the brink of collapse. All they needed was one reason to quit, just one reason, one that could convince them to surrender. Today, Lejean shattered the last glimmer of hope they clung to for the future, a vision he painted so heartbreakingly bleak, so utterly hopeless. Their resolve has been utterly crushed. If perseverance has lost all meaning, then what are they still holding on to? When all the exhaustion, all the pain, all the torment, all the suffering, existed only for the sake of a so-called reason to persevere, a so-called future and dream. When that dream and that reason for perseverance were shattered, then what meaning did perseverance hold? Without meaning, what is there to hold on to? Why persist? Giving up is the only choice left. Lejean's verbal assault reached its peak today. Those who had held on this long were sustained solely by sheer willpower. Yet today, Lejean completely deflated their spirit. Over a dozen people chose to quit. Only 7 remained on the field. The rest had all withdrawn from Lejean's training points. Today alone, over 20 new points were added, bringing the total to more than 60, an unprecedented peak. The moment Lejean saw all these female soldiers off, a smile played on his face. Yet, deep inside, a wave of bitterness washed over him. Over these past 3 months, to say Lejean didn't care for these girls would be utter nonsense. He deeply regretted that they hadn't persevered to the end. Of the original 138, only 8 remained, including Tan Xiaolin. The other 130 young, beautiful faces had all departed. Lejean remembered every single one of their faces. It was a pity he hadn't had time to let them see his true self before they left, one by one. Life is full of partings. Like 2 shooting stars streaking across the sky, those who choose different paths can only travel together for a short while. Watching the receding figures of these girls, Lejean felt a pang of sadness. In his heart, he silently urged the few who remained, "You must hold on." Chapter 57, The Ultimate Test Escape. Originally gazing sadly after the female soldiers leaving the skeleton camp, Lejean turned back to face the few still sitting on the ground. His expression suddenly shifted into a warm, devilish smile. Tan Xiaolin had already been sent to the Black Room, leaving only 7 here: He Lu, Yi Tsuanshin, and the others. Lejean looked at them and thought to himself, the hand of fate truly works in mysterious ways. The ones left behind were indeed these very people. Whoever it was meant to be, that was it. In that moment, Lejean realized something rather tedious. When you already knew the outcome of certain events, the process itself became utterly dull. Lejean couldn't help but wonder, were the events of this world predetermined from the start, with the process existing merely to serve the outcome? Or were they shaped by the process itself, making the outcome inevitable? The idea that the outcome wasn't the cause of the process felt a bit convoluted. Lei Zhan decided to stop pondering this perplexing question. Lei Zhan smiled warmly at the few remaining female soldiers before him, chuckling softly. Things are much quieter now. Ha! Why are these few stubborn things still lingering here? I'm truly a failure. Old fox, come on, put these foolish, stupid girls on the tiger bench for me. Let's see how long they can hold out this time. This time, I must eliminate every last one of these idiots and restore a peaceful, male-only world for us special forces. He Lu was dragged away. After waves of wretched screams, she too was tossed into Tan Xiaolin's darkroom like a dead dog. Shinlani was dragged away, her piercing screams echoing as she too was hauled into that darkroom. Yitsuinxin, Tianguo, Ouyingqian, Tang Xiaoxiao, Zhubayashua. One by one, they too were dragged into that small darkroom. The only difference was that, aside from Tan Xiaolin, these girls had only been injected with 5 milliliters of sulfadiazine sodium. The first dose for each of them was half saline solution. All 8 girls passed this trial. Lei Zhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he was reasonably certain these 8 women were essentially fit to stay. They had endured a relatively ultimate physical ordeal. Fundamentally, they had already met the standards of a qualified special forces soldier. Next came the test of intellect. Sear simulation camp training, survival, evasion, resistance, escape. Forcing them to eat repulsive small animals tested their ultimate survival instincts. The excruciating pain induced by the thiopental sodium solution tested their limit of endurance, pushing them to the extreme of resistance. What remained were evasion and escape. Once they passed these 2 tests, the female soldiers Lei Zhan had painstakingly trained would essentially be ready for deployment. Watching the darkroom, Lei Zhan smiled and said to the old fox beside him, "My part is nearly done. The rest is yours, Yama. Your sole task now is to watch them." Humans typically endure hunger and thirst for 7 days at most. They've eaten. Your job is to guard them for 7 days without giving them any food or water. Within those 7 days, they will attempt to escape. Your job is to keep your eyes glued to them, not letting them slip away. If none give up after 7 days, then they've passed their trial. Old fox beamed at this. After enduring so many days, my skin's peeling off in layers and millions of brain cells have died. Finally, a glimmer of hope. I just hope these female soldiers can endure the final days of this trial. Lei Zhan smiled faintly. Old fox, you'd better not let your guard down. I've said it before, I won't be involved in the rest. If you old hands can't keep an eye on these women and let them slip away, I'll drill you to death when we get back. Old fox chuckled. Thunder God, you underestimate us too much. We're veterans, after all. We can handle these little girls. Go get some rest. Your eyes have been bloodshot these past months, you haven't slept a wink. Go catch some shut-eye. Lei Zhan nodded. Alright, I'm off. But I'll give you this warning, be careful. I've got a feeling this time, these female soldiers might just give you old hands a real slap in the face. With that, Lei Zhan hummed a sour tune as he headed into his tent to sleep. The old fox blinked his eyes as he watched Lei Zhan walk away, muttering to himself, Lei Shan, you're overestimating these little girls, aren't you? After all, we're the veterans. How could we possibly fail to keep an eye on a few greenhorns? We'd be useless if we couldn't handle that. Night fell swiftly. The female soldiers showed no signs of movement. The next day dawned just as swiftly, yet the female soldiers remained utterly still. Night fell again. The female soldiers huddled in the darkroom, still showing no signs of movement. On the monitor, Old Fox saw the female soldiers in the darkroom, each looking utterly dejected, their fighting spirit completely gone. They were parched and starving. Old Fox tried to lure the female soldiers out with roast chicken and drinks. But these few remaining female soldiers had grown sick of Lei Zhan's familiar tactics. So the old fox's little tricks couldn't sway them at all. The old fox returned empty-handed. Day 3 dawned. The female soldiers remained unresponsive. Night fell on the 3rd day. The old fox didn't know that 3 days earlier, the female soldiers had secretly agreed on an escape plan. This escape plan was first proposed by Tan Xiaolin. They would use the 3 days to lull those damn male soldiers into complacency. They would create the illusion that the female soldiers had given up resistance and hiding, appearing as if they were waiting to die. At 2 a.m. on the 3rd night, Littleby, monitoring the surveillance screens, suddenly screamed, "Oh no! The camera's been blocked. I can't see them anymore." Old Fox was startled by the news and immediately shouted sternly, "Quick! Surround the black room immediately. They're trying to escape." The veteran guards immediately armed themselves and surrounded the small dark room. Old Fox rushed to the small dark room and unlocked the door. But the instant he released the lock, a thunderous crash erupted. The old fox was sent flying through the air. He'd been kicked. As he soared backward, the submachine gun and pistol in his hands were snatched away by the assailant. The speed and force of the attack were so overwhelming that the old fox couldn't react at all. He had no chance to respond or defend himself. As he flew through the air, the old fox caught a glimpse of the female soldier who had kicked him. It was that little brat, Tianguo. Even mid-air, the old fox was utterly stunned, unable to process what had just happened. Thud! The old fox landed on the ground 10 meters away. Tianguo moved like a ghost, her marksmanship divine. Rolling smoothly on the ground, she unleashed a burst of fire from her submachine gun. Yellow smoke billowed from the bodies of Little B, Yanwan, Yuanbao, Dainiu, and others. The training rounds from the submachine gun struck them. They were killed in this training exercise. Tianguo braced herself against the ground, zigzagging across the terrain at breakneck speed. She snatched the weapons from Yan Wang and the others, then with a whoosh, hurled them all back into the darkroom from dozens of meters away. Instantly, 7 female soldiers burst out of the darkroom, each wielding a rifle or pistol, launching a desperate counterattack. In an instant, nearly 20 veteran soldiers of the Wolf-Fong Special Forces unit were engulfed in billowing yellow smoke. They too had been killed. The speed was so blindingly fast, it left no time to react. Tianguo herself moved like a ghost or a phantom, her figure impossible to track. Yet with each crack of her gun, another enemy fell, head shot clean off. 2 minutes later, Tianguo eliminated the driver, climbed into the vehicle, and the female soldiers swiftly boarded. She slammed the accelerator, and the car shot down the highway like a bullet. Watching the female soldiers depart like this, Old Fox stood rooted to the spot, his helmet billowing yellow smoke. He was dumbfounded. We're done for, guys. We're finished. We've been outmaneuvered by a bunch of little girls. The Thunder God will skin us alive. Yuanbao, oh my, Old Fox. That little brat Tianguo, she's not herself. She's possessed by a demon. What kind of moves are those? What kind of skills? What kind of freakish power is that? We're no match for her. She's like Thor incarnate. The escaping car hadn't traveled 20 meters down the road when a deafening explosion erupted. A massive crater, blasted open by TNT, suddenly appeared in the middle of the only mountain path. The car couldn't pass. The female soldiers leaped out of the vehicle and began a desperate dash for their lives. Whiz! A burst of sniper fire erupted. Yellow smoke began billowing from each female soldier's body. They had all been shot. Tan Xiaolin angrily tossed her submachine gun aside. Who the hell is this? How twisted is that? A sniper rifle that can even fire in bursts? Is this even human? Yi Zuanxin sighed. After all that effort, we still got taken out. Sigh. They're all dead. What's the point of lingering? Come back, ladies. Lei Zhan's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Chapter 58, Training Finale. The female soldiers exchanged glances, each shaking their head. Reluctantly, they returned to the skeleton camp they just fled from. They were already dead. What was the point of running? The female soldiers lined up in a row before Lei Zhan, their faces filled with reluctance. They were so close, just a little further to escaping. Never did they expect all their efforts would be wasted, sniped down by that damned Lei Zhan. How frustrating. Lei Zhan held his high-precision sniper rifle, grinning as he watched the female soldiers. Though his face was deathly pale and his body still trembled slightly, his spirit remained remarkably alert. Though the female soldiers hadn't eaten in days, their spirits were high after the intense escape battle. Lei Zhan paced around them, chuckling to himself. After completing his circuit, he cleared his throat. Ahem. You lot are a bunch of reckless bastards, aren't you? Thinking you could just run off like that. Humph. Don't you know where you are? This isn't some place you can come and go as you please. Speak up. Who? Who came up with this rotten idea? It was me. Tan Xiaolin answered. No, it was me. He Lu answered. Oh, stop bickering. We all thought of it together, Yi Zuanxin answered. Lei Zhan, humph. Exhausted? Starved? Forgot how to report? Bunch of jerks. Don't you even see me anymore? A bunch of little girls, thinking you've got the world turned upside down. Look at you, all scaredy cats. Trying to escape from the skull camp? Let me tell you, once you're in this skull camp, you'll never get out. Let me tell you straight, you women are the dumbest, most clueless, most foolish, most stupid, most dim-witted birds I've ever seen. Sometimes I just can't wrap my head around it. You're all fresh-faced young things, yet you're rolling around in filth like us men, digging trenches until you're half dead. What the hell are you even playing at? Why not just stay in your old units, living the easy life of a peacetime soldier? Wouldn't that be better? There you'd have flowers, applause, honors, adoration, men chasing after you, and commanders doting on you. A red carpet laid out for you, with fireworks and champagne all along the way. With your talents, reaching the pinnacle of a woman's dream, marrying a rich, handsome prince and climbing to the top is within reach. I just don't get it. Why come here to suffer, endure hardship, and endure abuse? No flowers, no applause, no encouragement, no handsome men, no bright future. What on earth are you after? Seriously. Don't you regret it? Tan Xiaolin, report. I have no regrets. This is our own choice, the life we've chosen for ourselves. We never look back. He Lu, exactly. We're the captains of our own ships. We refuse to be dictated to. What kind of life we choose is entirely up to us. Lei Zhan, enough with the fancy talk. Stop making yourselves sound so high and mighty. Fine, you two don't regret it. What about you? Lei Zhan turned to look at Yi Tsuanshin and the others. Reporting in, I have no regrets, Yi Tsuanshin. Reporting, I have no regrets either, Shinlani. Report. Lei Zhan nodded. Alright, none of you regret it, huh? Well, you've made your choice. Same as before, if you want out, you can leave any time. Now, the third phase of the comprehensive training exercise is over. Lei Zhan paused after uttering those words. Silence. Complete silence. The female soldiers seemed a bit confused by Lei Zhan's words. They exchanged doubtful glances. At that moment, the old fox chuckled. What are you staring at? You girls, all the training subjects for the Fire Phoenix have concluded. You are now official members of the Fire Phoenix assault team. What's the matter? Not even a little reaction? What are you all gawking at? Hearing the old fox's words, the female soldiers seemed to snap out of their daze. Yet they still looked at each other, one after another. After a long moment, they suddenly let out a collective, piercing howl, leaping high into the air where they stood. Like 8 rabbits, they bounced and hopped, clinging to each other, shouting and laughing loudly. But as they laughed, they suddenly burst into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Their cries shook the heavens, piercing their very souls, leaving them utterly disheveled. Lei Zhan's face still bore a smile. But this time, it wasn't his usual sly grin. He stood with his arms crossed, smiling warmly. He watched the female soldiers kneeling on the ground, weeping in a tangled heap. As he smiled, Lei Zhan wiped the moisture from the corners of his own eyes. Old Fox approached, also wiping away tears with a smile. Who would have thought? These girls actually pulled it off. Impressive. I had faith in them. Someday, they'll become a special force within the special forces. Lei Zhan smiled knowingly. Old Fox, you have no idea how worried I was, feared they might all walk out on us. Ah, we've finally made it through. Is the celebratory feast ready? Once these girls have cried their fill, give them a proper bath, feed them well, and let them sleep soundly. Grant them a week's leave to rest properly. Old Fox nodded. Rest assured, Thunder God. Everything's ready as you ordered. You timed it perfectly. How did you know they'd strike tonight? Lei Zhan smiled. Because they're not quite ready yet. Tonight was their limit. If it were me, I'd have pushed it back to 7 nights from now. That way, we could lull the enemy into maximum complacency. Every bit of their guard lowered gives us another chance to escape. That's the gap between them and us right now. Alright, the rest of the time belongs to their celebration. Let's withdraw. As Lei Zhan turned to leave, Tan Xiaolin suddenly exclaimed, Lei Zhan, wait. Lei Zhan halted his movement and turned around. To his astonishment, the female soldiers suddenly swarmed toward him. 8 women pounced like hungry tigers, swiftly grabbing hold and wrestling him to the ground. Lei Zhan gasped in shock. What are you doing? What are you doing, you tigresses? What do you think you're doing? Let go. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Yet Lei Zhan's protests were drowned out by the women's tender embrace. His entire face was now covered in the kiss marks of these beauties. Enough. Enough. Let go of me, you lot. Knock it off. This is sexual harassment. Yet the female soldiers grabbed Lei Zhan, tossing him into the air together, catching him, then hurling him skyward once more. Just then, the old fox burst into laughter. Fire Phoenix squad members, the cafeteria has prepared a sumptuous feast for you. If you don't eat now, it'll get cold. Before he could finish, the women dashed toward the cafeteria. Left mid-air, Lei Zhan fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Lei Zhan landed with a thud, his butt planting firmly on the ground. Clutching his rear, he grimaced. Damn it! Those bastards! Playing me like that! Trying to break my old back, are they? Yan Wang, ahem, Thunder God, you're lucky. You've earned it. Getting angel kisses from so many beauties, I'd gladly take a few tumbles for that. Man, you really don't know how good you've got it. Lei Zhan, shut your mouth. You bastards can't even keep track of a few girls? How dare you stand here talking to me? All of you back to the training ground. You've disgraced the Wolf Fong Special Forces. 10-kilometer armed cross-country run now. Yan Wang and the others shook their heads in unison. They knew it would come to this. The group, weighed down by heavy packs, set off under the first light of dawn for the grueling 10-kilometer armed cross-country run. In an instant, the bustling courtyard of the Skull Camp was left with only Lei Zhan. The female soldiers were eating, while the male soldiers were running their 10 kilometers. Watching the lights in the mess hall and hearing the lively chatter of the female soldiers, Lei Zhan finally smiled. These female soldiers had finally made it through. Just then, Tianguo emerged from the mess hall, 2 chicken drumsticks clutched in each hand. She strode purposefully toward Lei Zhan, then without a word, leapt forward. Her legs wrapped around his hips in a swift motion, her arms hooking tightly around him. Lei Zhan froze. What the hell, you glutton? Get off me! How could you pull off such an unladylike move? You have no shame, but I've got my reputation to uphold. Tianguo planted a greasy kiss on Lei Zhan's cheek. Hee hee, Thunder God, thanks for the pills. I still had one left from the 2 you gave me last time. Just now. I ate it. Heh, that pill was incredible. After taking it, I felt like a god possessed me. It was beyond amazing. Without that pill, we never could have taken down Yama and his crew so easily. Lei Zhan knew full well that Tianguo had consumed that soul pill. In fact, he had anticipated it from the very beginning. Lei Zhan snorted. That pill was meant to be your lifesaver for the future. But you went and ate it now. What do you expect to rely on when danger comes later? Tianguo chuckled, then just give me a few more, since we're such good friends. Besides, she already kissed you. Don't be so stingy, man. Lei Zhan snapped, you. Get down from there and speak properly. What kind of posture is that? Honestly, girls these days are so forward. Ahem. As for that pill, did you think it was candy? Like you could have as many as you wanted? Let me tell you, it's gone. Now get back to dinner. Seriously, no respect for elders, no sense of propriety. Shoving Tianguo off his back, Lei Zhan strode toward his bedroom. Watching him leave, Tianguo curled her lip in disdain. So old and still such a cheapskate. My mom never liked guys like you. What am I gonna do? Chapter 59, The Mysterious Call. Fate unfolds in an inexplicable yet methodical manner. Lei Zhan was a man who had traveled through time. Those who crossed over possessed a unique trait, the ability to perceive the trajectory of time's destiny. This was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lay in the power to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. The curse was that once you altered the course of destiny, the outcome became unpredictable. Lei Zhan knew the 8 female soldiers remained. He also knew what awaited them next, the Lover's Island incident. Should he intervene? Lei Zhan lay awake all night. Ultimately, he chose to remain uninvolved, letting events unfold as they would. For he understood that while he could intervene in the Lover's Island incident, he could not be certain of the outcome. What was certain about that incident was that, in the end, these 8 female soldiers survived. Since fate had arranged it thus, he saw no reason to interfere. One misstep, and he couldn't forgive himself not just for wiping out the entire unit, but even for losing 1 or 2 female soldiers. Moreover, Lei Zhan now harbored a faint dread of fate itself. He understood that if he meddled with destiny, whatever consequences unfolded would be his to bear alone. Lei Zhan's bottom line for deciding whether to interfere with fate was this: no death of someone he considered important. That was his absolute limit. The female soldiers partied late into the night. Then, the old fox delivered another piece of good news. Lei Zhan had decided to grant them a 7-day leave. During these 7 days, they could do whatever they pleased. They could go home, visit their old units, or simply go out and have fun. Essentially, these 7 days were theirs to do as they wished. What Lei Zhan didn't know was that from the very moment he crossed over into this world, he had already begun altering its game program. From the instant he fired his gun to save and ran, things had changed irrevocably. Yet, before experiencing the impending Lover's Island incident, Lei Zhan remained oblivious to these shifts. The next day dawned bright and sunny. The autumn air was crisp and clear. Though September had arrived, the weather in the East China Sea remained hot. The lingering warmth of late summer hadn't yet dissipated. After cheerfully bidding farewell to Lei Zhan, the female soldiers scattered to their respective destinations. Ajwa was the last to leave the beast camp. As she departed, she quietly informed Lei Zhan that in 2 days, they would be heading together to the Lover's Island resort. If the Thunder God fancied seeing the female soldiers in swimsuits, he could sneak a peek. Seeing Ajwa joking with him like this, Lei Zhan felt deeply gratified. This introverted, heavy-hearted girl had matured considerably over the past days. After all the female soldiers had departed, Lei Zhan packed his belongings immediately. He then went to the first commander's quarters and solemnly conveyed a directive. In 6 days, the veteran members of the Wolfang Special Forces team were to depart overnight for the Lover's Island resort in Donghai City. They were to be fully armed. The commander-in-chief inquired about the reason for such an order. After all, Special Forces personnel were always on standby. Mobilizing the entire unit to a single location without a clear objective simply didn't make sense. Lei Zhan assured the commander-in-chief that within 7 days, he would provide a perfect explanation. He guaranteed this explanation would fully satisfy the commander-in-chief. Given Lei Zhan's decade-long standing within the Special Forces Brigade, the commander-in-chief stated that even without an explanation, he was willing to trust that Lei Zhan's actions were necessary. In the military, especially Special Forces, rules are everything. The commander-in-chief chose to trust Lei Zhan above the rules because he believed that truly trustworthy individuals transcend them. This trust wasn't spoken into existence, nor was it bought through connections or favors. It was earned over years by Lei Zhan through his personal integrity and conduct. Trust that transcends rules is the greatest trust in this world. Just as credibility is the foundation of business. Lei Zhan disliked flying. After reaching an agreement with the commander, he immediately set off for the Lover's Island resort. He chose to take the bus. It had been several months since his arrival in the East Sea. Yet, from the moment he arrived, he had been training female soldiers and had never had the chance to properly appreciate the beautiful scenery of the East Sea. On the third day of his bus tour through the East Sea's plum groves, Lei Zhan, dressed casually and wearing sunglasses, received a sudden call. He opened his phone to find an unknown number. Lei Zhan answered, "Hello, who is this?" A dry, hoarse laugh came over the line first. "Well, Instructor Lei, how do you do? I imagine you don't know me well, but there's a nickname floating around the underworld that I'm sure you've heard." Lei Zhan paused, then chuckled. "Who are you? Stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. Don't waste my time." The raspy voice chuckled again. "Don't be so impatient, Instructor Lei. Trust me, hearing me out will only benefit you. Let me introduce myself first. I go by the nickname Black Cat. Wonder if you've heard of it, Instructor Lei?" Lei Zhan was stunned to hear the other party call himself Black Cat. What the hell is going on? Black Cat? Why is he showing up now? What the hell is happening? Chaos, total chaos. But Lei Zhan regained his composure. Huh? Black Cat? What Black Cat? You mean that big black cat next door at old Zhang's place? Oh man, that cat's a real glutton. Always sneaking into my kitchen to steal fish. I swear, I'll get that bastard one of these days. Black Cat burst into laughter over the phone. "Instructor Lei, you're quite the humorist. Seems you've known me for a while. But that's no surprise in your military's top secret files. I'm definitely a numbered figure. So, Instructor Lei, aren't you surprised I called you?" Lei Zhan replied calmly, "Nothing surprising. I'm just wondering how you got my number." Black Cat roared with laughter. "What kind of bull is that? If I wanted to, taking your life would be as easy as flipping my hand. Don't believe me? Watch this." No sooner had Black Cat finished speaking than a thunderous boom echoed. Lei Zhan's bus suddenly tilted violently. A massive hole blasted through the vehicle's hull by a 40mm rocket launcher, and the entire bus exploded. Chapter 60, Terrorist Attack. The bus shook violently as a gaping hole was blasted through its side. The person seated next to the skull was instantly killed. The entire vehicle lurched and overturned onto the roadside, immediately engulfed in flames. Passengers screamed in terror, tumbling sideways. Cries, shouts, blood, smoke, and the cacophony of injuries intertwined, turning the interior into utter chaos. Lei Zhan kicked the window glass to shatter it, unbuckled his seatbelt, stepped onto the transverse seats, and with a light leap, jumped out of the bus. Lei Zhan swiftly assessed the impact points on the vehicle's body and immediately scanned the northwest direction. This was a deliberate terrorist attack using a 40mm rocket launcher. Lei Zhan knew Black Cat was targeting him. While the 40mm rocket had immense destructive power, its effective range was capped at 400 meters. From the point of impact, Lei Zhan deduced the shooter was positioned northwest. Glancing in that direction, he spotted a figure in gray camouflage rising from behind a low earthen mound beside the road, gathering his gear to flee. Lei Zhan leapt over the road barrier in a few swift bounds, charging straight toward the camouflaged figure. His speed, boosted to the 10th tier by his skill points, propelled him like a slithering grass snake across both depressions and slight elevations as he closed rapidly on the sniper. The sniper likely never imagined that after inflicting such devastating damage, someone would actually come looking for him. When the sniper spotted Lei Zhan closing in at breakneck speed, he panicked, quickly stowing his rocket launcher and scrambling onto his pre-prepared mountain bike. With a roar, he shot off, racing down the mountain path. By this point, Lei Zhan was less than 100 meters from the sniper. He drew his pistol and fired 2 shots. The motorcycle's tire exploded with a loud bang. The blast sent the sniper flying forward in a somersault, tumbling off the bike. In the blink of an eye, Lei Zhan materialized before the sniper like a ghost. Just as the sniper drew his pistol to fire at the attacker, 2 more shots rang out. 2 bloody holes appeared in the sniper's wrists. Lei Zhan stared impassively at the sniper sprawled on the ground. "Cannon fodder," he said. "Get up. Stay put. No tricks." He added, "I didn't break your legs because I still need you to walk." The sniper stared at Lei Zhan in disbelief. "You? Lei Zhan?" Lei Zhan's eyes narrowed. "Who I am is none of your concern. Drop your weapons and walk obediently to the road." The sniper's gaze remained fixed on Lei Zhan. "You must be Lei Zhan. Otherwise, no Chinese soldier could possess skills like yours. Lei Zhan, do as I say. Don't test my patience with terrorists." The sniper laughed. "Ha! Damn Black Cat, you tricked me. If I'd known you were on this bus, there's no way I'd have accepted this price. Besides, no amount of money would make me take this job." Lei Zhan chuckled. "Oh? Who knew I held such prestige among you terrorists? I'm truly honored. Sniper, of course. You probably don't know this, but on the underworld's list of the top 10 untouchable military figures, you rank second." Lei Zhan chuckled again. "Is that so? Who knew I was that formidable? And who's number 1? The sniper glanced at Lei Zhan, then closed his eyes. "I'm a dead man anyway. No need to say more. Just put me out of my misery with 1 shot. Once the military gets their hands on me, I won't survive anyway." Lei Zhan chuckled with interest. "Tell me, who's number 1? If I feel like it, I might just let you live." The sniper's eyes snapped open as he stared at Lei Zhan. If I tell you, will you really spare my life? Lei Zhan chuckled, that's not certain, you know. Look, right here, right now, it's just you and me. Whatever happens between us, no one else will know. As long as you provide me with something valuable, whether you live or die is of no consequence to me. Your death brings me no benefit, and your survival causes me no harm. So, the possibility exists. It depends on whether you can offer me something worthwhile. The sniper perked up, nodding eagerly. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. My name is Bao Dahai. I was a retired lieutenant and deputy squad leader of the Heavenly Dynasty's Special Covert Mobile Unit, externally known as the 026 Logistics Depot, codenamed Unit F010. You're an executive, you should have ways to look up my info. Our mobile force operated at a higher security clearance than your lightning strike units. Because, whether internally or externally, we wore masks. From the day we started training, we only had code names. No real names. Mine was 19. Later, during a mission, I witnessed our other team's deputy captain kill his own captain and then assume command. After that, I personally saw the captain execute a comrade who had uncovered secrets he shouldn't have known. So, during another mission, I deliberately sustained injuries and applied for a transfer out of the unit. Our unit is known as the Shadow. Our captain is the Shadow's captain. No one knows who he is, no one has ever seen him. Our primary mission is surveillance, investigation, and elimination of traitorous military personnel within our ranks. Especially those in special forces like you. The moment you act against the nation's interests, your people will vanish without a trace. This is called cleaning house. And the one you mentioned above you, that's our captain, Shadow Captain. He has no identity, only a code name, Zero. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes at this. You're telling me the National Army has a unit like this, the nation's elite, not for missions, but to turn on their own? You think I'd believe that? Bao Dahai chuckled. Believe it or not, old Zhang once said, to repel external threats, we must first stabilize the interior. In this world, isn't that true of everything? Behind all the glamour and splendor lies either hardship or filth. You think the blood on the 5-star red flag is all pure? Truth is, we're all dogs. I'm a dog who only dares walk in the dark, while you're a dog who walks both day and night. That's the only advantage soldiers have over us. Whoever's fist is bigger, whoever's mouth is louder, that's who holds the power. Honestly, we're all doing pretty much the same dirty work. Lei Zhan laughed heartily at this. You're a true terrorist, your mind is so full of subversive thoughts. But I like people who speak their minds. Alright, my word is my bond. I'll let you live. But there's one condition. Bao Dahai's eyes lit up with surprise. What condition? Name it, I'll agree. Before Bao Dahai could finish, Lei Zhan swiftly tossed a pill into his mouth and slapped him on the back. Bao Dahai gulped it down, then gasped in horror. What did you just make me swallow? Lei Zhan chuckled darkly. Don't panic. Just a little pill. Its effects aren't noticeable for half a year. Then your belly will fill with tiny worms that slowly gnaw through your intestines, liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys. Once it takes effect, there's no saving you. Bao Dahai's face darkened. You're using poisonous insects? Lei Zhan immediately put on an innocent expression. What kind of talk is that? This is science. Do you even understand science? Bao Dahai nodded hastily. I understand. Science, it's science. Lei Zhan rummaged through his pockets, pulling out an outdated cell phone. He handed it to Bao Dahai. Get out of my sight. And keep this phone on 24/7. I need to reach you anytime. Rest assured, from the moment you swallow that pill, I'll know your location. I can eliminate you at any time. Bao Dahai nodded in understanding. I get it. This life of mine is a gift. Aligning myself with the second-ranked person like you, even if I die, it's worth it. Besides, that top-ranked individual? I neither want nor dare to get involved with them. Lei Zhan nodded, a very smart and wise choice. I admire you, you bastard. Now get out. Don't leave Donghai. I'm giving you a task, gather every single piece of intelligence on Black Cat's operational plans. Bao Dahai, don't worry, understood. The sounds of 120 ambulances and 110 police cars echoed from the distant street. They'd already arrived at the scene. Bao Dahai chuckled, see? That's their speed for saving lives. The damned are dead, the living are alive. Only now do they show up. That's their efficiency and speed. Lei Zhan, kid, you're pretty cool. I admire that. But if you keep dawdling around here, I won't be able to protect you anymore. Bao Dahai flashed a toothy grin. Lei Zhan, I admire your character and guts. Goodbye. With that, he wrapped his wrist wound in his shirt and vanished into the distant mountains. Lei Zhan watched Bao Dahai's receding figure and murmured to himself, could it be, there really is a team specifically assigned to deal with us? At that moment, police officers leaped from their vehicles, spreading out in a fan formation. They approached Lei Zhan, who stood frozen with his gun raised. Freeze. Drop your weapon. Hands up. Chapter 61, Section Chief Mao San and Pimple Nose. Lei Zhan chuckled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He slowly lowered his gun to the ground. Sir, don't be rash. Please don't shoot. Let me tell you, I'm the Special Forces captain of the Beast Battalion. My name is Lei Zhan. My martial arts and marksmanship are top-notch. In our military district, I'm a renowned figure. We're on the same side. This is all a misunderstanding. I was in such a rush leaving today that I forgot my officer's ID. Could you make an exception? I was just helping our police comrades catch a thief. You can't point a gun at your own comrades. That's not right. At that moment, the officer with a huge pimple on his nose pointed his gun at Lei Zhan. You better behave yourself. Special Forces Captain, yes, I could be a Special Forces instructor myself. Stop grinning. Hands on your head, get down on your knees. Lei Zhan immediately dropped to his knees, hands clasped over his head. Sir, please don't get angry. Don't get angry. Please don't shoot. Alright, I'll do as you say. I'm kneeling. The pimple-nosed officer stepped forward and roughly cuffed Lei Zhan. He turned to a nearby officer with a 1Ma3 rank insignia. Section Chief, the suspect is secured. Your orders? The third-rank officer stood with his hands behind his back, his mouth pursed, belly thrust forward in an air of superiority. Clearing his throat twice, he said, Zhang, good work. Patting the acne-nosed officer on the shoulder, he added, keep it up. We've got some business to attend to back at the station. This kid's definitely the culprit. Even if he's not, he's still connected to the perpetrator. With an accident this big, we've really made our mark this time. Zhang, once I get promoted to deputy director, I'll make you my right-hand man. The pimple-nosed guy called Zhang immediately chuckled. Thanks for the opportunity, Section Chief. I'll serve you faithfully until my last breath. I'm yours in life and death. Imo-san frowned and hissed, keep it low-key, low-key. The acne-nosed officer immediately straightened up and saluted one Mao-san. Yes, Section Chief. I'll take this blabbering brat to the station and hand him over to the municipal bureau. As he spoke, Pimple Nose gave Lei Zhan a hard smack on the head. Hey, get up. No tricks, you terrorist. Try anything funny, and I'll shoot your legs off. He then kicked Lei Zhan's thigh. Let's go. Lei Zhan scrambled to his feet with a forced smile. Yes, sir, officer. I'll be good, I promise not to move. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Pimple Nose picked up the gun from the ground, examined it, and said to 1Ma3, Section Chief, look, this gun even has a serial number. Seems legit military issue. Imao-san examined it, took it, and weighed it in his hand. He frowned at Lei Zhan. Where did you get this gun? Lei Zhan quickly replied, it was issued by the organization. Yamea-san blared, issued by the organization? Do you have a gun permit? Lei Zhan shook his head. No. Yamea-san flew into a rage. Listen, kid. We've made it clear, cooperation gets leniency, resistance gets severity. By defying us like this, you're cutting yourself off from the people, the party, and the nation. Our policy for stubborn elements like you has only one path, you'll have no place to bury your remains. Zhang, take this kid away. At the station, interrogate him thoroughly. This guy's attitude is utterly insincere, his actions downright dishonest. Give him a good beating. Acne Nose saluted the officer again immediately. Rest assured, Section Chief. Leave him to me. He then spun around and kicked Lei Zhan's thigh. Move it. Stop dawdling. Lei Zhan, helplessly handcuffed, was escorted by a dozen officers back to the accident scene on the road. The ambulance crew was still treating the injured. Acne Nose shoved Lei Zhan straight into the police van. Lei Zhan couldn't help but sigh. What were these cops thinking? Their brains must be filled with crap. Over 20 minutes had passed since the accident, nearly half an hour before they finally showed up. 20+ minutes? That was more than enough time for the perpetrator to flee hundreds of miles away. Why on earth would they just stand around waiting to be arrested? Were these guys raised on pig brains or something? And these idiots had clearly been issued military-grade firearms, complete with unit markings. Would a terrorist really use army-issue guns for a crime? Not to mention, the bus had been pierced by a 40mm rocket-propelled grenade. How could a single Type 54 pistol possibly cause an explosion? And what's more, couldn't these brainless idiots have asked the surviving civilians whether I was actually the bad guy? At the very least, they could have called the municipal bureau to check with their superiors. There were many ways to verify Lei Zhan's identity, but Section Chief Maoingyo and Officer Acne Nose didn't bother with any of them. They just saw Lei Zhan holding a gun and stubbornly assumed he was a terrorist. This time, they were sure they'd score big points. Brain-dead morons. Utterly hopeless. Lei Zhan sighed deeply in the car. Ah. The acne-nosed officer sitting right next to Lei Zhan heard the sigh. What? Regretting it now, you scum? You've got all that strength, yet what else could you do but become terrorists? Bringing such harm to the motherland, to society, to the people. We're all human beings with hearts of flesh. Tell me, don't you have any conscience or sense of right and wrong? Those people were innocent, helpless civilians. They had families, friends, parents, wives, and children. And now they've lost their lives because of you stubborn terrorists. You despicable people have cut yourselves off from the people, cut yourselves off from the party. You've chosen your own path to destruction. We, as law enforcement officers serving the people, will never wrong an innocent soul. But we will never spare a criminal either. You will pay for every single thing you've done. Lei Zhan nodded urgently. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. I was wrong. I'm guilty. I beg you to redeem my soul. Pimple Nose snorted. Humph. If only you'd known then what you know now. Await the prosecution's indictment. The law will deliver a just verdict. Save your words for the judge in court. Lei Zhan, yes, sir. I will recount every detail, word for word, clearly and precisely. Acne Nose, that attitude is acceptable. But, Acne Nose wore a look of regret. Too bad. It's all too late now. With sirens blaring, the police car rushed Lei Zhan straight to the Donghai City Public Security Bureau. Lei Zhan was immediately seized by Mao San and Pimple Nose, who grabbed his arms and dragged him kicking and screaming into the interrogation room. They handcuffed him to a chair. Pimple Nose stood at the door of the interrogation room, back straight. One Mao San reported directly to the bureau chief's office. Chief, we've apprehended the perpetrator of the bus explosion. Through the life and death efforts of all our officers, we've finally met your expectations and captured the culprit. He's currently detained in the interrogation room. Please instruct us on how to proceed. The chief was stunned. What? You arrived in 25 minutes and actually captured the perpetrator? Mao San straightened his back again. Thanks to the chief's blessings, the perpetrator didn't even have time to escape. We pursued relentlessly and captured him in one fell swoop. This is all thanks to the chief's constant demands that we diligently train and hone our skills in apprehending criminals. The chief beamed with delight. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. I shall personally interrogate this audacious perpetrator. This is sheer madness, utter contempt for the might of Donghai's law enforcement. I'll see just who dares to be so defiant, so brazenly reckless. Utter lawlessness. The chief hurried toward the interrogation room, with Mao San trotting behind him, neither too fast nor too slow, keeping a steady pace. This was the essence of bureaucratic etiquette he'd mastered since entering officialdom. When following a superior, one must maintain a measured pace, not lagging behind, yet never overtaking. This art of official conduct could be learned from Comrade Li Lianying, the great eunuch. Yumeyasan shuffled along in tiny steps, keeping pace with the chief until they reached the interrogation room. Standing at the doorway, eyes wide and back ramrod straight, the acne-nosed officer immediately saluted the chief. Good morning, chief. The director jumped at the acne-nosed officer's sudden appearance. Holy crap, Zhang. When did your voice get so loud? I never heard you speak this booming before. Section Chief 1 Mao 3 quickly chuckled. Director, we just apprehended the key suspect in this major case. Everyone's pretty excited. The chief nodded. Good, very good. Keep up the spirit. Open the door. I want to see just who this perpetrator really is. The interrogation room door creaked open. Lei Zhan's hands were cuffed to the chair. His head hung limply, and steady, rhythmic snores emanated from his nostrils. Holy, this guy actually fell asleep? Yumeyasan and Pimple Nose were speechless. Since Lei Zhan's head was slumped, the chief couldn't see his face. One Mao San quickly strode up to Lei Zhan and smacked the back of his head hard. Who told you to sleep? Lift your head up. The sharp blow jolted Lei Zhan awake. His head shot up, eyes locking onto Yumeyasan. He swiftly licked the drool around his mouth. Ahem, my deepest apologies, sir. I was utterly exhausted and accidentally dozed off. Ahem, sir, I'm thirsty. Got any water? Mao San's eyes narrowed. What? You want water? You're asking for it. Wait. The director suddenly shouted, Section Chief Han, you step down first. Mao San froze at the order, but dared not disobey the director. He quickly stepped aside. The director stepped in front of Lei Zhan, squinting at him. Lei Zhan stared back at the director. Suddenly, both of them burst into laughter. Ha! The director laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Lei Zhan, it's you. Chapter 62, Brick on the Foot. Lei Zhan had served in the Wolf-Fong Special Forces Brigade for over a decade, making him an old acquaintance of the chief. Hongfeng, a third-grade police superintendent at the Public Security Bureau and captain of the Tiger Assault team within Donghai City's SWAT unit, frequently teamed up with Lei Zhan on missions. The three shared a bond as close as brothers, forged over more than 10 years of friendship. Hongfeng was the sharp blade of the police force, while Lei Zhan was the sharp blade of the military. They frequently joined forces to ensure the city's safety. It could be said that Hongfeng and Lei Zhan were the twin guardian deities of Donghai City, their status akin to the city's two door gods. The chief knew right and well. However, Section Chief Mao San had just been transferred from another department. He'd used his father's connections to get into the Public Security Bureau and was completely clueless about the local situation, having never met Raiden. To be blunt, someone of Raiden's rank wasn't someone a lowly section chief like him could just casually meet. They weren't on the same level. The moment the chief spotted Lei Zhan, he burst into breathless laughter. Lei Zhan? Lei Zhan? You've got some nerve, letting my men arrest you. Looks like you're getting old, huh? Ha! Lei Zhan's weathered face twisted into a grimace. Director, please spare me the jokes. I'm still handcuffed. Could you unlock them before we talk? The director finally wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and turned to bark at the utterly dumbfounded Mao San behind him. What the hell are you staring at? Uncuff Captain Lei. You bloody idiot. Yumeasan froze. Chief, he's a terrorist. You. Chief, bull. If he were a terrorist, how could a bunch of useless idiots like you have caught him? I could have figured that out with my bare ass. You incompetent fools have arrested the wrong man. Unlock those cuffs. Yumeasan wasn't stupid. From Lei Zhan and the chief's earlier exchange, he'd picked up on something. These two, damn it, they knew each other. Could it be, this bastard really is military? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is bad. Imao-san approached Lei Zhan nervously and unlocked his handcuffs. His shifty eyes darted from Lei Zhan to the chief, then back again. The chief bellowed, Han Lin. At the sound of his name, Imao-san dropped to the floor in fright. He then shakily stood up. Chief, you called me? Commissioner, speak. How did you bring him in handcuffed? Mao-san stammered. We found this man holding a gun at the scene of the incident. And he falsely claimed to be the commander of some special operations brigade. Chief, bull. He's the commander of the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. Now, on what grounds did you determine he was the perpetrator? Imao-san trembled violently, stammering, he had a gun. The chief flew into a rage, slamming his own pistol onto the desk with a loud thud. I have a gun too. Are you going to arrest me next? Yumeasan shuddered. Chief, I wouldn't dare. The chief snorted. Damn it, you bunch of useless fools. Over 20 minutes have passed, and you still think you can catch the perpetrator? What the hell is in your heads? Even a dog would be gone without a trace after 20 minutes. I'm baffled how you ever caught the perpetrator in the first place. The chief turned to Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, what's the story? Lei Zhan smiled. Well, the team had a 7-day break, so I went out for a stroll. Little did I know, while sitting on the bus, we came under attack from 40 rocket-propelled grenades. So, I gave chase. Just as I located the perpetrator's ambush site and was investigating, your efficient, upright, and meticulous section chief here arrived with his team. Without a word, they confiscated my weapon. And he flat out insisted that I was the perpetrator. I couldn't defend myself. Thankfully, the dozens of survivors on the bus could vouch for me. I was definitely a victim, not the attacker. But your section chief didn't believe a word I said. He just slapped the handcuffs on me and shoved me into the car. Damn, with my temper, if it were anyone else, I'd have beaten them so badly they wouldn't recognize their own mother. But this is your man, director. How could I dare to touch him? So here I am, dragged here by your section chief. The bureau chief flew into a rage upon hearing this, spinning around and kicking Han Lin hard in the stomach, sending him crashing to the floor. Pointing a finger at him, he bellowed, Han Lin, will you grow a brain already? You bloody moron, there are limits to stupidity, you know? Are you so desperate to earn merit you've lost your mind? Throwing caution to the wind, huh? Today it's Lei Zhan. If it were anyone else, would you have just accused them outright of being the culprit? Han Lin, nicknamed Mao San, scrambled to his feet and knelt before the chief. Chief, please don't be angry. I was just following the principle of serving the people and not letting a single criminal slip through our fingers. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one bad guy go free. Realizing his slip, Han Lin quickly corrected himself. No, chief. That's not what I meant. I meant we can't let a single criminal slip through our fingers. The chief could no longer bear to listen. He stepped forward and delivered another kick, sending Han Lin crashing back to the ground. He pointed a finger at Han Lin, tapping it forcefully, yet found himself utterly speechless. After jabbing Han Lin a dozen times, the chief finally fell silent. He turned to Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, today, you decide. Whatever you want to do with this guy, go ahead. I won't interfere. Lei Zhan chuckled darkly. Oh, director, no need to get so worked up. We're all family here. A little misunderstanding, let's just let it slide, right? No need to burn yourself out. Wrecking your health over this? Not worth it. Of course, this guy, well, he did mess up a bit. But he's still a good comrade. We can't condemn him outright. I suggest we just give him a minor penalty, something symbolic will suffice. Upon hearing Lei Zhan's words, Mao San was overjoyed. He immediately began bowing repeatedly to Lei Zhan. Thank you, Captain Lei. Thank you, Captain Lei. Thank you, Captain Lei. Lei Zhan chuckled. You're welcome, you're welcome. We're all family here. No need to be so formal. Commissioner, well then, Lei Zhan, what punishment do you think is appropriate? Lei Zhan chuckled. Director, who among us is without fault? In my opinion, there's no need for a heavy punishment. Let's just strip him of his rank. A small token of our displeasure will suffice. Han Lin's face turned green upon hearing this. Stripped of his rank? And just a symbolic gesture? This Lei Zhan he's ing trying to ruin my career. Han Lin gulped hard. Without another word, he dropped to his knees before Lei Zhan, yanked off his cap, and without a second thought, banged his forehead 3 times on the ground. Clutching Lei Zhan's leg, he pleaded, Captain Lei. Captain Lei. You can't do this. You just can't. I've got parents to support and kids to raise. Plus a little girl running all over the place. You can't just take away my livelihood like this. Captain Lei, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I beg you, please spare me. Just let it go. Lei Zhan kicked the 3 yuan note far away. Then he chuckled darkly, listen, kid. Whether it's the military or the police force, we don't need people like you. By resisting like this, you're cutting yourself off from the people, from the party, from the nation. Our policy for stubborn elements like you has only one path, to leave you with no place to bury your bones. Lei Zhan had taken the exact words Han Lin had spoken to him, tweaked them slightly, and now fed them back to Han Lin. Hearing this, Han Lin was utterly dumbfounded. He had no words left. Han Lin stared at Lei Zhan's beaming smile, his heart sinking completely. Han Lin wasn't a fool. After all, he'd navigated the political arena for half his life. He knew all too well the kind of fake smile Lei Zhan wore. People like this were the worst to cross. Once they found an opportunity to target you, they would crush you without mercy, leaving no chance for redemption. It was a pity he hadn't realized back when he arrested Lei Zhan that the man was a seasoned veteran who'd spent over a decade in the military. It's over. It's over. It seemed he had only one last gamble left. Han Lin knelt on the ground, crawling toward the bureau chief. Chief. I beg you, don't strip me of my rank. You know my godfather is the deputy director of the Municipal People's Congress Standing Committee. My godfather. Director, Han Lin, stop talking. I've already saved your godfather's face countless times. But the police force truly can't keep you any longer. If you want to be an official or find a cushy job, that's none of my concern. But the public security system absolutely won't retain a fool like you who's brought utter disgrace upon our entire system. Be sensible. Remove your rank yourself, then get out. Han Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Kneeling on the floor, his eyes stared blankly ahead. Then, mechanically, he unfastened the rank insignia from his shoulder. Rising from the ground, he shuffled out like a zombie. Left behind at the doorway was the acne-nosed officer, trembling uncontrollably, his face deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Lei Zhan remained expressionless, chin nose. What are you waiting for? Your master's gone. You said it yourself, you're his man in life and his ghost in death. He took off his insignia. What are you waiting for? The acne-nosed officer shuddered at the words and burst into tears. Chief, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I had no choice. Chief Han is my superior. The chief sighed, closed his eyes, and shook his head. Lei Zhan, I'm sorry you had to witness this disgraceful spectacle from our police department. What a bunch of good-for-nothings, causing you trouble. Zhang, enough talk. Leave your badge here, then go find your boss. Of course, if you prefer to go through official channels and have me fire you, I'm happy to play the game of who has more political clout. The acne-nosed man turned as ashen as Han Lin upon hearing this. Without a word, he silently removed his badge and placed it on the desk. Then, he saluted the chief and walked away. Lei Zhan watched the pimple-nosed man leave. Chief, you won't hold it against me for taking down your 2 men, will you? The chief shook his head. No. Not only do I not hold a grudge, I'm actually grateful. The Public Security Bureau system desperately needs a shakeup. These people are nothing but rotten apples. All they do is disgrace our bureau and ruin good work. They're useless. What are they even still doing here? The chief shook his head again. Enough about those 2 jerks. Talking about them just makes me angry. Tell me about you. Where are you headed? Another assignment from above? Why hasn't our bureau received any notice? Lei Zhan smiled. I'm sure your system will spring into action soon enough. You won't have many quiet days left. As for me, I'll use these days to rest up and take a vacation. My destination is Lover's Island. Chapter 63, Lover's Island. The chief blinked in surprise. Huh? Lover's Island? Just the name sounds like a pretty special place. Deeply meaningful, huh? Who knew you had such refined tastes, kid? Lei Zhan chuckled. What's the point of wearing yourself out? A man's gotta learn to steal moments of leisure when he can. When freedom beckons, seize it. Anyway, chief, I'm off now. Half my vacation's already gone. If I don't hurry, I'll end up buying a return ticket before I even get there. The chief chuckled. Alright then, I won't keep you from enjoying yourself. Here's the gun, take it. Call me if anything comes up. As for those 2 scoundrels, rest assured. I guarantee those bastards won't last a day as cops as long as I'm in charge. Lei Zhan chuckled. Well then, I'll be off. Time's tight and the mission's urgent. The chief chuckled heartily. Alright then. I was going to invite you to lunch, but seeing how rushed you are, I won't insist. Now get out of here, kid. Lei Zhan took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, the chief furrowed his brow. Lei Zhan mentioned we won't have much peace in the coming days. That's clearly code. But it seems I can't press him for details now. He's just subtly warning me. Could something major be brewing? No, I must tighten military discipline immediately and shift to level 2 combat readiness. Lei Zhan never minces words. As Lei Zhan stepped out of the Public Security Bureau, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen, another unfamiliar number. Yet, he immediately knew who it could be. Black Cat. It had to be Black Cat. Only someone like him would never use the same number twice to call the same person, always guarding against being tracked. Lei Zhan answered, "Hello? Who is this?" Sure enough, Black Cat's dry, hoarse laughter came through the line. "Heh, Captain Lei. How do you like the gift I sent you, that bus?" "Ha ha." Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. "Black Cat, get to the point. Spit it out. You think it's funny killing innocent people? Don't you feel that's beneath your status?" Black Cat laughed heartily. "Captain Lei, don't misunderstand. Though I kill indiscriminately guilty or innocent, I kill when I want. I'm not one to slaughter too many. Otherwise, being hounded by your kind becomes unbearable. But to prove my sincerity to you, I had no choice. I just want to make one thing clear. I, Black Cat, do whatever I want. I say what I'll do, and I do it. And I always follow through. Got it?" Lei Zhan snapped impatiently. "Spit it out already. I've got nothing to say to you. We'll settle this on the battlefield. If you went through all this trouble to call me just to spout this nonsense, I guess we're done talking." Black Cat chuckled. "Come on, Captain Lei, no need to blow your top. Alright, I'll get straight to it. Lately, I've been thinking about handling a little business in your East Sea. But I'd appreciate it if you, Captain Lei, could turn a blind eye while I'm out on the job. Sound good?" Lei Zhan burst out laughing. "I'm a soldier, you're a thief. A thief asking a soldier to turn a blind eye while he's doing his thing? Don't you think that's a bit unreasonable? With your intelligence, Black Cat, do you really think I'd agree to whatever it is you're suggesting?" Black Cat chuckled. "Heh, Captain Lei, where there's a will, there's a way. I know you won't accept my reasoning. But let me tell you, you have two choices. 1. Do as I say, and you'll find $1 million check in free storage locker 101 at Pudong Development Bank. It's yours. 2. You go all out against me. Heh, if I run into you obstructing my business, I won't just kill everyone around you. I'll also randomly select 1,000 heads from Donghai City and deliver them to your Wolf Fawn Special Forces Brigade's doorstep. Heh, quite the choice, isn't it? If you're smart, you know what to pick. I trust Captain Lei is a smart man. You should understand what matters most. And let me remind you, when Black Cat makes a promise, he keeps it. So, what's your answer?" Lei Zhan laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Black Cat, you truly are extraordinary. A bandit threatening a soldier? Ha, you're a rare breed indeed. Fine, I'll tell you this, Black Cat, do whatever you want. It's none of my business. But if you step foot on my turf, well, sorry, but I'll have no choice but to take you down. I'm a soldier, you're a bandit. I'm your natural enemy. If a soldier lets himself be threatened by a bandit, then what the hell kind of soldier am I?" Black Cat roared with rage. "Lei Zhan, you really think I can't take you down? Don't you know who I am? How much are those damn communists paying you to risk your life for them? Are you stupid?" Lei Zhan roared with laughter. "Black Cat, you may call yourself that, but to me, you're nothing but a sewer rat. I'm the cat. Ever heard of a rat telling a cat, stop hunting us? We'll give you cat food. Let's coexist peacefully? Think that's ever happened?" Black Cat, humph, Lei Zhan, looks like you won't see reason until you're on your deathbed. Fine. I've been playing cat and mouse with the military and cops my whole life. I've taken out so many cops, even I've lost count. One more won't make a difference. Since we've come to this, there's nothing left to talk about. Let's settle this with our fists. Humph, you lot always preach about protecting ordinary citizens and prioritizing hostage safety, right? Well, thanks to your stubbornness, you'll see Donghai City run red with blood. Remember this, every single one of them will die because of you." Black Cat hung up. Lei Zhan sighed. He knew this line would never ring again. He swallowed hard. His words had sounded bold, but deep down, his heart was pounding. He was, after all, just one man. Black Cat and K2, however, were an organization, a collective. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't possibly protect the entire city of Donghai. But then again, did that mean he should just agree to Black Cat's outrageous demands? What kind of captain would he be if he surrendered like a mouse to a cat? Lei Zhan wasn't particularly patriotic, but he absolutely refused to accept demands and conditions that insulted his very worldview. Black Cat had tracked his movements mid-journey and dispatched Bao Dahai to make a show of force, wrecking a bus and killing over a dozen people. This proved K2's infiltration into Donghai had reached terrifying levels. Still, Lei Zhan was puzzled. K2 had grown far too brazen, now threatening even him, a special forces squad leader. What a bunch of audacious criminals! Demanding the lives of his men and 1,000 innocent civilians? What a bloody grand scheme! Oh no! Lei Zhan suddenly realized. At this point, the original world storyline had begun to shift. Everything was no longer unfolding according to the original plot. If that was the case, then the fates of those 8 female soldiers might also be reversed. The possibility of reversal meant death. To eliminate everyone around you. Black Cat's words still rang in his ears. Lei Zhan shuddered. The 8 members of the Fire Phoenix assault team were in grave danger. With this thought, Lei Zhan hailed a taxi and rushed to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, he discovered that flights to Lover's Island wouldn't have availability until the next day. Lei Zhan spent a night filled with anxiety. He finally reached Lover's Island on the evening of the 3rd day. After additional travel by bus and boat, he barely made it to Lover's Island by the evening of the 5th day. Lei Zhan disguised himself as an old man and booked a room. Seeing the 8 female soldiers safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 8 women completely failed to notice that the old man with the fake beard and wig, their squadron leader Lei Zhan, had already arrived. After disguising himself as an old man, Lei Zhan remained in the lobby, his eyes fixed on the doorway. He was waiting for one person's arrival, Zhao Yunming. According to the previous storyline, a central figure in this Lover's Island incident was Professor Zhao Yunming, a biochemist. He possessed a biochemical agent he had spent his entire career developing. Originally intended to benefit humanity, Zhao Yunming's research had inadvertently transformed this compound into a highly dangerous biochemical weapon as his studies deepened. A mere trace of this weapon could inflict mass casualties over vast areas. Consequently, Zhao Yunming halted his research promptly, handing over the compound's findings to the state and ceasing further work. Yet the world never lacks for determined and intelligent individuals. Nearly all such people knew Zhao Yunming must have kept a backup. And indeed, he had. This biochemical agent was simply too dangerous. Although Zhao Yunming declared to the organization that he had left no backup, the organization was no fool. They knew he would have kept one. Otherwise, if he hadn't, the organization would likely have eliminated Zhao Yunming himself to prevent this active biochemical agent from circulating freely. However, if he did keep a backup, and should he vanish without a trace or be assassinated, he could then use that backup to threaten the entire world as an act of revenge against society. This would create a standoff between the organization and himself, thereby ensuring his own survival. The core of the Lover's Island incident was the group led by the black-clad figure K2 seeking to seize this backup of the biochemical agent from Zhao Yunming. Their aim was to control this threat to societal security, using it as a weapon for violence and leverage against the state. Chapter 64, Stirring Up Trouble. Therefore, at present, Zhao Yunming could be considered the direct trigger for the impending Lover's Island incident. Lei Zhan learned from the front desk clerk that Zhao Yunming had already arrived at the resort. Upon hearing this news, Lei Zhan was startled. If this was indeed the case, it seemed he had arrived too late. Lei Zhan knew that the black-clad terrorists had arrived at the resort before Zhao Yunming. If his assumptions were correct, Zhao Yunming was likely already under the terrorists' control. The resort remained calm only because the situation hadn't yet reached a boiling point. Lei Zhan thought it through carefully, adjusted his fake beard and wig, and headed upstairs toward Zhao Yunming's room with a bottle of beer in hand. If his hunch was correct, Zhao Yunming's room would likely be under lockdown. He probably wouldn't be able to get in. Reaching the 2nd floor, Lei Zhan deliberately adopted the demeanor of a drunken fool in the hallway. He clutched the beer bottle, pouring liquor into his mouth while humming a drunken tune. Staggering deliberately like a true drunkard, he made his way down the corridor toward Zhao Yunming's room. As he neared Zhao Yunming's room, 2 men in black trench coats blocked his path. "Hey! What's your deal? Blind? Why aren't you staying in your own room? What are you wandering around for? Get out of here. Now. Immediately." Lei Zhan recognized these 2 as the terrorist enforcers guarding Zhao Yunming's door. Their swift action proved it nothing like the melodramatic scenes in TV shows. Abducting Zhao Yunming wouldn't cause a stir or deliberately provoke conflicts with suspects to escalate matters. Their objective was to extract from Zhao Yunming the access code to the backup cache of biological weapons hidden in his Swiss bank vault. Unlike the idiotic, over-the-top chaos portrayed on TV, everything was conducted with extreme secrecy. Capturing a person to interrogate for a password? Holding the entire resort hostage? The scriptwriter's game in this drama itself has holes. But in the real world, everything is as real as it gets. They'll stop at nothing to achieve their goal, but that doesn't mean they'll act stupidly and put themselves in a deadly situation. Terrorists aren't fools. They might not fear death, but they definitely don't want to die. Lei Zhan deliberately feigned drunkenness, spewing alcohol breath at the man in black. "Huh? What's up? What kind of work? What's that supposed to mean? Damn it, this resort isn't your damn property. I'll go wherever the hell I want. Besides, even if it is yours, I paid for it. I'm a customer." "What's a customer?" "A customer is God. Is this how you treat God?" At that moment, another dark-coated figure in sunglasses stepped forward to block Lei Zhan. "Listen, buddy. If you don't want trouble, get out of here now. We've got business today. No unauthorized personnel allowed." You'd better not make things hard for yourself. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Lei Zhan deliberately wanted to escalate the situation. He craved chaos. The more commotion he caused, the more likely Tan Xiaolin and the others would realize something was wrong here. This was both their protection and their test. Without experiencing real combat, they wouldn't truly become warriors. Besides, creating chaos and confusion was the only way to get close to Zhao Yunming, who was being held by those black-clad terrorists. The longer they dragged this out, the more likely Zhao Yunming would spill the password. If that happened, the situation would be irreversible. Time was tight, and the stakes were high. Making a big scene was the best option. Lei Zhan slammed the beer bottle onto the floor with a loud crack. The shattering sound echoed throughout the entire floor. His eyes bulged as he bellowed, "Holy! Who the hell do you think you are? Trying to scare the crap out of me? You think I'm some scaredy cat? Let me tell you two bastards, I started chasing girls at 7, dating at 9, sleeping with women at 12, and killed my stepfather at 13. I've been in and out of the police station 9 times. What kind of scum haven't I seen? You two look like such pussies, I could chop you both to pieces 80 if not 100. What the hell are you playing at? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'm walking right into that room behind you. Let's see what you can do about it." Lei Zhan nodded his head and lunged forward, ready to force his way inside. Seeing this, Sunglasses was instantly alarmed. He quickly kicked out, sending Lei Zhan stumbling backward. Of course, this kick was entirely orchestrated by Lei Zhan himself. In reality, Mo Jing's foot barely grazed Lei Zhan's body. Lei Zhan dramatically stumbled backward 7 or 8 steps as if struck, then flopped down onto the floor. Before Sunglasses could process what was happening, Lei Zhan began bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Murder! Murder! Everyone, come out and see! Murder!" Lei Zhan's shouts were no small matter. Almost every guest in the rooms rushed out. The chain reaction spread from the first floor to the second, from the second to the third, reaching everyone and simultaneously alerting Tan Xiaolin and the others. The man in the trench coat beside Sunglasses was startled by the commotion. He whipped his head around to stare at Sunglasses. "Old Six, what the hell are you doing? K-Bro specifically told us not to make a big deal out of this, to keep everything quiet. The boss is going to skin us alive. What the hell are you doing?" "Sunglasses, I didn't kick him. He fell on his own. Black trench coat, cut the bull. I saw you kick him square in the gut. He flew 7 or 8 steps. You think I'm blind? I saw everything. Sunglasses, I swear I didn't kick him. That drunk, he was looking for trouble on purpose. Black trench coat, enough chatter. Notify the boss immediately, things have changed. You, take care of that bastard. He mimed slitting a throat, dispose of him. Don't let one rotten apple ruin the boss's plan. We be finished. Do it cleanly and get rid of the body." Sunglasses nodded immediately, "Got it." As he spoke, he drew a pistol from behind and approached Lei Zhan, who was frantically shouting murder while running up and down the stairs. Click! The bullet slid into the chamber of Sunglasses' pistol. Lei Zhan, still frantically shouting murder, as he caused chaos, froze at the sound. Without a word, he crouched down, spun around, drew his gun, chambered around, aimed, and fired all in one fluid motion. Bang! The bullet struck the center of Sunglasses' forehead, who had been aiming his gun at Lei Zhan. Sunglasses hadn't even realized what had happened. His entire body fell backward stiffly, killed instantly by Lei Zhan's headshot. The gunshot ignited a chain reaction. From every floor, front and back, guests erupted into frenzied screams, frantic runs, and a mad dash down staircases and through hallways toward the resort's main gate. Yet Lei Zhan witnessed in horror as the frantic guests charging toward the entrance were suddenly mowed down by a burst of machine gun fire from 2 assault riflemen disguised as tourists lurking at the gate. They all collapsed in pools of blood. Lei Zhan was stunned. What on earth was happening? Why were the terrorists reacting so swiftly? Lei Zhan had deliberately escalated the situation precisely because he knew such sudden chaos would disrupt the Men in Black's entire plan. Faced with this crisis, they would need time, at least a little time, to formulate a new strategy. But precisely because he needed that brief window, most if not all of the guests should have had a chance to escape the resort. Yet Lei Zhan could never have imagined why their response was so swift, so immediate. Logically, they shouldn't have possessed such rapid judgment to instantly seal off the entire floor and implement such forceful countermeasures. After all, this was murder. It was blatantly defying the state. A blatant, desperate act. Such countermeasures might be conceivable, but finalizing them would surely take at least several minutes. Issuing an iron-fisted order to immediately sweep through innocent people that would require some discussion and deliberation, wouldn't it? Yet there was none. Absolutely none. We had barely stirred things up when they had already initiated their countermeasures. This was impossible. Even if the terrorists in black were formidable, they couldn't possibly be this formidable. Making such swift decisions and executing a kill order. Even if I were in their place, I could never react this quickly. Yet, regardless, it happened. Lei Zhan had thought that by escalating the situation, he could allow the tourists to escape the jaws of the tiger amidst the chaos. Yet the reality was the exact opposite of his hopes. By prematurely intensifying the conflict, he had single-handedly pushed these travelers' lives into the tiger's mouth. Lei Zhan was stunned. This time, he seemed to have miscalculated. He never imagined the terrorists would be so formidable, so ruthless, so iron-fisted in their methods, and so incredibly quick to react. Just as Lei Zhan eliminated Sunglasses, his accomplice in the trench coat slipped into the room behind him and bowed to a bald man in a black suit. "Boss, there's trouble outside. I think Sunglasses took him out. What should we do next, boss?" The flat top in the black suit sat interrogating a middle-aged man covered in blood. Hearing the report, he remained silent. Moments later, the sound of submachine gun fire echoed from below. The flat-top boss sighed softly, then abruptly drew his pistol. Whirling around, he fired a single shot, a crack blowing Sunglasses' head clean off. Then the man in the black suit and flat top casually blew the muzzle clean. Two men. A pair of idiots. Deserved it. Chapter 65, Torture and Extortion. Inside the room, a circle of masked men stood around the flat top, each holding a submachine gun. One of them asked the flat top, "Boss, according to your brilliant instructions, once the gunfire started, no one was to leave the resort grounds. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Everyone here is completely under our control and sealed off. What should we do next?" Ping Tu sighed indifferently. "Truthfully, I hoped we could resolve this quietly. This step was only the worst-case scenario. Once shots ring out, the police will inevitably be drawn in. No doubt someone has already called the police. Lover's Island is an island we have no way out. Even if we boarded a plane now, we couldn't escape the nation's grasp. So once the shooting starts, our fate is sealed. Complete the mission, then die to atone for our sins." The masked man said, "Boss, relax. The brothers have been ready for this. From the moment we set foot here, we never expected to walk out alive." The man with the shaved head nodded. "All right, so be it. Those two fools, they fired without authorization over one troublemaker, driving us all to our deaths. Tell me, is that unjust? Should I have shot him?" The masked man nodded. "No, boss. He deserves it." The bald man nodded again. "So be it. Gather all hostages in the main hall, every last one. Search every room, leave no corner untouched. We must secure complete, absolute control over this building. Prevent any further incidents. Buy me time to interrogate this old devil. Once we extract the password from him, everything for the organization, for K2 will be worth it." The masked man nodded. "Boss, understood. I'll handle it immediately." The circle of masked men dispersed at their leader's signal, beginning to search every person in the rooms. Only then did the man with the shaved head turn his attention to Zhao Yunming, bound to the chair, beaten to a pulp, barely clinging to life. He smiled faintly at Zhao Yunming. "Zhao Yunming, Teacher Zhao, you've seen it yourself. None of us ever intended to return alive. Surely you can sense the resolve behind this operation. To extract the password from you, we've sacrificed dozens of lives. Tell me, if we fail to complete this mission, do you think we'll just walk away? Heh, you're a smart man. You should understand. So, Teacher Zhao, I advise you, abandon any lingering hope. And don't force me to punish you by doing things I'd rather not do to extract a confession." Zhao Yunming, his face covered in blood, snorted. "I told you before, stop thinking about it. I won't say a thing." The man with the flat top chuckled darkly. "Not necessarily, Mr. Zhao. Look, what do you see?" Ping Tu pressed the remote in his hand. Instantly, the large screen wall TV in the lobby displayed his wife and daughter, bound to chairs in a pitch-black room. They were screaming frantically, "Let us go, you monsters!" Zhao Yunming was stunned by the sight. He lunged toward Ping Tu. "You bastards! You bastards! If you've got the guts, come after me! What kind of heroes are you, kidnapping my wife and child?" The bald man placed a finger to his lips, shushing Zhao Yunming's outburst. "Mr. Zhao, you're a smart man. You should know shouting solves nothing. To resolve this, you must show genuine sincerity and give me the password. Only then will your lovely wife and beautiful daughter avoid being driven mad by our strong young men. It's 10:03 p.m. now. I've made it clear to them, if by 11 p.m. they still haven't received my coded message, then I'm sorry I won't be able to help your children or wife. You have 15 minutes left. Calm down and think carefully about what you should do." Zhao Yunming's eyes blazed crimson as he glared at the bald man. "You bastards! Even if you beat me to death or slaughter my entire family, I won't utter a single word. Don't even think about prying that code out of me. You scum!" The bald man smiled indifferently. "A true hero, indeed. For a mere material possession, you're willing to sacrifice your own wife and children. Who would have thought, Mr. Zhao, that your patriotic spirit runs so deep? But you're a smart man. Don't you realize you love your country, but does your country love you? As a top-tier scientist, your intelligence speaks for itself. You should know why you're still alive. The higher-ups haven't killed you because you still hold that VX2 backup. Without this backup VX2, do you really think you'd still be alive? The higher-ups would have disposed of you long ago or at best, confined you for life in an underwater prison. That would have been the best possible outcome. Heh, is this the kind of country worth such a tremendous sacrifice? Your cleverness has truly backfired. Alright, I won't say more. Weigh the pros and cons yourself. You have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I'll let you witness firsthand what fate awaits your wife and daughter. That scene, I assure you, you'll never see again in your lifetime. It will be quite thrilling and unforgettable. Ha! Of course, to jolt your dulled senses, I've decided to play a little game with you during these 10 minutes. It's my favorite game ever, and I'm only playing it with you out of respect. Don't you dare refuse. As he spoke, the man with the flat top pulled out a small, square pair of pliers. The tips were perfectly flat and even. Ping Tu held the pliers before Zhao Yunming, smiling faintly. Teacher Zhao, do you know what this is? Heh, you probably aren't familiar with it. Well then, let me tell you. This is called pliers. Heh, to be more specific, these are nail clippers. Don't let its small size fool you. This little nail clipper is incredibly versatile. Not only can it tighten screws and pull nails, but it can also grip metal scraps. Of course, its most important function is cutting nails. Heh, to help you truly appreciate and experience the wonders of this little tool, I'll reluctantly part with it and let you try it for free. The sensation is quite thrilling and delightful. Ping Tu spoke as he placed the small pliers on Zhao Yunming's fingernail, a charming smile on his face. Clamping down on Zhao Yunming's fingernail, he gave a sharp tug. With a sharp snip, he forcibly ripped Zhao Yunming's thumbnail from his finger. Instantly, blood gushed from Zhao Yunming's finger. He let out a piercing scream, the pain nearly causing him to faint. Yet the searing agony kept him from losing consciousness. Bald Head chuckled darkly, removing the bloodied, mangled nail from the tweezers and waving it before Zhao Yunming. Not bad at all. Though you're getting on in years, Teacher Zhao, your fingernails are still so well maintained. Pink and translucent, as healthy and beautiful as an 18-year-old's. Ah, what a pity. So fragile. One firm squeeze and it came right off. Not fun at all. Come on, Teacher Zhao, let's see how the next one fares. This time, the bald guy placed the clippers on Zhao Yunming's index finger and gave it another firm squeeze. Accompanied by Zhao Yunming's earth-shattering howl, the nail on his index finger was ripped off. Middle finger. The ring fingers. The pinkies. 5 minutes later, when Ping Tu placed the nail clippers on Zhao Yunming's other hand, the pale-faced Zhao Yunming, sweat pouring from his forehead, gasped weakly, "Don't pull anymore, please don't pull anymore. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Please stop pulling, and release my wife and children." The bald man didn't cheer at this. Instead, he smiled faintly and tossed the fifth fingernail from the clippers. "Mr. Zhao, are you sure you really want to talk? You were such a tough guy before. You know, the thing I admire most in this life is a real tough guy. You see, it's no fun if you talk. We've only removed 5 so far, 15 more to go. I'd very much like to see you see this tough guy act through to the end. Have you truly decided to abandon your toughness and talk?" Zhao Yunming gasped weakly. No. I'm no tough guy. I've made up my mind. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The bald man sighed. "Mr. Zhao, really, why bother? Losing 5 fingernails before deciding to talk. Honestly, you only have yourself to blame for not knowing when to give in. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Don't blame me for this." Zhao Yunming nodded. "It's not your fault. Not at all." The man with the crew cut smiled again. "Glad you don't blame me. Well then, speak, my dear Teacher Zhao. Whatever you say, I promise you not a hair on your wife and children will be harmed. You'll return home safely to reunite with your family and enjoy the joys of domestic bliss. Zhao Yunming, you promise?" The bald man quickly struck a pose of absolute trustworthiness, raising his hand solemnly. "I swear to you. And I swear on my life, if I break this promise, may my parents be struck down by a car the moment they step outside." Zhao Yunming nodded. "All right. The password is..." Upon hearing the password, the bald man chuckled and slapped Zhao Yunming's shoulder. "That's more like it. Why didn't you just say so earlier? But Mr. Zhao, I must warn you, we'll need to keep you here a little longer. We have to verify whether you're telling the truth and if the password is genuine before we can release you. I'm sure you understand, right?" After giving the password, Zhao Yunming's head drooped. "Whether I understand or not, what difference does it make?" The man with the crew cut chuckled. "Mr. Zhao, you're a smart one. Ahem, by the way, my parents were killed in a car accident 7 years ago." Ahem. Zhao Yunming's eyes widened in shock. "You bastard." But Flathead had already risen from his chair, pulling out his phone to send a text. "Black Cat, mission complete. Password is..." Moments later, a reply arrived. "XXX, good work. But I must warn you, firing those shots alerted the police. You likely won't make it back alive. Before I die, I demand one final service. Locate the 8 Chinese female Special Forces operatives at Lover's Island Villa and exterminate them all." Baldhead immediately replied. "Black Cat, understood. Mission guaranteed." Chapter 66, I'll blow you away. But the message failed to send. Flathead chuckled, Chinese cops sure have their own style. They always wait until everything's done before making a big show of cleaning up. Ha, only now did they think to block signals on Lover's Island. Too bad I've already finished the job. With that, he slammed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Then he barked at his men, guys, we're in business. Inside this villa are 8 delicate, fresh-faced female soldiers. The boss ordered us to bury these 8 little women here, no matter the cost. Pass the order down, search every inch of this villa. Dig up the earth if you have to, but find and kill these women. The masked terrorist beside him immediately replied, yes, boss. I'll handle it right away. Meanwhile, in another location, after sending his text, Black Cat discovered that no signals could penetrate Lover's Island. He muttered to himself, looks like the police have already got their eyes on that place. The signals are blocked. Ha, too bad for my loyal fools, those cannon fodder I spent a fortune training. Lejean, just you wait. You think you can defy me? I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead, what it means that arrogance brings ruin, and that pride goes before a fall. Cross me, Black Cat, and you've got no choice but to die. After Lejean swiftly took out the sunglasses guy, chaos erupted at Lover's Island Resort. As people frantically rushed toward the villa entrance, they were met with machine gun fire from terrorists who instantly seized control of the scene. Everyone was herded onto the lobby floor and held hostage. Everyone lay prone on the floor, their heads pressed against the lobby floor at gunpoint by dozens of terrorists who had rapidly assembled. Meanwhile, every room on the upper floors was ransacked and its occupants threatened. They were all driven to the lobby center as hostages. Anyone who showed the slightest resistance or disobedience was immediately shot in the head. Acting on orders from the terrorist leader, the thugs searched every room for 8 female special forces operatives, their actions utterly ruthless. Meanwhile, Lejean, disguised as a helpless old man in one room, knocked out 2 masked thugs. He then stripped them of their clothes and hoods, donning them himself. Armed with their weapons, he blended into the crowd in the central hall, feigning the role of a guard overseeing the hostages, a member of the terrorist group pretending to be a diligent supervisor. To his astonishment, Lejean discovered a massive bomb suspended in the lobby center, held only by a thin rope. Though not a bomb disposal expert, Lejean possessed some knowledge. This type of pressure-sensitive bomb would detonate with even the slightest impact to its head. The typical trigger weight for such devices was around 2 kilograms. 2 kilograms was practically negligible compared to the weight of a thrown bomb or its own impact upon landing. In other words, this bomb would explode with the slightest bump. And damn it, judging by the size of this thing, blowing this villa into a perfectly square crater seemed like no big deal. This bomb had Lejean thoroughly worried. The reason was simple, hanging around here was dangerous. If this thing went off, no matter how skilled he was, he'd be obliterated without a trace. This bomb demanded constant vigilance. For the motherland, for the people, for the hostages' safety and lives, and most crucially, for his own skin, this bomb absolutely could not be allowed to detonate. While pretending to guard the hostages, Lejean suddenly realized something. This entire Lover's Island incident seemed to have erupted solely because of his own involvement in detonation. Amidst the chaos, Lejean came to a realization. His initial goal of sparking a riot was undoubtedly correct, allowing the passengers to escape the villa amidst the confusion. But the terrorists weren't fools. They must have planned this long ago. The moment gunfire erupted, they immediately sealed off the area, barring anyone from entering or leaving. This was clearly a contingency plan the terrorists had prepared before their operation. Their swift response wasn't born of quick thinking or decisive judgment. They hadn't made some brilliant, split-second decision the moment he started the riot. His plan to create utter chaos so guests could flee was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, inadvertently triggering the terrorists' contingency. He had backfired. In other words, he himself was the fuse that ignited the Lover's Island incident. Fate toyed with Lejean in a manner bordering on mockery. Lejean, who knew the Lover's Island incident was about to erupt and sought to prevent this heinous event in advance, had instead become the very catalyst that set it in motion. What is fate? This is fate. What must happen, will happen. As if the goddess of destiny had placed the outcome there, and as humans, no matter how you struggle, how you try to avoid it, how you scheme to escape, in the end, the outcome remains unchanged. All the efforts people make ultimately become part of the process leading to this outcome, and merely that a process. They do not alter the outcome in the slightest. It is what it is. Lejean stood not far from the bomb, an assault rifle in hand, pondering this. He couldn't help but think it was bizarre. Fate was truly unfathomable. While Lejean was still lost in thought, a guard wearing a parrot green hooded mask approached him and scrutinized him from head to toe. Lejean froze in alarm. Had his substitution of the drug dosage been discovered? He quickly forced a smile and addressed the man. Bro, you need something? The parrot green hooded figure looked at Lejean and said, Kid, new here? Lejean froze for a second before quickly laughing. Yep, you got me figured out, bro. I just joined the crew not long ago. Parrot green chuckled. Your clumsy look says it all. What the hell are you staring at with those wide eyes? What's on your mind? Lejean, thinking about my wife. Parrot Green chuckled, damn, got a little mistress too. Living the good life, huh? Come on, kid. The boss said there are still 8 female soldiers we haven't captured. Use as many hostages as you need. You, follow us too. We'll form a 3-man team and join another group to search the 3rd floor. Remember, don't skip a single rat hole. Dig 3 feet deep if you have to find those little ES. Got it? Lei Zhan quickly replied, got it. The parrot green hooded figure motioned to a chubby red hooded guy beside him. The two flanked Lei Zhan as they headed upstairs. But as they climbed the stairs, Lei Zhan noticed these 2 bastards trailing 2 meters behind him, forcing him to lead the search. Lei Zhan instantly realized these bastards were bullying the new guy. Searching for 8 Fire Phoenix female special forces operatives, damn it, whoever led the way would be the first to get shot. It was classic, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. After searching 2 rooms without success, Lei Zhan could no longer tolerate the feeling of 2 terrorists with guns at his back, forcing him forward. He turned around with a smile and said, hey, guys, don't you think it'd be better if the 3 of us walked together? You 2 stay behind. If we run into the female special forces team, well, if your guns go off by accident or something, little brother here might just get killed before he even gets started. We can't have our own people shooting each other before we even catch the enemy. That'd be a real mess, wouldn't it? Parrot Green exploded in anger, damn it, enough with the nonsense. Move it. Don't worry, our aim is dead on, we won't hit our own people. We're letting you lead as a favor, giving you a chance to earn your stripes. You should be thanking us, not nagging like a little brat. Looking for a beating? Regardless, Lei Zhan had no desire to face off in a gunfight against the special forces he'd personally trained. He wore a hood, after all, and knew his female soldiers well. He was out in the open, they were hidden. No matter how skilled he was, bullets don't have eyes. And these women, trained by him, would aim for headshots the moment they fired. This risk was absolutely unacceptable. Lei Zhan made up his mind. So he feigned taking 2 steps forward, then suddenly threw himself flat on the ground, bellowing, something's up. Lei Zhan's shout sent Parrot Green and Red Hood diving to the ground in a flash. But after a few seconds, Lei Zhan cleared his throat softly, ahem. Guys, sorry, my mistake. It was just a coat rack. Thought it was someone. With that, Lei Zhan rose from the ground. Parrot Green and Red Hood followed suit. Parrot Green was furious, damn it, are you blind? Next time, make sure you look properly. You scared the hell out of me. Lei Zhan quickly raised his gun, pointing the barrel at Parrot Green with a sheepish grin. Sorry, big bro, mistaken identity. Mistaken identity. Parrot Green quickly dodged out of the way. Hey, move that damn gun away. Don't point it at me, you bastard. Watch out for accidental discharge. Lei Zhan chuckled, alright, big bro, sorry. As he spoke, he swung the barrel toward Red Hood. Red Hood also jumped, hey, you bastard, don't point that thing at me either. Watch out for accidental discharge, you asshole. Lei Zhan had no choice but to turn the barrel back and continue searching forward. But after taking fewer than 10 steps, he suddenly yelled again, something's up. Then he flopped down onto the ground in a flash. Parrot Green and Red Hood behind him were scared and quickly dropped to the ground again. However, after about 10 seconds, Lei Zhan coughed softly again, ahem, 2 big brothers, sorry, it seems to be a cat. Parrot Green bellowed again, you damn fool. Keep your gun off me. Then Red Hood yelled again, damn it, don't point it at me either. Lei Zhan led the search forward again, cautiously advancing less than 10 steps, something's up. Sorry, guys, looks like it's a dog. Parrot Green yelled again, the gun barrel. The gun barrel. Don't point the damn thing at me. Red Hood yelled again, me too. Something's up. Lei Zhan yelled again. After 7 or 8 such outbursts, Parrot Green and Red Hood were utterly driven mad. You damn well better stop yelling, or I'll blow your brains out. Chapter 67, Something's Up. Lei Zhan quickly grinned and said, sorry, really sorry, you 2 big brothers. You don't know me. Ever since I was born, I've been a coward. Because of this, my dad beat me every day. He cursed me for not being manly enough, for never amounting to anything. He said with such a weak heart, what kind of man could I be? What could I ever achieve? So, in a fit of rage, I ran away from home. Ended up tagging along with our boss. But guess what? Still no good. Guys, in my whole life, I've never even killed a chicken. Let alone a person. So, situations like this? I've never seen one before. See how my legs are shaking? This is murder, man. It's either kill or be killed. We gotta be careful. Safety first, safety first. As he spoke, Lei Zhan suddenly caught a faint whiff of perfume, a scent of purple incense grass. Tang Xiaoxiao. Lei Zhan instantly understood. Back in the training squad, Tang Xiaoxiao was the epitome of vain, dressing up like a demoness every day. She'd driven Lei Zhan wild with fantasies about what she'd look like naked. When he couldn't take it anymore, he'd even imagined himself on top of her, thrusting away. Ahem. Judging by the intensity of the perfume, she must be hiding within 20 meters. Damn it, she's in the shadows while I'm out in the open. Tang Xiaoxiao would never recognize me behind this mask. She'd shoot me down instantly. If that happened, I'd die before even starting the mission. Lei Zhan turned around, babbling non-stop about how cowardly he was, how he dreaded the sight of blood. His constant chatter and the gun barrel swaying wildly left Parrot Green and Red Hood dodging his aim repeatedly. Watching Lei Zhan's endless whining, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, what a useless piece of. Alright, cut the damn chatter. You're acting like a scared little. Just come to the back. Remember, keep that gun barrel steady. If you accidentally fire it, I'll wring your neck myself. Lei Zhan Winya beamed with delight. Yes, boss. I won't swing the gun around, I won't accidentally fire it. No, I won't fire it at all. Parrot Green and Red Hood couldn't stand Lei Zhan's constant false alarms anymore. He was jumping at every little thing. They decided to take matters into their own hands and lead the advance search. Lei Zhan got his wish and ended up right behind the two of them. The feeling of having a gun pointed at someone's back was awesome, Lei Zhan gloated inwardly. On the battlefield, whoever holds the gun pointed at another's back becomes the master of their life in that moment. This was the foremost taboo Special Forces operatives had to observe. Parrot Green and Red Hood were thoroughly fed up with Lei Zhan. They thought to themselves, this bastard isn't just cowardly, but his damn mouth won't shut either. He's always babbling non-stop, making everyone nervous. Plus, his hands and feet aren't exactly nimble. Even while holding his rifle up front, he'd suddenly spin around and point the barrel right at them. With such high mental fortitude, who knows when that damn gun might go off? After weighing the pros and cons, they agreed that while Lei Zhan up front could serve as cannon fodder, having him bring up the rear was slightly more reassuring. Facing the enemy head-on versus passively dealing with this coward. After comparing the two options, Parrot Green and Red Hood concluded it was safer to keep him behind. Sigh, cowards are hopeless. He doesn't even have the guts to be cannon fodder. This is truly frustrating. Parrot Green led the way, Red Hood following alongside. Lei Zhan was sandwiched between them, positioned slightly behind. Both were thoroughly frustrated. Their original plan, following the orders of the bald-headed boss, was to search for the 8 female soldiers. They'd intended to use this obvious rookie, Lei Zhan, as their vanguard and cannon fodder, a human shield to take bullets for them. Now look at them, not only did they lose their human shield, but they ended up hauling around a useless burden they had to protect. What the hell? This is a classic case of being too clever by half. But there was no time to dwell on it now. Carrying out the boss's orders was the absolute priority. As for this rookie? They'd deal with him later. Just a few steps in, Parrot Green suddenly swung his arm, signaling them to halt. He turned to Red Hood and Lei Zhan. Smell that? Perfume. A woman's. Red Hood froze, sniffing hard. Perfume? I don't smell anything. You're too sensitive, boss. Missing the ladies? Parrot Green snapped. Missing women my ass. Pay attention. If you spot anything suspicious, load up your magazines. Doesn't matter what it is, turn it into a honeycomb. Lei Zhan nodded quickly. Yes, boss. Lei Zhan was genuinely astonished. He hadn't expected Parrot Green to be not only morally bankrupt but also possess such an extraordinary sense of smell, detecting such a faint scent. Lei Zhan raised his rifle, aiming it at Parrot Green's back. It wasn't that Lei Zhan dared not eliminate these two. He simply knew he'd infiltrated the group. Only by acting alongside others would the other terrorists not suspect his identity. Otherwise, darting around alone would be a different matter entirely. He might even risk getting shot by the 8 female soldiers. Parrot Green cautiously advanced another dozen steps, then halted. He glanced warily toward an open door beside them, waved to Lei Zhan and Red Hood, and the three crept silently into the room. Inside, 2 terrorists lay face down on the floor, their heads blown apart, pools of blood spreading beneath them. Parrot Green and the others didn't even glance at the bodies, instead proceeding with extreme caution as they searched the room. Lei Zhan glanced at the corpses on the floor and couldn't help but silently marvel. This female soldier was indeed a female soldier, brutal and brainless. She had clearly killed 2 criminals, yet she had only taken their guns. She hadn't been as clever as him to strip off their clothes for disguise. Of course, this approach had its own advantage. It prevented the risk of a sudden ambush by her own comrades. Parrot Green's nose was exceptionally keen. As he moved cautiously, he followed the scent of perfume like a police dog, sniffing intently before fixing his gaze on a storage cabinet. Spotting it, Parrot Green grinned wickedly and winked at Lei Zhan and Red Hood. Guys, watch your big brother's moves. Let me show you what it means to hit the bullseye from a mile away. Lei Zhan also detected the scent emanating from the locker. Perhaps that brazen, brainless Tang Xiaoxiao was hiding inside. By now, Parrot Green had already raised his submachine gun, poised to open fire on the locker. Seeing this, Lei Zhan suddenly shouted again, something's up. This time, however, his shout didn't have the same effect. Parrot Green and Red Hood didn't duck. Instead, they both turned to look at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan froze instantly. He knew the wolf cry tactic had lost its effect. So he put on a dumb, goofy expression and chuckled. Guys, I made a mistake. My bad, my bad. Sorry, sorry. Parrot Green narrowed his eyes, slowly aiming his gun at Lei Zhan. Kid, take off that hood. Let me see who you really are. I've suspected you weren't one of us for a long time. Drop your gun and remove that hood. Otherwise, I'll put a bullet through your head. After being toyed with time and again, both Parrot Green and Red Hood felt Lei Zhan's behavior under these circumstances was highly suspicious. Lei Zhan chuckled, you two bosses are overthinking it. I'm one of you guys, one of you guys. Drop the gun and take off the hood. I'll say this one last time. Parrot Green's hooded figure said coldly. It was clear that if Lei Zhan didn't comply, Parrot Green would likely open fire. Lei Zhan actually lowered his gun slowly. Calm down, big brother. I'm putting it down. Please don't get worked up. We're all brothers here. Keep your hand steady, man. Don't let it slip. Lei Zhan slowly lowered his gun, then slowly removed his hood. Inside, he silently cursed, Tang Xiaoxiao, you ing bastard, you got me into this mess. Now you're hiding in the closet like a rabbit instead of coming out to take these two assholes out with one shot. If you don't come out soon, I'm going to be exposed. Lei Zhan slowly fumbled with the hood, finally pulling it off. Revealing his utterly ordinary face, he grinned at Parrot Green and Red Hood. Guys, I told you we're all on the same side. Parrot Green's eyes narrowed at the sight of Lei Zhan. He turned to Red Hood. Ever seen this guy? Is he even on our team? Red Hood thought carefully. I don't think so. I've seen the new recruits, but not him. He must be a spy. Take him out. Red Hood raised his submachine gun and without another word, unleashed a burst of bullets. Lei Zhan's soul nearly left his body. He threw himself to the ground, rolling into a defensive position. The spot where he'd been standing moments before was now riddled with bullet holes like a honeycomb. Before Lei Zhan could scramble to his feet, Parrot Green suddenly unleashed another burst of fire toward him. Lei Zhan rolled again, thrusting his hands against the floor to leap over the sofa in the middle of the living room. At that very moment, the cabinet door slammed open with a clang, revealing Tang Xiaoxiao, nearly half naked. Bang! The moment Tang Xiaoxiao appeared, the pistol in her hand immediately fired 3 shots directly at Lei Zhan, the closest target to her hiding spot behind the cabinet. Chapter 68, Haunting You for a Lifetime. These 3 shots were Tang Xiaoxiao's most prized shooting technique, honed through rigorous training under Lei Zhan's tutelage. Short, flat, and fast, swift, accurate, and ruthless, fierce yet steady. It was the skill she boasted about most among her sisters. Lei Zhan had witnessed and heard in the Beidou GPS monitoring footage on their wristbands how Tang Xiaoxiao bragged loudly among the female soldiers about her 3-shot technique. Tang Xiaoxiao possessed striking beauty but a relatively frail constitution. Yet during her time in the training camp, though her physical stamina lagged behind others, Lei Zhan's grueling regimen transformed her. Witnessing Lei Zhan's dual pistol technique, his self-developed 7-star positioning target locking mastery, and inspired by Xiao Shenyang's film 3 Shots That Shocked the World, she developed her own shooting methodology. That was her signature 3-shot technique. After refining it, Tang Xiaoxiao declared these 3 shots to be the invincible trio, claiming they possessed 90% of the skill level of a modern-day gun god. The draw carried an arc, the bullets traced their paths. 3 rounds were fired simultaneously, each impact point imbued with martial principle. These points invisibly controlled every conceivable evasion the target could attempt in that instant. Once locked onto by the shooter, the target found it nearly impossible to evade. The impact points formed a horizontal triangle pattern: left, center, right, top, bottom, with all 3 bullets fired instantaneously. A locked-on target could scarcely escape this triple volley. For this reason, Tang Xiaoxiao proudly dubbed her creation the Tang Clan's fatal triple shot. Though Tang Xiaoxiao's boasts were somewhat exaggerated, Lei Zhan had previously conducted experiments with flying disc targets. To his surprise, Tang Xiaoxiao's so-called Tang Clan's fatal 3 shots actually showed some effectiveness. Her hit rate on moving aerial targets was significantly higher than that of the other female soldiers. Of course, aside from wasting a few more bullets than others, there really weren't any other issues. For this, Lei Zhan gave Tang Xiaoxiao a small commendation, which became her prime ammunition for bragging among the female soldiers. And it was precisely this Tang Clan's fatal 3 shots that Tang Xiaoxiao decided to test on Lei Zhan's head. The trajectory of these 3 shots was extremely tricky. The distance between each bullet was about half a meter. If a person tried to dodge the bullets in advance, whether moving left or right, as long as they moved, the timing and distance would be just right. It would be like walking straight into the muzzle. The other 2 bullets were guaranteed to hit. Moving forward was out of the question. Who would charge straight into bullets? That was pure suicide. Retreating seemed equally unreliable. Who could outrun a bullet? Jumping upward? The middle bullet was aimed roughly a meter high. No one could leap that high in an instant. One misstep, and it could hit your vital organs. Better to be shot dead. That's why Lei Zhan had studied Tang Xiaoxiao's 3 shots. Tang Xiaoxiao's 3 shots formed a large triangular frame, with only the central area being vulnerable. If confronted with her firing, there was only one optimal evasion tactic: the most cliched, most commonplace method: hit the deck. Unfortunately, Lei Zhan was currently positioned behind the sofa, already in a position nearly identical to lying prone. Consequently, Tang Xiaoxiao's projected bullet trajectory was significantly lower than usual. Since she ultimately aimed at Lei Zhan, a lower target naturally required a lower bullet path. This drastically increased the danger of lying prone. Yet, there was no other option. Moreover, the situation was critical. Lei Zhan had no time to think. The moment the cabinet door opened and Tang Xiaoxiao's head appeared, he was startled. He immediately dropped to the ground, head down, legs straight out, forming a wide character on the floor. Right then, Tang Xiaoxiao fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. 3 puffs of white smoke appeared, one beside Lei Zhan's waist, one beside his ribs, and one on the floor near his crotch. Bullet fragments from the floor splattered onto Lei Zhan's crotch. This sent his soul flying out of his body. He quickly raised his head and yelled at Tang Xiaoxiao, "Damn it, Tang Xiaoxiao. You want to castrate me? For God's sake, aim when you shoot, okay?" Tang Xiaoxiao recognized Lei Zhan's voice instantly. But there was no time for apologies now, as Parrot Green and Red Hood had already launched their assault, unleashing a barrage of machine gun fire. Tang Xiaoxiao rolled sideways to dodge, then fired 3 shots from the ground. Parrot Green and Red Hood were both hit between the eyes, collapsing instantly with a thud. Only then did Lei Zhan scramble to his feet, firing 2 more shots into the foreheads of the 2 bodies before closing the room door. He finally managed to catch his breath. Tang Xiaoxiao, clad only in baggy shorts that exposed her long white legs, approached Lei Zhan with a forced smile. She nervously watched him as his eyes rolled back repeatedly, then gave a shaky chuckle. "Sorry, Thunder God. I didn't recognize you. How did you end up here? And dressed like some bandit? I thought you were." Lei Zhan rolled his eyes. "What do you think? What do you think? What you think is what you think. Ha! Your eyes are huge, like saucers. What could you possibly see with those?" Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled nervously. "Thunder God, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I'll definitely change next time." Lei Zhan blared. "What? You want a next time?" Tang Xiaoxiao waved frantically. "No, I misspoke, Thunder God. There won't be a next time. Never again." Lei Zhan rolled his eyes again, glancing at Tang Xiaoxiao's bare legs. "Fine, this is an emergency. Can't be bothered with you. But seriously, what's with the outfit? You're practically selling yourself to lure men. I sent you on vacation, and this is how you spend it." Tang Xiaoxiao grinned sheepishly. "Not at all, Thunder God, you've got the wrong idea. We just finished showering and didn't even know what was happening when this gunfight started. Besides, in our eyes, you're the only real man. What kind of men are the others?" "Ahem, Thunder God, I'm truly sorry about what happened earlier. To show my sincere apology, I've decided. I'll offer you my most precious virginity." Before Lei Zhan could respond, Tang Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around his neck, closed her beautiful big eyes, and pressed her lips against his. Mum. It lasted a full 2 minutes before Tang Xiaoxiao finally pulled away from Lei Zhan. She then gasped for air like someone who'd been submerged in a water tank for 2 minutes and was suddenly pulled out. She'd been holding her breath the whole time. Her lung capacity couldn't match Lei Zhan's, so even after the long kiss ended, she still gazed at him with fiery intensity. Their eyes locked, both looking slightly awkward. Neither spoke. After half a minute of this, Lei Zhan raised a hand to his mouth and cleared it softly. "Ahem, ahem. This is nonsense. If you ever dare show such disrespect to this captain again, you'd better watch out. This sort of thing absolutely cannot happen again. This time, I'll forgive your transgression against this captain. Next time, I won't be so lenient." Unexpectedly, Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly straightened up and said earnestly, "No, Lei Xin, I wasn't fooling around. Actually, I've wanted this for a long time. I know it's not appropriate to say this under these circumstances. But I know we'll never have a proper time in the future. I have to tell you now, I like you. I love you. I have for a long time. Ever since you entered my heart, there's been no room for any other man. Really, Lei Shun. To make sure only you have a place in my heart, I broke up with my boyfriend. He never even held my hand. And Lei Shun, I'm still a virgin. If you want me, I'm yours anytime." Lei Zhan, cough. "Enough. When did we start talking about such nonsense? This is ridiculous. Besides, I have a girlfriend. How could I possibly be with you? Stop talking about this." Tang Xiaoxiao, "No, I will say it. Since I started, I'll say it all. Lei Zhan, I formally declare, I don't care about your girlfriend or not. Forget girlfriend, even if you're married, I'll still pursue you. This lifetime, I've set my sights on you. I won't even glance at other men. If I can't have you this lifetime, I don't want anyone else. I swear this lifetime, I only want you. Absolutely no other man." Lei Zhan, ahem, getting more fired up by the second, huh? Fine. Right now, I don't have time to blame you. I'll deal with you later. Hurry up, strip the dead guy's top off and put it on. We need to get out of here and find our other comrades. They're missing, and we don't know if they're alive or dead. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded frantically, chattering away as she worked. Thunder God no, Lei Zhan, don't even think about escaping my clutches this lifetime. Now that we've laid everything bare, mark my words, brace yourself for a lifetime of me clinging to you. I'll stick to you like glue until you marry me. Even after you marry me, I'll still pester you daily. I'm clinging to you for life, don't even think about dodging this girl's clutches. Chapter 69, Oh God, save me. From Tang Xiaoxiao's serious expression and tone, Lei Zhan could tell she wasn't joking. She meant every word. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within Lei Zhan, a tinge of excitement, a flicker of joy, yet also a shadow of worry and fear. He was already entangled in a complicated relationship with Tan Xiaolin. And then there was Enran, temporarily out of contact. Qubia Zhua had always kept a watchful eye on him. Lei Zhan knew that the moment she got the chance, she'd pounce like a tigress. Though these female soldiers appeared harmonious on the surface, each harbored her own hidden agenda. They were just waiting for the right moment to reveal their true colors. Otherwise, the harem would surely descend into chaos. Those three women hadn't yet torn their masks off, so things remained relatively peaceful for now. But now Tang Xiaoxiao had barged in. Ahem, if this dangerous, brainless landmine were to explode, these women would probably tear him apart. 3 women make a drama, but 4 women. Lei Zhan shuddered violently. Ahem, well, the situation is urgent. Could you please stop messing around here? You must understand that Yi Tsumanshin and the others could face mortal danger at any moment. Get dressed and let's go. Lei Zhan's reasoning was flawless. Tang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to obediently pick up the criminal's gun, pull on the parrot green hood, and stand level with Lei Zhan as they walked out together. Lei Zhan glanced back at Tang Xiaoxiao. What are you crowding up front for? Women, stay back. Don't get in my way when I'm doing my job. Lei Zhan expected Tang Xiaoxiao to argue back, but to his surprise, her cheeks flushed. She even lowered her head and giggled softly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't be so mean to me. Tang Xiaoxiao's words were sweet and cloying, sticky and clingy, tingly and tender enough to give Lei Zhan goosebumps all over. He instantly realized she'd interpreted this phrase as a man's care and affection for his woman. Lei Zhan shook his head helplessly and sighed. He could already foresee the complicated situation he'd have to navigate in the future. Once he and Tang Xiaoxiao were out in public, this innocent girl would inevitably exchange flirtatious glances with him. Moreover, she herself would loudly declare her intention to cling to him for life. At that point, Tan Xiaolin's fiery temper and thunderous roars would be unavoidable. Then there was Chu Bijua, usually quiet but stubborn as an ox inside. When she erupted, she was a ticking time bomb of immense power. Cough. And then there was Enran. Plus the Ice Queen. How would these 4 women torment him? Lei Zhan shuddered again. When there were no women, he'd dream of having them all reigning over a world of beauties, reclining drunk on their laps. Surrounded by lovelies, their red sleeves adding fragrance to the air. But now that he had so many to choose from, it was truly agonizing. Maybe he should just pretend to become a monk, then sneak out for trysts one by one. That probably wouldn't work either. Tan Xiaolin would likely blow up the temple. Cough cough. As Lei Zhan stood lost in thought, his phone rang. He was puzzled. Weren't the signals blocked outside? How could his phone still have reception? Lei Zhan didn't know that the higher-ups had deliberately opened a dedicated frequency band just for his phone number. The call came from Old Fox. Lei Zhan grabbed Tang Xiaoxiao and ducked behind a relatively safe spot. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately wrapped her arms around his arm, pressed her face against it, and closed her eyes, looking utterly blissful. Lei Zhan had no time for her. He answered the call. Hey, Old Fox. Old Fox hurriedly replied, Thunder God, following your orders, we flew straight to this lover's island this morning. Just as we landed, we received an urgent notice from headquarters to rush here immediately. Thunder God, you're nothing short of a god. How did you foresee the violent incident that would occur here? Lei Zhan replied, we'll discuss that later. This isn't the time for small talk. Get to the point. What's the situation outside? Old Fox reported, our Wolffang squadron has already surrounded the area. Not a single bandit can escape. Signals outside are being jammed by higher-ups. When I couldn't reach you, I knew you must be at the scene. You're definitely inside the villa, right? Lei Zhan, yes. I'm with Tang Xiaoxiao. The other 7 Fire Phoenix members are also inside, but I haven't made contact with them yet. Old Fox gasped, what? Fire Phoenix is inside too? This is critical. Outside, the director and SWAT are rushing here. The director instructed me to tell you, if you're inside, prioritize hostage safety while ensuring your own security. Wait for the director and SWAT to arrive and join us before making any decisions. Lei Zhan blinked rapidly, then suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Did the director say ensure the hostage's safety first, or ensure your own safety first? The Old Fox froze at the question. Does it matter? Lei Zhan retorted, it matters a great deal. Tell me, who did he say to protect first? Old Fox pondered for a moment. His exact words were, Comrade Lei Zhan, you must spare no effort to ensure the hostage's safety, while also ensuring your own safety. That's it. Lei Zhan muttered to himself, damn it, so he really did put the hostages first and demanded absolute commitment. But when it came to me, it was just a casual pay attention to your safety. Old fox, thunder god, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Lei Zhan, nothing. Alright then. Have someone activate the female soldiers' Beidou global positioning systems. They all brought terminals with them when they arrived. They can make voice and video calls. That way, you'll have a full understanding of the situation inside. Then, upon my command, launch the attack immediately. Don't wait for the bureau chief to arrive. Time is money, no, time is life. Old fox, is that acceptable? The director issued an order. Lei Zhan, old fox, whose orders do you follow? Old fox immediately responded, Thunder God, our Wolf-Fawn brigade follows your lead. Lei Zhan, good. Get to work. Await my signal to launch the final assault. Don't wait for those useless cops to show up. Lei Zhan hung up the phone and muttered under his breath, damn it, all you bastards are cut from the same cloth. When push comes to shove, our lives mean absolutely nothing to you, just tools to earn your political achievements. Instead of prioritizing my safety, you want me to protect some damn hostages? Tang Xiaoxiao watched Lei Zhan mutter like a madman and quickly grabbed his arm, her voice laced with urgency. Thunder God, what the hell are you babbling about? I can't even make you out. What hostages? What kind of talk is that? Lei Zhan waved his hand impatiently. Enough. Hold your gun steady. Stay focused. Watch out for bullets. Right now, we'll do whatever it takes to find the other 7. Forget about those damn hostages. Find our people first. Tang Xiaoxiao straightened her back at his words, yes, Lei Shen. I only take orders from you. From now on, I'll only take orders from you. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do. Including warming your bed, including all kinds of positions. Lei Zhan, cough. Calm down. Calm down. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Now, put away your gushing. Watch for any enemies. We start our counterattack now. Kill gods if we meet them, kill Buddhas if we meet them. At any cost, we must gather the other 7 together. Even if everyone in this building dies, not a single hair on our people's heads can be harmed. Understand? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Thunder God, I adore your fierce masculinity, your skills, your playful humor, your seriousness, everything about you. Even your protective nature is irresistible. I want to melt into your embrace right now and never wake up. Lei Zhan, ahem, Comrade Tang Xiaoxiao, mind your surroundings. We're risking our lives in the enemy's lair. I don't mind lovey-dovey moments, but please be mindful of our situation. Now is not the time to flaunt your romantic skills, okay? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, her voice dripping with the same sugary sweetness as before. I'll listen to you. Lei Zhan threw his head back and slapped his forehead. Good heavens! Please, tell me, is love's power truly this immense? So immense it possesses such magic, transforming a woman into a complete fool no matter the time, place, or circumstance? Just as Lei Zhan slapped his forehead, a bandit suddenly emerged from the corridor corner. Tang Xiaoxiao, seeing this, wasted no time. She fired 3 shots, embracing the bandit as she did so, eliminating the terrorist. Then, holding her gun aloft, she declared, Husband, wait, no, Thunder God. You were distracted. The enemy might have heard the gunfire and are gathering here. I just saved your life. Don't you owe me a kiss as a reward? Lei Zhan was utterly speechless. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao calmly and said, no need to be so tense, Tang Xiaoxiao. We're currently disguised as terrorists. What you need to be wary of are our own comrades, those 7 female soldiers. The terrorists themselves should be secondary concerns, okay? Tang Xiaoxiao's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Oh, I see. You're so smart, honey. Wait, Thor, you're so smart. If you hadn't reminded me, I'd have completely forgotten I'm a fake terrorist right now. I'm stuck with you for life. Lei Zhan slapped his forehead again. God, save me. Chapter 70, First Display of Divine Might. Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled. What's this? Already annoyed with me? Lei Zhan shook his head urgently. Comrade Tang Xiaoxiao, I solemnly declare now is not the time for romance. Please stop pestering me with your chatter, okay? I can't focus on fighting enemies or supporting our comrades like this. One slip up, and we might get shot by our own people. Whether you like me, love me, or pursue me, let's discuss that later, alright? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, right. Anyway, since we've talked about it now, we'll definitely talk about it later. Lei Zhan nodded quickly, good. From now on, no talking. Keep your eyes open. Whether we encounter bandits or anyone else, don't fire unless you're absolutely certain they're the enemy. We can't risk friendly fire. Yi Zuanxin and the others might have figured out a way to infiltrate the terrorists too, you never know. Don't recklessly shoot and wound your own people. Understand? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded, understood. As they spoke, Lei Zhan's phone rang again. He quickly answered it was still Old Fox calling. Lei Zhan told Tang Xiaoxiao to stay alert while he took the call. Old Fox reported that the Beidou GPS trackers on Yi Zuanxin's wrists had been invaluable. He'd already informed them that Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao were also present. The 7 of them were scattered across the gym, room 302, and the kitchen. Enemies had surrounded the building, making reunion impossible. Old Fox requested Lei Zhan's instructions for the next combat plan. After a moment's thought, Lei Zhan instructed the Old Fox to tell them to focus solely on their own safety, ignoring everything else. They were to wait for him and Tang Xiaoxiao to arrive and regroup. Additionally, he needed to inform them that Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao were currently disguised as criminals distinguished by a bright red hood and a parrot green hood, respectively. He warned them to be careful during firefights to avoid accidentally hitting him or Tang Xiaoxiao. Old Fox quickly hung up and contacted the other 7 female soldiers outside to relay Lei Zhan's instructions. Currently, Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao were on the 2nd floor, while the nearest room, 302, was on the floor above. To reach the upper floor and meet the other female soldiers, Lei Zhan needed to ascend via the 2nd floor staircase. Neither of them knew how many terrorists lurked throughout the entire 2nd floor. Of course, their disguises could buy them some time. But danger lurked nonetheless. If their cover was blown, they'd instantly face an assault from every terrorist in the building. They had no clue how many terrorists were on this floor or where they were hiding. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Lei Zhan. Thunder God, what do we do next? Lei Zhan pondered for a moment. What else can we do? Just go with the flow. We've got our disguises, so we'll just head straight up the stairs. If any fool tries to expose us, we'll take them out. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up again. Wow, honey, you're so cool. Wait, Thunder God, you're so cool. Lei Zhan was speechless once more before clearing his throat softly. Tang Xiaoxiao, remember you're a woman. We're relying on this disguise to force our way up to the 3rd floor. If all else fails, we'll fight our way through. But during that time, you absolutely, positively must not speak. Got it? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Don't worry, Thunder God. I understand. Lei Zhan nodded, gave Tang Xiaoxiao a knowing look, and stepped out of their hiding spot. He strode confidently along the edge of the 2nd floor lobby, heading straight for the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Tang Xiaoxiao followed close behind. Their bold appearance in the lobby was essentially a declaration, we are part of the bandits. Lei Zhan dared to act this way because he knew there were no female soldiers hiding on this floor. Otherwise, even someone as confident as Lei Zhan wouldn't dare strut through the lobby like a sitting duck. If any of the Fire Phoenix female soldiers were present, he might have been caught in a cold shot. No matter how skilled you are, you can't outrun a kitchen knife. Let alone a gun. Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao moved swiftly, quickly approaching the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, 2 masked accomplices burst out from a nearby room. One was tall, the other short. Their sudden appearance made Tang Xiaoxiao raise her gun immediately. The tall one quickly shouted, "We're on the same side." Lei Zhan gave Tang Xiaoxiao a gentle nudge with his foot. Only then did she slowly lower her gun, no longer pointing it at the 2 unexpected bandits. Lei Zhan chuckled, "Hey, guys. We got orders from the boss to check the 3rd floor. How's the situation over here? Found any female special forces members?" The tall one froze, glancing between Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao. Then he blurted out, "Password." Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao froze in utter bewilderment. What the hell? Are you kidding me? A password? Lei Zhan looked at Tang Xiaoxiao, and Tang Xiaoxiao looked back at Lei Zhan. Instantly, both raised their guns, ready to fire. But simultaneously, the 2 men across from them also raised their guns, aiming squarely at Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao. The 4 froze in a standoff, locked in a tense standoff. The tall one snorted. "Oof. You 2 bastards. I don't care who you are. But today, you're not leaving here alive. You clearly aren't one of us." The boss already assigned everyone to search their own floors. He ordered no wandering. Yet you had the nerve to say you were going to the 3rd floor. Besides, the boss mentioned female soldiers, not female special forces. Oof. And there are no women in our unit. You 2, a man and a woman, actually thought we wouldn't recognize you in our uniforms? Oof. Even more pathetic is that you genuinely believed we couldn't identify each other with these hoods on. These parrot green and red hoods belong to brothers in arms I've known for over a decade. I'd recognize them if they were turned to ash. A mere hood? Forget it. They must have fallen to your guns, and you stole their hoods and weapons to infiltrate us. And you don't even know the password? You're full of holes. You 2 think you can pull this off? Do the smart thing, drop your guns, and maybe we'll let you live. Want to fight to the death? Fine. We never planned to walk out alive the moment we stepped inside. You won't be leaving alive either. Lei Zhan screamed inwardly in frustration. Failure. Utter failure. They'd been exposed the moment they showed their faces. His acting was truly awful. And in this standoff, he could easily strike first and take one of them out. He could also ensure the other couldn't hit him. But Tang Xiaoxiao was right beside him. She might not dodge the other's bullet. That was why Lei Zhan dared not act rashly. He didn't want Enraged's tragedy to repeat itself with Tang Xiaoxiao. Lei Zhan demanded absolute certainty. Lei Zhan chuckled coldly, impressive eyesight, sharp observation. You're right, I'm not one of you. But so what? With your puny strength, do you really think you could kill us? The tall masked man chuckled, perhaps you do seem somewhat capable. But the woman beside you, well, she might not survive unscathed as you hope. Don't believe me? Go ahead and shoot. See if either of us can fire a bullet before we die. At that moment, Lei Zhan noticed the surrounding terrorists slowly converging on their position. The tall man smirked, you two, surrender now. Stop this futile resistance. Every corner of this room is filled with our men. Even if you grew wings, you couldn't escape our grasp. Look, our men are about to surround you. Let's see what you can do. Lei Zhan scanned the area quickly. Sure enough, 6 terrorists were already advancing toward them, guns raised. Just then, a sudden glint of light caught his eye. He quickly glanced sideways toward the source of the glare. It came from the 3rd floor, a dimly lit corner on the 3rd floor, the reflection of a sniper rifle scope. Damn it! Someone was targeting him? Whoosh, whoosh, the sniper scope flickered twice more before Lei Zhan's eyes. Suddenly it clicked, and he beamed with delight. This must be one of the female soldiers on the 3rd floor. They'd received word from Old Fox that Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao were wearing red and green hoods. So, Lei Zhan chuckled and addressed the tall soldier. All right, big guy, we surrender. We surrender. As the saying goes, knowing when to yield is the mark of a true hero. Please don't shoot. We'll drop our weapons right now. He then barked at Tang Xiaoxiao. What are you staring at? Follow my orders, drop your gun. Tang Xiaoxiao froze, but still obeyed Lei Zhan's command. Slowly, the 2 men bent their knees, crouched down, and placed their guns on the ground. The tall terrorist beamed with delight. Now that's more like it. Good boys. Stay put. No funny business. Or else, the bullets in my gun aren't for show. Put. 2 shots rang out from the sniper rifle. The tall and short terrorists fell silent, eyes wide, each with a bloody hole piercing their foreheads. They collapsed backward, motionless. Lei Zhan swiftly raised the gun still in his hand and, without a word, sprayed machine gun fire over the 2 corpses. Grabbing Tang Xiaoxiao, he sprinted toward the stairwell leading to the 3rd floor. The 6 terrorists who had gathered nearby were startled by the commotion and immediately opened fire, bullets whizzing wildly toward Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao. Yet, at that very moment, muffled gunfire puff, puff, puff echoed continuously. After Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao ducked behind a corner, they discovered the 6 terrorists who had reacted and pursued them had all fallen dead. They had been sniped by an unidentified female soldier on the 3rd floor. Seeing the 6 terrorists eliminated, Lei Zhan rejoiced. At last, the greatest threat had been neutralized. He felt profound satisfaction that these 2 had taken out 8 female soldiers in one fell swoop. He let out a hearty laugh. Yi Zuanxin, Tianguo, you 2, how long do you plan to dangle in the air before coming in? Chapter 71, Infuriated. Tang Xiaoxiao gasped in shock, following Lei Zhan's gaze. Instantly, she covered her mouth in horror. Holy crap! Are you 2 out of your minds? At that moment, the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor shattered with a crash. Yi Zuanxin and Tianguo dangled in midair like 2 suspended spiders, swaying twice before landing on the 2nd floor with their guns in hand. Yi Zuanxin and Tianguo untied the ropes binding their ankles and grinned as they ran toward Lei Zhan and Tang Xiaoxiao. Reporting for duty, Thunder God. Yi Zuanxin and Tianguo, here to rendezvous as ordered. Tang Xiaoxiao pulled off the hood covering her head. Holy crap, you 2 are nuts. How did you end up dangling like spiders in mid-air? We never trained for that during our special ops drills, did we? Yi Zuanxin chuckled. We did train for it. Only, our rock climbing drills required staying perfectly vertical. We just tweaked the angle a bit. Tang Xiaoxiao slapped her forehead. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Lei Zhan also removed his hood, patting Yi Zuanxin and Tianguo with a smile. Well done. But I specifically told you to stay put and wait for us to meet up. Why did you climb down from the 3rd floor? Tianguo sighed. Thunder God, you wouldn't understand. You think we wanted this? We were hiding perfectly fine in room 302 when a bunch of women from the nightclub barged in. Oh my god, those terrorists on the 3rd floor lost their minds. They started trying to strip those women and do that kind of thing. We're special forces, after all. How could we stand by and watch such beastly behavior? So we got into a firefight. We took out 5 or 6 of them, but the room became uninhabitable. We couldn't go out the door either, afraid of snipers. So we had to slide down the window. Just as we got down, we saw your 2 big red and green hoods through the glass. Well, we just took care of business and dealt with you guys. Lei Zhan smiled. Excellent. Now we have 4 men. We can cover all 4 directions. No need for camouflage. We'll search floor by floor, eliminate every terrorist we find, and locate the other 5. One thing, except for innocent civilians and our own people, any terrorist we encounter is neutralized on sight. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao, Yi Zuanxin, and Tianguo answered in unison. They collected all weapons, ammunition, grenades, smoke grenades, and other items from the dead criminals. All right, move out. At Lei Zhan's command, the three women immediately took up positions at the southeast and west sides, each guarding their sector with guns drawn. Lei Zhan led the way, heading straight for the stairwell entrance on the third floor. The staircase from the second to third floor had 26 steps. As the four approached the landing at the 20th step, a clattering of metal suddenly echoed. Two melon grenades rolled down the stairwell entrance from the third floor. Lei Zhan froze in shock. Proceeding upward now would expose them to direct fire from above, while retreating was already too late. Lei Zhan's face drained of color. This was a dead end. The stairwell was narrow, offering no cover whatsoever. Truly, there was no way up or down. He should have anticipated this. The stairwell entrance would inevitably be guarded, preventing anyone from ascending. He had been foolishly overconfident, lulled into complacency by the sight of the two female soldiers unharmed. By the rules of warfare, this stairwell was a bloody death trap. A place with no escape, no way out. With someone blocking the exit with a gun, even a god couldn't fly up. Failure. Utter failure. Was my grand life, Lei Zhan, destined to end like this? Staring at the smoking melon grenade, Lei Zhan gritted his teeth, ready to shield the three female soldiers with his own body. Death? Not like this. I'll damn well become a great martyr even if it's out of sheer desperation. Duck! Lei Zhan bellowed. Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao reacted instantly, diving flat on the ground. Without a second thought, Lei Zhan threw himself on top of them, shielding their bodies. Let the storm rage on. Dying on two beauties? That's worth it. To die beneath peonies even as a ghost, I'd be a man of style. Boom! Boom! Two melon grenades exploded. Lei Zhan felt a heavy weight crush his back, his mind going blank in an instant. In his mind, Lei Zhan silently thought, it's over. Completely over. I'm definitely done for this time. Ah, life is truly unpredictable. Humans are so fragile. You can just die like that. But then again, this death doesn't seem to be painful at all. Just a bit heavy on the back. Damn it, could it be that invisible demons have already placed soul-binding chains on me? Have I already reached the bridge of forgetfulness? The explosive power of those two melon grenades was no joke. Dust and concrete debris from the blast showered Lei Zhan's body. He felt a sharp pain in his arm. Stunned, he realized he wasn't dead. Holy, I'm lucky. Looks like I'm blessed with immense fortune and a strong constitution. Two watermelon grenades in such a confined space, and they didn't kill me. Ha ha ha. This is what you call luck, this is what you call badass. But Lei Zhan felt his vision growing hazy. He couldn't make out anything clearly. He lay on top of Tianguo and the other person, then touched his eyes. Now he could see clearly. It was blood, lots of blood blurring his vision. He must be injured. But why couldn't he feel where the wound was? Still, Lei Zhan knew that when someone was suddenly injured, the brain didn't register pain immediately. Only after the initial adrenaline rush faded would the pain set in. It seemed he had suffered a very serious injury, possibly even a fatal one. Lei Zhan had heard that the more severe the injury, the less sensation one felt at first. That doesn't add up. Lei Zhan suddenly realized something. His body felt incredibly heavy, as if someone were lying on top of him. A woman. Soft and plump. Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao were pinned beneath him. But what about Yi Zuanxin? Yi Zuanxin was actually on his back. That meant Yi Zuanxin. Lei Zhan was startled and scrambled to his feet. Behind him, Yi Zuanxin, who had been lying on his back, tumbled down with the movement. Lei Zhan quickly caught her in his arms. He saw a large amount of blood flowing from Yi Zuanxin's forehead, and it was still flowing continuously. Terrified, Lei Zhan frantically tore off his own underwear and hastily bandaged Yi Zuanxin's forehead to stem the bleeding. Yi Zuanxin lay limp in Lei Zhan's arms, her eyes closed. Her breath was faint, and a faint smile lingered on her face. Yi Zuanxin, are you okay? Don't scare us like this. Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao nearly burst into tears at the sight. Stop yelling. Hold back your tears. Now's not the time for you stupid women to cry. Shut up. Lei Zhan finished bandaging Yi Zuanxin's forehead, then retrieved the emergency rope seized from the terrorists. With Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao assisting, he securely strapped Yi Zuanxin onto his back. Once she was securely fastened, Lei Zhan tossed his submachine gun to Tianguo. He then retrieved both Tianguo's pistol and his own, consolidating all pistol ammunition under his control. With Yi Zuanxin secured, Lei Zhan's eyes had turned bloodshot. Red as a wolf's. Tianguo and Tang Xiaoxiao later recalled that Lei Zhan's expression at that moment was utterly monstrous, utterly terrifying, utterly frightening. The sight of Lei Zhan's face filled both women with dread, a primal terror they'd never known before. They'd never seen such a truly bloodshot, ferocious, and terrifying visage. It was their first glimpse of Lei Zhan's genuine rage, and it was utterly terrifying. Even a single glance at that face felt like stepping into a nightmare. After securing Yi Zuanxin, Lei Zhan gathered all the smoke grenades he'd collected and hurled them up the stairwell of the third floor. Moments after the grenades detonated, Lei Zhan growled a single word, "Go." With that, Lei Zhan, carrying Yi Xuanxin on his back, charged up the stairs first. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tiangue quickly followed him up the stairwell. Taking advantage of the temporary cover provided by the smoke grenades, the criminals on the third floor dared not act recklessly. If they fired indiscriminately without clear targets, the large number of their own men would inevitably lead to friendly fire incidents. Leading the way with dual pistols drawn, Lei Zhan moved through the haze. Anyone, whether criminal, passenger, or even a possible female soldier whose shadowy form came into view, was met with 2 swift, decisive shots. Every figure emerging from the smoke was taken down. Once down, a final shot to the head ensured compliance. Kicking open a door in the haze, Lei Zhan entered. After Tang Xiaoxiao and Tiangue swiftly searched the room and confirmed it was empty, Lei Zhan unstrapped Yi Xuanxin from his back. His eyes red, he addressed the 2 women. You two, from this moment on, have only one mission: protect Yi Xuanxin's safety. I'm going to find He Lu. She's a doctor. We must locate her quickly. Only then can Yi Xuanxin be saved. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tiangue nodded. We will, Thunder God. Lei Zhan reloaded his magazine and stepped out, slamming the door behind him. By now, the smoke grenade's effect was beginning to dissipate. He pulled his terrorist hood back over his head and strode confidently out, heading straight for the gym. Just a few steps in, 2 thugs emerged from a room. Careful. Intruder. Don't act so recklessly alone. But before they could finish, Lei Zhan fired 2 shots, cleanly blowing their heads off. Thus, Lei Zhan charged forward, killing anyone who stood in his way. Terrorists, guards, it didn't matter. He took out over a dozen of them before finally reaching the gym entrance. Leaping inside, Lei Zhan was immediately met by 2 men wielding submachine guns, their barrels trained on him. But upon seeing his attire, they visibly relaxed. Oh, it's one of us. Hey, bro, there are 2 female soldiers in here. They're tough to deal with. 2 gunshots rang out. 2 bodies lay on the floor. Chapter 72, The Mother Tiger Strikes. Lei Zhan scanned the room but found no female soldiers. Just as he was looking around, a woman's voice called out sharply from behind him, Thunder God. Lei Zhan whipped around to see He Lu and Shenlan and I appear like ghosts. Without a word, Shenlan and I lunged like a mother tiger, leaping onto him like a monkey. Her arms wrapped around his neck as her legs instantly coiled around his waist. Oh my, you finally came down. They chased us relentlessly. We've never killed so many in our lives, wave after wave. We were practically waiting for you to appear. Clinging to Lei Zhan's neck, Shenlani felt her heart surge with emotion, as if finding a loved one in dire straits or meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Lei Zhan removed his mask. Ahem, Shenlan and I, this isn't the time for sweet talk. Can we go down and talk? Shenlani, no way. I want to hug you a little longer. I hated you for months, but now I find you so adorable and endearing for the first time. Don't miss this golden opportunity to take advantage of this beauty. Shenlani's long, white legs were smooth and flawless. Her ample bosom pressed against his chest, soft and yielding, creating a suffocating sensation that slightly eased Lei Zhan's fury, which had been ignited by Yi Xuanxin's injury. Lei Zhan thought to himself, women really are strange creatures to men. Not only can they satisfy physical desires, but they can also soothe mental agitation and oppression. Shenlani hung from Lei Zhan's neck like a ragdoll, refusing to let go. Lei Zhan noticed He Lu standing opposite him, also clad in short shorts, her own pair of slender, pale legs on full display. He Lu caught Lei Zhan's gaze and flushed with embarrassment. She gave a faint smile and shrugged helplessly. Lei Zhan, ahem, Shenlani, I command you to get down. If you want to get frisky with this god, you'll have to wait until after we're done. I have urgent matters to discuss. Only then did Shenlani reluctantly climb down from Lei Zhan, her face stretched into a long, displeased expression. Clearly, she was thinking, seriously? I threw myself at him, and this is the cold shoulder I get? Heartbreaking. What a clueless jerk. Lei Zhan reloaded both handguns without a word of explanation. He Lu, strap on the medical kit. Shenlani, load your bullets. Follow me out to rescue Yi Xuanxin. Seeing Lei Zhan's urgency, the 2 women understood the situation was critical. Without further ado, they sprang into action. He Lu and Shenlani covered the rear while Lei Zhan charged ahead, abandoning all defensive maneuvers. They raced straight to the room where Yi Xuanxin had been held. Along the way, they slaughtered every terrorist in their path. 7 or 8 fell before they reached the room. With Yi Xuanxin reunited, the 5 female team members were finally together. He Lu immediately began treating Yi Xuanxin. The women secured the door and windows, guarding against any sudden intruders. Watching He Lu treat Yi Xuanxin, Lei Zhan paused before instructing, you lot stay here and protect Yi Xuanxin. Buy He Lu time until she finishes the procedure. Remember, at any cost, absolutely no criminals must breach this perimeter. I'm heading to the 4th floor to find Tan Xiaolin and the other 3. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao, Shenlani, and Tiangue spoke in unison, we're coming too. We can't let you risk going to the 4th floor alone. Lei Zhan immediately adopted a stern expression. Nonsense. You've got the wrong idea. Right now, protecting Yi Xuanxin is the absolute top priority. Who do you think I am? Do I need your protection? Now listen to me, all of you, stay here and protect He Lu and Yi Tsuanshin. The women fell silent. When Lei Zhan lost his temper, they had no retort. Yet Shinlani still held her head high and declared, "Sorry, Thunder God, but this time I can't obey you. No matter what, I won't let you go to the 4th floor alone. When you trained us, you said no matter how strong an individual is, they can't match the strength of a team. On the real battlefield, there's only one person we can rely on to watch our backs, our comrades. On the real battlefield, we can never leave our backs exposed to the enemy. Therefore, I absolutely refuse to obey your order and leave your back to the enemy. I will be your back." Lei Zhan's face remained stern as he snapped back, "Nonsense. I'm your squad leader. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. No one else can go, I must go myself." Shinlani craned her neck and glared, "Lei Zhan, cut the crap. Others might fear you, but I sure as hell don't. Stop using your squad leader title to bully people. I don't give a damn about that. Right now, you're not our instructor, you're our comrade in arms. Don't even think about using orders as an excuse to risk your life alone." Lei Zhan froze at her words. This Shinlani was cut from the same cloth as Yi Tsuanshin, a classic fiery tomboy. Stubborn as a mule, single-minded, fearless as hell. She had a man's temperament. But Lei Zhan also knew that women like this were the hardest to deal with. Once they set their minds on something, not even 9 oxen could pull them back. If he lingered here any longer, the 3 female soldiers above would face constant mortal danger. There was no time to waste. That left him no choice but to agree to the stubborn woman Shinlani's demand. With that, Lei Zhan cleared his throat softly. "What are you glaring at me for? Trying to eat me? Fine, I don't have time to argue with a woman. But I'm warning you, if you try to slow me down, I'll make sure you regret it." At those words, Shinlani's demeanor did a complete 180-degree turn. The fiery vixen instantly transformed into a delicate flower, adopting a coy and bashful expression. "Don't worry, Thunder God. Whatever you give me, I promise to devour every last crumb, leaving not a single scrap behind. I just hope your little frame can handle it." Thunder God's face darkened instantly. A herd of wild horses galloped through his mind. What was wrong with these women today? Every one of them had turned into lustful nymphomaniacs ready to devour him whole. Damn it, couldn't they see the situation? Women, he really couldn't figure them out. "Hey, Shinlani, openly flirting with our Thunder God like this, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" He Lu interjected. "Exactly. What's going on? Still flirting around? Disgusting." Tiangua said indignantly, her voice thick with jealousy. "Ugh, Shinlani, I never imagined you could be so shameless." "It's downright terrifying," Tang Xiaoxiao said, her expression sour. "I'm willing, what business is it of yours?" Shinlani's expression hardened instantly as she glared at the women with fury. Then she yanked Lei Zhan toward her. "Thunder God, let's go. Don't bother with these underdeveloped little brats." Lei Zhan realized with horror that Shinlani was practically dragging him out like a rag doll. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Damn it, he'd seriously underestimated these women back then. These women, freed from their cages, were terrifying once unleashed. Worse, Lei Zhan realized with dread that jealousy was already boiling over because of him. Cough cough, the days ahead promised to be unbearable. With so many women clinging to him, the consequences would be severe. They say 3 women make a drama, and today Lei Zhan had seen it firsthand. If the situation hadn't been so urgent, in a more stable environment, who knows? These women might have fought until the heavens turned upside down. Cough cough. Women are terrifying. Stepping outside, Shinlani quickly pressed herself against Lei Zhan's back, carefully backing forward step by step, doing her utmost to shield his rear. The two advanced cautiously toward the 4th floor stairwell. After a few steps, Shinlani fired 3 shots, taking out 2 terrorists emerging from behind. Lei Zhan didn't look back. A wave of emotion washed over him. A woman willing to shield his back from enemy fire. Lei Zhan understood its significance all too well. Beyond comradeship, a woman willing to risk her life to block enemy bullets for him was undoubtedly someone who had fallen for him. Shinlani had fallen for him. Lei Zhan closed his eyes, letting the thought sink in. As Lei Zhan reached the 4th floor stairwell, Shinlani suddenly asked, "Lei Shin, do you know why I insisted on coming with you?" Lei Zhan paused, thought for a moment, and replied deliberately, "Because we're comrades in arms." "What's there to question?" Shinlani paused too before saying, "If only it were that simple. These past days on Lover's Island, my mind kept drifting to you. I don't know what's wrong with me. You know how much I hated you during training, how I gritted my teeth just thinking about you. Yet now that training's over, I can't stop thinking about you. Finally, I found my answer. Lei Zhan, I love you." Lei Zhan understood Shinlani's meaning. Yet hearing it spoken directly from a woman's lips stirred an overwhelming emotion he couldn't suppress. His body shifted slightly. "Whoa, don't talk about this. Saving people comes first." Shinlani said, "Don't move. Don't hide. Listen to me. Because today, none of us might make it out alive. So whatever needs to be said, must be said. The reason I disregarded everything, disobeyed your orders, and followed you out, it wasn't just because I feared for your safety. It's because I thought, if by any chance, something happened to you, then I'd die with you. I know myself. In this lifetime, besides you, I could never love anyone else. Lei Zhan didn't react with wild joy upon hearing this. Instead, he sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and tapped his forehead. What kind of day is this? Why is everyone suddenly rushing to confess their feelings to me? Even if I've got a strong mental constitution and boundless love, couldn't you guys take turns? Chapter 73, The Violent Woman. Lei Zhan slapped his forehead repeatedly. Shenlani glanced at him sideways. Lei Zhan, what's with that attitude? What's it mean? Could it be, this lady is so beneath your notice, so utterly pitiful in your eyes? Lei Zhan scrambled to explain, no. Comrade Shenlani, please don't misunderstand. This is the first time I've encountered a girl like you making such a fiery confession to me. I was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. For any inappropriate words or actions, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Ahem. I think now is not the time to discuss this. Upstairs, 3 of your sisters are in dire straits, facing imminent danger to their lives. I suggest we talk about this later, okay? Shenlani turned her head, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing in anger. No, Lei Zhan, don't play dumb with me. We've been stuck here for days, what's a little longer? Today, you must give me a clear answer. Tell me, do you hate me? Lei Zhan quickly glared at her. Who says that? How could I dislike you? I can't even get enough of you. At his words, Shenlani's furrowed brows instantly softened into almond-shaped eyes, her expression melting into tenderness as she grinned widely. Now that's more like it. With that, she took a swift step forward, pinning Lei Zhan down on the staircase. In one fluid motion, she straddled him, her legs encircling his waist. Lei Zhan gasped in shock. What? What are you doing? Shenlani shook her head playfully yet menacingly. What do you think? After scowling at me for months, don't you think I deserve a little payback? As she spoke, Shenlani leaned in. Lei Zhan's eyes widened in shock. W.O. Shenlani released her grip on his mouth. Stop whining. Be still. With that, she leaned in once more. Lei Zhan felt like he was melting. Today marked the second time a female soldier had forcefully kissed him. Half a minute later, Shenlani released Lei Zhan. She stood up and smoothed her uniform. Clearing her throat, her eyes blazing as she looked at Lei Zhan lying dazed on the ground, she gazed at him like a gangster eyeing a girl he'd just taken advantage of. Get up already. What are you still lying on the ground for? Perk time's over. Now, go find the sisters. Lei Zhan lay on the ground, eyes wide. Too wild. Too violent. So unladylike. What kind of soldiers have I trained? Shenlani extended her leg and kicked Lei Zhan. Get up already, you ungrateful pervert. Lei Zhan scrambled to his feet, pursing his lips. Who's the pervert? You're the one who assaulted this god, got it? Don't you dare slander my integrity. I, Lei Zhan, conduct myself with morality and principles. I'm nothing like your reckless self. Shenlani heard this and extended her slender fingers, digging them into Lei Zhan's waist. She gritted her teeth and glared. You're talking about me, aren't you? Say it again, I want to hear it. Lei Zhan, let me tell you this. From this very moment, you're mine in life and mine in death. Lei Zhan, I. Just as Lei Zhan was about to speak, a booming loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the entire building. Captain Lei. I know you're in this villa. Captain Lei, hello. I'm the commander of this operation. You can call me Old K. Your performance on the 3rd floor just now was nothing short of godlike, peerless under heaven. Ha. I'm truly impressed by your skills, Captain Lei. Single-handedly charging through the 3rd floor, which was completely under my control like you were fighting no one. That was incredible, so damn cool. To save 2 women, you completely routed my forces on the 3rd floor. I admire you. Alright, enough pleasantries. Now, I want to propose a condition. I know you can hear me. You've taken out quite a few of my men. Grab any walkie-talkie and let's talk. Of course, you can choose not to negotiate. But if you don't, I'll execute 1 hostage every minute. Until you come out to talk. That's all for now. I'll be waiting for your response. The loudspeaker fell silent. Shenlani glanced at Lei Zhan. Thunder God, they've taken control of every part of this building. They're using the main system and the monitoring room to broadcast throughout the entire building. What should we do next? Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. Ignore him for now. Focus on our task. Gather the remaining 3 hostages first. Shenlani, but he's threatening to kill hostages. Wait. Lei Zhan smiled. They're not just going to kill the hostages, they're going to kill us too. If I had to choose between us and the hostages 100 times, I'd choose us. Shenlani stared in shock. Lei Zhan, but all our military training taught us that hostage safety is the absolute priority in any situation. It's our sacred duty. Lei Zhan glared. Sacred duty my ass. You need to be alive to fulfill your sacred duty. If you're dead, what sacred duty? Cut the crap. Follow me. We'll talk after we save our people. Shinlani froze. Oh, right. You're the man. You call the shots. I'll follow your lead. Lei Zhan pulled on a red hood and cautiously peered around the stairwell entrance, spotting 4 terrorists patrolling back and forth. The 4th floor probably wasn't just these few others were likely searching every room for Tan Xiaolin and the others. Lei Zhan shushed Shinlani, signaling her to stay put. He grabbed her submachine gun at the stairwell entrance and attached a suppressor. Put. He took out the 4 thugs, who never even knew who killed them. Only then did he call Shinlani up. They crept along the stairwell toward the kitchen area. Just then, intense gunfire erupted from the kitchen area. The shots were rapid and concentrated. Lei Zhan froze Tan Xiaolin and the others were clearly engaged in another firefight. Lu Zhan abandoned his perimeter watch and sprinted toward the kitchen. Shinlani followed closely behind. Reaching a 4th floor corner, they saw 7 or 8 terrorists blocking the kitchen doorway, relentlessly firing into the room. 2 of them were even hurling melon grenades inside. Leading War pressed himself against the wall, peered in briefly, then swiftly retracted his head. He pulled out 2 melon grenades, pulled the pins, and nonchalantly tossed them inside. Instantly, 2 thunderous booms echoed through the room. Leading War immediately charged in, submachine gun raised. All 7 or 8 terrorists were either killed or wounded by the grenades, though some still clung to life. Lei Zhan unleashed a burst of bullets, instantly ending their struggles. He then moved down the row, checking each body on the floor. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, he placed a finger on the forehead of every single one. Shinlani felt a chill and cleared her throat. They're already dead. You don't have to be so cruel, going over their bodies like that. Lei Zhan shot Shinlani a cold glance. Remember this is combat. A fight to the death. Not your sentimental kindergarten, nor your maternal nursery. This is the battlefield. On the battlefield, there is only life and death, no room for emotion. In a fight for survival, there are only cold bullets and living enemies. Shinlani shivered at the sight of Lei Zhan's stern expression. In that moment, she suddenly grasped a truth: she would never truly master this man, Lei Zhan. His tolerance for her tantrums and tough girl posturing stemmed from his willingness to overlook her shortcomings. Before Lei Zhan, she would forever remain a little woman. After eliminating the enemy, Lei Zhan removed his red hood and strode into the kitchen. Tan Xiaolin, Zhu Baiashua, Ouyang Qian. Are you in there? If you are, get your asses out here. The moment Lei Zhan finished speaking, Tan Xiaolin poked her head out from behind a sofa. The instant she saw Lei Zhan, tears streamed down her face. She sprinted toward him, threw her arms around him without a word, and began sobbing uncontrollably. Zhu Baiashua emerged from another corner. She exchanged a glance with Shinlani, gave a small smile, shrugged, and turned her gaze toward Tan Xiaolin, who was sobbing uncontrollably in Lei Zhan's arms. Lei Zhan patted Tan Xiaolin's back. Ahem, okay, that's enough. Now's not the time for sentimentality. Where's Ouyang Qian? Sniffling and snorting, Tan Xiaolin pointed toward the back wall. Ouyang Qian is making firebombs. He studied chemistry and says he has a way to get the Wolfang Brigade's male soldiers in. Lei Zhan froze at the news. Oh? Really? Go check it out. In the back kitchen, Ouyang Qian was struggling to move a large oil drum by himself, drenched in sweat and blood. Spotting Lei Zhan, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. Thunder God, you're here. Quick, help me out. Lei Zhan eyed the massive oil drum. What are you doing? Ouyang Qian touched her stained, pretty face. The Wolfang Squadron's male soldiers can't get in because they have no breakthrough point. The hostages are being held by terrorists in the 1st floor lobby. The floors are also controlled by gunmen. So, the Wolfang Squadron can't break through from the lower or middle levels. I figured the only way in is through the roof. But there are snipers guarding it, so helicopters can't get close. Only by eliminating the snipers on the roof can Old Fox and his team descend from the sky to help us wipe out these bandits in one fell swoop. Lei Zhan pointed at the large oil drum on the ground. Use this thing. Will it work? Ouyang Qian chuckled. Of course it will. Thunder God, just watch me. The roof is guarded by snipers, we can't even get up there. So this is my plan: no matter how many snipers are up there, I guarantee not a single one will survive. Once we control the roof, we can link up with the main force. We'll attack from both inside and outside, like the Gingangshan Conference, annihilating the enemy in one decisive blow. Lei Zhan eyed the large oil drum skeptically. You better tell me, what's this plan that's so awesome? Ouyang Qian chuckled. This plan is called. Ahem, I know all you VIP readers have plenty of flowers and rating votes, you're just too lazy to cast them. I'll shamelessly beg, cast them for me. Also, authors who've been following this book, don't forget to click auto-subscribe. You are my entire hope. Chapter 74, Life or Death Decision. Ouyang Qian chuckled. This method is like Lu Sun attacking Liu Bei setting fire to 700 li of encampments. Thunder God froze upon hearing this, then grinned widely, patting Ouyang Qian's shoulder. Well done, little Chanshan. When we return, I'll personally commend you. You truly prove women are no less than men. On your first battlefield, you learned to think strategically under such dire circumstances and devised such an excellent plan. What a talent! Ouyang Qian chuckled softly. You flatter me, Lei Shen. I'm almost embarrassed. Tan Xiaolin, Xu Baiajua, and Shenlani exchanged glances before turning to Lei Zhan. What were you two discussing over there? With everything that's happening, you still have the mind to debate water margin. Beside them, Xu Baiajua quickly nudged Shenlani. Ahem, Shenlani, it's not water margin. The historical figures they were discussing were from the Three Kingdoms. Shenlani glared. I know it's romance of the Three Kingdoms. So what if I said water margin? Kobayasu, you're clueless. Shenlani retorted, I'm proud of it. Lei Zhan was instantly speechless. This woman, whenever, wherever, she could start a fight. Now Lei Zhan admired even more the old saying that 3 women make a drama. Lei Zhan, alright, ladies. Save your arguments for later. I see it now, your training just isn't intense enough. How can you still have so much energy? Once we get back, I'm reworking the training schedule. Doubling the workload. The female soldiers froze in shock. No, Thunder God. Lei Zhan, yes, absolutely. How else can I make you happy? Lei Zhan ordered Tan Xiaolin to lead Shenlani and Xu Baiajua back to the 3rd floor immediately to assist Tang Xiaoxiao and Yitsuanxin. Their safety must be guaranteed. He Lu's surgery must proceed without interruption. If necessary, get Yitsuanxin to the rooftop for direct evacuation by helicopter. This time, no one objected. Lei Zhan and Ouyang Qian, the chemical expert, remained behind to complete the rooftop clearance operation. As the 3 women exited, a gunshot rang out immediately. Then, the voice of the man calling himself Old K echoed through the lobby. Lei Zhan, you truly are extraordinary. I gave you ample time to reconsider. But it seems you're quite uncooperative. No choice. I'll start killing now. I've changed my mind. From this moment, I'll kill 1 person every 10 seconds until you pick up the walkie-talkie and agree to talk with me. Ahem, 10 seconds up. Ah, this time it's a pregnant woman. She's so unlucky. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The gunshot startled both Lei Zhan and Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian looked at Lei Zhan with concern. Thunder God, this old K is utterly deranged. What should we do? Lei Zhan paused, then picked up a terrorist's terminal lying on the ground and said flatly, Old K, hello. I am Lei Zhan. I really don't understand what the hell you want to talk about. What do we have to discuss? Are you annoying or what? Why are you dithering like a woman? God damn it, I'm busy killing your minions. Look how much time you're wasting, that's just unprofessional. At that moment, Old K's voice crackled over the radio. Ahem. The famously notorious Lei Zhan truly lives up to his reputation. What a foul mouth. I had no idea Special Forces soldiers were so poorly trained. As a gentleman, you really shouldn't speak so crudely. Ah, you've disappointed me. I actually used to respect you. Lei Zhan, cut the crap. Spit it out. I'm busy killing people. Old K chuckled. Alright, Lei Zhan. Tell me you're a Special Forces soldier of the People's Republic of China, right? Lei Zhan, that's a ing given. If I'm not, are you? Old K, excellent. Good that you admit it. Since you've acknowledged being a Chinese Special Forces soldier, how does your unit approach the issue of hostage safety? Lei Zhan chuckled. Of course we'd do whatever it takes to ensure their safety. Old K, excellent. A very clear answer. I admire soldiers like you, steadfast in will and wholly dedicated to serving the people. Well then, dear comrade Lei Zhan. To test the loyalty and convictions of this elite warrior of our nation, I've prepared a game for you. It's quite an interesting one called The Choice. What kind of choice? Well, it's choosing between your loyalty to the motherland and your personal beliefs. Comrade Lei Zhan, remember your decision is crucial. The stakes are so high that you alone couldn't bear them. Only soldiers like you, with your so-called loyalty and personal convictions, can shoulder such weight. Lei Zhan, are you interested in this little game? Lei Zhan, not interested. Old K, Lei Zhan, you really are a straightforward, blunt person. I find myself growing rather fond of that kind of personality. If we weren't adversaries, I think we could have been good friends. Lei Zhan, Really? Old K, of course. Though I've never met you, I trust my instincts. And I'll tell you this now, you and I are cut from the same cloth. I believe that when faced with the choice between so-called loyalty to the motherland and personal convictions, you'll choose to be true to your own beliefs, not some bull national loyalty. Lei Zhan, cough, Old K, spit it out already. I don't have time for your nonsense. Haven't you noticed I've been wasting my breath on you this long? That's already showing you a lot of face. Old K, alright, my apologies, Mr. Lei Zhan. I'll get straight to the point. Listen carefully. I now demand you make a choice. First, hand over the 8 female soldiers in your custody as my hostages. In exchange, I'll release the over 100 ordinary civilians currently under my control. Second, if you refuse to comply, I will execute 1 person every minute. 1 minute, 1 person. I guarantee it, I'll keep killing them until not a single one remains. Heh, how about it? Exciting game, huh? Thrilling? Ha! Now, it's time for you, this Chinese Special Forces soldier, to make your choice. Oh, time flies when you're talking, huh? 1 minute's up. I'm a man of my word, you know. Who should I kill this time? Ah, that little girl, 7 or 8 years old. TSK, such a pity. A flower that never had a chance to bloom. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Old K's voice crackled over the radio. Lejean, sorry, but you don't have the option to refuse this game. It's already begun. I'm waiting for your answer every second. 55 seconds left until the next one. Tell me, will you choose loyalty to your country by protecting the hostages, or your personal faith by protecting your team? Lejean slammed the walkie-talkie to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Old K, you son of a. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Ouyang Qian heard the gunshot as Old K killed a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and tears streamed down her face. Thunder God, what should we do? Should we go exchange the hostages? 8 for over 100, it's worth it. Lejean whipped around, eyes blazing. Worth my ass? Cut the bull. Ouyang Qian, mark my words, you 8 are my people. I handpicked you from the entire military district. Every single one of you is my most precious treasure. Not a damn thing can happen to any of you. And I'll never hand you over to some ING terrorists. Even if the whole damn world goes to hell, you must not come to harm. If I, Lejean, can't even protect the women under my command, what kind of man am I? Grab your gear, we're heading to the rooftop. As Lejean spoke these words, his voice swelled with passion, his eyes reddened, and his entire body trembled. Ouyang Qian was utterly stunned. Thunder God, you actually care this much about us? As she spoke, Ouyang Qian's eyes welled up. She sniffled, wiping away her tears. Lejean, from now on, wherever you go, I'll go. Lejean glanced sideways at Ouyang Qian. What if I just want to go home and sleep? Ouyang Qian froze at his words, then burst into laughter through her tears. Thunder God, why do you have to be so mean? You're a scoundrel, a rogue, bullying your female classmate. Seeing Ouyang Qian laugh at his teasing, Lejean said, alright, stop crying over nothing. Look at the time. I was just trying to cheer you up, lighten your mood. Don't take it seriously. Let's get to work. Cover my back, don't let anyone shoot me in the dark. Ouyang Qian nodded vigorously, then positioned herself behind Lejean, facing backward. Lejean hoisted the large oil drum from the ground without glancing back to check for enemies. He entrusted his back to Ouyang Qian. Lejean knew these 8 female soldiers he trained would fight to the death to protect his back. Even if they failed to shield him, they used their own bodies to block incoming bullets. When he said they were the greatest treasure of his life, he meant every word. Lejean shouldered 2 massive oil drums, while Ouyang Qian was laden with countless bottles and containers, their contents unknown even to Lejean. As they approached the stairwell leading to the rooftop, Ouyang Qian took down 5 terrorists attempting to ambush them in rapid succession. She then escorted Lejean, still burdened by the oil drums, to the rooftop exit. Lejean set down the barrels, panting heavily from exhaustion. He glanced back at Ouyang Qian, who remained vigilant behind him. Chemical expert, big girl, he said, I can't handle the next part. It's your time to shine. Ouyang Qian smiled and gave Lejean an OK sign. Got it. Watch my back, Lejean. I'm going to focus on the job. Lejean immediately took Ouyang Qian's assault rifle and positioned himself behind her, keeping watch for any desperate criminals who might try to storm up the stairwell. Ouyang Qian, meanwhile, unstrapped the bottles and containers from her body and dumped them all into 2 large oil drums. Chapter 75, Heaven Sent Reinforcements. Ouyang Qian emptied every bottle and can from her person into the 2 large oil drums. Turning to Lejean, she barked, quick! You burly man, toss these 2 beasts onto the rooftop. Lejean froze at the command, blinking rapidly. He handed the gun to Ouyang Qian and kicked open the metal hatch above them. With 2 swift tosses, he hurled the oil drums onto the rooftop outside. Ouyang Qian urgently shouted, quick, cover it up. Lejean hurriedly closed the lid. Just as he sealed it, 2 thunderous booms echoed, causing the metal cover overhead to tremble violently. Ouyang Qian chuckled, yes. Done. Lejean blinked hard. So, chemical expert, are you sure the entire rooftop is engulfed in flames? That everyone's burned to death? Ouyang Qian smiled, of course not. There's another possibility. They chose to jump off the building. Lejean's face darkened instantly. Damn it, he'd been played by this little minx. But there was no time for bickering now. He quickly dialed Old Fox's number. Did you see the fire on the roof? The snipers up there are taken care of. Get the helicopter ready immediately. Tell those useless bastards like Yan Wang to launch a Normandy-style landing and start the counterattack. Old Fox cheered at the news. Roger that, Thunder God. Issuing orders immediately. The fire on the rooftop still raged fiercely, its roar echoing through the air. This gave Lejean and Ouyang Qian a brief moment of respite. Though fleeting, this sudden, unexpected downtime left Lejean feeling oddly at a loss. Ouyang Qian, however, smiled, pursing her lips and arching her eyebrows. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she gazed at Lei Zhan with a look full of longing. The meaning in her eyes was profound, deep as an ocean, unfathomable. Lei Zhan caught Ouyang Qian's burning gaze and cleared his throat with feigned seriousness. Hey, Ouyang, what's with that look? It's so similar to the one you had when you were gobbling down pork knuckles at the buffet. Do I look like a pork knuckle or something? Ouyang Qian chuckled. Yeah, braised one's my favorite. I could just take a bite right now. Lei Zhan quickly protested. Oh, no way, no way. You and Tianhua, you two gluttons, I couldn't possibly satisfy your appetites. Forget braised pork, even steamed or boiled pork wouldn't be enough to fill your teeth. Just spare me. Ouyang Qian grinned wickedly. No way. Look, ever since we arrived at this beast camp, you've been training us like a bunch of monkeys, running us ragged all over the mountains. We've been dead tired. We've already decided once training ends, we're getting all this back with interest. Right now, this girl's just collecting a little interest. Ha. Without another word, Ouyang Qian lunged forward, wrapped her arms around Lei Zhan's neck, and bit down hard on his shoulder. The pain made Lei Zhan's eyes widen as he yelped, ouch, ouch, my dear lady. Let go. Let go. You actually bit me? This isn't how you play. Talk is one thing, roughhousing another, but this is way too violent. This is too savage. Too brutal. So unladylike. How can you be just like Shenlani? Ouyang Qian froze at the mention of Shenlani, releasing her bite. Her eyes widened as she stared at Lei Zhan. What? That Shenlani? She beat me to it? Damn it. That faithless, just you wait, I'll deal with her later. No, I need one more bite. With that, Ouyang Qian lunged forward again, her mouth sealing over Lei Zhan's shoulder once more. Lei Zhan instantly screamed in pain, murder. Murder. Help. Help. Just as Lei Zhan was screaming for help, the hatch above them suddenly popped open. The old fox's vulgar, oversized head poked through. When the old fox saw the scene before him, he froze in shock. This. I'm terribly sorry, Thunder God. Please, carry on. Carry on, you too. At that very moment, Ouyang Qian clung tightly to Lei Zhan, her entire body pressed against his. She was leaning over him, her mouth still on his shoulder. To anyone watching, it looked like nothing more than a passionate embrace. Get back here. Lei Zhan bellowed at the old fox. At that moment, Ouyang Qian released Lei Zhan. Instantly, her lovely face flushed bright red. Embarrassed and ashamed, she lowered her head, twiddling her fingers nervously. The old fox placed his hand over his mouth and cleared his throat. Ahem. Thunder God, I'm truly sorry. We followed your orders and forcibly landed at Normandy, rushing to rendezvous with you and rescue the hostages. We never expected. Lei Zhan waved impatiently. Ha! Get these bastards down here and get to work. The others are still on the third floor, fighting for their lives. Hurry up and get moving. Clear every floor for me. Kill every terrorist, leave only our own men and the tenants alive. Old Fox snapped his hand up in salute to Lei Zhan. Yes, Thunder God. Then he waved to the rear. Guys, let's get to work. Yan Wang, Big Bull, Little Bee, and the others filed down one after another, grinning as they saluted Lei Zhan. God of Thunder, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to us. Don't worry. Oh my, isn't this little sister Ouyang? What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Scared? Don't worry, Uncle's here to save you. Lei Zhan waved his hand impatiently. Get lost, stop your nonsense. This isn't the time for you jerks to be flirting with a young lady. Leading his veteran special forces team like a fierce tiger commanding a pack of hungry wolves, Lei Zhan sandwiched the petite Ouyang Qian between his ranks. With the addition of Old Fox and the others, Lei Zhan's aura became even more formidable. He walked with utter disregard for danger, striding forward with unmatched confidence. Only now did Ouyang Qian suddenly realize just how vast the gap truly was between her group of female soldiers and these veteran operatives. These usually carefree, joking instructors Yan Wang, Xiamifeng, Liao wholly transformed when near Lei Zhan. His entire aura elevated beyond measure. He became a fearless, unstoppable killing machine. Any terrorist who dared show even the slightest head would be instantly shot dead. This aura, this resolve, this modus operandi, this world-defying arrogance, it was something Lei Zhan could never display when he was with his female soldiers. Around them, he was cautious and timid, always looking over his shoulder. But with these veteran fighters? He was completely unrestrained, a sword that cut through anything in its path. That was the difference. Ouyang Qian watched Lei Zhan forge ahead, clearing mountains and bridging rivers. Suddenly, she recalled the words he often repeated during their training. You bunch of useless rookies, mark my words, don't think this hardship is anything special. For a special forces soldier, suffering is nothing. What I'm training isn't your bodies, but your will, your spirit, your resolve, your essence. Before, Ouyang Qian hadn't understood Lei Zhan's words. Now, she began to grasp their meaning. The old fox's marksmanship might not be much better than Tang Xiaoxiao's, Yi Zuanshin's, or even her own. But look at the spirit and resolve of these veteran soldiers. They were so manly, so dependable, so reassuring. That mental state, that confidence, was far beyond what physical fitness or shooting skill alone could determine. It was a presence, a conviction, a belief, a spirit. In their presence, no matter how physically fit she was or how accurate her aim, she felt like the weaker one. This feeling wasn't some illusory delusion, it was real, tangible, and undeniable. On the battlefield, even if she were to choose between staying with this group of male soldiers or the newly trained female soldiers of the Fire Phoenix unit, Ouyang Qian asked herself, and she would still choose to be with these men. They just looked so dependable, so reliable. In a hazy moment, Ouyang Qian seemed to grasp what a true Special Forces soldier was. It wasn't about who had better physical abilities. Special Forces soldiers embodied a spirit, a resolve, a belief. Within 5 minutes, the 4th floor was completely cleared by Lei Zhan and his veteran squad. Throughout this, Old K blared announcements over the loudspeaker throughout the building, declaring every hostage he had killed. He continued threatening Lei Zhan to hand over all the female soldiers. Seeing Lei Zhan remain silent, Old Fox and the others didn't utter a single question. They simply carried out Lei Zhan's orders in silence. They obeyed Lei Zhan without question, never asking why. They were no longer human, they had become cold, lifeless weapons. No thoughts. No emotions. No doubts. Only 2 words, execute. Execute Lei Zhan's orders. Without asking why. Ouyang Qian once again witnessed the stark difference between the veteran soldiers and her fellow female soldiers. Whenever faced with a situation, the female soldiers would always argue with Lei Zhan about right and wrong. But the veterans never debated such matters with him. After the Lover's Island incident, Ouyang Qian had once asked the old fox, what if Lei Zhan issued a wrong order? The old fox had replied with remarkable calm, continue executing the order. Ouyang Qian pressed for why. The old fox told her, because we are Special Forces. What is a soldier? A weapon. Weapons have no right to judge whether an order is right or wrong. They only have the right to execute. Even if a leader's decision is flawed, you must carry the mistake forward. That's all there is to it. Just as Lei Zhan finished clearing the 4th floor, he suddenly heard intense gunfire from the 3rd floor below, along with a woman screaming Lei Shan's name. Startled, Lei Zhan rushed to the 3rd floor. They were in danger. Chapter 76, The Arrogant Terrorists. Leading the charge, Lei Zhan rushed down to the 3rd floor with Old Fox and the others. As soon as they reached the hallway entrance, they saw Tang Xiaoxiao, Shinlani, and the others forming a protective circle. Tan Xiaolin and Chu Biazhuo were carrying a wooden plank. The figure lying on it was obscured, but even without seeing, they could guess it was Yi Zuanxin. Facing the 7 female soldiers were nearly 20 terrorists. From a clearing about 20 meters away, they were firing downhill, using the terrain to their advantage. Shenlani was firing relentlessly, providing covering fire for the group. She shouted for them to carry Yi Zuanxin back inside. There was no way out here. Tan Xiaolin and the others quickly retreated with Yi Zuanxin toward the rooms. Tang Xiaoxiao and the others continued their sweeping fire, denying the terrorists any opportunity to expose themselves and shoot, bolstering the covering fire. After much persuasion, the group finally retreated back inside. They swiftly slammed the door shut, too afraid to venture out again. Watching this unfold from the hallway entrance, Lei Zhan waved his hand toward the rear. Guys, wipe out every last scumbag on the 3rd floor. Don't forget to finish them off. Make absolutely sure they're all dead. Yan Wang chuckled darkly, Thunder God, step aside. Let me take out a few first. With that, Yan Wang advanced with his high-precision sniper rifle. Lei Zhan chuckled, stepping aside to make room for Yan Wang and Littleby, who wielded a standard sniper rifle. Both men fired in rapid succession, bang, 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 bang. Within 10 seconds, 7 or 8 criminals who had exposed themselves were shot dead, heads blown apart. The remaining criminals, seeing this, scrambled back into the rooms and refused to come out. Yan Wang chewed his gum thoughtfully. Thunder God, what do we do if the rats won't show their faces? Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. Keep them pinned. 1 shows its head, kill it. 2 show up, kill them both. Old Fox and Little Bee, come with me to assist Yi Zuanxin. She might be in trouble and needs urgent medical attention. Otherwise, the female soldiers wouldn't risk their lives to break out. Time is tight. Move. No sooner had Lei Zhan finished speaking than he strode toward the room Tan Xiaolin had just closed. Old Fox and Little Bee quickly positioned themselves behind him, alert. Lei Zhan kicked the door open with a loud bang. Rookies, come out. Hearing Lei Zhan's voice, Tan Xiaolin and the others rushed to the doorway. Tan Xiaolin immediately exclaimed, Lei Zhan, damn it, you finally showed up. Yi Zuanxin is in critical condition and needs an emergency blood transfusion. He Lu says it must be done immediately, any delay could be life-threatening. He Lu beside her nodded urgently, hurry. Also, Thunder God, you're coming with us. You need to donate blood to Yi Zuanxin. She's type B. In the entire Special Operations Brigade, you're the only type B aggressive type. Lei Zhan froze. How did you know I'm type B? He Lu replied, the military hospital has everyone's records. Lei Zhan sighed. All right. But a transfusion might not work. Just draw 800 cubic centimeters directly and take it with you. Lei Zhan immediately extended his arm. He Lu froze. What? You're staying here to fight? Lei Zhan, of course I am. I'm the squad leader. If I don't fight, who will? He Lu, but. Lei Zhan, but my ass. When will you women learn to follow orders instead of being so damn indecisive? Just do it. He Lu froze, lowering her head. She pulled out the blood extractor and drew 600 cubic centimeters. The sudden loss of so much blood made Lei Zhan dizzy and lightheaded. He nearly collapsed. Old Fox caught him in time. Thunder God, you should withdraw. In your condition, you're unfit for combat. Lei Zhan shoved Old Fox away. Cut the crap. Now you're acting like a woman, fussing over every little thing. Escort Yi Tsuanshin to the rooftop and get her to the helicopter for treatment immediately. I'll handle things here. Old Fox, Thunder God. Lei Zhan roared, get lost. Follow orders. Old Fox lowered his head and gestured to Tan Xiaolin, carry her over. To the rooftop. Tan Xiaolin handed the stretcher to Tang Xiaoxiao, citing a valid reason. As instructor, he needed to lead the Fire Phoenix squad in combat. Thus, Old Fox took Tang Xiaoxiao, while Chu Baiexue carried Yi Tsuanshin to the rooftop. The remaining members engaged in full combat. This marked Fire Phoenix's first operational integration with veteran personnel. Lei Zhan shook his head. Search every room. Turn every place we pass into a secure zone. Terrorists no mercy. Yes. The female soldiers echoed the male soldiers' response. Just then, Old K's dry, raspy voice echoed through the building again. Well now, I never would have guessed, Captain Lei. You've got a heart of stone. I've killed over a dozen men here, yet you remain unmoved. Still refusing to hand over those 8 women. Heh, but no worries. I've still got 80 or 90 men here. I'm going to see just who can outlast whom between us. Heh, when your superiors discover all these hostages are dead, I'll be watching to see how you explain yourself. How will you defend your so-called loyalty to the motherland? Ha! Listen up, listen good. That girl just turned 20, wailing like that. Oh my, she's so pretty, probably never even touched a man. Oh dear, what a shame. I don't want to die. The girl's voice, hoarse and strained, pierced the air. Every Special Forces captain present felt their hearts wrench in unison. Bang! The girl's screams vanished with the crack of a gunshot. Then Old K's voice came again. Oh, what a pity. Lei Zhan, because of your stubbornness, another beautiful life has vanished from this world. This is all you're doing, not mine at all. May her soul rest in peace in heaven. Amen. Next one, 45 seconds remaining. Through the microphone, waves of hostages' sobs echoed throughout the entire building. Yan Wang's face turned green. He spat out his chewing gum with a pft. Never had he seen such a brutal terrorist. Thunder God, what should we do? Lei Zhan sighed deeply, eyes closed, and said calmly, follow the established procedure. Pretend he doesn't exist. Continue clearing the 3rd floor. Yan Wang, Thunder God, are we really not helping the hostages? Lei Zhan whipped his head around to stare at Yan Wang. I am handling it. What do you want me to do? Hand them over to her. Yan Wang, I'm sorry, Thunder God. I was wrong. The veteran Wolf Fang squad members and Fire Phoenix operatives were now enraged to the extreme by Old K's actions. On the 3rd floor, after being subjected to a barrage of tear gas, the hostages began emerging from hiding spots in various rooms. Of course, their outcome was to be shot down one by one. The 3rd floor operation concluded in less than 3 minutes. During this time, Old K announced the deaths of 2 more hostages. When Lei Zhan and his team reached the 2nd floor, it was completely empty. Everyone had been concentrated on the 1st floor. In the empty 2nd floor of this villa with its open central atrium, one could directly overlook the entire 1st floor. Lei Zhan saw the so-called Old K sitting on the living room sofa, flipping a remote control back and forth in his hand. Surrounding the living room were over 30 hooded terrorists, their guns pressed tightly against the hostages. Suspended in the center of the lobby hung the massive bomb, swinging back and forth in midair. At that very moment, the hostages lying on the floor, granted permission by Old K, were cursing Lei Zhan viciously. Though they didn't know who Lei Zhan was, they cursed him relentlessly, a monster, a piece of trash, a bastard who stood by coldly while they were executed one by one. They cursed Lei Zhan for treating human life like grass, questioning what kind of soldier he was. He was nothing but a bandit. The people didn't need soldiers like him. Lei Zhan, you piece of trash. You scum. You deserve to be killed 1,000 times over. These curses reached Lei Zhan and his men on the 2nd floor, clear as day. Hearing the hostages' tirade, the soldiers fell silent. Heads bowed, they couldn't speak nor describe the taste in their mouths. Only Lei Zhan glared down at those cursing him below, then remarked flatly, you see these people? They are the very ones we risked our lives for, abandoned our freedom for, sacrificed everything to protect. This is their true face. Then, Lei Zhan sighed, if one doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. I understand them. When people face the threat of death, all illusions vanish like smoke in the wind. All the worst traits of humanity come to the surface. But as human beings, we cannot be like them. Living like beasts, dying like beasts. People must die eventually, but not without principles, without dignity. Alas, the helpless truth is we still must protect them, for it is our duty. King Yama stepped forward. Thunder God, what now? That bomb's detonator seems to be in that short-haired guy's hands. I'll take him out, then launch a surprise attack. Lei Zhan closed his eyes briefly. Can you eliminate every single terrorist instantly? If not, the bomb risks detonating prematurely. If that happens, this entire building will be leveled. As he spoke, Lei Zhan's eyes snapped open, his entire body shuddering violently. Lei Zhan had considered every possible scenario, yet only now did he realize he had overlooked one crucial fact. These reckless criminals, seemingly indifferent to their own lives, had one singular objective: to kill the 8 female soldiers. In truth, they'd had ample opportunity to kill. Since they had no intention of escaping alive, they had more than enough time to detonate the bomb, level the entire villa, and choose to go down with the 8 female soldiers, themselves, and the hostages. But why hadn't they done so? Why? Could it be they hadn't thought of it? No, that was absolutely impossible. So what other purpose did they have? Or were they waiting for the right moment? Or waiting for something else to happen? If that's the case, then killing the 8 female soldiers wasn't their real goal. What was it? Just as Lei Zhan was pondering the motives behind this group, Old K, seated on the sofa, chuckled softly. Lei Zhan, I know you're on the 2nd floor right now, your gun pointed directly at my head. But you won't fire, because you know there's more than one remote control. People around me have them. Even among the hostages on the floor, some are my people, they have them too. Ha! So you won't kill me. Since you won't kill me, then, dare you come down? I need to talk to you face to face. Chapter 77, The Black USB Drive. Lei Zhan had always believed that despite the harshness of the current situation, everything was still under his control. But now, Lei Zhan realized with horror that in truth, everything had been orchestrated by Old K all along. He had merely deluded himself into thinking he was still in command. In reality, the situation had spiraled out of control long ago. Old K didn't care how many people he killed. He didn't care if he airlifted in the veteran members of the Wolf Fang Brigade. He didn't care about anything. And now, this Old K was standing right there in the middle of the lobby, calling out to him. What exactly was Old K doing? What was his purpose? At that moment, Old K turned his head, looking toward Lei Zhan's hiding spot, and smiled. Come out, Lei Zhan. At this point, what's the point of hiding anymore? Everything that happened before was just a little game. I waited until now precisely because I was waiting for you to step by step make your way here. Then, I wanted to have a little chat with you. That's all. Truth be told, our mission here was completed ages ago. If I wanted to take you all down with me, it would have been done already. What exactly are you guys fussing about? Lei Zhan's eyes flashed red as he stared at the massive bomb in the center of the hall. After a long, heavy silence, he spoke. Old Fox, receive your orders. Old Fox, yes. Lei Zhan swallowed hard. Take everyone to the rooftop immediately. Retreat from the top floor. Old Fox froze. Thunder God, you want us to desert? I refuse. For the first time in his career, Old Fox defied the Thunder God's command. Because Lei Zhan was ordering him to lead his men in retreat. Lei Zhan knew that as Special Forces soldiers, as members of the Wolf Fang Brigade, retreating from the battlefield was unforgivable. You could die fighting, but you could not abandon the battlefield. No one permitted Special Forces to do such a thing, not even their own superiors. Even if you died on the battlefield without achieving anything. Even if your death was meaningless, a futile sacrifice of life, you must die fighting on the battlefield. Only then could you give an account to the motherland, to the people, to your superiors. So that your superiors could give an account to their superiors. Lei Zhan sighed, pointing at the bomb in the center of the hall. We were wrong. We were wrong from the very beginning. Old K could end everything here at any moment. All he needs to do is press the button on his remote or any of the other criminals' remotes and everything will be reduced to ashes. All our efforts have been in vain. And Old K still hasn't detonated the bomb. Do you think it's because he's afraid to die? Old Fox fell silent. He'd never encountered such a ruthless criminal before. He couldn't deceive himself this gangster hadn't held back the bomb out of fear of death. But then, what was his motive? Regardless, they had no reason to retreat. The mission of the Wolf Fang Special Forces had long been set in stone. From the moment they donned their uniforms, their mission offered them 2 choices: 1, survive and complete the mission. 2, die while completing the mission, or die without completing it. This meant that as long as they were alive, they could not abandon their mission. Desertion was forbidden, they possessed neither the right nor the qualification to do so. Even if death seemed meaningless, they could not forsake their duty. Such was the tragic fate of a Special Forces soldier. Yet Lei Zhan insisted on leading his men to retreat. The Old Fox naturally couldn't agree to this outright. It violated the creed of a Special Forces soldier, violated the very purpose of the Wolf Fang Brigade. Mission comes first even if it's impossible to complete. At that moment, old K watched Lei Zhan hiding on the second floor and smiled. Come down, Lei Zhan. Let's talk. Do you really think your hiding spot means anything now? With just a flick of my pinky, boom, it's all over. Besides, I already told you among these nearly 100 hostages, some are my people, and they've got the remote too. Heh, you dare blow my head off? Heh, you wouldn't dare. Because the moment my head is blown off is the moment the bombs detonate. Heh, so you wouldn't dare. Lei Zhan, your men might be fools, but you should be a smart one. You know exactly what's happening now. Heh. Come down, Lei Zhan. I've got some things to discuss with you. Listen up, everyone inside. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons immediately. Don't harm the hostages. Walk out of the villa with your hands on your heads. This is your last and only option. Listen up, everyone inside. You're surrounded. At that moment, a loudspeaker blared outside the door. Old K, standing in the center of the lobby, shook his head with a helpless smile. Lei Zhan, see that? The police SWAT team is here. Look at them, just look at them. Your security system's idiots can only spout idiotic lines. And every single one of those idiotic lines is nothing but self-serving threats and persuasion. Still refusing to come down, Lei Zhan? I'm not joking. I'm giving you one final minute to consider. If you still don't come down, then we'll all go down together. The countdown begins. Lei Zhan sighed and addressed Old Fox, I beg you. Take your men and leave. Of course, I know you now have the guts to defy my orders and are willing to stay here with me to die. But if you can bear to watch our brothers and sisters die needlessly because of your stubbornness, then stay right here. I, Lei Zhan, admit my orders no longer move you. Old Fox gritted his teeth, glancing at Lei Zhan. He abruptly stood up and waved to the veteran members in Fire Phoenix team, evacuate the rooftop immediately. Thunder God. The female soldiers joined the male soldiers in calling for the Thunder War. Get lost. Lei Zhan shouted, his eyes red. Retreat. The old fox gave the order again, then shouldered his rifle and led the way toward the rooftop. Everyone hurried to follow. The women all looked at Lei Zhan, tears welling in their eyes as they ran and wept. Yan Wang, Yuan Bao, and the others were the same, their eyes red and swollen. The group retreated. Lei Zhan stepped out from cover, flinging his submachine gun down from the second floor. It clattered to the ground before Old K. Then, like a flash, Lei Zhan's men leaped from the second floor, landing with a thud on the first floor. They arrived before Old K. As he approached, Lei Zhan regarded him coolly. All this effort, just to have a little chat with me? Son of a, I really don't get it. What exactly do we have to talk about? Did I sleep with your wife or something? All the terrorists around them instantly raised their guns at Lei Zhan as he descended from above. Old K swept his gaze around the room. Bunch of idiots. Keep your guns on your hostages, not on me. A bunch of useless fools. The surrounding terrorists hastily redirected their guns back at the hostages on the ground. At that moment, seeing Lei Zhan descend from the sky, not a single one of those who had been cursing him earlier uttered a sound. Lei Zhan stood before Old K, who wore a kindly, gentle smile. Ha! Captain Lei, you truly live up to your reputation. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. I'm Old K, honored to make your acquaintance. With that, he extended his hand toward Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan had no intention of shaking hands with Old K, the terrorist leader. But suddenly, Lei Zhan noticed something. Wedged between Old K's middle and ring fingers was a small black USB drive. Lei Zhan froze in shock. What was Old K up to? Hesitating only a split second, he blinked rapidly and reached out to grasp Old K's hand. Pleased to meet you, Lei Zhan. The two shook hands and swiftly parted ways. Just like that, the USB drive in Old K's hand vanished mysteriously into Lei Zhan's grasp. In truth, both Old K and Lei Zhan knew the entire scene was already under surveillance by police or military forces. Whether it was the old fox or the female soldiers, they had long positioned their terminals throughout the location. Every single image would appear on the computer screens at the command center outside the villa. And indeed, at this very moment, the SWAT team captain, the police chief, and the head of counter-terrorism were all glued to a monitor in the temporary command center, watching everything unfold in the first floor lobby. They watched the situation unfold with intense scrutiny. Old K handed a small USB drive to Lei Zhan, then grinned. Lei Zhan, how's that on my terms? Hand over those 8 female soldiers, and I'll release the hostages. Lei Zhan's face remained stony. Forget about it. My people have already withdrawn. Right now, I'm the only one left in this building fighting you. Ah, you know what? Those 8 women are just a bunch of useless trash. Why don't you just kill me instead? Then release the hostages. My value alone is definitely greater than those 8 women. I'm not lying. Old K chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I'm a peculiar sort. I care only about quantity, not quality. So, you're saying there's no deal to be made? Lei Zhan replied, negotiations are possible, but don't expect our counter-terrorism forces to bow to a terrorist's threats. Old K chuckled and shook his head. Counter-terrorism forces? Bull. You're talking about those idiots and morons outside. Let me tell you, Lei Zhan, I couldn't care less about them. Truth be told, I never planned to walk out of here alive today. Honestly, if I did want to survive, those cops out there with their backpacks and turtle shell helmets? They couldn't stop me. Oh, look at your expression, still not convinced, huh? Fine. To prove I'm not just bragging, let me show you what a terrorist's game looks like. As he spoke, Old K raised the remote control in his hand. Lei Zhan shouted, "Don't!" But Old K's thumb had already pressed down. Boom. Chapter 78, Mutual Destruction. Old K's thumb pressed the remote control. A thunderous boom erupted. Instantly, outside the villa where numerous police cars were parked and officers had surrounded the area, a massive fire erupted from the ground, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. 3 police cars were instantly tossed into the air by the fireball. Over a dozen police officers were instantly engulfed by the flames, sacrificing their lives. Retreat! Retreat! Quickly retreat! This area is littered with landmines and bombs. The public security officers shouted orders urgently. The officer holding the megaphone, who had been urging the terrorists to surrender, was instantly blown skyward by the explosion. Old K chuckled as he tossed aside the remote control in his hand, grinning at Lei Zhan. "Don't be afraid. Rest assured, this device in my hand isn't the remote for the bomb in our lobby. You've probably guessed it already, it's not in my possession. You'll never know who holds that remote. In fact, you couldn't even begin to guess." Lei Zhan stared at the supremely arrogant Old K before him. "What the hell are you playing at? I advise you spit it out. Don't think the situation favors you. Killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand." Old K chuckled darkly. "Lei Zhan, I didn't summon you here for any purpose. I came to let you witness a spectacle. By now, your team members have surely flown away in the helicopter on the roof. This delay was precisely to create an opportunity for them. You should thank me. Now, I'll put on a little show for you. Let me reveal the true face of your so-called loyal homeland, your loyal organization. How shameless, how despicable, how thuggish they are. How they treat you soldiers like fools, how they treat the lives of ordinary people like worthless straw. Do you really think they're rushing to save people and confronting us because they genuinely serve the common folk? No, you're mistaken. They're doing it for themselves, for their own interests. To avoid punishment from their superiors, to protect their careers, their prospects, and their political advancement. To prevent higher-ups from finding their weak points, to shield themselves from public scrutiny. That's why they're so desperate. Not because they genuinely care about the lives of all of you, all the people. You're all just tools for their climb to the top. Lei Zhan, I'm leaving. My mission is complete." With that, Old K burst into laughter, ignoring Lei Zhan entirely. He bellowed to all the terrorists, "Leave 2 men to guard the hostages. The rest of you follow me out." Lei Zhan froze. Out? What the hell is Old K playing at? Outside, armed police were waiting for them. And he wants them to go out? Are they tired of living? Yet, while Lei Zhan stood in stunned disbelief, Old K had already begun leading the way out. The terrorists scrambled to follow him as he strode confidently through the door, his henchmen trailing behind, assault rifles in hand. Lei Zhan was utterly dumbfounded, completely baffled by this damn situation. The moment Old K stepped outside, the police loudspeaker blared, "Drop your weapons. Surrender immediately. Drop your weapons. Surrender immediately. Or we will open fire." Old K led the way, striding ahead of the others. He raised his hands high and laughed heartily. "Chief of Police, I know you're watching me. Now, let me say a few words to you. We won't surrender, and we won't lay down our weapons. We're leaving this lover's island right here, right now, in plain sight. And I'll tell you this, if even one of your cops dares to follow us, if even one of your cops dares to fire a shot, I'll make sure every single one of the 100 or so people in that villa goes down with us. Come on, guys, let's go. Hands on your heads. Drop your weapons. Stop advancing. This is your final warning. Drop your weapons. Hands on your heads. Not one step further." The loudspeaker blared incessantly. Yet Old K walked on as if deaf to it, smiling steadily toward the coast, utterly unconcerned by the armed officers bearing down on him. At that moment, the counter-terrorism chief, crouched in the makeshift command post inside the vehicle, asked the bureau chief, "Chief, what should we do? Should we follow his orders?" The chief pursed his lips and snorted. "We are the people's police, serving society and the people. How could we possibly compromise with terrorists? Notify Lei Zhan, flank them from both inside and outside. Eliminate all terrorists. Rescue the hostages at all costs." Just then, Lei Zhan's phone rang abruptly while he was still in a daze. It was the chief. "Lei Zhan, I order you to assist us. Attack from both inside and outside to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Ensure the hostages' safety at all costs. The moment you hear gunfire, launch your operation." Lei Zhan was startled and quickly replied, "Commissioner, we can't do that. There's still an unexploded bomb in the lobby. It's too dangerous. Execute the order. Police and soldiers don't negotiate with terrorists. Otherwise, what kind of soldiers or police would we be?" The chief hung up immediately. Lei Jun watched in shock, shook his head, and sighed. Without another word, he sprinted toward the villa's exit. The moment he dashed through the gate, the SWAT team's flying tigers opened fire. Thud. Old K, leading the terrorists, was struck and fell to the ground. Boom. As if a barrel of gasoline had been ignited in a munitions depot, the terrorists and police erupted into fierce combat. Yet, in that very instant, boom. A deafening explosion rocked the air. Lei Jun was instantly propelled over 10 meters by a wave of fire. Thrown into the air, he crashed back down to the ground. Even with his formidable martial arts skills, he couldn't withstand the force of such a violent blast. The resort villa behind him collapsed. Lei Jun regained consciousness in the hospital a week later. Sitting beside his hospital bed, Shinlani was peeling an apple. The midday sun shone gently, its warmth bathing the white sheets on Lei Jun's hospital bed. It felt pleasantly itchy, though the light was a bit dazzling. The sensation was quite nice. Lei Jun shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. Shinlani sat at his bedside, her back turned to him as she peeled the apple, completely unaware that Lei Jun had woken up. She wore a pale pink undershirt, revealing a large expanse of white skin between her waist and ribs. With each slice of the apple, that fair skin moved rhythmically. As a man, Lei Jun couldn't help but grin. What beautiful skin. Watching Shinlani's intense focus on peeling the apple, Lei Jun gave a wicked smile. His large hand slowly drifted over the pale expanse, then reached out and touched it. Ah! Shinlani flung the fruit knife from her hand with a sharp clatter, leaping up from the bed. She whirled around, her eyes wide with terror, staring at Lei Jun. She saw the lecherous grin spread across his face. Lei Jun said, "What's the big deal? What's the big deal? Yelling like that, you'd think you were in the bridal chamber." Shinlani's face lit up with joy upon seeing Lei Jun awake. But her expression quickly turned fierce as she glared at him. "You bastard! You're awake and already acting like a pervert. I'm going to report you to the 1st Division for sexually harassing a female comrade." Lei Jun immediately adopted an impatient expression, waving his hand. Go on. Hurry up and go. Perfect timing, I've got plenty to discuss with my greenhorns. You may not miss me, but they're dying to see me." Shinlani froze at his words, then plopped back onto the bed. "Trying to flirt behind my back? You won't get away with it. You're mine in life and mine in death, we agreed to that long ago." Lei Jun quickly retorted, "That's just wishful thinking on your part. I never agreed to anything." Shinlani glared at Lei Jun. "That's not up to you. No one takes the man I've set my sights on. He's mine." Lei Jun waved his hands impatiently. All right, enough. Let's get down to business. How long have I been out? What happened with the Lovers Island incident? How did it wrap up?" At Lei Jun's question, Shinlani's expression darkened. She lowered her head and sighed. The terrorists were completely annihilated. Unfortunately, all the hostages perished. The Public Security Bureau chief is under investigation and has been placed under dual regulation. Lei Jun gasped, "The hostages, all perished?" Shinlani nodded. "Precisely because of that, both the Public Security Bureau chief and the Counter-Terrorism Division chief are under investigation." The chief. "I doubt he'll survive this. The incident was too massive. Over 100 people, not a single hostage survived. He can't possibly keep his position now." Lei Jun sighed deeply, as expected. That incompetent chief was bound to cause trouble sooner or later. "What about Yi Tsuanshin? Is everyone else okay?" Shinlani nodded, "Everyone else is fine." "Shinlani, her condition remains unstable. She's been unconscious for days, constantly babbling nonsense, well, cough, but she keeps murmuring just 2 words, Lei Jun." Lei Jun sighed, "That girl Yi Tsuanshin. Well, we'll see. But this operation? Utter failure. Not a single hostage rescued. Our Wolfang squadron will never hold our heads high among our peers again." Shinlani replied, "Yeah, Commander-in-Chief No. 1 flew into a rage, demanding your dismissal. But since the primary failure lay with the Public Security Bureau chief's command errors, your case has been put on hold. Commander-in-Chief No. 1 is just waiting for you to recover. He'll deal with you properly once you're back." Lei Jun gave a faint, bitter smile. "Damn it, I'd be damned if I didn't want him to fire me. Hey, where's my clothes? Bring them here." Shinlani nodded and retrieved Lei Jun's clothes from the bedside cabinet. "The old fox knew you hate anyone touching your things. So he left everything untouched." Lei Jun immediately fumbled through the pockets, locating the small black USB drive. He examined it meticulously, turning it over and over dozens of times. Shinlani watched and asked, "It's just a flash drive. Is it really worth examining so closely?" Lei Jun didn't answer Shinlani's question. Instead, he said, "Get me a tablet." Shinlani fetched a tablet for him. Lei Jun inserted the USB drive into the device, then glanced at her and said, "Step out for a moment. I need to handle something privately." Shinlani nodded and left. Lei Jun plugged the black USB drive, the gift from Old K, into the computer. Chapter 79, The Secret in the USB Drive. After connecting the USB drive to the computer, Lei Zhan opened it. Inside was a folder. He clicked on the folder, revealing a video file. Lei Zhan clicked to play the video. Suddenly, the screen flickered with static before settling on a table. On the table sat an ashtray, holding a cigar still smoldering. The camera lingered on the cigar for about half a minute before a figure approached the table and placed a cup of coffee on it. The person then adjusted the camera angle, pointing it directly at their own face. When Lei Zhan saw that face, he was stunned. So stunned he nearly gasped for breath. Because, no matter what Lei Zhan had imagined, he never would have guessed that this person was actually Xining Tian, the celestial wolf. Sitting in the chair at the table, Wolf took a sip of coffee, then smiled at the camera and said, "Thunder God, my teacher, comrade in arms, brother, long time no see. How have you been? I imagine that by the time you see this video footage, Old K and his entire crew will already be dead. Furthermore, the villa on Lover's Island has been reduced to rubble. All the hostages should have perished. Your Public Security Bureau chief should also be under investigation in isolation. As for your Phoenix Squad members, under normal circumstances, none should have been killed." Surprised I could foresee the outcome? Well, it's simple. I was once your student. You taught me everything I know. And this time, you had no idea I was orchestrating it all behind the scenes. I understand every tactic you employ. So I could predict with near certainty that everything I foresaw would unfold exactly as planned. Of course, I also spent considerable time analyzing and simulating the scenario beforehand. But with you involved, there was no way Old K and the others could have escaped unscathed. Honestly, based on your previous temperament, I might have thought they could have gotten away. However, after analyzing all the data I've collected over the past few months regarding your training of the Fire Phoenix Squad, over these months, you've changed. You've become someone I can't fathom. You've matured, no longer the stubborn Lei Zhan of the past. A master is a master. You always kept something up your sleeve, preventing me from seeing your true nature earlier. The current you is far more formidable than before. Alright, let's get down to business. Master, I know you were surprised to receive this USB drive. Why would Old K risk his life to deliver it to you? This was one of the tasks I assigned him. After simulating the Lover's Island incident countless times, I could only reach one conclusion: as long as you, Lei Zhan, were involved in this operation, there was absolutely no chance of anyone returning alive once they set foot on Lover's Island. This Lover's Island incident was orchestrated entirely by your disciple, your brother here. That is, if you still consider me your brother. I dispatched my most capable operative, Old K, on this suicide mission for 3 reasons. First, to obtain the password from Zhao Yunming. Second, to deliver this USB drive to you. Third, use your own forces to eliminate your Public Security Bureau chief. By the time you see this video, I trust all 3 objectives have been accomplished. This is the mission we sacrificed all 50 brothers' lives to accomplish. You may wonder why I risked everything to deliver this USB drive to you. Perhaps you've already guessed. Yes, I, Xining Tian, the former Heavenly Wolf, have truly betrayed you. Yet it could also be said I haven't betrayed you. This is complex, requiring your gradual understanding. And you will understand in time. True, Master, I have betrayed the so-called loyalty to the motherland you once taught me. Yet, it could also be said that I have not betrayed the loyalty you taught. I have merely made my own choice, standing on the side of what I believe to be justice. Master, in my understanding, loyalty is an essential quality for a warrior. We have no right to choose. Yet, we do possess one choice: to stand on the side of loyalty to the justice we recognize. If loyalty is blind obedience, it becomes foolish devotion, the very path that led to Yufei's demise. We are modern people, we should have the freedom to choose. Master, after all I've said, you must know where I'm headed. Indeed, the so-called justice we once stood for and defended has, in my view, strayed far off course. I've come to realize my loyalty no longer serves simply the nation or the people. Instead, it has become a weapon wielded by others, a cold-blooded instrument exploited under the banner of righteousness. Master, I know a soldier shouldn't concern himself with such matters. But I truly cannot help it. Master, I believe with your wisdom, you must have heard of an organization? Its name is Shadow. The most elite, most mysterious, and most combat-capable covert unit within our nation. They don't exist for combat or survival. They exist solely to cleanse their own ranks. In other words, they exist specifically to eliminate us, these human weapons. They are the ultimate weapon among weapons. Master, perhaps you've never encountered this organization. But I've clashed with them countless times. For them, I have only 2 words: powerful. Incredibly powerful, so powerful we can scarcely match them. So powerful that with our talents and abilities, we'd barely rank as mid to low tier among them. Each one surpasses both you and me. Yet this terrifying force exists solely to eliminate people like us. Master, upon hearing this news, did your heart not feel a chill? And what I must tell you, Master, is why I can no longer return. Previously, the commander of this Shadow Corps at least maintained a united front with our own commander, putting on a show of cooperation. But now, the situation has shifted. The commander who controls our forces and the commander who commands the shadow forces have completely broken ties. So people like you and me, our lives hang by a thread at any moment. Master, do you know why I defected? It was because when I was captured, the shadow operatives appeared. But they didn't come to rescue me, they came to kill me. The reason, I needn't spell it out, you should understand. They believe that once I defect, my intimate knowledge of all our training methods, reconnaissance techniques, and counter-surveillance skills leaving me alive would pose an immense threat to the nation. For that reason alone, they needed me dead. Master, I truly intended to die. But after they failed to snipe me, I no longer wished to die. I, Chen Tian, abandoned family, friends, lovers, honor, even my life to defend and uphold this duty. Yet when I was captured, the very organization I served treated its former soldier, its own child, like this. Not a shred of loyalty, not a moment's hesitation, not a flicker of guilt. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Master, I cannot let this go. I, Chen Tian, have sought nothing in this life but to dedicate everything to Wolf Fong. It was all for a belief. Yet, in the instant Shadow sniped me, the tower of my faith collapsed. Master, my intention in giving you this USB drive is clear. I must tell you our ranks are no longer pure. Or rather, the commanders behind our ranks are no longer pure. They have split into factions. With these factions unresolved, endless bloody battles are inevitable. Those behind us will use the banner of justice, even incite you to slaughter one another. Yes, internal strife. Master, whether you will it or not, you have chosen sides actively or passively. Likewise, your future killings will either be wicked acts cloaked in righteousness or true justice. That distinction is yours alone to discern. I cannot reveal who stands behind us both. You will uncover these truths in time. Master, I shall say no more. The reason I sacrificed the lives of 50 brothers to ensure they delivered this USB drive to you was not for any grand ambition, but for a single hope. The hope that you might make your own choice and stand with true justice. Perhaps you'll say I'm a traitor, brainwashed, an instigator. This and that. But is that truly the case? What do we, the nation's warriors, pledge our loyalty to? To faith. And what does faith stand for? Justice. Yet what, ultimately, is true justice? Master, you must ponder this question. What is justice? Only those with true power have the right to debate its meaning. The weak can only fend for themselves. Master, after all I've said, you might think I'm just spouting nonsense. But if these words came from someone else, would you still dismiss them as nonsense? Just then, Tianlang rose from his chair. He smiled and murmured something to someone beside him. An elderly man then approached from Tianlang's side, taking his seat. He waved at Lei Zhan with a smile. Comrade Xiao Lei, hello. Comrade Tianlang is a fine comrade, With him here, you should feel at ease. Comrade Tianlang has recommended you to me countless times, saying you are undoubtedly a first-rate soldier in China. I've also gathered quite a bit of information about you. I think you're quite the comrade, Young man, choose your side wisely. I'll be waiting for you here. As the old man finished speaking, the computer screen flickered. Then, a string of letters flashed across the screen. File auto-destruction program activated. If you're enjoying the read, don't forget to subscribe automatically after finishing. Daily updates guarantee quality and quantity 10,000 words per day. I won't disappoint. Also, I'm seeking ratings, votes, and flowers. Well, of course, donations are never refused either. Just give what you can afford. P.S. Who can guess who the old man is? Chapter 80, The Unscrupulous Speculator. The video files on Lei Zhan's computer screen initiated the auto-destruction program. Lei Zhan himself froze in place. Because he saw an unbelievable figure, an absolutely unbelievable figure. How could this be? How could this be? Lei Zhan muttered repeatedly. He had always prided himself on his intelligence, but the instant he saw the old man's face, everything he believed was suddenly overturned. Originally, Lei Zhan had felt somewhat uneasy about Tianlong's actions. After all, Tianlong's methods were too bloody. Over 100 innocent civilians had been killed. Those were real human lives. But the moment Lei Zhan saw the old man standing behind Tianlang, his mind went blank. Lei Zhan stood frozen in place for a long time. Shenlani knocked repeatedly on the door, but Lei Zhan forgot to respond. Peeking in cautiously, she found him frozen like a puppet. Tiptoeing closer, she stared in astonishment at his dazed, disoriented state. She gently touched Lei Zhan's forehead, then her own. No fever, she murmured to herself. What's wrong with him? She waved her hand in front of Lei Zhan's vacant eyes, but he didn't register it. Shenlani paused, then grinned mischievously. She sat down on his bed, moved close to Lei Zhan, and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Yet Lei Zhan remained utterly unresponsive, staring blankly ahead. Shenlani turned to look at him. Seeing no reaction, she simply lifted her chin and planted a kiss on his lips. Only then did Lei Zhan seem to stir, turning his head toward her. What the hell are you doing? Bullying a sick guy? That's taking advantage of someone. Shenlani flashed a smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Exactly. I'm picking on you. So what? You're mine now. What's wrong with me picking on you? Got a problem with that? Let me tell you, you've been unconscious for a whole week. And for 2 of those days, I was right here sleeping in the same bed with you. Lei Zhan immediately feigned shock. No way. You're that despicable? Taking advantage of me to steal my virginity? Shenlani smiled faintly. Yep. What are you gonna do about it? Lei Zhan gasped, falling backward and slapping his forehead. I'm done for. Totally done for. What kind of disciples have I taught? Each one worse than the last. Shenlani curled her lip in disdain. That's called like master, like disciple, like husband, like wife. Watching Shenlani's innocent yet stubbornly unreasonable demeanor, Lei Zhan's heart fluttered. This sudden flutter made him feel uneasy. He liked all these female soldiers, he liked them all. But this faint stir of something more? This was the first time. Watching the adorable Shenlani chatter on endlessly, Lei Zhan gazed at her fair face. A strange thought suddenly struck him. He wanted to pick her up and take a big bite. Wait, she'd bitten him before. Could it be he was falling for her? Cough. That wouldn't be good. Liking was one thing, but falling in love was another. This god of mine is meant to weave through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to his robe. Falling in love with a girl? That's the end of it. The nature of things changes entirely. Lei Zhan stared fixedly at Shenlani as she continued her chatter. Her face, carved from jade, was flawlessly white. Her delicate, beautiful eyes and her sensual, alluring lips moved rhythmically with each word. Lei Zhan found himself momentarily mesmerized. Shenlani continued talking to herself. You bastard, you scared us all to tears. Then when someone went to hug you, you just clung to their hand like a leech. You're such a creep. Even unconscious, you're still so perverted it's in your very bones. I hate myself for ever liking such a big jerk, a lecher, a scoundrel. Ugh, I must be blind. Shenlani! Lei Zhan suddenly snapped. Ha? What is it? Shenlani turned to look at Lei Zhan. Bring your head over here, Lei Zhan said. Ha? What for? You wouldn't dare get all animalistic and try something sneaky on this girl, would you? Let me tell you, I'm a taekwondo expert. If you try anything shady, I'll beat you so badly you won't be able to take care of yourself. Then I'll have to take care of you for the rest of your life? What are you doing, you jerk? However, the rest of her words were cut off as Lei Zhan covered her mouth. Shenlani's small hands pounded furiously against Lei Zhan's back. Yet the blows felt so feeble, so limp. Gradually, the rhythm slowed. Finally, they ceased. In the end, her hands wrapped around Lei Zhan's shoulders. In the end, she turned the tables, pinning Lei Zhan beneath her as she launched a frenzied counterattack. When they finally separated, both were flushed crimson, panting heavily. Shenlan and I nestled into Lei Zhan's embrace. Remember this, you big jerk. You're mine in life and mine in death. If you dare betray me, I'll never forgive you. Lei Zhan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. What in this world is hardest to define? Emotion. Emotion is the most capricious, the most uncertain. Often, what once shook the heavens and earth, what seemed to last until the seas ran dry and rocks crumbled, can suddenly turn into bitter enmity, leaving two people as strangers. Once you've seen the vast ocean, other waters pale in comparison beyond the Wu Mountains, no clouds can compare. But that didn't mean Lei Zhan would reject the arrival of beautiful feelings. Just as Lei Zhan was about to speak, the old system coughed softly. Lei Zhan was startled. In his mind, he thought, holy crap, you old geezer, have you been snoozing for 100 years? I thought you were dead. System, ahem, my apologies, young Lei. I've been swamped lately, work piled high, the women in the backyard causing a ruckus, and fires to put out. Lei Zhan, holy, you've got a harem? Are you kidding me? System, of course. And the number of wives I have? It'd scare the crap out of you. Anyway, let's get down to business. No more playing the bad guy for you, kid. Let me tally it up. Over the past period, you've killed over 20 people. The Lover's Island incident. Everyone's dead. Well done. Let me see, 119 charm points total. Fine. Considering this old man's repeated tardiness and early departures, I'll throw in one extra charm point. 120 points. That's your entire fortune now. So, what are you gonna do with over 100 charm points? Let me tell you, that's enough to charm 12 world-class beauties. Liza scoffed, you underestimate me. Open your eyes and look. With my charm, do I need points to pick up women? No points needed, they practically throw themselves into my arms, impossible to push away. Why would I ever use points for that? Old man, I've made up my mind. I want to exchange for a skill that lets me effortlessly protect myself and my women. See if there's anything suitable. The system old man immediately replied, oh, youngster, you've asked the right question this time. The reason I've been arriving late and leaving early lately is because I've been busy conducting business in another plane. I even brought back some premium goods from that plane. Let me tell you, I took a little trip to that world called One Piece and brought back a whole bunch of goodies. Check these out, top tier stuff, dark themed items you couldn't buy for any price. Take a look, the Gomu Gomu Nomi, the Diamond Nomi, the mythical bird Phoenix Fruit, the Shishio Nomi, the Counter Nomi. Leijon, wait, what exactly is this mythical Phoenix Fruit? The old man immediately replied, ah, that one. It's mid-tier. After consuming it, the user must die once before the fruit's power activates. Think of it as a phoenix rebirth. Upon returning to life, the person gains immense power. As for what kind of power? Well, that remains to be seen. So, this fruit comes with a lot of variables. And, ahem, I should warn you, men absolutely cannot eat this fruit. Leijon narrowed his eyes. How much? 1 point. The old man quickly replied, medium grade, 30, no, 40. Leijon flew into a rage, you old crook. You're actually jacking up the price? The system old man hastily clarified, alright, you caught me. 33 points. Absolutely 33. Genuine goods, no cheating. Honest deal for all. Leijon nodded, one for me. Old man, right away. 30 points deducted. Done. Ahem, Comrade Lei, you've got 90 points left. I bet this is for your sweetheart, right? But you should get one for yourself too, don't you think? Take a look, pick something. I've got tons of top tier goods here. How about a rubber one? That's the fruit used by the world's pirate king, pretty awesome, huh? Hot item right now, only one available. Price, 90 bubble points. No credit. Leijon rolled his eyes. This old codger. He's nothing but a crooked merchant, pricing everything to drain my last remaining points. Utterly shameless. Leijon pretended to browse casually through the pile of fruits before finally settling on the counter-shock fruit. What does this thing do? The old man perked up instantly. Young Lei, you have an eye for treasure. This backlash fruit is incredible. Once you consume it, with enough spiritual power, one punch can pierce the sky, leaving a hole. One punch can shatter the earth, leaving a hole. One punch can split the sea, leaving a hole. And the greatest power of the counterattack fruit is this, listen up, kid, it reflects back all physical and spiritual attacks. Awesome. Truly, truly awesome. Leijon's eyes widened at the words, how many points to unlock? Old man, no haggling, 90. Leijon rolled his eyes instantly, hey, old ghost, you can't rip people off like this. That's shameless, taking advantage of the situation. Too cheap. Not buying. The old man's eyes darted about, ahem, young Lei, this truly is top-notch merchandise. Ahem, well then, if you purchase this counter-shock fruit, I'll reluctantly part with it and throw in a space ring for free. How about that? Leijon's eyes lit up, ring now. Old man, no way. Deal first, goods later. Leijon nodded, sold. As he spoke, a jet-black circular ring instantly appeared on Leijon's finger. Inside the ring lay two distinct devil fruits, one shaped like an apple, the other like a pineapple. Chapter 81, Ambush. After collecting the devil fruits, the system old man continued, right then, little Lei. This old man is quite busy. I'm often not working in this plane. So I won't be assigning you tasks one by one. In short, your final designated mission is to stand atop the pinnacle of the world's military realm, supreme and unrivaled. Understand? Only upon completing this ultimate task will you gain the opportunity to cross over to another plane. As for the other minor tasks, I've compiled a list for you to review. In short, for every mortal tier opponent you eliminate, you earn 1 bubble point. For masters who've surpassed the mortal tier and reached the domain tier, each kill yields 10 bubble points. The higher the rank, the more bubble points you receive. The more valuable items you can exchange for. The faster you'll reach your goal. Now that you possess the counterattack fruit, I trust that for some time, few will be able to harm you. This brings me considerable peace of mind. That is all. I shall depart. Leijon stood speechless upon hearing this. Reaching the pinnacle of the world soldier realm. But with this counterattack fruit, achieving the goal should be a breeze, right? Leijon mused. Though, ahem, the power of this devil fruit shouldn't be used recklessly. Shinlani was nestled against Leijon's arm, eyes half closed, basking in the bliss of their private moment. Suddenly, a flash appeared on Leijon's finger. Shinlani snapped her eyes open. Seeing a ring she'd never seen before, black and magnetic looking on Leijon's finger, she perked up instantly. Leijon, when did you start wearing rings? This ring is so interesting. I want to play with it. Saying this, Shinlani reached out to tug at the ring on Leijon's finger. Leijon hurriedly stopped her. Auntie, this ring. I really can't let you play with it. You don't understand. This ring, well, it's not valuable, but it's a family heirloom. My great-grandfather passed it to my grandfather to my father, and my father to me. Only the men in our family are worthy of wearing it. Giving it to you, it's just not right. Shinlani curled her lip in disdain. Pfft, cheapskate. Who wants it anyway? The design is so ugly. Leijon chuckled. Well then, I can't give you the ring, but I can give you a treasure. A treasure that could save your life. Shenlani perked up instantly. What? What is it? Quick, show me. Lei Zhan produced the phoenix fruit from the phantom beast lineage as if by magic. Quick, get the knife and fork. Shenlani eyed the fruit in Lei Zhan's hand, her eyes widening in surprise. What is this thing? This mango looks so ugly. Lei Zhan examined the devil fruit in his hand. This is clearly a pineapple. How could it be a mango? Shenlani, it's a mango. Lei Zhan, pineapple. Shenlani, mango. Lei Zhan, fine, mango. Go get the knife and fork. Shenlani curled her lip in disdain. What for? Saying that, Shenlani picked up the mango, took a big bite, and started devouring it greedily. Then she swallowed it down with a gulp. Immediately, she stuck out her little tongue. What the heck is this? It's disgusting. You jerk, Lei Zhan, you tricked me. She started patting Lei Zhan playfully. Seeing Shenlani swallow the fruit, Lei Zhan chuckled softly. He said nothing. The phoenix fruit required one to die once before undergoing a phoenix-like rebirth. Only after this rebirth could the fruit's power be unleashed. In other words, Shenlani would have to die once to achieve her phoenix-like rebirth and obtain the phoenix fruit's abilities. As for what exactly the phoenix fruit's power was, Lei Zhan didn't know either. That could only be discovered after Shenlani's rebirth. Suddenly, Lei Zhan realized something. Shenlani had consumed the phoenix fruit, and the 8 female soldiers he led were called the Fire Phoenix. If that was the case, perhaps Shenlani would become the leader of this group in the future? When Lei Zhan had chosen the phoenix fruit earlier, he hadn't considered this possibility. Could all this be fate's arrangement? Only time would tell. Shenlani took just one bite before refusing to eat more. She playfully punched Lei Zhan, calling him a bad guy. Lei Zhan chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Alright, stop messing around. You'll thank me later. You'll see how good I am to you. Shenlani rolled her eyes dismissively. You're just talking nonsense. You think I don't know? Every one of my sisters flirts with you, it's all murky and unclear. It looks like you're involved with every single one of them. You're nothing but a philanderer. Ugh. Lei Zhan smiled but didn't respond. He took the apple out of his ring. Shenlani's eyes widened instantly as she stared at the enormous apple. Oh. This one looks even uglier and scarier. I wonder if it tastes good. I want to eat it. As she reached out to grab it, Lei Zhan quickly dodged. Auntie, you absolutely must not eat this. This kind of fruit a person can only eat one in their entire lifetime. If you eat 2, you'll explode instantly. Blown to smithereens, not even a trace left. Shenlani gasped in horror. Are you serious? You're just trying to scare me, right? Lei Zhan shook his head. I'm not scaring you. It's absolutely true. Quick, fetch this god a knife and fork. I intend to savor this fruit. If you want to eat, you can keep munching on your mango. Shenlani shook her head hastily. No, thank you. Those are awful. Shenlani fetched the cutlery. Lei Zhan climbed down from the bed, sat properly at the table, donned a napkin, and placed the oddly shaped apple on a plate. He then had Shenlani pour him a glass of red wine. Next, Lei Zhan sliced off a piece of the apple with his knife and popped it into his mouth. Sure enough, a sour, pungent, salty, and fishy taste flooded his nostrils and spread throughout his brain. Truly awful. Yet Lei Zhan still swallowed it with a gulp. He then cut off another slice, placing it in his mouth with utmost gentlemanly grace. Chewing with a satisfying smack, he swallowed it down with another gulp. Watching Lei Zhan eat so enthusiastically, Shenlani curiously approached. She took just one sniff before immediately pinching her nose. Ugh, Lei Zhan, you're seriously twisted. This smells just as awful as that mango of mine. The taste is almost identical too. How can you eat it with such relish? You're a freak. Lei Zhan speared the last slice of apple with his fork, popping it into his mouth. He chewed, smacking his lips as he swallowed. You just don't get it. I've always loved bitter melon and stinky tofu. I'm drawn to weird flavors like this. He finished with another satisfying smack of his lips, looking thoroughly delighted and still craving more. Shenlani had no idea what kind of treasure Lei Zhan had given her. Nor did she understand why, in the days that followed, Lei Zhan always had her charge ahead of the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Forces team, facing the greatest dangers. Lei Zhan's gift of the phoenix fruit to Shenlani was no impulsive act. First, Shenlani possessed a warrioress ruthlessness in her very bones. She feared neither heaven nor earth. While Yi Tsuanshin possessed a similar spirit, her intellect paled in comparison to Shenlani's. Her self-control also fell short. A person incapable of strict self-discipline wielding immense power was a terrifying prospect. Take Chu Baiazwo, for instance. Her psychological resilience is too weak, and her overall disposition is rather dark. She's equally unsuited for such immense power. Tang Xiaoxiao, Tianguo, and Ouyang Qian all lack that bold, fearless drive to fight and conquer. Tan Xiaolin is prone to impulsiveness. He Lu is passable, but her fervor still falls short of Shenlani's. One can ponder endlessly, but overthinking in critical moments breeds indecision and missed opportunities. Watching Shenlani act like a carefree child, Lei Zhan smiled to himself. Shenlani, he thought, I hope my judgment is right. Someday, you'll be the perfect leader for the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Forces. Just as Lei Zhan and Shenlani were fooling around in the room, the ward door opened. A doctor in a white coat walked in. Wearing a cap and mask, the doctor entered and scolded Shenlani in a stern voice. What are you doing, young lady? No such loud noise. Don't you know this disturbs the patient's rest? Honestly. If Lei's rest is disrupted and his condition worsens, who will take responsibility for that? Shenlani stuck out her tongue. Sorry, doctor. I'll be more careful. Is Lei Shen okay? The doctor nodded. It's not too serious. He was just hit by the blast wave. But Lei Shen's physical condition is exceptionally good, so his brain is just in a protective coma. Once he wakes up, he'll be fine. Still, we can't take it lightly. As he spoke, the doctor placed a black clinical thermometer under Lei Zhan's armpit. The moment Lei Zhan took the thermometer, the doctor suddenly leaped backward. He ripped off his mask, revealing a hideous grin. He pulled out a small remote control and laughed maliciously. Ha! Lei Zhan, you're dead meat. With that, the fake doctor pressed the button on the remote control in his hand. Boom! A deafening blast erupted as the thermometer in Lei Zhan's hand instantly detonated. It turned out the fake doctor hadn't given Lei Zhan a thermometer at all, but a miniature bomb disguised as one. The instant the bomb detonated, Shenlani let out a piercing scream. Lei Zhan. Though small, the bomb could kill a person with ease. Lei Zhan was hurled off the bed by the blast, flying high into the air before crashing back down with a thud. Shenlani burst into tears, clutching Lei Zhan desperately. Lei Zhan! Lei Zhan! The doctor chuckled darkly. Lei Zhan, my apologies. They ordered your death, and I'm merely following orders. Rest in peace. With that, he turned to leave. Shenlani abruptly wiped her tears, let out a wail, and in a few swift strides, lunged at the doctor. Summoning every ounce of strength, she aimed to strike him down with a single blow. But the doctor merely snorted, overestimating your strength. He extended a hand, which transformed into a fist. With a thud, it struck Shenlani squarely in the chest. She flew backward instantly, landing 5 or 6 meters away, right beside Lei Zhan. The doctor chuckled coldly. Fire Phoenix? Give me a break. You lot? You're nothing but a bunch of fire chickens. If you really think you're warriors, it's only because some second-rate loser like Lei Zhan treats you like treasures. You're nothing but a bunch of genuine useless trash. Ouch, that hurts. Who the hell is this guy? Spewing nothing but filth. How dare he insult my woman? Lei Zhan staggered to his feet, clutching his chest as he looked at the doctor. Are you one of Shadow's men? The doctor froze. Impossible. How could you still be alive? This can't be. Chapter 82, Lei Zhan's Evasions. In the doctor's momentary daze, Lei Zhan sprang up like a shadow, darting forward with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the doctor, one hand already pressed against his chest. The entire sequence unfolded with ghostly swiftness, elusive and unpredictable. By the time the doctor regained his senses, Lei Zhan's hand was already pressed against his body. Lei Zhan chuckled darkly. Speak. Are you one of the Shadow's men? The doctor stared nervously at Lei Zhan's hand pressed against his chest, cold sweat pouring down his face. He answered evasively, Lei Zhan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, a huge group of people 10 or 100 times more powerful than you will hunt you relentlessly for the rest of your life, until you die. I'm not someone you can just touch. Lei Zhan grinned. So by talking like this, you're basically admitting your identity, right? The doctor snorted. He said nothing, his expression haughty and defiant, as if daring Lei Zhan to do anything about it. Since you can speak of the shadow, you must surely know my identity. I advise you. Off. Lei Zhan retorted bluntly. Then, the hand pressing down on the doctor's body gave a slight push. Instantly, a thunderous boom erupted as an explosion ripped through the space between Lei Zhan's palm and the doctor's body. Instantly, the doctor flew through the air like his 160 to 70 pound frame soaring off the ground. With a thud, he slammed into the snow-white wall 5 or 6 meters away. Simultaneously, a large gush of blood spurted from his mouth. He slid down the wall and collapsed onto the floor. Gurgling, he spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood, staining his pristine white coat crimson. Trembling, he pointed at Lei Zhan. You. Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side. Eyes wide, he died. Lei Zhan withdrew his palm, clenching both fists. The knuckles cracked audibly. The counterattack fruit temporarily absorbed all physical and spiritual attacks, then returned that force to the opponent. This was one of its primary abilities. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes, observing the dead physician. The results of this experiment with the counterattack fruit's power left him thoroughly satisfied. The counterattack fruit was not the same as the Quake fruit. While possessing the Quake fruit's abilities, it also held this trump card, temporarily absorbing and storing attacks, then, at the user's will, returning them with full force. It bore a striking resemblance to Morong Fu's technique in the Heavenly Dragon 8 parts, using the enemy's own methods against them. Lei Zhan was not yet proficient in the so-called spiritual energy. He had not formally entered the realm of spiritual energy. But this did not mean he lacked it. From the moment he consumed the counter-shock fruit, his body's spiritual energy field had already been activated. Without spiritual energy to support it, the counter-shock fruit could not function. Ultimately, all devil fruit powers required spiritual energy to manifest. Without spiritual energy, there was no devil fruit power. Shenlani was utterly dumbfounded. Only then did she rush to the doctor, placing her hand near his nostrils to test his breath. Turning back to Lejean, she declared, "He's dead." Lejean smiled, "I know." Shenlani approached Lejean and ran her hands all over his body. Lejean squirmed under her touch. "What are you doing? Seriously, you never miss an opportunity to grope me." Shenlani glared at Lejean. "Cut the nonsense. I'm checking for injuries." Lejean chuckled, "Relax, I'm perfectly healthy. Not a hair on my head was harmed." Shenlani stared at him skeptically. "How did you do that? I clearly saw that disguised microbomb explode. Yet you're completely unscathed. And just now, how did you kill that fake doctor? Tell me." Lejean pinched Shenlani's cheek. "It's a secret." Shenlani rolled her eyes at Lejean. "Whatever. Fine, forget it. I'm not bothering with you." As they spoke, the security guard at the door entered. Seeing the scene, he immediately called for help. Upon hearing Lejean had been targeted in an assassination attempt, the top commander of Beast Camp personally arrived. When the homicide squad pulled a small black notebook from the doctor's body, the commander sighed deeply and closed his eyes. He immediately made a private call to the deputy commander of the military region. The deputy commander exerted direct pressure on the Public Security Bureau, securing Lejean's release. The deputy commander personally intervened to suppress the investigation of this attack, forbidding any further inquiries. The matter was thus swept under the rug. The hospital was no longer an option. Lejean had no choice but to return to Beast Camp. He was immediately summoned to the office of the Beast Camp commander. The moment he pushed open the door, he was met with a torrent of scathing criticism from the commander. "Lejean, what a fine job you've done. What the hell happened at Lover's Island? How the hell did you show up there beforehand without anyone noticing? Why, when I just ordered the Wolfang Brigade to rush to Lover's Island, they'd already arrived there. You must have gotten wind of it beforehand, why didn't you tell me? And how the hell did you handle this? A joint military police operation, and you ended up with this ING result? Not a single hostage survived. They're all dead. Thank God the damn police chief took the fall. Otherwise, you'd have completely disgraced the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. And the internal police video footage shows the terrorists demanded a hostage exchange at one point. You played dumb, watching them execute hostages one by one without lifting a finger. What kind of soldier the hell are you? And what the hell happened at the hospital? Why the hell did you call them out? Explain to me how the hell did you call them out? Not only did you call them out, you got them killed. You're quite the hero, aren't you? You better tell me what the hell is going on here. If you don't give me a clear explanation, you're not leaving my office today." Lejean, however, remained utterly unfazed, as if he were a dead pig fearing no boiling water. He calmly explained to the commander-in-chief. "Regarding the Lover's Island incident, I went there for a simple reason. The female soldiers had just been released from training, having only mastered the basics. As their leader, it was my duty to supervise and protect them. So I secretly followed them there. As for ordering the Wolfang Squadron to rush to Lover's Island in advance, that was because this squadron leader, relying on professional instincts and keen observational skills, had detected the terrorists' movements on Lover's Island ahead of time. However, without concrete evidence, I couldn't report it to you, Commander-in-Chief, beforehand. I had to act preemptively. Furthermore, regarding this Lover's Island incident, the situation was initially under this captain's control. Yet ultimately, that short, stocky, fat fool of a public security bureau chief arrived with his SWAT team. And this fool, obsessed with grandstanding and lacking basic intelligence, failed to understand and correctly analyze the psychology of this gang of ruthless criminals. He recklessly gambled with the hostages' lives and lost. Yet this incompetent chief was the designated leader of this counter-terrorism operation. As a soldier, I was powerless to intervene. Rank trumps all, and his rank far exceeded mine. Thus, regarding the Lover's Island incident, I, Lejean, can only express profound sorrow and heartbreak, utterly helpless. As for the hospital incident, I am even more wronged. I was a victim through and through. For the nation's security, the people's happiness, my comrades' safety, and the public's peace, this captain risked life and limb, sustaining severe injuries that landed me in the hospital. Yet, without warning and by unknown assailants, someone impersonating a doctor brought a thermometer disguised as a bomb, intending to kill this captain. Fortunately, thanks to my diligent study of cultural knowledge and relentless training in combat skills instilled through careful adherence to leadership guidance, I cultivated heroic courage and an iron will. This enabled me to expose the villain's scheme at the critical moment when my life hung in the balance. Moreover, I promptly exercised constitutionally justified self-defense, neutralizing the assailant in time to preserve my integrity. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. I am a victim through and through. I am wronged, profoundly wronged. More wronged than Doi. Consider this: I, the captain, sought neither fame nor profit, neither honor nor gain. Driven by my unwavering loyalty to the motherland, I was willing to risk my life to bring down the emperor. For the sake of the nation and its people, I spared no effort, even at the cost of my own life. Yet in the end, everyone comes after me. I must say, my young and pure heart has been profoundly shaken and unsettled. Lei Zhan, with his silver tongue, shifted all blame onto others. This enraged the commander, who blared at him. Ah, Lei Zhan, you're quite the piece of work. That mouth of yours, if you weren't wasting it on us, you'd be a natural stand-up comedian. Mark my words, you're in deep trouble now. You better watch your step, kid. Regardless, you won't escape major responsibility for the Lovers Island incident. Higher-ups have considered replacing you as captain. But given the nation's urgent need for talent, they've decided to let you atone through service. But while you may escape death, punishment is inevitable. You receive a major disciplinary demotion, 1 rank stripped from your military grade, 1 rank demoted from your position. You're reassigned directly to the Fire Phoenix unit as an ordinary member. Comrade Tan Xiaolin will temporarily assume the captaincy. Comrade He Lu will temporarily serve as political instructor. The military district leadership is deeply dissatisfied with the Phoenix Squad's failure in its inaugural mission and intends to disband this all-female Special Forces unit. However, given the exceptional nature of the Lovers Island incident where the criminals displayed unprecedented brutality, we will grant you one final opportunity to prove the necessity and capability of the Phoenix Squad. Lei Zhan immediately asked, what kind of chance? Commander one-shot Lei Zhan a displeased glare. The military region originally planned for the Red Arrow Brigade, our grinding stone, to conduct a military exercise with the veteran 138th Regiment. However, we've changed our minds at the last minute and are replacing the 138th Regiment with your Phoenix Squadron. If you win this exercise, then the Fire Phoenix will earn the right to continue. Otherwise, the Women's Special Forces unit will be disbanded immediately. Lei Zhan was stunned. What? You want us just 8 or 9 people to take on an entire brigade? Are you kidding me? Chapter 83, beat them first, ask questions later. Commander 1 looked at Lei Zhan, his eyes narrowed. That's right. We want all 9 of you to take on an entire rocket brigade. What's the problem? Lei Zhan's eyes widened. Yes. Commander-in-Chief, what? Lei Zhan, no, nothing. Commander, good. Fine then. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Get back to your Fire Phoenix training squad. Gather your greenhorns and prepare. Head to the battlefield. Their mission is simple: locate and eliminate your Fire Phoenix training squad team. Lei Zhan snapped to attention. Yes, Commander. But then muttered under his breath, but a 9-man squad taking on a brigade of 6 or 7,000? That's just asking for a beating. Commander number 1, what did you say? Lei Zhan, report, Commander. I said the milk I drank this morning didn't sit well, my stomach hurts. Commander number 1 rolled his eyes. Get out. Lei Zhan, yes, sir, I'm leaving immediately. Ahem. But Commander, what exactly is our Phoenix training squad's mission against the Rocket Brigade? Commander, damn it, you're driving me crazy. The mission? Simple: behead them. Lei Zhan, beheading? Commander, yes, decapitation. Beheading. Lei Zhan, oh, I see. Behead the Rocket Brigade commander, got it. Commander-in-Chief, wrong. Not just the Rocket Brigade commander's head but also the heads of both regimental commanders and all 7 battalion commanders. That means you must decapitate at least 10 commanders for this operation to succeed. Lei Zhan, 10 heads? Commander-in-Chief, exactly. What's the problem? Lei Zhan, report, Commander. I have, no. Commander-in-Chief, if not, then get the hell out of here. Return immediately and prepare for battle. The confrontation begins in 3 days. Time limit, 72 hours. Lei Zhan, understood. Lei Zhan exited the commander-in-chief's presence, feeling utterly dejected. The Rocket Brigade boasted 2 large regiments, comprising 7 battalions: mechanized infantry, tank, missile, reconnaissance, motor transport, helicopter, and destroyer. The Rocket Brigade was formidable, the military region commander's prized asset, historically serving as the testing ground for every military region. Its strength was formidable, integrating naval, land, and air defense capabilities. Every soldier in the brigade was a pure, wild man, brimming with untamed ferocity. If these pure, wild men were to target the 8 female soldiers under his command, they'd be surrounded like a sealed barrel, with no escape route, no way in or out. This is unfair. Lei Zhan exclaimed. Just then, the system ghost cleared its throat softly. Hey, little Lei, just a reminder about a mission. This is a golden opportunity to rack up some bubble points. Take a good look at the mission list. During the Red Arrow Brigade confrontation, eliminate and completely wipe out all 72 reserve members of the Shadow Unit. That'll net you a one-time reward of 100 bubble points. Ahem. Lei Zhan was startled upon hearing this. He opened the task list to check and was stunned. The task, buried in the lengthy list, was clearly marked in an inconspicuous spot, Red Arrow Brigade Confrontation Task. Eliminate and completely wipe out all 72 reserve members of the Shadow Corps. Task completion reward, 100 bubble points. Lei Zhan was stunned upon seeing this mission. It wasn't the bubble points reward that shocked him, but the words Shadow Corps and reserve members. This mission had inadvertently revealed a shocking secret to Lei Zhan. This operation, someone was likely planning to kill him and all the female members. What the hell? The Shadow, trying to pull a fast one, muddy the waters, and use this exercise confrontation to achieve their true goal, eliminating us? They planned to exploit the fact that everyone else was using training rounds during the exercise, while they used live ammunition to wipe out both me and the Fire Phoenix Special Forces squad in one fell swoop. In other words, Shadow had already infiltrated the military. Damn it, he really was Shadow Ghost-like, invisible, yet omnipresent. Looks like they genuinely intended to kill him. Lei Zhan couldn't fathom why they were so determined to kill him. He hadn't had any direct contact with the Shadow. Suddenly, the video of Tianlang flashed through his mind. The image of that old man in the video surfaced. A realization dawned on Lei Zhan. It seemed likely that, as the commander of the Wolffang Brigade, he had become the Shadow's most formidable opponent. Eliminating him would allow them to act with complete freedom in military operations, to command the winds and rains, to conjure armies from beans, to turn their hands to clouds and rain. If this line of reasoning held true, the political struggle above had likely reached a fever pitch. And what was the greatest asset in such a struggle? It was all too obvious. Whoever held the greatest military power was most likely to prevail. This world may seem complex, yet its ultimate principle remains an eternal truth: might makes right. The pinnacle of political struggle boils down to who wields greater authority and commands more military might. Whoever grasps the hilt of the sword holds the power to speak. Whoever does so wins. Has the conflict escalated to this level already? The thought sent a shiver down Lei Zhan's spine. The daily 7 p.m. news painted a different picture entirely. Leaders appeared harmonious, laughing and joking together. Small meetings were frequent, large conferences continuous, all focused on boosting the economy, discussing culture, and driving economic growth. They seemed utterly absorbed in their work. No signs of conflict were visible. This world was truly terrifying. It reminded Lei Zhan of an ancient saying: with feathered fans and silk scarves, they laughed and chatted, while enemy ships were reduced to ashes. When Lei Zhan returned to the beast camp, he was first greeted by the enthusiastic, united embrace of the female soldiers. But when he announced the orders from the first in command, they all froze in shock. 7,000 versus 9. What an unfair game this was. Yet precisely this unfair contest held the ultimate stakes for the Fire Phoenix's very survival. Tang Xiaoxiao, we're done for. 9 people? How can we possibly escape 7,000 pursuing enemies? We're dead. Tian Gui, we're done for. Totally done for. They don't even need guns. Just one rock each, thrown haphazardly, could crush us. What's the point of beheading anyone? We're finished. Ouyang Qian, holy crap, 7,000 against 9? Seriously? This is not how you play, God. He Lu, worse still, Yi Tsuanxin just woke up and is extremely weak. He can't possibly fight. We're losing members before the battle even starts. Honestly, counting Lei Xin, we're down to 8 people. The women sighed in despair once more. Lei Zhan sighed, no, Yi Tsuanxin must fight. She's the key to this battle. Without her, we absolutely cannot win this confrontation. We'll fail for sure. Because she's the only computer expert here. In this age of electronic information, without a computer expert by our side, we're no different from rabbits hopping around on a mountain. He Lu, but. Lei Zhan, no buts. On a real battlefield, no one cares if you're wounded or sick. Unless you're dead, you must fight. The women sighed again. Great. Not only were we down a man, but right at the start, we had a sick person dragging the team down. This battle was practically unwinnable. Over the next 3 days, Lei Zhan issued another peculiar order. Of the 10 magazines of ammunition each soldier carried, they were instructed to carry 9 loaded with live rounds and only 1 with blank rounds. This stunned the female soldiers. This was a training exercise. Why carry live ammunition? Could it be they were going to kill for real? Lei Zhan offered no explanation. He didn't tell the female soldiers that this group would face genuine sniper attacks, not some simulated combat exercise. During these 3 days, Lei Zhan secured 3 qi restoring pills from the system Old Ghost through a high-interest loan. After consuming them, Yi Tsuanxin astonishingly regained the ability to walk and jog. Doctors stared in utter disbelief at the now lively Yi Tsuanxin, declaring this an absolute miracle in medical history. The official confrontation commenced at dawn 3 days later. Lei Zhan boarded a helicopter with 8 strikingly poised female soldiers, heading toward the designated exercise zone center. However, the moment the helicopter reached the perimeter, Lei Zhan ordered the female soldiers to parachute out. Tan Xiaolin immediately protested vehemently, insisting this violated protocol. The exercise plan clearly stipulated the helicopter must land at the designated high ground area 026 before the drill officially commenced. This was a breach of regulations. Lei Zhan ignored Tan Xiaolin's rigid thinking and jumped out immediately. Shen Lani followed suit. One after another, the other female soldiers also leaped out, leaving Tan Xiaolin alone. She blinked her eyes, sighed, and reluctantly jumped down as well. It was late at night, and their landing spot proved less than ideal, a dense thicket of shrubs. The rugged terrain made progress slow and difficult. After trudging for over an hour, they finally spotted a group of figures approaching, their flashlights swaying as they moved. The squad leader, his cap askew, was grumbling to the dozen or so soldiers trailing behind him. "Hey, guys, what do you think? Has the company commander lost his mind? In the dead of night, what kind of patrol is this? They say the exercise has started. Damn it, it's the middle of the night. Waking us up for patrols in these deep, old woods where you can't even spot a damn rabbit. How the hell are we supposed to find anyone? This is bull. I say our company commander's gone mad trying to get promoted." Lei Zhan and the female soldiers lay concealed in the bushes, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Load the training rounds, take one prisoner, and eliminate the rest." The female soldiers quickly loaded their weapons and took aim. As the dozen or so men drew near, they launched a sudden assault. Yellow smoke billowed from the patrolling soldiers' bodies. Completely unaware of what had happened, they made a glorious exit from this confrontation. Shenlani strode forward, knocking the captured soldier to the ground with 2 punches. Thunder God, done! What now? Only then did Lei Zhan emerge from the bushes, a blade of grass between his teeth. He glanced at the platoon sergeant pinned to the ground. "Ah, this one? Haven't figured out what to ask yet. Let's beat him up first." Chapter 84, Spare Us, Hero. The moment Lei Zhan finished speaking, the female soldiers froze. Then it dawned on them this was the perfect outlet for their fury at being outnumbered 7,000 to 9. Truth be told, it was actually a pretty good idea. Without another word, the female soldiers swarmed him, raining down punches and kicks. The platoon sergeant was utterly stunned. He immediately began screaming, "Spare me! Spare me! Ladies, please spare me! Stop! Stop! Someone's going to die!" A minute later, the squad leader had transformed into Pig-head Asan. Blood trickled from his nose, and his face was a patchwork of purple and blue bruises. Lei Zhan finally approached with a smirk, waving his hand to signal the female soldiers to stop. Lei Zhan grinned as he crouched down in front of him. The platoon sergeant, terrified, scrambled to sit on the ground and backed away a few steps. "You, what are you doing? This isn't fair, I tell you. This is mistreating a colleague, mistreating a comrade." Lei Zhan chuckled darkly. "Shoo, keep your voice down. You want more beatings?" The squad leader immediately covered his mouth. Lei Zhan nodded with satisfaction. "That's better. Now answer my questions truthfully. Of course, you can lie. But you'd better lie so convincingly I can't tell otherwise." Lei Zhan glared at the female soldiers lurking nearby. "I won't be responsible for them. Right now, 8 of them are facing your entire Red Arrow brigade of 7,000 men. Their resentment is sky high. With their hot tempers, I can't control them. They might accidentally shoot you dead." The squad leader nodded frantically. "Ask me anything. I'll tell you. I promise to tell the truth." You. I never expected you to arrive so quickly." Lei Zhan asked with a smile. "What's your name? Which unit? Tonight's password? Who's your commander? What mission are you on?" The squad leader blurted out, "Sir, I'm Li Laosan, squad leader of the Communications Company, Reconnaissance Battalion. Our company commander is Lei Di. Tonight's password is High Mountain, Flowing Water. Our mission tonight is patrol duty." Truth be told, we knew full well that a bunch of nobodies like us in the signal company wouldn't be assigned anything substantial in this exercise, just cannon fodder, really. Your reputation, Commander Lei, is legendary throughout the entire military district. We knew the moment we ran into your unit, we were finished." Lei Zhan nodded, then glanced at the smoking corpses beside him, those who'd already been eliminated from the exercise. Turning to the female soldiers, he said, "Ladies, I need to discuss something confidential with this sergeant." "Knock them all unconscious." The female soldiers sprang into action, swiftly knocking out all the standing corpses with punches and kicks. One slightly tougher guy, Tang Xiaoxiao, managed to stay conscious and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? This is against the rules. And besides, kicking corpses? That's inhumane. We're already dead." Shenlani stepped forward and landed a solid punch. "Damn it. Dead bodies talk too much. Just die already." One punch knocked the guy unconscious. Seeing the female soldiers strike with such ruthless ferocity, the squad leader immediately began trembling in place, his lips quivering with fear. Lei Zhan chuckled, "Comrade veteran, how many years have you served?" Li Laosan replied, 3 years, sir. I'm due for discharge this winter." He didn't understand why Lei Zhan was suddenly asking such irrelevant questions. Lei Zhan nodded upon hearing this. Seems like you haven't been getting along too well in the unit, huh? Li Laozan sighed. Yeah, it's been just okay. After discharge, I'll go back home, keep farming, find a wife, have kids, and live out my days. Lei Zhan chuckled, a bit reluctant to leave, aren't you? Li Laozan sighed again. What good would resentment do? I've got no status, no connections, no influence here. No real future either. Going back home is my only choice. Lei Zhan chuckled again. I see, brother Li Laozan. I'm just like you, my family's poor. We're both kids who grew up in the mountains. I get your situation. Here's the deal, cooperate with me on this mission. After you're discharged at the end of the year, come straight to my Special Forces Brigade. I'll hook you up with a job. Monthly salary won't be less than 10 grand. How's that? Li Laozan's eyes widened. Really? Lei Zhan immediately struck a pose, patting his chest emphatically. Who am I? I'm Lei Zhan, the thunder god of the renowned Wolf Fawn Special Forces Brigade. Don't you trust my word? Li Laozan nodded quickly. I believe you. I believe you. What do you need me to do? Lei Zhan smiled, simple. You lead the way to your reconnaissance battalion headquarters. Leave the rest to me. Li Laozan hesitated, but that's not good. If the company commander finds out I betrayed the unit, I'll probably get discharged immediately. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. That's even better. You're getting discharged sooner or later anyway. This way you skip half a year of suffering. Once you're out, come straight to me. You can start working immediately. Li Laozan blinked hard, turning back to ponder. He looked at Lei Zhan again. Huh? You're right, that actually makes sense. Lei Zhan shrugged his shoulders. Exactly. That's how it is. Li Laozan blinked thoughtfully, then gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. For a decent life after discharge, for a monthly salary over 10 grand, I'll give it my all. Lei Zhan gave Li Laozan a thumbs up. A wise man knows when to act. Congratulations on making the best decision of your life. Alright, let's head back to headquarters. Li Laozan nodded sharply. Let's go back. 8 female soldiers quickly stripped the dead bodies of their uniforms and changed into them. Then, under cover of the wind and moonless night, after a half-hour forced march, they arrived at the entrance to the guard post of the Reconnaissance Battalion's temporary command post. The sentry spotted Li Laozan approaching with 8 or 9 men and immediately shone his flashlight at them. Who goes there? Password. Li Laozan bellowed back. High Mountain, returning the password. Sentry, passing through. Holy crap, third brother, it's you. How'd it go? Back from patrol? See any of those gorgeous Fire Phoenix girls? Li Laozan led Lei Zhan and the others into the headquarters while boasting, saw a damn thing? On the vast 026 high ground, dozens of kilometers around, where the hell would you find them in the dead of night? Pure torture. Didn't see a single hair. Alright, Zhang, enough. Let's go back to sleep. Damn, I'm exhausted. And so, Li Laozan led Lei Zhan and the others right into the heavily guarded temporary command post of the Reconnaissance Battalion. Li Laozan then symbolically took Lei Zhan on a patrol around the camp perimeter. In truth, it was Lei Zhan who wanted to familiarize himself with the terrain to facilitate an escape. After circling the camp, they stopped in front of the temporary command post. Pointing at the lit tent ahead, he told Lei Zhan, the battalion commander and political instructor are inside, maintaining constant contact with headquarters. The battalion commander emphasized during the pre-mission briefing, these 72 hours, even if we go 3 days and nights without sleep, we must hold the reconnaissance battalion's positions. We won't give you the slightest opening. If you're spotted, we'll shoot to kill immediately. Even taking down one of you counts as a success. Lei Zhan smiled, patting his shoulder. Well said. Excellent work. Your monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan is no problem. Rest assured. Then, Lei Zhan turned to Yi Tsuanshin, retrieve the photos of the reconnaissance battalion's commander and political instructor. Confirm the targets, then proceed immediately. Yi Tsuanshin retrieved the terminal he'd taken from a previous corpse and pulled up photos of 2 middle-aged men. There. These are the ones. Lei Zhan took a look, smiled, and showed them to the female soldiers. He then turned to Tan Xiaolin. Remember these 2 men. Behead them both. After beheading them, set the tents ablaze. The bigger the fire, the better. Then get a vehicle ready and wait for me at the main gate of the battalion headquarters. Got it? Tan Xiaolin quickly replied, understood. Lei Zhan waved his hand. Get moving. Tan Xiaolin promptly gave orders. Lu was to secure a military vehicle, while the rest were to eliminate everyone inside the tent. Lei Zhan, meanwhile, departed with Li Laozan and Shenlani. Smiling, he told Li Laozan, take me to the armory in the fuel depot. Li Laozan flinched at the words, Thunder God, you're not serious, are you? Lei Zhan chuckled, of course not. I have my own plans. Hurry up and don't waste my time. You know my schedule is extremely tight. Li Laozan nodded in understanding. The armory wasn't far from the camp headquarters. They reached it in no time. 2 sentries paced back and forth on guard duty. But when Lei Zhan arrived, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he waited until gunfire erupted from the camp headquarters. Then, suddenly, flames erupted, the fiery red light illuminating half the sky. The guards at the armory were stunned by the blaze that lit up half the sky. At that moment, Lei Zhan gave Li Laosan a nod, "Go." Li Laosan nodded, scrambled out of cover, and charged straight at the sentry. The guard raised his rifle and bellowed, "Who goes there? Pass the word." Li Laosan, "High Mountain." "Return the password." Sentry, "Flowing water." Which company are you from? What brings you here?" Li Laosan immediately adopted a frantic, breathless tone, "Bad news. Bad news. The battalion headquarters is under terrorist attack. All communications are down." The battalion commander ordered us signalmen to urgently summon everyone to assemble at headquarters immediately right now. The sentry froze upon hearing this, grabbing his walkie-talkie, 00540054 calling 0054, "What's the situation?" The sentry called several more times, but there was no response. The battalion commander's communications officer had been taken out, and the radio was turned off. Li Laosan immediately yelled, "Stop calling. I told you, this is an emergency. We need to evacuate immediately. Everyone report to battalion headquarters now. If you're late, you won't make it in time. I don't give a damn about you lot anymore. I've got other places to report to. Goodbye." With that, Li Laosan turned and bolted, his ass on fire, racing back to his previous hiding spot. "Ahem, Thunder God, how'd I do?" Lei Zhan grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Brilliant. You've got star quality." The two sentries on open duty whispered to each other for a moment, then nodded. They shouted toward the shadows, "Second fool, Gangzi, come out. Stop hiding. Hurry up and assemble at headquarters. Urgent orders." At that moment, two shadow sentries emerged from the darkness. But just as the four gathered together, yellow smoke began billowing from their bodies. Lei Zhan and his men emerged from the shadows, grinning at the four. "Sorry, guys, you're dead. Now, take my advice, if you don't want to die for real, get the hell out of here fast." The four corpses exchanged glances and scrambled away. Their mission had failed anyway, they were already dead. They certainly didn't want to die for real. Lei Zhan approached the armory entrance and planted a timed bomb. Afterward, he grabbed a stack of melon grenades. Led by Li Laosan, they arrived at the reconnaissance battalion's fuel depot. It was a temporary facility with only 300-ton fuel tanks. They eliminated over a dozen soldiers guarding the tanks. Lei Zhan then tossed a melon grenade directly into one of the tanks. Instantly, towering flames erupted once more, illuminating the entire reconnaissance battalion. At that very moment, the entire reconnaissance battalion descended into utter chaos. Yet the battalion commander and political instructor, the very men in charge, sat motionless at their desk, eyes closed, not uttering a word. For at that moment, they were already dead bodies. Only when the deafening roar of the fuel tank explosion reached them did both men open their eyes simultaneously. They exchanged glances. The battalion commander's lips twitched. "Political commissar," he murmured, "Lei Zhan blew up the fuel tank. Don't you think he might have gone a bit too far? That was hundreds of tons of fuel, national property." The political instructor smiled wryly and sighed. "An exercise is like real combat. Lei Zhan did nothing wrong." Yet, the moment the instructor finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted, a sound that shook the earth, several times louder than the fuel tanker's explosion. Both men's expressions changed instantly. That kid Lei Zhan, he wouldn't have. Chapter 85, Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkeys. As flames roared skyward from the fuel tanks, chaos erupted throughout the reconnaissance battalion. Lei Zhan immediately led Shenlani away. Simultaneously, he ordered Li Laosan to hurry back to their previous meeting spot and play dead. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lei Zhan and Shenlani made their way to the battalion headquarters main gate. Tan Xiaolan's vehicle had been waiting there all along. Once Lei Zhan and Shenlani were inside, Lei Zhan pressed the button on the remote control in his hand. With a thunderous boom, the ammunition depot belonging to the reconnaissance battalion's 186th Regiment exploded. The now dead political instructor and battalion commander of the reconnaissance battalion were stunned. "Lei Zhan, you didn't really blow up our ammunition depot, did you?" Reporting to the battalion commander and political instructor. The ammunition depot has exploded." The commander and political instructor slumped back in their chairs, frozen in shock. Then, snapping out of their stupor, they roared at the stunned communications soldier, "What the hell are you staring at? Hurry up and send a report to headquarters. The Fire Phoenix team has gone too far, they blew up the ammunition depot." At that very moment, Lei Zhan was already speeding down the mountain road in their battalion command vehicle. The battalion commander dialed the commander of the rocket brigade, who was overseeing the exercise, "Commander Wu. Lei Zhan has gone too far. He actually went all out. He blew up 3 of our large fuel tanks and our regiment's ammunition depot." Upon hearing this, the rocket brigade commander merely uttered a faint hum. At the commander's non-committal the reconnaissance battalion commander expressed profound shock and dissatisfaction. "Commander, say something. What does that mean?" The Rocket Brigade commander suddenly erupted. You have the nerve to ask me? Why the hell aren't you questioning yourself? Your reconnaissance battalion has over 1,000 men, right? 1,000 men, and 8 or 9 of them blew up the fuel depot and the ammunition depot? You have the guts to interrogate me? I haven't even asked you yet what the hell was your job. What the hell kind of job is this battalion commander doing? What kind of soldiering is this? Ha? Playing house? You're leading 1,000 men, and they're all useless? 1,000 men, supposedly elite troops. They're as good as dead. Like a bunch of corpses. Ah, you so-called leader, you're nothing but a useless piece of. It's only been an hour since the exercise started, just 1 hour. And your entire battalion, a reconnaissance battalion no less, got its base wiped out by 8 or 9 people. They destroyed the fuel depot, blew up the ammo dump. And you have the nerve to call me up and start questioning me? Tell me, are you even still alive right now? If you're dead, why the hell are you calling me? You've already broken the rules, got it? Idiot. Incompetent. Moron. Wait until this exercise ends, then pack your damn bags and go home to hug your kids. What kind of soldier are you? Click. The Rocket Brigade commander hung up. Left on the other end of the line, the battalion commander stared blankly, still reeling from the torrent of abuse. Though the brigade commander had just berated the reconnaissance battalion commander, his own eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Pacing back and forth before his staff in the command post, he muttered, "Damn it, this Lejean has gone rogue. No matter what, this is an exercise. How dare he play like this? He even dared to blow up the ammunition depot? That bastard must be out of his mind. Damn it, once I get my hands on him, I'll make him sit on the tiger bench and force feed him 2 barrels of chili water. If he can survive that, I'll admit he's got guts." The chief of staff stepped forward. "Colonel, we all know Lejean. That kid's always been called the devil among soldiers. He never plays by the rules. See, we agreed his drop zone was the center of Sector 026. Then the exercise started, and he stood us up. No clue where he parachuted in from. Then, within a mere hour, he decapitated the battalion commander and political instructor of the reconnaissance battalion. He blew up the fuel tanks and ammunition depot. What is this? It's a blatant show of force. It's killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. This kid has a dark heart and a ruthless hand. Brigade commander, you must be cautious. This bastard plays by no rules whatsoever. Look at his actions, not a single one was permitted in the exercise scenario. He is a complete renegade, like Sun Wukong refusing to heed orders. To rein him in, you'd have to become the Buddha himself. My recommendation, report to higher command that Lejean violated exercise protocols and should be dealt with under military law. The brigade commander sighed, shook his head, and waved his hand. Chief of staff, no more. If we handle this as you suggest, it would mean our Red Arrow Brigade admits defeat. Lejean is a soldier. Everything he's done stems from his military duty. During exercises, many things are nuanced. After all, an exercise is an exercise, not actual combat. It merely strives to approximate real battle. Within that, there are significant variables. Yet, in the military, all actions unconsciously seek a shared baseline. That baseline is, never actually kill a living person. Above this line, however, any extreme actions can be understood and tacitly permitted. Soldiers can feign death to become corpses, but how can fuel tanks and ammunition depots fake death? They can only achieve their intended effect by truly being destroyed. We lost this opening show of force. There's no need for excuses. Prepare for the next round of confrontation. Red Arrow Brigade, if we fall to these 8 or 9 men, our faces, our entire group's faces, will be forever disgraced. We'll become a laughingstock in our nation's military, a complete joke. Understand? We can't afford this humiliation. This battle must be won. The chief of staff immediately replied, "Yes, brigade commander. We will spare no expense to ensure victory in this confrontation." The brigade commander nodded, his brow furrowed. "Ah, it seems I truly underestimated this Lejean. When the deputy commander of the military region ordered me to prepare for action, saying we were to serve as a sharpening stone for a unit, I assumed it was the veteran 138th Motorized Infantry Combat Brigade. Never did I expect the order I received was to capture 9 men. At the time, I even felt it was an insult to our Red Arrow Brigade. Honestly, a mere 9 men? I could wipe them out with a single company in one swift strike, leaving not a trace behind. But now look at this mess. That kid Lejean, with just 9 men, has devoured an entire battalion of mine in one bite. What a huge appetite he has. Doesn't he fear breaking his teeth?" The chief of staff quickly interjected, "The Wolfang Special Forces Brigade is the elite of the elite, the vanguard of the vanguard within our entire military. We cannot measure their quality against that of conventional troops. I suggest, brigade commander, that we adjust our strategy and tactics." The chief of staff, Major Huang Yin, was dark and gaunt, his black-rimmed glasses framing eyes that often gleamed with cunning. If nothing else, that face alone marked him as the perfect military strategist. Serving as the brigade commander's chief of staff, he was a perfect fit for the role. The brigade commander nodded upon hearing this. Young Huang, you've got a point. That kid Lejean hit us with a real whammy. We can't just swallow this. What's your plan? Spit it out. Huang Yin quickly replied, Commander, Lejean's Wolfang Special Forces unit, no matter how elite they are, operate strategically as a small unit force. Small unit operations differ fundamentally from large-scale conventional warfare. As the military classics state, war is the art of deception. Engage with orthodoxy, but win with the unconventional. Lejean's unit operates precisely along this unconventional path. Their small numbers grant them superior mobility and adaptable tactics. Their individual combat skills far surpass those of conventional troops. Combined with their small numbers and low profile, they strike like a tongue in the grass, often catching us off guard. Against such a highly capable, elusive small unit, we absolutely cannot employ the outdated tactics of large-scale military exercises for so-called encirclement and suppression. Our large numbers make collective movement sluggish, and command execution is fraught with mid-operation variables. A single minor oversight on their part could inflict massive casualties on our forces. Therefore, my recommendation is to develop tailored countermeasures based on the Fire Phoenix Squad's operational patterns and tactics. Concentrate heavy forces to secure critical facilities, ammunition depots, airfields, fuel storage, command centers, and other vital locations. Regarding the Phoenix Squadron's tactics, they should operate autonomously at company and platoon levels, rather than being subjected to blanket, full-scale, centralized control. The Reconnaissance Battalion incident serves as a stark lesson. Once the battalion commander and political instructor were neutralized, the entire camp instantly collapsed into disarray. Had they operated at the company platoon level, they could have maintained combat organization. Yet command authority rested solely with the battalion leadership. Once the king is dead, his soldiers panic and cannot halt the fight. This precisely gave Lejean and his men an opening to commit their crimes and escape effortlessly afterward. Had the units been organized at the company or platoon level, they could have swiftly mounted defenses, launched pursuits, and conducted mop-up operations. At the very least, they could have engaged in attrition warfare, sacrificing 10, 20, or even 50 men to take down one of them, ultimately striking and eliminating the threat. The brigade commander frowned thoughtfully upon hearing this. Suddenly, he turned to Huang Yin, narrowing his eyes. Huang Yin, what you've outlined here is very well thought out. Huang Yin, I truly never imagined your mind held such detailed, meticulous special operations thinking. All these years, you never let me see this side of you. You've been hiding it well, kid. I never would have guessed your chief of staff position wasn't just for show. Huang Yin froze at the compliment, then quickly grinned. Brigade commander, you're a battle-hardened veteran with unmatched combat experience. You've seen real combat. My modest talents are insignificant in your eyes. How could I ever dare to show my weaknesses before you? The brigade commander eyed Huang Yin sideways. Fine, let's say your flattery holds water. But when we were forming the task force to take down Lejean, that Fire Phoenix, why didn't you voice this crucial insight? Had you spoken up earlier, we wouldn't have lost the Reconnaissance Battalion? Were you deliberately withholding it? Chapter 86, Drills or Real Combat. Huang Yin froze at the accusation, frantically waving his hands. No, Commander. You've completely misunderstood me. How could I possibly think that? The truth is, at the time, I genuinely believed your original plan was flawless. Besides, Lejean's group was only 9 people. I never imagined this Fire Phoenix could cause such devastating destruction. Commander, you couldn't have foreseen this either, right? Huang Yin's reasoning was flawless. The brigade commander pondered for a moment before nodding. Huang Yin, you're right. Indeed, I never imagined Lejean and her 8 girls could cause such devastation. That first shot alone dealt us such heavy losses. This was absolutely beyond my expectations. She's a real handful. Staff Officer Huang, order all battalions, no rest for 72 hours until the Fire Phoenix gang is captured. Tell them, capture 1 member, and the entire company gets 3 days off. Furthermore, operate at the company and platoon level. When the battalion commander is present, follow his orders. If the battalion commander is absent, operations will proceed under company command. If the company commander is absent, operations will proceed under platoon command. If the platoon commander is absent, operations will proceed under squad command. Continue executing the order to capture the Fire Phoenix gang. If the squad leader is also absent, operations will proceed under individual soldier command. Pass down this order. Any soldier who captures any member of the Fire Phoenix gang will be directly promoted to non-commissioned officer candidate. Huang Yin immediately responded, yes, brigade commander. I'll relay the orders immediately. The brigade commander nodded. Mobilize every soldier in the brigade. The moment you spot them, capture them immediately. I refuse to believe that with over 7,000 men surrounding the entire 026 zone like an iron barrel, they can turn into birds and fly away or become rats and burrow out. Search every inch of ground. Dig 3 feet deep if you must, but find these people for me. Huang Yin, yes, sir. Huang Yin departed, leaving 2 figures in the operations command room, the top commander of the Beast Battalion and the brigade commander. Commander 1 sat smiling on the sofa, watching the brigade commander pace the floor. Well, Commander, he chuckled. Who would have thought? I deployed just 9 men, and your famed Red Army Grinding Stone Red Arrow Brigade is already reeling from the first strike. I'm truly proud of my troops. The brigade commander rolled his eyes and glared at the commander. Commander, your man this Lejeune has gone too far. 3 entire drums of fuel, an entire ammunition depot. Do you have any idea how much that costs? And what about the casualties? The dead? How could this escalate so badly? You've spoiled Lejeune rotten, I tell you. Commander number 1's expression suddenly turned grim. Old Fong, your words are rather pointless. We've both been soldiers our entire lives. We've participated in countless exercises and drills. We often say during these exercises are real combat. But honestly, how well have we actually done all these years? I'm sure we both know the answer. The guns are real, the ammunition is training rounds. The tanks are genuine, the artillery is simulated. The soldiers are living men. Even if they die, they come back to life. In these exercises, there are no casualties, no deaths, no prisoners, no traitors, no spies. Every single one is a righteous national warrior, eternal in their devotion. Over the years, I've witnessed no fewer than 300, if not 500, exercise confrontations. Yet the more I watch, the more pointless it all seems. Why? In a word, too much empty grandstanding. Precisely because it's an exercise, many conditions that could fundamentally shift the course of battle are unknowingly erased. But what is the battlefield? It's a place where even the smallest circumstance can trigger sudden, unpredictable shifts in the war's momentum. Back when I was 30, I captured every technical specialist in the enemy's command and control center, over 100 men. Yet because I couldn't torture them, I failed to obtain their blueprint system. That exercise ended in defeat. But on a real battlefield? I guarantee you that among those 100+ prisoners, at least one would have broken under my brutal interrogation. I would have extracted the system access codes and changed the outcome of the battle. But because it was an exercise, I couldn't use torture. We lost that exercise. But honestly, I refuse to accept that loss. I believe that if it had been a real battlefield, I could have extracted the password from one of those 100+ people within 5 minutes. That way, we would have one for sure. All these years, we've kept chanting, exercises are real combat. Exercises are real combat. But in truth, are exercises truly real combat? No. Exercises are exercises, never real combat. Too many tactics are held back by that. That's why we're hamstrung. Lejeune, they only had 9 men. You know he had to pit those 9 against your 7,000. And win. Just thinking about that confrontation is headache-inducing. Tell me, is that a task any normal human could accomplish? No, absolutely not. But Lejeune accepted it. And since he accepted it, he would choose to maximize whatever advantage he could gain. Yet even so, they faced numerous constraints. At the very least, they couldn't actually kill anyone, right? They couldn't really torture your soldiers for information, could they? These 2 tactics are precisely their greatest strengths. Yet these very skills they excel at are now forbidden, while they face relentless pursuit and ambush from your 7,000 men. Unable to kill, they'll be hamstrung when subduing your warriors, risking exposure. Unable to torture, they'll miss out on vital intelligence and secrets they should have uncovered. Do you dare claim all 7,000 of your men could withstand their interrogation? No, absolutely not. I dare say not even 100 among your 7,000 could endure Lejeune's interrogation. Take the Fire Phoenix Women's Special Forces, for instance. They were handpicked from tens of thousands of soldiers, and there are only 8 of them. They've lost too many advantages, bearing pressure as heavy as mountains while maneuvering against you and completing their missions. Yet here, we demand this mustn't be destroyed, that mustn't be damaged, this can't be done, that can't be done. And all the while, we chant that exercises are real combat. Don't you think we're not only deceiving ourselves, but also being a bit shameless? The brigade commander, hearing number 1 speak at length, lowered his head in deep thought. In the end, he said nothing, only letting out a sigh. Number 1 continued, I believe this sacrifice is worthwhile. It forces you self-important bureaucrats to reflect, to understand where your weaknesses lie when real war breaks out, and what the true cost will be. Now you can't even handle losing a few cans of fuel. Oof. Just wait. The real sacrifices you'll have to make are yet to come. Even if Lejeune and his team fail their mission this time, capturing them will cost you dearly. Let this Red Army whetstone show you exactly where you stand and what level you're at when real war unfolds. Right now, it's not you being someone else's whetstone, it's Lejeune and his Fire Phoenix serving as yours. Use this chance to understand yourselves more clearly. The brigade commander nodded upon hearing this. Understood. Number 1. It's true, I need to reflect. These past years, I've been resting on my laurels, basking in the glory of past achievements. Number 1 chuckled. Those honors were practically shoved down your throat by the deputy commander. All the best gear was funneled into your spearhead brigade. You became his prized pet. This time, let Lejean draw some blood from that prized pet of his. Let him taste real pain. Best you prove you've got the guts to keep that old face of yours intact. The brigade commander sneered dismissively. Number 1, you talk as if Lejean could actually escape. Do you really think our Red Arrow Brigade's fine soldiers are just for show? With 7,000 men, if we can't catch 9 of them, we might as well all jump off a building. Number 1 roared with laughter. Old fawn, that's not so certain. They're all my men, ha! The brigade commander sneered again. Pfft. What's so special about your men? I'll still tie them up tight and deliver them to you one by one. Humph. I refuse to believe that 7,000 men of the mighty Red Arrow Brigade can't handle 9 little kids. If I can't pull this off, I've wasted my entire life. Number 1 laughed heartily. Fine, let's make a bet. How about that bottle of 30-year-old Mao Tai? If I win, we both down it. If I lose, I'll give you my genuine Zhang Daqian painting. Deal? Division Commander Fong, deal. As for Lejean, after blowing up the reconnaissance battalion's fuel tanks and ammunition depot, he drove away with the women. Tan Xiaolin asked fearfully, Lejean, didn't you go too far? How could you blow up the ammo depot? That's against regulations. Lejean sat in the vehicle with his eyes closed, completely ignoring Tan Xiaolin. After driving a kilometer, Lejean ordered everyone to disembark and then blew up the vehicle. The women were baffled by his actions. After destroying the vehicle, Lejean ordered everyone to immediately march at full speed, swiftly returning along the original route to the reconnaissance battalion. The women were even more alarmed. After causing such a huge commotion at the reconnaissance battalion, why would they return? Wasn't this like a moth flying into a flame, courting their own destruction? Though every woman questioned Lejean's decision, they had no choice but to obey. Acting Captain Tan Xiaolin was completely sidelined, stripped of any authority to make decisions. Less than 5 minutes into their return along the original route, they suddenly spotted a convoy of reconnaissance battalion vehicles speeding down the highway toward them. There were over a dozen large trucks. The group quickly dove into the dense forest beside the road, hiding themselves. Chapter 87, Total Annihilation. Watching the trucks pass by one after another, Tan Xiaolin and the others sighed deeply. Had Lejean not ordered them to dismount earlier, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. A dozen large trucks could easily carry 100 or 200 men, at least a company's worth of troops. If they had been caught, this group would have been in serious trouble. After the dozen trucks passed, Lejean remained motionless. Roughly 10 minutes later, suddenly, trucks began rolling by one after another. This time, it wasn't just a dozen they rumbled past for a full half hour. The group couldn't help but sigh in awe. Only now did they truly grasp the brilliance of Lejean's earlier decision. Seriously, the Thunder God is the Thunder God, he sees everything coming. Ouyang Qian promptly gave him a thumbs up. Exactly. The Thunder God is the Thunder God. How come we didn't think of abandoning the vehicles and heading straight back toward the base we just attacked? The reconnaissance battalion would never guess that after our vehicles were destroyed, we'd head toward their own headquarters. Humph, of course. That's what they call the most dangerous place is the safest place, Zhu Biazhuo remarked. Just then, Lejean finally opened his eyes. Watch closely. We're going to ambush the last vehicle. By now, everyone regarded Lejean as a god. They stared intently at the vehicles on the road until the last one approached. Only then did Ji Tsuanqin fire live rounds, piercing the truck's tire. The driver hurriedly got out to inspect the vehicle, cursing under his breath upon seeing the flat tire. At that moment, over 20 soldiers disembarked and began asking what had happened. Tan Xiaolin turned to Lejean. Now is the perfect moment to strike. Lejean, move. Lejean shot Tan Xiaolin a dismissive look. Use your brain, will you? Why is now the perfect time? Waiting until they change the tire would be much better. Otherwise, you go change the wheel yourself. Tan Xiaolin, scolded by Lejean, rolled her eyes at him. The driver quickly changed the wheel. During wartime readiness, changing tires wasn't an option. They simply unscrewed the wheel and replaced it. The soldiers reboarded the vehicle. Just then, Lejean stepped out and quickly intercepted the driver about to start the engine. Hold on, I just took a piss. Driver, hurry up. The company commanders already rushed us several times. We're the last ones left to rendezvous. Lejean lowered his helmet, walked to the rear of the truck's cargo tent, pulled the pin on a training grenade, lifted a corner of the canvas, and tossed the grenade inside. Instantly, the rear cargo area erupted in commotion, followed by billowing yellow smoke. Tan Xiaolin and the others emerged with the female soldiers, kicking all the male soldiers out of the truck bed. Lejean transformed into the truck driver, while Yi Tsuanqin became the co-pilot. To everyone's surprise, the truck headed straight back toward the very spot where they had abandoned it earlier. The female soldiers were baffled. What was Lejean thinking? Earlier, it had been a stroke of genius to evade the pursuing force. But now, turning back like this? Wasn't that just walking into a trap? However, out of respect for Lei Zhan's authority, they had no choice but to keep quiet. What was going through Lei Zhan's mind was a complete mystery to them. When Lei Zhan's vehicle finally arrived, they saw all the other vehicles that had arrived earlier lined up in front of the abandoned car Lei Zhan had left behind. A lieutenant colonel stood gazing at the wrecked vehicle, his face ashen. Surrounding the lieutenant colonel were a cluster of majors, captains, and lieutenants. Chief of staff, what should we do now? Should we continue pursuing them forward? A captain asked. Our 2nd Artillery Company may not excel at tracking, but that Fire Phoenix is utterly despicable. We're part of the reconnaissance battalion, we can't let this go. The lieutenant colonel nodded. Pursue. We must pursue. I hereby order, organize by platoon. Our sole objective is to capture the Phoenix squad members. Headquarters has issued orders, should unexpected situations arise, the objective remains unchanged. Organize pursuit units under the command of the highest-ranking officer present. Fight until the very last man stands. Do not cease the pursuit. Yes, Chief of Staff. I'll carry out the order immediately. Meanwhile, inside Lei Zhan's vehicle, now with both front and rear compartments breached, he addressed Tan Xiaolin and the others. After stopping, immediately seized the 2nd Artillery Company's armored vehicle. Wreak maximum destruction and slaughter across all fronts. Yi Zuanxin will target officers. Eliminate all officers, then captains. Eliminate all captains, then non-commissioned officers. Such a prime opportunity for annihilation must not be missed. Understood. The women replied in unison, understood, Thunder God. This is going to be a bloodbath. So thrilling. Tianguo's face flushed with excitement. Wow, this is insane. 9 people not only took out the reconnaissance battalion's armory and fuel depot, along with the battalion commander and political instructor, but they actually planned to wipe out every single officer and enlisted soldier in the entire battalion with just 9 people. Thunder God wasn't just completing a mission, he was challenging the very core of military dignity. He Lu remarked, if this succeeds, will the reconnaissance battalion even have any men left alive? Their faces would be completely wiped off the map. Ah, Lei Zhan is a madman, a devil, Tan Xiaolin sighed. At the same time, she finally realized that being a special forces soldier was far more than just what they trained for on the drill field. A deep sense of defeat washed over her. Before coming to Fire Phoenix, she had to admit she'd harbored a hint of superiority. A prodigy with a master's in psychology from the US, a black belt in karate, an IDPA member, a doctoral candidate at the National Defense University, and an Army Major, Tan Xiaolin had boasted that with such a formidable background and credentials, serving as an instructor for a small women's special forces unit would be a piece of cake, a walk in the park. Her journey had been one of misunderstanding Lei Zhan's brutal training, then admiration, followed by the realization of her own mistakes, and finally the humbling experience of the Lover's Island incident where she felt her own insignificance. Now, she discovered that the gap between herself and a true Special Forces soldier was, in fact, vast and unbridgeable. And here she was, shamelessly calling herself the instructor of the Fire Phoenix squad, a thought that filled her with shame. Compared to Lei Zhan, what was she? Nothing. In both military and civilian skills, she was a lowly figure who couldn't even step onto the field when the ERNA assault assessment team arrived. Squeak! The vehicle came to a halt. Tan Xiaolin nearly toppled over, jolting her out of her reverie. She snapped back to reality. This was the battlefield, and she let her mind wander at such a critical moment. How utterly useless. Immediately, she barked, "Get out! Secure the armored vehicle. If you can't secure it, destroy it." Yi Zuanxin had already slipped out of the vehicle earlier, finding a nearby concealed position to hide. The instant the female soldier stepped out, a puff of yellow smoke erupted from the major's helmet. With a puff, he was out. The officers surrounding him were instantly alarmed. Fire Phoenix is still nearby. Everyone to your positions. To your positions. Prepare for combat. Pop. Yellow smoke billowed from the helmets of one officer after another, each being eliminated. Of the dozen or so officers present, only 2 managed to reach their unit's vehicle and prepare to board. But before they could, gunfire erupted from Lei Zhan's side. Yellow smoke appeared on the helmets of those 2 second lieutenants too. The 2 lieutenants stood frozen in place, utterly frustrated. Staring up at Lei Zhan, who sat atop what they thought was their own vehicle, they shouted, "Damn it! Can't you look properly? You're shooting your own men. This is like ghosts fighting ghosts." Lei Zhan waved at the 2 lieutenants with a smile. "Sorry, officers. Mistake. Mistake. Which company are you from? Give me your names. Once this exercise is over, I'll have you court-martialed." Lei Zhan chuckled darkly. "Sorry, I don't talk to dead people. Bye, sir." With that, he started the engine, spun the vehicle around, tossed 2 delayed action grenades inside, slammed the accelerator with a heavy object, and leaped out. The car barreled straight toward a nearby supply truck. The captain was stunned. Supply. Supply. At that moment, another corpse beside him murmured, "Second platoon leader, dead people shouldn't talk much. You're breaking the rules, you know. How did you even get promoted to officer with that IQ? I'm genuinely baffled. Use your brain, that guy just now was Lei Zhan. How can you be so thick-headed?" The second lieutenant gasped in shock. "What? You mean we're under attack by the Fire Phoenix?" The other second lieutenant rolled his eyes skyward. Good heavens! How naive and foolish this gentleman is. Yi Tsuanshin provided cover from the shadows while the other 7 female soldiers seized 7 armored vehicles. Lei Zhan tried to find one amid the chaos, but the time lost shooting the 2 lieutenants meant soldiers had already scrambled inside, refusing to budge. Lei Zhan had no choice but to pull out a tear gas grenade. With a mighty leap, he soared over 3 meters high, shoving the grenade down the armored vehicle's gun barrel. With a thunderous boom, the soldier immediately opened the hatch, crawling out teary-eyed and sniffling. Lei Zhan kicked him hard, sending him flying back into the vehicle. 8 armored vehicles spread out in all directions, their cannons roaring. Both men and vehicles were obliterated. While frantically firing from inside his own armored vehicle, Lei Zhan grabbed the radio. All teams. Don't let a single vehicle escape. Don't let a single vehicle escape. Don't let a single man escape. Don't let a single man escape. Aim for total annihilation. Aim for total annihilation." The operations officer, a lieutenant colonel, stood frozen in place, yellow smoke billowing from his helmet. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. It's over. It's over. Totally over. This time, the brigade commander will skin us alive. Our reconnaissance battalion hasn't just lost face, we've lost everything. I guess I'll be demobilized and heading home by year's end. Another captain, his helmet billowing yellow smoke, muttered dumbly, "We're done for. We're done for. I was supposed to get promoted to deputy company commander by year's end. But now, just keeping my captain's rank would be a miracle. What the hell kind of monster is this Lei Zhan?" A platoon sergeant, killed in action, stared blankly. It's over. It's over. 7 years in the army, risking my life for 7 years, 6 third-class meritorious service medals, and I was about to become a commissioned officer. All that effort was for nothing. 20 minutes later, 8 armored vehicles assembled at the reconnaissance battalion headquarters. The entire battalion, save for a few scattered soldiers who'd fled into the woods, had been wiped out. Now, the compound stood utterly deserted except for Lei Zhan and 8 female soldiers. Chapter 88. The command post in an uproar. At that very moment, inside the Rocket Brigade Commander's Operations Command Center, the brigade commander was furious, his hair practically standing on end as he slammed his fist on the table. Meanwhile, the number 1 leader sat at his command desk, legs crossed, sipping coffee with relish. He kept praising the coffee's flavor, declaring it absolutely fantastic. Brigadier General Fong stared at the commander-in-chief, feeling as though he were looking at a pump solely dedicated to inflating his bicycle tire. He was furious. When news reached headquarters that Lei Zhan had single-handedly wiped out an entire reconnaissance battalion with just 9 men, Commander-in-Chief No. 1 gaped in astonishment. Colonel Fong was equally dumbfounded. For a long moment, neither could recover. The Commander-in-Chief was stunned. Colonel Fong was stunned. Yet the Commander-in-Chief's shock was delight. Colonel Fong's shock was terror. It was as if the colonel's unmarried daughter had suddenly been told she was pregnant, and the culprit was the Commander-in-Chief's own son. Battalion Commander Fong slammed his fist on the table, berating the staff officers before him. Good for nothings. Good for nothings. Worthless. Useless. Worthless. Useless. Over 1,000 men, over 1,000. And yet they were wiped out by 9? Ha! You bunch of good for nothings, you actually have the nerve to call yourselves soldiers? You actually have the nerve to stand here breathing? All of you go to hell. Go to hell. The more Colonel Fong raged, the angrier he grew. His tirade reduced everyone present to cowering on the floor, not daring to breathe. With his hands behind his back, he paced the room, muttering curses under his breath. Idiots. Utter fools. Complete morons. Stupid. Stupid. All bloody stupid. Only the number 1 leader sat on the sofa, legs crossed, sipping coffee with a satisfied smile like a groom about to consummate his marriage. Ah, old Fong, victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare. Don't lose your cool like this. It's just 1 battalion. You still have 6 more. A drop in the bucket, a drop in the bucket. Relax, relax. Ha! The Commander-in-Chief couldn't hide his delight. He already had a plan. Regardless of whether Lei Zhan and the Fire Phoenix succeeded this time, the Fire Phoenix must be preserved. 9 people, just 9 people actually wiped out an entire battalion? Damn it, this is unprecedented in military history. It's not even about talent anymore. A team with atomic bomb level lethality like this absolutely must be given a stage to shine. Lei Zhan, ha! Recalling Lei Zhan's grinning face, Commander-in-Chief No. 1 found himself growing fonder of this brat by the minute. The kid was a damn freak, aside from his sharp tongue. How the hell did he pull this off? Ha! This kid was just too endearing. Upon hearing the commander-in-chief's words, Division Commander Fong's eyes widened. Huh? You make it sound so easy, old ho. You must be bursting with pride right now. Are you deliberately trying to cool my enthusiasm? Losing a battalion? That's nothing. I, old Fong, once depleted an entire battalion during exercises, leaving barely a handful behind. But back then, I was facing an entire division. What's this? 9 people. A mere 9 individuals wiped out my entire battalion. Where am I supposed to put my old face? At the next military district conference, I won't even dare lift my head. Commander 1 chuckled again. Oh, old Fong, you're making too much of this. Who do you think you are, old Fong? The darling of the military region deputy commander. The sharpening stone for the entire army's blue force. Which division or regiment doesn't tremble at the sight of you? It's always been others who couldn't hold their heads up around you, never the other way around. No way, no way. Ha! The commander's cool breeze kept blowing as Colonel Fong paced back and forth, cursing his subordinates non-stop. Finally, exhausted from walking and ranting, he plopped down on the sofa and slapped his forehead repeatedly. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Is this Lei Zhan a damn human or a ghost? How did I end up with such a curse? This is driving me crazy. Just then, the communications operator sitting beside him spoke up. Commander Fong, the Reconnaissance Battalion Commander's office has sent a video invitation. Shall I accept it? He wants to speak with you, Commander. Colonel Fong looked up. Damn it, aren't the battalion commander and political instructor both dead? What kind of video call is this? Don't they know this is against regulations? Not accepting it. The communications soldier cleared his throat softly. Colonel Fong, if I may speak freely, I suspect it might not be the battalion commander. It's highly likely a member of the Fire Phoenix. The reconnaissance battalion has been completely overrun. The barracks are deserted. It can only be a Fire Phoenix operative. Colonel Fong froze upon hearing this, then stood up. Answer it. The video feed appeared on the command center screen, revealing Lei Zhan's cheesy, grinning face. On the screen, Lei Zhan waved at Colonel Fong with a smile. Hey there, Colonel Fong. Sorry about this. We've taken over your reconnaissance battalion. Man, this place is dead quiet. Not a soul in sight. I just barged into the battalion commander's office to grab a bite to tide me over, and thought I'd drop by for a little chat with you, old man. Ha ha. How's your health holding up? Seeing Lei Zhan's face, Colonel Fong's own face twisted with rage. Pointing at Lei Zhan, he stammered, Lei Zhan, you're something else. You're ruthless. Just you wait. When I catch you, I'll skin you alive. At that moment, the screen showed Tianguo pouring Lei Zhan a glass of red wine. Captain, here you go. Lei Zhan grinned as he took the wine, propped his feet on the table, and slurped a mouthful with a satisfying gulp. Fine wine, absolutely splendid. Ahem, Commander Fong, we're currently at Reconnaissance Battalion HQ. Why not gather all your forces and come here? Set up an encirclement, a big, and wipe us all out in one fell swoop. Wouldn't that be splendid? Colonel Fong glared. Humph. You know what? I've already sent reinforcements to the Reconnaissance Battalion. If you've got the guts, don't move. Stay right there. Lei Zhan took another sip. Oh, Commander Fong, that won't do. My mission is a decapitation strike. I must go behead you. Sure, there are beauties, music, and red wine. It's quite comfortable. But unless I get to you, I can't complete my mission. Then I'll never have money for red wine again, right? Because if I fail, that damn number 1 will definitely dock my pay. Cough cough. Old Fong, number 1 isn't standing right beside you, is he? Colonel Fong finally gave a faint smile. You're sharp. You guessed right, he's right beside me. Just then, Commander number 1 walked over to Colonel Fong, entering the frame. He glared and shouted, Lei Zhan, you little bastard. Talking behind my back, are you? This time, I'll dock half a year's pay from you. Lei Zhan was startled upon seeing Commander number 1 and quickly pulled his feet off the table. He glanced nervously to the side. Xiao Yi, are you done yet? Done, came a female soldier's voice from nearby. Lei Zhan spun around to face Colonel Fong and Commander number 1, raising his wineglass with a sheepish grin. Gentlemen, my apologies. Time is short, I can't linger. Goodbye. The screen flickered, and Lei Zhan vanished. Lei Zhan had appeared abruptly and vanished just as suddenly, leaving Colonel Fong no chance to give him a proper scolding. Colonel Fong looked at the first commander beside him with suspicion. First commander, what is your soldier playing at? He didn't even say 2 words before bolting. I was just about to give him a good dressing down. The first leader shrugged. I have no idea. But maybe it's like he said his time is limited. Or perhaps he just wanted to get under your skin. At that moment, Colonel Fong's chief of staff, Huang Yin, hurried forward. Oh no, Colonel. We've been tricked. Colonel Fong froze, then demanded, fallen for it? What are you talking about? What nonsense is this? Huang Yin slapped his thigh. Oh, Commander. We really have been tricked. Don't you know our current command post location is classified? It's not in the communications network. the system doesn't show our command post's coordinates. So even if they have top-notch computer hackers who crack the encryption and infiltrate the system, they still can't find our command post's location. But just now, you spoke with Lei Zhan. If any of their people are skilled computer hackers, they could pinpoint our current location based on that conversation. Your call with him lasted over a minute and a half. That means even a mediocre hacker among them could lock onto our position. In other words, Lei Zhan's call to you was purely to locate our command center. Colonel Fong froze upon hearing this, his mouth gaping in shock. In just that short time, we've been pinpointed? Chief of Staff Huang Yi nodded silently. Yes, Commander. We must relocate immediately. The reconnaissance battalion is only 20 kilometers from here. With a fast vehicle, they could reach us within 10 minutes. This location is no longer secure. Colonel Fong let out a cry, slapping his forehead hard. Damn it! That bastard played me again. Withdraw. Relocate the command post. And this time, we're setting up an airborne mobile command center. 2 command posts. I refuse to believe Lei Zhan can fly. As he spoke, Colonel Fong froze. He pointed at Chief of Staff Huang Yi. Take to the skies? Huang Yi, contact the helicopter battalion immediately. Put them on high alert. Lei Zhan's next target is likely to be seizing the airfield. Huang Yi froze. No way. That's just too far-fetched. Colonel Fong bellowed, damn it, I said go, so go. The ammunition depot's blown up. What else could that bastard possibly pull off? Chapter 89, The Sudden Appearance of Live Ammunition. Seeing the brigade commander's fury, Chief of Staff Huang Yi quickly nodded. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. I'll handle it immediately. Watching Huang Yi scurry away, Fong's rage boiled over. God damn it. I'm so furious. A bunch of useless freeloaders spouting hot air. What are you all staring at? What the hell are you staring at? Damn it, today I'm not moving an inch. I'll stay right here and wait for that Lei Zhan to come take my head. I refuse to believe that with 2 battalions under my command, I can't capture his measly 9 men. Tell every battalion to tighten security. And summon the political instructor to the airborne command post. Let's see what this Lei Zhan can do about it. Commander-in-Chief No. 1 chuckled as he looked at Colonel Fong. Old Fong, you really won't withdraw? I think it'd be safer for you to stay at the airborne command post. Don't let Lei Zhan decapitate you. That'd be a real laugh. Colonel Fong glared. I refuse to believe it. Is Lei Zhan reincarnated Lu Bu? Or Guan Yu returned from the dead? That he could pluck a general's head from the midst of 10,000 troops as easily as taking something from a sack? Humph. I'll wait right here for him to walk straight into my trap. I refuse to believe we can't catch him. What are you all staring at? Get moving. Order the troops to heighten vigilance. If anything suspicious arises, shoot to kill immediately. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip away. Commander-in-Chief burst into laughter. Looks like Lei Zhan's tactic of shaking the mountain to scare the tiger has worked. He's got you, the tiger, restless now, ha! Commander-in-Chief chuckled as he reminded Division Commander Fong. Meanwhile, moments earlier, the instant headquarters received news of Lei Zhan's attack on the reconnaissance battalion. Chief of Staff Huang Yi stood in a hidden underground garage. With his hands behind his back and eyes narrowed, he addressed the ranks of soldiers before him. Gentlemen, I've planted sleeper agents in every battalion. The reconnaissance battalion sleeper has already locked onto Lei Zhan's group. Each of you carries a terminal. The signal from the reconnaissance battalion's hidden sentry reads as Unit 3. He will covertly follow Lei Zhan's group. You are to proceed immediately and ensure their complete annihilation. Anyone who kills any member of the Fire Phoenix can be directly recruited into the Shadow training class. Those who kill or capture Lei Zhan will be directly promoted to Shadow members. This is a golden opportunity you'll rarely get. Go. Meanwhile, Lei Zhan, following Yi Tsuanshin's instructions, had haggled with Colonel Fong for over a minute before finally pinpointing the colonel's lair, the command post's location. Yi Tsuanshin pointed at the military map in his hand. Based on our previous survey data, Colonel Fong's command post is just 20 kilometers away. If we take a fast vehicle, we can reach it in about 15 minutes. Thunder God, what should we do? Lei Zhan glanced at his wristwatch, narrowing his eyes. 14 minutes have passed since we began eliminating the reconnaissance battalion. We can't linger here any longer. Withdraw immediately. Replace all magazines with live ammunition. Hand grenades, sniper rifles all must be loaded with live rounds. Now. The female soldiers heard this and had no time to ask questions. By now, they trusted Lei Zhan implicitly. They immediately began swapping out their magazines for live rounds. Lei Zhan turned to Yi Tsuanshin. You know how to make the enemy detect our presence, right? Yi Tsuanshin replied instantly, that's simple. We just need to take any of their soldiers' individual terminals, activate the hacking program, and they'll immediately lock onto the terminal. That way, we'll appear on their combat command screens. Any single missile could wipe us all out. Lei Zhan nodded in agreement and instructed Yi Tsuanshin to activate all 9 terminals immediately, then hack into their command system. Yi Tsuanshin froze at the order but obeyed without question. She knew arguing with Lei Zhan at this moment was futile, it would only waste precious time without changing anything. Besides, Lei Zhan had never altered his decisions based on anyone's opinion. What was worse, he had never been wrong. Therefore, whatever Lei Zhan said, she chose to follow. Yi Tsuanshin now realized how foolish all her previous criticisms of Lei Zhan had been. Yi Tsuanshin fiddled with the 9 individual terminals for a moment, then shrugged. Thunder God, it's done. Now we're as easy a target as a brightly lit bullseye. All the Red Arrow Brigade commander needs is one precision-guided missile to wipe us all out. Lei Zhan smiled. Don't worry. The Red Arrow Brigade commander won't do that. Before fully assessing the situation, he'll definitely treat this as a major bargaining chip. His goal is to wipe us out completely. He'll definitely send people to track and monitor this clear signal. Then he'll dispatch a team to hunt down our whereabouts. Because there are only 9 terminals, what he wants are 9 living people. He'll suspect whether these 9 terminals are on 9 different individuals. Then, Lei Zhan produced a soul pill from his ring as if by magic and handed it to Yi Tsuanshin. Take this only when your life is in mortal danger. Then, Lei Zhan turned to Xunlani. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and patted Xunlani's shoulder. Xunlani, I'm assigning you a mission now. Take Yi Tsuanshin and make a long-distance detour within Sector 026. Pass by the Mechanized Infantry Battalion, Tank Battalion, Missile Battalion, Motor Transport Battalion, and Helicopter Battalion. After circling around, we'll rendezvous at the coastline near the Destroyer Battalion. Any questions? Xunlani froze at his words. What? You want me to split up from you guys? Lei Zhan gazed at Xunlani with deep emotion, patting her shoulder. Yes. For this mission, I need the 2 of you to serve as their tracking targets. Draw their troops into pursuing you both, while we secretly infiltrate and begin executing our objective. Xunlani nodded. Thunder God, I understand. I guarantee we'll complete the mission. Lei Zhan sighed. There's one more thing you must do. If you encounter real danger, you must protect Yi Tsuanshin's safety at all costs. If anything happens to her, our mission will fail. Xunlani nodded firmly, understood. Lei Zhan nodded, patting Xunlani's shoulder once more before turning to Yi Tsuanshin. Yi Tsuanshin, during this assault, don't just sit idle. Your mission isn't only to draw the enemy's pursuit, you must also do everything possible to disrupt their communication systems. Ideally, cripple all their communication networks. Can you manage that? Yi Tsuanshin considered it. Theoretically, it should be possible. But it requires time. It might not be done in a short while. Lei Zhan nodded, then work on it during the escape. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just do your utmost. Remember, the greater the disruption you cause, the higher our chances of success. Yi Tsuanshin nodded, understood. Lei Zhan nodded, now, depart immediately. Also, Yi Tsuanshin, at approximately 500 meters in the 9 o'clock direction from our current camp headquarters, someone is observing us through binoculars. Eliminate him. Remember, use live ammunition. Kill him for real. Begin your escape afterward, or it will become very troublesome. Everyone froze. Someone was lurking in the camp? But why had only Lei Zhan spotted them? And why did he insist on killing them for real? What was going on? As Lei Zhan ordered live ammunition to take out the hidden gunman 500 meters away, everyone froze. Tan Xiaolin immediately asked Lei Zhan, what the hell is going on? Have you lost your mind? How can we use live rounds? This is impossible. Ignoring Tan Xiaolin, Lei Zhan turned to the stunned Yi Tsuanshin, go. There's no time. Do as I say. Don't worry. When the time comes, just say the bullets were issued to you by me. You won't face any consequences. Yi Tsuanshin, who had killed many during the Lover's Island incident, was no longer the timid girl afraid to take a life. She nodded. Understood, Thunder God. I trust every choice you make. Even if it's wrong, I'll carry it out. Let's go. As Yi Tsuanshin departed, Xunlani, having overheard Lei Zhan mention live ammunition, sensed something amiss. She turned back, fixed Lei Zhan with a deep, lingering gaze, then spun around to chase after Yi Tsuanshin. Seeing Yi Tsuanshin and Xunlani leave, Tan Xiaolin immediately grabbed Lei Zhan's arm. Lei Zhan, you must explain this to me clearly. What's going on here? When you had us load live ammunition earlier, I was already puzzled. Why live rounds? What exactly are you hiding from us? What's the real story behind this exercise? Suddenly. At that very moment, the glass panes in the battalion headquarters shattered with a crash. Bullets whizzed wildly, all striking the walls. Live rounds. All the female soldiers who had instantly thrown themselves to the ground were stunned. What the hell is going on? What the hell is this exercise about? Live ammo? This could kill someone, you know. Leaning against the wall, Lei Zhan leisurely lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew smoke toward Tan Xiaolin, who was lying prone not far from him. Alright, you have so many questions. Why don't you go out and ask the people outside why they're using live ammunition? Go on, you go. Tan Xiaolin pleaded anxiously, Lei Zhan, what the hell is going on? Tell me. Bullets whizzed through the room, shattering tables, chairs, and computers into splinters. Lei Zhan crouched in the corner, chuckling softly. Alright, Tan Xiaolin. I'll start explaining the reason now. You'd better brace yourself, this will take 20 minutes. Ready? Then I'll begin. Tan Xiaolin immediately bowed her head. I'm sorry, Thunder God. I was wrong again. I always act on my whims without regard for time, place, or situation, just to satisfy my own curiosity. I even forgot we're in the middle of a battle. I'm sorry. Enough of your damn excuses. Tan Xiaolin, I'll tell you this, I've put up with you for far too long. This is your one and only chance in this lifetime. If there's a next time, you're out of the Fire Phoenix. That damn habit of yours, always nitpicking and demanding explanations no matter the situation, if you don't fix it, you'll ruin every female member of the Fire Phoenix sooner or later. You've forgotten what you're even here for. Do you deserve to be a soldier? Do you deserve to be the Fire Phoenix's instructor? Now, wipe that face off your face. Remember, you're a soldier. All you need to do is fight and obey orders. You don't need to know so much. Prepare for battle. Chapter 90, Tough Guy, Hang On. Though the exceptional sniper Yi Tsuanshin was gone, every member of the Fire Phoenix was a Special Forces soldier. What do Special Forces soldiers do? Martial arts and firearms, these are the most fundamental skills. Under Tan Xiaolin's command, the female members swiftly took cover behind terrain and objects, launching an effective counterattack. Only now did they fully grasp how brilliant Lei Zhan's decision had been to equip them with live ammunition earlier. Tan Xiaolin, concealed while firing, thought to himself, that damn Lei Zhan, it seemed he never missed. What the hell was going on? Couldn't the heavens let him slip up just once? Just once, so I could find fault with him and give him a proper beating? True warriors grow step by step. Lei Zhan didn't want to forever shield these women under his wings, becoming some kind of mother hen. That's why this time, he didn't join the fight. Instead, he hid in a safe corner, holding a wineglass, sipping red wine while directing the female soldiers' combat maneuvers. Hey, you there, you glutton, Tianhua. Why are you crouching so high? Waiting to get shot? Get down, get down. Honestly, with a belly that big, you're clearly built to bear sons. Stay home and have kids, why insist on being a Special Forces soldier? Ouyang Qian, what the hell are you doing? Why the hell are you trembling? Charge! Charge! Offense is the best defense. Tang Xiaoxiao, have you grown any sense yet? At a time like this, you're still fiddling with your hair? Do you want a nice hairstyle or your head? If you love beauty so much, why not become a dancer? Tan Xiaolin, who are you gnashing your teeth at? Do you think the enemy can see your rage? Even if they did, do you really think you're some tigress who can eat people? Focus. Calm down. With this level of composure, you have the nerve to be an instructor? He Lu? Stop spraying bullets, use bursts. Don't think swarming numbers mean you can just wildly swat flies and kill them. Aim for one-shot kills, conserve ammo, prioritize precision fire. All those bullets we fed you during training? Use them to achieve this level of skill. Remember, you idiots, in combat, firearms are light weapons. They're not meant for mass slaughter. Pick them off one by one, like chipping away at a piece of gum. Lei Zhan, we're surrounded. They've got us outnumbered. We can't break out. What do we do? Tan Xiaolin ignored Lei Zhan's sarcastic remark to the group. They were used to his jabs anyway. Lei Zhan slumped into a corner, took a swig of liquor, and sighed. We've wasted too much time here. This is my fault. How did I let these bastards surround us? Lei Zhan pulled out his phone and texted Yi Tsuanshin, come back immediately. We're surrounded. Live fire. Live fire. Yi Tsuanshin replied instantly, Thunder God, understood. Thunder God, understood. 3 minutes later, one by one, the men outside began to fall. The masked assailants swiftly redirected their fire, splitting their forces to search for the snipers Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani. Lei Zhan remained seated in the corner, eyes closed, drinking. The female soldiers stood silently. Trapped inside the room, they couldn't fight their way out. Daring not to venture onto the street, they could only hold their ground. 3 minutes later, Lei Zhan opened his eyes. Northwest flank is vulnerable. Break out. The female soldiers sprang into action. In less than 20 seconds, they surged out through the northwest corner, finally escaping the tightly sealed room. Lei Zhan remained seated, continuing to sip his red wine. This time, he intended to let the female soldiers handle it themselves. Soldiers must be given the freedom to forge their own path. He couldn't shield them forever, otherwise, they would become perpetually dependent on him. 10 minutes later, the female soldiers returned to Lei Zhan's room, disheveled and battered. They dragged in a masked man with broken arms and legs. Tan Xiaolin entered, his gaze sharpened with resolve, reporting to Thunder God, 69 bandits in total. 68 eliminated. 1 survivor. Sniper sweep within 600 meters complete. Converged with Yitsuanshin and Shinlani. Both continue advancing to execute Thunder God's prior orders. Leijian, sitting in the corner drinking, had already finished an entire bottle of red wine. Upon hearing Tan Xiaolin's report, he slowly opened his eyes, looking at the female soldiers before him who had just endured a life-and-death battle. A smile appeared on his face, and the female soldiers noticed something else. Leijian's eyes were moist. Leijian wiped his face, finally rising from the ground. He walked over and patted Tan Xiaolin on the shoulder. How about it? How does it feel? Taken aback by Leijian's seemingly unrelated question, Tan Xiaolin laughed and replied, reporting to the Thunder God, I feel like I'm slowly starting to become a soldier. Leijian roared with laughter. Not bad, not bad. You're making progress. Finally, you haven't disappointed me this time. Tang Xiaoxiao kicked the prisoner she was holding to the ground. Thunder God, what do we do with this guy? He won't say a word. Why don't we just shoot him? Leijian walked over to the prisoner, then glanced at the female soldiers gathered around. Time is tight today. I'll give you a quick lesson, one you've never learned before. Interrogation. With that, Leijian crouched before the prisoner. Buddy, I know you're a tough guy. You've been through intense training. You might say, I'm not afraid of death, so don't expect a single word out of me. That attitude and spirit are admirable. I respect that. But we're not having an easy time either. Here's the deal, time's tight, and we've got a mission to complete. I won't beat around the bush. I'll ask you one question. Who's your leader? The prisoner snorted and turned his head away. Leijian gave the prisoner a thumbs up. Just as I expected, you're a real tough guy. As he spoke, Leijian pinched the prisoner's little finger. Crack! The little finger snapped clean off, and the prisoner let out a blood-curdling scream. Leijian feigned concern. Ouch, buddy, that must hurt. Sorry about that, my grip's a bit heavy. Bear with it. It'll be over soon. Snap. Another crisp snap echoed as the prisoner's ring finger snapped clean off. The prisoner's screams grew even louder. Leijian, ouch, ouch, sorry, buddy. Looks like you're really suffering. Under such excruciating pain, I wonder if you'd care to recall your boss's name? Prisoner, I don't know. Leijian gave the prisoner a thumbs up. You're a tough guy, brother. I admire your resolve. Snap. The middle finger snapped off. Another sharp crack echoed. The prisoner let out another death-defying scream. With each agonized cry, the female soldiers shuddered. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they watched Leijian in terror. They gained a new understanding of him. Leijian, his mercilessness toward enemies was terrifying, truly demonic. Sweat poured down the prisoner's forehead like rain, his face deathly pale. Leijian cleared his throat softly. Brother, you've truly shown your mettle. My admiration for you, Leijian, is as boundless as the Yangtze River's flow, as relentless as the Yellow River's surging waves. Brother, you must hold on. Perseverance is victory. Crack! The prisoner's index finger snapped. The prisoner could no longer scream, only gasping with wide eyes. Yet even his breath was faint and dying, white beads of sweat brushing down his forehead. He was visibly collapsing from exhaustion. Leijian, brother, does it hurt? Hold on. Perseverance is victory. Don't worry, you've only lost 4 fingers so far. You still have 6 left. Being a good soldier isn't easy. Being a tough guy is even harder. You must hold fast to your beliefs, devote yourself to your so-called loyalty until death. Rest assured, when you die, though your parents won't be cared for, your wife will definitely be looked after. Snap. The prisoner's thumb snapped. The prisoner writhed in unbearable agony, gasping stubbornly and glaring at Leijian with utter despair. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off the hook. Leijian thrust his thumb toward the prisoner again. Hero, rest easy. You're a good man, you'll go to heaven. I'm a bastard, I'll go to hell. We won't meet there. So I'm not worried about that. Now, where were we? Right, your wife. Don't worry. After you die, I'll verify your identity, then personally sleep with your wife. No, I mean care for your wife. Of course, I won't pocket all your survivors' benefits. I'm a kind soul. I'll leave 1% for your son and your old parents. That much I promise. As he spoke, Leijian grabbed the prisoner's other hand and snapped off its little finger. This time, Leijian wasted no words. Snap, 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 he broke all 5 fingers on that hand in one go. The prisoner passed out, only to be splashed awake by Leijian's drinking water. Hey, buddy, you can't sleep now. You haven't even completed half of this hero's trial. You've got to hang in there. Oh dear, all 10 fingers are broken. What a pity. Looks like you really are a tough bastard. I'm absolutely certain of that. It seems you're not planning on living, and you're ready to hand your wife over to me. Since that's the case, I've no choice. I'm the most reasonable man around. I'll humbly accept your generous offer. Such kindness is hard to refuse. But to prevent you from changing your mind later, I've decided. I'll just have to kill you. I see right through you. This childish game of breaking fingers won't faze a real man like you. I was about to break your toes, but I'll spare you that. Let's get straight to the point. Hey, tough guy, hero, have you read the Bible? It says men have one less rib than women. God took a rib from Adam, the ancestor of mankind, to create Eve, the mother of all living. I'm a bit skeptical about that. How about this? Since you're going to die anyway, make a small contribution to human science. Let me examine you and find out exactly how many ribs a man has. Saying this, Lei Zhan pinched the captive's rib between his thumb and forefinger. Chapter 91, What the heck? Lei Zhan placed his index finger and thumb on one of the captive's ribs. Heh, tough guy, let me give you one last warning. Remember when I snapped your fingers before? That must have hurt like hell. But that was just skin and bone. This time, it's different. This time, it's flesh and blood, flesh and bone. The level of pain has gone up several notches. Are you sure you still want to be a tough guy? No response. Very well. Silence means consent. Tough guy, I, Lei Zhan, admire you. Snip. Skin and flesh, flesh and bone, bone and blood. A rib bone now lay in Lei Zhan's hand. This time, the captive let out a blood-curdling scream that shook the heavens and earth. The sheer volume, the deafening decibels, surpassed the limits of human endurance. At that very moment, less than 2 kilometers away, a deputy battalion commander from the encirclement force dispatched by Colonel Fong hurriedly halted his vehicle and poked his head out. All units, cease advance. The deputy battalion commander stared in horror at the wrecked reconnaissance battalion nearby, then turned to a major beside him. Staff Officer Lee, did you hear that sound? The major nodded. With a sound this loud, how could I not hear it? I'm afraid everyone heard it. That sound, from the sound of it, it seems like human screams. The deputy battalion commander stroked his chin. Dawn is breaking. How could such a terrifying sound come from there? Could the reconnaissance battalion be haunted? The major shook his head. Ghosts? If anything, it's thunder. We must push forward quickly. Don't halt the troops. With so many of us here, we can't let ourselves be intimidated by the wails of some wretched soul. If we do, the brigade commander will skin us alive. The deputy commander nodded. Keep moving. Just then, a sentry on a motorcycle pulled up frantically in front of the deputy commander's vehicle. Reporting, deputy commander. Numerous corpses spotted ahead. The deputy commander assumed they were bodies from the training exercise. He snapped, so what if there are corpses? The entire reconnaissance battalion is gone. Seeing a few dead bodies, what's the big deal? Keep moving. The sentry stammered, No, deputy commander. You've got it wrong. These aren't fake dead bodies. They're real dead bodies. The deputy commander froze. What? Real dead bodies? How many? The sentry's face drained of color. I didn't count them precisely, but at a glance, they're everywhere, at least over 100. Deputy commander, what? How could this happen? Real dead bodies during an exercise? Quick, report to the brigade commander. Sentry, I'm sorry, deputy commander. All communication systems have been destroyed by the Fire Phoenix squad. They're unusable now. Deputy commander, alarmed, we're done for. What do we do now? Staff Officer Lee, what's our course of action? Should we retreat? Major shakes his head, we can't retreat. Let's go investigate. We have half a battalion's strength, what's there to fear? Deputy battalion commander, but we didn't bring live ammunition. Major nods thoughtfully, that is a problem. Let me think. From the distance came another wail, a human scream so wretched it sounded like the howling of ghosts. The major shuddered, withdraw. Withdraw immediately and report, terrorists armed with real firearms have attacked. Participate in this exercise. Yes, send a company from the motor pool to transport all bodies to headquarters for the brigade commander's disposal. Move fast. At that very moment, Lei Zhan held a blood-soaked rib in his hand, a benevolent smile on his face as he addressed the captive. Hang in there, tough guy. Second one. Don't worry, you still have 22 left on your body. I'll talk. Just stop breaking them. I'll talk, okay? Wah? Boss, I'm sorry, I really can't take it anymore. Wah? The prisoner's body and mind had been utterly broken by Lei Zhan's torment, his mental and physical defenses completely shattered. Lei Zhan, oh, you're finally talking? Well. Hold on, tough guy. You could still choose to endure. You've still got 22 ribs left. Once these 22 are gone, I promise, I swear I'll let you go. You really don't need to rush to talk. Prisoner, no, I have to talk. I absolutely must. I can't take it anymore. Lei Zhan adopted a pitifully compassionate expression. All right then. I'm just a soft-hearted person. I can't stand it when people beg for mercy. As Lei Zhan spoke, the female soldiers nearby exchanged glances. Their minds simultaneously processed his words. I'm just too soft-hearted. Oh my God, Thunder God? Thunder God? Can you at least have some dignity? How can you even say something so shameless? The prisoner, barely clinging to life, gasped weakly. Yes, it's Wang Yin. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes at the name, Huang Yin? Who the hell is that? Tan Xiaolin immediately interjected, Huang Yin, Lieutenant Colonel. Served in the Special Operations Unit of the Motorized Infantry Brigade, Unit 81114, Shenyang Military Region. After 3 years, he attended the Dalian Army Military Academy for 3 years. Held positions as clerk, instructor, quartermaster, and staff officer. Currently serves as Chief of Staff of the Red Arrow Brigade. Lei Zhan stroked his chin and nodded. Understood. Withdraw. At Lei Zhan's command, the soldiers vanished like soaring swans, the female soldier in the room following closely behind. Within less than 4 seconds, everyone in the room had disappeared without a trace. Only the captive remained, staring with wide, pitiful eyes. Moments later, the prisoner began wailing desperately, "Help! Help!" After leaving the reconnaissance battalion's camp, the group didn't take any vehicles. They followed Lei Zhan on a frantic run. Tan Xiaolin kept pace beside Lei Zhan. Thunder God, what's our next move? Lei Zhan smiled faintly, decapitation. During the assault, Lei Zhan seized a routine patrol vehicle. At this critical juncture, any vehicle associated with the reconnaissance battalion had become unusable. Its continued use would immediately draw suspicion. The reconnaissance battalion had become an extremely sensitive topic and focal point. Any items, personnel, or matters related to it would trigger the command headquarters' vigilance. Therefore, they could only seize vehicles opportunistically. Tan Xiaolin drove the vehicle, following Lei Zhan's orders, straight toward the command headquarters. 5 kilometers away from the command headquarters, they encountered resistance from the motor transport company. Lei Zhan raised a high-precision sniper rifle they had seized, loaded it with live ammunition, and fired. With a sharp crack, the bullet struck the commander of the motor transport battalion in the shoulder. The commander was stunned. What? Live rounds? Retreat! Retreat! Quickly! These aren't actors, they're terrorists. Terrorists! Retreat! Everyone, retreat immediately! Following Lei Zhan's orders, the female soldiers fired live rounds at the ground where soldiers were advancing to surround them. Puffs of white smoke rose from the earth, punctuated by small holes from the impacts. The soldiers halted in their tracks. What? Live rounds? This was supposed to be a drill. Where are the training rounds? Is this some kind of SM game? The retreating motor transport company commander urgently hailed headquarters, calling the brigade commander. Calling the brigade commander. A group of terrorists armed with live ammunition is heading straight for command headquarters. The political instructor beside him sighed, "Save it, battalion commander. The communications system was completely destroyed 10 minutes ago. Some master hacker must have jammed all signals across the entire 026 zone." The wounded battalion commander gasped, "What? That means the entire 026 exercise zone is now a cut-off paradise?" Political instructor, ahem, not a paradise, more like a living hell. Battalion commander, quickly. Quickly. Return to headquarters. Switch everything to live ammunition. Switch everything to live ammunition. The vehicles roared like arrows released from a bowstring. After breaking through 2 heavily guarded checkpoints, only a small contingent of senior officers' security detail remained. The troops switched back to training rounds. Racing at full speed, they eliminated over 100 scattered guards. Then, like a runaway horse, they charged into the main headquarters where the brigade commander was stationed. The headquarters command area consisted of only 5 tents. Lei Zhan and his men unleashed a hail of gunfire upon them. Senior officers, including the top commander and brigade commander Fong, were all struck down and fell in battle. Lei Zhan hurled 5 incendiary grenades. Instantly, all the corpses burst from the tents. Colonel Fong, who had just been cursing the reconnaissance battalion, was suddenly struck by a hail of bullets. Yellow smoke billowed from his camouflage uniform. Colonel Fong froze in shock. What the hell? What the hell is going on? The chief commander beside him burst into laughter. Old Fong, what's going on? You'd better play by the rules, dead men don't talk. Number 1 commander had barely finished speaking when the tent burst into flames with a roar. Number 1 commander gasped in shock. Holy, what the hell is going on? The officers rushed to shield Number 1 commander and Colonel Fong as they scrambled out of the tent. As Huang Yin helped Colonel Fong out of the tent, they spotted Lei Zhan standing in the courtyard. Huang Yin's eyes narrowed instantly. Lei Zhan? You're still alive? With that, Huang Yin drew his pistol with a swift motion and fired a shot at Lei Zhan. Almost simultaneously, the commander-in-chief lunged forward, kicking the pistol out of Huang Yin's hand with a sharp crack. It was well known that the pistols issued to officers were loaded with live ammunition. The commander kicked the pistol away, then executed a swift grappling move, cracking Huang Yin's arm with a sharp snap. Huang Yin let out a wail and collapsed to his knees. 2 soldiers immediately rushed over and pinned him down. A sharp gleam flashed in the commander's eyes. Lei Zhan, what's going on? Why is this so complicated? Lei Zhan took a deep breath. It's a long story, Commander. You'd better interrogate Huang Yin yourself. For now, I declare the exercise over. I need to save my comrade's life. Fire Phoenix, follow me. All members of Fire Phoenix leaped into the vehicle and departed. At that very moment, the communications officer shouted, "Commander! Commander! All signals are restored." Commander 1 watched Lei Zhan's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes before pausing. "Notify all commanders and troops in Sector 026, the exercise confrontation is over." At that very moment, Lei Zhan, speeding away in his vehicle, was on the phone with Yi Tsuanshin. "Thunder God, we're making a break for it. Shenlani and I are being pursued by 3 elite operatives. They're dangerous. We can barely keep up." Chapter 92, Shameless. Upon hearing the commander-in-chief's words, Fong, the brigade commander of the Red Arrow Brigade, froze. "What's going on, Commander? What do you mean? The exercise isn't over yet. I haven't finished dealing with that kid Lei Zhan. Why are you interrupting the exercise?" Commander-in-Chief number 1 looked at Fong. "Lei Zhan's mission isn't complete yet. But as the commander-in-chief, you're already a dead man. How can you still have the nerve to continue? If even you can't hold your ground, do you really think your men stand a chance against Lei Zhan? If you keep this up, do you want Lei Zhan to utterly crush you, leaving you with no dignity or face left before you're satisfied? From the reconnaissance battalion incident, you should already see this as merely an exercise. In actual combat, if Lei Zhan were given free rein, don't underestimate him just because he has only 9 men. Even with just those 9, they could wipe your entire Red Arrow Brigade off the map, leaving nothing behind. Colonel Fong, do you believe it or not?" At these words, the flesh on Fong's cheeks twitched. He gritted his teeth, snorted, and offered no reply. For a man who prided himself on being a tough guy, this reaction spoke volumes. He acknowledged the chief's words. He couldn't deny it. Lei Zhan had proven with facts that the elite force, the ace up the sleeve of this military region's deputy commander, was utterly powerless against him. No matter which sector Lei Zhan entered, he moved through 1,000,000 troops as if through empty space. He went wherever he pleased, and no one could stop him. Moreover, Commander Fong remained baffled. There were 2 battalions stationed outside the command post. How the hell did Lei Zhan manage to charge straight through and reach the heart of their headquarters, going straight for the top dog? Damn it, is Lei Zhan even human? Commander 1 continued, "Furthermore, old Fong, I believe our most pressing concern now is how to handle your chief of staff." Just then, the communications officer seated before the combat command screen shouted urgently, "Commander-in-Chief! Colonel Fong! The 2nd Battalion Commander dispatched to encircle Lei Zhan requests communication. He claims to have discovered a large number of corpses in the reconnaissance battalion. A large number of corpses. Note, these are actual dead bodies." Colonel Fong was startled. "What? Connect him immediately." Instantly, the command screen displayed scenes that shocked both Commander-in-Chief number 1 and Colonel Fong. Soldiers were tossing dead bodies one after another onto trucks. Chief of Staff Huang Yin, pinned to the ground, stared dumbfounded at the scene. Impossible. Impossible. How could they? Huang Yin. What the hell is going on? Colonel Fong roared, turning to confront him. Commander-in-Chief glared at Huang Yin with fury. Huang Yin suddenly burst into laughter. "Commander-in-Chief, Colonel Fong, I won't tell you anything. Please send me to a military tribunal." "Ha!" Hearing this, Commander number 1 closed his eyes. "We really should have let Lei Zhan shoot you dead, old Fong. Now we've lost our chance. Once Huang Yin is handed over to the court-martial, we'll be powerless to do anything out of our reach." Colonel Fong narrowed his eyes and looked at number 1. "Are you saying this bastard was infiltrated from the other side?" Number 1 silently nodded. "The military tribunal has long been infiltrated. Once this bastard is handed over, he'll be like a dragon in the sea. He'll just switch environments and continue serving them." Colonel Fong gave a sinister chuckle. "Those bastards have some nerve meddling in my exercises. They must be tired of living. Humph, number 1, you needn't concern yourself with this. Though that little bastard Lei Zhan outmaneuvered me, I still have ways to deal with scum like him." Commander 1 immediately responded with feigned sternness. "Colonel Fong, I warn you, you absolutely cannot subject a state official to private punishment. Such foolish behavior is strictly forbidden. You will face legal consequences and the people's condemnation." "Ahem, well, of course, if I hadn't known about this incident, that would be a different story. Ahem, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Mark my words, no vigilante justice. If I find out, I won't let you off the hook." "Ah, number 1, you're leaving? Then I shan't see you off. Go back and teach that little bastard Lei Zhan a lesson. Tell him I'm not done with him." As soon as number 1 left, Colonel Fong dismissed everyone else from the room, leaving only himself and Chief of Staff Huang Yin. Huang Yin immediately tensed up. Commander Fong, what are you planning to do? You can't just act recklessly. I'm your Chief of Staff, after all." Colonel Fong chuckled darkly. "Ah, Chief of Staff Huang, is it? I just received word that, for reasons unknown, our reconnaissance battalion came under terrorist attack nearby. Our Red Arrow Brigade's Chief of Staff led a platoon to the rescue but was tragically shot and killed." Colonel Fong, you can't do this." Huang Yin let out a piercing scream. You see, before becoming a brigade commander, Fong had served in the special forces. His martial arts skills might not match Lei Zhan's, but his expertise in brutal interrogation techniques hadn't faded over the years. Even after holding high-ranking positions for so long, he hadn't lost his touch. The consequence of this rustiness was that an already brutal interrogation became even more savage. The moment Commander-in-Chief No. 1 stepped out of Commander Fong's headquarters, he heard Huang Yin's piercing screams echoing from within. Startled, he craned his neck skyward. Good heavens! So many crows up there, their cawing is truly unbearable. The guard beside him quickly looked up. Sir, where are the crows? I don't see any. The commander glared sternly. Are you blind? The sky is swarming with crows. Why can I see them and you can't? Are you implying my eyesight is failing? The guard stammered. No, no. I see them now. Oh my, there are so many crows. They're everywhere, all the same dark color. Commander 1 nodded. You're a quick learner. Notify Wolfang Brigade immediately. According to terminal instructions, dispatch helicopter support for Thunderstrike and Fire Phoenix. Lei Zhan had just exited the Red Arrow Brigade headquarters when he immediately radioed Yi Tsuanshin. What's the situation now? Yi Tsuanshin's breath came in heavy gasps over the line. Thunder God, it's hopeless. We've been running non-stop, and they're hot on our heels. Lei Zhan, can't you even shake them off? What kind of soldiers are you? Yi Tsuanshin, damn it, they've got dogs. Lei Zhan, holy, this is bad. Take out the dogs. Yi Tsuanshin, no way. Can't do it. They're out of range. Can't reach them. Lei Zhan thought for a moment. Find an open buffer zone, take cover in place, and maintain spacing. If they dare enter your firing range, take them out on the spot. If they don't dare, hold your ground. Wait for us to arrive. Yi Tsuanshin, understood. But we still have a weakness. They have 3 snipers. With just me and Shinlani, we can only monitor 2 directions, leaving 1 gap. That's too risky. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth. He understood that a sniper versus sniper duel represented the pinnacle of Special Forces combat. The depth of its artistry was something even he couldn't fully master. But at this point, he had no choice but to take the gamble. Otherwise, Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin running like this would inevitably lead to trouble. Not to mention, the sheer physical strain alone would wear them down. His earlier order for Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin to flee had been calculated, to eliminate every last remnant of the enemy, leaving no loose ends. Lei Zhan knew that Shadow not only sought to destroy him personally, but aimed to annihilate the entire Fire Phoenix faction in one fell swoop. If the entire group remained concentrated, there was a real possibility they could conceal a small faction to continue hiding. However, if he split the forces apart, they would be unaware of Lei Zhan's true position. This would force them to divide their main force into 2 segments, allowing for separate, targeted elimination. Lei Zhan had anticipated Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin would draw a large contingent of hidden shadow operatives in pursuit. To his surprise, only 3 appeared. Yet Lei Zhan also realized these 3 were likely elite among Elite's 3 individuals, easily matching the combined strength of the worthless fools he and Huang Fengwang had previously wiped out. Put simply, without Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin drawing these 3's attention and forcing them to split their forces to pursue the 2 women, Tan Xiaolin's Fire Phoenix unit would never have annihilated over 60 enemies within 10 minutes. Everything unfolded exactly as Lei Zhan had anticipated. The Shadow Reserve members deployed this time were the 3 most outstanding performers, the most promising candidates for full Shadow membership. These 3 elite operatives had split from the main force to pursue Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani, who had broken away from the group. They assumed Lei Zhan would be among the separated pair. Little did they know, at that very moment, Lei Zhan was simply sitting in a corner of the room, sipping red wine. These 3 individuals were members 0, 1, and 2 of the Shadow Reserve's 72-member unit. The so-called Member 0 was, in fact, a full-fledged Shadow operative, the commander leading the remaining 71 members. To put it plainly, Member 0 also served as a covert emissary, directly controlling Huang Yin and relaying higher-level directives and orders to him. Huang Yin, however, was merely a peripheral member of the Shadow organization. His meteoric rise through the military ranks, his smooth ascent to high office, was nothing more than the result of the Shadow's behind-the-scenes manipulation. To put it bluntly, Huang Yin was nothing more than a dog of the Shadow. As for the true mastermind behind the Shadows? That remains an extremely secretive matter, one that absolutely cannot be exposed. Suffice it to say, this individual wields immense power across politics, the military, and the economy, capable of turning the tide with a flick of the wrist. No need to elaborate further. Peace is merely an accessory to absolute military dominance. This famous maxim is etched into the minds of every nation's leadership, rigorously enforced without exception. In seemingly peaceful times, combat never truly ceases. Wherever people exist, rivalries persist. This truth remains eternally relevant. Seeing Yi Tsuanshin struggle to handle 3 elite snipers alone, Lei Zhan gritted his teeth. Hold on. We're almost there. Fight for your life and hold out for 40 minutes. Got it? Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani answered together. Thunder God, understood. Thunder God, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to either of you. Damn it, you're both my people. No one dies, got it? Hearing this over the radio, Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani both flushed. They exchanged a glance, giggled, and retorted in unison, "You're shameless." Chapter 93, Sniping. Sniping is a science, a profound one. Its disciplines are complex: camouflage, precision estimation, wind correction, sniper position selection, range estimation, counter-sniping tactics, and more. If any single skill isn't honed to perfection, then in the sniper's game, even a slight weakness compared to your opponent means a bullet will mercilessly pierce your skull. In combat, a sniper has only two tasks: blow the enemy's head off, then withdraw undetected. Moving like a ghost, appearing and vanishing in an instant, this is the essence of the ghost among soldiers. An elite sniper ace can effortlessly eliminate hundreds of targets in a single engagement before vanishing like a ghost. That is the terrifying power of the sniper. Sniping is further categorized into mountain sniping, urban sniping, open field sniping, forest sniping, combat sniping, and other specialties. Eliminate the enemy, protect yourself. This is the essential hardware requirement for an excellent sniper. In other words, headshot, retreat. These are the essential qualities of an elite sniper. For a soldier, however, it's simpler. They need only fulfill three conditions. These three conditions are precisely what the commander of Beast Camp once stated: eliminate the enemy. Eliminate the enemy. Eliminate the enemy. What is a soldier? A soldier is a weapon, a tool, a pawn crossing the river. Without orders, there is only one choice: forward, forward, forward. Eliminate the enemy. Lei Zhan bellowed into the phone, "Enough. This isn't the time for daydreaming. You two remember this: stay alive until I arrive, and eliminate the enemy at any cost. Got it?" "Shinlani, don't worry, Thunder God." "Got it." Lei Zhan said no more, flooring the accelerator and racing toward Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin. Region 026 was riddled with mountain hollows, marshes, wild woodlands, hills, and scrublands. The terrain was complex. Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani crossed a mountain hollow and entered the scrubland area. Between the hollow and the scrubland lay a narrow buffer zone, a path forcibly trampled into existence during training exercises. Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin swiftly traversed this buffer zone. At approximately 650 meters, they found cover beside a slightly elevated mound. They waited for the three pursuers behind them. The moment any dared cross the buffer zone, bullets would pierce their skulls without hesitation, ending them. Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin fixed their gaze intently on the buffer zone 650 meters ahead, waiting for the three pursuers to show themselves. The moment they appeared, whether human or dog, they would be shot dead without exception. That dog was utterly detestable. If not for that dog, the two wouldn't have been chased into such a desperate state. 10 minutes passed without a sound from the hollow. 20 minutes passed, and still no movement from the hollow. Yi Tsuanshin's eyes ached from staring. She glanced at Shinlani beside her. "They're not scared, are they? Afraid to come out?" Shinlani snapped back, "Keep your eyes peeled. Don't zone out. The longer this drags on, the better it is for us. Once the Thunder God arrives, they're finished." As she spoke, Shinlani suddenly froze. "Oh no! Quick, Yi Tsuanshin. They might have flanked us. We could be surrounded." Yi Tsuanshin realized it too. For the past 20 minutes, they'd been fixated on the front, neglecting their left and right flanks. Their pursuers had likely bypassed them from both sides, circling around from 650 meters away to avoid a direct confrontation with Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin. The instant Shinlani shouted, a flicker caught her left eye. Instinctively, a sense of dread washed over her. That was unmistakably the glint from a sniper rifle's scope. They were taking aim to snipe them. You must protect Yi Tsuanshin. Even if it costs you your life, ensure her safety. Before leaving, Shinlani had etched Yi Tsuanshin's words firmly into her mind. There was no time for words. In a sniper's duel, sniper versus counter sniper, life and death were decided in an instant. Shinlani had no time to warn Yi Tsuanshin. She lunged forward, throwing herself onto Yi Tsuanshin's head. At that very moment, a puff of air sounded. A blood-red rose blossomed on Shinlani's back. At the center of the bloom, a hole marked the exact spot of her heart. "Shinlani!" Yi Tsuanshin let out a blood-curdling scream. He quickly pulled Shinlani down and ducked into a low spot. "Shinlani, Shinlani, you damn it, don't scare me like that. Open your eyes, you hear me? If you dare die, I'll give all your underwear, bras, and that diary about your crush on Thor to the male soldiers. Shinlani, Shinlani, wake the hell up. Stop playing dead, you coward. You still owe me over 10,000 yuan. Get back to life, you hear me? Wah!" Shinlani struggled to open her eyes, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Yi Tsuanshin, you bastard. If you dare do that, I swear I'll haunt you even as a ghost." With those words, her head lolled to the side, and her stiff arms fell limp. "Shinlani!" Yi Tsuanshin's tears instantly cascaded like a waterfall, streaming down onto Shinlani's face. "I won't let you off the hook. I won't let you off the hook, Shinlan and I. You bastard. You're dead. Who the hell am I supposed to fight with now? I won't let you off the hook. Yi Tsuanshin held Shinlani in her arms lifeless, her beautiful large eyes closed. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Countless scenes flashed through Yi Tsuanshin's mind like a movie reel, one after another. Hey, Private. New here? You think you've got what it takes? All delicate and princess-like? You want to join the Fire Phoenix? Cut the crap. Go home. Hey, Rookie, your mom sent someone to see you. TSK, still wet behind the ears and you want to be a soldier? A Special Forces soldier? Join the Fire Phoenix? Could you be any less reliable? Hey, little leaf, how's it going? Enjoyed the taste of my fists? Heh, wanna beat me? Reincarnate next life and train harder. What? You want one too? Fine. Hey, do you even know how to smoke? This is Manhwa, don't waste it, you spendthrift. Private Xiao, see that? My new rank lieutenant. Anyone who dares call me art troop again, my fists will beat you until you don't even recognize your own mother. Come on, Xiao Yezi, salute your lieutenant. Look at this. Countless fragments of life flashed through Yi Tsuanshin's mind, one after another. Ah! Yi Tsuanshin let out a blood-curdling scream. In the distance, the sniper who had shot Shinlani heard it and couldn't help but chuckle. Two little girls with such weak nerves and skills, thinking they can take us on? Oomph, overestimating themselves. Heh, don't worry, sweetheart. You're next. The sniper finished speaking and began scanning through his scope, searching for an opportunity to fire. After her scream, Yi Tsuanshin wiped the tears from her face. With a sharp snap, she tossed aside the high-precision sniper rifle. Then, she reached for the pill Lei Zhan had given her. Without a second glance, she popped it into her mouth. Far away, Lei Zhan, who was speeding recklessly, jolted to a halt. He slammed on the brakes, clutching his throat, cough cough. Tan Xiaolin, you take the wheel. Tan Xiaolin immediately asked, Thunder God, what's wrong? You sound sick. You. Shut up and drive. Lei Zhan roared. Tan Xiaolin suddenly realized she'd made the same mistake again. In such a critical, time-sensitive situation, she'd asked questions she thought were important, but were really just to satisfy her own curiosity. In such an urgent crisis, every second she wasted could determine the outcome of victory, decide who lived, or who died. Lei Zhan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He knew. Yi Tsuanshin had taken the pill. Under these circumstances, she must be facing an extremely urgent situation. Though Lei Zhan desperately wanted to know what was happening with her, he forced himself to resist the urge to call. Because Lei Zhan understood, Yi Tsuanshin's situation was critical. He absolutely couldn't call and disrupt her battle. If she became distracted, the outcome could be life or death. Just then, Tan Xiaolin reached for her phone with one hand while steering with the other. Lei Zhan snatched it away in alarm. What are you doing? Tan Xiaolin looked surprised. I'm just checking on Yi Tsuanshin. I'm a great driver. This won't waste any time, Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. He snatched Tan Xiaolin's phone and smashed it to pieces, glaring at her. Tan Xiaolin, this is your last mission with the Fire Phoenix and me. You're better suited to be a nurse or a nanny. Drive. Remember, this is your final mission with us. Cherish it. The others in the car were stunned. Tan Xiaolin was stunned. They were used to Lei Zhan's explosive temper, his sarcastic jabs, his playful grins, his bluffs, his roaring curses. They feared none of it. They only feared Lei Zhan speaking in a calm, gentle tone. Because when Lei Zhan spoke like that, it meant they had no room left to maneuver. Tan Xiaolin slammed her foot on the accelerator, tears welling in her eyes. I refuse to accept this. What did I do wrong? Lei Zhan, what right do you have to treat me like this? I won't stand for it. Lei Zhan sighed. Tan Xiaolin, can you just execute this final mission properly? As for the reasons, I don't want to discuss them now, and I don't have time to explain. After this mission is complete, go talk to number 1, or go talk to your deputy commander father. If either of them still supports you staying here, then I have no objection. Okay? Now, just drive your car properly. Tan Xiaolin choked back a sob, clenching her teeth fiercely as the car sped toward Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin's location at top speed. After swallowing the pill, Yi Tsuanshin began trembling violently in place, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. Moments later, her eyes snapped open. She gently laid Shinlani on the ground. My only true friend in this life, my best buddy, wait. I'm going to avenge you, you bastard. Yi Tsuanshin drew the dagger from her waist. With a swift whoosh, her figure vanished like a ghost. A trail of afterimages streaked across the open grassland as she zigzagged at breakneck speed toward the masked sniper 650 meters away. The sniper who had just shot Shinlani froze in shock. He frantically shifted his high-precision rifle, yet couldn't lock onto the moving target of Yi Tsuanshin. A chill instantly gripped the sniper's body. Watching Yi Tsuanshin's figure rapidly closing in, his soul nearly leaped out of his body. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Chapter 94, Deadly Pursuit. At this moment, the three snipers pursuing Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani were positioned at the north, southeast, and southwest points. They had formed an equilateral triangle, silently encircling Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin. 20 minutes earlier, just as the trio prepared to cross the buffer zone to pursue, their leader, Zero, abruptly halted them. Scanning through binoculars, he spotted Yi Tsuanshin and Shinlani concealed in the nearby grassland, preparing an ambush. After carefully studying the terrain, Zero understood the two young women's plan. They intended to snipe the moment the trio exposed themselves while crossing the isolation zone. Zero swiftly pointed left and right, then made a huddling gesture. The two instantly understood. They were to flank around to Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin's rear, forming a triangular encirclement. Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin had only 2 people. For snipers, everything else could be managed, but one thing they couldn't cover simultaneously was direction. Through the telescopic sights of their high-precision rifles, they could only observe one direction at a time, tracking only one target. They were 2, while the enemy was 3. This meant one of them would always remain outside their field of vision. And that person would be their fatal oversight. When masters clash, the slightest opening invites death. Shinlani and Yi Tsuanshin made a grave mistake. They fixed their focus squarely on the direction they came from due south, awaiting the trio's appearance. Little did they know, the 3 had already flanked around, trapping them within their ambush perimeter. The individual who had ambushed Yi Tsuanshin earlier, the one tracking with the police dog, was now the closest to the 2 women. Crawling forward with the dog, he finally brought Yi Tsuanshin, still focused on the pursuit direction, within his effective sniper range. Through the scope, it was clear the sniper was Yi Tsuanshin, while Shinlani served merely as an observer. Unit 2 naturally prioritized eliminating the sniper wielding the high-precision rifle. He aligned his sights on Yi Tsuanshin. In that split second, a flash of sunlight caught Shinlani's attention. Shinlani threw herself recklessly onto Yi Tsuanshin's head, the very target Unit 2 had aimed at. The bullet pierced through Shinlani's back. At that very moment, witnessing his comrade's death, Yi Tsuanshin, consumed by rage and losing all reason, abandoned his high-precision sniper rifle and sprang up from the ground. Seeing Yi Tsuanshin emerge from cover, Operator 2 initially rejoiced. But in the blink of an eye, his expression froze. Yi Tsuanshin's sprint was so blindingly fast that locking onto him became utterly impossible. Moreover, Yi Tsuanshin wielded only a dagger, charging straight toward him. Yi Tsuanshin's speed was like a phantom grassland cheetah, and this was a cheetah that understood strategy and tactics. Advancing in unpredictable zigzags, relying solely on human eyesight and muscle movement, there was absolutely no chance of locking onto the target. Sniper number 2 was horrified. He fired 2 haphazard shots. As Yi Tsuanshin advanced with devilish speed, Sniper number 2 shouted, "Blackie, run!" As he spoke, he burst from cover. Man and dog began a desperate dash toward the hiding spot of their comrade. Sniper 2 intended to use his partner's rifle to take down this frenzied Yi Tsuanshin. Unexpectedly, their leader, Zero, barked orders through the earpiece. "One, hear me. Withdraw immediately. Withdraw immediately. This woman is not normal. We are no match for her. Absolutely no match. Withdraw to cover immediately. Abandon the target. Abandon the target." Hearing Zero's words over the radio, 2 panicked. He fled desperately while screaming, "No, Zero. No, Zero. You 2 have to help me take her down. You have to help me take her down. She's completely off her rocker. You can't be so selfish. We're comrades. We're comrades. Zero, ahem, 2, sorry. Barring any miracles, you're dead. This girl's state is beyond anything human. We stand no chance against her. That kind of speed isn't within the realm of normal humans. You're done for. There's no point risking our own lives for someone already marked for death. Rest assured, after you die, your death benefits will be paid out in full to your parents. And I'll do my best to comfort your heartbroken fiancé. Take care, 2. 1. Retreat immediately before she spots us. Unit 1, understood, 0. The sound of the communication being cut off echoed through the earpiece of Unit 2, who was being pursued by Yi Tsuanshin. Unit 2 shuddered, his heart sinking into despair. Then he abruptly halted and burst into maniacal laughter. "Shadow? Shadow? Ha! You, Shadow! Ha! You bastards! Ha! Blackie! Go! Stick to Zero like glue. Watch out for his sniper fire." Number 2 barked at the black police dog beside him. The dog gave a sharp bark, leaped forward, and shot out like a black lightning bolt, darting straight toward Zero. Dogs were dogs, their speed far outpaced even Yi Tsuanshin's current pace. In that brief moment, Yi Tsuanshin moved like a ghostly apparition, zigzagging rapidly toward target 2 from the distance. Subject 2 ripped off his mask, letting out a shrill, wretched laugh. He raised his sniper rifle and fired at the rapidly approaching Yi Tsuanshin. But number 2 knew this was futile. Where he aimed, only dust swirled beneath Yi Tsuanshin's feet. Like a phantom, Yi Tsuanshin had vanished to another position the instant number 2 pulled the trigger. 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Yi Tsuanshin shadowed him relentlessly. As number 2 haphazardly fired the last bullet from his magazine and reached to reload, a sharp hiss filled the air. A dagger plunged deep into the muzzle of his rifle. Number 2's body jerked violently. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he dropped his high-precision sniper rifle with a clatter. Like a fallen power pole, he collapsed straight onto the ground. A gush of blood shot 2 feet high from his mouth, splattering across his own face. The dagger had struck true, piercing his heart. His body convulsed violently. Number 2 knew this time, death was certain. His right hand trembled as he fumbled for his pistol, raising it to his own head. In that split second, Yi Tsuanshin shifted as if teleporting, landing before number 2 and kicking the pistol from his grasp. Yi Tsuanshin's face now bore a coldness and resolve only a man could possess. Number 2 had never seen a woman display such an expression, cold to the extreme, stern to the extreme, ruthless to the extreme, and eerily quiet to the extreme. Yi Tsuanshin stepped forward, crushing number 2's wrist under her foot. With a sharp crack, the bones shattered instantly. A piercing scream erupted from number 2. Yi Tsuanshin seized number 2's other hand, clasped his fingers together, and with a slight twist, snapped every bone in his palm. Number 2 let out another blood-curdling scream. Yi Tsuanshin, seemingly oblivious, stepped forward and yanked the dagger embedded in number 2's chest. With a wet thud, a jet of blood shot out, spraying over a meter high. The blood splattered across Yi Tsuanshin's face, staining it crimson. As if blind to it, she didn't bother to wipe it away. Instead, she grabbed number 2's ankle. With 2 sharp snips, she severed his Achilles tendon. Holding one end of the tendon, she yanked it violently. Instantly, number 2 let out a scream as piercing as an artillery shell. The blood spurted from his chest once more, shooting high into the air. Yi Tsuanshin tossed the severed tendon aside without a glance. Grabbing Subject 2's high-precision sniper rifle, he leapt toward Subject 1's position. His figure vanished instantly, leaving behind only the lifeless, tendon-severed, blood-drained Subject 2 still alive, yet unable to die, lying on the ground. Number 2 lay motionless, eyes wide, limbs frozen. Even suicide was impossible. He could only endure the unbearable agony, silently waiting for his blood to drain dry. In this world, nothing is more terrifying than death. Yet there exists something even more terrifying than death itself, knowing your end is near, yet being forced to listen helplessly as the footsteps of the Grim Reaper draw ever closer while you still cling to life. Waiting to die is more terrifying than death itself. Who the hell are they? What a stupid thing I've done. These were the last words uttered by number 2 with his dying strength. Yi Tsuanshin approached him, saying not a word, making no unnecessary movements. In just a few swift moves, she had reduced number 2 to the state neither able to live nor die, merely waiting for death. In his final moments, number 2 felt the sheer terror of the fire phoenix. What kind of demonic squad of women was this? What kind of devilish instructor had trained these pupils? Even if he somehow survived this, their leader, Lei Zhan, would surely make his life a living hell. Perhaps even worse than this. What kind of devil are we fighting against? Damn it! If I had another choice, I'd never cross this bunch of devils. I'd run as far away from them as I possibly could. Shadow, I'll be damned if I don't curse your grandmother. You've screwed me over. These were the final thoughts, the last brainwave fluctuations, of number 2 before his death. Unit 1, sprinting at Unit 0's command, suddenly heard the sound of footsteps behind him. He whipped his head around and froze in shock. Less than 200 meters away, a slender woman was sprinting straight toward him at a speed that made his jaw drop. Holy, did number 2 really get taken out this fast? Are you kidding me? Number 2, you didn't just chicken out like that, did you? How the hell did this little catch up so quickly? Number 1 quickly aimed his sniper rifle at Yi Tsuanshin. The moment number 1 raised his high-precision weapon, Yi Tsuanshin instantly changed her gait, weaving forward in a zigzag pattern, darting left and right. Number 1 couldn't possibly aim at such a high-speed moving target. He fired 2 shots randomly, then turned and fled for his life. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Number 1, like a rabbit chased by hounds, suddenly tripped over something like a wooden stake. He tumbled several times before crashing to the ground. Chapter 95, the last one. Put. Thud. 2 more shots followed. Yi Tsuanshin's high-precision sniper rifle tore 2 bloody holes through number 1's arms. His sniper rifle lay discarded beside him. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, he lay face up on the grass, eyes wide, listening to Yi Tsuanshin's footsteps steadily approaching from nearby. A stunningly handsome face appeared before target 1's eyes. It was Yi Tsuanshin's face, exceptionally calm and utterly devoid of emotion. Her soft, delicate, white face was now smeared with blood, making her beautiful features appear coldly stunning, breathtakingly beautiful, and eerily alluring. The moment Yi Tsuanshin's face came into view, number 1 instantly understood the fate that had befallen number 2. Needless to say, number 2 had undoubtedly met his end at the hands of this witch. With both legs and arms riddled with bullets, number 1 lay immobilized on the ground. As Yi Tsuanshin's devilishly angelic face materialized, he suddenly burst into laughter. After a lifetime of military campaigns, unparalleled brilliance, and boundless promise, never did I imagine I'd fall today at the hands of a woman. Ha! What a bloody irony! Among all the shadow cadets in training, number 1 had consistently achieved the highest scores. Whether in physical prowess, combat skills, or strategic acumen, he was the undisputed prodigy. He was the most likely candidate to become the Shadow's greatest hope. In every training discipline, number 1 fought for first place and demanded it. This was his pride, the very foundation of his unyielding arrogance. His success was built upon the failure of countless others. Yet he could never have imagined that today, because of a mere woman, everything he had built would crumble to dust. Yet Yi Tsuanshin's cold, beautiful face, twisted in a grimace, showed no flicker of emotion at number 1's dying words. As before, she remained silent, her army boots crunching through mud and grass as she approached him step by step, like death itself. Then, holding the high-precision sniper rifle in one hand, he pressed the muzzle against Subject 1's heart. Seeing this, Subject 1 burst into laughter. Excellent. Thank you. I beg you, put me out of my misery. Bang. The gun fired. A spray of blood blossomed where number 1's heart had been. Eyes wide, body convulsing, number 1 died. True fury is silent. Yi Tsuanshin killed 2 men in succession without uttering a word. His hand was ruthless, showing no mercy. Killing you meant killing you. Nothing more to say. This wasn't really Yi Tsuanshin's style, it was the Thunder God's way of doing things. After dispatching number 1, Yi Tsuanshin gazed into the distance. A small figure, now reduced to a black speck, sprinted frantically over 500 meters away, chasing after something in a specific direction. It wasn't a person. It was the silhouette of a dog. Yi Tsuanshin instinctively raised his sniper rifle, aiming at the police dog that had developed some intelligence. He remembered Lei Zhan's warning, take out that dog. But just as his finger touched the trigger, Yi Tsuanshin narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and decisively lowered the rifle. He slung the high-precision sniper rifle over his shoulder. A flash of movement, and he sprinted after the dog's silhouette. Yi Tsuanshin was certain, this dog wasn't fleeing. It was pursuing. Pursuing a person. Pursuing the one remaining. 3 people had ambushed her in Shunlani. Now, 2 were down. 1 remained. And this dog's running pattern wasn't that of escape, but of pursuit. Moreover, police dogs are creatures that never abandon their masters to flee alone unless ordered to do so. Yi Tsuanshin instantly broke away from number 1, her figure darting like a ghost as she sped ahead. She charged straight toward the dog. Closer, closer, infinitely closer. She could see clearly now. It was another camouflage-clad figure, hooded, its feet pounding the ground as it fled for its life. Bang! Yi Tsuanshin fired a shot, but the target's running pattern was peculiar. The zigzagging path he traced was eerily erratic, alternating between long and short strides, veering left and right unpredictably. Yi Tsuanshin fired again, still missing. At this moment, Yi Tsuanshin distinctly felt the pill's effects were about to wear off. Moreover, the pill's potency had already significantly diminished, now less than half its peak effectiveness. Bang! Yi Tsuanshin fired several rounds in quick succession, each striking empty ground. Yet, at that very moment, the figure halted. It actually turned back and gave Yi Tsuanshin a sinister grin. Seizing the pause, Yi Tsuanshin fired again. Click-clack. Yi Tsuanshin froze. She was out of bullets. The high-precision sniper rifle only held 6 rounds, and they were all spent. Panicking, she rolled to the ground. Instantly, the enemy's submachine gun unleashed a hail of fire, leaving a trail of white smoke where she had stood, the dust kicked up from the sandy ground. Ha! Out of ammo, huh? Little brat, you actually dared to track your opponent with a sniper rifle? I wonder if you're just plain stupid. Heh, come out. Show your face, and let Big Brother send you to meet Buddha, little sister. Put. From the sandy mound where Yi Tsuanshin lay concealed, another trail of dust erupted. The enemy wouldn't give her even a moment to show herself. Just then, Yi Tsuanshin realized with horror, the pill had worn off. She was back in her original body. Simultaneously, not far away, Lei Zhan on the vehicle let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, finally got my breath back. Hiding behind a small mound, Yi Tsuanshin drew her pistol and loaded it fully. Then she pulled out 2 melon grenades and a smoke grenade. Listening to the approaching footsteps across the way, Yi Tsuanshin twisted off the cap of the smoke grenade and tossed it forward. With a boom, regardless of the situation on the other side, Yi Tsuanshin immediately twisted off the caps of the 2 grenades and hurled them in quick succession. This was the strategy Lei Zhan had taught Yi Tsuanshin and his team. When facing a formidable opponent, don't entertain any notions of holding back or saving tricks for later. Against a true master, you possess no hidden cards or backup plans. Combat is combat, it's not a game, not a novel, not children playing house. When facing a master vastly superior to you, you have only one choice: give it your all, unleash every attack at maximum intensity, and fight to the death. Perhaps then, there might be a sliver of hope. The 2 grenades had barely left his hands when Yi Tsuanshin sprang to his feet. Across the way, a haze of smoke grenade filled the air, obscuring everything. Yi Tsuanshin frantically fired his pistol into the fog. He knew that once the smoke cleared, he'd have no chance to shoot back. The moment he exposed himself, the enemy would likely eliminate him. Yet, at that very moment, gunfire erupted from the opposite side, crackling and whizzing toward Yi Tsuanshin. He threw himself flat onto the ground. Thus, separated by the lingering smoke, the two engaged in a desperate, all-out gunfight. To the enemy, Yi Tsuanshin remained that ghostly, elusive figure. And he, too, harbored the same strategy. Once the smoke cleared, the outcome between the two facing off would be uncertain. They could only shoot through the fog. Hitting a target was pure luck. If they missed, they'd have to figure something else out. The intense indiscriminate fire continued for nearly a minute on both sides. Each held the same strategy: unleash chaos while the fog prevailed, counting hits as they came. Once the smoke cleared, the outcome would remain uncertain. Both were like a frail reed facing a wolf, fearful on both ends. The opponent number 0 remained unaware that Yi Tsuanshin was no longer the same person he once was. A minute later, Yi Tsuanshin realized his bullets were gone. No, wait, there was one left. During his training sessions with the female soldiers, Lei Zhan had repeatedly emphasized this principle: no matter the situation, always keep one bullet in your chamber. That bullet was reserved for yourself. The enemy's bullets continued to rattle through the smoke intermittently. Yi Tsuanshin closed his eyes. He sighed softly, then pressed the pistol against his temple. At that very moment, a man's piercing scream erupted from the smoke. Yi Tsuanshin snapped her eyes open. The man's screams were so wretched. They were the kind of cries only a human on the brink of death could utter. Yi Tsuanshin quickly scanned the gradually dissipating smoke. Within it, a large ball of flame rolled across the ground, accompanied by agonized howls. Then, the writhing figure slowly came to a halt. Gradually, the shrieks transformed into moans. Finally, the ball of flame ceased moving. The flames still burned, and the figure, needless to say, was dead. Yi Tsuanshin stared in astonishment at this unbelievable scene, her eyes wide. She couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Had her grenade really hit this unlucky bastard? Had he been blown up and set ablaze? Damn it, she couldn't be that lucky, could she? The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a graceful figure emerging from the haze, swaying elegantly toward her. It must be a woman. Her figure was stunning, tall and slender. A devilishly perfect physique. Yi Tsuanshin froze, quickly shifting the gun that had been aimed at her own head toward the shadowy figure. Who are you? Speak up, or I'll shoot. Ah, rookies will be rookies. Such a handful. Without me, they can't do a thing. Getting cornered by a man like this? How embarrassing. A voice familiar beyond recognition reached Yi Tsuanshin's ears. Simultaneously, a graceful figure emerged from the dissipating smoke. Her face bore a smile that seemed playful yet was truly affectionate as she gazed at Yi Tsuanshin. Well, little Yi, how's it going? Can't do anything without me, huh? Almost forced to shoot yourself? Ha! Yi Tsuanshin's jaw dropped and her eyes widened at the sight of this woman. You're still alive? Chapter 96, The Vile Performance. The newcomer was Shinlani, wearing a smug, lecherous grin. Yi Tsuanshin scrambled to her feet, staring blankly at Shinlani for a full half-minute. Are you even human? Or some kind of ghost? Did I die? Shinlani burst into laughter upon hearing this. Look at you, look at you. What a pathetic sight. Can't fight back, so you're just dazed? Ha ha. Seems you still can't live without your big sister. Come on, little Yi, call me sister for me to hear. Shinlani was still laughing and talking when Yi Tsuanshin suddenly lunged forward, starting to rip at Shinlani's clothes. Shinlani gasped in shock. Hey! 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 Yi Tsuanshin, you little brat. What are you doing? I'm telling you to stop. Stop it. I'm telling you, I like men. Despite Shinlani's repeated protests, Yi Tsuanshin's small hand slipped inside her clothes without hesitation, finding her G-spot. The wound's gone? What's going on? I clearly saw that bullet turn you into a skewered candy hawthorn. This is weird, where's the wound? Shinlani, are you human or ghost? Shinlani flung Yi Tsuanshin's hand away. Bull. Ghosts have shadows? Ghosts as gorgeous as me? I think you're the one seeing ghosts. Yi Tsuanshin's eyes snapped open wide. I did see a ghost. I think you are one. Shinlani waved dismissively. Fine, I can't be bothered arguing with you. Didn't you see my bulletproof vest? Just a scrape. I passed out for a bit. Is that really worth all the fuss? Alright, hurry up and contact Lei Shin. He's probably freaking out, but he didn't dare call while we were fighting. Yi Tsuanshin nodded, but still eyed Shinlani suspiciously. Something's off. K7 bullets? Our level of body armor shouldn't even stop those. Plus, the time it took you to get from there to here doesn't add up. Did you fly over? Tell me, what the hell is going on? Shinlani glared. Are you done yet? Are you upset I didn't die, little Yi? Yi Tsuanshin glared back. This needs explaining, doesn't it? Shinlani gave Yi Tsuanshin a light slap on the shoulder. You don't know jack. Everything that happened today's been a total mess. We'll sort it out when we get back. Did you get through on the call? Yi Tsuenshin gave a soft "oh" before eyeing Shenlani suspiciously once more. She answered Lei Zhan's call. Hey, Thunder God. Lei Zhan answered immediately. Hey, Yi Tsuenshin, how's it going? Is Shenlani okay? Yi Tsuenshin, oh, she's fine. She's dead. Lei Zhan, what? Dead? Fine? Yi Tsuenshin, no she died, then came back to life. Lei Zhan froze upon hearing this, then exhaled a long sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. Oh, I see. Phew, you scared the hell out of me. Could you please not gasp like that when you speak? Hand the phone to Shenlani. Shenlani took the phone. Thunder God. Lei Zhan, Shenlani, you did well. I know you did your best. No need to say anything else. Assemble immediately. Stay put where you are. We'll be there soon. With that, Lei Zhan hung up. Yi Tsuenshin circled Shenlani 2 or 3 times, narrowing her eyes at her. Weird, really weird. She's not dead. Shenlani, Yi Tsuenshin, what are you implying? Looking for a beating? You were actually hoping I'd die, weren't you? I'll beat you to a pulp first. The two began playfully wrestling. After a moment of playfulness, both collapsed onto the ground. With the major threat eliminated, their moods finally eased slightly. Yi Tsuenshin, Shenlani, how did you kill that guy? And why did he catch fire? Shenlani, he had his back to me, firing right at you. I caught him off guard and threw a firebomb. See? It caught. Yi Tsuenshin, oh, that's a pretty thrilling way to go, huh? Shenlani, yeah. Want to give it a try? Yi Tsuenshin, oh, I'll pass. I'm not married yet, no way am I dying. Shenlani, pfft. With your attitude, you'll never get married. You'll be a spinster for life. Yi Tsuenshin, hey, Shenlani, you can't be so mean. Like you're any better, you look like a man, act like a man. If anyone's a leftover woman, it's you. Shenlani, nonsense. I'm such a lady, I'm definitely the leftover one. Yi Tsuenshin, you're the leftover. Rumble. Lei Zhan's vehicle pulled up. Tianhua, Tan Xiaolin, and the others all jumped out, immediately embracing Yi Tsuenshin and Shenlani in tears. Shenlani first gave the female soldiers a heartfelt greeting, then turned to Lei Zhan. Tears welled in her eyes as she rushed forward without hesitation, throwing her arms around his neck. Wah! Without you, we suffered so much. We almost died. I can't imagine how we'd survive without you now. Wah! Seeing Shenlani clinging to Lei Zhan so wildly, a barely perceptible flash of displeasure crossed the faces of nearly all the female soldiers. Wah! Did you do this on purpose? Did you do this on purpose? You deliberately sent us two out, deliberately made me protect Yi Tsuenshin. Deliberately made me nearly die, you heartless bastard. Wah! To be honest, Lei Zhan really was doing it on purpose. After testing the devil fruit's effects on himself, Lei Zhan confirmed its power was real. If the phoenix sought rebirth, it must first die and rise again. Lei Zhan watched as 3 elite fighters pursued Yi Tsuenshin and Shenlani, then ordered Shenlani to protect Yi Tsuenshin at all costs. Yet Lei Zhan knew that before absolute power, all schemes and stratagems were meaningless. Nothing could match the practicality of raw strength. Had Shenlani not consumed the devil fruit, had Yi Tsuenshin not possessed the soul pill Lei Zhan had given her, Lei Zhan could state with certainty that both women would have met their end. For their growth, for their training, to accelerate their development, Lei Zhan decided to gamble to stake Shenlani's life. Despite his meticulous preparations, Shenlani possessed the soul pill and the phoenix fruit danger still lurked. If Yi Tsuenshin failed to swallow the soul pill in time, if the soul pill proved ineffective, if Shenlani couldn't rescue Yi Tsuenshin in the nick of time, if the devil fruit's power failed to manifest, any one of these ifs becoming reality would mean at least one corpse. Or rather, both would die. But in this world, what is truly foolproof? Life itself is nothing more than a gamble. Especially for them, Special Forces soldiers who earn their living by the blade's edge. Facing life and death was their daily bread. What was meant to happen would happen sooner or later. This hurdle, they would have to cross eventually. So why not now? Lei Zhan patted Shenlani's back. Alright, a hug is enough. Didn't you see? The sisters behind you are giving you death stares 100 times over. Shenlani reluctantly pulled away from Lei Zhan's embrace. I don't care. I'm yours. You're responsible. Lei Zhan froze. What? What am I responsible for? I haven't done anything to you. You're not making this up, are you? Shenlani glared. Who says? You touched me, and now you want to deny it? Listen, Lei Zhan, you're done for in this lifetime. Mark my words, in life, you're mine, in death, you're my ghost. Lei Zhan waved his arms frantically. Cough cough, Shenlani, calm down. We can't make things up in front of all these sisters. When did I ever touch you? It never happened. You can't slander my good name. Shenlani glared. What innocence? You already took my innocence. What more do you want? Listen, my period hasn't come this month. I might be pregnant. Don't even think about denying it. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan slapped his forehead. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Holy cow, this is some high-level trolling. You can't play like this. This is blatant slander. Slander. Oh my, so the Thunder God has already, with Shinlani? Goodness, he moves fast. Ouyang Qian shook her head. Looks like I'm out of the running. Heaven is blind, sighed Tianhua. If I'd known this would happen, I should have acted first and offered myself to him. Ugh, what a pathetic performance. He Lu sneered. QB Azure remained silent, her eyes fixed on the floor. Tan Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, utterly speechless. Honey, what do you think? Boy or girl? Shinlani pressed her advantage, stepping forward to grab Lei Zhan's arm and deliberately adopting a coquettish manner. She was determined to put on a convincing act in front of the other women to claim Lei Zhan as her own. Oh God, strike me down with a bolt of divine lightning, this foul-mouthed, wrongfully damned soul who can't keep her mouth shut. Amen. Lei Zhan made the sign of the cross over his chest. Hey, Shinlani, you look so cheap. Your acting is way too fake. The Thunder God isn't like that at all. Yi Suanshin said with a grin. Exactly. That acting is just awful. I'm a professional performer in the cultural troupe. Don't even think about fooling us. Tang Xiaoxiao laughed. What kind of power will she gain? At that very moment, Lei Zhan suddenly recalled Shinlani's phoenix fruit. Only after rebirth would its power manifest. Lei Zhan shoved Shinlani away. Don't you dare slander me. Shinlani, unless you have the ability to defeat me. Lei Zhan clenched his fists, adopting a fighting stance. Shinlani chuckled at his words. You said it, young man. No backing out. If I defeat you, you're mine, right? Lei Zhan, ahem, well, let's talk about that after you beat me. Shinlani shrugged her shoulders. Come on, Thunder God, don't think I'm scared of you just because you're an instructor. This girl here is a taekwondo runner-up. I didn't hit you before because I was giving you face. Haha, this time, you asked for it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. As she spoke, Shinlani flickered like lightning. Her foot shot straight for Lei Zhan's head. Lei Zhan was stunned, her speed was too fast. In fact, she was even a tad quicker than him. Her movements were like phantoms. This was terrifying. Could it be, this time, I'm going down at the hands of this little woman? Admitting I planted a seed in her belly? Cough cough. Chapter 97, Rebirth. Lei Zhan swiftly extended his arm to block Shinlani's side kick. Squeak. Though his arm deflected the blow, Lei Zhan's body slid over a meter across the ground under the force of her strike. The turf beneath his feet was crushed into a patch of green mud by Lei Zhan's shoes. Seeing this, the women all gasped in unison, covering their mouths in astonishment. Unbelievable, unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. That was Lei Zhan. Shinlani had actually kicked Lei Zhan over a meter away with a single strike. This was absolutely impossible. Physical strength, peak mortal realm. Speed, peak mortal realm. Martial arts techniques, not yet fully mastered, but already approaching peak level. Lei Zhan made an immediate, clear assessment. In other words, Shinlani was now essentially 80 to 90% of his own strength. Put differently, Shinlani's current state equaled that of someone who had consumed Lei Zhan's soul pill without actually taking it. Of course, this excluded the counter-reaction ability of Lei Zhan's fruit. Lei Zhan's heart surged with joy. The initial power of the phoenix fruit had begun to manifest, and the effects were already so evident. It was nothing short of a quantum leap. From now on, with Shinlani's presence in the fire phoenix, he could essentially let go and not interfere at all. As her foot descended, Shinlani never imagined her own power had grown so immense even she was stunned. She quickly withdrew the foot still suspended in midair and asked Lei Zhan with concern, Lei Zhan, are you okay? Lei Zhan snapped out of his thoughts, chuckling as he clapped his hands. I'm fine, I'm fine. This is wonderful news. Shinlani, show me your absolute best. Today, I'm going to see just how deep your well runs. Shinlan and I blinked rapidly. Lei Zhan, are you sure? Lei Zhan, absolutely. Shinlani chuckled, but I can't bring myself to hurt you. What should I do? If I really mess you up, I'll feel terrible. You're the future father of my child. Lei Zhan's face darkened instantly, cough cough. Shinlani, you better stop right there. Keep spouting nonsense and ruining my reputation, and I'll deal with you right here and now. Shinlani, oh? Is that so? Well, that's just great. As long as you're not too shy, I'll gladly strip down and wait for you to execute me. I'd be more than happy to oblige. Huff. Lei Zhan coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed dead. Of course, that was impossible. Still, Lei Zhan clutched his head in despair. Oh my God, what terrible sin did I commit in a past life to deserve such a witch slandering my half-century of integrity? God, save me. I swear I never did anything to this woman. Shaking his head, Lei Zhan extended his right hand toward Shinlani under the women's glances that seemed to devour him. Shinlani, you. I've made up my mind I'm going to punish you properly. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who's the boss and who's the underling. You won't know who's on top and who's on the bottom. Shinlani immediately adopted a solemn tone. I know both positions, dear. Whichever you prefer, I'll serve you in that position. Put. Lei Zhan once again spat out a virtual stream of blood. She's gone mad. Absolutely insane. So unladylike. This woman is completely out of her mind. Lei Zhan was utterly defeated by Shinlani. He could only thrust his right palm toward her. Enough talk. Beat me first. Shinlani chuckled. Well then, dear, I won't hold back. A beating is affection, a scolding is love, don't blame me later. Lei Zhan nodded hastily. No hard feelings, no hard feelings. Bring it on, I'll take whatever you throw at me. As long as you can land a hit, I'll accept whatever you say. Shinlani's eyes lit up. Marriage. You agree? Lei Zhan froze. Marry? Ha. Alright, I agree. I agree. But only if you can actually hit me. Shinlani chuckled. Haha, think you can underestimate me? Just wait, comrade Lei Zhan, here I come. Shinlani's feet slid left, then right, her movements as elusive as a phantom. Like a swift swallow, she soared into the air, executing a graceful mid-air spin. Her right foot shot straight toward Lei Zhan with a kick. The force behind that strike was easily 1,000 pounds. Thud. Her foot slammed into Lei Zhan's palm. His arm jerked back slightly before pushing forward gently. Bang! Shinlan and I flipped mid-air, landing 5 meters away as light as a sparrow. Lei Zhan had only channeled 30% of his force back at her, any more might have injured Shinlani. Landing with a start, she stared at him wide-eyed. Impressive, Captain Lei. You really have some skills. Looks like I'll have to get serious. One move decides it, don't you dare dodge. Shinlani declared, not waiting for Lei Zhan's response. She knew he'd agree. How could Lei Zhan possibly nitpick with her? That wouldn't be Lei Zhan. Shinlani suddenly bellowed, flexing her shoulders and neck. Instantly, a bone-grinding sound echoed from her body, crackling and popping, sending shivers down the spines of the female soldiers nearby. What the hell is going on? Has Shinlani lost her mind? And though she was already formidable before, today she seems even more powerful. Did she take stimulants or get a shot of adrenaline? Shinlani flexed every bone in her body, then clenched her fists, causing her knuckles to crackle once more. Then, with a fierce shout, she charged at Lei Zhan. Her footsteps kicked up a small whirlwind. Just 1 meter away from him, she suddenly stopped and unleashed a barrage of kicks, slamming into Lei Zhan's body with a series of sharp thuds. A thud, like air exploding, echoed. Lei Zhan stood rooted to the spot, unmoved. Suddenly, Shinlani shot skyward like a kite, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc through the air. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, Lei Zhan flickered into position beneath her, catching her falling body with his arms. A faint trace of blood seeped from the corner of Shinlani's mouth. Lei Zhan set her down and shrugged. Looks like you still can't hit me. Want to try again? Shinlani wiped her mouth sharply. Lei Zhan, you're cheating. Tell me, what kind of demonic arts did you use? Lei Zhan, ahem. How come your tone and attitude sound just like Nanmuko villages earlier? What's this? The moment I win, you accuse me of using some kind of demonic magic? Clearly, your skills aren't up to par, okay? Ahem. The trial is over. The Red Arrow Brigade assessment ends here. I'm sure Commander Number 1 is getting impatient waiting for us. Back to Beast Camp. Lei Zhan certainly didn't want to keep embarrassing himself in front of all the female soldiers because of Shinlani. This woman, adorable as she was, could be utterly exhausting when she got clingy. She had no sense of place, time, or occasion. Whatever she fancied, she'd pursue. Lei Zhan seriously doubted that even if he suggested doing it right there in front of everyone, this woman would dare. She was just too fiery. Ahem, unbearable, unbearable. Of course, even if he could bear it, this wasn't the place for it. That should be done in bed. Ahem. Shinlani refused to concede defeat, neither in heart nor in words. Seeing Lei Zhan about to leave, she insisted on one last showdown. But when Lei Zhan gave Tianguo and Ouyang Qian a meaningful glance, the two women quickly stepped forward, grabbing Shinlani's arms. Sis, sis, sis. Enough, enough. Stop it already. You're already incredibly strong, truly, incredibly strong. None of us could ever be your match. And you even held your own against Lei Zhan. Goodness gracious. In this world, a woman like you, Shinlani, is one of a kind. Yet you still dream of defeating the Thunder God? Goodness gracious. Sis, do you really think a woman who could defeat the Thunder God has ever been born? Sis, be a good girl. Let's go home. Home, home. On the drive back, the girls came fully alive. Just moments ago, they'd been struggling through a life or death drill, dodging bullets and arrows in a whirlwind of combat. Now, they chattered non-stop in the car. Only Tan Xiaolin wore a worried expression. She knew Lei Zhan hadn't been joking earlier. Tan Xiaolin knew she could be a bit fussy and talkative. But really, all she did was call Yi Tsuanshin. What was the big deal? How could this possibly warrant such a furious outburst from him? Lei Zhan? Lei Zhan? Was he really that angry? What was the point of this? As the pain hit home, Tan Xiaolin's tears began to fall in a steady stream. The other women rushed over to comfort her. Wiping her tears, Tan Xiaolin forced a smile. "It's nothing," she said. "I'm just happy to see everyone safe." "Yi Tsuanshin," she pressed, "tell us about you and Shinlani. What exactly happened between you two?" Yi Tsuanshin paused, her expression darkening. Slowly, she began recounting every detail of her past with Shinlani, speaking deliberately and thoroughly. By the end, everyone was speechless, their jaws dropped. Not a single voice stirred. Finally, Tan Xiaolin swallowed hard. "Well, Yi Tsuanshin. I mean, hypothetically, what if you had gotten a call back then? What would you have done?" Yi Tsuanshin pondered for a moment, then frowned and said, "There's no what if. If a call had actually come in then, it would have distracted me and taken my focus. But I would have answered it. At that time, at that moment, the one calling would have been Leishan. And it would have been to tell me something crucial. Even if it meant risking being sniped, I would have answered. Truth is, even without that call, I would have been shot anyway. Only thanks to Shinlani risking her life to save me. If I'd been distracted answering a phone then, I'd likely have been spotted much sooner. More crucially, the moment a phone rang, our hiding spot would have been completely exposed. I'd probably have been dead for sure." Tan Xiaolin's mind reeled at the realization. Lei Zhan's judgment had been right again. And she herself had been wrong once more and nearly cost a comrade their life. Wah! Tan Xiaolin could no longer contain her despair and self-reproach. Clutching her knees, she began to sob uncontrollably. "Yi Tsuanshin, Shinlani, I'm so sorry. I nearly cost you your lives." Chapter 98, Top Secret Files. Lei Zhan drove on, glancing sideways at Tan Xiaolin. Seeing her weeping uncontrollably, he remained utterly unmoved. It seemed Tan Xiaolin had learned her lesson. But merely learning it wasn't enough. She had to truly understand the gravity of this matter on a deeper level. When a member of a team endangered the entire unit due to their own flaws, those flaws had to be corrected. Or they had to leave the team. Lei Zhan firmly believed that ideological understanding was the foundation for accomplishing anything. Especially in a life or death profession like special forces. When principles are at stake, there can be no leniency. Lei Zhan decided that Tan Xiaolin's tearful remorse alone was insufficient. The root cause of her persistent rambling was a failure to recognize, deep down, that she carried selfish thoughts rather than the comrades in arms who shared life and death with her. Selfishness, within this special forces unit, was the most critical matter. Yet it was also the easiest to overlook. The Fire Phoenix was a single entity. A single entity, like a person. When thinking of oneself, one must always think of others. The vehicle returned to Beast Camp. The fiercely contested Red Arrow Brigade counter-exercise concluded without fanfare. As for how Colonel Fong dealt with his chief of staff, that remained unknown. Lei Zhan was summoned directly to the office of the first leader. The first leader stared at Lei Zhan for a long time without speaking, his expression stern. After a long pause, the commander finally spoke. "The female soldiers, are they all right?" Lei Zhan nodded. "All have returned to their units." The commander-in-chief nodded. "This matter ends here. Lei Zhan, this is not something people of our rank can resolve. That Huang Yin has been handed over to higher authorities. Of course, he's already been neutralized. I don't care how much you know about this affair, but you must never utter a word to anyone else. Understood?" Lei Zhan nodded, "Understood." The commander eyed Lei Zhan suspiciously. "Lei Zhan, just how much do you know about this?" Lei Zhan smiled. "Commander, I know nothing." The chief commander pointed at Lei Zhan with a smile. "You little rascal, as if you don't know. The way you're talking suggests you might already know the entire story. It's rare to see you so calm. Right now, the situation among the top leadership back home is complex and delicate. You'd better not pick the wrong side. Got it? I don't want to see the day when I have to come after you myself." Lei Zhan nodded. "Rest assured, Commander. That day will never come." The commander-in-chief sighed. "As for these Fire Phoenix operatives, I've already gathered most of the details. Any objections? If not, then let's formally establish them. They've grown remarkably fast these past months. I've witnessed it firsthand. Though their mental fortitude and overall qualities still need refinement, their overall capabilities have significantly improved. I believe it's time to formally recognize their status." Lei Zhan took a breath. "The others are manageable, but Tan Xiaolin, she's still a hair's breadth away from being ready for the instructor role. She hasn't shed her petulance, arrogance, or self-control. I'm uneasy about placing the team under her command." Commander 1 pondered. "Then how do you propose we handle this?" Lei Zhan pondered. "I suggest putting her on ice for a while. Let her swallow that pride completely before we consider her again. Otherwise, she lacks the qualifications to lead the Fire Phoenix. If I'm no longer here one day, she won't be able to shoulder that responsibility, and that's not what I want to see." The commander-in-chief nodded. "Then, do you have a suitable candidate?" Lei Zhan nodded. "Yes. Shinlani." The chief was taken aback. "Shinlani? Oh, but I always felt that girl was too playful and immature." Lei Zhan smiled. "A leader doesn't need to be overly mature. What truly matters is having the capability and sense of responsibility to shoulder the entire team. That's the most crucial thing. Her heart must be wholly devoted to every member. And she must possess the ability and persuasiveness to do so. The commander-in-chief pondered, very well. You handle this personally. After all, you trained these soldiers. You have the final say. Lejean, thank you for your trust, Commander. Commander-in-chief chuckled, Lejean, hold off on the thanks. You've got work to do. This time, it's a major assignment. Take a look yourself. The commander tossed a manila envelope onto Lejean's desk. On the brown paper envelope, 2 bright red characters were printed, top secret. Lejean couldn't help but chuckle. The military always loved this, constantly throwing around terms like confidential, secret, and top secret. It made everyone jumpy and on edge. But once you actually looked inside, it was often just some Zhang San or Li Si harassing a village girl, or Wang Ermazi dealing 49 grams of ecstasy. Lejean casually opened the file folder. After just a few glances, he narrowed his eyes and said, so, K2 has finally shown up. And it's actually reached our Donghai city? The first leader nodded. This was handed down from above. They specifically emphasized the source is absolutely reliable. It even details Black Cat's hiding spot. And it clearly states K2's primary objective this time is still the same: sabotaging the Donghai City Youth Games. Moreover, they'll likely target visiting dignitaries from multiple nations during the event, triggering international panic. This would create a passive situation domestically, escalating conflicts between our country and foreign powers. With internal chaos and mounting pressure here, another hostile faction within our political sphere would seize the opportunity to rise. The chief suddenly realized he had slipped up, revealing the existence of another hostile faction within the political establishment. This was top secret information. Internal conflicts within the country must be resolved quietly and discreetly by our own people. Once international forces became involved, the situation would become complex and unmanageable. Zhou Enlai had once established the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence to safeguard his nation's sovereignty from foreign interference. Should Operation K2 succeed, resulting in the deaths of multiple foreign dignitaries within China, nations with ulterior motives could exploit this pretext to liaise with another hostile faction within our country. This would enable direct intervention in China's internal affairs, completely disregarding one of Premier Zhou's 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, non-interference in other nations' internal affairs. Once a breach occurs in these 5 principles, the consequences would be unimaginable. If a certain nation claiming to be the world's policeman were to collaborate with domestic anti-social forces, internal conflicts could escalate into external ones. Even provoking a world war would not be impossible. The stakes are that high. Without realizing it, the first leader had revealed a great deal of information. Recognizing he had spoken too much, he abruptly changed the subject. In short, your mission this time is simple. Find and eliminate the enemy. Eliminate the person. Eliminate the enemy. Lejean, do you understand? Lejean returned the file to its place and saluted the commander-in-chief. Commander, understood. The commander-in-chief nodded. The Red Arrow Brigade's exercise, let's put it this way, you executed it flawlessly. No one anticipated that incident occurring midway. And there was no time for rescue. Thanks to you, the Fire Phoenix female soldiers avoided trouble. Otherwise, I'd bear the blame. Trust me, higher-ups will eventually give us a satisfactory explanation. But of course, it'll only be an explanation. The time for actual hostilities hasn't come yet. So we can't make statements or take actions on our own. As he spoke, the commander-in-chief realized he had said too much. Such sensitive matters were beyond even his authority to discuss. Even mentioning them was taboo. If such issues leaked into society, the repercussions and consequences would be incalculable. No one could shoulder that responsibility. So Commander 1 quickly shifted the topic. In short, do exactly what you're told. Of course, should such a situation arise, you have the authority to make on-the-spot decisions. After all, we soldiers are here to defend our homeland, not to be slaughtered like cattle. Those who violate our territory must be killed. Those who violate us must be killed. There's no room for negotiation. We soldiers aren't here to be pushed around. If anyone tries to dump there on us, Lejean, rest assured I'd rather lose my rank than hesitate. Lejean saluted the commander-in-chief once more. Thank you, Commander, for standing up for us. Commander-in-Chief No. 1 replied, you may go now. You should still have a few days of rest. As for Tan Xiaolin's matter, handle it as you see fit. Though I am your commander and have watched these women soldiers grow up, ultimately, you are the one who spends every day with them. You hold more authority than I do. In short, from now on, the Fire Phoenix Assault Squad falls entirely under your command, Lejean. Unless it involves matters of principle, you may make decisions directly without consulting me. Lejean nodded. Thank you for your trust, Commander. Commander 1 nodded. This mission to eliminate the K2 forces crossing the border will be your first official combat deployment leading the full Phoenix Squadron. You must wipe them out cleanly, decisively, and spectacularly. Eliminate the enemy, eliminate them. Leave no doubt. Lei Zhan, understood. Commander 1 waved his hand, that's all for now. You handle the rest. Be ready to deploy at any moment. Await orders. For the next few days, you have full authority over the Fire Phoenix. Rest when needed, train when required. Decide how to proceed. I won't interfere. I'll be busy with constant meetings and negotiations with higher-ups regarding this major operation. I may not have time to see you. Lei Zhan, understood, Commander. I'll stand down now. Commander 1 waved his hand, get out of here. Go entertain your female soldiers. Today marks the official formation of the Fire Phoenix assault team. They passed the Red Arrow Brigade's assessment. Now, Commander Fong is intensifying their training, turning every soldier in the Red Arrow Brigade into a dog. Chapter 99, 10% off. At this very moment, in the Red Arrow Brigade headquarters, several regimental commanders and a host of battalion commanders stood before Colonel Fong with heads bowed, each of them slumped silently. Meanwhile, Colonel Fong paced back and forth on the floor, his small eyes glaring as he cursed, useless. All of you are useless. Especially you, Reconnaissance Battalion Commander. Ah, Chen Gang, you're supposed to lead our brigade's most elite reconnaissance unit. And yet, you couldn't even hold your ground for a single round against Lei Zhan? What kind of soldiers are you training? Are they eaters? Ha! The battalion commander and political instructor were executed on the spot. Damn it, beheading them is one thing at worst, you've lost face. But look at your men. They're just as useless as you. How could 9 men wipe out an entire battalion? They devoured every last one of them. Holy, your reconnaissance battalion is truly legendary, you've set a new Guinness World Record. 9 men taking out thousands. Shen Gang, you have no shame, but I do. Those weren't soldiers, they were 1,000 pigs laid out for Lei Zhan to slaughter. Even he'd take hours to finish them off. But look at you. The soldiers you trained? Having Lei Zhan slaughter them? Easier than butchering pigs? Good lord, are you even a real soldier? Our Red Arrow Brigade has been utterly disgraced by your pathetic face. No, not disgraced. We've lost our faces entirely. I'm done talking. Shut up and get back to training. Train them to death. If they fail the year-end assessment, no need for me to say it, pack their bags and send them crawling back to their hometowns. What kind of soldiers are these? They're pigs. No, worse than pigs. Meanwhile, deep within the beast camp, 8 female soldiers lay sprawled in a muddy puddle. Under the bewildered stares of Old Fox, King Yama, and the others, they bellowed at the top of their lungs, thudding rhythmically as they drilled in backward rolls. Yan Wang, hey, Old Fox, what's going on? These girls are really making a scene this time. Normally, they'd be wailing and moaning while showing off to us guys. How come they're voluntarily coming out to train? This is kinda weird, huh? Old Fox stroked his chin, I'm puzzled too. Usually when we make them train, they whine and cry non-stop. But this time? After returning, they're like different people volunteering for training. It's just odd. So very odd. No wonder Thunder God always sighs that women are truly strange creatures. In the distance, Lei Zhan watched the female soldiers training on their own, a faint smile playing on his lips. Shame breeds courage. Now, this group of female soldiers had finally grasped the right mindset. Only once they stepped onto the battlefield did they realize how utterly fragile and vulnerable they truly were. Their former arrogance and self-importance would surely be shattered by the baptism of real combat. They would finally feel the pain, realize their own insignificance. Thus, knowing shame leads to courage, they now understood the need to constantly improve. Just then, the system old ghost cleared its throat softly. Ahem, little Lei, congratulations. You've completed the first step toward global domination, annihilating those 70-odd little pests. Ahem, this old man keeps his word. The 100 bubble points reward has been dispersed. Ahem, a solid start on that grand goal of global domination. So, how about it? Want to take on the second task? You should know, these main objective missions come with some seriously hefty bubble points rewards. They basically start at 100 bubble points. The benefits? Huge. So, what do you say? Taking it? Lei Zhan, ahem, why are mission rewards always so late? Fine, I won't hold it against you as long as the money's there. Alright, spill it. What's the next mission? System chuckles, future missions will be dead simple. Basically, 2 words, kill people. The main quest is killing. Of course, you can take on side quests when you're bored still killing though. The objective is clear, following your superior's orders, wipe out every last member of this K2 advance team. Not a single survivor. If even one escapes, mission failure. Reward points halved. If 2 escape, the points halved again. Mission complete, reward, 100 points. Lei Zhan nodded eagerly, free perks? Count me in. System, ding ding. System reception complete. Host locked. Ahem, little Lei, you previously took 6 soul pills on credit from me. Those 6 pills equate to 6 bubble points. Add interest, let me calculate, that's 13 points total. Rounding down, deducting 4 bubble points for interest. So you currently have 90 bubble points remaining. Lei Zhan gasped in shock, holy crap, no way. That interest is way too steep, you shady merchant. The system old ghost immediately retorted, hey, little Lei, that's not fair. Money can't buy timely rain. Think about it, if I hadn't extended credit for those 6 soul pills, and you hadn't given one to that little minx Yitsuanshin, who knows? Both Shenlani and Yitsuanshin might have been dead by now. In that case, wouldn't you agree I'm the one who deserves the most credit? And here you are complaining about me. Just look at those 2 little darlings, Shenlani and Yitsuanshin, so delicate and lovely. Don't you think their lives are worth more than the interest on 4 points? Lei Zhan waved his hand impatiently. Alright, I get it. Stop bothering me. But the system old ghost didn't back off. Instead, he sneered slyly, hey, little Lei, you've got bubble points again. They're useless to you, but with me, they can get you some seriously awesome stuff. Just got a fresh shipment top-tier goods, I tell you. Let me list them for you. The rubber fruit used by Monkey D. Luffy from One Piece. For the Dragon Boat Festival sale, it's 10% off, just 90 points. What? Not interested? Don't worry, I've got top-tier ninja techniques too. Check this out, the Great Fireball Technique. Double holiday special for Father's Day and Dragon Boat Festival, 10% off. 90 points? Not your thing? No problem. I've got even higher grade stuff. Take a look at this one, from Uchiha Shursui of the Uchiha clan. Tearful clearance sale, rock bottom price, 90 points. Lei Zhan waves dismissively, enough already. I see right through you. You old codger, whatever you're peddling, you're eyeing my wallet. You won't rest till you've emptied it. These prices? All fishy. Not buying. The system old man chuckled, nonsense. I run a fair business, honest with all customers. I'd never do anything unethical. Think about it, those points are just sitting idle in your account. Trust me, the opponents you'll face in the future won't all be mere mortal realm practitioners. Without decent gear to protect yourself, you might lose your life in a careless moment. That would be a terrible waste. Lei Zhan waved for the old man to be quiet, then tapped his own head. I recall you mentioned before that spiritual energy is the foundation supporting all magical arts. I assume it has tiers too. Like my counterattack fruit, if my spiritual energy is insufficient, I can't unleash its full power or execute more powerful techniques, right? The system old man paused, chuckling. Heh, well said. You're a quick learner. I was planning to tell you later and charge you a hefty fee. But since you asked, I'd better explain, otherwise, I'd be breaking the rules. Yes, you're correct. Spiritual power is the foundation of all human actions and techniques. Every being possesses spiritual energy. However, at the mortal stage, one's physical constitution limits spiritual energy to merely fueling normal walking, running, or any basic movement. It's neither possible nor sufficient to gather it separately for casting spells. Taoists call it Taoist power, sorcerers call it magical power, immortals call it immortal power, and ninjas call it chakra. Essentially, they all mean the same thing. Here, I simply refer to it as spiritual power. What made you ask about this? Lei Zhan chuckled upon hearing this. Then, the magnitude of spiritual energy must have levels, right? The system old man replied, of course. Once a person's physical prowess surpasses the mortal tier, it becomes linked to spiritual power. For instance, your martial arts have reached what the world calls the domain tier. Essentially, the domain tier signifies when spiritual power begins to function proactively. To put it plainly, your domain tier level 1 corresponds to the level of a level 1 spiritual power user. Lei Zhan, oh. So how many levels are there for spiritual power? The system old man held up one finger. Lei Zhan, 10 levels? The system old man shook his head. Lei Zhan gasped, 100 levels? The system old man nodded, yes, 100 levels. Lei Zhan froze again, holy crap, that high? Then, what level is my counterattack fruit ability now? The system clicked its eyes and held up one finger, level 1. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan's eyes rolled back and he instantly fainted, damn it. So all this time, I'm just a complete noob who's barely started. The system old man nodded in deep agreement, precisely. The reason you feel invincible right now is because, until now, you haven't encountered any masters beyond the mortal tier. Lei Zhan glared at the old system, then why didn't you tell me sooner? The system old man rolled his eyes, you didn't ask. You know me, I'm detached and unworldly, indifferent to fame and fortune. I hate nothing more than people who nag on, driving everyone crazy. Lei Zhan broke out in a cold sweat at those words. This old devil had a face thicker than a brick wall. He decided to ignore him entirely and cut straight to the chase. How many points per level to increase spiritual power? The system old man perked up instantly. Normally it's 100 points per level, but with the double festival sale, we're offering a 10% discount, just 90 points per level. Chapter 100, A Brood of Tiger Cubs. Lei Zhan sneered, looks like whatever you're selling next will always be 90 points. Hey, old devil, aren't you afraid of going to hell someday with all this greed? The system, old man chuckled. Being trapped in this system is already hell for me. What the hell do I have to fear from hell? Ahem, anyway, let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about this upgrade, little A. Weapons and skills? Those are soft goods. But this spirit power upgrade? That's absolute top tier hard goods. Once you upgrade, that spiritual power is yours forever. It'll never fade away. It's hard currency. I didn't tell you before, but you can skip buying other stuff. This upgrade is non-negotiable. With high-level spiritual power backing you, no matter what foes you face, you'll have nothing to fear. Truth is, in any world, strength is your ultimate bargaining chip. So if strength is the capital you rely on to survive, then spiritual power is the soul within that capital. Lei Jun pondered for a long moment before nodding. Experience points? I can always grind for those. Strength is what truly matters. Besides, the clash with K2 was imminent. Who knew what kind of figures lurked in their ranks? System, ding. Level 2 spiritual power is fusing with host. Ding. Spiritual power fusion complete. Host's current spiritual power level, level 2. Bonus, 1 level 2 spiritual power skill pressure bomb. Lei Jun felt a flash of golden light in his mind. Instantly, every possible application of the pressure bomb skill was etched firmly into his consciousness. The pressure bomb skill evolved from the absorption and release functions of the counterattack fruit. The counterattack fruit possesses the ability to reflect back all physical and spiritual attacks. This essentially boils down to a cycle of absorption and release. The pressure bomb evolves from the fruit's absorption function. It compresses, shrinks, and increases the density of absorbed attack power through a series of operations, greatly amplifying its potency before firing it out. When attack power is equal, the size of the impact area directly determines the attack's effectiveness. A smaller area allows for greater penetration. This is precisely the effect the pressure bomb aims to achieve. This is one of the ingenious applications of the pressure shell. The second marvelous application of the pressure projectile, however, left Lei Jun both thrilled and stunned. For this application could be described as nothing short of a game changer. Originally, Lei Jun had felt that spending 90 points on the old man's system just to raise his spiritual power to level 2 was a bit of a ripoff. But after seeing the bonus pressure bullet, Lei Jun felt that those 90 points were absolutely worth it. Lei Jun, please come to my office. Come to my office. The walkie-talkie strapped to Lei Jun's waist buzzed. Lei Jun had just finished integrating the skill when the walkie-talkie on his waist buzzed. Lei Jun immediately responded, 1, understood. Understood, copy that. Lei Jun strolled toward Commander 1's office. He was puzzled. He'd only just left Commander 1's office not long ago. Moreover, the observant Lei Jun noticed that this time, Commander 1's tone was unusually formal and official. Normally, when Commander 1 called for him, it was as casual as summoning family for a meal. Lei Jun, come over. Could it be an outsider? Lei Jun wondered silently. Sure enough, Lei Jun's suspicions were confirmed. Outside the Commander-in-Chief's office, 6 or 7 other uniformed personnel stood grinning at him. To his astonishment, one of them bore the same rank as the Commander-in-Chief, a Major General. Beside the Major General stood a colonel, 3 lieutenant colonels, and 2 majors. Lei Jun's eyes narrowed. His instincts told him these men meant no good. This probably wasn't going to be pleasant. Lei Jun stepped forward, his face wearing a professional smile, and gave a polite salute to the group. They quickly returned the salute with smiles. The Major General beamed at Lei Jun. Well, old ho. This must be your most formidable warrior, Lei Jun, right? The first leader chuckled. Director Huang, you're being too kind. That kid? He's a good for nothing. Compared to Director Huang's elite Tiger Squad, he's not even fit to clean their boots. Het, Director Huang, now that we've met, let's not stoop to this youngster's level. We'll discuss matters inside. The Commander-in-Chief's words revealed much to Lei Jun. First, this Major General's surname is Huang. This was significant. Previously, he had a chief of staff named Huang Yin, and now here was another Huang. This might mean something. Second, the Commander-in-Chief cleverly revealed details about Director Huang's unit. Like himself, this man also commands a Special Operations Task Force, the Tiger Squad. It appears to be a unit mirroring the Wolf Fang Brigade. Third, the Commander-in-Chief holds me in high regard, yet deliberately belittled me to an extreme degree. He also insisted they discuss matters indoors with him. Clearly, he didn't want this group interacting with Lei Jun. It seems Huang insisted on meeting Lei Jun, forcing the Commander-in-Chief to summon him. This explains why the Commander-in-Chief was so formal and official when calling me today. Fourth, the Commander-in-Chief had said not to take this kid seriously. This strongly suggested the Major General might indeed be connected to Huang Yin, the man by Colonel Fang's side. This Major General was likely planning to target the Commander-in-Chief. This was a warning to avoid offending the Major General and his men. If possible, steer clear. Lei Jun instantly grasped the implications and immediately offered a sheepish smile. Commander, you two continue your discussion. I have critical training duties to attend to and won't be able to stay. I'll take my leave. Lei Zhan made to leave. But the Major General quickly called out, Hey, Lei Zhan, where are you rushing off to? Come back here. I still have a few things to discuss with you. Besides, for a figure as heroic as you in our military region, I ought to pay my respects, learn from you, and incidentally, teach my useless subordinates a thing or two. They should learn some skills from Captain Lei, right? We've got to chat a bit more, as long as you don't mind this old man's rambling. As he spoke, the Major General extended his large hand. Huang Dao, political instructor of the Tiger Brigade, Special Operations Division, Shenyang Military Region. Lei Zhan saluted again, then grasped Huang Dao's hand. Lei Zhan, commander of the Wolfang Special Forces Brigade. Just then, Lei Zhan suddenly gasped in shock. An immense force surged through his grasped hand like an iron vice, as if it were about to crush his bones. Lei Zhan immediately mustered his strength to resist. Fortunately, he had just advanced his spiritual power to level 2. Yet, despite this, the opponent's immense force proved overwhelming. The grip tightened relentlessly. His level 2 spiritual power seemed utterly useless against the opponent, like the disparity between a child and an adult. In desperation, Lei Zhan activated the power of the counterforce fruit. Yet the Major General merely frowned slightly before breaking into a faint smile. Interesting. Ha ha. Captain Lei, I've long heard of your fame. Indeed, seeing is better than hearing about it. Even with level 2 spiritual power and the counter-shock fruit's ability, he still couldn't break free from this Huang Dao Major General's grip. Facing this force, Lei Zhan felt like a child caught by a middle-aged man. No matter how he struggled, the other remained utterly unmoved. What a terrifying figure this must be. At that moment, Lei Zhan realized that after he activated the counterforce fruit's ability, the other party seemed slightly annoyed. Suddenly, an even greater, more terrifying force surged through his seized hand, as if it could crush his bones directly. Lei Zhan immediately thought to counter with a pressure bomb, but activating one required time to compress and fuse the power, far too little time to execute. Was this old man truly going to crush his hand? For the first time, Lei Zhan felt the overwhelming power of his opponent. Before him, Lei Zhan felt as insignificant as a blade of grass before Mount Tai, utterly powerless to fight back. Beyond every mountain lies another, beyond every tower stands a taller one. Among the strong, there are ever stronger. At this moment, Lei Zhan fully grasped the meaning of this saying. Lately, he'd harbored a subtle, arrogant mindset, believing no one in this world could stand as his equal. But now, Lei Zhan realized he was wrong. And the price for this mistake might just be losing a hand. Judging by the situation, this old man from Huang Dao must be someone connected to Huang Yin. Oh, my hand. Hey, old Huang, let's get back to our conversation. You look like you're about to scare the younger generation. The commander-in-chief's hand gently rested on the military insignia pinned to Huang Dao's shoulder. A wave of relief washed over Lei Zhan. He quickly withdrew his hand and looked at the commander-in-chief in shock. Lei Zhan was completely dumbfounded. From the moment he arrived at the Fire Phoenix Special Training Base, he had never known that the commander-in-chief was actually a martial arts master. And not just any master, one who could match the old man Huang Island in skill. This was utterly mind-blowing. Commander One had hidden his abilities so deeply. After all this time, Lei Zhan hadn't realized Commander One was also a martial artist, and one far, far superior to himself. Holy, this world was insane. Huang Dao's strength instantly dissipated when the commander-in-chief placed a hand on his shoulder. A look of displeasure flashed across Huang Dao's face. But out of respect for the commander-in-chief, he could only glare at Lei Zhan before chuckling slyly. Alright then, Comrade Lei, we'll meet again. When we do, I'll have a proper chat with you. Big Tiger, Little Tiger, you two go have a good chat with Captain Lei. Learn as much as you can from him, understand? The senior and junior colonels flanking Huang Dao hastily replied, Rest assured, instructor. We'll definitely study diligently alongside Captain Lei. Lei Zhan glanced at the cluster of colonels and lieutenant colonels and thought to himself, damn it. The big tiger's gone, and now we've got a whole litter of tiger cubs. Is this never ending? Chapter 101, Internal Strife. The first leader and Huang Dao, both holding the rank of Major General, politely yielded to each other as they entered the first leader's office. The remaining senior colonel, 3 colonels, and 2 lieutenant colonels stayed with Lei Zhan. The lowest ranking among them were 2 lieutenant colonels, while Lei Zhan was merely a major. As Commander-in-Chief and Huang Dao entered the room, the others wore expressions of lofty superiority and smug self-satisfaction. The sole colonel stood ramrod straight, his expression solemn, radiating an air of I'm the boss now. His lips curled up like the character 4-8, hands clasped behind his back, eyes gazing into the void, a posture reminiscent of an emperor surveying the heavens before commanding the realm. Sure enough, the colonel silently established his dominance, as if proclaiming, with no tiger left in the mountain, I am the king. Clearing his throat, he addressed Lei, well, little Lei. I hear your Wolfang Special Forces Brigade is the sharpest blade among blades, the elite of the elite in our military region. Is this really as the rumors say? Could you give me an explanation today? Lei Zhan froze. Rumors? Ah, yes, rumors. Just rumors. Nothing to it. Compared to your Tiger Brigade, our Wolfang Brigade is nothing. Those rumors are pure nonsense, empty fame. Don't take them to heart, sir. Just then, a major walked up with a smile, slapping Lei Zhan's shoulder in a boisterous manner. Ha, Lei. Comrade, please remove your claws. This is the military. Soldiers and officers are forbidden from adopting the vulgar customs of civilian life. No slinging arms around each other's shoulders or playing that civilian buddy-buddy nonsense. The major paused, awkwardly withdrawing his hand. Little Lei, really? You're such a stickler. Ha ha. This lieutenant colonel seemed somewhat more reasonable, but the other one was clearly hot-tempered. He strode forward, pointed at Lei Zhan, and bellowed, "Hey, Lei Zhan! What the hell are you so damn cocky about? When Five slapped your shoulder, he was showing you respect. What the hell are you getting so big-headed for? Look at your damn attitude. If this weren't the military, I'd slap you silly." Lei Zhan turned, facing the flushed, indignant major, and smiled. "Oh? I was merely following military regulations. What did I do wrong to make you so furious? Threatening to slap me to death? Did I sleep with your daughter? Or bang your wife? Lei Zhan, how dare you talk like that? You think I won't cripple you right now?" The lieutenant colonel lunged forward, ready to strike. At that moment, a colonel stepped forward and grabbed the major. He feigned scolding the major for a few moments, then leaned close and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing this, the major's face lit up instantly. He nodded repeatedly and gave the colonel a thumbs up. He then smiled at Lei Zhan. "Lei Zhan, don't get cocky. You know why our Tiger Brigade is here, right?" Lei Zhan shook his head dismissively. "I don't know, and I don't care to know." The lieutenant colonel chuckled darkly. "Whether you know or not doesn't matter. Let me tell you this, we're here to take over your territory. You and your Wolfang Brigade will vanish from the military roster." Ha. Got it? Lei Zhan eyed the lieutenant colonel sideways. "Oh? Relax. Even if you vanish, the Wolfang Brigade won't." The major froze at this. "Lei Zhan, you son of a..." At that moment, the sole colonel present barked sharply, "Liuji, watch your tone." The major called Liuji instantly halted his step and swallowed the curse on his lips, forcing himself to take a step back. Still, he snorted and glared at Lei Zhan with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. The colonel stepped forward with a smirk. All right, Comrade Lei, these matters, we'll discuss them later. You'll understand in time. Right then, allow me to introduce these comrades. We're the leadership of the Fierce Tiger Brigade. The 6 tigers of the Fierce Tiger Brigade, that's us. My rank is slightly higher, hence I'm the first tiger. Now, those 3 colonels, 2nd tiger, 3rd tiger, 4th tiger. Those 2 lieutenant colonels, 5th tiger, 6th tiger. We're here accompanying our number 1 this time, but honestly, it's no big deal. Just an inspection to see if your Wolfang Special Forces Brigade and that Phoenix thing of yours even deserve to exist anymore. That's all there is to it. Soon, your number 1 will notify you. We'll have our 2 squads spar a bit. Just for show. Then we'll directly integrate your entire unit into our Tiger Brigade. Makes management and training easier. Ahem. One more thing. The operation to track down K2 barring unforeseen circumstances should fall to our Tiger Brigade. After all, your Wolfang Brigade is simply too weak. Lei Zhan raised his hand to cut off the colonel's lofty, imperial decree-like tirade. Hold on, Colonel or Comrade Dehu. When you said you're disbanding our Wolfang Special Forces Brigade, was that your own decision, or the organization's? The colonel chuckled awkwardly. Well, to be precise, it is indeed my decision. But, in truth, it's also the higher-ups' decision. Lei Zhan gave a wry smile. How so? Are you suggesting you alone represent the organization, the party, and the nation? Faced with such a weighty accusation, the colonel hastily waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. It's my fault I didn't explain clearly. The situation is this: currently, the nation's military expenditure projects are facing some tight constraints. Therefore, the higher-ups have decided to downsize and reorganize the forces, cutting unnecessary expenditures. Within the military, certain redundant units, those that are dispensable or unnecessary, will be disbanded or reorganized. The goal is to achieve unified, standardized management. Naturally, when considering reorganization, higher-ups also contemplated units like your Wolfang Brigade. They feared your leadership might resist. Hence, we've been dispatched to defeat you, providing both justification and a face-saving exit for your integration. Lei Zhan immediately interjected. Wait, send you to defeat us? Ha! What does that mean? The colonel immediately wore a smug expression. The exact words from headquarters were, the Tiger Brigade and Wolfang Brigade will conduct a military exercise. Based on the outcome, one side will be reorganized. Frankly, in my view, this is tantamount to announcing the death sentence for your Wolfang Brigade. It amounts to the same thing. On your own little turf, you Wolfang Brigade probably think you're quite something. But in reality, among the real soldiers, the true elite gathered here in the Tiger Brigade, you're nothing more than a bunch of clowns. And a women's special forces team? Heh, that's laughable. Ahem, sorry Lejean, I hope that didn't hurt your pride? But even if it did, there's nothing you can do about it because I'm telling the truth. Lejean burst into loud laughter upon hearing this, leaving the 6 tigers exchanging bewildered glances. Dahu felt deeply unsettled by Lejean's unceasing laughter. All the carefully crafted, subtle yet stinging atmosphere he'd painstakingly built with his gentle words had been shattered by that single laugh. As Sun Tzu's art of war states, the highest form of warfare is to defeat the enemy through strategy. Big Tiger believed he'd executed flawlessly polite yet subtly belittling Lejean, shaking his confidence and saving face for his mighty Tigers squad. Without raising a fist, he delivered a fatal blow to both body and spirit through gentle words. This was skill, wisdom, capability, the most formidable form of low-key high profile. Unexpectedly, the carefully cultivated advantage he'd built was completely shattered by Lejean's loud laughter. Comrade Big Tiger was naturally displeased. A hint of anger flashed across his face. Lejean, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Can I take this as a provocation against us? Lejean stifled his laughter and hurriedly replied, No. Comrades Big Tiger, Second Tiger, Third Tiger, Fourth Tiger, Fifth Tiger, Sixth Tiger, I, Lejean, would never dare to challenge a pack of tigers like you. I mean, a pack of tigers? That would be suicide. What I'm laughing at is, well, it turns out we still need to test our strength before we can determine the outcome. Turns out all that stuff you were spouting earlier was just wishful thinking. Scared the hell out of me. Listen up, tigers. Let me give you some advice. No matter how much you think you know, never make rash judgments about things that haven't happened yet. Otherwise, one wrong move, and you'll end up eating your own words. All that swagger you're putting on might just end up choking you. Alright, you idiots tigers, I'm swamped. No time for your nonsense. Got work to do. Bye. Lejean, you'll pay for your words and attitude just now. Originally, I considered our shared military background and planned to just defeat you. But now, I've changed my mind. When the time comes, I've decided I'll cripple this arrogant man. Someone as conceited as you, keeping you in our ranks is a disaster waiting to happen. Dahu declared with righteous indignation. Lejean turned back. Tiger, let's talk about everything after we win. Dahu snorted with a cold laugh. Lejean, it seems you won't learn until you see the coffin. Fine, just wait. Soon enough, we'll see who the true hero is and who the coward is. We'll show you that the weak have no right to speak. Lejean smiled and nodded. I'll remember your wisdom, Dahu. Farewell. Lejean turned to leave. Just then, his walkie-talkie crackled. Commander 1 called. Lejean, report to my quarters immediately. I have urgent business to discuss. The walkie-talkie was open channel, so all 6 tigers heard the commander-in-chief's call. The 6 of them shared a sinister grin. Go on, Lejean. The trumpet heralding your tragic fate has already sounded. We'll be waiting here for you to come out. Take a good look around. This will be your final day in Beast Camp. Chapter 102, Live Fire Drill. Lejean ignored the petty officers and strode straight into the commander-in-chief's office. Seeing Lejean enter, the commander-in-chief smiled and nodded. Lejean, take a seat. Lejean glanced at the indifferent Rear Admiral Huang Dao seated beside the commander-in-chief. He deconsidered offering a greeting, but seeing the man's deadpan expression, he simply ignored him completely, not even a word of acknowledgement. He grabbed a chair beside him and sat down. In the military, it was considered extremely rude and disrespectful for a major to encounter a general without personally saluting and greeting the superior officer. Seeing Lejean grab a chair and sit without acknowledging him, Huang Dao's brow furrowed. He shot Lejean a sidelong glance, making no effort to hide his displeasure. A snort escaped his nose. Humph, old ho, look at this. Is this the kind of soldier you've trained? Not even the most basic courtesy. What kind of tough guy is that? Commander 1 chuckled. Oh, old Huang, give it a rest. My men are actually very respectful and polite to decent people. Maybe seeing you, a general, today just threw them off balance. You're a big man, don't sweat the small stuff. Is this really worth your attention? How did you become a general? Got any magnanimity? Huang Daowen froze. Old ho, what are you implying? What's the meaning behind your words? How come your men are respectful and polite to everyone else, but not to me? Are you suggesting I'm not normal? That I'm not a decent person? Number 1 shrugged, grinning cheekily. Oh, I never said that. You're the one who put that spin on it. Of course, if you're unhappy, you can take this kid to court-martial, accuse him of the grave offense of failing to salute an officer, and demand he be shot on the spot. Huang Dao froze at this. This commander was clearly just looking for trouble. What kind of general would drag a soldier to court-martial over a missed salute, demanding execution? People would think he had leprosy if they didn't. Furious, Huang Dao's forehead wrinkles bunched together as he pointed at the first commander, roaring, You're just protecting your own. The top commander glared back, slamming his hand on the table. So I'm protecting my own. What of it? Your Tiger Brigade bullies people right to our doorstep. A general personally leads a pack of colonels here. This has been dumped right on our necks. If I don't stand up for my men, what do you expect me to do? Smile and welcome them? Huang Dao, we've been at each other's throats for decades. If you've got the guts, take me down, me, a general. That'd prove your mettle. But going after my men? What kind of man are you? Damn it. Huang Dao froze at the words, damn it, old ho. How dare you speak like this? You're a general. How can you utter such filthy language? Have you lost your mind? The commander slammed his fist on the table again. Yes, I am mad. Huang Dao, you think you can use your connections upstairs to undermine my Wolf Fong brigade? Mark my words, I'll stand with Wolf Fong until the bitter end. If you've got the guts, take me down too. Fine, you said Wolf Fong and Tiger Brigade should face off? Alright, I'll agree to it right now. The losing side disbands immediately. Everyone can go back to their hometowns to farm and sleep with their wives. And every officer and soldier must kneel before their opponents, confess their mistakes, and slap themselves 100 times as penance. How about that? No objections, right? At this moment, Huang Dao no longer pressed Lei Zhan on his rudeness. Instead, he grinned and said, oh my, old ho, look at you still as hot-tempered as ever. This reorganization is an order from above. I'm powerless to help. Why are you taking it out on me? Anger is bad for your health. Don't get so worked up. Alright, fine. I'll agree to it. As Huang Dao spoke, he suddenly changed tack, abruptly agreeing to the top commander's proposal. Commander-in-Chief nodded, alright. Everything we're saying right now is being recorded. When the time comes, if anyone breaks their word, we'll make them honor their commitment. No objections, right? Huang Dao chuckled, not at all, not at all. Haha, I'm really looking forward to seeing old Ho and your Wolf Fong brigade kneel before us tigers. Click. Commander 1 waved him off, get out. I need to discuss matters with my men. Huang Dao froze, what do you mean by that? I'm a general, damn it. You're giving me the boot like this? And so rudely? Commander 1 narrowed his eyes, what? Need me repeat myself? Or are you planning to test my patience? Huang Dao pointed at Commander-in-Chief number 1, you think I'll just let this slide? I'll make sure old Ho has you crying your eyes out soon enough. Just you wait and see. You'll be begging to kneel before me. With that, Huang Dao stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. After Huang Dao left, Lei Zhan turned to the Commander-in-Chief, Commander, what's going on? The commander sighed deeply, that Huang Dao is Huang Yin's uncle. After Huang Yin was dismissed, he harbored resentment toward our Wolf Fong brigade. Plus, back in the day, I had a major falling out with him. So this bastard's grudges old and new have all flared up. Taking advantage of the current turmoil, he's settling personal scores by putting our Wolf Fong brigade on the reorganization list. Naturally, we have our people up there who disagreed. Arguments ensued, but eventually both sides agreed. Our two brigades would compete in a martial contest to decide whether Wolf Fong or Fire Phoenix would be disbanded. That's the gist of it. Got it? Lei Zhan nodded, I get the gist. It's basically about who's stronger, right? Whoever comes out on top gets the say. Is that it? Number 1 also nodded, essentially, that's the gist. But Lei Zhan, I doubt you know this, the mighty Tiger Squadron is a special operations unit that's every bit as formidable as ours, and they were formed earlier than us. What's more, I strongly suspect their purpose this time isn't as straightforward as it seems. I even suspect they might be planning to use the competitive exercises as cover for some shady dealings. Lei Zhan, what kind of shady business? Commander 1 looked at Lei Zhan, murder. Lei Zhan froze, killing our own? Have they lost their minds? Commander 1 nodded, they haven't lost their minds. They're perfectly lucid. I just ran a full background check on every member of their unit. That Colonel and Major, the so-called Big Tiger and 5 Tiger, don't exist in our archives. I strongly suspect these two are shadow operatives. Shadow. Shadow again. It's like he's shadowing me everywhere. How can I keep running into Shadow? He's like a damn ghost that won't go away. Lei Zhan pondered for a moment. Who do they want to kill? How will they do it? The first leader looked at Lei Zhan and said, it's likely, you. Lei Zhan froze, why me? Commander 1 replied, you're the soul of the Wolf Fong brigade. Plus, you personally built the Fire Phoenix unit. Recently, the Fire Phoenix hasn't done much in our eyes, but across the entire military region and even the national forces, its reputation has shaken the nation. The Lover's Island incident revealed its true ferocity, and the Rocket Brigade's feat of annihilating an entire battalion in just 3 hours has become legendary. They fear that under your command, Wolf Fong and Fire Phoenix will grow increasingly formidable. Therefore, they may well target you, the very soul of these units. Without you, there would be no Wolf Fong brigade or Fire Phoenix. Lei Zhan's face darkened instantly, they're arrogant. Is there no law anymore? Commander 1 smiled, the law? What they're doing now is step by step challenging the law. Right now, they're just slowly brewing a confrontation between two armies that will come sooner or later. At a time like this, the law isn't the law anymore. It's a rubber band. Whoever pulls harder becomes the law. Lei Zhan nodded. I understand. Rest assured. I won't let them win. We'll meet force with force. If they dare play dirty, I'll make them pay tenfold, 100-fold. Commander 1 nodded. Good. Go ahead with confidence. I've got Huang Dao under control. He won't dare or be able to intervene personally. So just focus on your mission. Lei Zhan, rest assured, Commander. Understood. Commander 1 nodded again, then added gravely, there's one more thing I must tell you. This confrontation isn't just a drill. It's the real deal. Everything is for real. You understand? Lei Zhan froze. Holy, no way live ammunition? Commander 1 nodded, exactly. Live fire confrontation. Lei Zhan shuddered. Holy, you can't be serious? This is life or death. Commander 1 nodded, it is a fight to the death. Defeat means death. Of course, surrender is an option. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth. Rest assured, the Wolfang Brigade and Fire Phoenix would rather die fighting than surrender. Commander 1 spoke quietly. The combat begins tomorrow. They 26 men in total will face off against the Wolfang Brigade and the Fire Phoenix. The first event is the individual combat proficiency test. Hand-to-hand combat, best of 5 rounds. Go now. Think carefully about who to select. Lei Zhan said nothing. He saluted Commander 1 and departed immediately. Lei Zhan returned to the training ground. The female soldiers had switched exercises. A group was now clutching a log, grunting and groaning as they performed sit-ups in the muddy water. Meanwhile, the male soldiers, including Old Fox, were actually doing armed cross-country runs with 20-kilogram weights. Lei Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. What the hell was going on? These guys had all started training themselves voluntarily. It seemed the female soldiers had inspired the former Wolfang Brigade's male members. Lei Zhan silently watched the men and women train, not disturbing them. He waited quietly for them to finish. After sitting on a wooden stump in a daze for an hour and a half, Old Fox came running over, tossing 2 tires from his shoulders onto the ground. Panting heavily, he said, Thunder God, what's up? That solemn, heavy look on your face makes me feel uneasy. You're better when you're grinning like usual. Spill it, did something happen? Lei Zhan smiled. Yeah, I'm in big trouble. Chapter 103, give my regards to your entire family. Old Fox immediately asked, what big trouble? That look on your face says it's no small matter. What happened? Did Black Cat enter the East Sea? Lei Zhan chuckled, bigger than that. A confrontation. An exact replica of a real combat scenario. Old Fox froze, exactly like real combat? You mean, live fire exercises? Lei Zhan remained indifferent as he smiled, exactly. That's what it is. The Old Fox's face twitched. The higher-ups, have they lost their minds? This isn't a drill anymore, it's a massacre. Lei Zhan gave a bitter smile, exactly. It's slaughter. They're just slapping a legal label on it. And what is legal anyway? Just a power game for the ruling class. They say it's legal, so it's legal. They say it's not, so it's not. To be honest, I despise this game. I often wonder if I should even continue serving in the military. Being a mere pawn in this power game, manipulated it while I'm sick of it. Old Fox shuddered at the words, Thunder God, keep your voice down. These things, you can tell me. But never, ever say them to anyone else. Are you planning a rebellion? I noticed you've been sitting here looking distracted. Your thoughts are all over the place. Let me tell you, you've been way too restless lately. Look what you did to Tan Xiaolin, now she's so scared she won't say a word all day, keeps her head down even at meals. She was such a lively girl before you came along. Now she's all downcast and gloomy. What's your problem? Do you really think so little of her? Also, I'll remind you, scrap those thoughts of yours immediately. Whatever orders come down from above, we just execute them. Have you forgotten the oath we swore before the military flag when we joined this line of work? Life and death are of no consequence, we pledge eternal loyalty to the people and the party. From the moment we stepped into the Wolfang Brigade, our heads have been hanging by a thread. If we die as martyrs, got it? Death is always lurking around us. Stop overthinking it. You're wearing yourself out. Lei Zhan sighed. We did swear an oath before the military flag. But why did we swear that oath? Because we willingly offered our blood to become the crimson on that flag. That crimson is pure, sacred, just, fair, and selfless. We dedicated our hearts and our very beings to that flag. We did so willingly, even to the point of giving our lives, without regret. Why? Because that flag represented true justice. That was our faith. We weren't swearing allegiance to the flag itself, we were swearing allegiance to our own beliefs. But what if one day, within that crimson banner, impurity creeps in, unholiness, injustice, unfairness, selfishness? Would we still entrust our faith to such an illusory flag? I doubt I could. A human life is fleeting, like autumn grass. Faith gives us the drive and purpose to endure. But if that faith becomes tainted, if it turns us into pawns in a power game, if it becomes an illusion that suffocates our very existence, then I would choose to abandon it. This isn't us betraying the flag, it's the flag betraying us. Old Fox, do you understand what I'm saying? Old Fox remained silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke softly, Lei Zhan, you've grown up. Truly grown up. I never imagined you'd think this far ahead. Indeed, when faith loses its purity, it truly loses the value we place in it. I pondered this question long ago. I understand what you're saying. I know our ranks harbor many impure comrades. Driven by selfish desires, they exploit their positions to manipulate the power entrusted to them by the people, engaging in wicked and shameless deeds that tarnish the purity of our cause. But consider this, overall, our ranks remain fundamentally sound. It hasn't rotted through. If ever the day comes when it's beyond redemption, rest assured not just you, but even I won't stand idly by. A nation, much like a family, faces all manner of conflicts. Yet precisely at such times, those of us who deeply love this home cannot choose to flee. We must stand with it, confronting the hardships together and weathering the storm as one. We fight not for the wicked, but for the righteous. Not for false justice, but for true justice. We must fortify our resolve, then strike down the enemy without hesitation. Strike them down, strike them down, strike them down. Lei Zhan chuckled at this. Who'd have thought, Old Fox, you've picked up number one's catchphrase. But honestly, that line really gets a soldier's blood pumping. Damn, it's some effective brainwashing. Old Fox chuckled, of course. Who is number one? A man who spent his entire life wading through corpses. Do you think his brigadier general rank came from empty titles? It was earned through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. I believe in number one. Lei Zhan nodded. Number one is indeed a pure-hearted comrade. He commands respect. Old Fox patted Lei Zhan's shoulder with a smile. So, have you let go of your worries? If you have, tell me what orders did number one give you that have you looking so gloomy? Lei Zhan sighed. Tomorrow, we're conducting a joint exercise with another elite unit from the Shenyang military region, the Fierce Tiger Assault Team. The losing side will either be reorganized or cease to exist. Tomorrow's event is individual combat. There are two ways to win: knock out or eliminate your opponent, or force them to surrender. The old fox narrowed his eyes. Is everyone participating? Lei Zhan shook his head. Best of 5. We'll select 5 of our soldiers to face off against their 5. Old Fox immediately chuckled. Count me in. These old bones of mine will rust if I don't stretch them out. Lei Zhan pondered. Old Fox, I don't know their true strength. Are you confident you can win? Old Fox pondered. No. I can only say I'll give it my all. Lei Zhan said, I think we should stake everything on just 3 people for tomorrow's battle. 1. Shinlani. 2. Me. The third person. I really can't decide. Old Fox, this third person is crucial. They'll determine whether our Wolfang squadron can continue to exist. Are you sure you want to participate? Old Fox pondered. Thunder God, rest assured. I didn't climb to my position in Wolfang squadron by coasting on seniority. I guarantee this, beyond giving my all to win, I can assure you even if I can't defeat the opponent, I have ways to ensure they can't defeat me. The worst outcome will only be a draw. Lei Zhan nodded. Very well. The remaining 2 spots will go to the Fire Phoenix. Reserve them for the 2 who most need to improve and understand themselves, Tan Xiaolin and Xu Biezhua. The old fox froze. Why those 2? Lei Zhan sighed. All their previous training and experiences haven't been enough to overcome the flaws in their thinking. Their minds are too cluttered. Unfortunately, it's all self-centered thoughts. They need to endure more harshness to change. Only then can they become simpler, and our team can be more pure. An impure team has no real fighting power. Old Fox shrugged. You're the boss. Your call. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled patterns on the ground. No discernible shapes emerged. Outside the beast camp, birds chirped incessantly. Sunlight pierced the pristine air here, its rays visible to the naked eye as distinct threads in the atmosphere. A beautiful day. Birdsong and blossoms, sunshine and warmth. On the open training ground of the beast camp, 2 opposing formations stood 10 meters apart, leaving a vast open space between them. On one side stood Huang Dao, with 6 officers of the 6 Tigers Battalion behind him. Behind the officers stood dozens of rugged men, fully armed and utterly silent, their eyes fixed ahead. On the other side, Lei Zhan stood beside Commander Number 1. Behind them were several male soldiers and 8 female soldiers from the Wolfang Brigade. The first leader and Huang Dao stood in the open space, several meters apart. Huang Dao glanced at Lei Zhan and the female soldiers behind the first leader, then laughed heartily. I tell you, old ho. You really are stubborn. Look at your team, just a pitiful dozen or so people. And this mixed gender setup? It's a complete mess, not quite a squad, not quite a platoon. Just looks awkward. Heck, if you ask me, old ho, why tear off this last shred of dignity and keep fighting? It's pointless. It's even hurting our long-standing friendship. Look at your dozen or so men. Why not just let me take over for you? Wouldn't that be easier? Commander-in-Chief Number 1 chuckled, revealing a row of pearly whites. Comrade Huang Dao, for a general, you're surprisingly clueless. Don't you understand that it's not about quantity, but quality? Raising special forces isn't like raising pigs, more isn't necessarily better. If that were the case, special forces would lose all meaning. Besides, I'm quite intrigued by your unique way of referring to my men. Who knew you, Huang Dao, could use measure words so vividly? Counting people in dozen and handfuls, this is the first time I've heard such an innovative expression. I'm getting old, can't keep up with the times. So, old Huang, how are your folks doing? Your 80-something dad and 70-something mom, or should I say uncle and auntie, those old folks? Still in good health? Also, I hear your family is quite large, with children all ranked by seniority. So, please extend my heartfelt greetings to all those little brats in your family. Additionally, I've heard that your son is quite irresponsible. You really need to discipline that one properly. That one. Enough. Old ho, will you ever stop? Do you count your family members by heads? They're not livestock. Chief number 1 chuckled. Oh, so you actually know it's inappropriate to refer to people as heads. I was beginning to think you were too dumb to realize that. Huang Dao, you. At that moment, a lieutenant guard standing nearby, seeing the commander-in-chief continuously insulting Huang Dao, glared and took a step forward. With a click, he drew his gun from its holster. Chapter 104, Open and Covert Struggles. This lieutenant was clearly Huang Dao's bodyguard. Seeing the commander-in-chief humiliate Huang Dao so blatantly, he lost his temper and reached for his gun. Well, not just reached, he'd already drawn it from its holster. At that moment, the top leader's eyes narrowed and his shoulders shifted slightly. Simultaneously, Lei Zhan darted forward with a swift movement, his figure flickering as he closed the distance to the lieutenant bodyguard. His hand shot out, clamping down on the guard's wrist. Simultaneously, Huang Dao, standing beside the guard, reacted with shock. He spun around, his hand shooting out to grab Lei Zhan's shoulder. Huang Dao's strike was lightning fast, yet Lei Zhan's reflexes were even quicker. But in the instant Huang Dao moved, the first leader's hand seized his arm. Huang Dao whipped his head toward the first leader. What are you doing? The commander chuckled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. What are you doing? Amidst their exchange, Lei Zhan's left hand had already wrenched the pistol from the lieutenant guard's grasp. Instantly, Lei Zhan raised his massive foot and boomed it into the lieutenant guard's midsection. The lieutenant let out a piercing howl. His entire body deflated like a punctured balloon, sent flying 2 or 3 meters into the air by Lei Zhan's kick. He traced a perfect parabolic arc before splattering onto the ground like a pileup, landing with a thud amidst the stunned, gaping stares of the onlookers. Oh my god, that hurts like hell. The lieutenant guard, sprawled on the ground, wore a face of utter misery, every ounce of agony etched across his features. Huang Dao quickly released the commander-in-chief's hand and scrambled over to the lieutenant guard, helping him up from the ground. Xiao Zhong, are you okay? Wah? Ow. Ow. It hurts so bad. Wah? I think my intestines are torn. At that moment, the commander-in-chief cleared his throat softly and leaned close to Lei Zhan's ear, murmuring, Ahem, Lei Zhan, it seems you've gotten yourself into trouble. I recall Huang Dao has a son of considerable renown, sharing the same name as one of the 5 tiger generals from the 3 kingdoms period, Huang Zhong. Ahem. Huang Zhong? Lei Zhan was utterly flustered. By then, Huang Dao had already helped Huang Zhong up from the ground. He barked at one of his soldiers. What the hell are you staring at, you idiot? Get Lieutenant Huang Zhong to the hospital. The soldier saluted immediately, then, along with another soldier, helped the lieutenant bodyguard Huang Zhong toward the medical department. At that moment, Huang Dao's face was ashen. He strode up to the first leader and Lei Zhan. You've gone too far. How could you treat your own comrades like this? Ho Yong, Lei Zhan, I'll make sure you two pay for this. Commander-in-Chief number 1 pretended not to hear, tilting his head back to gaze at the sky. Comrade Huang Dao, I don't believe we've done anything wrong. A mere lieutenant dared to draw his weapon without permission to threaten and intimidate me while 2 generals were conversing. And by the looks of it, it wasn't just a threat, he clearly intended to shoot me dead. What do you say, Comrade Huang Dao? Should my men just stand by and watch your precious son shoot me? Is that what you expect? Huang Dao retorted, Who said he was going to shoot you? Who said he was going to shoot you? You're twisting the facts. You're slandering him. The commander-in-chief glared coldly at Huang Dao. Who said he didn't try to shoot me? Who knows if he intended to? Are you his tapeworm? And let me tell you, Huang Dao, the way you're protecting your son shows me clearly you've spoiled that good-for-nothing brat into a pig. No respect for elders, no manners, no trace of the discipline a soldier should have. He's nothing but a first-class thug, a scoundrel, a lowlife. I'm truly baffled how such trash managed to infiltrate our People's Liberation Army. Alas, what a tragedy, what a tragedy. Huang Dao's face turned ashen with rage at the first commander's words. A distinguished general like him, who'd spent most of his life basking in respect and admiration, living in luxury and power above all others, when had he ever endured such humiliation, self-reproach, or outright verbal abuse? Huang Dao pointed an accusing finger at the commander-in-chief. You just wait, Ho Yong. The grudge between us will never be resolved in this lifetime. Today, I'll make you taste the bitterness of failure and despair. You've completely stripped away your dignity, haven't you? Fine. Today, I'll show you what it truly feels like to be slapped across the face. I won't waste words with you. Resistance begins. Let's settle this with our hands. Let's see whose pigs are truly pigs. Lu Hu, step forward. Huang Dao bellowed. One of the 6 officers, a lieutenant colonel, snapped to attention and marched forward. He saluted Huang Dao. Yes, commander. Huang Dao pointed at the male and female soldiers behind Lei Zhan. Listen up, Lu Hu. No matter who Wolf Fang Battalion sends, you have one job: knock them down. Beat them until they can't get back up. Got it? The lieutenant colonel saluted Huang Dao again. Rest assured, commander. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Huang Dao turned to Commander-in-Chief No. 1 with a cold chuckle. Ho Yon, my man stepping up. Pick any of your soldiers. I'm not scared. Just so you know, if he dies, I won't be buying his coffin. If you're scared, admit defeat now. You still have time. Commander No. 1 chuckled. No problem, no problem. But I'll say the same to you: if he dies, I won't buy his coffin either. Cough cough. Also, let me remind you, you useless bunch have been freeloading at the beast camp for 2 or 3 meals now. Get your food allowances transferred over immediately. Not a penny less. If you don't transfer them, the next meal is off just tap water. Huang Dao froze. Ho Yong, don't push it. I'm a full-fledged general. Eating 2 meals off you is me doing you a favor. My ass is giving you my food allowance. The commander-in-chief gave a light cough and addressed Lei Zhan, informed the kitchen later prepare rations strictly for our unit's personnel. Set fixed portions per person. Not a single grain more. Lei Zhan, ahem, understood. Huang Dao froze, his eyes bulging like a bull's. Ho Yon, you're pushing it too far. You think I'm some beggar? Commander, ahem, ahem. It's the truth. Otherwise, why don't you lot pack your bags? Once we transfer your food rations, you can come back and show off your might at our beast battalion. How about that? Huang Dao snorted blankly. Ho Yong, you're ruthless. But our tiger battalion isn't something you can control with a few scraps. Humph. The fight continues. We'll handle the food issue ourselves. Once we've taken down your Wolf Fang battalion, the entire beast battalion will be mine. I won't give a damn about mess hall privileges then. Hey, Ho Yong, are you still fighting? If you're scared, you can just admit defeat. Ha! We tigers aren't the kind of men who get intimidated by a meal. Commander one side, in that case, Lei Zhan, the rest is yours. Lei Zhan remained silent. Commander, rest assured. I won't let you down. Huang Dao sneered disdainfully. Bold words. Young Lei Zhan, what do you say? You pick your men. Lei Zhan nodded, pointing at Tan Xiaolin. Tan Xiaolin, this lieutenant colonel is yours. If you win, I'll rescind my previous punishment and let you stay with the Fire Phoenix. If you can't, don't make me say another word. Pack your things and leave. Tan Xiaolin's eyes lit up at the words. She snapped to attention and saluted Lei Zhan, reporting to Thunder God. I guarantee mission completion. Lei Zhan closed his eyes and waved dismissively. Go on, go on. Don't bother me with empty promises. Let the results speak for themselves. Tan Xiaolin stepped forward with a commanding presence and saluted the opposing Lieutenant Colonel, Lu Hu. Tan Xiaolin, political instructor of the Fire Phoenix Squadron. I seek your guidance. Unexpectedly, Tan Xiaolin's polite challenge was met with a smirking gaze from the other side. Heh, the Beast Battalion really has no one left. They actually brought a bunch of women to the field. Heh, how amusing. That old saying rings true, a mare on the battlefield is bound to get diarrhea. Heh, comrade instructor, this is a 100% realistic combat simulation. Are you mentally prepared? Tan Xiaolin's face darkened at the crude remark, but she gritted her teeth and replied, Don't worry, I don't need your advice. You should be the one watching your back. The lieutenant colonel shook his head, still looking resentful. Ugh, what a bore. Fighting a woman? That's no victory at all. No victory at all. His tone dripped with contempt and mockery. Seeing this, Tan Xiaolin clenched her teeth even tighter, so hard that even Lei Zhan could hear the grinding sound. Lei Zhan closed his eyes and sighed. This Tan Xiaolin was truly immature. The opponent's blatant verbal assault was meant to disrupt her focus, leaving her without a clear battle plan. And Tan Xiaolin had fallen for it so easily. Lei Zhan sighed inwardly. Her lack of physical prowess was one thing, but her mental shortcomings were truly frustrating. It seemed he'd have to lend her some discreet assistance to prevent her from suffering a humiliating defeat. Tan Xiaolin let out a sharp cry and assumed a defensive stance. Across from her, Lieutenant Colonel Lu, who grinned as he assumed a slack, relaxed guard. He beckoned to Tan Xiaolin with a flick of his wrist. Come on, girl. Whatever moves you throw, I'll catch M. I can handle M. Click clack. At this remark, the male soldiers on Lu Hu's side burst into raucous laughter. Holy crap! The SEAL alert stance created by Carl, leader of the US Black Panther Commando K3 unit. Wow, this stance is awesome. This kind of alert stance is all about offense, with brutal lethality. Too bad its defense is weak. Oh my, looks like there's a defensive blind spot right around the midsection. Just then, Lei Zhan suddenly bellowed from the sidelines. Lei Zhan's abrupt outburst stunned the 6 tigers. They glanced at him in horror. Captain Lei, could you please stop talking so much while we're watching the match? Lei Zhan immediately put on an apologetic smile and joked, sorry. My mouth just slipped. Go on. Lei Zhan's words struck Tan Xiaolin like a bolt of lightning. He had pinpointed Lu Hu's offensive and defensive weakness, the midsection, the belly. That meant she only needed to focus her attacks on Lu Hu's stomach to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With a sharp cry, Tan Xiaolin charged forward. Her target, straight for Lu Hu's midsection. Lu Hu's face twisted in agony as he silently cursed, damn Lei Zhan, you son of a... Right at the start of the fight, you blurred out my weak spot. This battle's gonna be hell. Lei Zhan, you bastard, I'll curse your mother to hell. Chapter 105, Zhu Bai Zhua. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, who had his guard-style origins exposed by Lei Zhan's words, which also revealed the weakness of the martial art represented by this guard style, the midsection. Tan Xiaolin, alerted by this insight and fueled by the Lieutenant Colonel's earlier insolence and abysmal attitude, launched her attack immediately. Her target, naturally, was Lieutenant Colonel Lu Hu's midsection. A flurry of intercepting kicks, side kicks, and sweeping strikes all aimed precisely at Lu Hu's core. For a moment, Lu Hu, whose martial arts skills had previously surpassed Tan Xiaolin's, found himself scrambling to defend. Tan Xiaolin steadily gained the upper hand. The old fox chuckled beside them. Instructor Tan is fighting well, steadily suppressing this major. It seems victory is indeed possible. Lei Zhan, your reminder was spot on. Lei Zhan crossed his arms and shook his head. Wrong, old fox. You've misread this. Right now, Tan Xiaolin seems to have the upper hand, but if this pattern continues, she's bound to lose. Old fox froze at this. How so? Tan Xiaolin is clearly dominating him. Lei Zhan shook his head. Look at Tan Xiaolin now. Her attacks are fierce, targeting Lu Hu's center. Lu Hu seems flustered, but he hasn't suffered any real damage. Tan Xiaolin appears to be dominating, but when you weigh it all up, she's expending nearly 1.5 times the energy Lu Hu is to maintain this illusion of superiority. Women's stamina is inherently lower than men's. With such heavy expenditure, Tan Xiaolin's apparent advantage won't last long. Lu Hu, though seemingly scrambling to dodge, hasn't expended much energy. Soon, when Tan Xiaolin runs out of steam, that will be her defeat. Old Fox froze upon hearing this. Oh? What should we do then? Lei Zhan shrugged. What do you mean? We never expected her to win anyway. But we can't just let that guy win so easily. I'll mess with him. Let him know that Wolf Fong's squad isn't so easy to push around. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tan Xiaolin's forehead began dripping sweat incessantly, her face turning deathly pale. Earlier, her relentless barrage of attacks had seemed fierce and unstoppable, brimming with steel-like power. A whirlwind of kicks swept across the arena with overwhelming momentum and towering momentum. But sustaining such relentless pressure had taken a tremendous toll on Tan Xiaolin. She began panting softly, her strikes slowing and losing their earlier force. After a flurry of frantic defense, Lu Hu began to wear a sly grin. While parrying Tan Xiaolin's increasingly feeble attacks, he chuckled, "What's up, big girl? Running out of steam? Ha! You were hitting pretty hard just a moment ago. What's the matter? Can't keep it up? Come on, keep it coming. My midsection is weak, ha!" As he spoke, seizing the moment when Tan Xiaolin's attacks faltered, Lu Hu launched a fierce counterattack. A flurry of sweeping kicks sent Tan Xiaolin dodging left and right, forced to block without any chance to strike back. As Tan Xiaolin's situation grew increasingly dire, Lei Zhan cleared his throat. Knees. 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 The knees are wide open. Oh my, your technique is so poor. Hearing Lei mention the knees, Tan Xiaolin immediately lowered her stance and launched a low-kicking assault, relentlessly targeting Lu Hu's knees. This forced Lu Hu, who had been gaining the upper hand, to retreat rapidly, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet he had no time to respond to Lei Zhanqing's unruly spectator remarks. Ouch, look at this wimp. A grown man getting chased around by us women? Ha! Shame on him. If he wants to play childish games, he should go back to his own unit. Coming to our Wolf Fong brigade and darting around like a monkey, doesn't he feel embarrassed to be a man? Ouch, ouch. What a sight to behold. Such a disgrace to men, a disgrace. Seeing Lu Hu keep retreating, Lei Zhan immediately chimed in with his own little comment. At that moment, Huang Dao beside him shot Lei Zhan a cold stare. Lei Zhan, watching a match is watching a match. Is this how you babble on with useless chatter? Shut your mouth. At this moment, Lei Zhan had lost all respect for General Huang Dao. He turned back with a smile. General, which clause in the internal regulations and disciplinary code forbids speaking during a match? Care to point it out? I don't believe I've broken any rules. Huang Dao glared. Who do you think you're talking to? Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. You. Huang Dao, you. At that moment, the first commander stepped in to smooth things over. Hey, what's going on here? Hey, Huang Dao, you're being too bossy. You're even telling my soldiers whether they can speak? Who do you think you are? If you've got the energy, why not go manage your own good-for-nothing, disgraceful son? My soldiers are my children, I don't need your interference. If you don't want to watch or compete, then feel free to leave. Nobody invited you to our beast camp. You showed up here shamelessly on your own. So, since you're here, guests follow the host's lead. If you're unhappy, you can leave. But in front of the host, you have no right to criticize. Got it? Huang Dao froze for a moment, then looked at the top leader. You're actually so protective of your own? The top leader chuckled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. That's right. What are you going to do about it? Huang Dao, you. Commander 1 tilted his head back. What can you do? What do you want to do? Huang Dao, remember this, in my beast battalion, there will never be a place for you to lord it over others. If you want to lord it over others, go back to your own turf. Huang Dao's teeth clenched with a grinding sound. You, just wait. I'll make you pay sooner or later. Commander number 1 rolled his eyes at Huang Dao with disdain. Lei Zhan, carry on. Keep watching however you want, keep talking nonsense however you please. Hell, even the World Cup has commentators give me commentary. Yes, Commander. As you wish. Lei Zhan bellowed back. Kick his waist, kick his thigh, calf. Ah, right. Kick him in the groin, kick him hard. Yeah, that's it. Scratch him to death. His lower body's open. Middle section's open again. Watch out, he's attacking your side. Watch out for his right fist, he's charging it up. This fight's impossible. Lu Hu deflected Tan Xiaolin's incoming sidekick with one swift motion, then swung his arm. I'm not doing this anymore. How could he fight like this? Every time Lu Hu moved, Lei Zhan instantly called out his intent, his attack pattern, and simultaneously pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of his leg or fist techniques. This allowed Tan Xiaolin to mount effective defenses before Lu Hu could even throw a punch, leaving him utterly unable to land a single blow. Damn it, why'd you come down here? Huang Dao roared fiercely, then struck like lightning. A sharp slap echoed as his hand connected with Lu Hu's back. Lu Hu let out a howl and crashed to the ground like he'd been struck by a 100-pound iron hammer. He thudded onto the floor, then spat out a mouthful of blood. As a soldier, you dared to leave the battlefield without orders. You no longer deserve to be a soldier. Get out. Your rank is revoked immediately. Huang Dao said coldly after knocking Lu Hu down with a single slap. General, I'm sorry. Carry him away. Strip him of his rank. From this day forward, he is no longer a soldier. Huang Dao's voice was flat and cold. Yet as he spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Lei Zhan. Lu Hu was carried away. Huang Dao continued, alright, this round you've managed to slip through. Drawl. Unexpectedly, Commander number 1 folded his arms and chuckled. Huang Dao, you've got some nerve. Who agreed to a draw? Your men were the ones who chickened out and retreated mid-match. They deserted the battlefield. My men are still standing their ground. How is this a draw? If that's your logic, then I'll have all my men refuse to compete. Would that also be a draw? If so, I declare this contest voided draw. You can all get lost. Huang Dao gritted his teeth, staring at Commander number 1. Ho Yong, you're shameless. Commander number 1 smiled faintly. What face do I need with someone like you who has none? You think only Huang Dao can play the rogue? The Beast Battalion can play the thug too. I declare, round 1, Beast Battalion wins. Yay! The Beast Camp erupted in celebration. Men and women soldiers cheered together, high-fiving each other. They lifted Tan Xiaolin high into the air. I'm up! As the Beast Camp erupted in cheers, another Lieutenant Colonel, 5 Tigers, stepped forward. Pointing at Lei Zhan's side, he challenged, you lot. Who dares face me in combat? Old Fox was about to step forward when Lei Zhan blocked him. Nodding at Chubai Ajua, he said, Ajua, you go? Qubi Ajua paused, then nodded to Lei Zhan. Shedding her gear, she stepped forward in a sleek camouflage outfit to face Major Wu Hu. The female soldiers immediately cheered, Ajua, go. Ajua, go. Qubi Ajua stepped forward and gave a cool salute to Major 5 Tigers. Unlike the other 5 Tigers, he actually returned the salute. However, the faint smile playing at the corners of 5 Tigers' mouths made it clear he looked down on this short female soldier. Begin! At the referee's command, Wu Hu cracked his neck. He eyed Chubai Ajua with a sneer, little girl, you'd better be ready. I won't show you any mercy just because you're a woman. Are you ready? But Chubai Ajua remained rooted to the spot, her face utterly expressionless. A blank stare fixed on Wu Hu. She neither spoke nor blinked. She just stared straight at Lieutenant Colonel Wu Hu. After waiting a moment, Wu Hu realized Chubai Ajua had no intention of answering his question. A hint of irritation flashed across his face. What was this? Did she look down on him? Wu Hu snorted. Little woman. Small in stature, yet full of herself. I wonder how capable she really is. As he spoke, Wu Hu shifted his stance and charged forward, driving a punch straight toward Chu Baijua's chest. At that moment, Chu Baijua took a half step back. Wu Hu's punch missed its mark, and in a flash, Chu Baijua's fist slammed into Wu Hu's back with a thud. With a thud, Wu Hu collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Without so much as a glance back at Wu Hu, Chu Baijua strode toward the Fire Phoenix female soldiers. Chapter 106, Face Swollen. Everyone was stunned. Commander 1 was stunned. Huang Dao was stunned. Every male soldier behind Huang Dao in the Fierce Tiger Brigade was stunned. Every male soldier in the Wolf Fang Brigade was stunned. Every female soldier in the Fire Phoenix Brigade was stunned. Lei Zhen was stunned. One punch. Just one. One punch. Just one punch. That's it? Finished? It proved to be settled indeed. Only after Chu Baijua took 3 or 4 steps did the male referee beside him hurriedly count, 1, 2, 3. Wu Hu staggered to his feet, face smeared with blood, his nose seemingly broken. He shouted at Chu Baijua, who was walking back toward his own team, You! Stop right there! Kobayasu whipped around. Though 4 or 5 paces away, he took only one stride before executing a midair somersault. With a sharp slap, his foot struck Major Wu Hu's neck midair. Thud! Major Wu Hu was struck again by Chu Baijua's midair blow to the neck, crashing back to the ground. This time, Chu Baijua showed no hesitation. Still wearing that impassive expression, she walked back toward her own squad, the Fire Phoenix female soldiers. The nearby referee soldier quickly counted, 1, 2, 8, 9, 10. Fire Phoenix squad wins. As the referee's voice echoed, the female soldiers erupted in a thunderous roar once more. They lifted Chu Baijua high into the air, chanting, "Long live Chu Baijua! Long live Chu Baijua!" Meanwhile, over at Commander 1's side, Huang Dao's area, the Fierce Tiger Brigade section, and Lei Zhan's Wolf Fang Brigade, every male soldier there faced the scene in utter shock. Their expressions shifted from disbelief to sheer terror. Lei Zhan himself stared at Chu Baijua, who was being tossed into the air repeatedly, his face thick with suspicion. Kobayasu had always been the quiet one in the entire Fire Phoenix squad, standing out like a crane among chickens, rarely speaking. She never caused trouble, but she never stood out either. An ordinary girl, ordinary to the point of self-doubt, ordinary to the point of introversion. Why could Kobayasu unleash such explosive power? Judging by those 2 moves alone, Lei Zhan roughly estimated that Chu Baijua's current performance was on par with Shenlani's level. But remember, Shenlani gained her abilities after consuming the Phoenix Fruit, undergoing death and rebirth, and undergoing physical transformation. How could Chu Baijua suddenly become so formidable? Or perhaps she had always been this powerful, but had been concealing it all along? Could it be Chu Baijua was someone with a significant background? Had she been biding her time, hiding her true self? These thoughts flashed through Lei Zhan's mind. He immediately refocused on the present situation. The reality had completely overturned Lei Zhan's expectations. Originally, Tan Xiaolin and Chu Baijua were meant to be sent up as cannon fodder, sacrificial pawns to be thrown at Huang Dao and his crew, serving as training fodder to toughen them up. But now, these 2 women, who were supposed to be sacrificial pawns, had somehow, against all odds, won both matches. It was absurd. Chaos. Everything was in disarray. The 3 surefire trump cards he'd prepared, the old fox Shenlani and himself, hadn't been needed at all. They'd only won 2 rounds. That meant his side only needed 1 more victory to seal the deal. Commander 1 was stunned too, never expecting Chu Baijua's stunning outburst. He never imagined that the female soldier under Lei Zhan's command had reached such earth-shattering martial prowess. Kobayasu's earlier moves had carried the grace of a true master. There was no hesitation whatsoever. A simple horizontal hook, a simple flying kick, just 2 simple moves had effortlessly taken down the 5th of Huang Dao's 6 generals. It was utterly unbelievable. While others might not know much about Huang Dao's 6 elite generals, the commander-in-chief certainly did. These 6 were the cream of Huang Dao's crop. Under his command, they'd completed countless missions and earned glorious battle honors. Their combat skills were truly exceptional. Especially Colonel Di, who his martial arts had reached the pinnacle, perfected to the highest degree. He might well have glimpsed the threshold of the domain realm. Of course, the other 5 tigers were no pushovers either. Each was a top-tier expert. They were the elite of the military elite, versatile warriors like Lei Zhan. Yet, such formidable fighters were rendered incapacitated by a mere 2 moves from a young girl like Chu Baijua. The commander-in-chief believed he could achieve such feats, and Lei Zhan certainly should have been capable too. Yet, he never imagined an ordinary female soldier from the Fire Phoenix Brigade could eliminate opponents with such effortless grace. This display of skill was utterly beyond expectation. Who exactly was this Chu Baijua? But since Lei Zhan was present and the soldiers were his men, this matter was none of the first leader's concern. Besides, one couldn't very well approach a soldier and ask, "Hey, how come your skills are so impressive?" That would be utterly inappropriate. What kind of decorum would that be? Commander 1 grinned, his mouth stretching wide as he turned to Huang Dao, whose face had turned the color of liver. Well now, Comrade Huang, short for Comrade Huang, the instructor, heh, kaka, gagaga, your troops are truly exceptional. Just look at these young men. Each one radiates heroic spirit, unmatched bravery, and an intimidating aura that dominates the world. Just look at these lads, their biceps bulging with sinewy muscle, knotted and defined, truly enviable. The fierce Tigers Brigade, good, very good indeed. Forget the rest, just look at the sheer bulk of these lads. Forget fighting, just their size alone, pick any few of them, have them stand there, eyes bulging, mouths twisted, spouting a few boasts, shooting their mouths off a bit. I bet they could scare anyone flat on their backs. TSK. Hey, Director Huang, you're the commander of this Tiger Brigade. Have you been relying on these guys' size to intimidate people all these years? And it always works, huh? Today, you've come to your old buddy's place to show off again. Ha! Too bad they're all useless, all show and no substance, silver-plated gun barrels, nothing but cowards. What's even more infuriating is that you, as their commander, have the audacity to claim you'll use these cowards as models to reorganize our Wolfang Brigade. TSK. How pathetic, how pitiful, how utterly shameless. Now look at us, not a single man from Wolfang Brigade stepped up. We just used 2 of our weakest little female soldiers and beat your 6 top generals so badly they wouldn't recognize their own mothers. I really can't figure out why you haven't gone and drowned yourself in your own piss yet. What's the point of you even living? Sigh. From now on, don't ever say you know me. You've got thick skin and don't care about shame, but I'm not about to share your embarrassment. What a tragedy, what a tragedy. The 5 tigers and 6 tigers all taken down by 2 female soldiers from the Fire Phoenix. Huang Dao's pent-up rage had been simmering until it nearly exploded. After hearing the commander-in-chief's words, it nearly burst forth from every orifice. His weathered face flushed red, then drained white, turned black, and finally purple as he watched the commander-in-chief's small mouth chatter on and on. Rage made his entire body tremble. But it was useless. In this world, absolutely everything was decided by facts and strength. His men had indeed lost. Huang Dao could never have imagined that Lei Zhan would casually produce a scrawny little girl who would annihilate the 5 tigers, the 6 tigers' elite commanders. Annihilate, utterly annihilate. If that little girl had been Lei Zhan himself, Huang Dao might have found some solace. But she was just an unassuming little girl, plain as day. His own generals, his elite 6 tigers, hadn't even gotten a chance to exchange blows before being wiped out by this girl. This disgrace was beyond embarrassing. The first of his 6 generals to enter the fray had been utterly crushed. 6th general had a temper, and Lei Zhan had provoked him, that was understandable. But 5th general? She'd been taken down with genuine skill, right before everyone's eyes. They'd arrived with such fierce momentum, only to end up like this. It was like he'd run all the way here just to slap himself in the face. Huang Dao gritted his teeth in resentment. Ho Yong, don't get too cocky. It's best of 5. Don't assume victory is yours. Hoof. Commander 1 roared with laughter. I don't feel we're certain to win? I'll say it plainly, we are certain to win. You're washed up has been dragging a bunch of young has-beens to crash our party, and this is how we're going to slap that old face of yours. Hoof. Not a single one of those useless losers under your command will stand a chance against our Wolfang squad leaders. That's why we're certain to win. Except you, of course. But I don't believe you'd risk your reputation by attacking a junior. Ha! If you dare throw caution to the wind, then for the Wolfang Brigade's sake, I'll ditch mine too. I'll personally entertain you. How about it? So, Huang Dao, my advice is this, get the hell out now. The Wolfang Brigade isn't a place for you to run wild. Huang Dao's face twisted in fury. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Your Wolfang Brigade is a solid block? Fine. You put out your men, we'll pick our champions. I refuse to believe we can't beat you. Humph. Lei Zhan's gaze shifted from Chu Baiajua, who remained calm and composed, to Shenlani. He tilted his chin slightly. Shenlani immediately understood, shedding her gear and striding with heroic poise to the center of the field. Shenlani, member of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces Squad. I request the Tiger Brigade's guidance. Huang Dao's expression turned grave as he studied the formidable Shenlani, his eyes narrowing. He dared not underestimate these female soldiers anymore. His heart pounded relentlessly. The first one to step forward, Tan Xiaolin, was the instructor. He'd assumed their skills were nothing special. But now, this squad member was fierce, completely different from the instructor. This Shenlani clearly wasn't someone to mess with. Just look at her spirit and energy. She was no pushover. Among Huang Dao's men, the only colonel-ranked officer his subordinate Big Tiger had been earmarked to take on Lei Zhan. So Huang Dao thought for a moment. Second Tiger, you go. If you lose to a woman, you can go home and babysit. Chapter 107, Colonel Eru. The moment Huang Dao finished speaking, a colonel snapped to attention among his officers. He stepped forward and saluted Huang Dao. Commander, rest assured. I will not fail in my mission. At this moment, number 1 chuckled. Commander Huang truly has a wealth of talent under his command. Every one of your men is an officer. Could it be that the soldiers you brought along are all bloody decorations? Not a single one was brought out to show their worth. Our Wolfang Brigade not only fields officers but also non-commissioned officers and even enlisted soldiers. And they're all women. It seems the combat readiness of Huang Dao's troops below the officer rank is questionable. Could it be that you brought them just to intimidate us with a show of force? The members of Huang Dao's fierce Tiger Brigade certainly aren't decorations. But after watching the first 2 matches, how could Huang Dao possibly send these soldiers into battle? That would be suicide. Originally, Huang Dao had genuinely intended to deploy his soldiers. But given the current situation, these soldiers absolutely cannot be sent in. With 2 of his 6 top commanders already lost, another defeat would be catastrophic. Huang Dao couldn't afford to lose. He couldn't afford to gamble anymore. So, even when mocked by Commander Number 1, he still brazenly declared, "Soldiers are soldiers. What difference does it make if they're officers or enlisted? On the battlefield, they're all warriors." Commander Number 1 laughed heartily. "You little chatterbox sure talk straight, though you're a bit shameless. These times, even generals have lost their dignity. What a tragedy." The top leader deliberately stretched out the syllables of tragedy in a drawn-out tone. Huang Dao, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a word. He watched the confrontation between his second-in-command, Arrow, and Shenlani. Shenlani had consumed the phoenix fruit. After her resurrection during the Red Arrow Brigade incident, she gradually came to understand that her return from death wasn't a coincidence. It was likely connected to that foul-tasting fruit Lei Zhan had forced her to consume. Truthfully, neither Shenlani nor Lei Zhan knew the fruit's true purpose. But they both understood one thing: it granted resurrection. The so-called phoenix rebirth, dying and returning to life, emerging stronger each time. The phoenix fruit itself possessed no special properties, except that after each forced death, it would resurrect, and with each resurrection, its vitality would grow more powerful. Physical prowess would also strengthen with every rebirth. After her first rebirth, Shenlani's martial arts had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm tier. Her physical speed saw the most dramatic leap, breaking through to the domain realm tier. When any single physical function reached the domain realm, it signified one thing: the body had begun to manifest nascent spiritual power. Spiritual energy fluctuations started emanating from the body. Huang Dao's Colonel Arrow, coincidentally, was precisely such an individual possessing nascent spiritual energy. This was the culmination of years of dedicated study and training. Arrow's rise to the rank of colonel was not a matter of luck, but the result of his formidable martial prowess, a prowess fueled by the spiritual energy he had cultivated after entering the domain realm. Seeing Arrow, this spiritual energy bearer, step forward, Huang Dao's expression softened slightly. Standing beside the first commander, he chuckled, "Old ho, heh. If it were Lei Zhan facing my Arrow, I wouldn't dare predict the outcome. But you must understand, my Arrow, heh, has already entered the domain realm. Ha! I refuse to believe your measly female soldier platoon could possibly have a spiritual power user. This time, just wait to be humiliated." Commander Number 1's expression darkened. "Huang Dao, you've outdone yourself. To save your old face, you've even resorted to using a domain realm expert? You've really gone all out. A domain realm expert, and you're using him against your own people? Aren't you afraid higher-ups will hold you accountable? How despicable, how shameless. Don't you have any sense of shame? Bullying juniors across generations, and you call yourself a man?" Huang Dao tilted his chin up, his expression serene and magnanimous. "What can I do, old ho? You forced my hand. This time, I truly can't afford to lose. No choice, I had to deploy one of my only 2 domain realm experts to secure my face once and for all. If I lose 3 straight matches, where would I hang my old face? So yeah, bullying juniors? Fine, bullying juniors. Let her pray for her own safety. Like I said before, if anyone dies, I won't be buying any coffins." Commander 1 snorted, "You dare? If you dare let a single hair on my men's heads be harmed, Huang Dao, I guarantee you the next one you send out won't be coming back alive." Huang Dao froze at the words, glancing at Lei Zhan standing in the opposing camp. The flesh on his face twitched. He cleared his throat softly. "Erhu, give the young ones a chance to breathe." Erhu nodded. "Understood, Commander." Shenlani watched as the opposing colonel stepped forward. She clenched her fists, a faint smile revealing her pearly white teeth. "Uncle, you must be over 50, huh? Still out here showing your face at your age. That's really something. Is your old body still up for this kind of roughing it?" The colonel chuckled. "Young lady, I haven't faced an opponent in years. Never imagined I'd end up fighting a kid like you, a little woman, no less. Truth be told, this old face of mine is a bit embarrassed. But your Fire Phoenix squad really has gotten too cocky. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll think our Tiger Brigade eats vegetables for breakfast." Shenlani clenched her fists. "Oh? Then cut the chatter. Let's fight." Whoosh. The moment Shinlani finished speaking, the colonel flickered and vanished, reappearing instantly before her. Simultaneously, his leg shot out like a phantom, aiming straight for her midsection. Whoa, that was fast. Holy crap, is that even human? If that hit me, I'd be dead in an instant, exclaimed Tang Xiaoxiao, covering her face in shock. Yet, just as everyone gasped at the colonel's speed, Shinlani's body suddenly tilted backward. Her frame instantly slanted at a sharp 45-degree angle to the ground. Then, pushing off with her feet, she slid backward 3 feet at breakneck speed along the floor at this bizarre angle. Afterward, her body straightened up with astonishing agility. Whoa! How did Shinlani do that? So cool. Totally awesome. Like Michael Jackson's spirit possessed her. Tianguo exclaimed, eyes wide. Her body tilted 45 degrees as she glided 3 feet sideways with such ethereal grace that General Arrow's eyes narrowed instantly. Domain? Shinlani smiled faintly, raising her small fist. No idea what you're talking about, but hitting me won't be so easy, old man. So young, yet so formidable. Seems I can't let you live. Fire Phoenix. Truly a place brimming with talent. The general spoke, his feet spreading into a dingba stance, positioning himself on the yin-yang fish of the bagua. Spiritual energy began to surge through his entire body. The general gritted his teeth. In that case, there's no need for seniority to hold me back. Prepare to die, little girl. Don't blame this old man for crushing the flower. With that, the general spun like a top, hurtling toward Shinlani. She gritted her teeth, planted her feet, and channeled every ounce of her gathered spiritual energy into her arm. Having just entered the domain realm, Shinlani was determined to test the full might of her punch. General Arrow charged at Shinlani like a whirlwind. She made no attempt to evade, determined to meet his force head-on. Planting her feet firmly, she braced her lower body like a mountain crashing down. The tornado and the mountain collided in an instant. Except for Huang Dao of Thunder War 1, no one witnessed Shinlani and the colonel intertwining their movements as they exchanged dozens of punches in rapid succession. After a series of sharp cracks and pops, both figures recoiled with a thud, leaping back 3 meters apart. Even as they retreated, both maintained a guarded stance, ready to attack at any moment. A full 5 or 6 meters now separated them. Both now bore faint traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Their eyes locked on each other, neither moving an inch. In that brief moment of clashing, each had unleashed dozens of punches upon the other. Though the exchange lasted only an instant, their spiritual energy depleted at a rate akin to oil burning in a fire, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Both were domain-tier experts at the first level of spiritual energy, making them essentially evenly matched. Ultimately, each landed a vicious punch squarely on the other's chest. Consequently, both instantly chose to retreat, resulting in the current standoff. As the saying goes, experts see the technique, while amateurs see the spectacle. Tianguo stared with her large, beautiful, innocent eyes. Seeing the two separate immediately after touching, she blinked wide-eyed and exclaimed, "Wow, what's going on? They touched and then separated? Why aren't they fighting? Lan and I is so strong, why isn't she giving that old man a good beating?" Tan Xiaolin hurriedly interjected, "Tianguo, don't talk nonsense. Watch carefully." Shinlani extended her snake-like head to lick the blood from her lip, then spat forcefully. "Uncle, not bad. For someone your age, with those old arms and legs, you're surprisingly quick." Colonel Arrow smiled indifferently, "Not at all, young lady. You flatter me. To have cultivated such skill at your tender age, I'm truly humble." Shinlani smiled, "Not at all, sir. You flatter me. You're as strong as an ox in your old age, a true role model. Teach me." Colonel Arrow chuckled, "Throughout my life, I've never tasted defeat. Yet here I am, facing my greatest and most formidable opponent, a young girl like you. Ha! Careful, girl. I'm about to strike." Colonel Arrow stepped forward with his right foot, lifting it slightly before him. Then, with a sharp stomp of his left foot, his entire body shot forward like an arrow. His speed and force were breathtaking. He lunged toward Shinlani like a spear. Seeing this, Lei Zhan, watching nearby, shouted urgently, "Shinlani, dodge. Don't engage." But it was too late. Shinlani heard Lei Zhan's warning and tried to dodge, yet the general's leg, like a shadow, had already arrived, kicking straight up toward her abdomen. Watching this, Lei Zhan instantly closed his eyes and slapped his forehead. It's over. Chapter 108, showing the guest out. Admiral Arrow glided through the air a meter above the parallel ground, his body horizontal, his foot like a spike piercing toward Shinlani. The sheer force, blinding speed, devious angle, and bizarre point of impact were unprecedented, unheard of and unseen. This strike was extraordinary. Shinlani wasn't stupid, but even she, whose spiritual power had already reached level 1, recognized the unusual power behind General Arrow's kick. The kick was fast, the force immense, and crucially, the entire impact was concentrated on a single point at the heel. When a powerful attack is focused onto an ever smaller point of contact, its effectiveness and lethality increase exponentially. Consider how a bullet can easily pierce a tree trunk, while a 100-pound sledgehammer might only leave a shallow dent. It's not that the hammer lacks the bullet's force, but its broad impact area disperses the power. The bullet, though small, concentrates its force, creating far greater pressure. Now, Colonel Arrow's kick was precisely like a bullet, sharp and merciless. Shinlani tried to dodge, but realized it was too late. With no other choice, she gritted her teeth and braced to take the full force of the attack. As for the true power and outcome of that kick, only heaven knew. Shinlani crossed her feet, settling into a solid horse stance, preparing to meet the blow. Yet at that very moment, she noticed something astonishing. Colonel Arrow, the attacker, wore a smile on his face. And this smile wasn't fake, it was genuine. A real smile is real, it cannot be feigned. Shinlani suddenly realized that the smile on Colonel Arrow's face seemed almost kind, almost gentle. It made one feel as though this man harbored no killing intent whatsoever. What was going on? Shinlani was momentarily dazed, unsure of what was happening. But in the blink of an eye, Colonel Arrow's heel slammed mercilessly into Shinlani's protective arm. Shinlani had already mustered every ounce of strength, braced for the impact and prepared to endure the injury. Yet, the instant his attack connected, Colonel Arrow's voice murmured softly, quickly, "Finish me off swiftly. Otherwise, you won't get the chance." Though his voice was faint, Shinlani heard it clearly. At that very moment, she realized something astonishing. Colonel Arrow's seemingly fierce, unstoppable kick landed on her protective arm with a feather-light impact. It felt as weak as a child's punch against her shoulder. Shinlani froze for a moment, unable to react. Seizing the chance, she grabbed Colonel Arrow's ankle, then twisted her body with all her might, executing a powerful spinning back kick. With a thud, her heavy right foot slammed into the Colonel's midsection. The blow was devastatingly powerful. First, Shinlani had seized the general's right leg. Second, kicking someone while they were restrained was like beating a rabid dog tied to a stake. The blow was undeniably brutal, sending Colonel Arrow groaning in pain. This kick was undeniably vicious, instantly inflicting internal injuries on Colonel Arrow. This kick was undeniably brutal, blood immediately trickling from Colonel Arrow's mouth. This kick was nothing short of cold-blooded, sending Colonel Arrow flying high into the air. This kick was nothing short of merciless, sending Colonel Arrow flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground with a thud, unable to rise. Everyone assumed Colonel Arrow's strike would be devastating. Even if it didn't settle the matter with a single blow, it was highly likely to leave Shinlani incapacitated. But the outcome was indeed decided by a single kick, only the target was reversed. Shinlani's counterattack now seemed poised to render Colonel Arrow incapacitated. As Colonel Arrow lay sprawled on the ground, the referee soldier clutching the little red flag rushed over without pause and began counting, 1, 2, 3, 10. The victor is Shinlani. The referee soldier, under the direct command of the top brass, waved the red flag frantically, shouting with unbridled excitement. Damn it, that bulldog-faced general who came to our beast battalion yelling and showing off, I'd never liked him. I couldn't help much, but when it came to counting, I wouldn't be off by even a second. Well, maybe a few seconds. Yeah, just a tiny bit early. Just a tiny bit. The soldier thought to himself. Yay! The female soldiers on the Fire Phoenix side went completely wild. Forget military bearing and discipline regulations, they all hugged each other, screaming and cheering wildly. They swarmed forward together, tossing Shinlani into the air once more. What the hell, you bunch of fangirls? Put me down. But the female soldiers were already in a frenzy. How could they hear Shinlani? They kept tossing her into the air, again and again. Meanwhile, Colonel Arrow slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. He watched Shinlani being tossed into the air, gave a faint smile, then lowered his head and walked over to Huang Dao, who was now purple in the face, eyes bulging like a cow's, and trembling slightly all over. Sorry, Commander. I lost. Huang Dao scowled, his face twisted with disgust and a look that seemed ready to devour Colonel Arrow. Hands clasped behind his back, the flesh on his cheeks trembled. Arrow, explain yourself. Why did you go easy on that female soldier? What exactly are you trying to do? Is this your plan to utterly destroy my reputation and refuse to back down? Colonel Arrow bowed his head. Sir, that wasn't my intention. Truly, it wasn't. I only thought, such outstanding young recruits, especially female comrades. At such a young age, they possess such remarkable skills. This is a great blessing for our military, a great blessing for our nation. As soldiers, we should be delighted to have such young comrades. We should encourage and support them more, helping them grow into outstanding individuals who serve both the people and the military. We should never suppress or tear apart such outstanding rising talents. They are the pillars of our nation's future. We are all getting older, and our ranks are high. We rarely serve the nation firsthand anymore. We rely on them, on outstanding commanders and soldiers like those in our Tiger Brigade or Lei Zhan's Wolfang Brigade, to fight on the front lines, putting life and death aside to safeguard our nation's prosperity and stability. Whether it's Lei Zhan's Wolfang Brigade or our Tiger Brigade, these are all outstanding talents. We should nurture and cherish their growth. I cannot bear to see them, after sacrificing blood and sweat for the nation and its people, ruthlessly squeezed out and discarded. That would mean we've lost the dignity of our soldiers and the dignity of our nation. What would that accomplish? With external threats unresolved, we're wasting energy on internal strife. Frankly, it's utterly pointless. If this is how soldiers are supposed to serve, then I'd rather not serve at all. Therefore, I've taken it upon myself to spare that young woman. I believe not only should the Fire Phoenix squad, being exceptionally capable, be preserved, but Lei Zhan's Wolf-Fang squadron deserves preservation even more. Commander, I'm doing this entirely for the troops, for the nation. Shut your mouth. Damn it, I've been a soldier my whole life. When did it become your job to lecture me on ideology? Arrow, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. At a critical moment, you pull a dirty trick on me. Fine, very fine. Just wait. You'll be waiting to pack your bags and get the hell out of here. Huang Daoyi, seething with righteous indignation, berated Colonel Arrow without restraint. At that moment, the commander-in-chief interjected. Oh my, Huang Dao, your family matters are your own business. Please take them home to sort out. This beast battalion isn't some daycare center where you come to discipline your daughter or beat your son. We've got our hands full. Especially lately, with all these annoying people constantly disrupting our lives, making a big deal out of everything, acting like they're going to take down the beast camp. But every single one of them ended up slinking away in disgrace. While we warmly welcome friends and neighbors to grace us with their presence, we have no place for scoundrels with ulterior motives and twisted schemes. As the saying goes, if you don't have the right tools for the job, don't take on the damn task. If you're gonna be a jerk, at least weigh your own worth before picking on others. Otherwise, you're just slapping your own face and seriously ruining people's moods, disrupting their training, and messing with their daily lives. Talk about rude and bad manners, right? Well then, Director Huang, it seems your purpose here has been served. I shan't detain you further. Exit the same way you entered, no need for me to see you off. As for you lot, you freeloaders who've eaten 2 meals off our beast camp's rations, I'll have your old unit transfer those meal credits back. We're not exactly rolling in dough here. As for lodging fees, I'll waive them out of long-standing acquaintance. But I strongly urge you to deeply reflect on the educational lessons from this foolish operation. Simultaneously, thoroughly examine the root causes of your flawed thinking. Our relationship was already strained, and you've gone and hammered another nail into it like a stubborn mule. Walking on thin ice as it was, well, I suppose there's no friendship left between us now. Our beast battalion is a pure unit. Though I know you're shameless, I still sincerely hope you'll build some karmic merit in your twilight years. Don't come running around our beast battalion naked, shouting like a madman. You may not care about shame, but I sure do. I sincerely hope you never set foot in our place again, okay? Because the moment I see your shoehorn-like old face, I'll be vomiting for 3 days straight, plus 2 days of not being able to eat. To buy myself a couple more days of life, I earnestly beg you please don't ever make me see you again. It's disgusting. Guard, escort the guest out. Chapter 109, Slinking Away. The top commander thoroughly disdained and berated Huang Dao, then casually ordered the guards to escort him out. Show him the door. Today, Huang Dao and his Tiger Assault Squad had been utterly humiliated. What was supposed to be a best-of-5 series ended in just 3 matches, with the Fire Phoenix female team sweeping every single one. When the commander-in-chief ordered them out, even Huang Dao's thick skin couldn't take it anymore. Huang Dao snorted, Ho Yong, you're celebrating too soon. The competition isn't over yet. You only won 1 event by luck. Remember what we agreed? 3 events, individual combat, shooting, and team elimination. 2 events are still left. And you're kicking us out? Heh, I doubt that's entirely up to you. The commander-in-chief knew full well that 2 events remained. But the next 2 events would be a near-perfect simulation of actual combat, where casualties were inevitable. Originally, the commander-in-chief assumed that after Huang Dao's crushing defeat in the first event, he'd have no face to continue. But the commander-in-chief discovered that Huang Dao isn't just ruthless and brutal, his face is thicker than a city wall's corner by 3 inches. So Commander 1 smiled at Huang Dao. Huang Dao, it seems you're determined to charge headlong into that southern wall until it breaks, won't turn back, right? Do you truly want to bury both our teams before you'll be satisfied? Huang Dao sneered arrogantly, so what if I do? Warriors are born for battle. Dying on the battlefield is their greatest honor. Commander number 1 narrowed his eyes, but is such a death meaningful? Huang Dao chuckled, life has no fixed meaning. Battle is the very purpose of a warrior's existence. Commander 1 stared at Huang Dao, his facial muscles twitching. Huang Dao, I never imagined you'd become this kind of person over the years. Fine. You want to destroy my Wolf-Fang brigade? I'll grant you your wish. Huang Dao sneered with disdain, exactly. In scholarship, there's no absolute first. In martial arts, there's no absolute second. I want to see which of us is truly the best. You've kept me down your entire life. I refuse to believe I'll never surpass you. Commander-in-chief snatched a rifle from his guard. Fine, Huang Dao. You want a contest? I'll oblige. I won't use a single soldier. For the rest of the events, I'll take the field myself. Bring as many men as you like, I'll see you through to the end. Today, I'll make every last member of your fierce tiger brigade die by my hand. Huang Dao froze, his jowls twitching violently as he glared at the commander-in-chief. What the hell are you talking about? Who said we'd fight you? Are you kidding me? Soldiers? Soldiers? I said I'd pit my men against yours who dare fight you personally? You shameless old fool, you've lost your mind. Commander 1 roared with laughter. What? Scared? Ha! I'm a soldier too, why can't I join the fight? I'm part of the Beast Battalion, why can't I participate? Come on, comrade little Huang, you've never beaten me once in your entire life. Today, I'll inspect your students for you and see if you've trained them to surpass their master. Still not enough to fill my teeth. Your tiger brigade is supposed to be so formidable, huh? Come on, let me see which of these little brats is the toughest. Damn it, I haven't killed anyone in years. Today, I'm going to kill my fill. Of course, you can join in too. Let's settle our decades-long grudge today. We'll determine the winner and decide who lives or dies. As Commander-in-Chief No. 1 spoke these words, his eyes narrowed. When Huang Dao saw that look in the commander's eyes, his entire body visibly shuddered. Huang Dao would never forget the day, back when the commander was still his platoon sergeant, when he single-handedly infiltrated a Vietnamese guerrilla unit. To rescue his platoon leader, he fought through the night, his uniform drenched in blood. Armed with only a rifle, he took down an entire spearhead company, 113 men who had been dubbed the Jungle Wolves. And when he carried the platoon leader back, there wasn't a single wound on his body. Whenever he was about to kill someone, his eyes narrowed like this. Huang Dao's face twitched. Ho Yon, have some dignity. With your seniority, how dare you defy the younger generation of the fierce tiger brigade? The first commander chuckled. What's the big deal? Life has no fixed meaning. A soldier's purpose is combat. Warriors are born for battle. Dying on the battlefield is their greatest honor. Didn't you just say so yourself? Huang Dao's teeth clenched with a grinding sound. Ho Yon, you're being a scoundrel. Shameless. Disgraceful. Commander 1 regarded Huang Dao coolly. Fight or don't fight. If you fight, do it now. If not, get out immediately. Huang Dao, when did you become such a whiny little? You've picked up another disgusting habit. Huang Dao's entire body trembled uncontrollably. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Commander-in-Chief No. 1 as he gritted his teeth, his aged face turning purple with strain. Finally, Huang Dao snorted, withdraw. As he spoke, Huang Dao abruptly turned, hands clasped behind his back, hips thrust out, striding as if clutching a load of in his crotch, a sight that was downright comical. Huang Dao couldn't possibly fight the first leader. For one, he truly dared not lay a finger on the first leader, who was also a general. If he accidentally took out the first leader, that would mean eliminating a general. No one could save his own head. Second, he knew better than anyone the true strength of Commander-in-Chief No. 1. Huang Dao had spent his entire life chasing after the commander's martial prowess, never quite catching up. While others might not understand the commander's methods of killing, Huang Dao knew them all too well. The commander-in-chief's rank as a general wasn't earned through empty boasts. It was forged by shooting enemy after enemy dead, slitting throat after throat with a blade, and punching through one foe after another. Even if the entire world remained unaware of Commander 1's terror, Huang Dao knew it all too well. Even if he sent his entire tiger brigade against him, Huang Dao knew Commander 1 would leave not a single man standing. Ever since his days as a squad leader, Commander 1 had a famous motto: kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. Once marked as his enemy, you could forget about returning alive. Unless, of course, he was the one who died. Unfortunately, he had lived to this day, and his enemies, well, you could guess where they ended up. Huang Dao wanted to dismantle the chief's forces, clip his wings, and weaken his influence. He wanted to leave him a commander with no troops, doomed to fade away in old age. But Huang Dao knew this. He could persecute the chief by any means, yet the one unwise move would be to clash with him head-on. That would be far too dangerous, far too risky, and utterly unprofitable. Besides, he didn't possess the authority to kill a general. Therefore, there was only one course of action: swallow this bitter pill whole, biding his time for a future opportunity. You arrived in disgrace, just as you departed in disgrace. With a mere flick of your sleeve, you left without taking a single cloud with you. The moment you slipped away from Huang Dao, the entire beast camp erupted in triumphant celebration. Needless to say, this battle had produced a new heroine, a modern-day Bronte. This battle saved Tan Xiaolin. For Lei Zhan could not go back on his word. Otherwise, he had planned to humiliate her, assigning her to file-sending stations, car washing, or toilet cleaning duties. But he had promised, if Tan Xiaolin won, her merits would offset her faults, and she could remain at Fire Phoenix. This battle also drew everyone's attention to the ever-silent Chu Baiajua. Judging by her previous methods, Lei Zhan estimated that Chu Baiajua's current skill level must be infinitely close to the peak of the mortal realm. How did she achieve this? When did she achieve it? Why had she never revealed it before? Was it due to his own negligence? Yet, while these questions lingered in Lei Zhan's mind, all the Wolfang Brigade officers and soldiers were already drowned out by the cheers celebrating the Fire Phoenix's complete victory. Following the victory celebrations, the days that followed became unusually simple and eerie. All the female soldiers continued as before, requiring no urging from Lei Zhan. Before dawn, before the sun had even risen, Lei Zhan could see them fully armed, commencing another day of grueling training. The intensity of their drills surpassed even that of their time in boot camp. The male soldiers, meanwhile, were deeply ashamed that the Fire Phoenix had completely outshone them during the Huangdao incident. Witnessing the Fire Phoenix's rapid progress, their confidence began to waver. Even these veterans, seasoned over many years, started reworking their training plans under the leadership of Old Fox. They joined the female soldiers in chanting slogans and beating drums as they embarked on high-intensity drills. Moreover, under Tan Xiaolin's strategic direction, the training had become purposeful. Mornings were dedicated to collective physical conditioning, while afternoons focused on individual skill development through specialized drills. And so, Lei Zhan witnessed it. Every day from noon until lights out, Yi Tsuanqin lay motionless on the ground, clutching her sniper rifle. He Lu, who spent every afternoon in the medical lab studying bones, muscles, and blood vessels. Tianghua, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Ouyang Qian, who underwent intense physical training from morning until lights out. Tan Xiaolin, who never parted with her books and sparred relentlessly with Shenlani. The taciturn Chu Biazhua, who slipped into the male soldiers' ranks every noon to train alongside Old Fox and the others. The days were quiet yet tense, heavy yet lively. Both female and male soldiers were progressing at a rapid pace. One evening, Old Fox and Lei Zhan sat together, laughing as they shelled peanuts and drank. Old Fox suddenly chuckled, "These kids, they're finally starting to grow up." Just then, Lei Zhan's walkie-talkie crackled. It was the commander-in-chief's voice. "Lei Zhan, assemble your unit immediately. Black Cat has entered Donghai City." Chapter 110, The Game of Power. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Donghai City, dozens of hooded figures scattered across the derelict space. A middle-aged man with short hair and a black jacket stared at the computer screen before him, his expression a cold, arrogant indifference. A hooded figure, an assault rifle at the ready, stood beside the man in black. "Boss, our informant says the SWAT team seems to have caught wind. They're already moving." The man in black was none other than Black Cat, leader of K2's China division. Black Cat nodded indifferently. "Got it. So what? Once we're in, there's no way out. China isn't like other countries. Once they lock onto you, they won't let go. If you don't want them to bite off a chunk of you, don't expect them to back down. China's military and police are like rabid dogs." The man in the black hood nodded. "Boss, what do we do next?" Black Cat kept his gaze fixed on the screen before him. "What do we do? Nothing. We wait. Wait for time to slowly pass, wait for the moment to come. You need to understand, besides risking our lives, we also need enough patience to wait. Often, waiting is precisely the fastest way to achieve our goal." The man in the black hood paused. "Yes, boss." At that very moment, Lei Zhan sat aboard the helicopter with all members of the Wolfang Squad and Fire Phoenix team. Clutching his rifle, his eyes closed, he remained silent, seemingly resting. Immediately after the commander-in-chief issued his orders, Lei Zhan commanded every male and female soldier of the Wolfang Squad to carry as many individual hand cannon shells, melon grenades, and smoke grenades as possible. Pack as much as you can. Take whatever you can carry. Consequently, the entire team loaded nearly 500 grenade launcher rounds and over 1,000 melon grenades. This operation was truly their first official mission. The previous incident on Lover's Island had been entirely unexpected, not a mission in the formal sense. Yet that event marked the first time the Fire Phoenix team had genuinely faced the enemy. Their performance had left Lei Zhan thoroughly satisfied. After experiencing numerous events since then, the Fire Phoenix team had begun to grow rapidly. It seemed that with every operation, one of the female members would develop so quickly that Lei Zhan would be left speechless. Of course, Shenlani's growth was entirely Lei Zhan's doing. But Chu Biazhua's stunning performance during the confrontation with the Tiger Brigade on Huangdao Island had completely caught Lei Zhan off guard. By the Phoenix Squad's current standards, Chu Biazhua and Shenlani had already surged far ahead of the other female soldiers. Lately, the women had been training with even greater diligence and initiative, rapidly improving their overall capabilities. The only question was whether this period of training would pay off that would be revealed during this operation. As for Black Cat, specifically K2's Black Cat, this individual had mysteriously contacted Lei Zhan before the Lover's Island incident. The rocket launcher operator Black Cat had dispatched, Wu Dahai, was captured alive by Lei Zhan. It was through Wu Dahai that Lei Zhan learned of the Shadow Organization. Lei Zhan subsequently released Wu Dahai, instructing him to go undercover in the East China Sea as his informant. Now, it seemed the time had come to activate Wu Dahai. Lei Zhan opened his eyes and retrieved his phone. He began composing a text message. Wolfang Squadron regulations strictly prohibited members from carrying mobile phones. Of course, rules were made by people. Rules were rigid, but people were flexible. Living people certainly wouldn't be bound by dead rules. After the Lover's Island incident, this was the first time Lei Zhan had contacted Wu Dahai since setting him free. The message contained only a few simple words: "What is Black Cat's objective?" The reply came instantly: "The youth games." Lei Zhan replied instantly: "Black Cat arrived in the East China Sea. Why wasn't I notified?" Another instant reply: "You made the rule. Only you can contact me, not the other way around." Lei Zhan blinked rapidly, thinking to himself, "Damn it, did I really say that? I think I might have." Lei Zhan replied, "The rule is revoked. Remember, for any important K2 operation, you must notify me. Once the intel is confirmed, your account will receive a transfer. If the intel is inaccurate, you get nothing and face penalties." Silence lingered for a long while before the reply came: "Can't guarantee it. Black Cat is cunning as hell. He trusts no one but himself. Can't promise he won't pull some shady move." Lei Zhan glanced at the text and deleted it immediately. He trusted Wu Dahai's assessment. Black Cat hadn't reached his position without exceptional intellect and cunning. Such men, like Chow Chow, trusted no one but themselves. A moment later, another text arrived from Wu Dahai. One more critical piece of intelligence during the Lover's Island incident: Zhao Yunming disclosed the Swiss bank vault password. The VX2 biochemical agent samples he developed have fallen into K2's hands. Upon reading this, Lei Zhan felt his head spin. The VX2 biochemical agent sample was a weapon of mass destruction. Just 1 gram, once released, would instantly kill all humans and animals within a 3,000-meter radius. Within 5,000 to 10,000 meters, it causes blindness followed by death within 30 minutes. The lingering toxic gas, as it dissipates, inflicts permanent damage on all living beings within 100,000 meters radius, leading to blindness or death within 6 months. 1 gram. Just 1 gram of VX2 could utterly annihilate an entire city. Its destructive power was already comparable to a nuclear explosion. If the situation truly unfolded as Wu Dahai described with Black Cat holding VX2, would he release it in a desperate last stand? Lei Zhan closed his eyes, wrestling with the question. His conclusion was inevitable: Black Cat would deploy VX2. For when driven to the edge of survival, a person is capable of anything. Never mind Black Cat, even Lei Zhan himself, if cornered with no escape and clutching such a weapon of mass destruction, would likely choose to take everyone down with him. The answer was undeniable. Following this logic, Black Cat, armed with VX2, must have calculated that Chinese police and military forces wouldn't dare act against him. After all, he held the lives of all the people of the East China Sea in his hands, a bargaining chip that was nothing short of immense. Nothing short of devastating. He who throws stones at rats fears breaking his own pot. The Black Cat is certain the military and police won't dare touch him. Therefore, as long as he isn't cornered, he won't at least not yet release VX2. Because VX2 is intended for deployment at the Youth Games in a few days' time. The primary targets remain foreign diplomats and officials. Their ultimate goal is to provoke international conflict, from which they stand to profit. Given this, to safely navigate this crisis, at least for now, Black Cat must not be driven into a corner. Doing so would harm both others and himself. Lei Zhan kept his eyes closed. He never imagined that after all his deliberation, he'd arrive at this conclusion. Could it be that he should let the Black Cat escape? Lei Zhan had long known the Black Cat could evade capture this time. He'd fled through the underground civil defense tunnels beneath the abandoned factory. By the time Lei Zhan and the SWAT team stormed in, the Black Cat had already sped away on a motorcycle through the intricate network of subterranean passages. Had Lei Zhan arrived and immediately sealed off all underground exits around the abandoned factory, Black Cat would have been trapped. Lei Zhan pondered whether he should eliminate Black Cat this time. Then a thought struck him: his orders were to eliminate all K2 terrorists. A sudden jolt of realization struck Lei Zhan. A thought struck him: did the higher-ups know that Black Cat had already obtained VX2? Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes in thought, finally concluding that yes, they knew. Because Black Cat's infiltration this time had been covert. Clearly, someone on Black Cat's side had leaked intelligence about Lei Zhan's unit and Black Cat's infiltration. Moreover, Lei Zhan even knew who it was. Yes, it was Wolf. Tianlang had informed the military that Black Cat had secretly infiltrated the country. Moreover, he had provided such detailed intelligence on their hiding locations. Therefore, Tianlang couldn't possibly be unaware that Black Cat had obtained VX2. If that was the case, and the higher-ups still ordered him and the SWAT team to eliminate Black Cat, had they considered the possibility that Black Cat might choose to release VX2 and go down in a blaze of glory? The answer was obvious: the higher-ups would certainly have considered it. But why then did the order remain to eliminate Black Cat? The answer seemed equally clear. The higher-ups were determined to eliminate Black Cat and VX2 at any cost, preventing its release during the Youth Games and the ensuing international crisis. This meant that not only Wolf Fong Brigade, Fire Phoenix, and the SWAT team, this entire operation had been treated as cannon fodder. Moreover, the cannon fodder extended to the entire populace of Donghai. The higher-ups' choice was clear: between causing political and military turmoil within the country and the lives of an entire city's residents, they chose the option most advantageous to the government, maintaining international stability, even at the cost of sacrificing the people of the entire East Sea. At this realization, Lei Zhan drew a deep, chilling breath. What is the most terrifying creature in the world? The answer was obvious: politicians. The horror of politicians lies in their ruthless disregard for all life. Their horror lies in their ability to face mountains of corpses and seas of blood from innocent deaths with utter composure. For power, they dare sacrifice any cost. This is the essence of their terror. Are their choices right? Not necessarily. Are their choices wrong? Not necessarily either. But the feeling of having one's fate held in someone else's hands, treated like a lab rat, sent waves of chill down Lei Zhan's spine. What was he, really? Jumping around like a monkey, but in the end, nothing more than a pawn in the politician's game. Useful, they were placed at the center of the chessboard, basking in glory. Useless, they were cast aside to fend for themselves. Lei Zhan hated this feeling of having his fate manipulated. Regardless of whether the higher-ups' decisions were right or wrong, he believed his life should be in his own hands. That was the true way of the world. In that instant, Lei Zhan made a crucial decision: release the Black Cat. To protect everyone's lives, to safeguard the Wolfang Brigade, the Fire Phoenix, and the very lives of Donghai City's citizens. Human lives were at stake. This shouldn't be anyone's game of power. After a full circle, events seemed to return to their original course. Black Cat would escape through the underground passage. Lei Zhan could defy fate and kill Black Cat. Yet, as if fate itself were playing a cruel joke, Lei Zhan chose to let Black Cat go. A bitter smile escaped his lips. What on earth was this? Lei Zhan recalled a saying about fate: when the outcome is predetermined, everything that happens is merely the cause required to reach that end. Attention all personnel. We have reached the designated location. Prepare for landing. The commander's voice crackled through every team member's earpiece. Chapter 111, on the eve of the great battle. The helicopters touched down. At that moment, commanders and officers from the other units also arrived. The forces present were the Donghai City Public Security Bureau SWAT team, led by Hong Tao. The Donghai City 81114 Armed Police Detachment, led by Zhou Guodong. And of course, on the other side, Lei Zhan's Wolfang Brigade and Fire Phoenix. The three squadron commanders met with smiles on their faces. Hong Tao grinned at Lei Zhan. Old Lei, you're a bit slow this time. Heh, this factory is already surrounded by our SWAT team. Not a soul can get in or out. These terrorists? We've got them cornered. I, Hong Tao, will catch them like fish in a barrel. Heh, it'll be a piece of cake. You guys from Wolfang and Old Zhou's armed police can just hang out outside, watch the show, and sip some soda. I really can't wrap my head around why Director Zhao wanted all three of us to combine forces against this bunch of small-time bandits. Our SWAT squad alone would have been more than enough. At that moment, Zhou Guodong from the Armed Police Brigade hurried forward. Hey, old Hong, what's this supposed to mean? Look down on us armed police, do? Let me tell you, these few dozen men aren't even enough to fill our teeth. Oh my, and we have to share them with you too? That's just not satisfying. Zhou Guodong adopted a look of tragic frustration, as if his talents were being wasted. Clearly, both squad leaders were determined to devour this group, now completely surrounded, in one gulp. Lei Zhan chuckled at this and said, you two, give it a rest. We're both local organizations. As the saying goes, to each his own. Leave the dirty work killing, arson, bandit hunting to us purebred soldiers. As for you two? Helping old ladies cross the street, escorting kids along the sidewalk, carrying bags for the elderly, fetching water for grandmas, that's the kind of work you should be doing. The current situation, Black Cat, accompanied by dozens, nearly 100 terrorists, was holed up in the basement of this massive abandoned factory. Through pinhole cameras, they monitored every movement within the entire facility. Black Cat sat on a wooden chair, legs dangling as he rocked back and forth, a cup of coffee in hand. His gaze was cold and detached as he stared at the screen. Come on, you fools. Come on. Come surround me. Come destroy me. Outside, Lei Zhan's words had clearly ignited fierce indignation in both Zhang, the SWAT team leader, and the armed police captain. Hong Tao, what? Lei Zhan, what did you say? What do you mean? My SWAT team is only good for helping old ladies cross the street? When the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sick cat? Lei Zhan, if you've got the guts, don't argue with me. Today, my one squad alone will wipe out this whole bunch of bastards. Zhou Guodong, what? Lei Zhan, what did you say? What do you mean? Is my armed police brigade only good for escorting elementary school kids across crosswalks? You just wait. Today, I'll wipe out every last one of these bandits with just our armed police force. Not a single one will be left standing. To both men, the Black Cat gang seemed like fish in a barrel just waiting to be plucked clean. It appeared their fate was sealed, to be skinned, stewed, and devoured. Judging by the usual standards of a mission, what was the situation with the Black Cat gang this time? It was a sweet deal. What's a sweet deal? A large group of criminals with no hostages. So the police could attack however they wanted, without worrying about hostage safety. As long as they wiped out this gang, then merit awards, promotions, and wealth were inevitable. Life is short, and such golden opportunities for advancement don't come often. Thus, a job like this where the criminals are outnumbered, hold no hostages, and are completely surrounded, waiting to be eliminated is a sweet gig. It's not tricky. Just aim your gun at the criminals' heads and take them out. That's how you earn your stripes. Simple as that. Any unit would jump at the chance to handle a job like this. One slip up and it becomes a collective award, collective promotion, collective achievement. Power is a potent aphrodisiac. Dying for promotion is more desirable than dying for money or food. Amidst the trio's heated argument, a middle-aged man approached. This man was the newly appointed acting chief of the Public Security Bureau, formerly the deputy chief and commander of the Special Police Brigade, and Hong Tao's direct superior. Following the Lovers Island incident, which led to the chief of public security being placed under investigation, this brigade commander had been promoted to acting chief, and Guoliang. And Guoliang's rise to power was entirely due to the former chief's command failures during the Lovers Island incident. He was barely qualified to fill the acting role. Now, Wang Kuan desperately needed to earn major merit to solidify his position as chief. Just as Wang Kuan was fretting over how to achieve this, opportunity fell from the sky. The Black Cat Gang had infiltrated Donghai City. Higher-ups ordered Wang Kuan to take full command of the operation and annihilate the entire gang. And Guoliang was overjoyed. The chance to prove himself had finally arrived. At that very moment, Guoliang strode in with his hands behind his back, taking measured steps. Lei Zhan and the other two immediately stopped arguing. They saluted Guoliang in unison. And Guoliang waved his hand dismissively. What time is this? And you still have the nerve to argue over such things? Nonsense. His expression was stern, radiating righteous indignation. Beyond being Hong Tao's former superior in the SWAT unit, Guoliang held another crucial role. He was Zhou Guodong's brother-in-law. This familial connection was common knowledge. Zhou Guodong could be said to have been personally promoted by Guoliang. In his pursuit of Zhou Guodong's beautiful older sister as his wife, Guoliang had spared no effort, pouring his heart and soul into the endeavor. To win the beauty's hand, he had to respect her wishes and steadily promote Zhou Guodong, elevating him all the way to the position of Armed Police Brigade commander. He finally won the beauty's hand. Yet, it seemed he still needed to exert more effort to secure the marriage. Thus, in terms of personal allegiance, Guoliang naturally sided with Hong Tao and Zhou Guodong. As they spoke, this golden opportunity to earn merit presented itself. It was a sweet deal. Completing this operation would bring commendations, awards, promotions, a path to rapid advancement. It was all within his expectations. So how could Guoliang possibly hand this golden opportunity to the military's Lei Zhan? That would be like tossing a juicy prize right into Lei Zhan's lap. Only a fool would do such a thing. Guoliang cleared his throat. Well, Hong Tao, what's the current situation inside? Hong Tao immediately replied, reporting to the director, they're completely surrounded. We're ready to charge in the moment you give the order, Commander. We'll annihilate them all. Guoliang nodded, then turned to Zhou Guodong. Guodong, are you prepared to dedicate your youth, even your life, to the motherland? Zhou Guodong hastily answered, reporting to the commander, I am always ready. Guoliang nodded again, then turned to Lei Zhan. Suddenly, his expression softened into a warm smile. Oh, heh. Captain Lei, your reputation precedes you, your valor is legendary. It is my profound honor to collaborate with you. Your unit is undoubtedly first-rate, that goes without saying. Therefore, I have decided that this most formidable assault force should absolutely be reserved for the final push. Captain Lei, do you have any objections? Even a fool could see Guoliang was clearly trying to single out Lei Zhan. At his words, the male soldiers of Wolf Fang Squadron and the female soldiers of Fire Phoenix Squadron all wore looks of displeasure. Unexpectedly, Lei Zhan let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. Smiling, he replied, everything will be under the acting director's command. Lei Zhan deliberately emphasized the word acting. Guoliang's face darkened instantly, his nostrils flaring with fury. Guoliang gave a sharp snort. Hong Tao will lead all special forces as the first assault wave. Zhou Guodong, lead the armed police detachment as the second wave. Eliminate these criminals completely and as swiftly as possible. Yes, sir. Both men answered in unison. They immediately organized their forces and began searching their way forward into the abandoned factory. Watching the two men lead their two echelons inside, Lei Zhan turned to look at Guoliang, Deputy Director, and you're just letting those two take their men in like that? Have you ever been in real combat? Guoliang already held no favorable impression of Lei Zhan. This question only fueled his anger further. Humph. I was the former commander of the Special Police Brigade. Do you think I've seen real combat or not? Lei Zhan shook his head with a smile. I'd say you haven't. Acting Director, I advise you to recall both echelons immediately. There's still time. Otherwise, there's a high risk both units could be wiped out. And Guoliang whipped his head around to glare at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, shut your mouth. I know you're resentful about not being assigned to this operation, but if you keep spreading lies and sowing discord here, I'll have you court-martialed. I've spent my entire career on the front lines, charging into battle without hesitation. I don't need someone like you pointing fingers and undermining morale. Shut your mouth and stay put. Just watch. Yes, sir. Commander. Lei Zhan replied in a sarcastic tone. He sighed and shook his head, life's two greatest sorrows, dying before marriage, and seeing black hair turn white. And Guoliang whipped his head around at Lei Zhan. What the hell are you muttering about? Spouting this nonsense right before battle? Watch your step, or I'll send you packing back to your hole this instant. Lei Zhan ignored in Guoliang and said calmly, Deputy Director In, withdraw both teams immediately and rearrange your tactics. These men can still be saved. If you remain stubbornly obstinate, then forget about securing your position as Director U1T, even keep your current post. More importantly, you'll be responsible for the deaths of 50 or 60 men. You'll become a villain for all time. Hearing this, and Guoliang was driven completely mad by Lei Zhan. He erupted in fury, shouting at his two aides, Xiaolu and Xiao Zhang, Xiaolu, Xiao Zhang. You too. Drag this Lei Zhan aside. Handcuff him. Don't let him utter another word. Chapter 112, Rounding Them All Up. Xiao Zhang and Xiaolu were two police officers, and Guoliang's personal aides. Seeing the acting chief give the order, they immediately stepped forward, reaching out to Lei Zhan. Captain Lei, we apologize. Please cooperate. We wouldn't dare handcuff you, but you must understand our position. Come with us over here. Stay away from Chief and don't speak to him anymore. Lei Zhan shrugged, sighed again, and shook his head. What a tragedy. When a pack of wolves is led by a pig as their leader, it's truly a tragic affair. Xiao Zhang and Xiaolu led Lei Zhan to a spot several dozen meters away from Guoliang. Without Lei Zhan's constant nagging and pouring cold water on things nearby, and Guoliang's spirits soared. Grabbing the megaphone, he glared and bellowed into the abandoned factory with newfound confidence. Bandits inside, listen up. You're surrounded. Give up resistance, drop your weapons, hands on your heads, and walk out obediently. This is your only way out. Bandits inside, listen up. You're surrounded. At that moment, in the basement beneath the abandoned factory, Black Cat remained glued to the monitor before him, fully aware of every development outside. Beside him, the figure in the black hooded cloak spoke. Boss, the armed police and SWAT teams have moved in. Should we activate the plan and take them out first? Black Cat replied coolly, wait a bit longer. These two units aren't worth worrying about. What I really want to take down is Lei Zhan's Wolf Fawn Brigade. Look, Lei Zhan has brought his two most elite squads, the Lightning Strike team and the Fire Phoenix Strike team. If we could take out even one of those squads, that'd be great. Black Hood sneered, Wolf Fawn Squad? What's that worth? Their Mountain Cat and Mountain Eagle squads were torn to shreds by SK2 a few years back. Black Cat shook his head, no. That bastard Lei Zhan, lately, I've noticed he's become downright strange. You can't figure him out at all. It's like he's got a whole new brain. His skills have improved at an insane rate. I got word just days ago Huang Dao from the Tiger Brigade, leading a bunch of officers, got beaten like a dog by Lei Zhan's Fire Phoenix. 3 battles, 3 losses. And Lei Zhan himself didn't even lift a finger. That bastard Lei Zhan is extremely dangerous. He's the ultimate target of our mission. As for those useless XCOPs and SWAT guys? They're irrelevant. The Black Hood nodded. Yeah. Boss, you're right. Hey, boss, look at that new acting chief, that bastard He Tinghuan. Should I just snipe that son of a? He's annoying. Look at that smug look on his face, like he's got us figured out. Black Cat shook his head with a smile. No, we can't kill him. Having such an idiot as their leader is our blessing. We should be grateful this time's leader isn't Lei Zhan, but this acting chief in Guoliang. If it were Lei Zhan, I couldn't guarantee this plan's feasibility. But it's this idiot in Guoliang? Ha! Heaven is on our side. This guy is a treasure, our lucky star. We can't kill him, absolutely not. Let him keep his command authority and use him to suppress Lei Zhan. That's exactly what we want. Black Hood gave Black Cat a thumbs up. Boss, you're brilliant. How did such an idiot climb to such a high position? I'm genuinely baffled. Hell, I could probably run this bureau better than him. Black Cat chuckled. That's where your ignorance lies. It's a profound art within China's bureaucracy. Since the Cultural Revolution in '66, Chinese officials have cultivated a philosophy of self-preservation aiming not for merit but for avoiding blame. This has spawned countless mediocrities who navigate the system purely through seniority and connections. Since they neither think nor dare to strive for progress, nearly all officials focus their energy on amassing wealth and pursuing pleasures. This has not only created a vast number of corrupt officials but also elevated countless mediocrities to leadership positions. Once power is in their hands, they wield it with abandon. Never mind, this is a long story. In short, encountering a mediocre leader here is hardly surprising, it's the norm. Almost everyone is mediocre, foolish, or downright idiotic. The black hooded figure gave the black cat another thumbs up. Damn, boss, you know this stuff? This knowledge is so deep and profound, I can't even follow it, yet you can talk about it so fluently. I'm impressed. The black cat chuckled, I have to understand it. Since ancient times, the red side eats the white side, and the white side eats the black side. The red side, the officialdom, is the ultimate barometer of China's power. If we don't understand them, how can we fight them? That's what they call knowing your enemy and yourself, ensuring victory in every battle. The black hoodie gave black cat another thumbs up. Boss, you're something else, you even know Sun Tzu's Art of War. Ha! Boss, why aren't you letting Lei Zhan's crew in yet? Damn it, the brothers are getting restless waiting. Black cat glanced at his watch, then studied the screen. Lei Zhan sat in his car, sipping a drink through sunglasses, utterly detached and resting in the shade as if none of this concerned him. Black cat sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid Lei Zhan won't be coming in. Either his stupid boss has him tied up and unable to act, or this bastard has decided he's not coming in. Looks like we won't be catching the big fish, Lei Zhan, in this fishing operation. The man in the black hood stared at Lei Zhan's blurred silhouette on the screen. He wouldn't know we've planted anti-detection mines throughout the entire factory, would he? Top-tier American-made, the most advanced kind, no equipment can detect them. He couldn't possibly know. Black cat shook his head. Lei Zhan might not know, but he'll certainly anticipate it. When venturing into dangerous territory, one must proceed cautiously. Lei Zhan wouldn't commit all his forces to an unfamiliar, high-risk area without absolute certainty. Forget it. We won't net this fish. Call off the armed police and swat those little minnows. Just then, Lei Zhan summoned Shenlani and whispered something in her ear. Shenlani listened intently, tilting her head to catch his words, nodding repeatedly. Understood, Thunder God. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaolin watched Lei Zhan's intimate interaction with Shenlani and couldn't help but frown. After speaking with Shenlani, Lei Zhan summoned all the female soldiers. Wearing sunglasses, he stated calmly, from this moment on, all of you will follow Shenlani's commands and assignments. Anyone disobeying orders will be immediately expelled from the Fire Phoenix squad. Alright, you may go. Lei Zhan waved his hand, dismissing the female soldiers. His actions made it abundantly clear to them all, Shenlani was gradually assuming command of the Fire Phoenix squad. Presumably, she would soon be appointed as the squad leader. This realization made Tan Xiaolin's expression even more sour. Nevertheless, she followed Shenlani away. At that moment, Nguoliang watched Lei Zhan dismiss the female soldiers and immediately barked sharply, Lei Zhan, what are you doing? Why are you acting on your own? Don't you know all squads are under my command now? Lei Zhan waved his hand with a quick smile. Oh, acting commander, and of course I know you're in charge here. But my team needs to take a leak. What, are they supposed to drop their pants and relieve themselves in front of you big men? Nguoliang's expression turned cold as he gritted his teeth. We're in the middle of a mission right now. Your team has no time for such nonsense. Lei Zhan shrugged. Well, we're just sitting around anyway. People don't die from holding their pee. If they need to go, let them go. Nguoliang turned pale with rage. Lei Zhan, once this mission is over, I'll deal with you. You stubborn fool. I'll report this to higher-ups. Creating chaos on the front lines. Team discipline is abysmal. I'm stripping you of your incompetent captaincy, along with those useless trash female team members. Lei Zhan glanced at his wristwatch and smiled faintly. Who's trash and who's useless will become clear soon enough. Ah, acting director, and exercise your authority to your heart's content. This might just be your last chance to wield the power of an acting bureau chief in this lifetime. Nguoliang erupted in fury. Lei Zhan, you ing bolter. Boom. Boom. At that moment, within the abandoned factory, the ground beneath the feet of the armed police detachment and the SWAT team members erupted in explosions. Landmines detonated one after another, precisely triggered beneath their feet with the accuracy of guided missiles. Instantly, flames and smoke shot skyward from the abandoned factory. Members of both squads were hurled through the air by the explosions, their agonized screams mingling with the sound of limbs being torn apart. These detonating mines seemed deliberately placed to sever limbs without instantly taking lives. On the battlefield, this was precisely the desired effect. Survivors were incapacitated, unable to fight. These incapacitated individuals then required the care of those still combat-ready, creating a chain reaction of casualties. They slowed the enemy's advance and became a burden, maximizing the depletion of the enemy's overall combat strength. Where the mines were buried remained unknown. How they were triggered was equally unclear. Amidst the sky-piercing explosions, countless armed police and special forces officers were sent skyward by detonating mines. Inside the abandoned factory, a scene of carnage unfolded. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere, the ground littered with chaos. The explosion concluded within a mere 2 minutes. Every single person who entered the abandoned factory, both armed police and special police, perished. Not a single survivor remained. During those 2 minutes, Nguoliang was utterly dumbfounded. Staring wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene before him, he was completely stunned. He suddenly slumped down onto the ground, eyes glazed over, face drained of color. It's over. It's over. It's over. Chapter 113, Smoke and Fire. Inside the abandoned factory, smoke billowed everywhere, filling the air. Corpses littered the ground. Everyone who had entered was dead. And Guoliang was utterly dumbfounded. All the commanders and officers present were stunned. Except, of course, for Lei Zhan and the male soldiers of his Wolf Fawn Lightning Assault Squad. Seeing the smoke billowing from the abandoned factory, Lei Zhan pushed his sunglasses higher on his nose. He tossed the empty Red Bull can into a plastic bag inside the vehicle. Then, gazing at the smoke-filled factory, he shook his head. "Hey, brothers," he murmured. "It's not that I, Lei Zhan, won't help you. It's just that I truly can't do anything more. May your souls rest in peace in heaven. Amen." Lei Zhan stepped out of the vehicle, closed his eyes, and traced a cross in the air before the wreckage. At that moment, the non-combatant officers present, those maintaining order and those making a show of support, were all terrified by the horrifying scene before them. Their legs went weak, and they muttered under their breath, "Holy! Thank God I'm not some damn commando. Heaven protect me, bring me good fortune, and keep me safe. Please don't send me to the front lines. If they make me go, I'd rather strip off this uniform than serve. God, I just want to scrape by for a living, please don't make me risk my life. Amen." At that very moment, and Guolian's aides, Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhang, were frantically trying to pull him up from the ground. "Director! Director! What should we do? You have to give the order. It's over. It's over. It's over." And Guoliang stared wide-eyed at the unfolding chaos, utterly dumbfounded. Just then, Lei Zhan's precision-guided walkie-talkie crackled. "Lei Zhan, Lei Zhan. Calling Lei Zhan." Lei Zhan answered. Lei Zhan receiving. "Go ahead." An elderly voice came through the radio. "Lei Zhan, this is Deputy Commander Tan of the military region. I am currently with your top commander, the Provincial Public Security Bureau Chief, watching the live feed of your operation. We are fully aware of the situation there. I hereby order you to assume temporary command. Summon Acting Director in Guoliang to report to the Provincial Public Security Department immediately now, this instant. Execute this order without delay. Lei Zhan, I command you to eliminate this deranged terrorist. Can you do it?" Lei Zhan smiled. "Deputy Commander Tan, nothing is absolute. I'm no god. I can only say I'll do my utmost. As for those official death orders and military pledges, they hold no real meaning for me. Purely empty reassurances. I don't play games with empty promises. I prefer to let actions speak. So I can only say I'll do my utmost." Deputy Commander Tan had likely never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a dismissive manner. After a moment of silence, he coldly declared, "Very well. I don't care what methods you employ. You must strive to annihilate this entire gang of criminals. This concerns the honor of our East Sea and the glorious image of all our public security forces." Before Deputy Commander Tan could finish, Lei Zhan abruptly shut off the radio. On the other end, Deputy Commander Tan froze, then slammed his radio to the ground with a sharp crack. "That Lei Zhan! What kind of attitude is this? Interrupting me mid-sentence and cutting off the radio. Without permission? What does he think he's doing? Does he look down on me?" At that moment, the first in command beside him chuckled. "Old Tan, you've been in command so long, you've gone soft. Look at what you just said. The only useful part was acknowledging Lei Zhan's command authority. Everything else? Utterly pointless. Don't you see the situation Lei Zhan faces on the ground? And here you are wasting time spouting official jargon, delivering some bureaucratic pre-battle pep talk. Who does Lei Zhan think he is? Does he need this? All you're doing is giving the terrorists extra time to figure out how to deal with Lei Zhan. Beyond that, it serves absolutely no purpose. Old Tan, have you really lost your touch?" Deputy Commander Tan's eyes snapped open wide. Well, even if I was in the wrong, Lei Zhan has no right to treat me like this. I'm a lieutenant general, for crying out loud. The commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes at Deputy Commander Tan. "Old Tan, either you've truly aged, or you've been pampered for far too long. You've grown accustomed to a life of flattery and sycophancy." "Lieutenant General? What's so special about that? When did rank become so important to you?" "Yes, you hold the rank of Lieutenant General. But what does that really mean? Beyond signifying you're a soldier, what else does it prove? Have you truly come to value it so highly now?" Deputy Commander Tan fell silent for a moment. He glanced at the first leader. "Old Ho, it seems I really have grown old. I was wrong. When Lei Zhan returns, I will apologize to him." The commander-in-chief smiled. "Apologizing or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you truly understand yourself. Don't see yourself as an officer, but as a soldier. A true general should be a true warrior. A true warrior is never defined by his rank. Take Lei Zhan, for example. Almost everyone forgets his modest rank of major. They only have one name for him, Squadron Leader Lei. Why is that? Because others see him as a warrior, not an officer. A man who makes others forget his rank is a true warrior. And he himself has long since forgotten his own rank. But you, Old Tan, you're still obsessed with your own rank. Think about that. Deputy Commander Tan lowered his head. Old ho, thank you. Your words today are worth more than a decade of study. I finally understand why no one ever notices your rank as Major General. They only remember you as the commander of the Wolf Fong Brigade. Old ho, I fall short of you. You never forget, not for a moment, that you are a soldier, a warrior. You are a true general. At that very moment, in the basement of an abandoned factory, Black Cat sipped coffee, watching scenes of bombardment unfold on his ice screen, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Ha, you foolish humans. This is the consequence of choosing the wrong tree to perch upon. Boom! Explosions, truly a magnificent art. At that moment, the figure in the black hood beside him spoke. Boss, these punks are taken care of. What's next? Should we retreat? Black Cat replied indifferently. Wait and see. These landmines cost a fortune. I deliberately had Wolf leak our entry intel to Chinese police to lure them and then wipe them out all at once. Too bad the elite Wolf Fong squad didn't take the bait. Ah, imperfect. Let us see if Lei Zhan still has a chance to infiltrate. At that moment, the black-hooded figure interjected. Ahem, boss, I must remind you. While these mines cost us over 10 million, given our understanding of that sly fox Lei Zhan, it's become extremely difficult to extract any benefit from him. Boss, your obsession with taking Lei Zhan out has clouded your judgment. I think now is the best time to retreat. Otherwise, if Lei Zhan reacts and seals off all exits to our underground bunker, our Achilles heel will be trapped like fish in a barrel. Black Cat froze upon hearing this, then nodded urgently. You're absolutely right, Xiao Hei. Quick, retreat. We can't wait for that bastard Lei Zhan to react. Retreat. Retreat. At that very moment, Lei Zhan addressed Old Fox, the scene is yours. Follow my original plan. Take all those 1,000+ melon grenades and 500 hand cannon shells to the abandoned factory. Blow that place to smithereens. Then advance with the search. Old Fox nodded. Understood. Old Fox turned to Yama and his men. Guys, here's a simple, satisfying job for you. And you idle officers over there, you can lend a hand too. Toss all 500 artillery shells and over 1,000 grenades into that abandoned factory. Aim for indiscriminate fire, 1 grenade per square meter, 1 shell per 2 square meters. Now, begin. The moment Old Fox finished speaking, countless grenades and artillery shells rained down like a storm, crashing into the abandoned factory. The deafening roar of grenade explosions, artillery shells, and underground mines detonating filled the air. Smoke and flames shot skyward as the entire factory erupted like a massive munitions depot blown to smithereens. At that moment, Black Cat, preparing to flee from the basement, witnessed the scene on the surveillance screen. He rubbed his head in disbelief. Holy, Lei Zhan sure knows how to make a grand entrance. Thank God he wasn't the one who went out to fight earlier. Otherwise, our over 10 million landmines would have been completely wasted, not even a single hair salvaged. Just then, the black-hooded figure tugged at Black Cat. Boss, forget about him. I told you, expecting any profit from Lei Zhan is a pipe dream. Those grenades and shells? State property, not his own money. If he didn't level this factory, that'd be the real surprise. We need to get out of here fast. The upper floors aren't safe anymore. If they collapse, we'll be buried alive. Retreat! Retreat! Black Cat shouted urgently. His crew flung open the concealed door to the underground civil defense passage, revved their motorcycles, and sped out with a roar. Originally, there were no civil defense tunnels beneath this abandoned factory. But Black Cat's crew had already preemptively dug a 2-kilometer-long underground passage connecting to the intricate network of civil defense tunnels beneath Donghai City. Once they reached those tunnels through this 2-kilometer underground passage, they'd be like fish in the ocean. No one would ever catch Black Cat's crew again. At that very moment, Lei Zhan descended through an entrance into this tunnel to rendezvous with Shenlani and 7 others. Shenlani reported to Lei Zhan that ground scans had confirmed this passage was the only recently excavated tunnel leading to Donghai's civil defense network. The Black Cat gang had no choice but to pass through here before entering the main system. Lei Zhan nodded. Stay hidden here. Let Black Cat pass, then intercept and eliminate the others following behind. I'll handle Black Cat. I need to have a talk with him. Shenlani, understood. Sisters, conceal yourselves. Fire on my command. Chapter 114, The First Meeting. In the basement of the abandoned factory, Black Cat led the way on a Yamaha 250. As he pressed down on the motorcycle's exhaust pipe, it let out several loud roars, spewing a cloud of black exhaust. Black Cat glanced back. Guys, stay close. We have to reach the underground civil defense tunnel in Donghai before Lei Zhan's artillery search hits this area. Otherwise, things could get messy. Let's go. With the Yamaha's roar, Black Cat charged ahead on his bike. The other henchmen quickly revved their engines and followed. Black Cat led the way, racing through the tunnels. The motorcycle's headlight illuminated the passage brightly. About 30 seconds later, Black Cat arrived at the hiding spot of Shinlani and the others. Through the glare of the headlights from the motorcycles behind Black Cat, Shinlani immediately realized that Lei Zhan's prediction had come true. Black Cat was indeed leading the charge. Shinlani urgently called out, "Everyone, be alert! The enemy is here! Yi Tsuanshin, get ready! Wait for Black Cat to pass, then take out the second motorcycle immediately. After that, eliminate the rest of them." No sooner had Shinlani finished speaking than Black Cat's motorcycle roared past. Instantly, Yi Tsuanshin's gunshot echoed with a bang. The second motorcyclist, trailing less than 10 meters behind Black Cat, was sent flying through the air. He shot out a considerable distance along the passageway before crashing to the ground, landing headfirst. With a sharp crack, the man's neck snapped. Instant death. Simultaneously, the motorcycle Yi Tsuanshin had shot down triggered a chain reaction behind it. Over a dozen motorcycles were knocked over in succession. The fallen bikes caused another chain reaction, sending nearly all the motorcycles flying. Nearly a third of the riders perished instantly in the narrow passageway due to the motorcycle pileup. The moment the chaos subsided, Shinlani bellowed, "Attack!" Instantly, the 8 female soldiers charged forward in an offensive triangle formation. Grenades and submachine guns unleashed a barrage of fire. Before the bandits could comprehend what was happening, they were already cut down by this sudden, fierce assault. As the motorcycle exploded behind him, Black Cat instantly realized his supposedly flawless escape plan had collapsed. Lei Zhan. It had to be Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan must have anticipated this. He must have guessed I had an escape plan. Undoubtedly, Lei Zhan had figured out that surrounded by such heavy police forces, there were only 2 ways to flee, up into the sky or down into the earth. Heaven seemed a bit unrealistic, so the only way out was to go underground. That was the perfect escape plan Black Cat had devised. But now it appeared Lei Zhan had thought of it too. Black Cat, leaving his brothers behind, slammed the throttle open and began a frantic, howling dash for his life. Down the straight corridor, his motorcycle headlight illuminated a figure, a man standing arms crossed directly ahead. Lei Zhan! Black Cat instantly recognized Lei Zhan. The bike screeched to a halt 5 meters before Lei Zhan. Black Cat used the motorcycle's headlight to clearly see the man before him. No mistake, this man was Lei Zhan. Black Cat dismounted and paced to a spot 3 meters in front of Lei Zhan. He laughed heartily. "Lei Zhan, it's you. Ah, very well. I failed, but losing to you is something I accept wholeheartedly. I never imagined things between us would come to this. But I still have one question: why didn't you finish me off just now? Why did you let me out?" Lei Zhan smiled, pulled a cigarette from his pack, lit it, then tossed the pack to Black Cat. "Have a smoke. Sit down. Let's talk." Black Cat caught the subpar Nanjing cigarette Lei Zhan tossed over, gave a wry smile, and asked, "Got a light?" Lei Zhan tossed the lighter over. Black Cat lit the cigarette and sat down on the ground. "Spill it. Why spare my life? This doesn't fit my understanding of you. You're not the type to make such seemingly foolish, ill-advised moves. We both know releasing a tiger back to the mountain leaves a hidden threat." Lei Zhan sat down beside him, chuckling. It's a long story. You practically forced my hand. Otherwise, you think I just let a bastard like you walk free?" Black Cat laughed heartily. "Same here. We're just on different sides. Honestly, Lei Zhan, I've always thought if we teamed up, this world, well, we'd rule it. Why bother being some lowly soldier? Just join me. How much does the Communist Party pay you? Is it worth risking your life like this?" Lei Zhan waved his hand dismissively. "It's not about the money. Different paths, different goals. Alright, your time is limited. Let's get down to business. VX2, it's in your hands now, right?" Black Cat burst out laughing. "I knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You, Lei Zhan, aren't exactly a saint either. I wondered why you'd keep me around for no reason. Turns out, you're afraid of this. Ha! You're right, it's right here." Black Cat pulled a delicate test tube from his coat and waved it before Lei Zhan. "Only 15 grams, heh. But you know it's power enough to wipe the entire East Sea off the world map." Lei Zhan nodded. "I understand. That's precisely why you're still alive today. So now, I'd like to propose a deal. I wonder if you're interested." Black Cat chuckled. "Tell me about it. Given my current predicament, I suppose I have no choice but to listen." Lei Zhan smiled. "Black Cat, you're a smart man. I'm no fool either. We both know that once VX2 is deployed, neither of us will walk out of the East Sea alive. So this isn't about you, it's about me. I won't let VX2 be used in the East Sea. At least while I'm still here, I won't permit you to use it. If you do, I'll be addition. And you, as the user, will be ed too. As for all that bull about patriotism and protecting the people's safety, I do this job, but it's just a job. The only thing I care about in this world is staying alive. I'm sure you agree with that, right?" Black Cat chuckled darkly. "Of course. If you can't survive, everything else is ing bull. Great minds think alike. Lei Zhan continued, whether you're a hero or a cowardly villain, I couldn't care less. But I demand one thing, while I, Lei Zhan, remain in the East Sea, you are forbidden to use VX2. And you bastard, are never to set foot in the East Sea again. Of course, this is a gamble. It's also a warning. I hope this first meeting is our last. If I ever hear you've reappeared in the East Sea, I'll kill you at any cost. And VX2 must never show its face here either, or I'll kill you then too. You might think, what if I send someone else to use VX2? Then, when I, Lei Zhan, vanish along with the city, how could you ever find me to exact your revenge, to kill me? But Black Cat, trust me, your VX2 might not kill me. Believe this without a doubt. Not only can such a thing not kill you, but finding and killing you is as easy as turning my hand. Lei Zhan spoke as he pulled out a melon grenade and twisted off the cap. Black Cat gasped in horror. Lei Zhan, what are you doing? You're crazy. This will kill us both. Before Black Cat could finish, the melon grenade exploded in Lei Zhan's hand with a thunderous boom. A cloud of dust billowed, then dispersed. Black Cat stared in horror. Lei Zhan stood exactly where he'd been, still holding the melon grenade in his hand. Not a muscle moved. He was completely unharmed. Black Cat was utterly stunned. Impossible. Impossible. Lei Zhan, are you human or a ghost? At that moment, Lei Zhan flicked his hand backward. Instantly, another deafening boom erupted as a powerful blast of flame erupted from his palm. The explosive flames and smoke dissipated. Lei Zhan took a drag on his cigarette and clapped his hands. Black Cat, you saw what just happened. Let me tell you, my skills don't stop there. Don't mistake that for magic, it was real. You weren't dreaming. That was a genuine melon grenade. See? It couldn't kill me. Now, do you still believe your VX2 can take me down? I think you're smart. I think, maybe not? What do you say? Black Cat nodded mechanically. Lei Zhan nodded in response. Black Cat, you can get lost. But I want you to do two things. For the rest of your life, don't ever set foot in the East Sea again. Wherever else you go is none of my business. But the East Sea? That's my turf. Second, if I see VX2 being used in the East Sea, believe me, I'll find you and kill you first, no matter where you are, at the ends of the earth or the farthest corners of the sea. I don't need your promise on these two things. Besides, even if you promised, I wouldn't believe you. I'll just watch you whether you obey my orders or not. That's it. Break either one, and I'll make you wish you were dead. Alright, that's why I'm letting you live today. Now get out of here. The police might be closing in soon. Black Cat blinked at Lei Zhan several times, his mouth twitching, but in the end, no words came out. He mounted his motorcycle and vanished into the depths of the tunnel. At that moment, Old Fox and his men arrived from the other side, flanking the situation. Shinlani followed with 7 female soldiers. Thunder God, Fire Phoenix, and Lightning have joined forces to eliminate all the bandits. What should we do next? Lei Zhan stretched lazily and yawned. Back to Beast Camp. Vacation. Wait for the medals to roll in. The female soldiers cheered. Yet Black Cat, who had already entered the East Sea underground civil defense tunnel on his motorcycle, stopped and lit a cigarette. Lei Zhan, he said, I never wanted to be your enemy. But I had no choice. If I fail my mission, K2 will execute me immediately. And if I break our agreement, you'll kill me. Ha! Death awaits either way. I can only gamble that you won't kill me. Chapter 115, Promotion to Lieutenant Colonel. During this operation, Nguoliang faced rigorous scrutiny from the organization. His deputies, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Lu, were also isolated for investigation to verify the specific details of the situation. With their livelihoods at stake, Zhang and Lu unanimously revealed the truth. Before the operation, the Wolfang Brigade commander had repeatedly urged acting director Nguoliang to proceed cautiously and insisted multiple times that he immediately withdraw the team. However, the acting director flatly refused. Moreover, he ordered his subordinates to handcuff Lei Zhan. It could be said that the complete annihilation of the SWAT and armed police detachments was entirely the doing of acting director and. Subsequently, Captain Lei Zhan assumed command. Not only did he nearly annihilate the entire bandit force, but he did so without losing a single soldier. However, the leader of this terrorist group, Black Cat, proved excessively cunning. After an arduous battle where Captain Lei eliminated all of Black Cat's subordinates, the leader himself vanished without a trace, ultimately escaping capture. Nevertheless, Captain Lei Zhan's brilliant decision-making, decisive action, and thunderous tactics struck terror into the enemy's heart. They lacked the courage to fire a single shot and fled in panic. Had Captain Lei Zhan assumed command earlier, I firmly believe it would have been entirely possible to capture Black Cat alive without suffering a single casualty, while also seizing the initiative in the race against time. My admiration for Captain Lei Zhan flows as ceaselessly as the Yangtze River's waters, as relentlessly as the Yellow River's waves, omitting 10,000 words here. Whether it was the onlookers, the police officers, or those who participated in Lei Zhan's grenade-throwing operation, all the positive public opinion overwhelmingly converged on Lei Zhan. It boiled down to 2 words: awesome. All negative opinions, without exception, pointed squarely at Acting Chief and Guoliang. The consensus among both the public and officers regarding Acting Chief was, useless piece of. Get rid of this deadweight. More significantly, countless families of armed police and special forces officers gathered at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Kneeling on the ground, they wailed and wept, their cries piercing the sky. Holding signs, they chanted, "Execute this incompetent official. Execute him. Execute him. He must be executed." After completing his interrogation and investigation, Lei Zhan exited the Public Security Bureau only to be confronted by a sea of armed police and special police officers' families. They swarmed him, clinging to him and weeping uncontrollably. "Why didn't you take command sooner, Captain Lei?" they wailed. "Why let that useless acting chief lead them? He sent our pillars of strength straight to the crematorium." Lei Zhan couldn't explain. He could only say, "It was the higher-ups' decision. I'm just a lowly officer with little say. Obeying orders is my duty." The consequences were severe. Countless family members armed with bricks, iron pipes, and other weapons stormed the Public Security Bureau, smashing it to pieces. The situation had escalated dramatically. Yet the Provincial Public Security Department ruthlessly suppressed this outburst of public fury. Beyond invoking the principle that the law does not punish the masses, they feared that prosecuting the officers' families for criminal liability would likely escalate the crisis citywide. The Donghai police system would be stripped of all dignity and respect in the eyes of its citizens. The Provincial Public Security Department's flawed decision to grant acting director in Guoliang full command of the operation resulted in nearly 100 officers being sent to the crematorium. Yet, immediately after Lei Zhan took over, not a single officer was lost while nearly all the bandits were eliminated. Such stark contrast was bound to provoke outrage. The loss of these hundreds of officers was entirely due to the command errors made by those above and their personnel appointments, unforgivable mistakes, even outright errors. Upon leaving the Public Security Bureau, Lei Zhan was summoned directly by the top leader to the Donghai Municipal Public Security Department. Upon entering the senior leadership conference room, Lei Zhan saw a man with the rank of Major General slamming his fist on the table. "Lei Zhan, do you know your crime?" Lei Zhan froze, staring at Deputy Commander Tan, the Major General. He grinned wryly. "Deputy Commander Tan, I'm not sure what crime I've committed. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" Deputy Commander Tan slammed the table again. "Black Cat. Why wasn't Black Cat captured? Didn't you hear my absolute order when I granted you command authority?" Lei Zhan kept smiling. "Deputy Commander Tan, there's no such thing as an absolute order in this world. Do you really think your words are divine decrees? You can't just do whatever you want." "Sorry, Deputy Commander Tan, I'm human, not a god. So, forgive me, but I've never believed there's anything in this world that must be accomplished by any single person. If you, Deputy Commander Tan, have that kind of power, why not take charge yourself instead of sending a mere mortal like me to risk life and limb all over the world?" Deputy Commander Tan slammed his hand on the table again. "Lei Zhan, do you know who you're talking to? Tired of your job, are you?" Lei Zhan glared back. "So what if I quit? Fire me." At this, Deputy Commander Tan's eyes widened in fury. He slammed his fist on the table twice. "Are you rebelling?" Smack. The first leader tapped the table. "Old Tan, have you lost your mind? What's the point of this?" Deputy Commander Tan froze, glancing between the Commander-in-Chief and Lei Zhan. Gritting his teeth, he sat back down. "My apologies, everyone. I overreacted. But old Ho, haven't you spoiled this soldier? He needs discipline. Look at his attitude." The Commander-in-Chief chuckled. "I think Lei Zhan's attitude is perfectly normal. He took command in a crisis when things were already a complete mess. Both the armed police and special police units were wiped out, not a single man left. With the enemy holding absolute superiority, Lei Zhan nearly annihilated them with just 2 small squads. And in the end? Not a word of praise. Just a barrage of criticism. What's the point? Are soldiers not human? They risked their lives. If they don't get recognized for their achievements, that's one thing, but to be criticized on top of it? Why don't you start by talking about that in Guoliang you put in charge? You gave him command authority. To put it bluntly, those 100+ officers are directly tied to you. That was a charge too heavy for Deputy Commander Tan to bear. Old Ho, what are you implying? Are you trying to stir up more chaos?" The top commander glared and threw up his hands. "Me, wanting chaos? Clearly you're the one who thinks it's not chaotic enough. You don't own up to your own mistakes, just go around pinning blame on others. Let me tell you, Old Tan, this kind of thing will break the hearts of everyone in the Wolfang Brigade. Honestly, forget Lei Zhan, even I'm getting sick of this. Old Tan, why don't you just disband me and the Wolfang Brigade altogether? I'd love to go home, cuddle my grandkids, tend my birds, walk my dog, live a damn comfortable life." Deputy Commander Tan pointed at the first-rank leader. You old ho, you're going too far. This is just a roundabout way of criticizing me, isn't it?" The Commander-in-Chief immediately retorted, "Yes, I am indirectly criticizing you. Let me be frank, if your rank weren't higher than mine, even if you were just one rank below, I'd have relieved you of duty right now. Just for this incident, just for your typical bureaucratic posturing toward Lei Zhan. Deputy Commander Tan rubbed his head. Old ho, don't be like this. Give me some face, will you? The incident has already happened. We need to figure out how to resolve it. The Commander-in-Chief snorted. Solve it? That's the easy part. Everything's out in the open. Handle the aftermath properly, take care of the families. And award Lei Zhan for his service. I suggest we go with public sentiment and promote him directly to Lieutenant Colonel. Deputy Commander Tan slapped his forehead. All right. You handle this. Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. What the hell are we still doing here? Deputy Commander Tan seized the moment to call the meeting to a close. He had originally intended to shift some blame onto Lei Zhan, hoping to use this opportunity to mask the severe consequences of his own flawed decision-making. Unexpectedly, the First Leader fiercely defended Lei Zhan, leaving him no room to maneuver. Though the First Leader held one rank lower than him, anyone bearing the rank of general on their shoulders inevitably had backing so formidable it was terrifying to contemplate. Naturally, he couldn't do anything to the First Leader. The rank conferment was resolved on the spot. Such is the way of things in our country. People often say the system is inefficient, but that depends entirely on who's handling it. For major matters like promotions and rank conferrals, it typically takes a year or two from the moment the order is issued. Yet, under the command of two generals, it was settled in mere minutes. Furthermore, in recognition of his exceptional performance during the last engagement against the Tiger Brigade, Private Chu Baiajua was awarded a second-class merit. What exactly is a second-class merit? In the military, there's a saying, 100 third-class merits don't equal one second-class merit. Because receiving a second-class merit means the individual's achievements are officially documented, and promotion to officer rank is virtually guaranteed. Since Tan Xiaolin, who participated in the battle, was already an officer, she was only awarded a third-class merit. All other members of the Fire Phoenix squad received collective third-class merits. A third-class merit signifies eligibility for officer promotion, though it is not guaranteed. Lei Zhan returned to the Beast Battalion in a fresh set of Makan military fatigues, his shoulders bearing the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Having risen from Major to Lieutenant Colonel, Lei Zhan had deliberately spent tens of thousands of yuan purchasing various gifts intended for all commanders and soldiers of the Wolfang Brigade. The moment his vehicle pulled into the camp, female soldiers yanked him out. Without a word, they cheered and tossed him into the air. Panicked, Lei Zhan shouted, "Put me down. I'm afraid of heights." True to Lei Zhan's expectations, the moment he mentioned his fear of heights, the female soldiers unanimously stopped catching him. Left hanging mid-air, Lei Zhan was stripped bare before crashing to the ground with a thud, landing squarely on his bare butt. Gritting his teeth in pain, Lei Zhan snarled, "UES are getting bolder by the day. Daring to mess with your squad leader? I've decided all the gifts meant for you lot are now going straight to the male soldiers of the Lightning Squad." But before Lei Zhan could finish speaking, the female soldiers rushed straight to the vehicle. They scrambled to unload his gifts, chattering excitedly as they began snatching them up in a scramble. The male soldiers were stunned, staring helplessly at Lei Zhan. Seeing this, Lei Zhan snapped, "What are you staring at? Grab them! Or you'll get nothing." The male soldiers immediately swarmed forward, starting a scramble with the female soldiers for Lei Zhan's gifts. Due to tomorrow's ranking push, today's update is only 6,000 words. Another chapter will follow in about 2 hours. After midnight, the floodgates open. Late-night readers can wait until after midnight for the deluge. Early sleepers, prepare for tomorrow's explosion. Rough estimate, at least 10 chapters tomorrow, each around 3,000 words. P.S. Who will tomorrow's female lead be? Chapter 116, is it worth it? Lei Zhan had long anticipated this outcome. Moreover, he knew two individuals among the male and female soldiers would abstain from the gift scramble, Old Fox and Chu Baiajua. Old Fox, the senior figure among the male soldiers, naturally wouldn't stoop to such vulgar behavior as gift-grabbing with his brothers. As for Chu Baiajua, he was naturally reclusive and disliked joining the fray. He always carried himself with a cold demeanor. The female and male soldiers were locked in a fierce battle, scrambling for ownership of neutral gifts. In the end, the female soldiers led by Shen Lanning and the male soldiers led by Yen Wang agreed on a rule, a fight. 1-on-1. Whoever won, the gift was theirs. Lei Zhan was utterly speechless. Thus, the more neutral gifts like imported shampoo and high-end shirts were up for grabs. But the most fiercely contested prize? A tank model Lei Zhan himself had assembled with glue. This tank model escalated the conflict between the genders to its peak, culminating in a decision, a duel. 1-on-1. Whoever wanted a gift had to defeat the person who also wanted it. The male soldiers of the Lightning Assault Squad naturally refused to concede to the female soldiers, and the female soldiers were even more unwilling to yield to the males. Amidst the commotion, they headed to the parade ground for the duel. Only Old Fox and Chu Baiajua showed no interest, about to leave, when Lei Zhan called them over with a smile. He pulled something from his pocket and grinned as he handed it to Old Fox. Old Fox, still got that old back hurting? How many times have I told you to get it checked at the hospital? You stubborn old thing, never listen. This time, I'm ordering you to go. Here's a 1-month leave notice I got for you from the commander. Mandatory. No more whining. Besides, you're no spring chicken anymore. Use this month to go home and take good care of your wife. Give it your all with your sister-in-law at least 3 times a night. Get our wolf fawn squad a little wolf cub. Here, take it. Now get the hell out of here and go home. Old Fox grinned, rubbing his head. Thunder God, what's this? A mandatory order? Lei Zhan glared, you bet. Mandatory execution. Mark my words, be back on schedule in a month, and report your progress with the sister-in-law. If she is still not pregnant, you'll get a major demerit. Got it? Old Fox chuckled, alright, since it's mandatory, I'll reluctantly accept. Such generosity is hard to refuse. I won't disappoint the leader's goodwill and earnest hopes. Once home, I'll redouble my efforts, give it my all, and fulfill this important task the leader has entrusted me with. I'll strive to present the results when I return next month. Lei Zhan roared with laughter, that's the spirit. Now get moving. Your sister-in-law is probably all cleaned up and waiting impatiently for the old fox to attend to her needs. Old Fox scratched his head sheepishly. Well then, I'll be off, Thunder God. Thanks for the gift. Lei Zhan waved him off. Scram, scram. Get lost. I don't want to see your old face for a month. I've stared at it for so long, I'm sick of it. Old Fox chuckled. You'll have to keep looking at it whether you like it or not. Anyway, I'm out of here with the Thunder God. You better hurry up too, old man. You're not getting any younger. Get your act together and give the brothers a little wolf prince of their own. I'm out of here, haha. Old Fox departed, leaving only Chu Baiajua before him. Lei Zhan shot Chu Baiajua a complex look. Among all the female soldiers, she was the only one he couldn't fully figure out. She was quiet and reserved, rarely speaking. What went on inside that little head of hers? No one knew. Lei Zhan looked at Chu Baiajua and said, Ajua, now that it's just the two of us, can you tell me how your martial arts became so outstanding? In my opinion, your skills are approaching the level of that Nanmu village master back then. This level of mastery isn't something ordinary people can achieve. How did you do it? Chu Baiajua lifted her eyes to meet Lei Zhan's gaze, saying nothing. She reached out, unbuttoning her clothes one by one. Then she slipped off her outer coat, revealing only a vest underneath. To Lei Zhan's astonishment, Chu Baiajua's body was covered in countless scars, large and small, some crusted over and deadened, others fresh and barely healed, many still covered with white adhesive tape. Just exposing a portion of her arm revealed dozens of scars of varying sizes. Chu Baiajua's petite frame looked like a wetland crawling with earthworms. The sight was shocking and heart-stopping. This was not the body a young girl should have. It resembled the body of a demon who had just crawled out of hell, one that had endured countless tortures. As Lei Zhan watched in horror, Chu Baiajua rolled up her pant leg. There, on a woman's pale pink leg, lay an equally horrifying expanse of scars. Lei Zhan was utterly transfixed. Kobayasua then calmly picked up her clothes and dressed, casually letting her trouser legs fall back down. Her eyes fixed on Lei Zhan, she asked, do you still want to watch? Lei Zhan swallowed hard. When did you start treating yourself like this? Kobayasua replied, from the day I enlisted. It's been years now. I've lost count. Lei Zhan, what are you striving so hard for? Kobayasua looked at Lei Zhan. You. Lei Zhan froze. Me? Kobayasua nodded. Yes, you. I want to become the most outstanding warrior under your command. I want to be as strong as you. I want to catch up to you. I want you to notice me. I want the person I love in the future to never suffer any harm again. So, I have no choice but to become stronger, stronger, and even stronger. I don't want any other choice. Only when I'm enduring unbearable pain do I feel truly alive. No one must ever hurt you. Not only will I never be a burden to you, but I will protect you. When danger threatens you, I am ready to charge forward at any moment and sacrifice my life. This is my greatest pursuit in this lifetime. I lost the father and mother who loved me. I cannot lose you, whom I love. It's that simple. For this, I am willing to do anything, including sacrificing myself. This is the reason and support for my existence. Lei Zhan listened, speechless. He suddenly felt that though he'd always prided himself on his eloquence, now he couldn't utter a single word. At that moment, Chu Baiajua looked at Lei Zhan. Thunder God, tell me, is loving someone so deeply, willing to wait through this lifetime and destroy the next, worth it? At her words, Lei Zhan shuddered, yet still frowned. He dared not answer Chu Baiajua's question. In this moment, Lei Zhan suddenly felt that he was, in truth, quite the bastard. Seeing Lei Zhan's silence, Chu Baiajua smiled faintly. Alright, Thunder God, I'll retire for the night. Rest assured, as long as I exist, I'll always be by your side. Waiting, for me, is actually a kind of happiness, my only happiness. With that, Chu Baiajua turned to leave. Lei Zhan immediately called out, Ajua, wait. Chu Baiajua turned back. Lei Zhan pulled out a pill and handed it to her. Take it. Swallow it. Now. Without even glancing at the pill, Chu Baiajua took it and swallowed it in one gulp. Lei Zhan froze. You swallow it without even checking what it is? Aren't you afraid it might be poison? Chu Baiajua chuckled softly. If I could die by your hand, I'd welcome it. Lei Zhan was speechless. Then, he pulled the second-class merit medal from his pocket and placed it in Chu Baiajua's hand. Take it. This is recognition for your quiet dedication. In a few months, you'll be an officer, no longer just a soldier. Kobayasu accepted it with a distant smile. I have no interest in this thing. But since it's from you, of course I'll take it. I don't want to be an officer. I'd rather stay a soldier under your command forever. But being an officer isn't so bad that way. I won't have to demobilize. I can stick around you forever, watching you every day. Thank you, Thunder God. This gift is wonderful. I accept it. In return, I've decided to give you a gift. Kobayasu stepped forward in a few strides. Before Lei Zhan could react, she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a butterfly kiss on his lips. Then she released him, smiling faintly. That kiss was light, wasn't it? Not as fiery as Shinlani's, but it was my first kiss. That's my gift to you. Goodbye. Kobayasu turned and walked away, leaving Lei Zhan standing there in a daze. Watching Chu Baiajua's retreating figure, Lei Zhan felt a flood of emotions. Chu Baiajua's love, like her very being, was heavy, domineering, extreme, a love that would sacrifice her own life. The purity of such love was undeniable. Yet, when anything reaches its extreme, it inevitably backfires. Lei Zhan knew that if he ever uttered a word of acceptance to Chu Baiajua, she would never tolerate even the slightest hint of affection toward another woman. Even a playful joke with a woman would provoke her fierce reaction. Kobayasu's love had reached an extreme. In truth, this very intensity had distorted the very essence of love. Love is tolerance, love is vastness, love is acceptance, love is understanding. But Chu Baiajua clearly couldn't manage any of these. Once she obtained Lei Zhan's love, she would immediately claim it as her own private possession, absolutely forbidding anyone else to even glance at it or entertain fantasies about it. Lei Zhan knew this all too well. It was also the most crucial reason why he had never dared to utter a word of acceptance to Chu Baiajua's obsessive devotion. Given Chu Baiajua's ruthlessness and temperament, Lei Zhan was certain that any woman who developed ambiguous feelings toward him would likely fall victim to her venom. This was no idle threat, it was an inevitable reality. Even love, when it becomes pure to an extreme, gradually descends into darkness. Chu Baiajua is still learning how to love, Lei Zhan thought. Quite touching. She loves you deeply. Even I'm moved. Why not just take her in? A woman's voice drifted over, light and detached. Chapter 117, What Benefits? Lei Zhan turned to find Shinlani standing behind him, her eyes slightly red. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, wearing an expression of calm sorrow. Lei Zhan chuckled at her words. Oh? When did you arrive? What, were you eavesdropping? That's not like you. Shinlani tilted her neck and looked away. I wouldn't stoop to such shameless acts. Besides, what's there to spy on? You're just imagining things. Everyone asked me to come, they want you to oversee the mixed combat training. It's no fun without you. Be the referee. Forget it, I didn't see anything just now. Let's go. Shinlani turned and started walking toward the training ground. Lei Zhan chuckled, stepping forward to grab her shoulders. What, jealous? Ha! Looks like you've got quite the temper when you're jealous. Who'd have thought? You've got a certain charm when you're jealous, huh? Your little face is as cold as ice. Shinlani gave a symbolic shake of her shoulders. Let go of me. You're touching me. Are you annoying or what? Lei Zhan grinned cheekily. No way. Who was it, yelling and screaming in broad daylight? Oh my, you're mine in life and death. You might as well plaster a billboard announcing it to the world. Now it looks like this captain here can't even get married. What? You ruined my reputation and now you want to run off without taking responsibility? No way. Ouch, let go of me. Why are you so annoying? Don't touch me with hands that VE touched other women. Ouch. Still got some fight left in you, huh? Lei Zhan feigned a stern expression. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. You're practically climbing the walls. How dare you give this captain attitude? Looking for a beating? Shinlani glared. Try hitting me. Listen, Lei Zhan, I'm not the delicate little girl I used to be. If I wanted to deal with you, it'd be as easy as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts a piece of cake. The only reason I haven't touched you is because you're the boss. I'm giving you some face in front of everyone. Lei Zhan chuckled, his hand sliding over Shinlani's shoulder. She instantly flopped back into his embrace. He grinned lecherously, leaning in to kiss her lips. Shinlani quickly covered her mouth with her hand, twisted her body, and broke free from Lei Zhan's embrace. She sprang up and delivered a spinning right kick. Lei Zhan grabbed her ankle and pulled her back into his arms. Shinlani swiftly bent her left knee into a thrust, using Lei Zhan's pulling momentum to drive her left knee skyward toward his midsection. Lei Zhan's right hand transformed into a grab, seizing Shinlani's knee. Shenlani's left leg instantly straightened, using the single foot to maintain her balance. This freed Lei Zhan's left hand, which immediately wrapped around Shenlani's slender waist. Shenlani let out a soft gasp as her entire body crashed into Lei Zhan's embrace, colliding with him head-on. The mature scent of a woman washed over him, carrying her unique orchid fragrance that enveloped Lei Zhan's face. This aroma was like a potent aphrodisiac, sending his thoughts racing. Having been away from women for so long, Lei Zhan half closed his eyes and shook his head. A beauty from the north, peerless and independent. One glance captivates a city, another overturns a kingdom. So intoxicating. As he spoke, Lei Zhan's shameless mouth darted toward Shenlani's fragrant lips. Shenlani's waist was seized, leaving her immobilized. She hastily covered her mouth with her small hands. Rogue. Pervert. Bastard. What are you doing? Stop this at once. Lei Zhan seized her hands, flicking them aside with lightning speed before sealing her lips with his own. Manhwa. After a few token struggles, Shenlani's body went limp. Her eyes slowly closed. The fists that had been pounding behind Lei Zhan's back now softly thumped a few times before wrapping around his broad shoulders. Her earlier roar had transformed into a soft murmur escaping through her nose. 1 minute later. Shenlani clung to Lei Zhan's waist. You beast. So sensitive. It was just an accidental touch, yet you got so hard. What else do you want? Lei Zhan, ahem, really? I wasn't paying attention. This only proves that this squad leader is in excellent health. It doesn't imply anything else. Shenlani, yeah, right. Keep spinning your tails. Look at those lecherous little eyes of yours, you've definitely got something up your sleeve. Tell me, what filthy thoughts are running through your dirty mind right now? Lei Zhan, no way. I'm perfectly pure. Shenlani, you're just stubborn. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for not feeling sorry for you. I was actually planning to find an opportunity to let you experience some other perks. But since you're such a pure communist warrior, well, guess I was just daydreaming. Lei Zhan, huh? What perks? Tell me about them. Shenlani chuckled. It's something you have to feel, not explain. Come on, we've wasted enough time. Everyone's waiting impatiently. Lei Zhan, what perks? Spill it. Shenlani rolled her eyes at Lei Zhan. A good beating, and nothing else. Get lost, pig. The air seemed to thicken with sticky, spring-like vibes after their earlier exchange. Shenlani grabbed Lei Zhan's hand. Listen up, Lei Zhan. If you ever smoke that crappy Nanjing brand again, forget about kissing me. What a stench. It's disgusting. Lei Zhan, what's wrong with Nanjing? Nanjing Ting is pretty good, right? It's not necessarily worse than those soft Zhonghua cigarettes you smoke. Shenlani rolled her eyes. How about we both quit smoking? It's such a waste of time when we could be enjoying the beauty around us. Lei Zhan, worth considering. So, what's this perk you mentioned? Shenlani rolled her eyes again and pinched Lei Zhan hard. If you keep asking that shameless question, I'll bite a chunk out of you. Lei Zhan, alright, I won't ask anymore. On the sports field, the mixed-gender military competition had begun. This time, the prize was a golden fountain pen. Both Yan Wang and Tan Xiaolin coveted it. Amidst the loud cheers from the male and female soldiers on both sides, the two had already started their fight. Lei Zhan's arrival only fueled the crowd's fervor. True to his troublemaking nature, he immediately sat down at a table to take bets, 2-1 odds on Yan Wang winning, 6-1 on Tan Xiaolin. Consequently, the male soldiers flocked to bet on the King of Hell, while the female soldiers poured their bets on Tan Xiaolin. Moreover, they were deeply dissatisfied with the odds heavily favoring the King of Hell. Tan Xiaolin's martial arts skills were already formidable, and with her recent intensive training, she remained evenly matched with the King of Hell even after 20 minutes. In the end, the female soldiers even argued that Tan Xiaolin had won by points. This left Lei Zhan deeply frustrated, as he ended up paying out a hefty sum. Yan Wang returned with his tail between his legs, drawing mockery from the male soldiers. Are you kidding me? A veteran like you can't even handle a woman? You've embarrassed us all. If word gets out, how are we supposed to keep our reputation? After that, the games continued sporadically, with wins and losses. Lei Zhan's betting table remained bustling, and by the end, he'd actually earned several thousand yuan. Prizes were continuously divided among the players. Finally, the grand prize made its appearance, a bullet shell tank model that Lei Zhan had personally assembled with glue. When this gift was unveiled, Shubai, who had remained unseen until then, stepped forward. I want this prize. No one is to challenge me for it. Kobayasu appeared with understated ease, and spoke with the same casual tone. Yet it was precisely this nonchalance that made nearly everyone feel an immense weight of pressure. Those present, whether from the Fire Phoenix Squad or the Thunderbolt Squad, were all elite special forces operatives, the strongest among the strong. Ultimately, their individual capabilities were comparable. Even if there were differences, they were negligible. No one dared to show excessive arrogance in front of another except for Lei Zhan, of course. Aside from him, no one else dared to display such a calm, composed, and commanding presence before the group. An attitude like Chu Baiaj was spoken softly, with minimal gestures, and an indifferent expression was perceived by all the soldiers, male and female, as a form of contempt, a crushing superiority, a look of disdain. The unspoken message: don't humiliate yourselves. You're no match for me. All of you, just get out of my way. Kobayasu picked up the exquisite tank riddled with bullet casings, examining it as intently as if studying Lei Zhan's face. She caressed it, utterly oblivious to her surroundings, a faint, wicked smile playing on her lips. Every soldier who witnessed this scene felt a bitter taste in their mouths. In this moment, nearly everyone shared the same feeling. Kobayasu had become a demon. A demon that, aside from Lei Zhan, no one could contain. The male soldiers exchanged glances. This was the esteemed Lei Zhan assault team, the very squad he had personally forged into the Fire Phoenix unit. Yet within that unit, Chu Baiaju was evolving with demonic speed. The scenes from their previous battle against the Tiger Brigade still lingered vividly in everyone's minds. That colonel officer, in Chu Baiazuo's hands, couldn't even land a single blow before being instantly killed. Just how powerful had Chu Baiazuo become? No one could truly gauge it. Yet, if they simply let this girl run wild, ignoring everyone else, that was not what the Thunderbolt Squad or the Fire Phoenix desired. The male soldiers exchanged glances. Yuan Bao stood up. Ahaha, little sister Zhua. Big brother here is quite interested in this tank too. Would you mind letting Big brother have this model? Kobayasu, oblivious to her surroundings, was enthusiastically admiring the miniature tank she'd painstakingly crafted from bullet casings. Clearly, she regarded it as her personal possession. Hearing someone demand it, she whipped her head around. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into triangles as she fixed Yuan Bao with a piercing stare. Why must people always try to take the things I love? Yuan Bao, I won't give it to you. If you want it, you'll have to take it by force. Yuan Bao shook his head, causing a cracking sound to echo from his neck. He clenched his fists, the joints popping loudly. Alright then, little sister Aizhua, you've been making quite a splash lately. Come on, let this instructor check just how good your skills really are. Kobayasu slowly set down the tank model, saying nothing as she walked straight toward Yuan Bao. A major showdown was about to erupt. Chapter 118, Take Off Your Clothes. This situation, this attitude, this atmosphere, it was no longer just a simple sparring match. Almost everyone could see it. Chu Baiajuo was clearly boiling with anger, though she gave no obvious sign. This usually taciturn woman was like someone living in perpetual darkness. Her small frame held immense power, yet it remained silent and unspoken. Once unleashed, both the process and outcome would leave even the fiercest temper speechless. Kobayasu lived in her own world. As long as you didn't cross her boundaries, she posed no threat. But the moment your foot stepped into the territory she had staked out in her heart, you were in grave danger. Kobayasu stepped forward, positioning herself 2 meters away from Yuan Bao. She made no defensive gestures, merely fixing Yuan Bao with her gaze. Yuan Bao laughed loudly. Aizhua, little sister, your eyes are sharp, they carry a killing intent. Heh, but that won't scare your big brother. Come on, shall I let you take the first 3 moves? Kobayasu's face remained expressionless. Without a word, she lunged forward in a single swift step so fast it left Lei Zhan stunned. A simple front kick. Her heel aimed straight for Yuan Bao's midsection. The attack's trajectory and technique were straightforward and direct. Yuan Bao instantly dropped his earlier playful demeanor, crossing his arms to block Chu Baiajuo's straightforward strike. He refused to dodge, he intended to confront any attack from Aizhua head-on. As a member of the Lightning Assault Squad and former instructor to these female soldiers, Yuan Bao wouldn't resort to evasion to deflect an attack from a soldier he'd trained. Thud! Chu Baiajuo's foot connected squarely with Yuan Bao's arm. The force sent him staggering back 5 steps before he regained his footing. But in that instant, Chu Baiajuo closed the distance like a shadow. She took a running start, swung her body horizontally, and launched her left leg into a 180-degree spinning kick. With a sharp crack, her ankle struck Yuan Bao's nape with pinpoint accuracy and lightning speed. Thud! Yuan Bao was sent crashing to the ground by the sheer force of Chu Baiajuo's kick. His heavy body slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a gurgle, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shock! Everyone was stunned. Even more stunned than during the previous team battle against Huang Dao and his fierce Tiger Brigade. 2 strikes. Just 2 strikes. Yuan Bao had no chance. Chu Baiajuo had knocked him flat on the ground, unable to rise. All the male soldiers were stunned. All the female soldiers were stunned. Lei Zhan was stunned once more. Silence. A full 30 seconds of silence. Only when Yan Wang snapped out of it did he rush forward to help Yuan Bao up. As Yan Wang lifted him, Yuan Bao smiled through the blood at the corner of his mouth. Sis Bijua, your martial arts are top-notch for an instructor. I'm proud to have trained soldiers like you. Yan Wang, enough, Yuan Bao. Cut the crap. Get back now. Dainiu, escort Yuan Bao to the infirmary. Mortal's tier, infinitely close to max level. At this very moment, Lei Zhan reached his final conclusion about Chu Baiajuo. Unless one was at the domain tier, it was extremely difficult to find anyone who could match Chu Baiajuo. Dainio supported Yuan Bao as they left. Chu Baijua's expression remained impassive, showing not a shred of pity or regret. Instead, she turned toward the tank model placed on the table earlier, a smile spreading across her face. Just as she reached out to pick it up. Oh my, oh my. What a turn of events. Truly, the disciple has outshone the master. Our Thunder Squad has thoroughly disgraced the male soldiers today. Haha, little sister Ajua, don't be so eager to grab things. Haha, this king of hell here is also quite interested in that model. How about it? Do your big brother a favor and hand the model over to me? What do you say? Ajua spun around sharply. Why? Why? I just want this tank model. Why are you all treating me like this? What did I ever do to you? Why are you all picking on me? I don't want to fight you. I just want this model. Yan Wang spat out a mouthful of grass. Little Jua, things have escalated this far, and you still naively think this is just about a little model? If you want that model, be prepared to take down every single one of us male soldiers. We're ready to throw caution to the wind and lose all our dignity today. We won't let you take that model. Understand? Ajua's eyes blazed with fury. Bastards. All of you bastards. Fine. Fine. If you all stand in my way, then die. Kobayasu actually assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle. Come on, instructor. Let's see how many seconds you can last. Yan Wan's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, his fist whistling through the air toward Chu Baijuo. Chu Baijuo, eyes fixed, neither dodging nor retreating, clenched his own fist and met Yan Wang's punch head-on. Bam! Yan Wang staggered back 5 or 6 steps. Chu Baijuo retreated 2 steps before planting her feet. Before Yan Wang could steady himself, she lunged forward. The moment he regained his footing, Chu Baijuo's elbow slammed straight into Yan Wang's head. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed. Both Yan Wang and Chu Baijuo were sent flying sideways. After hurtling 5 or 6 meters, they crashed to the ground together. At the spot where they had battled, Lei Zhan stood holding the tank model. You two, done messing around yet? Damn it, never thought I'd make something like this and it'd become the fuse for a world war. You male and female soldiers really have nothing better to do. Get your asses up, extreme armored off-road, now. You bunch of bastards. As he spoke, Lei Zhan's tank model shattered with a loud bang. Shattered bullet casings scattered across the floor with a clatter. Kubitazuo, sprawled on the floor, stared at the scattered shell casings. Instantly, tears streamed down her face as she let out a piercing wail. Why? Why? Why can't I ever have the things I love? Why? The female soldiers pulled Chu Baijuo to her feet, silently shouldered their packs, and began the armed cross-country run. By now, training of this intensity was as routine as eating and drinking for them. They all understood that Lei Zhan's so-called punishment was meant to break the deadlock of the awkward situation unfolding before them. After the male soldiers had settled Yuan Bao, they too commenced the extreme armed cross-country run. As old Fox would say, what exactly is an extreme armed cross-country run? It's running until you drop. Both male and female soldiers were now running the extreme armed cross-country. Watching everyone depart one after another, Lei Zhan sighed. This Chu Baijuo was becoming more and more of a worry to him. Lei Zhan pondered how love was truly an elusive thing. No matter how beautiful it might be, once taken to extremes, it could wound both others and oneself. No wonder the Buddha taught to let go. Obsession was indeed a terrifying thing. Lost in his thoughts, Lei Zhan heard a woman's crisp voice behind him. Hey, Captain Lei, what's up? Feeling all sentimental? Rarely see you getting so emotional over the scenery. Lei Zhan snapped around to see Shinlani, clad in camouflage fatigues, arms crossed, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes held a depth of meaning as she studied him. Lei Zhan snapped, what are you doing? Stop making exceptions. Get back to training. Shinlani rolled her eyes dismissively. Cut it out. That level of training won't do you, me, or Chu Bizwozuo any real good. It makes no difference whether we train or not. Besides, I have something more important to discuss with you. But seriously, what were you brooding about earlier? Thinking about Chu Baijuo? What, moved by that little girl's devotion? Feeling a stir of springtime longing? Lei Zhan rolled his eyes dismissively. What's with you? Nothing's happened yet, and you're already trying to control what this captain thinks? Do you seriously expect me to report my every thought to you? Shinlani shot Lei Zhan a mischievous sideways glance. Listen up, little Lei. Daydreaming is one thing, but if you dare act on it, I'll beat you black and blue. Lei Zhan rubbed his nose. What's with you? You sound like a wife keeping tabs on her husband. We're not at that stage yet, are we? I'm warning you, little missy. Right now, I'm still your squad leader. Watch your words and actions. Don't make me give you a hard time later. Know your place. Now, hurry up and catch up with them. Let's get back to training. Shinlani reined in her bravado and pulled Lei Zhan toward her. Oh, come on, I was just joking. Look at you getting all serious. Come with me, I really need to talk to you about something important. Shinlani said, dragging Lei Zhan toward the ammunition depot in the basement below the dormitory. Lei Zhan looked suspicious. What's this about? Let go of me. That's the way to the ammo depot. It stinks of mold in there. Why are you dragging me there? Shenlani snapped impatiently, just walk. Why so much chatter? Quick, quick. Keep up with the party. Not a single step behind. Upon reaching the basement level 2 armory, Shenlani pulled out a key and unlocked the door. She pointed at Lei Zhan. Go in. Lei Zhan blinked rapidly. How did you get the key? Shenlani glared. That's not important. I'll tell you later. Now get in there. With that, she booted Lei Zhan right in the butt, sending him tumbling inside. She followed immediately. Before closing the door, she craned her neck to scan the surroundings. Satisfied no one was nearby, she locked the door from the inside and flipped on the lights. Kicked inside, Lei Zhan found himself in a brightly lit space. He scanned the room before turning to Shenlani. Why'd you drag me here? Shenlani stared at Lei Zhan with wide eyes, silent for a moment. Nothing. Just take off your clothes. Chapter 119, You Belong to Me. Lei Zhan gasped in shock, quickly covering his chest with his arms in a terrified pose. What are you planning? Listen, I'm a pure soul. Don't even think about pulling any dirty tricks on me. Shenlani narrowed her eyes. Stop pretending. Pure my ass. Get undressed. Or do I have to do it myself? Lei Zhan, hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm not taking it off. Shenlani's eyes widened even more. You're turning down the wine, aren't you? Then you'll have to drink the punishment wine. Without another word, Shenlani lunged forward to tear at Lei Zhan's clothes. Lei Zhan scrambled to fend her off. Shenlani, stop. Stop it. I'm telling you, don't act impulsively. Don't ever act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Shenlani continued stripping Lei Zhan's clothes. I'm not impulsive. I've been ready for this. Lei Zhan, do you think I'm joking? I said you're mine, and you are mine. This isn't some spur-of-the-moment thing. Hurry up. You're a man, aren't you? Why are you dawdling? You're acting like I'm forcing you. Do it yourself. What are you covering up for? Take off your last shred of modesty. Shenlani was like a demon on stimulants, or a serpent, coiling around him as she spoke. Lei Zhan was utterly overwhelmed by her assault. After she shed the last scrap of excess clothing, their bodies finally fused together, becoming one. The ammunition depot floor was covered in liftable foam mats. They rolled across it, gasping for breath. Finally, with Lei Zhan's muffled, bovine sigh of release, both collapsed limp onto the surface. Shenlani, who always presented herself with an ironclad demeanor, now had skin as white as snow, soft as warm cream. She clung limply to Lei Zhan, her eyes closed as she lay on top of him. Little Lei, she murmured, from this moment on, you belong to me. From now on, you are completely mine. I warn you, don't you dare mess with other women. Or else, watch out, I'll devour you. Lei Zhan lay back on the foam floor, staring up at the ceiling. He exhaled. I imagined 1,000, 10,000 ways my first time in this world might happen. But I never dreamed it would be like this in a place like this, conquered by a woman like you. Shenlani's eyes were half open, hazy with desire. What's wrong, Lei Zhan? Regretting it already? Let me tell you, it's too late for regrets. Once you're in my hands, Shenlani's hands, you won't be slipping away. My advice? Start thinking about how to please me, how to make me happy. Stop wasting your breath fantasizing about escape. Even if you turned into Sun Wukong and fled to the ends of the earth, you wouldn't escape the palm of my Buddha's hand. Lei Zhan embraced the jade-like figure beside him, smiling faintly. Shenlani, why must you always present this domineering face? Even when doing things like this, you insist on forcing your way. Doesn't that tire you? Couldn't you learn to be a little more like a woman? Shenlani returned the smile, equally cool. A woman's strength is always a facade for those she truly loves. But for those she doesn't, it's always real. I don't see anything wrong with living this way. Take you, for instance. I know you, Lei Zhan, aren't truly afraid of my strength. Yet, in front of you, I still put on this strong front. Because I know that what others see as strength looks to you like a silly, spoiled little girl but also adorable. Truthfully, I understand perfectly well that only those who love me can accept my so-called strength. Take just now, for instance, if you truly didn't love me, how could I possibly force myself on you? I simply couldn't do it. So that so-called strength of mine was entirely to mask my own timidity, while also smoothing out the rough edges you might feel when truly getting to know me. Many things are like that, only after doing them can you truly smooth out the rough edges. But if you don't act, the friction remains forever. Just like us now, if we hadn't come together, we'd never be able to talk so calmly and peacefully like this. Lei Zhan chuckled upon hearing this. Who would have guessed? I thought you were just a bit fierce, maybe with some substance underneath. Never imagined your head wasn't entirely filled with mush. Shenlani's eyes widened in fury. Who do you think you're calling that? You're asking for it. Without another word, Shenlani delivered a sharp bite to Lei Zhan's shoulder. Ah! The ammunition depot echoed with Lei Zhan's pitiful scream. Punishment. Do it again. Ugh, seriously? So soon? I haven't even recovered yet. Besides, doing it like this, aren't you worried about getting pregnant? It's my safe period. No worries. Oh, so you planned this all along. I've fallen into the enemy's trap. Cut the chatter. Get on top. Harder. You devil, why so rough? Trying to kill me? Beautiful moments always fly by. Lost in each other's embrace, their minds free of distractions as they chatted about everything under the sun, time slipped away in an instant. Just then, Lei Zhan's phone beeped with a new text message. He snatched it up and glanced at the screen. Instantly, he shot up from the floor. Damn it. How could so much time have passed? It's already 8 p.m. Ha! Shenlani was equally startled, scrambling to her feet and frantically pulling on her clothes. No way. 5 hours already? Are you kidding me? It felt like barely an hour. Lei Zhan hurriedly pulled on his pants. Exactly. We gotta move fast. Oh no, those guys must be completely exhausted. They're probably still running. Shenlani said while fastening her belt. What do you mean might be? They definitely are still running. They're probably already exhausted. Quick, check who sent that text. My phone's off. Lei Zhan opened the text message. It was from Tan Xiaolin. Lei Zhan, Shenlani is missing. Not sure if she fell behind. Can't reach her by phone. What should we do? Lei Zhan replied immediately. Shenlani took leave for personal reasons. She's fine. Halt training immediately and return to base. The two dressed quickly. Shenlan and I turned her pretty face toward Lei Zhan. Hurry, check if my face is still red. I feel like it's burning up. Lei Zhan examined her face and nodded solemnly. Yep. Red. As red as a ripe apple. Even your neck is flushed. Shenlani panicked. What should I do? Quick, help me think of a solution. How can I face anyone like this? Lei Zhan scoffed. I told you have nothing in your head, and you still don't believe me. What's the rush? Quick, before they come back, go splash some water on your face in the bathroom. No matter how red you are, they'll just think you got flushed by the hot water. Who would suspect anything? Shenlani beamed at his words, hugging Lei Zhan and planting a kiss on him. You're such a sly fox. I'm off now, you come out later, okay? After standing in the courtyard for 10 minutes, Lei Zhan finally saw everyone sprinting back. The moment they arrived, Tang Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the ground. Holy cow! This isn't training, it's murder. Thunder God, you're inhumane. Who makes people run like this for over 5 hours? You really want us dead? Lei Zhan straightened his back and cleared his throat. Well, I suppose you're all too exhausted for combat drills now. Honestly, don't think being veterans means I can't handle you. I'll let this slide this time. Alright, everyone, head back. Go wash up, then eat immediately. After that, every single one of you write me a self-criticism report about this incident. Make it heartfelt, profound, and soul-searching. Got it? Dismissed. As soon as Lei Zhan gave the order, many female soldiers collapsed onto the ground. The male soldiers were still holding up. At that moment, Big Ox leaned close to Yan Wang and whispered, Hey, Yan Wang, did you notice? Lei Zhan seems a bit different today. Look at him, his face is flushed, his forehead is red. That's the face of someone who's fallen for a woman. Yan Wang quickly scoffed, cut the crap. When did you become a face reader? Keep your voice down, don't let Lei Shan hear you. Or you'll be starving to death. In the bathhouse, the female soldiers washed away the grime covering their bodies. In her stall, Shenlani hummed sweet and tender love softly, gently caressing and wiping every inch of her skin. Tan Xiaolin, in the stall next to Shenlani's, watched her while showering and asked with a smile, Shenlani, why didn't you join the training this afternoon? What were you up to? Shenlani was in high spirits, replying with a smile, Oh, I went to buy some personal items and got a physical checkup while I was at it. I've been feeling under the weather lately, coughing all the time. Tan Xiaolin chuckled, Oh, really? So, was the doctor who examined you a man or a woman? Shenlani's expression darkened instantly. Instructor, how unprofessional of you to ask that. What difference does it make if it was a female doctor or a male doctor? What exactly are you implying? Tan Xiaolin quickly changed the subject. Why so flustered? It was just a joke. Hee, which hospital did you go to? My breasts aren't feeling great either, I'm thinking of getting checked too. Shenlani relaxed at the explanation and casually replied, It was just the hospital at our headquarters. Where else would it be? The night passed without incident. The next day, Lei Zhan announced a 3-day rest period for the entire unit. Barring any abnormalities, they were free to act independently. They could take leave to go shopping, meet friends, in short, do whatever they pleased. After issuing the orders, Lei Zhan returned to his command center, preparing to contact Wu Dahai about Black Cat's movements. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The person who entered was Tan Xiaolin. Tan Xiaolin walked straight up to Lei Zhan, her large eyes fixed intently on him, saying nothing. Lei Zhan was bewildered by her stare. Hey, Tan Xiaolin, what's this about? It's the first day of leave. Instead of visiting family, friends, or going shopping, you come here and stare at me with those big eyes? Trying to see who can stare longer? Fine, you win. Tan Xiaolin gritted her teeth. Were you with Shenlani yesterday afternoon? Chapter 120, You're Ruthless. Lei Zhan looked at Tan Xiaolin and smiled. Which eye of yours saw me with Shenlani? Besides, even if we were together, so what? What's with you? You look like you're here to bring charges against Yuan Shikai. What's going on? Tan Xiaolin's face turned ashen. What did you two do together? Lei Zhan kept his eyes on his nose on his heart. Damn it, had things blown up this fast? No way. Even if Shenlani was clueless, she wouldn't be so reckless as to spill the beans. Besides, only Shenlani and he knew about this, no one else could have found out. Yet Tan Xiaolin looked like a vinegar jar smashed by a hammer. It seemed she knew about it. Damn it, could it be that this woman was just guessing wildly? Yeah, right. She must be guessing. But then again, when women are guessing, relying on their so-called intuition system, they become incredibly emotional, convinced their thoughts must be spot on. According to scientific data, when women are in love, their IQ is equivalent to a pig's. But when it comes to suspicion, their IQ might just rival Einstein's. Regardless, without concrete proof, this matter absolutely cannot be admitted under any circumstances. This thought calmed Lei Zhan's nerves considerably. He stretched his neck and cleared his throat. What are we doing, Tan Xiaolin? I have no idea what you're talking about. But let me warn you, I gave you time off, not so you could come here causing trouble and being unreasonable. Get out of here and enjoy your vacation. I'm swamped with work and don't have time to play your guessing games. Tan Xiaolin snorted. Lei Zhan, there's no point in denying it. Yesterday, I asked Shenlani. I asked her where she was going, and she said she took leave to see a doctor and buy things. But I just went to the headquarters hospital, and there was no record of Shenlani registering for medical treatment. Additionally, I checked the camp department's duty roster. Shenlani didn't leave the beast camp gates at all yesterday afternoon. That means she was with you the entire time yesterday afternoon. Lei Zhan slammed his hand on the table. Tan Xiaolin, that's enough. Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. Look at yourself, what kind of state are you in? You're actually thinking of secretly investigating your own comrade? And you have the nerve to bring it up? What do you want? What do you want to know? What exactly are you trying to get out of me? Don't you think you're being ridiculous? Tan Xiaolin twisted her mouth, stiffened her neck, and glared sideways at Lei Zhan. If you did it, just admit it. What are you so guilty about? If you haven't done anything wrong, you shouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking at your door. Why are you yelling at me? Lei Zhan pointed at Tan Xiaolin in anger, then nodded. Fine, Tan Xiaolin. Since we've come to this, I'll ask you, what exactly is your purpose in coming to me? What exactly are you trying to verify? Tan Xiaolin glared at Lei Zhan, her neck stiff. What I want to verify, you know perfectly well. Lei Zhan glared at her. I don't know. If you have something to say, speak up. If not, please leave. I'm really busy with work. Tan Xiaolin gritted her teeth in fury, her little chest puffing up and down with rage. Finally, she clenched her jaw and steeled her resolve. Did you sleep with Shenlani? Lei Zhan shuddered at the accusation. This crazy woman actually said it out loud. Her jealousy was truly intense. Lei Zhan thought, taking advantage of this escalating tension, this was the perfect moment to turn the tables. He deliberately adopted a dramatic tone. Tan Xiaolin, you just want to know this, right? Fine, I'll give it to you. I see you know the answer. What do you want? I slept with her. I slept with her. How about that? Are you satisfied now? Can you leave? Hearing this, Tan Xiaolin's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Lei Zhan, you're ruthless. With that, she turned and walked away. Lei Zhan was startled. He hurriedly called after her, Hey, don't go. I was just saying, you actually believed it? But Tan Xiaolin had already slammed the door shut and left. Staring at the door that slammed shut under its own weight, Lei Zhan blinked rapidly. Damn it, my plan backfired. That actually believed it. This. I was trying to make the fake real, but now it seems like I've made the fake real. How could she believe it so easily? Couldn't she tell I was furious? This was just me venting. Tan Xiaolin didn't take the vacation. Instead, she locked herself in her dorm room, burying her face in the pillow and wailing into the pillow. Meanwhile, Lei Zhan sat in his office staring at the ceiling. Damn it, miscalculation. I was trying to use my anger to make the fake real, but Tan Xiaolin ing turned the fake into the real. Miscalculation. Women are terrifying, unpredictable creatures. You can't judge them by normal standards. I can't make such a rookie mistake again. In this black cat operation, Lei Zhan failed to complete the system-assigned task. One black cat escaped. Not all terrorists were eliminated. Thus, according to previous regulations, he received only 50 points instead of the expected 100. Earlier, Lei Zhan traded one bubble point to Chu Baizhua for a beauty-preserving pill, helping her remove all the scars and scabs from her body. In a week or two, Chu Baizhua's scars would be completely renewed, and her skin would become noticeably fairer and smoother. Afterward, Lei Zhan exchanged 8 points for 8 body tempering pills. He distributed them to the female soldiers before their leave. For 3 consecutive days, their bodies would expel layers of black impurities. Afterward, they would collectively reach roughly the 8th tier of mortal realm cultivation. As for Chu Baiajua, she would ascend to the peak of the 9th tier. Lei Zhan even suspected that after undergoing the body tempering pills purification, Kobayaswa might even reach the domain stage and gain a faint sense of spiritual energy. Lei Zhan had delayed providing tangible assistance to these female soldiers for so long because he didn't want them to rely on external aids to boost their strength. That could easily foster a mindset where they believed everything came effortlessly. Such thinking was dangerous. Before a person possessed the ability and willpower to control significant energy, it was best not to grant them greater power. Doing so could very well harm them. Lei Zhan understood this well. Only those with mature minds were worthy of wielding such formidable power. They understood how to command it. Those whose minds are immature, when granted great power, are likely to wound others and themselves. Take Chu Baiajua, for instance. Though she reached an astonishing level of strength through relentless training, her power seemed slightly mismatched with her mental maturity. Such individuals become dangerous. While she could inflict immense damage on enemies, like a double-edged sword, wounding others might also wound herself. Lei Zhan chose this moment to temper the female soldiers' bodies specifically to guard against Black Cat's return. He couldn't be certain Black Cat would avoid confrontation. It was highly likely he would make a desperate last stand. When that time came, it would be a brutal fight, a battle where only one side would survive. Thinking about all these messy things gave Lei Zhan a headache. He picked up his phone and sent a text to Wu Dahai, "What's the status on Black Cat?" The reply came back after a long while, "Extremely active. Seems like they're preparing something. There's one thing I must tell you. In Donghai, there's a mole working for Black Cat. His code name is Mole. You need to find this mole immediately, or else something big is likely to happen in Donghai. The situation is complicated. I can't say more. I'm turning off my phone." Lei Zhan was startled by the message. He muttered to himself, "Mole? Who is this?" After pondering, Lei Zhan went straight to the office of the first leader. Without beating around the bush, he asked, "First leader, do you know Mole?" The chief commander was startled. "How do you know about Mole? Who told you?" Lei Zhan smiled, "That's not important, and I won't say. I just want to verify something. Commander, do you know who this Mole is?" The chief sighed. "Mole is a top-secret intelligence asset uncovered at great cost by our higher-ups. Only a few of us knew about it. I never imagined you, Lei Zhan, would find out too. Since that's the case, I won't keep it from you. Mole is a figure we're currently investigating closely in the shadows. He's Black Cat's contact in the East China Sea, wielding immense influence. This East Sea Youth Games event is highly likely to be used by Mole to covertly cover for Black Cat's arrival, assisting the boss in completing his mission. Mole's immense influence will create major obstacles for our operation. With him involved, we might never capture Black Cat. We also won't be able to prevent the tragedy at the Youth Games. That's why we're now fully focused on identifying this Mole. Once we pinpoint him, we'll arrest him immediately. We'll sever his network and block Black Cat from entering the East Sea. We must secure the Youth Games. This is currently our top secret mission. Lei Zhan, now that you know, you must not tell anyone. Understood?" Lei Zhan replied, "Commander, rest assured. I, Lei Zhan, possess that level of awareness. However, I implore you, number 1, to apprehend this Mole swiftly. Otherwise, disaster will befall the East China Sea. You must understand Black Cat possesses VX2, a terrifying substance. Should it be deployed, our entire East China Sea will be utterly destroyed. Perhaps our Wolf Fawn squadron should join the operation?" Commander 1 waved his hand dismissively. "The reason I didn't include you in this mole hunt is precisely because your unit, Lei Zhan, will be our final trump card. For now, you need do nothing. Just rest up and recharge your batteries. When I summon you, you'd better be ready to roar into action and complete the mission. Got it?" Lei Zhan snapped to attention and saluted. "Yes, Commander. Your orders are respected." Commander 1 waved his hand dismissively. "As a soldier, you don't need to know more than that. Now get back. Take good care of your Phoenix squad. Enjoy yourselves these next few days. Remember, this is merely the calm before the storm. Once you're back, be ready for battle at any moment." Lei Zhan saluted again. "Yes, Commander." Chapter 121, The Primary Factor. 3 days were insufficient for the female soldiers to visit their families except for Tan Xiaolin, whose home was in Donghai City. Thus, the women arranged to go shopping together. Tan Xiaolin cried her eyes out, leaving the others baffled. Through coaxing, teasing, and persuasion, they finally dragged her out of bed to join the shopping spree. Nothing energizes a woman like a shopping spree. Tan Xiaolin perked up instantly. Dressed in a dress and high heels, she and the other female soldiers began sweeping through Donghai City's major malls, indulging in shopping, eating, and fun. Such is human nature. When first confronted with hardship, people often wail and lament, cursing heaven and earth. Yet once they persevere through such pain and suffering, gaining something else in return, they come to realize that the original agony and trials were, in fact, worth cherishing. That, truly, is life's most precious treasure. Then they will thank life for the hardships it brought them. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must endure them. The truth is, very few people can endure the hardships life throws at them. Out of thousands, only 138 female soldiers were selected. In the end, only these 8 remained. After spending half a day on a shopping spree, the female soldiers realized that while this lifestyle was tolerable for a brief period, it was ultimately utterly dull. They still preferred the intense, fiery atmosphere of their training grounds. So, by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the women soldiers returned on their own initiative, resuming specialized training in their respective disciplines. Shinlani, brimming with energy and in high spirits, wore a smile throughout the day. At this very moment, she stood beneath the punching bag alongside Chubayashwa. The thunderous force of their punches reverberated through the air, drawing the attention of numerous male soldiers. Watching these 2 formidable, intimidating female soldiers from Lei Zhan's squad, Yan Wang and the others felt waves of frustration. It was now clear that Shinlani and Chubayashwa were fully capable of holding their own against the male soldiers. The injured Yuanbao watched Shinlani's heavy punches land on the sandbag. My goodness, women these days are something else. I can't imagine what kind of man could handle a woman like that. Is she even a woman? She's more like a lioness. Oh boy, when I get married, I'm definitely not marrying a soldier. That's way too scary. Yan Wang watched their powerful punches land, shaking his head repeatedly. What the hell did Thor feed these girls? How did they get so strong? Damn it, this is a slap in the face to us men. We're supposed to be the real men here. Now it feels like we're just dispensable compared to these women. Yuan Bao shook his head in agreement. You're telling me? Seriously, these women, they're all freaks. Yan Wang nodded vigorously. Yeah, freaks. Yuan Bao, exactly, freaks. That Thunder God guy was a freak himself, and now he's handed over a bunch of female freaks. Yan Wang, yeah, female freaks. Damn it, talking about me behind my back? Looks like you 2 don't want to live anymore. Extreme armament. Just as the 2 were chatting away, Lei Zhan's voice suddenly boomed from behind them. Startled, Yama King quickly blurted out, "Oh, Thunder God. It's you, you bastard. Sorry about that. We've got some business to attend to, so we won't be able to chat with you. Yuan Bao, let's get out of here." The 2 bolted like the wind. Watching the 2 mischievous fellows slip away, Lei Zhan chuckled. He then looked up and saw the female soldiers all training in their respective disciplines. Ouyang Qian and Tianguo were lying on the ground practicing bomb disposal. Shenlani and Shu Biashua were sparring. Yi Tsuanshin, clad in camouflage, lay motionless on the scorching ground, practicing her aim. This was her usual state, prone on the ground, often for hours, even tens of hours, without moving. Sniping was a form of static beauty. Only the moment of the shot was dynamic. Extreme stillness and extreme motion, like the yin and yang of the taiji. Lei Zhan approached Yi Tsuanshin in his combat boots. Yi Tsuanshin remained motionless on the ground, utterly silent, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Lei Zhan said, "Get up. I need to talk to you." Yi Tsuanshin paused, then rose from the ground. He looked at Lei Zhan. "Thunder God." Lei Zhan smiled. "Yi Tsuanshin, do you know what a Special Forces soldier's second life is?" Yi Tsuanshin answered immediately, "Of course, it's the gun." Lei Zhan nodded with a smile. "Right. Your own gun. A soldier must never lose his weapon. The gun is his second life. So, I'm asking you this, who do you think is the soul of a small unit?" Yi Tsuanshin thought for a moment. "The squad leader." Lei Zhan shook his head with a smile. "Wrong. It's the sniper." Yi Tsuanshin froze. The sniper?" Lei Zhan nodded. "Exactly. The sniper. Every member of a small unit is a skilled marksman. But you should know that the sniper is the master among masters. They handle cover fire, assassinations, target elimination, all critical missions that determine every teammate's survival. They are steady and cool-headed. They are cobras in the grass, ghosts in the night, the terrifying Grim Reaper who can strike at any moment. They are the most loyal and powerful guardians of all their teammates. In a small unit, the presence of a skilled sniper whom everyone can trust multiplies the team's offensive capabilities. For they know they have a sniper in the shadows, one they can entrust with their lives, protecting everything they hold dear. Without a sniper, even the most formidable squad becomes nothing more than scattered sand, a force to be ignored. For they lack their guardian deity, and the ultimate power to strike down opponents and enemies. An individual, a squad no matter how formidable, can be rendered utterly useless the moment a sniper rifle bullet pierces their skull. Thus, the sniper, and only the sniper, is the very soul of a squad, indeed of an entire unit. Yi Tsuanshin nodded. "Thunder God, I understand. But besides this, it seems you still have something to tell me." Lei Zhan smiled. "Smart. Now, what I want to tell you is this: an excellent sniper can eliminate enemies and protect teammates. But do you know what the most crucial element an excellent sniper must prioritize on the battlefield is? Yi Tsuanshin answered without hesitation, kill the enemy. Lei Zhan burst out laughing, no. But Commander-in-Chief's rhetoric doesn't apply to snipers. Eliminating the enemy is indeed extremely important. But what I want you to understand is the absolute priority, the first thing a sniper must think of and execute without fail when entering combat. Think carefully, then answer me. Yi Tsuanshin scratched his head thoughtfully for a moment before muttering with a pout, eyes fixed on Lei Zhan. Thug, just tell me already, Thunder God. Besides taking out the enemy, I can't think of any magic trick more important than that. Lei Zhan looked at Yi Tsuanshin seriously. Do you know why you can't think of it? Yi Tsuanshin asked. Why? Lei Zhan replied, because you're still alive. Yi Tsuanshin froze at this. Thunder God, are you saying? Lei Zhan nodded. Exactly. The first thing a sniper thinks about when entering battle is how to stay alive. If you can't even manage that, then everything, absolutely everything, becomes meaningless. The nation's trust, the unit's honor, your beliefs, all that stuff, it all turns into sacred bull. Yi Tsuanshin, I want you to burn this into your skull. No matter the circumstances, you must keep this thread taut at all times. That is, no matter what happens, you must maintain a clear-eyed awareness that you must ensure your own survival. To that end, you can spare no cost. Remember, spare no cost. Even if it means sacrificing your comrades. Yi Tsuanshin was utterly stunned. Never before in her military career had she heard such shocking words that one should prioritize their own survival over that of comrades, a statement that defied all moral principles. Yi Tsuanshin gulped hard. I couldn't just save myself by abandoning my comrades. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes. Who said you shouldn't save them? I mean, you should prioritize saving yourself first, then think about saving your teammates. So when you hit the battlefield, the first thing you need to think about isn't how to kill the enemy, it's ensuring your own survival. Only then can you do what you said, take out the enemy. Got it? Yi Tsuanshin looked at Lei Zhan and nodded. Thanks, Lei Zhan. I'll remember that. Prioritize my own safety first, then take out the enemy. Lei Zhan nodded. Exactly. That's how it is. As he spoke, Lei Zhan pulled a copy of Sniper God Technique, a book he'd traded a bubble point for, from his chest and handed it to Yi Tsuanshin. Don't practice it yet. Go home and read it. Memorize every single thing in this book as fast as you can. Then give it back to me. Got it? No copies. Don't let it surface in this world in any form. Understand? This is for your own good. If this book surfaces in any form, those extra snipers might just take your life. Seeing Lei Zhan's solemn expression, Yi Tsuanshin quickly snatched the book and clutched it to his chest. God of Thunder, I'll remember. Lei Zhan nodded and waved his hand. Go on. This book, no one else gets to see it. Anyone. Got it? Yi Tsuanshin nodded. No one but myself will ever see it. Lei Zhan waved his hand. Go now. After you've read it and memorized everything, keep it all silently locked away in your mind. Don't tell a soul. Yi Tsuanshin, understood. Yi Tsuanshin quickly holstered his gun and departed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Yi Tsuanshin, her eyes red, knocked on Lei Zhan's door. Thunder God, I'm here to return the book. Seeing Yi Tsuanshin's bloodshot eyes, Lei Zhan smiled. Stayed up late, huh? Actually, there's no need to rush. You can take your time reading it. Take your time understanding it. Yi Tsuanshin shook her head. The contents are too shocking to the world. I dare not hope to digest it all at once. So I chose to memorize it first and return it to you quickly. This thing truly must not be known to others. Only now do I realize how far I still am from being a true sniper. Lei Zhan smiled as he took the book, pulled out a lighter, lit it, and burned it. Yi Tsuanshin watched indifferently as Lei Zhan completed the act. After burning the book, Lei Zhan said, Yi Tsuanshin, besides me, you are the only person in this world who has ever seen this book. You know that. Yi Tsuanshin nodded solemnly. I will not disappoint the Thunder God. I will become the world's greatest sniper. Lei Zhan nodded. Just then, Yi Tsuanshin's phone beeped as a message arrived. Yi Tsuanshin froze, then rubbed his head. Ugh, sorry, Thunder God. I messed up again. Lei Zhan slammed his hand on the table. You little brat. My words still don't hold weight, huh? Hand over that phone. 10 kilometers of armed cross-country running. Get ready. At that moment, Yi Tsuanshin's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at his phone. Thunder God. Chapter 122, VX3. Seeing the change in Yi Tsuanshin's expression, Lei Zhan quickly snatched the phone and glanced at the screen. He froze in shock. On Yi Tsuanshin's phone screen, there were no words, only 2 shocking images. 2 criminals, struck by gunfire, lay sprawled on the blood-soaked ground. A gunfight? Lei Zhan instantly grasped the situation. He blurted out, where is this? Yi Tsuanshin frantically rubbed her head. I don't know. Let me think. Oh right. My mom also has a biotech research company developing some kind of drug. But I've never been there. It should be there, right? Lei Zhan immediately ordered, notify everyone. Assemble immediately. Prepare for action. Lei Zhan dialed the commander-in-chief's mobile directly. Commander, we have a situation. Unexpectedly, the commander-in-chief said, What? How did you know about the situation? I was just about to notify you. Assemble the team immediately and fly straight to the Jiguan Mountain Biological Research Institute. It's now confirmed that Black Cat has infiltrated the East China Sea again and has made contact with his informant mole. This informant mole we've been desperately searching for is named Zhang Haiyan. Lei Zhan, do you know who Zhang Haiyan is? Lei Zhan, who? The chief commander stared coldly at Lei Zhan, Yi Zuanshin's mother. Lei Zhan nodded indifferently upon hearing this. Oh. Commander-in-chief, oh? What does oh mean? Lei Zhan, nothing. Yi Zuanshin is Yi Zuanshin, and her mother is her mother. What does it mean? Chief officer, Lei Zhan, don't be foolish. Yi Zuanshin's mother's identity is highly sensitive. I order you, Yi Zuanshin is not permitted to participate in this operation. She will undergo review here. Lei Zhan replied calmly, Commander, I find your decision highly questionable. Yi Zuanshin is the sniper of the Fire Phoenix squad. What is a sniper? The soul of the squad. If the soul of this squad is absent, how can the team even carry out missions? Alright, since you've made up your mind, we'll proceed as you say. I'll personally lock Yi Zuanshin away. But I hope you never find yourself begging her for help. A person needs their dignity. If you suspect someone, never humiliate yourself by pleading for their assistance. Number 1, can you do that? Number 1 stared at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, what kind of attitude is that? I don't see myself ever needing Yi Zuanshin's help. Besides, Wolf Fong Squadron, you're the soul of this unit. Cut the nonsense. Execute the order immediately. Move out for Rooster Crest Mountain. Lei Zhan gave number 1 a sloppy salute, drawing out his words, Yes, esteemed commander. With that, Lei Zhan turned and left. Watching Lei Zhan's retreating figure, number 1 shook his head. Lei Zhan, I know you're upset. But you can't let your emotions cloud your judgment. That girl, Yi Zuanshin, can no longer be part of our team. You're still too young, too impulsive. Inside the helicopter, Lei Zhan kept his eyes closed. As they neared Rooster Crest Mountain, he spoke calmly, Yi Zuanshin, stay here. You cannot participate in this mission. Yi Zuanshin gasped in shock, her mouth agape. Why? Why can't I join? My mother is in danger. Why won't you let me go? Lei Zhan opened his eyes. Because your mother is Black Cat's most capable operative, the mole. Yi Zuanshin and the other female soldiers gasped in shock, staring at Yi Zuanshin and Lei Zhan. Yi Zuanshin panicked, Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My mother couldn't possibly be working for Black Cat. You must have made a mistake. A mistake. It must be a mistake. Smack. A resounding slap. Lei Zhan's hand struck Yi Zuanshin's face. Can you just calm the hell down? With your attitude, you're not fit to be a sniper. With your mental state, you dream of becoming the world's top sniper? Cut the crap. Yi Zuanshin, I'm asking you one more time, can you just calm the hell down? Yi Zuanshin swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and nodded, I can. Lei Zhan shot Yi Zuanshin a look. Yi Zuanshin, don't ever let me catch you acting like you're not a sniper again. If you do, you can forget about being in this unit. Yi Zuanshin choked back a sob. I understand, Thunder God. After speaking, Lei Zhan closed his eyes again, deep in thought about his upcoming showdown with Black Cat. According to his prior agreement with Black Cat, if the latter dared to enter the East Sea again, it would mean either his death or mine. Or perhaps, the death of us all. But why had Black Cat arrived in the East Sea ahead of schedule? The youth games were still some time away. Could it be? Lei Zhan's eyes snapped open. Damn it, I've been played. Black Cat's early arrival made Lei Zhan realize, if he were to come back, it would be on the day of the youth games or a few days later. That would be the optimal timing. Coming early only invited Lei Zhan's pursuit. Black Cat wasn't stupid. He wouldn't risk his life on such a reckless mission. But why did he come early? What did that indicate? It could only mean that Black Cat didn't actually possess a genuine 15-2 sample. His early arrival in Donghai was likely to secure the VX2 sample first. And the place he appeared at was Zhang Haiyan's Biochemistry Research Institute. Zhang Haiyan was his colleague. So, if that's the case, Zhang Haiyan's top-tier biotech lab wasn't actually researching drugs or other things beneficial to the people. Instead, it was researching the VX2 sample. However, the truth is that during the previous Lover's Island incident, the VX2 sample developed by Zhao Yunming had already been compromised when the leader of the black-clad men leaked the password to Zhao Yunming's Swiss bank safe deposit box. Logically, Black Cat should have already obtained the VX2 sample. He shouldn't have come to Donghai. At least not yet. But he came. What does that mean? It means he doesn't have it. If he doesn't have the sample, then it means the sample Zhao Yunming gave him the vault password for the one hidden inside wasn't the real sample. Black Cat doesn't possess the genuine VX2 sample. After a series of deductions, Lei Zhan arrived at this shocking conclusion. Yet he had indeed let that bastard off the hook in the underground passage. Damn it, he'd miscalculated. Lei Zhan was horrified. What a stupid mistake he'd made. Yet the root cause of all this lay elsewhere. The problem originated from above. At this moment, Lei Zhan finally understood why, when they had cornered Black Cat in the abandoned factory, the higher-ups had recklessly demanded that his unit and 2 others annihilate Black Cat's entire group. It turned out they knew the truth. Black Cat didn't possess the real VX2 sample. Therefore, they weren't worried about their own lives being endangered. That's why they dared to issue the order to wipe out Black Cat's group at all costs. But Lei Zhan remained completely unaware of this information. The higher-ups had sealed it off completely. This led him to harbor countless doubts, ultimately allowing Black Cat to escape. The higher-ups didn't trust those below them because those below were merely their pawns. Unfortunately, they were indeed harmed by their own selfishness. They didn't consider their subordinates' well-being, but subordinates couldn't help but consider their own. No matter the circumstances, orders that incite someone to risk their life recklessly are utterly selfish and hollow. In this world, nothing, absolutely nothing, is more important than a human life. Nothing. This was Lei Zhan's unwavering belief and bottom line from the very beginning. To ensure his own survival, Lei Zhan would not hesitate to destroy the entire world if necessary. So-called beliefs only hold meaning when grounded in the ability to continue living. If it meant trading his life for the hollow rhetoric of freedom, fairness, justice, or faith spouted by others, Lei Zhan wouldn't give it a second thought. That bull. What good are loud slogans? If you've got the guts, don't just sit in your office shouting at the top of your lungs. Get out there and fight with real weapons. That's what counts. Sitting in a warm office, air-conditioned, and sipping coffee, then spouting righteous nonsense about sacrificing for faith, conviction, or divine duty. Lei Zhan considered such behavior the most shameless and brazen hypocrisy. Yet, far too many people believed it. Politics, at its core, was nothing more than a disguised religion. And one that forced belief through the guise of law. Believe it or not, it makes no difference. The ruling class subjugates the rule through 2 means only: violence and lies. Lost in thought, Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes at the mist before him. The Black Cat risked its life to come here. It must have a purpose. So, aside from the VX2, could it be that Zhang Haiyan's Biological Research Institute on Jiguan Mountain held what the Black Cat sought? But if Zhang Haiyan was the Black Cat's informant, why would she send those photos to Yi Cunxin? There seemed only one explanation: Zhang Haiyan's humanity hadn't been completely extinguished. She must have realized that whatever she held in her hands couldn't be handed over to the Black Cat. Otherwise, the entire East Sea would face immense peril. Countless lives would be plunged into suffering. In the end, people still possessed humanity. While Lei Zhan was still pondering, a message from the Supreme Commander appeared on his personal terminal. At the Coxco Mountain Institute, Zhang Haiyan had spent years assembling a team of top-tier scientists. Using a fragment of the VX2 sample she had obtained, they had developed a new generation of VX2 reagent. This new reagent possesses greater potency and broader lethality. As the upgraded successor to VX2, it is named VX3. At this moment, Black Cat is holding numerous research institute hostages, coercing Zhang Haiyan to surrender VX3. You must prevent or eliminate Black Cat before he obtains the genuine sample. If necessary, eliminate Zhang Haiyan. Commander-in-Chief. Lei Zhan glanced at the order transmitted by Commander 1, gave a faint smile, and deleted the message. Gazing at the drifting clouds outside the aircraft window, he felt a surge of emotion. Suddenly, Lei Zhan had a stark realization: being this assault team leader a mere pawn in someone else's game was utterly pointless. Chapter 123, The Edict of Justice. The helicopter soon arrived at the Rooster Peak Research Institute. Lei Zhan tossed a hooded bag to Yi Cunxin. Comrade Yi Cunxin, per orders from above, you are now under arrest. Mark my words, you're not part of this operation. Got it? Yi Cunxin caught the hood, staring blankly at Lei Zhan, utterly confused. Shenlani, seeing this, immediately pulled the hood over Yi Cunxin's head with a smile. Instantly, only Yi Cunxin's eyes remained visible. Then, Shenlani said with a grin, reporting to Thunder God, all of us female soldiers can testify. Every single one of us can confirm we didn't see Yi Cunxin with us during the mission. The female soldiers immediately echoed her. Yes, none of us saw her. The last time we saw Yi Cunxin's face was on the helicopter. Lei Zhan nodded. Good. Prepare for battle. With that, he tossed the high-precision sniper rifle to Yi Cunxin and led the way out. Seeing this, tears welled in Yi Cunxin's eyes as she murmured softly, Thunder God, thank you. Shenlani patted Yi Cunxin's shoulder with a smile. Come on, stop crying. It's war. Focus, damn it. Remember, you have to come back in one piece. No accidents. Otherwise, who am I going to pick fights with later? Yi Cunxin nodded vigorously at her words. Outside the institute's gates, several uniformed security guards lay sprawled in pools of blood. The main entrance remained tightly sealed. The institute's construction was extravagantly opulent. Polished marble slabs bore gilded characters, Donghai City Biological Pharmaceutical Research Institute. The massive iron gate, cast from steel and iron, stood imposing and solemn. Yet it had already been opened. Passing through the gate, the interior was entirely paved with marble. The villa-like architecture featured a swimming pool, flower beds, exotic trees and plants, and a fragrance that filled the air. A lavish European-style villa stood within the vast courtyard, its doors tightly shut. Externally, the villa appeared constructed from standard high-grade building materials. In reality, however, its interior was entirely reinforced with an aluminum steel alloy anti-seismic system, bulletproof, cannon-proof, and fortified against explosive threats. Every access point was controlled by intelligent security systems. The villa's security system was undoubtedly of the highest international standard. One could imagine a bank's security measures being no more robust than this. The outer gate stood open, yet the inner doors remained stubbornly locked. Peering inside from outside revealed nothing. Even Lei Zhan found this Maginot Line-like security system utterly frustrating. With security this tight, entry seemed impossible. Blasting it open with artillery was equally impractical. The hand cannon lacked sufficient firepower, and the unknown conditions inside risked causing unforeseen accidents. Thus, Lei Zhan could only contact the command center. Command authority had been temporarily transferred to Director Zhao of the Ministry of Public Security's Counter-Terrorism Division. The operation fell under civilian jurisdiction because the military was supporting local counter-terrorism efforts, not leading them. However, following the previous incident at the abandoned factory, the core personnel of the police force had been nearly wiped out. Consequently, the main offensive force this time was placed under Lei Zhan's Wolffang Brigade. Lei Zhan was supporting the police operation, technically a supporting role. Yet, in reality, he was still the protagonist. Because this time, there was no one else to compete with him for credit. As it turned out, military honors weren't so easily earned. Without genuine skill, one shouldn't covet them, otherwise, there was a real risk of ending up with nothing but bones. Director Zhao answered the call. "Hello, Lei Zhan. What's the situation there?" Lei Zhan replied, "Director Zhao, the Institute's anti-seismic and anti-theft systems are exceptionally robust. We can't breach them with manpower alone. We have no intelligence on the situation inside. Please issue your orders." "What should we do?" Director Zhao replied, "Alright, we'll strategize. Find cover and remain concealed until further orders. We'll head your way while formulating a plan." Lei Zhan nodded. "Better hurry. Don't let Black Cat get their hands on VX3. By then, it'll be too late." Director Zhao, "Lei Zhan, rest assured. I understand the gravity of the situation." With that, Director Zhao ended the call without further ado. Lei Zhan thought to himself, this counter-terrorism director actually has some sense. At least he doesn't seem completely clueless. About 10 minutes later, a helicopter landed beside Lei Zhan and his team. The top leader, Director Zhao, and others arrived. The leaders surveyed the situation before them, their faces clouded with worry. The villa resembled a fortress of steel. They couldn't simply blast their way in. If they destroyed the VX3 inside, all their efforts would be for naught. But getting inside was impossible. Even signals were blocked and jammed. It was clear how much effort and money Zhang Haiyan had poured into building this villa. Director Zhao stared anxiously at the impregnable villa before him, then turned to the first leader. "Old Ho, what do you think? If we can't get people inside, all this is for nothing." Commander Number 1 surveyed the villa and shook his head. "No way. Unless there's a passage leading inside. This place is built with such precision. Logically, Zhang Haiyan must have hidden an escape route, a secret passage no one knows about. We need to find it." Director Zhao nodded in agreement. Judging by the architectural style of this villa's owner, she must be a meticulous thinker. That's Zhang Haiyan for you. She absolutely would have prepared a secret passage for emergencies. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone someone like Zhang Haiyan. At this point, we can be fairly certain she left at least one escape route. But this passage must be extremely well hidden. How on earth are we supposed to find it? We can't literally dig up the entire surrounding area. I think the fastest way is to find someone who knows Zhang Haiyan well and can help us break through, locating the secret passage as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if it takes too long, once Black Cat gets the VX3, it'll be too late to regret anything. "Hey, Number 1, you're so well connected, can you find someone like that?" Hearing this, Number 1's face changed dramatically from pale to flushed, then back to ashen. "Well, I do know someone like that. But, Director Zhao, hey, old ho. What time is it now? You're still saying but? You must understand every second you delay could cost the lives of the entire city's people." Commander 1 nodded. "This person is Zhang Haiyan's daughter. Surely, we can extract something useful from her." Director Zhao's eyes lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Bring her here immediately." The chief leader glanced at Lei Zhan with lowered eyes. "But here's the thing, this daughter of Zhang Haiyan, known as Yi Tsuanqin in our Wolffang squadron, was already locked up there by my order before the operation. Getting her here will likely take some time." Director Zhao stamped his foot in frustration. "Oh, no. How could this happen? We absolutely must bring that girl here. There's no other way to find that possible secret passage. The top leader cleared his throat softly. Right then, Lei Zhan, contact headquarters immediately. Have them bring Yi Tsuanshin here. Now. Lei Zhan, arms crossed, gazed skyward as if deaf to the order. Ah, the weather is truly splendid today. The sky is as clear as washed silk, dotted with white clouds. The sun shines brightly, the sky stretches endlessly. What a beautiful day, what a beautiful day. Seeing Lei Zhan's attitude, the commander-in-chief snapped, Lei Zhan, stop playing dumb with me. This is no time for childish tantrums. Get Yi Tsuanshin here immediately. Lei Zhan whipped his head around, fixing the commander-in-chief with a stare. Commander, I've always held you in the highest regard and executed your orders without hesitation. I'm sorry, but just before takeoff, I personally handcuffed this Zhang Haiyan's daughter, the daughter of a terrorist, as per your command. And I conveyed your message to her. We upright soldiers will never compromise with evil like you, great commander. We will never seek help from someone we deem a terrorist. We are warriors of our motherland, upholding our honor. We will never extend even the slightest request for assistance to anyone suspected of terrorist ties. We stand tall with righteous spirit, our conscience is clear. We conquer all challenges, triumph in every battle. We are great, we are upright, we are fearless. We face and resolve every hardship ourselves. We will never make any request to the daughter of a suspected terrorist. Never. I'm sorry, Commander. I, Lei Zhan, may be a soldier, but I also have my pride. You're the one who made this mess, clean it up yourself. I will never again ask Yi Tsuanshin for anything. I cannot afford to lose face before an innocent girl. Commander One's face flushed crimson at Lei Zhan's words. Ahem, ahem. Well, Yi Tsuanshin's status is still under investigation. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Lei Zhan retorted, if it's not confirmed, then on what grounds did you handcuff him? A soldier, a special forces soldier, one of your own Wolfang Brigade Special Forces entrusted his entire youth, his prime years, his most beautiful days, his very life, his entire faith to you. And this is how you treat him? Suspicion. Merely on suspicion, without a shred of evidence, you acted decisively, shackling your own comrade with enemy handcuffs. How do you expect us to feel? Want me to tell you how it feels? Number 1? Our hearts? They've turned to ice. We trusted the organization unconditionally. We passed every test it threw at us. But at the slightest hint of trouble, how did the organization treat us? Suspicion, ruthless suspicion. And not just that, it acted on it. Immediately treating us like the worst enemies, locking us up. It all boils down to one thing. We once trusted you, but you never trusted us. Now that you no longer trust us, what's the point of asking us to do this or that? Why should we bother? I'm sorry, number 1, but everything I do now stems from loyalty to my job duties, not from any belief in you or your organization. I could tell you this, I could risk my reputation to persuade Yi Tsuanshin to assist us. But I would do so with the cold, impersonal formalism of an official. Since you show no faith in human decency or morality, I won't invest genuine effort or emotion in persuading him. As for the outcome of such persuasion, I'm sure you can guess. Commander One's face flushed crimson with veins bulging. Lei Zhan, what are you doing? Are you defying my orders? Lei Zhan responded with a faint smile, reporting to Commander-in-Chief, I will immediately persuade Yi Tsuanshin. I will convince her to obey your righteous command and eliminate her mother. Commander-in-Chief, you. Chapter 124, The Code. Commander-in-Chief, Lei Zhan, this is no time for petty tantrums. Bring Yi Tsuanshin to me immediately. The Supreme Commander's words were righteous and unquestionable. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Commander-in-Chief number 1. Commander, I once believed you were different, that you hadn't completely become a pawn of power. But now I see. You, too, are no exception. To be honest, I'm deeply disappointed in you. Even though you desperately need Yi Tsuanshin to achieve your goals, there's not a shred of remorse in your heart or attitude. Deep down, you still believe your decisions are entirely justified. You are a competent soldier, but you are not a competent human being. Trust those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt. Yet you, in pursuit of your ends, employ anyone useful whether trusted or not. Number 1, I agree to bring Yi Tsuanshin here. But you must agree to one condition. Commander 1 stared coldly at Lei Zhan, his most capable subordinate. Go ahead. Lei Zhan sighed. After this incident, if we survive, you must approve my transfer out of the military. Commander 1 paused, startled, but moments later, he smiled. Lei Zhan, I know you harbor resentment toward us leaders. Better to die than live without freedom. Very well, I'll grant your request for now. But I must remind you, if you truly despise our methods, there is another path you could take. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. What path? The top leader chuckled. Climb above us. Lei Zhan froze, furrowing his brow in thought. The chief smiled. Don't dwell on it. Time is tight, the mission is heavy, and the people of Donghai City are counting on you. Don't let me delay something important. You don't need to rush with an answer now. You can decide for yourself later. Lei Zhan nodded. All right. We'll leave it at that for now. With that, he snapped his fingers. A female soldier standing beside him, wearing a black hood, removed it. The chief commander froze. Yi Tsuanshin? Lei Zhan, you. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes, crossing his legs. What's the matter, commander? Shall I cuff her and take her away now? The commander-in-chief pointed at Lei Zhan in fury. You wait, kid. Once this is over, I'll deal with you. If I don't, you'll turn the world upside down. How dare you disobey orders? Commander 1 had no time for further argument. He strode directly to Yi Tsuanshin. Comrade Yi Tsuanshin, the situation is urgent. I won't waste time on pleasantries. You heard our earlier conversation. I need to ask, do you know if your mother established a secret underground passage within this research facility? Yi Tsuanshin shook his head. I don't know. I've never been here before. Hearing this, both the chief and director Zhao froze. It's over. It's all over. Are we just supposed to wait here to die? At that moment, Yi Tsuanshin spoke up. But my mother has a computer. She never lets anyone touch it. I think, perhaps it holds many of her secrets. Chief number 1 immediately ordered, quick. Send someone to retrieve Zhang Haiyan's computer. Director Zhao retorted, old ho, there's no time. Zhang Haiyan's home is over 100 kilometers away. Just getting there and back would take at least 2 hours. By the time we return, it'll all be over. The chief paced anxiously. What can we do? What can we do? Yi Tsuanshin said, give me a computer. I know my mother's computer IP. The chief hurriedly ordered, quickly, get Yi Tsuanshin a computer. An officer nearby quickly handed Yi Tsuanshin a laptop. Yi Tsuanshin sat down at the desk, his fingers flying across the keyboard. After a minute of rapid typing, he froze. It's over. The computer has a personal password setting. If the password is entered incorrectly 3 times, the entire machine will self-destruct. But we don't know the password. We can't get in. Hearing this, the chief looked at Yi Tsuanshin, then at Director Zhao. Just then, an officer nearby interjected, Comrade Yi is correct. I've been monitoring this computer too. As Yi Tsuanshin stated, it's equipped with the world's most advanced anti-theft system and firewall. There's absolutely no possibility of cracking it. The international market price for this computer security system is astronomical. It's arguably the world's most expensive defense system. No hacker could crack it. Therefore, there was no alternative but to enter the correct password. Lei Zhan looked at Yi Tsuanshin. Type it in, Yi Tsuanshin. Whatever comes to mind, just type it. If even you can't unlock it, then forget about anyone else. Yi Tsuanshin voiced her concern, but this system will self-destruct after 3 incorrect entries. Lei Zhan replied, I know that. I command you enter it boldly. Right now, you can't rely on anyone else. You must rely on yourself. Yi Tsuanshin nodded. All right. I'll start by combining my family's car license plate number with our house number. Beep beep, beep beep. Incorrect password. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. One chance gone. Yi Tsuanshin grew tense. Looks like that won't work. Next, I'll try my mother's birthday and my own. Beep, beep. Incorrect password. This time, everyone gasped. The atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Yi Tsuanshin covered her head. No, it's definitely not right. No, I can't figure it out. Lei Zhan smiled faintly. It's okay, you have one more chance. Try again. No, she couldn't try again. If this attempt failed too, the consequences would be unbearable. The chief commander beside them stated coldly. Lei Zhan slowly turned to face the first leader. You've decided. The chief commander hesitated. Lei Zhan, it's not that I don't trust her, but... Lei Zhan, but what? But you've never trusted anyone in your entire life. But you've always only trusted yourself. But you like to control your own destiny, right? Commander 1 froze, but we truly cannot afford to fail. Lei Zhan, then do you have a better plan? Chief officer, not for now. But I believe this final opportunity should be entrusted to a more reliable comrade. Lei Zhan, Yi Tsuanshin is the most reliable comrade. Do you have any objections? Chief officer number 1's expression darkened. Fine. I'll trust you one last time. Lei Zhan replied coldly. Oh, is that so? What an honor. Should I express my loyal gratitude for your trust? Commander 1 was instantly speechless. As a special forces soldier, one entrusts one's life to comrades at every moment, one who can fully rely on teammates to protect their back. Trust among comrades is the most fundamental quality demanded of a special forces soldier. Yet now, Commander 1 found himself at a loss for words. In this world, there is one thing that is both the hardest and the easiest to do. That is to live with simplicity. Once a person thinks too much, they lose their simplicity. Once a person thinks too little, they become foolishly simple. This world is full of such contradictions. It all depends on what attitude you choose to live with at any given moment. Lei Zhan turned to look at Yi Tsuanshin. Yi Tsuanshin, continue typing. What do you think is the most crucial connection between you and your mother? What is the number she would never forget? Yi Tsuanshin pondered for a moment. I can't think of anything. The only thing I can be certain of is that my mother would never forget my birthday. That's the only thing I can be absolutely sure of. Lei Zhan smiled. Since it's the only thing you can be certain of, it must also be the only thing your mother could be certain of. What password did you just input? Yi Tsuanxin replied, my mother's birthday and mine. But it failed. Lei Zhan smiled, then try it again, your birthday and your mother's birthday. Yi Tsuanxin gasped in shock. What? Try again? Thunder God, have you lost your mind? I already told you, I just entered my mom's and my birthdays. Lei Zhan smiled, correct. You just said you entered your mother's birthday and your birthday, right? Yi Tsuanxin, yes. Lei Zhan smiled, but what I said was to input your birthday and your mother's birthday. Do you understand now? Yi Tsuanxin suddenly understood. You mean I need to switch the order of the birthdays, enter mine first? Lei Zhan nodded with a smile, exactly. That's it. Yi Tsuanxin gulped. Thunder God, this is our last chance. Are you sure you want to do this? Lei Zhan nodded with a smile. Make the most of your time. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Why overthink it? Enter. Yi Tsuanxin tremblingly extended her finger and typed her own birthday in Zhang Haiyan's on the keyboard. This time, she entered her own birthday first. Even as she typed, she still couldn't quite grasp it. Would this really work? Would it truly make any difference? Ding. Password verified. System activated. The words flashed across the computer screen. Instantly, everyone present erupted in cheers. The frown on the first leader's face finally relaxed. Success! Yi Tsuanxin leapt to her feet without a moment's hesitation, rushing over to embrace Lei Zhan and plant a smacking kiss on his cheek. The unexpected display left everyone present exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 125, The Research Institute. Whether intentional or not, Yi Tsuanxin's kiss left no one able to say a word in such a setting. Though every female soldier present harbored resentment in their hearts, their faces remained calm and composed, wearing serene smiles. Except for Chu Biehua, whose expression remained as always flat, unruffled, and utterly expressionless. This incident was quickly overshadowed by the major development of the password being cracked. The top leader and director Zhao hurried over to examine the computer. Lei Zhan cleared his throat. Although Yi Tsuanxin's sudden appearance had caught him off guard, he had observed the psychological reactions of all the female soldiers present. But of course, Lei Zhan chose to play dumb. Coughing once, he said, Ahem, little Yi, this task isn't finished yet. Hurry up and keep at it. Search your mother's computer and see if you can find any information about the underground passageway. Yi Tsuanxin quickly refocused, returning to the computer. As her slender, pale fingers danced across the keyboard, she announced immediately, Found it. Found it. The exit is 3 meters from the sewage well, near the paper mill a kilometer away. There are 3 entrances at the core of the lab complex, the storage room, the lab itself, and the office. To access it, we must reach the paper mill and use the exit there. Lei Zhan immediately ordered, all members of the Wolf Fang squad, proceed immediately to the paper mill and locate the exit for entry. Yi Tsuanxin and Xinlani, prepare according to my prior arrangements. Yes, Thunder God. Yi Tsuanxin and Xinlani saluted Lei Zhan before sprinting off and vanishing. Lei Zhan turned to Tianguo and Ouyang Qian, you two, get moving fast. Execute what I told you earlier without delay. Yes, Thunder God. Tianguo and Ouyang Qian saluted Lei Zhan in unison before departing one after the other. Lei Zhan then turned to Tan Xiaolin and He Lu, you two, lie in wait near the main entrance. Seize the opportunity to storm in. Remember, not a single criminal must escape. He Lu and Tan Xiaolin saluted Lei Zhan in unison. Yes, Thunder God. They swiftly departed. Of the 8 female soldiers, only Tang Xiaoxiao and Chu Biehua remained. Lei Zhan drove toward the paper mill a kilometer away with Chu Biehua, Tang Xiaoxiao, and the male members of the lightning strike team. Director Zhao glanced at Lei Zhan in action, then looked at Chief Number 1, Old Ho, what about us? What should we do now? Commander Number 1 shrugged. The Institute has internal shielding systems. With Lei Zhan out on a mission, it seems all we can do is wait. When Lei Zhan is on a mission, it's best we don't nag him with constant, fussy instructions. That only adds to his workload without serving any purpose. Just communicate the final objective. Director Zhao shrugged too. We really are sitting on our hands. Hey Old Ho, look at us now. Such a critical situation, and all we can do is watch. Now I kinda get why Lei Zhan looks down on us talkers. Honestly, I feel pretty useless right now. The top leader side, it's just a matter of different roles. No matter how capable Lei Zhan is, there's always someone overseeing him. That kid's just too used to doing things his own way. His temper's too hot, his nature too fierce. I'm always scheming to find a way to make him fail, to let him taste some setback. People need to learn from failure and experience setbacks to grow. But alas, the heavens aren't on my side. That kid never fails at anything he does. It's truly frustrating. Director Zhao burst out laughing upon hearing this. Old Ho, the way you put it sounds like you're indirectly praising your own men. You're too kind. The top leader chuckled. Zhao, I swear that's not what I meant. I genuinely want Lei Zhan to fail once so I can teach him a lesson. But the kid never gives me a chance. What am I supposed to do? Director Zhao chuckled, pointing at the commander-in-chief, flaunting your wealth. That's blatant showing off. Shameless, utterly shameless. Ha ha. Lei Zhan led the Wolf-Fang squadron to the secret passage's exit. Once they located it, Lei Zhan ordered, Tang Xiaoxiao, stay here and lay infantry mines around the perimeter. Simultaneously, notify Director Zhao and the others to encircle this area. If we don't emerge and Black Cat's group does, eliminate every last one of them. Understood? Tang Xiaoxiao saluted, yes, Thunder God. Mission guaranteed. Not a single enemy will escape. Lei Zhan led Yan Wang and the other male soldiers through the secret passage, rushing toward the hidden chamber. QB Ajwa stayed close to Lei Zhan's side. As she ran, a rare smile finally touched the corners of her mouth. Of the 8 female soldiers, 7 had been assigned elsewhere. Only she remained to accompany Lei Zhan, meaning she alone would fight alongside him on the battlefield. QB Ajwa felt Lei Zhan had done this intentionally. Deep down, Lei Zhan still valued her. He could have sent the other 7 female soldiers on different missions, yet he chose to keep her by his side for battle. To Chu Bai Ajwa, this was an honor. It was a privilege, a form of love. A kilometer's distance was mere minutes for Lei Zhan and his team. The group swiftly emerged from the tunnel at the secret passageway entrance to the research facility. Lei Zhan tilted his head, and Yan Wang immediately stepped forward. He poured hydrochloric acid onto the iron lock before them. Instantly, white smoke hissed from the lock. Yan Wang donned rubber gloves, clicked the large iron chain off with a clack, and whispered, Thunder God, all set. Lei Zhan nodded. No noise. Search and advance. Don't alert anyone, including the hostages. If absolutely necessary, knock the hostages unconscious. If you encounter terrorists, eliminate them silently and completely. Of course, once shots are fired, that won't be necessary. Target, the storage room. VX3 sample. Understood. The team murmured in unison. Lei Zhan waved his hand, and the soldiers streamed in, entering the underground facility of the research institute. They began their silent advance, heading straight for the sample storage room. Meanwhile, in the institute's main hall, countless hostages lay on the floor, held under Black Cat's control. Black Cat, microphone in hand, laughed maniacally, Mole, I know you can hear me. And Mole, I trained you myself. Heh, so I know your weakness too. Your weakness is that you still possess humanity. That is your fatal flaw. All those years I spent training you, K2, and this is the worthless traitor you became? You were once my most promising apprentice. You've disappointed me beyond measure. In this final hour, I never imagined you'd betray me, betray K2. Mole, let me tell you this, your humanity, your weakness, has destroyed you. And it has destroyed K2. Now, I'll give you one final minute to reconsider. Hand over the VX3 sample willingly. You should know it never belonged to you in the first place. It belongs to K2. K2 provided you with this lavish lifestyle, this opulent mansion, and these luxury vehicles. A $12 million Maybach, heh, what a grand gesture. But don't you realize? All of this, absolutely everything, was given to you by K2. Who would have thought that after K2 gave you so much, you'd betray us in the end? Mole, you deserve to die. You're still here? Fine. Mole, if I could train you, I can destroy you. Don't think hiding in some corner of this fortress leaves me powerless. Don't forget I molded you. I know you inside out. I have 1,000 ways to make you come out. Now, I give you 1 minute. Just 1 minute. If I don't see you, I'll kill someone. Where to start? Aha, let's begin with this handsome security guard in your office building. TSK, what a pretty boy. Handsome, how old are you? Not married yet, I see. Your old man must be waiting to hold his grandkids. Oh dear, what a pity. This lifetime, you'll likely never fulfill your lifelong wish. Of course, don't blame me for this. If you must blame someone, blame your cowardly CEO, Zhang Haiyan. Even as a ghost, remember this, it was she who personally sent you to hell. Bang! The gun went off. A pool of blood spread across the floor. At that very moment, Zhang Haiyan, hiding behind the laboratory's thick walls, heard the voice through the microphone and quickly covered her ears, sobbing, No, it's not my fault. No, Black Cat, you're not human. Black Cat shot a security guard dead. With an arrogant swagger, he blew on the muzzle. Oh dear, what a tragedy. Such a fine young man. Zhang Haiyan, it's all because of you that he's dead. I bet even as a ghost, he won't let you off the hook. You'll have nightmares every day, haunted by vengeful spirits demanding their lives back. Remember, they all died for you. Who's next? Ah, this pretty little girl over there. TSK, what a beauty she is. I bet this lovely lady has countless young men chasing after her outside. She must be the dream lover in so many men's hearts. TSK, truly in the prime of her youth. So beautiful. Woo, please, don't kill me. The girl knelt on the floor, sobbing to the Black Cat. The Black Cat hurriedly replied, Don't beg me. The one you should be pleading with is the CEO of this building, Ms. Zhang Haiyan. As long as she shows up, you won't have to die. But time's up. Looks like she doesn't want to save you. What a pity. Sorry, pretty lady, you're going to die. Bang. Another gunshot rang out. Another pool of blood spread across the floor. At that very moment, Zhang Haiyan, who had heard everything clearly from the laboratory, screamed like a madwoman, her voice hoarse and desperate. No. Zhang Haiyan pushed open the laboratory door, her expression cold and wooden. She walked to the entrance of the hall, pushed open the door, and stepped into the lobby. Black Cat, stop killing people. You devil. Release these innocent people. Chapter 126, The Basement. In the hall, 30 or 40 staff members were forced to the ground at gunpoint by hooded bandits wielding submachine guns. None dared reveal their faces, terrified that they might be the next lucky victim chosen by Black Cat. Black Cat stood at the center of the hall, like a grim reaper controlling the fates of everyone present. He was wildly unrestrained, his sharp edge fully exposed, arrogant and utterly unchallenged. After the second hostage was killed, Zhang Haiyan could no longer bear Black Cat's heartless actions. If these dozens of people were truly killed because of her, then even if she survived, she would never endure the torment of her conscience. Things would unfold exactly as Black Cat had said. Every night when she closed her eyes, the ghostly figures of these souls, turned into vengeful spirits because of her, would haunt her vision. The door opened. Zhang Haiyan walked calmly to Black Cat. Black Cat, you monster, she said. Spare these innocent people. I'll go with you. What kind of man are you, slaughtering the innocent? Black Cat roared with laughter. I'm not even human. What kind of man would I be? As he spoke, he nodded. Instantly, a woman beside him lunged forward, violently twisting Zhang Haiyan's arm and dragging her before Black Cat. The one seizing Zhang Haiyan's arm was none other than her most trusted assistant, Secretary Yao. Zhang Haiyan glared at Yao with hatred. I never imagined you'd be part of K22. You bastard. Secretary Yao delivered 2 sharp slaps across Zhang Haiyan's face. Shut up, you fool. You've always been a fool. What you can conceive of is nothing compared to what you can't. You think everyone is as stupid as you, stupid enough to betray K2? You're just courting death. At that moment, Black Cat waved his hand, signaling Yao to be quiet. He stepped before Zhang Haiyan, lifted her chin with his fingers, tilting it up slightly. His eyes studied her face as he chuckled softly. Mole, who would have thought? After all these years, your skin still looks so well preserved. Just as smooth and delicate as back then. Truly irresistible. It reminds me of back then. I was genuinely smitten with you. Heh, Mole. For old time's sake, grant me this favor. Hand over the research findings you've cultivated for K2 all these years. I promise you won't die. We'll secure you a green card, letting you live out your remaining years in peace. What do you say? Zhang Haiyan glared sideways at Black Cat. Black Cat, you scum. Don't talk to me about loyalty. I was blind to have ever shared your bed. You're the kind of trash who doesn't understand or deserve any talk of loyalty. Kill me now. I won't hand over the files. They've already surrounded this place. Just wait to be shot, you piece of trash. Black Cat smacked his lips. Oh dear, Mole, this game's over. You gotta play by the rules. This is no fun. Do I really have to kill a few more people before you learn to obey? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Without a glance, Black Cat drew his gun and fired several shots behind him. Instantly, more bodies fell, struck down. Zhang Haiyan watched in horror and cried out, Stop! Stop! Black Cat gave a grim smile and holstered his gun. See? You're just so boring. It takes a few innocent lives to wake you up. That's why they call you stupid. Stupid people harm others and themselves. Hurry up and take me to get the goods. Move it. Secretary Yao kicked Zhang Haiyan. With no choice, Zhang staggered forward slowly. Hurry up. What the hell are you dawdling for? Do we need to kill more people before you get your act together? Secretary Yao snarled menacingly. Right away, Zhang Haiyan hurriedly replied. She led the 2 men, dragging her feet, into the laboratory. The Research Institute's laboratory was its most critical facility. A fully reinforced anti-theft and anti-vibration system shielded all signals. Anyone entering without the key would be trapped inside forever. Black Cat followed Secretary Yao and Zhang Haiyan into the lab. Inside, a middle-aged man and woman clung tightly to each other, trembling as they stared at Black Cat and Secretary Yao. Zhang Haiyan gasped in shock. Ouyang, why are you still here? Get out of the way. The Ouyang Zhang Haiyan referred to was the middle-aged man. He was the core technical staff member of the Research Institute, the director of the VX3 Technology R&D department. The middle-aged woman was his assistant and his wife. These 2 individuals happened to be none other than Ouyang Qian's father and mother. Ouyang Qian's prowess in chemistry wasn't innate talent, but rather the result of her parents' meticulous cultivation, molding her into a top-tier chemistry prodigy. After all, her parents were luminaries in the field. When the Ouyang couple heard Zhang Haiyan order them to leave, they scrambled to their feet and started toward the exit. A gunshot rang out. Freeze! Who said you could leave? Haha, I think you two have misjudged the situation. Right now, it seems your boss isn't the one calling the shots. We are. I declare that as of now, you two are hostages. Lead the way. You'll only live if we get the sample. Zhang Haiyan shot Black Cat a venomous glare. Black Cat, you call yourself human? Have you no shred of humanity left? Black Cat chuckled coldly, humanity? What a luxury that is. I've never known it, Zhang Haiyan. Cut the crap. Don't try any tricks with me. Go get the sample. Zhang Haiyan burst into maniacal laughter. Get the sample? Get my grandmother's leg. Today, we'll all die here together. With that, she lunged forward and slammed her fist against a red button on the wall. Instantly, the reinforced steel door through which they had entered slammed shut. Secretary Yao, horrified, turned to Black Cat. Black Cat, we're trapped. Not even artillery could breach this place. As she spoke, Secretary Yao advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Zhang Haiyan, her high heels striking without hesitation. At that moment, Black Cat interjected, enough, stop hitting her. Secretary Yao whipped around, glaring at the Black Cat. What? You feel sorry for this traitor? Or is it because she slept with you? What? She slept with you, but I didn't? Black Cat slapped Secretary Yao hard across the face. Damn it. What the hell are you thinking? This isn't the time for your stupid jealousy. Are you brain dead? We're here to get the samples, not for you to vent your anger or indulge in petty jealousy. Black Cat scanned the room, approached the door lock, examined it, then smiled. Zhang Haiyan, you're ruthless. Never would have guessed you had such fearless, death-defying guts. Truly a soldier trained by me. But you've missed one crucial thing. I trained you, so I know every inch of your personality, every thought, every method. Now tell me, where's the VX3 sample? Zhang Haiyan tilted her head. I don't know. Smack. Black Cat fired a bullet into Ouyang's thigh. Now you know. If you still say you don't know, fine. Next shot, I'll put it through his heart. Zhang Haiyan panicked again, but quickly regained her composure, telling you won't help. It's in the storage room. Not here. We can't get out now. You, me, everyone will just rot here until we turn into mummies. The Black Cat burst out laughing. I don't think so. As he spoke, the Black Cat swiftly drew a military-grade dagger, grabbed Zhang Haiyan's arm, and slammed her hand onto the table with a sharp crack. Zhang Haiyan, he sneered, don't think I don't know that your right hand holds the keys to every access point in this entire building. Slashing. Everyone in the room felt their hearts clench. As blood splattered across the Black Cat's face, its hideous grin widened. It picked up a blood-soaked hand, Zhang Haiyan's hand. Zhang Haiyan collapsed unconscious amid a deafening scream of agony. Ouyang rushed forward, tearing off his own shirt to bandage Zhang Haiyan's severed arm. The Black Cat spat, then pressed Zhang Haiyan's severed hand against the fingerprint lock. The door swung open. The Black Cat ordered Secretary Yao, take this useless body. Wake him up. She must not die until we find the VX3 sample. Secretary Yao, yes. Inside the lab stood a barrel of mineral water. Secretary Yao approached, yanked the barrel off the water dispenser, and without a word, dumped its contents over Zhang Haiyan. Coughing twice, Zhang Haiyan came to. Secretary Yao pressed a gun against the Ouyang couple. You two, support her and lead us to the storage room. The Ouyangs hurriedly helped Zhang Haiyan up. Under the Black Cat and Secretary Yao's threats, they headed toward the storage room. As Black Cat and his men exited the lab, several terrorists approached. Boss, most of our brothers are dead. And it was done silently. Looks like someone from the cops got in. What should we do? Black Cat froze. How is that possible? All the doors were locked. This place is impregnable. How did they get in? The hooded bandit shook his head. No clue. We haven't spotted a single soul so far. These guys are like ghosts. What do we do? Black Cat snapped, furious. What do we do? Search. Dig up the earth if you have to, but find them. If Leijian really got in, we're in deep. Yes, sir. The hooded man replied. But the moment he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed. A spray of blood blossomed in the center of the black hooded man's forehead. He fell backward, dead. Leijian emerged from a corner, gun in hand. Black Cat, it seems our agreement has been unilaterally torn up by you. You're forcing my hand. Seeing Leijian appear, the two bandits beside him raised their guns, but before they could fire, 2 shots rang out. Chu Baiajua had eliminated both bandits with 2 quick shots. Black Cat swiftly pressed his gun against Zhang Haiyan's head. Leijian, I'm not forcing you, you forced me. It seems today, one of us must be finished off completely. Leijian nodded silently, indeed. Chapter 127, I need water. At that moment, Black Cat chuckled, very well. It seems today we truly need to settle things once and for all. Ha! Leijian, few within China's state apparatus command my respect, but you're one of them. Ha! But what does that matter now? Your martial skills are formidable, your intellect exceptional. Yet last time, in that abandoned factory, it was precisely your over-cleverness and excessive suspicion that forced you to spare me. Ha! Bet you're kicking yourself now. The abandoned factory incident, you thought I'd already obtained VX2, so you feared I'd detonate it and plunge the entire East China Sea into crisis. Heh, clever but outsmarted by your own cleverness. Actually, what I showed you last time wasn't VX2 at all, it was this. Black Cat spoke, pulling that test tube from his coat once more. This is a new hormone-stimulating agent we've developed. Its chemical formula is incredibly complex. It's the most successful interrogation drug currently in K2's arsenal. Anyone injected with this agent will be compelled to reveal everything we want to know, against their will. Heh, that's why I always carry it with me. Never imagined it would come in so handy, successfully fooling you, you bastard. Thinking back, it feels damn satisfying. As he spoke, Black Cat pulled off the plastic cap from the vial, revealing a sharp, pointed needle. Without another word, he swiftly jabbed it into Zhang Haiyan's arm with a sharp hiss. Pushing the syringe in while grinning, he remarked, "This interrogation agent is truly exquisite. After injection, one feels as if floating on celestial clouds. Mind fogged, heh. But more importantly, it sets your body ablaze with desire. Heh. If you don't find a partner within half an hour, haha, you'll bleed from all 7 orifices and die. TSK, truly a marvelous concoction. A real pickup artist's dream. How about it, Lei Zhan? Want me to hook you up with a dose? Use it to pick up girls. Success rate? 100%, haha." Lei Zhan's face twisted in fury as he aimed his gun at Black Cat. "Black Cat, you bastard, stop right now. If you make another move, I'll kill you on the spot." Black Cat roared with laughter. "Go ahead, try to kill me. I'll bet you don't have the guts to take out 2 people at once. You're so tough, Lei Zhan? If you can take out both me and Secretary Yao, we'll concede. But if you can't... Ha! Sorry, but right now we've got 3 hostages. They're all going to die. So, wanna try?" Lei Zhan glanced at Secretary Yao beside him. She was holding a gun, aimed at the heads of the Ouyang couple. Black Cat, likewise, held a gun pressed against Zhang Haiyan's head. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth, saying nothing. Even if Lei Zhan's marksmanship was godlike, it was impossible to kill 2 people simultaneously in an instant. If he made a mistake and accidentally hit a hostage, then his career as squad leader would be over for good. Seeing Lei Zhan hesitate, Black Cat fired another shot, this time hitting Ouyang's leg. "Since you don't have the guts to shoot, then get the hell out of my sight and stop messing with my business. I won't say this twice. Lei Zhan, you have 3 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, the next bullet goes through this old man's head." Lei Zhan immediately lowered his gun. "Alright, I'm out." As Lei Zhan vanished, Zhang Haiyan immediately slipped into a semi-conscious state. Black Cat dragged her toward the storage room, using her severed hand to open the door. Inside, Black Cat froze in shock. Hundreds of identical storage lockers lined the room. Black Cat snarled, "Zhang Haiyan, tell me. Which locker holds the VX3 sample?" Zhang Haiyan, now under the influence of the drug and semi-conscious, mumbled in response to the Black Cat's question, "VVX3 is in locker 341. 341, kill you. Kill you." Hearing this, Black Cat kicked Zhang Haiyan aside with a thud and opened locker 341. Instantly, a faint white mist drifted out from within. Amidst the mist sat 3 reinforced hydraulic tanks, each bearing a label, VX3. The Black Cat burst into laughter upon seeing this, snatching all 3 tanks at once and stuffing them into a canvas backpack he'd prepared earlier. He then let out another maniacal cackle. "Let's see who can stop me now. Xiao Yao, take these 2 things and fight your way out with me. Once we're out, the world is ours." Secretary Yao glanced at Zhang Haiyan, who lay twitching and trembling on the floor. "Black Cat, what about this woman? Should we dispose of her?" Black Cat glanced at Zhang Haiyan and sneered, "No need. Let her savor the agony. Let her bleed out from all 7 orifices as punishment for betraying K2. Stop wasting time. Let's go." Black Cat and Secretary Yao, escorting the Ouyang couple, had just exited the storage room when a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck Black Cat's shoulder. Startled, he swiftly grabbed Secretary Yao beside him. The moment Black Cat seized Yao, 2 more shots rang out. Yao took 2 bullets to the chest, shielding Black Cat and dying instantly. At that moment, Lei Zhan, who had been hiding alongside the shooter Chubayazhua, roared in fury, "Who gave you permission to shoot? What the hell are you doing?" Kobayazhua gave Lei Zhan a cold glance. "Thunder God, your performance just now was deeply disappointing. If it were me, I'd sacrifice every last one of them rather than let Black Cat enter the storage room and obtain VX3. Your actions seemed responsible toward the hostages, but did you consider that if Black Cat got VX3, you'd be irresponsible toward everyone in Donghai City including you and me? Now Black Cat has succeeded. Are you still waiting? What are you waiting for? For things to spiral even further out of control?" Just as Lei Zhan was about to speak, Black Cat snatched Ouyang's wife and simultaneously pulled out the VX3 sample from his bag. "Lei Zhan, I know you're here. Listen to me, the moment I hear a single gunshot, I'll release this VX3. My death is just one life, but I'll drag all of Donghai City down with me. That's worth it. Just then, a dozen hooded thugs sprinted down the aisle. Boss, bad news. The lobby's been taken over by cops. Our guys are all dead. The hostages are free. We're surrounded. What do we do? Seeing reinforcements arrive, Black Cat perked up instantly. He laughed, no problem, what's the panic? I've got the Imperial sword in my hand. Those cops can't touch me. Come on, let's just stroll out like we own the place. Lei Zhan, I know you're lurking in the shadows like a rat right now, listening to my words. I'll say this one last time, if I hear a single gunshot from you cops, I'll choose to go down with the entire city of Donghai. Brothers, let's move. Black Cat spoke, then strode toward the main hall doors, surrounded by his gang. He looked utterly fearless. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth and spoke into his terminal, attention all units. Attention all units. The VX3 sample is on Black Cat. Do not fire without my order. Do not fire without my order. Lei Zhan emerged from the shadows and watched Black Cat's retreating figure. Chu Baizhua urged, Thunder God, chase him. Are you just going to let him walk away? Lei Zhan clicked his eyes. Yes, I'm watching him leave. If he can actually make it out of the East Sea, good for him. Or do you want to die? You may want to die, but I certainly don't. Let him go. As he spoke, Lei Zhan entered the storage room around the corner, where Zhang Haiyan lay on the floor. He helped her up, examining her severed hand. After a moment's thought, he spent a bubble point from the system to exchange for a regeneration pill. He pried open Zhang Haiyan's mouth and forced her to swallow it. Then he barked at Chu Baizhua beside him, go get some water. No one answered. Lei Zhan whipped his head around, but all he saw was Chu Baizhua's retreating back leaving the storage room. And then, the final image of Chu Baizhua violently slamming the storage room door shut with a loud bang. Lei Zhan immediately shouted up, Baizhua, come back here. Don't be impulsive. But the door was already shut, and Chu Baizhua was nowhere to be seen. Lei Zhan was stunned. This Chu Baizhua was bound to cause trouble. That girl must have seen how indulgent he was with the Black Cat and couldn't stand it anymore. She'd probably acted impulsively to resolve it. But the storage room door was as solid as a city wall, blocking all signals. A chill ran down Lei Zhan's spine. Though he'd kept Kabizwo close precisely to prevent impulsive actions, trouble had still found them. Just as Lei Zhan was frantically worrying, Zhang Haiyan, already burning up and delirious, reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Water. I need water. Hot water. The muscle bone regeneration pill possessed extraordinary potency. Within moments, it had sealed Zhang Haiyan's wounds and begun slowly dissolving her flesh to regenerate bone. This pill relied on extracting vitality to rebuild new muscle and bone. As it stimulated her body's vitality, it also mobilized and accelerated various bodily reactions. This included the side effects of the interrogation drug Black Cat had injected into Zhang Haiyan, the burning in flames side effect. It was now rapidly taking effect. Within half an hour, if Yin and Yang couldn't unite, she'd bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Black Cat's words still rang in his ears. Watching Zhang Haiyan's semi-conscious reaction now, Lei Zhan gulped hard. Damn it, no way, you gotta be kidding me. How the hell did I end up in this tie situation? At this moment, Zhang Haiyan had completely forgotten shame and restraint. Her clothes had fallen away entirely, and she coiled around Lei Zhan like a snake. Water. I need water. It's so hot. Watching the snow-white, boneless Zhang Haiyan cling to him, Lei Zhan kept his eyes on his nose on his heart. Damn it, what the hell do I do? What the hell do I do? In this situation, sleeping with Yi Zuanshin's mother seemed a bit, well, not quite right. But not doing it. Water. I need water. Completely overwhelmed by the drug's effects, Zhang Haiyan clung to Lei Zhan with reckless abandon, her hands beginning to explore his body without restraint. Chapter 128, Rebirth from the Flames Volume Finale. Under the mandarin duck quilt, night brings a pear blossom tree presses down on the crabapple. This metaphor speaks of an old man feasting on tender grass. An 80-year-old man sleeping with an 18-year-old maiden, his hair white as snow, yet he still enjoys such soul-stirring bliss. A blessing envied and sighed over by all. The word press alone plunges into the fantasies of mortal men. Its implications need no further explanation. And at this very moment, Lei Zhan embodied the essence of that word. Beneath him, the blossoms bloomed crimson and radiant, like the song of a yellow oriole. Amidst the continuous gasps of passion, what had truly brought these two together remained a mystery to all. After 10 minutes of Lei Zhan's relentless assault, a deep, trumpet-like sound signaled the end of the battle. Zhang Haiyan, now lucid, lay sprawled on the floor, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. You're Lei Zhan? Lei Zhan, ah. Zhang Haiyan, are you my daughter's instructor? Lei Zhan, ah. Zhang Haiyan, you're the commander of the Wolf Fang Brigade? Lei Zhan, ah. Zhang Haiyan, are you here to capture Black Cat, carrying out a mission? Lei Zhan, ah. Zhang Haiyan, you did that to me to save me? Lei Zhan, ah. Zhang Haiyan, feels good? Lei Zhan, ah. Zheng Haiyan, Lei Zhan, about this, from now on, in this world, it's enough that you know and I know. Can you do that? Lei Zhan, ah. Seeing Lei Zhan looking dazed and lost, Zheng Haiyan smiled and struggled to get up and put on her clothes. Alright, no need to feel guilty. I'm older than you, so I took advantage. Besides, it's been so long since I've had this kind of experience. And honestly, you're not that bad. Get up. I wonder how Black Cat is doing. You need to get out there and complete the mission. Don't let him escape. Otherwise, it'll be ruined. Lei Zhan scrambled to his feet, quickly pulling on his clothes. Yeah, don't worry. He won't get away. Are you really okay? Zheng Haiyan stood up. I'm truly fine. I've been pinned down by ghosts before, why would I fear being pinned by a human? Go now. Take good care of my daughter. I know that if I somehow survive the rest of my life, it will be spent in prison. I must thank you for letting me experience family warmth one last time before I go in. This will likely be my final chance. So, you really don't need to feel any guilt. Lei Zhan nodded. Alright, I'm leaving. But this door. Zheng Haiyan stepped forward and touched the fingerprint lock. The door opened automatically. Lei Zhan nodded. Stay here and take good care of her. Don't come out, it's dangerous outside. Wait until we've dealt with Black Cat before you come out. Zheng Haiyan smiled and nodded. I understand. Hurry up and go. Looking at Zheng Haiyan, Lei Zhan suddenly sensed the long-forgotten aura of a mature woman. It was a kind of benevolent affection, like maternal tenderness, a mature charm that young girls untouched by life's storms could never hope to emulate. Countless men simply couldn't resist the allure of such a woman. Lei Zhan, too, found this feeling deeply appealing. Lei Zhan smiled. I'm off. Take care. In this world, everyone encounters that kind of person. She rides only one leg of your life's journey, then steps off. You might call it fate, a romantic connection, a karmic bond, whatever you wish. In any case, she is a kind of destiny. Yet in your life's memory, she remains priceless, unforgettable for a lifetime. She becomes a secret known only to the two of you, forever hidden from outsiders. So many encounters in life are destined to end in separation. Sometimes, there isn't even a chance for a reunion. Like two shooting stars racing along separate orbits, their meeting lasts but an instant before they streak past each other, never to cross paths again. It's a kind of helplessness, a kind of inevitability. Lei Zhan emerged from the storage room. None of the others knew that in the mere 10-odd minutes he had been gone, such complex events had unfolded. At this very moment, Black Cat had already led his men out of the Institute's gates. Yan Wang and his group, along with Chu Baizhua and the others, were directly locked inside the facility by Black Cat. The Institute had now become a sealed castle. Without Zheng Haiyan's key, no one could enter or exit. The Black Cat, holding the Ouyang couple hostage, had just stepped out of the Institute's gates when Tan Xiaolin and He Lu, concealed in the shadows, immediately opened fire, blocking the Black Cat's group's path. Black Cat was startled and roared urgently, Lei Zhan, you bastard, you don't want to live anymore? You think I won't detonate the VX-3 right now? At that moment, a hooded accomplice beside Black Cat whispered into his ear, Boss, Lei Zhan can't hear us. We've locked him inside the lab. Remember, the signals are jammed in there. So these cops aren't under Lei Zhan's control anymore. Black Cat froze in shock. Holy, how could this happen? The hooded man continued, that's how it is, boss. Look, what the hell are we supposed to do now? We can't get out. Their people have definitely blocked the roads. They won't let us leave. Black Cat gritted his teeth. Pointing at the Ouyang couple, he snarled, damn it. Use these two as human shields and break through. The Black Hood immediately obeyed. But just as he charged a few steps forward, a thunderous explosion erupted. The black hooded figure recoiled instantly. Bad news, boss. The ground is probably littered with remote-controlled bombs. We can't break out, damn it. They've got demolition experts hiding somewhere, planting mines and explosives all over the place. Even using hostages as shields won't work. They control when the bombs go off, they're targeting our people. The black hooded figure was right. Ouyang Qian and Tianhua, acting on Lei Zhan's orders, had already planted bombs and mines all around. The moment they dared take a step, Ouyang Qian and Tianhua would selectively press the remote controls, targeting only their men without harming the hostages. The secret passageway's entrance inside the research facility had already been seized by Lei Zhan and the Lightning Squad. There was no going back. Outside, Tan Xiaolin and He Lu were lying in ambush, making escape impossible. Showing themselves would mean stepping into the minefield and bomb trap laid by Ouyang Qian and Tianhua. They were completely trapped. Black Cat gritted his teeth. You bastard, Lei Zhan. Looks like you really want to take me on. You think you've got me cornered? Too bad, you're wrong. Even if you set up a trap as tight as a net, you still won't catch me. Come on, let's head to the rooftop. Black Cat spoke, dragging the Ouyang couple up the Institute's stairs to the rooftop. Once there, he dialed a number. I'm on the rooftop. Get here fast. Hanging up, Black Cat roared with laughter. You fools. Did you really think Black Cat was so easy to catch? I can escape underground, and I can fly to the heavens too. Ha! Minutes later, a helicopter approached from the east, landing directly on the institute's roof. Black Cat burst into laughter. Lejean, this time, I've won again. Just then, a figure flashed from the corner of the building. Shinlani, carrying 2 round barrels on her back, ghost-like, flipped onto the roof. Bang! Several shots rang out, taking down 4 terrorists. Simultaneously, a burst of sniper fire echoed, and several more terrorists were headshot. That was Yi Tsuanshin, hidden in a nearby tree, sniping. Bang! 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 The twin pistols in Shinlani's hands rattled off shots relentlessly. Combined with bullets flying from Yi Tsuanshin's unseen position, over a dozen bandits were instantly killed. Only Black Cat remained. Panicked, he scrambled toward the helicopter, shouting as he climbed, "Take off! Take off!" The helicopter lifted off immediately, rising off the ground. Shinlani abruptly tossed her 2 pistols aside and shot upward with a whoosh, grabbing hold of the canvas bag strapped to Black Cat's body. Black Cat roared in shock, "Damn it! Those little Lejean raised are bloody hell determined, but they're just ing stupid." As he spoke, Black Cat's pistol erupted in a hail of bullets, emptying an entire magazine into Shinlani's abdomen. At that very moment, 2 sharp gunshots rang out. Bullets from Shinlani's sniper rifle struck the backpack straps on Black Cat's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. The strap snapped instantly. At that very moment, the helicopter lifted off. Shinlani, clutching the canvas backpack tightly, became a falling object in midair. She plummeted from the departing helicopter, crashing onto the rooftop with a thud from a height of over 10 meters. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. My VX-3 was midair. Black Cat screamed from inside the helicopter, "Madman! Madman! All ing madman! How much did the communists pay you to fight so desperately? Damn it all to hell, madman!" Just as Shinlani plummeted from the sky, Yi Tsuanshin, perched on a nearby tree, suddenly shouted, "Shinlani!" At that moment, Black Cat urgently ordered the pilot to land the helicopter and reclaim the VX-3. But then, covered in blood from head to toe, Shinlani struggled to her feet. She pulled an object from one of the 2 canisters strapped to her back. It was a Type PF-89 80mm man-portable rocket launcher. Blood dripping from her mouth, Shinlani retrieved a rocket round from another cylinder and loaded it into the launcher. Struggling to her feet, she knelt down and aimed the rocket launcher at Black Cat's helicopter. Seeing this, Black Cat's face turned ashen. He bellowed urgently at the pilot, "Quick! Quick! Quick! Damn it, get the hell out of here! Forget the VX-3! Boom!" Black Cat's helicopter erupted into a ball of fire, plummeting from the sky and shattering into debris on the ground. Shinlani, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth after firing the rocket, watched the helicopter she'd struck with a faint smile. Then, she rolled over, collapsed onto the ground, and closed her eyes. Shinlani! Yi Tsuanshin tossed aside his sniper rifle, leaped from the tree, and sprinted toward the rooftop. At that moment, the institute's gates swung open. Lejean and the others charged toward the roof. Chapter 129, Honorary Title. On the rooftop, Shinlani's breath was faint as a thread. Lejean rushed forward, cradling her. "Listen to me, you better hold on. If you dare to pull out now, I'll never forgive you." He pinched Shinlani's nose while examining her wounds. Finally, she closed her eyes, shook her head, and said nothing. Shinlani forced her eyes open, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. With a pained smile, she managed to move her lips. Lejean. Actually, that day. I lied to you. That day wasn't my safe period. As she spoke, Shinlani's eyes closed. Half an hour later, the indicator light in the military headquarters hospital's operating room glowed. Lejean sat on a chair in the adjacent corridor. He pondered whether the fruit's power might activate again. During the previous operation at the Research Institute, Lejean had anticipated this possibility. By placing Shinlani in the most critical position, he had essentially been gambling. He reasoned that if the worst happened to her, she could emerge stronger from the flames of rebirth. Yet, Lejean also worried that things might not turn out as planned. If that happened, he would regret it too late. As he waited anxiously, Lejean silently made a decision. If Shinlani woke up, he would never again deliberately place her in the most dangerous position, pinning all hope on that phoenix fruit. Only now did Lejean realize how foolish this approach had been. Pinning hopes on the uncertain was an irresponsible act toward Shinlani. It was nothing short of gambling. Cruel. People shouldn't act this way. It was irresponsible toward life itself, irresponsible toward Shinlani. To gain strength, perhaps the correct path was to rely on oneself, like Zhu Baizhua had done. The female soldiers moved to comfort Lejean, who had seemed hollowed out since arriving here. But Tan Xiaolin stopped them, telling the others, "Right now, it's best not to approach Lejean. Your well-meaning consolations mean absolutely nothing to him. Your kind words, in Lejean's eyes, are merely self-comfort. They only serve to ease your own consciences while deepening the pain of the person being consoled." The female soldiers dispersed, leaving Lejean alone, sitting in the hallway. The surgery lasted well into the night. Late in the night, the door finally opened. The lead surgeon emerged, and his assistant quickly removed his white coat. The lead surgeon was drenched from head to toe. Lei Zhan rushed forward. "Doctor, how did it go?" The doctor waved him off. "Let me have a drink first." He downed an entire bottle of cold water before exhaling deeply. A miracle. Absolutely a miracle in medical history. We were already treating a lost cause. The patient's vital signs were fading. The bullets inside had to be removed. I feared the patient might pass away before we could complete the extraction. But a miracle, absolutely a miracle. Not only did the patient's vital signs persist, but they miraculously held on until the surgery concluded. After suturing, there were even signs of gradual recovery. A miracle, truly a miracle. The patient needs rest. No visitors are permitted for 1 week. Strict, continuous treatment and observation are required. Therefore, Captain Lei, you must leave now. For the next week, the patient must see no one and experience no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. It could be life-threatening. Lei Zhan nodded urgently. "So, Shenlani will survive?" The doctor's expression remained grave. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It's still too early to say. We must continue monitoring her. But I can tell you this, based on the patient's remarkably strong vital signs, there's a 70% chance or even higher that she will pull through." "Thank you, doctor." Lei Zhan gripped the lead surgeon's hand with emotion. The doctor smiled. "It's my job, my job. You all risk your lives for people like us. How could I not give it my all? Alright, you go back first. I still need to eat and write up the report. See you later." The doctor left. Lei Zhan clenched his fist. "Yeah. Shenlani, you rock." Meanwhile, after Black Cat was taken down, the military, police, and high-ranking officials of Donghai City convened a summit meeting. On their table sat 3 reinforced hydraulic tanks. Dozens of influential leaders from various sectors were present, including the top commander. This high-level meeting was co-chaired by the mayor of Donghai City and Vice Commander Tan of the military leadership. They conducted thorough deliberations on the Black Cat terrorist incident and established commendations for meritorious service. The mayor spoke first. "The facts are before us. I believe everyone here understands them clearly. I won't dwell on the incident itself. Let's discuss this VX-3. This substance is a far more terrifying chemical weapon than the VX-2 originally developed by Zhao Yunming. Once released, there is no doubt that all of Donghai would be transformed into a living hell. Bones would litter the ground. I shall not elaborate further. I propose that the foremost credit for this operation indisputably belongs to the Wolfang Wild Seed Brigade under Deputy Commander Tan, and to Comrade Lei Zhan and his team led by Comrade Ho Yong, Commander-in-Chief. On behalf of the Municipal Bureau, I recommend to the military authorities that Comrade Lei Zhan be awarded the first-class merit. Furthermore, the entire Wolfang Brigade shall receive the first-class merit." Immediately, applause erupted in the hall. Everyone unanimously approved the mayor's proposal. At that moment, the municipal party secretary rose with a smile, waving his hand to quiet the applause. He remarked, "Comrade Lei Zhan is truly an outstanding comrade." Previously, some comrades within the Municipal Public Security Bureau under our leadership did harbor misunderstandings toward Comrade Lei Zhan. However, through repeated practical demonstrations, it has been proven that Comrade Lei Zhan and all comrades under his Wolfang Brigade are loyal soldiers of the Republic under the party's leadership. Comrade Lei Zhan, his Thunderbolt Assault Team, and the Fire Phoenix Assault Team have repeatedly rescued our city from peril and imminent collapse. After erroneous directives within our municipal public security system, Comrade Lei Zhan swiftly mobilized forces on multiple occasions, turning the tide and rescuing us from the brink of disaster. They have dealt heavy blows to terrorists, severely curbing the arrogance of the K2 organization. This time, they proved utterly unstoppable, acting as true soldiers of the People's Republic of China to uphold the nation in peril. Their subordinate Shenlani even risked her life to seize the VX-3, a weapon capable of destroying the entire East China Sea, from Black Cat's grasp. Ah, what a hero! What a mighty warrior! A modern-day Zhou Jin or Hua Mulan. In this era of peace and prosperity, how many soldiers of the Republic could make such monumental contributions? Surely, one could count them on one hand? Therefore, I personally disagree with the mayor's statement. Comrade Lei Zhan's achievements have overshadowed the East China Sea and shaken the nation. He is a living legend. A first-class merit medal cannot adequately represent the admiration and respect of our city's people. I thus recommend that military leadership carefully consider bestowing upon Comrade Lei Zhan the highest honor in the armed forces, the title of People's Guardian, the King of Soldiers. Furthermore, all commanders and soldiers of the Wolfang Brigade should be promoted to officer rank. Those already officers should receive a 1-rank advancement. Of course, Comrade Ho Yong is already a general, so that's a different matter, huh? Clap. The meeting hall erupted once more in thunderous applause, expressing unanimous approval. The municipal party secretary smiled at Deputy Commander Tan and said, "Deputy Commander Tan, as the party secretary of Donghai, I believe these requests are not unreasonable at all. You must give this careful consideration. If you refuse to comply, then I may have no choice but to organize and mobilize the entire city's population to march on your military region headquarters and demand justice for Comrade Lejean. This honor you will grant it, whether you want to or not. You must grant it. Remember, the people can both support and overturn you. Do not defy the strong demands for justice from all Donghai citizens. If you do, you will be branded a traitor to the people. Kwa! Another wave of thunderous applause erupted in the hall. The label of a traitor to the people was a heavy burden even for Deputy Commander Tan to bear. Standing up, sweat beading on his brow, he grinned broadly. Everyone, please calm down. Lejean's contributions are indeed significant. But I believe the first-class merit is already quite substantial. This honorary title would require involving the Central Political Department. This might be a bit too much. I think the first-class merit and the honorary title are far too grand. These are simply the duties we soldiers should fulfill. At that moment, the municipal party secretary immediately stood up. Deputy Commander Tan, you're quite mistaken. What is an honorary title? It's merely a form of recognition and affirmation for a soldier. Do you really think Comrade Lejean, who saved the entire populace of Donghai, doesn't deserve this honorary title? Or are you suggesting that the lives of all Donghai citizens hold less weight than a single honorary title within your military unit? Is that what you're implying? The party secretary's accusations grew increasingly severe, and Deputy Commander Tan found himself struggling to defend himself. He hadn't anticipated the Donghai Municipal Party Secretary's remarkable skill in rhetoric. Each accusation landed squarely on his head, piling up until he felt like he was being framed as a traitorous terrorist. To prevent this cunning party secretary from piling on more accusations, Deputy Commander Tan hastily retorted, "No, that absolutely wasn't my meaning. How could the citizens of Donghai City be worth less than an honorary title? Fine, I'll immediately report to the Central Committee to confer the honorary title of King of Soldiers upon Comrade Lejean." Applause. The party secretary promptly seized the moment, inciting the crowd to cheer and solidify the matter. Speaking such words before so many high-ranking municipal and military leaders, Deputy Commander Tan knew this was something he couldn't wriggle out of. It seemed he'd have to report the matter truthfully to the Central Committee. Yet what stunned Vice Commander Tan afterward was that after submitting Lejean's commendation for the honorary title, he never imagined this distinction, which typically took a year or even several years to approve, would be granted in less than an hour. Vice Commander Tan was stunned. When Deputy Commander Tan held the banner bearing Lejean's personal honorary title, his mind raced. Drawing on his lifetime of military experience, he sensed Lejean might not be as straightforward as he had initially thought. This Lejean must have powerful connections in the central government. An honorary title? The highest honor a soldier could receive, approved in just 1 hour? Damn it all, I've never heard of such a thing in my entire career, Deputy Commander Tan muttered to himself. Chapter 130, Comatose. Deputy Commander Tan held the honorary title banner in his hands, studying the characters embroidered upon it. The banner itself was worth little, but the title it represented was priceless. An honorary title, the pinnacle of glory a soldier could achieve. Staring at the banner, Deputy Commander Tan smacked his lips. No wonder Lejean had such a fiery temper, daring to go against him. So, he had connections in the court after all. Deputy Commander Tan nodded, his lips pressed into an inscrutable frown as he stroked his chin. This is interesting. Deputy Commander Tan personally arrived at the Wolfang Brigade to present a grand gift to the troops. This gift was indeed substantial. However, beyond the award ceremony, his visit served another equally significant purpose. Upon Tan's arrival, the Commander-in-Chief immediately assembled all Wolfang Brigade officers and soldiers. After surveying the room, Tan asked the Commander-in-Chief, "Where is Lejean? Without the main man present, how can we hold this victory celebration?" Commander 1 nodded, "Comrade Lejean is still in the hospital. That bastard has been sitting there for a week, refusing food, drink, or reason. He only smokes, won't even take a sip of water." Deputy Commander Tan's eyes widened in shock. "What? Damn it! How are you running this operation? Tie him up if you have to, but get him back here. Refusing food and water, what kind of example is that? What is he trying to do, kill himself?" Commander-in-Chief 1 explained, "During the recent incident at the Jiguan Mountain Research Institute, our top performing officer, Shinlani, was shot and remains in a deep coma. Lejean has stayed by her bedside the entire time. It's not that he refuses to eat, he tried some kanji, but he vomited it up every time. So the nurses have been giving him 2 glucose injections daily. Thankfully, this kid is like a wooden dummy. No matter how you hit him, he doesn't flinch. He doesn't even feel the needle prick." Deputy Commander Tan nodded upon hearing this. Lejean is a fine comrade. His individual combat skills are unquestionable, and he's deeply loyal and principled. Good. I admire that kid. Wait? Then we wait. Wait until he recovers, wait until Shinlani wakes up, then hold the victory celebration. Our comrade is still lying in the hospital. Holding a victory celebration at this time would be inappropriate. Commander-in-Chief, thank you for your understanding, Deputy Commander Tan. Tan nodded, then shot a meaningful glance at Tan Xiaolin before turning and leaving. A week passed, yet Shenlani still hadn't regained consciousness. Lei Jin sat on a chair outside, his beard now quite long. At this moment, he sat on a public bench in the hospital courtyard, a substandard Nanjing cigarette between his fingers, eyes half closed as he puffed. His entire being seemed to have withered away over the past week. Having barely slept or eaten, his spirit appeared utterly drained. His eyes were half closed, and his beard had grown nearly half an inch long. Amidst the bustling hospital crowds, no one noticed the disheveled, unshaven, and exhausted man sitting on the bench, the very Lei Zhan renowned throughout the East Sea. According to the doctor, Shenlani's life had been saved. But whether she would ever wake up, that he couldn't say. It all depended on her own fate. The doctor had called it a miracle that Shenlani had survived at all. Though her vitality was astonishingly strong, the doctor couldn't guarantee she would ever regain consciousness. For the past week, Lei Zhan had been consumed by one thought: was what he did right? In the end, he arrived at the same conclusion. He could never again use such forced methods to help Shenlani or any female soldier. It was too dangerous and irresponsible toward their personal growth and way of life. If Shenlani didn't wake up this time, Lei Zhan would never forgive himself. Just then, a young nurse emerged, glancing around the room. Spotting Lei Zhan sitting in a chair with his eyes half closed, she sighed. Approaching him, she deftly rolled up his sleeve and inserted a glucose drip into his arm. Lei Zhan remained oblivious to her actions, letting her handle him as she pleased. Time passed slowly. Every day, Lei Zhan carried his chair to sit before the hospital bed, gazing at her serene, beautiful face. He listened to the steady drip of the four. He held Shenlani's soft, boneless hand, refusing to let go for a long time. Following Lei Zhan's orders, no one was to disturb Shenlani once she regained consciousness, absolutely no one. The commander tacitly approved Lei Zhan's request, ordering that no one was to disturb him. Deep down, the commander understood that provoking Lei Zhan at this moment was unwise. He knew Lei Zhan too well. If Shenlani truly never regained consciousness, the commander was acutely aware that his Wolfang Brigade might lose Lei Zhan as well. This time, Lei Zhan had likely developed genuine feelings for Shenlani. Within the Wolfang Brigade, Tan Xiaolin and Zhu Biazhuo trained like madwomen daily. Their punches made the punching bags in the training room thud loudly. Whenever they sparred with the male soldiers of the Lightning Strike team, they would inevitably beat them black and blue. As Yin Wang put it, because of Lei Zhan, these two women had now become saint warriors who had ignited their inner cosmos. So, it was best to keep your distance. Yi Zuanxin's training was even more brutal. She'd often lie prone on the ground for an entire day, with two massive green bricks suspended from the barrel of a high-precision sniper rifle. She'd hold that position motionless. When her comrades finally pulled her up, they'd be astonished to find a human-shaped sweat-soaked imprint on the ground beneath her. Ouyang Qian and Tian were frequently holed up in the lab. Occasionally, the room would erupt with explosions and the shrieks of two girls. As for He-Lu, besides fiddling with various specimens and observing human bones, she would often sit with her eyes closed, muttering something to herself. Almost everyone was constantly busy, simple yet hectic, fulfilling yet serene. This routine persisted for half a month until the day the emergency assembly whistle sounded throughout the Wolfang Brigade. Lei Zhan, his beard now over an inch long, paused slightly on the chair outside the hospital. He squinted, lifting his head slightly to glance toward the Wolfang Brigade's direction. Shenlani still hadn't woken up. Half a month. A full half-month had passed, and Shenlani still hadn't regained consciousness. For those 15 days, Lei Zhan had kept vigil by her side, listening to the steady drip of the four. Over that time, he had wasted away to skin and bones, his hair had grown long and unkempt, and even a few strands of gray had appeared. For half a month, Lei Zhan hadn't eaten a single bite. He sustained his life solely on the 2 daily glucose injections administered by the nurses. At this very moment, he heard that familiar bugle call again, the signal for soldiers to march out. Yet now, as Lei Zhan heard it, the sound seemed so distant. Lei Zhan twitched his jaw and stirred slightly. Finally, he lowered the feet that had been tucked under the chair and placed them on the floor. Chapter 131, The Warrior's Bugle. An old saying goes, new recruits fear artillery, veterans fear the bugle. But setting aside new and old soldiers, consider the bugle call itself. It is the symbol of a warrior charging into battle. When the bugle sounds, all schemes, all strategies, all deceit and treachery must be set aside. Upon hearing that call, a warrior must abandon everything, focusing only on 2 words, charge. This is the most fundamental awakening of a warrior. No matter what, whether you've endured hardships or are facing trials, the moment you hear the charge bugle call, you must cast aside every single concern and act immediately. The bugle call, preserved since the Liberation War era, remains to this day. It signals the start of battle. It summons emergency assembly. And when the moment of true combat and charge arrives, it will surely sound once more. This call, passed down from ancient times, accompanies a warrior through life and death, never forsaking them. It is the unique, life-affirming melody of a soldier. The bugle call for the Wolfang Brigade's emergency assembly sounded. Lei Zhan finally lifted his head, squinting like an aged elder as he gazed at the blood-red sunset in the west. Then he straightened his back and smoothed his uniform. Laney, the bugle is sounding again. I must go now. After all, I, Lei Zhan, am a soldier. A warrior. I cannot ignore the call of the bugle. I'll come back to see you when this is over. At that very moment, in the courtyard of the Beast Battalion within the Wolfang Brigade, the Lightning Strike Squad and the Fire Phoenix Squad stood fully armed in the center of the yard. Before them, Commander-in-Chief No. 1 and Deputy Commander Tan stood with their hands behind their backs, their expressions stern as they surveyed the soldiers before them. Deputy Commander Tan glanced at the soldiers before him and murmured to Commander-in-Chief No. 1, Lei Zhan still hasn't recovered, has he? Commander 1 shook his head. Probably not. If Shenlani truly doesn't wake up, I fear we'll lose Lei Zhan. He's already a walking corpse. Shenlani's situation hit him too hard. Today, we'll see. If Lei Zhan doesn't arrive within 10 minutes, then let him retire. Deputy Commander Tan sighed upon hearing this. Heroes can't resist a beautiful woman. This time, Lei Zhan seems to have truly fallen. When a tough guy like him gets emotionally involved, it's quite terrifying. Let's wait a bit longer. Though he's an absolute troublemaker, there's no denying he's the most outstanding soldier under our command without a doubt. Commander-in-Chief No. 1 nodded. Then we'll wait a while longer. But I suspect if he doesn't show up within 10 minutes, he won't be coming at all. All the soldiers stood silently in the courtyard. Not a word was spoken. 5 minutes passed. 8 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Commander 1 sighed softly. It seems he won't be reporting. Reporting, Wolfang Squadron Leader, reporting. Everyone's vision blurred. No one knew how Lei Zhan had entered the courtyard, nor how he'd appeared before them. Only Deputy Commander Tan and the Commander-in-Chief wore expressions of astonishment. The Commander-in-Chief murmured, as if to himself, how did he achieve the third tier of the spirit realm? Deputy Commander Tan glanced at Lei Zhan, then turned to look at Commander-in-Chief No. 1. He burst into laughter, slapping the commander on the shoulder. Well done, old ho. To think you've trained Lei Zhan to this level. Ha! Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Today, I won't say anything else. I'm only assigning you one task. This kid, even if you have to tie him up, must not be allowed to leave. Ha! I'm off. The rest is up to you. Deputy Commander Tan departed with a hearty laugh. At this moment, Lei Zhan bore a full beard, his hair streaked with gray. He was emaciated, skin stretched taut over bones. Yet moments ago, with speed like a phantom, he had flickered before their eyes and materialized directly before them. Every one of them was jolted. They were stunned. What terrifying realm had Lei Zhan's martial arts reached? He moved like a ghost, like a specter. Was this even human speed? Indeed, Lei Zhan had previously eliminated the group at the abandoned factory, earning dozens of bubble points. Combined with this incident at the Jiguan Mountain Research Institute and the elimination of Black Cat, plus some pills he had traded for, he had accumulated nearly 100 bubble points. Using these 100 points, Lei Zhan had elevated his cultivation to the third tier of the spirit realm. The spirit realm was equivalent to the previous domain realm. It was merely a difference in terminology between the secular world and those of the spirit realm. Seeing Lei Zhan return, Commander 1 smiled. Good. Just glad you're back. Fall in. Lei Zhan silently took his place beside the formation. Commander-in-Chief No. 1 smiled again. I won't dwell on praising achievements. Comrades, you worked tirelessly during the recent Jiguan Mountain Research Institute incident. On behalf of all the people of the East China Sea and the commanders of every military region, I extend our highest respect to you. Commander-in-Chief saluted all the officers and soldiers present. Then, Commander-in-Chief No. 1 took out the silk banner. Comrade Lei Zhan, after consultation within the military region and approval from the Central Committee, you are hereby awarded the honorary title of the Ultimate Warrior. Your military rank is promoted directly from Lieutenant Colonel to Colonel. Comrade Lei Zhan, come forward and receive your honor. Lei Zhan walked forward mechanically, took the banner from the Commander-in-Chief's hands, and said expressionlessly, "Thank you for your kindness, Commander." He then turned and walked away. Faced with the highest honor a soldier could receive, Lei Zhan's indifferent expression weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. For Lei Zhan now, honor held no appeal whatsoever. Next, the Commander-in-Chief announced the remaining awards. Every single soldier received a first-class merit. Non-commissioned officers were immediately promoted to commissioned officers, while existing officers were elevated one rank. These honors and promotions were earned with the lives of every commander and soldier in the Wolfang Brigade. As each individual received their due glory, their hearts felt an extraordinary sense of peace. After distributing the honors, Commander-in-Chief No. 1 looked solemnly at the group and said, "Honor is forged by soldiers with their blood and loyalty. As soldiers, do you have the confidence to complete any mission entrusted to you by the motherland? Tell me." "Yes. The entire unit roared in unison except Lei Zhan. Commander 1 turned to Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, what about you? Lei Zhan replied calmly, what mission, Commander? Just tell me straight. We can skip the pre-mission pep talk. I've been through enough of those in my half-century of service. Enough. The commander-in-chief placed his hand over his mouth and cleared his throat. That bastard Lei Zhan just wouldn't give him face. But under the current circumstances, the commander-in-chief truly didn't want to resort to bureaucratic formalities to pressure Lei Zhan into restoring his dignity. That would only provoke Lei Zhan's complete resentment. If Lei Zhan grew resentful and walked out, the one who'd suffer the consequences would be himself. So the chief could only swallow his pride, clearing his throat self-deprecatingly. It's nothing really. The Erna assault, you remember that, Lei Zhan? Chapter 132, Mortality Rate. Lei Zhan nodded upon hearing this. I remember. What about it? Commander 1 explained, the Estonian embassy has already sent the invitation to our desks. However, this year's International Special Forces Assault competition has slightly altered rules. Previously, nations selected up to 5 soldiers for collective training in Estonia. This year's format requires each country to field a unit of up to 100 personnel for multinational special forces combat exercises. Finally, based on each nation's performance, a comprehensive ranking will be determined. Since this is the inaugural year for this format, the preliminary target mortality rate has been set at 35%. That means 1/3 of the participants will die there. Given this exceptionally high casualty rate, the Estonian organizers reiterated that participation remains entirely voluntary, as in previous years. The invitation serves only as a gesture of respect to participating nations. Attendance is not mandatory. Although the Erna raid is touted as the highest-level international special forces competition akin to the Olympics for soldiers, participation is not compulsory. Therefore, Lei Zhan, the reason I gathered you all today is for you and your team to discuss whether to participate in this international special forces competition with such a high mortality rate. Lei Zhan responded with a drooping eyelid, not interested. With that, Lei Zhan turned and walked away. Thunder God, stop right there. Yan Wang suddenly bellowed from the ranks. Ignoring the presence of Commander 1, he strode straight out of the formation and confronted Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan, I've always respected you and your choices. But this time, I cannot respect your decision. The Erna raid is the battlefield every true special forces soldier yearns for. It is the Olympics of the military. There, bloodshed and sacrifice may await. There, one may never return. There, it may be a living hell. We all know this. But are you going to abandon it just because of these things? As a soldier, a special forces soldier, if you lack the courage to step onto the battlefield, what kind of soldier are you? Thunder God, if you won't go, I won't stop you. But I must say, I am going. Our Thunderbolt assault squad is going. Lei Zhan turned to face the entire Thunderbolt brigade. Do you all truly wish to go? The Thunderbolt assault members exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Lei Zhan turned to the Fire Phoenix squad, and you? Do you want to go too? All the female soldiers exchanged glances, but in the end, every single one silently nodded. Seeing this, Lei Zhan sighed. It's just a competition. Is it really that desirable? You lot must have lost your minds. Seems like you're all going to do that stupid thing to prove yourselves. Are you that obsessed with others' opinions? You know your own abilities, don't you? Why risk your lives for this pointless game? You're all sick. At that moment, Yan Wang spoke up. You're wrong, Lei Shen. For us, this isn't a meaningless game. It's a warrior's challenge, a chance to prove ourselves. Lei Zhan suddenly realized, right. Compared to masters of his caliber, figures like the King of Hell were still lingering at the mortal level. They needed constant conquest and tempering to prove their potential and worth, thereby finding inner peace and confidence. For someone at the third stage of the spirit realm, this game was utterly tedious. Moreover, Lei Zhan had largely not yet recovered from Shunlani's influence. He did not wish to witness any more sacrifice or bloodshed, especially pointless, meaningless bloodshed and sacrifice that offered no real benefit. Even if the possibility existed, he did not want it. Truth be told, when it comes down to it, nothing matters more than the ability to keep living. Yet those still living often fail to grasp this truth. They chase after some supposed meaning of life. But what meaning does life truly hold? Life itself? It holds no inherent meaning whatsoever. All those concepts, democracy, peace, faith, freedom, and so on, are merely meanings humanity has imposed upon it. For life itself, these things hold no real significance. They are merely excuses to justify the act of living. Humans need excuses and passion to survive, otherwise, they lose their spiritual anchor. No wonder the world has so many religions, they merely offer people an illusory spiritual crutch to cling to. Yet Lei Zhan had to admit this spiritual anchor held immense importance. For him personally, however, it wasn't worth risking his life. Because Lei Zhan didn't believe in any gods. Human obsession is a terrifying thing. Lei Zhan understood this all too well. If he refused to join the Erna assault this time, he risked losing the loyalty of the entire Wolfang squadron. They would mentally deduct a point from him. But he truly couldn't bear to abandon these men he had personally trained. Thinking this, Lei Zhan chuckled. Alright then. Since you're all so enthusiastic, even fearless in the face of death, and so eager to pursue this elusive, intangible faith, I'll reluctantly join you for a little fun. A 35% mortality rate, huh? You guys must have water in your brains. Yay! Male and female soldiers alike erupted in cheers. Watching the crowd cheer, Lei Zhan's brow furrowed. He suddenly felt that sometimes, the power of so-called faith, the brainwashing effect, was truly formidable. Even if the Erna assault team came in first, what difference would it make? It would merely prove to the world that our nation's military might should not be underestimated. Lei Zhan now understood this competition was nothing more than an international military power ranking exercise. Whoever placed higher would allow their nation's top leaders to stand taller at international conferences. Sitting there, they'd seem to declare, "Look at my military might, it's formidable. You all better behave yourselves." But this awesomeness comes at the cost of soldiers dying at a rate of 35%. And is it really just 35%? Who the hell can say for sure? Live fire drills? Against other nations? Frankly, what kind of drill is this? It's outright warfare. Do you seriously expect foreigners to show mercy when they fire? To aim for your thigh instead of your head? That's utterly impossible. Throughout millennia of warfare, only the victors speak. On the battlefield, no one pities you. Once you step onto that ground, it's all about winning or losing, life or death. And the cold, hard barrels of guns and bullets. Lei Zhan couldn't fathom where the hell you'd find any faith in this. It's pure, unadulterated suicide. But if you're a fool, so be it. After all, you're still wearing that uniform. Chapter 133, Pre-Battle Mobilization. The entire Wolfang Brigade reached unanimous agreement, which filled Commander-in-Chief No. 1 with immense joy and excitement. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Commander 1 instinctively began the pre-battle mobilization speech. Comrades, you are the pride of our Wolfang Brigade, the pride of our army, the pride of our entire military. Today, you are heading to the battlefield. You fight for the honor of our soldiers. You fight for the honor of our army. You fight for our loved ones, for our people, for our motherland, and for yourselves. You must give your all to defeat those foreign soldiers. Display the might of Chinese soldiers. Show the spirit of Chinese soldiers. Demonstrate the dominance of Chinese soldiers. Unleash the unrivaled might of Chinese soldiers. Project the invincible aura of Chinese soldiers who conquer all. Remember this, you do not represent yourselves alone. You represent every soldier in the entire Chinese military. For you are the very essence of Chinese soldiers, the sharpest blade among blades, the most formidable warriors among warriors. You must fight with your lives to uphold the dignity of the soldier, the honor of the military, and the prestige of the nation. You must carry forward the glorious traditions of our revolutionary martyrs, fearless of bloodshed, undaunted by sacrifice, willing to lay down your lives and shed your blood. This is so that the banner of our Chinese nation may proudly wave in the wind, and so that. At this moment, Lei Zhan chuckled, raised his wrist to glance at his watch, then smacked his lips, feigning sleepiness. Seeing Lei Zhan like this, the first leader suddenly realized how overly enthusiastic he had been. His words had flowed out effortlessly. Those official platitudes recited like the 3 classic essays uttered without a second thought. He had forgotten that Lei Zhan detested such bureaucratic rhetoric in mobilization speeches. Clearing his throat softly, the commander-in-chief continued, well, time is tight and the mission is critical. I won't waste your time with lengthy speeches today. Bottom line, you must return with a resounding victory. Once you're there, forget all the talk. Just one thing, wipe out the enemy. Wipe them out. Wipe them out. Alright, I'll now hand things over to the overall commander of this operation, Squadron Leader Lei Zhan. You have 4 hours left. At 7 p.m. sharp, board the aircraft bound for Estonia. Dismissed. The commander-in-chief finished speaking and turned to leave. Just then, he heard Lei Zhan address his men, "Listen up, you bunch of useless idiots. The commander-in-chief just gave us a brilliant pre-battle pep talk. I'm sure you're all still buzzing from his impassioned speech. So I won't bother with any motivational spiel. But before we go, I need to remind you of one thing. That is, forget every single word the commander just said. Remember, you only need to remember one thing. You better remember this phrase. Recite it at least 100 times every day. It's simple, just 3 words. Listen up, you bastards. Those 3 words are, survive. Got that, you bastards? Got it. All male and female soldiers shouted in unison. Damn it, you haven't eaten? Shout it 10 more times for me. Got it. Got it. What the hell did you remember? Shout it 10 more times. Survive. 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 Lei Zhan nodded, right, just those 3 words. You'd better remember them. When you're on the battlefield, remember them too. No matter what you do, no matter how desperate your situation, as long as you've got a breath left in you, remember those 3 words. Keep them on your lips at all times. Got it? Understood. All the soldiers shouted in unison. Lei Zhan nodded. Disperse, damn it. Go do whatever you need to do. Be back in position by 6:15 sharp. For the next few hours, no restrictions. Drink, gamble, visit prostitutes, I don't give a damn. Just be here by 6:50. Alright, get the hell out of here. Dismissed. But instead of dispersing, the entire group surged toward Lei Zhan, surrounding him completely. Yan Wang, Thunder God, your soul's finally back. The brothers have been worried sick these past days. Yuan Bao, ha. Thunder God, that little mustache gives you quite the personality. Spill it, did you charm a bunch of hospital nurses these past 2 weeks? Big cow, Thunder God, you're finally back on your feet. Ouch, look at all that gray hair. That Lana girl really packs a punch. Little B, oh, you guys don't know. Real men are loyal and honorable heroes. How does that saying go? Still waters run deep, rippled only by the wind. Evergreen mountains never age, only snow turns them white. That proves Brother Lei is a true man of honor and loyalty. Lei Zhan laughed heartily, his heart stirring at the sight of his brothers in arms' smiling faces. Patting their shoulders, he said, alright, all of you, get lost. You've got nothing important to do, right? Why are you all crowding around me? Get out, get out. Yan Wang spoke calmly, Thunder God, you are our most important matter. Silence fell over the group. Yan Wang's words struck a chord with every one of them. Lei Zhan froze, his eyes reddening. Then he smiled, patting the King of Hell on the shoulder. Alright, cut the damn sentimentality. Scram, all of you. We'll be together every day from now on. Get moving, back to your duties. Only after Lei Zhan's repeated urging did the male soldiers finally disperse. No sooner had the men been dealt with than the women soldiers arrived. Thunder God's head instantly grew larger. Yi Zuanshin, hey, Thunder God, back from the dead? Thought you'd kick the bucket for good, you little punk. Tang Xiaoxiao, oh, he was just living in the sweet agony of soul-elevating suffering. I'm so jealous of Lainey. Ouyang Qian, oh no, you're all wrong. According to advanced chemical theory, the sorrow of love can trigger a hormonal chemical reaction, stimulating the pituitary gland to secrete a dark substance. This directly affects the negative nerves in the cerebral cortex, causing physical activity. The direct manifestation is a major shift in human emotions. Lei Zhan slapped his forehead, oh my god, what the heck is that supposed to mean? He quickly turned and sprinted away. This group of women was far tougher to handle than male soldiers. Hey, Thunder God, don't run. Come back here, we're not done talking. But Lei Zhan wasn't about to return. These women were utterly unbearable. 3 women make a drama, let alone 7 or 8. Lei Zhan couldn't take it anymore and vanished instantly without a trace. Seeing Lei Zhan flee, Tan Xiaolin smiled faintly, sisters, before we set off, let's go visit our comrade Lanir. The women agreed and followed Tan Xiaolin to the military general hospital. With their impending separation, each heart brimmed with mixed emotions. Who knew what kind of lives and outcomes awaited them after this cross-border live fire exercise? Chapter 134, Survive. The Republic of Estonia is one of the 3 Baltic states in Eastern Europe, bordered by the Baltic Sea to the west, the Gulf of Finland to the north, and sharing land borders with Latvia to the south and Russia to the east. Following Lithuania's declaration of independence in 1991, Estonia swiftly gained its own sovereignty, with Tallinn as its capital. The country possesses vast reserves of oil shale and limestone, with forests covering 47% of its territory. Due to its rapidly growing economy and advanced information technology, Estonia is often dubbed the Baltic Tiger. With 47% of its territory covered by pristine forests, the nation boasts exceptional air quality and ecological environments, making it an ideal place for human habitation. Adequate soil and water conservation have restored the natural environment to its optimal state for human living. The only drawback is its small land area, less than 50,000 square kilometers, which is less than 1/3 the size of China's Jilin province. Overall, with nearly half its land covered by forests, Estonia truly lives up to its reputation as a forest nation. This means that special operations conducted here will predominantly involve jungle warfare. In jungle warfare, the use of grenades and firearms is severely restricted. Often, when opposing forces meet, they find themselves standing face to face with the enemy. As a result, soldiers easily become entangled, and gunfights frequently escalate into close-quarters combat. China and Russia are friendly neighbors. After the embassy made arrangements to visit Estonia, the Russian side immediately agreed, posing no issues whatsoever. This was because Russia also planned to visit Estonia. Moreover, the 2 socialist superpowers had even communicated with Lei Zhan and their respective leaders, agreeing to cooperate when necessary and avoid conflict whenever possible. They would present a united front against external threats. China and Russia had reached consensus on this matter. Regardless of its authenticity, the world's primary alliance must adhere to this intent. Lei Zhan and his team first flew by passenger aircraft to the western border region of Russia, then boarded armed helicopters to report directly to the Estonian side. Before reaching Estonia, each soldier was issued a personal terminal system. Given Estonia's small territory, this terminal provided full coverage. Any terminal-equipped individual entering Estonian territory would be immediately detected by the headquarters exercise command center. Satellite video surveillance would monitor their entire journey. The moment Lejean arrived in Estonia, Commander-in-Chief No. 1 was already seated in the headquarters command center alongside Special Forces commanders from various nations, closely monitoring developments across all fronts. The presence of these elite Special Forces leaders served dual purposes: to prevent Estonia from exploiting the terminals for cheating, and to observe the performance of their own soldiers. The global positioning terminals carried by every participating soldier could be accessed by the headquarters command center at any time, anywhere. To prevent data leaks from the command center, each international Special Forces leader was assigned a guard by the host nation to accompany them throughout the entire operation until its conclusion. As Lejean led his team into Estonian territory, the first mission from headquarters flashed across his personal terminal: secure one squad qualification scroll. The system terminal instantly displayed the scroll's location. 17 scrolls were scattered across various points. With 34 nations participating in this exhibition, this first mission effectively meant eliminating half the competing countries. Lejean's eyes widened. Holy, that's brutal. Eliminating half the field right off the bat? This is going to be a bloody battle. Shinlani, check where the nearest scroll is to us. Yi Tsuanshin immediately tapped away at her laptop, then looked up at Lejean. The closest scroll is in the Tartu region, near Lake Fortsjarv. The margin of error is less than 50 meters. Lejean nodded. That's the one. We're moving out immediately. Head for Lake Vols. Yi Tsuanshin tapped away again and informed Lejean, Lake Vols is 115 kilometers away. Even at top speed, it'll take about 5 hours on foot. Plus, considering their entry points from Finland, Norway, Russia, and Sweden, they're also closest to this scroll. We'll likely run into them. Walking is absolutely out of the question. We don't have the time. Lejean nodded. Advance by forced march. Get a vehicle, any vehicle. Whatever it is, seize it for us. Hearing this, the group scrambled out of the dense forest and headed straight for the highway. As luck would have it, fortune favors the bold. Just as Lejean and his team reached the roadside, they spotted a convoy speeding along, a police escort vehicle leading the way, a cash transport van in the middle, and another police escort following behind. Hiding in the grass, Yen Wang turned to Lejean. Boss, this vehicle is perfect. But hijacking it doesn't seem quite right, does it? That could very well be a truckload of gold bars from the Estonian treasury. If we pull this off, we'll become the world's most wanted criminals. Lejean grinned widely. What's so bad about it? Looks pretty good to me. Plus it's a ING armored cash transport van. Bulletproof. We've got the terminals on us. Don't worry, the Estonians won't blame us. Just don't touch anything inside the van. Yen Wang hesitated. Then, let's do it. For terrorists, robbing an armored truck might require careful planning, but for Lejean's crew, it was child's play. Daniel tossed a smoke grenade right in front of the wheels. The truck slammed on its brakes, and the 2 police cars flanking it stopped immediately. A dozen officers burst out, all crouching behind their vehicles with guns drawn. Next, Yuanbao tossed 2 tear gas canisters. Instantly, the officers were overcome by stinging eyes and runny noses. They abandoned their vehicle's cover, scrambling to the side and collapsing onto the ground, gasping and sniffling. Lejean gave a signal, and his men and women charged forward. Amid the choking smoke, the dozen officers were disarmed without breaking a sweat. After all, these weren't serious opponents, so lethal force wasn't necessary. After a barrage of fire, the armored cash transport vehicle finally opened. The piles of cash inside stunned everyone. Lejean ordered the crew to throw all the money away. He then left 1 police car for the officers, had Tan Xiaolin drive the cash transport vehicle, while he and Yi Tsuanshin followed closely in a police car. After racing for an hour, just as they neared their destination, the armored truck was suddenly hit by a rocket launcher blast. Lejean froze, then flung open the door. Yi Tsuanshin and the others rolled out instantly. The moment they hit the ground, a thunderous explosion ripped through the police car, shattering it into pieces. Lejean and Yi Tsuanshin immediately rolled into a roadside ditch. Simultaneously, Lejean ordered Tan Xiaolin and the armored vehicle not to stop, to keep moving forward to retrieve the scroll. This group, he said, was his and Yi Tsuanshin's responsibility. The armored truck hesitated for a moment, then roared away. Lejean turned to Yi Tsuanshin. I'll draw them out. You find them and take them out one by one. Got it? Yi Tsuanshin nodded. Be careful, Thunder God. Lejean gave Yi Tsuanshin a thumbs up. Remember, stay alive. Then eliminate the enemy. Chapter 135, X-ray vision. As Lejean spoke, he leaped out of the grassy cover. Instantly, the sound of submachine gunfire erupted from the jungle across the street. Lejean didn't take any chances. He ran only a few meters before rolling back into the roadside ditch. At that moment, Yi Tsuanshin, lying prone in the grass, fired 3 shots from her rifle. Puff, puff, puff. The forest across the road instantly fell silent. Lei Zhan edged closer to Yi Zuanxin. Check it out. Which country's they from? Yi Zuanxin tapped at her terminal for a moment, then pointed at 3 blinking red dots. The ones taken out were from Vilnius. There were 12 of them total. Now, 9 remain. They were probably also heading to Lake Walls and spotted our vehicle arriving. Since we were faster than them, they tried to take us out. Lei Zhan nodded. You keep scouting for a sniper position. I'll lure them out. If they don't show, I'll personally go across and finish them off. Yi Zuanxin nodded. Understood. With that, he quietly moved to the rear, then hugged a massive shrub and scrambled upward with a whoosh. Lei Zhan pulled a smoke grenade from his pack and tossed it into the middle of the road. In a flash, he darted across the street into the opposite jungle. But the moment Lei Zhan reached the edge of the opposite thicket, the crack of submachine gun fire erupted. Lei Zhan quickly ducked behind a large tree. After a moment, he tried again to scout for the enemy, but the moment he exposed himself, he was met with bursts of fire from the submachine gunners. Just then, a loud bang echoed. One of the submachine gunners had been taken down. It was Yi Zuanxin on the opposite side who had finally located the gunner's position and eliminated him. 8 remained. Lei Zhan saw the count displayed on his individual terminal. This time, it was a blessing he'd brought Yi Zuanxin along. Otherwise, no matter how skilled he was, dealing with this group of guys armed with lethal weapons would have been a hell of a challenge. Hiding behind a large tree, Lei Zhan attempted to toss out a hat. But he saw his hat get shot to pieces the moment it left his hand. This meant his position had been pinned down. There was absolutely no way out. This infuriated Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan called out to Yi Zuanxin over the walkie-talkie, "Keep taking out those bastards. Damn it, I'm pinned behind a big tree." Yi Zuanxin immediately replied, "Thunder God, it's impossible. These guys are extremely cunning. They've all hidden behind trees and in depressions. I can't hit them at all. Plus, if I fire randomly, their snipers will pinpoint my location. Both sides are in grave danger now, within each other's firing range. Once pinned down, we'll be trapped. Ahem, Thunder God, if they don't move, there's nothing I can do. You'll have to handle this yourself." Lei Zhan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Despite his formidable martial arts skills, hiding behind trees like this wasn't a viable solution. The enemy wouldn't let him out. They likely had at least 2 snipers, concealed extremely well. Finding them would be tough. Besides, even if he knew their positions, his current situation meant he couldn't get out. Damn it. Just then, the system old ghost cleared its throat softly. "Little Lei, scratching your head? Ahem, old man here. Ahem, am I not just in time?" Lei Zhan snapped back, "Cut the banter. Spit it out. Got any quick tricks to take out these bastards?" The system replied, "Of course I do, but you've been neglecting your skills lately. Let me see your bubble points." Not great. You only took out 4 people earlier, earning 4 bubble points. Combined with the 6 you had left over, that's just 10 points total. 10 points won't get you anything worthwhile. Lei Zhan snapped impatiently, "Just give me the best one. Whatever takes out these guys in front of me." The system pondered for a moment before presenting a chip X-ray piercing technique. 3rd tier spirit realm skill. 10 points. Interested? Lei Zhan grimaced. "Hey, old ghost, why do you always price everything to drain every last bubble point I have? That's downright shady. You wanna keep doing business with me?" System old ghost, huh? Did I? I don't recall. Alright, considering how I've cheated you out of so many points before or made a tidy profit off your points this time, I'll offer a tearful clearance sale. Buy this X-ray piercing technique and I'll throw in 100 golden piercing rounds. Within 500 meters, they'll penetrate any physical barrier. How about it? Pretty fair, huh? Lei Zhan curled his lip. That's more like it. Sold. The chip quickly integrated into Lei Zhan's mind, embedding a series of operational techniques firmly into his memory. The piercing technique harnesses one's spiritual energy to instantly focus vision, temporarily seeing through any physical barriers. Furthermore, it imbues the bullet with spiritual energy upon firing, granting it far greater penetrating power than ordinary rounds. The effective range of the submachine gun extends up to 500 meters. Of course, using the 100 golden bullets provided by the system would eliminate the need for spiritual energy attachment, allowing direct, unimpeded firing through physical barriers. However, Lei Zhan had no intention of using these precious golden bullets. Both the temporary vision enhancement and imbuing bullets with spiritual energy were extremely draining on his reserves. Especially since Lei Zhan had only just reached the 3rd tier of the spirit realm, his spiritual energy reserves were not abundant. After fusing the X-ray penetration technique, Lei Zhan turned his back to the large tree and faced the one directly before him. He closed his eyes for a moment, then abruptly opened them. Everything within 500 meters became crystal clear before him. About 50 meters away, hidden behind a large tree, 2 helmeted figures crouched on the ground, their submachine guns fixed intently on Lei Zhan's position. One of them, a big-nosed guy, chuckled as he said, "See that? We've got that Chinese guy locked in our sights. The moment he shows his head, we'll blow him to bits. Damn it, my gun ain't for show. If he dares peek out, I'll blow his head off. Ha ha. The other, sporting a stubble beard, grinned and gave his partner a thumbs up. Anderson, your aim is spot on. I trust you. But there seems to be another sniper, a woman. She's a tough nut to crack. Relax, boss. We're flanking that little with 2 brothers. Boss said we're aiming to take her alive. Then, brothers, we'll have a good time. Getting some with a Chinese chick? That's gotta be pretty damn tasty. The other guy roared with laughter, you bet. And she's a soldier chick. That'll be something else. Yeah, stay focused, don't zone out. The moment that bastard shows his head, take him out. Bang! Beard, hiding behind a tree and chatting, suddenly saw a crimson hole appear in his forehead. He froze, then fell straight to the ground. Dead, right in front of Big Nose. Big Nose was utterly shocked. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did the Chinese do that? Chapter 136, Total Annihilation. Before Big Nose could finish his sentence, a wet squelch echoed. He watched blood trickle down his own forehead and it seemed to carry bits of his own brain matter. Impossible. With those final words, Big Nose collapsed. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how the bullet had come. He'd been hiding behind a thick tree trunk, and his opponent had been behind another. Where had it come from? Having eliminated the 2 closest threats, Lei Zhan withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Using this ability for the first time felt unnatural, leaving him lightheaded and disoriented. After shaking off the dizziness, he pulled out 2 smoke grenades. Turning his back to the tree, he tossed them behind him. Instantly, a haze of smoke engulfed the 50 square meter area behind him, obscuring all vision. Like a ghost, Lei Zhan vanished through the fog, darting 50 meters away to hide behind another large tree. The remaining 6 men were still clearly visible. They all stared intently at the smoke, their gun barrels trained on the dense haze created by the grenades, waiting for Lei Zhan to emerge. What they didn't know was that he had already slipped out. His speed was simply too fast for them to see. Lei Zhan casually slung his submachine gun over his shoulder. Now, all 6 targets lay within his field of vision. At this range, standard marksmanship would suffice to take them down. Like a ghost, Lei Zhan darted up a large tree, making not a sound. Since Shenlani wasn't participating in the fight, the standard sniper rifle originally assigned to her as Yi Tsuanshin's spotter now fell into Lei Zhan's hands. He adjusted the scope, and with a puff, one figure collapsed. The 2 nearby women panicked, scrambling to their feet to flee. But the instant they rose, Yi Tsuanshin's gunshot echoed. Another figure fell. Pop pop. Lei Zhan fired 2 follow-up shots, and the last one also fell. Of the 12-member squad, 9 had been taken down by Lei Zhan and Shenlani's combined efforts. The remaining 3 hid behind several large trees over 500 meters away. Lei Zhan chuckled, reloaded his sniper rifle, and aimed at one of the trees. Bang! He fired once. Bang! He fired again. Bang! With the 3rd shot, the figure hiding behind the tree collapsed to the ground. Lei Zhan had shot through the tree twice. The 3rd bullet finally pierced it, taking out one of them. Glancing at the terminal display, he saw only 2 remaining members of the group. Uninterested in prolonging the standoff, Lei Zhan slung his sniper rifle over his back and leaped forward. Like a nimble ape, he zigzagged along the road, rapidly closing the 500-meter gap to the last 2 targets. Seeing Lei Zhan charging in to fight to the death, the last 2 panicked. They both cocked their weapons, ready to blast Lei Zhan to pieces. Lei Zhan's speed on the ground was ghostly. The snipers couldn't lock onto him. After a burst of machine gun fire, they quickly took cover. At this moment, Yi Tsuanshin also moved across from the other side of the road, flanking and protecting Lei Zhan's advance. When Lei Zhan closed to within 100 meters, the 2 snipers finally couldn't hold out. At this range, the sniper's effectiveness dwindled significantly. Another figure recklessly flashed into view, bellowing a warning before unleashing a furious burst of submachine gun fire at the rapidly advancing Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan instantly hit the ground to take cover. Yet the attacker only managed a few seconds of wild spraying before a bullet from the concealed Yi Tsuanshin struck him squarely in the head. The man, still clutching his submachine gun, collapsed. Surrender! Surrender! The last sniper held up a white cloth strip. I'm done fighting. I surrender. Yi Tsuanshin rushed over from a distance, glancing at Lei Zhan before turning to the man waving the white cloth in front of him. Thunder God, what's going on? What's he saying? Lei Zhan shook his head, can't understand it, but he's probably saying something like I surrender. Yi Tsuanshin looked at Lei Zhan. Thunder God, what should we do? Lei Zhan, what do you mean, what should we do? Of course we're going to eliminate the threat completely. Yi Tsuanshin, oh. Put. A bullet pierced the last guy's forehead, planted there by Yi Tsuanshin. Yi Tsuanshin, Thunder God, does this count as killing prisoners? Lei Zhan chuckled, of course not. We're eliminating the enemy. Have you ever seen a real special forces soldier surrender willingly? Remember this, never trust or accept a surrender from special forces. Not a single one is genuine. Yi Tsuanshin, oh, Thunder God, I understand. Just then, Lei Zhan and Yi Zuanxin both noticed the flag of the Republic of Vilnius on their individual terminals shift from color to gray. This signified that the nation's earner assault had failed. And as was invariably the case with failure, the outcome was total casualties. Just then, Lei Zhan was startled to discover that the damn personal terminal had quietly displayed a red ranking list. It was the red list of individual sniper kills. And now, prominently displayed at the top of the rankings, was none other than Lei Zhan himself. Lei Zhan froze. Holy, are you kidding me? There's actually a thing like this? This is just asking for trouble. What's worse, the detailed rankings behind the leaderboard showed every single soldier versus soldier matchup and result with just a tap. Everything was laid out in excruciating detail. Seeing this, Lei Zhan slapped his forehead. Holy, this thing is deceptive. Yi Zuanxin said, alright, Thunder God, forget about this stuff. I wonder if Tan Xiaolin and the others got the scrolls. Should we call them? Lei Zhan shook his head. No need. If they need us, they'll call. Let's walk to Lake Walls. Less than half an hour into their search through the dense jungle, Lei Zhan and Yi Zuanxin finally received a call on the walkie-talkie. It was Tan Xiaolin, reporting to Lei Zhan, we've eliminated a small enemy unit and secured the scroll. Lei Zhan immediately ordered them to turn back along their original route, abandoning all vehicles. They would search the dense forest along the left side of the road to rendezvous. Half an hour later, the two teams finally converged. Lei Zhan took the scroll and examined it. It appeared to be an ordinary roll of paper with a single black character on its surface. Unfolding it revealed a complex map, though its exact purpose remained unclear. Yi Zuanxin asked in surprise, what is this? A map? Lei Zhan nodded, probably. But I have no idea what it's for. Tan Xiaolin, so, Thunder God, what should we do next? Lei Zhan smiled. Nothing. We wait for the next order. If my guess is correct, the 17 scrolls haven't all been seized yet. Once they finish the heist, the next mission order should arrive. Chapter 137, Ambush. In jungle warfare, the most terrifying thing for special forces isn't the sudden charge of a wild boar king, nor the elusive wolf packs. It's not the 10-meter-long spotted pythons lurking in trees, striking silently. Nor is it the swarm of mosquitoes thick as clouds that can kill a cow overnight. It is man who strikes without warning. Regardless of time or place, the most deadly threat always comes from humanity itself. Lei Zhan deployed his troops in a triangular defensive formation. Male soldiers encircled the outer perimeter while female soldiers rested in the trees. They awaited the conclusion of the battle for the scroll before proceeding to the next phase. Lei Zhan himself lay, staring intently as he contemplated their next move. High in the tree, a tree snake coiled near Lei Zhan's head, clearly displeased with this unwelcome intruder. It hissed, flicking its tongue menacingly. Lei Zhan drew his dagger, swiftly dislodging the tree snake and crushing it dead. He then produced a single-soldier microwave oven, no larger than a teacup, tossing the snake inside. Moments later, fragrant snake meat emerged from the oven. The portable microwave oven was the latest individual cooking tool issued to prevent smoke from open fires alerting enemies. It eliminated the need to eat raw small animals. Scraping the snake meat off its bones while holding a can of beer, Lei Zhan began to feast heartily right there in the tree. He left the dry rations untouched. Lei Zhan relished hunting wild game during these wilderness survival missions. After finishing the beer, he took out a black plastic bag, tied the snake bones and empty can to a dense cluster of leaves. He wouldn't give any future adversaries a chance to trace his movements. The male and female soldiers chewed on their dry rations. After finishing these tasks, Lei Zhan suddenly realized something. Now that he held the Heaven Scroll, it was certain that the next order from the Erna Assault Headquarters would be to gather both scrolls. The Heaven and Earth Scrolls must be paired with the Earth Scroll to form a complete set, compelling the remaining teams to continue their brutal battles. The fighting would grow even more brutal. After this wave of combat concluded, 17 teams remained. At least half would withdraw from the competition, then perhaps even more. For up to this point, no one knew exactly how many Heaven Scrolls or Earth Scrolls existed. If the Erna Assault Headquarters were to set the Heaven Scroll or Earth Scroll to just one scroll, the fighting would inevitably reach a fever pitch. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Based on Lei Zhan's understanding of human nature, he believed this scenario was entirely plausible. The military, in pursuit of certain objectives, often resorts to any means necessary. For a true military leader, the term human nature is laughable. It serves no purpose beyond brainwashing soldiers and deceiving the populace. Given this, it seemed he should act first and seize the Earth Scroll. For if he waited until the orders were fully issued, everything would erupt into a fierce scramble, making intervention far more difficult. Those who strike first always hold the greater advantage. With this thought, Lei Zhan leapt down from the tree. Assemble! Male and female soldiers immediately assembled in 2 rows before Lei Zhan, their eyes fixed on their leader and guiding spirit. Lei Zhan held the scroll bearing the large character Heaven and presented it to Tan Xiaolin. Instructor, what does this scroll remind you of? Tan Xiaolin blinked rapidly, baffled by Lei Zhan's question. She swallowed and replied, the blue sky, the white clouds. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes and presented it to Yan Wang. Lord Yan, what comes to mind? The king of hell rolled his eyes too, then stiffened his old face into a solemn expression. Well, heaven. Heaven is the Tao. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. This is the Taiji. Lei Zhan waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Stop spouting your damn pretentious nonsense. The Tao? The Taiji? I'll kick you to death. Lei Zhan sighed as he held the scroll. In Li Wang's couplets, the opening lines are, heaven opposes earth, rain opposes wind. The mainland opposes the vast sky. Now, we hold the heaven scroll. Haven't you ever considered? Could there be an earth scroll? Lei Zhan's words instantly cleared everyone's confusion. Tan Xiaolin immediately asked, Thunder God, are you saying there's also an earth scroll? Lei Zhan nodded. What else could it be? Tan Xiaolin paused. The heaven scroll and the earth scroll merge. Lei Zhan nodded again. If my guess is correct, then after the battle for these 17 scrolls concludes, the next mission will be to find the earth scroll and merge the two. As for whether there will be a third mission, I cannot say. But if the earth scroll exists, then the next mission will require a group to obtain 2 scrolls and they must be a pair. The others finally understood completely. Lei Zhan smiled. Now, you should know what we must do immediately, right? Yan Wang immediately declared, seize the earth scroll. Lei Zhan smiled. What are we waiting for? Move. Just as Lei Zhan issued the order, Ouyang Qian sniffed the air and cocked her ear to listen. She quickly dropped to the ground, straining to hear sounds from below. Seconds later, she sprang up. Thunder God! About a kilometer away people are coming. Lei Zhan barked, hide. Whoever they are, only one thing matters, kill them all. The group shuddered at his words. Tan Xiaolin trembled as she asked, really? Do we have to kill them? Isn't that too cruel? Shouldn't we at least confirm if it's the earth scroll? Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. Do you think they'll show you the scroll? The heaven scroll or the earth scroll? Tan Xiaolin, when will you ever shed your naive, childish ways? This is a battlefield, a combat scenario that's as close to reality as it gets. Wake up. Hide. Wait for my gunfire signal, then launch a coordinated attack. Leave no one alive. Yes. The group immediately scattered to take cover. Half an hour later, a group of 20 or so foreigners with jet black features approached. Damn it, these white devils are fierce. We lost 5 or 6 brothers, but thankfully, we got the scroll. A brown-haired guy muttered to a blue-eyed companion beside him. Blue eyes, those white devils seem to be from Russia, just a small squad. We need to be careful and try to avoid their main force. They're ruthless. Over 80 of them showed up. Damn it. They're brutal. Lei Zhan watched intently from the shadows. Though he couldn't understand the black guy's words, he studied their expressions and body language. Finally, he locked onto a target, a lieutenant colonel with a high-nose bridge standing in the middle of the group. Judging by his cautious demeanor and eyes brimming with murderous intent, he was likely the leader. Lei Zhan drew his sniper rifle. With a bang, he blew the lieutenant colonel's head off. Instantly, Yan Wang, Tan Xiaolin and the others, along with the submachine gunners, unleashed a barrage of fire. In less than 30 seconds, all 20 members of the group lay dead on the ground. Chapter 138, Summer Camp. At that moment, Lei Zhan glanced at his personal terminal. Thailand's national flag had shifted from vibrant colors to a stark gray. The nation had forfeited its eligibility. Simultaneously, Lei Zhan noticed his name atop the personal kill leaderboard, not only firmly anchored in first place but now highlighted in red. His danger rating had skyrocketed to 3 stars, a full half-star ahead of the distant second place. All the male and female soldiers checked their terminals, then looked at Lei Zhan with sympathetic expressions. Thunder God, you're destined to become a global sensation this time. The battle has barely begun, yet you've already climbed to the top of the world's Special Forces assassin rankings. There's no way you can avoid fame now. Lei Zhan rubbed his head in frustration. You bastards. Look at me like this, and you still have the nerve to joke about it? What's so great about being number 1? Damn it, this is like openly challenging every Special Forces soldier on the planet. What the hell is this Erna assault unit playing at? This is ING screwing us over. Yan Wang chuckled as he stepped forward. Relax, Thunder God. We're here with you. Truth is, we'd love to be on that list too. But hey, don't be ungrateful, we all want to be on it, but the problem is, we can't get there. Lei Zhan stared at his name glowing red on the terminal, along with the blazing 3-star danger rating, shaking his head repeatedly. Damn it, this sucks. I'm such a low-key guy. After a moment of banter, the group hurriedly searched the bodies of the Thai soldiers they just eliminated for scrolls. Finally, Yan Wang pulled one from the lieutenant colonel's body and presented it to Lei Zhan. Thunder God, we found it. But, it's a shame. Lei Zhan glanced at it, then took the scroll from Yan Wang. On it, a single character stood out in bold. Heaven. Enraged, Lei Zhan slammed the scroll onto the ground with a thud. This. What rotten luck. We killed them for nothing. Meanwhile, at the Erna Assault Headquarters military exercise monitor, a gray-haired elder sat beside the commander-in-chief, sipping red wine. He grinned as he watched Lei Zhan's actions unfold on screen. Pointing at the display, the elder chuckled to the commander, Miss Ho, heh. Your soldiers are truly extraordinary. The battle has barely begun, yet they've already tarnished 2 nations' flags, eliminating their entire forces. What an extraordinary soldier! In just a few short hours, the danger level has skyrocketed to 3 stars. Heh, I've never seen such a cold-blooded and ruthless special forces soldier. Heh, Miss Ho, watching Lei Zhan reminds me of your glory days. His domineering aura rivals yours back then. Plus, his exceptional intelligence, he actually foresaw our next mission and initiated action early. For a leader, intellect matters more than brute force. I like this young Lei fellow. Commander 1 smiled, not at all, Hunter Leader, you flatter me. Lei Zhan is just a greenhorn. That kid is all sharp edges, not knowing when to hold back. He doesn't understand that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot first, or that the protruding beam rots first. Reaching the top of the rankings with 3 stars so quickly, that kid doesn't know a damn thing about keeping a low profile. Too reckless, too reckless. He'll never amount to anything, never amount to anything. Ha ha. The white-haired hunter chuckled, pointing at the chief. Heh, Miss Ho, you're quite the sly one. What do you think this place is? It's a battlefield. There's no other choice but to kill your opponents. Lei Zhan isn't being reckless, he's doing what needs to be done. You brat, don't try to fool this old man with your Chinese land of etiquette nonsense and middle-of-the-road rules. I believe, in the end, the one who will obtain the Earth Scroll will be Lei Zhan. I have great admiration for this young man. In him, I see the same drive we had back in our West Point days. And now, after Lei Zhan had just lost another Heaven Scroll, the single soldier terminal immediately relayed the second mission, to gather both the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Only then would one qualify for the third mission. And so it unfolded. Yet even though Lei Zhan had anticipated this outcome and acted accordingly, the results proved somewhat disappointing. Such is the nature of human calculations falling short of fate's designs. Still, it didn't matter. Lei Zhan had earned over a dozen points. He wasn't losing out either way. Seeing the mission instructions appear on the terminal system, Yan Wang waved the gun in his hand. Thunder God, what's next? Lei Zhan tapped his forehead, shook his head, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them. 17 teams have vanished, leaving 17 remaining. My estimate is that at least 3 of these teams possess Earth-tier scrolls. Going after each team one by one is unrealistic. Since it's unrealistic, why bother competing? Head to Lake Volts, set up camp, and start summer camp. Damn it, Estonia's got beautiful scenery, clear waters, and gorgeous girls. We can't just come all this way for nothing, right? Summer camp? All the soldiers, men and women alike, froze. They exchanged glances before turning their gaze back to Lei Zhan. Remember, this wasn't a vacation, they were here to fight for their lives against elite forces from around the world. Summer camp? That doesn't quite add up. Seeing their stunned expressions, Lei Zhan explained, since there are only a handful of Earth-grade scrolls, they're rare as hen's teeth. You might slaughter 10 squads and still never see one. Worse yet, you'd suffer casualties. Since the Yerna Assault HQ wants to play games with us, we'll play right back. They don't play by the rules? We don't have to either. If there are no fair rules, we don't have to play by any rules either. Damn it, let's stay away from the killing, then feast on them properly. Play with them a bit, wouldn't that make the trip worthwhile? Right? The others exchanged glances, still somewhat unconvinced by Lei Zhan's reasoning. Lei Zhan waved his hand. That's exactly what we'll do. Set up camp at Lake Walls. Let's go. With that, Lei Zhan led the way toward Lake Walls. The others exchanged nervous glances, then cautiously followed, keeping watch as they advanced. About an hour later, Lei Zhan led the group to the area of Lake Walls. The lake's surface shimmered like a mirror of blue. Water birds glided leisurely across it, while occasionally large, plump fish leaped out to catch insects. Surrounded by lush forests and thriving aquatic vegetation, it was truly a paradise on Earth, an ideal spot for leisure tourism. Overjoyed, Lei Zhan immediately ordered the group to set up camp. Several military-issue tents were quickly erected. Yama and Big Ox muttered while pitching the tent. Damn it, Yama, this can't be real. I thought the Thunder God was just bluffing, that he must have some other plan. Never imagined we'd end up here. Looks like he's playing for keeps. We're not doing this job, are we? Just sightseeing here? When we get back, won't number 1 skin us alive? King Yama shook his head and sighed as he hammered stakes into the ground. Let's just get to work. When you're here, you might as well make the best of it. Haven't you noticed? Ever since Shenlani got hurt, the Thunder God's mind hasn't been quite right. You know what they call that? Big Ox, what? King Yama wore a look of disdain. You're so dense, uncultured. Ignorance is truly frightening. This is called heartbreak. This is called being ensnared by love. How does that saying go? What is love in this world that it makes people pledge life and death? Look at this thing called love. Its magic is so powerful it can make someone pledge life and death. Driving someone mad is like child's play. Our Thunder God? He's probably about to lose his mind. Big Nyo, holy crap, so we're fighting under a madman's command now? Yan Wang, exactly. Just look at him, 1 minute he's ordering killings, the next he's running a summer camp. What sane person acts like that? Dagox nodded in deep agreement, then gave Yama a thumbs up. Damn, that's some deep analysis. Hi my ass. Keep talking behind my back and I'll slap you silly when I turn around. Now get back to work. Ah, Thunder God? Honestly, how can you walk without making a sound? Ahem, Thunder God, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, you're that devoted soul. In all my years as King of Hell, I've admired men of honor and loyalty most of all. Serving under a man of your principles puts our hearts at ease. Lei Zhen chuckled, annoyed by the King of Hell and Dainyu. Cut the crap. Backstabbing snake's punishment. Later, all you male soldiers, get out there on guard duty. Stay at least a kilometer away. Time limit, 24 hours. Protect me and the Fire Phoenix Squad summer camp until it's over. Ha! Yan Wang and Dainyu gaped in shock. Shut the hell up. Get those tents pitched immediately. Once done, execute the order right away. Oh. Yan Wang and Dainyu hung their heads dejectedly. Lei Zhan departed. Dainyu began grumbling at Yan Wang. It's all your fault. Yan Wang waved his hand dismissively. Cut it out. Even if we hadn't taken the bait, do you really think Lei Zhan wouldn't have posted hidden sentries? Bull. Think about it, if he's setting up security, it's obviously gonna be us tough guys. That bastard Lei Zhan wouldn't dream of sending his delicate little ladies to be hidden sentries. Denyo gave Yama a thumbs up again. Brilliant analysis. You know the Thunder God inside out. You're absolutely right. That bastard is a colorblind scoundrel who forgets his principles for a pretty face. What a jerk. After setting up camp, Dainyu, Yan Wang, and the others headed a kilometer away to take up their positions as sentries, following Lei Zhan's orders. Meanwhile, Lei Zhan was all excited about taking the female soldiers out to hunt some Estonian game to sample. Just as they were bustling about, movement suddenly stirred in the grass not far from the lakeshore. Everyone immediately aimed their rifles at the thicket. Under the collective gaze of the female soldiers, a massive boar, as big as a calf, emerged from the thicket, swaying unsteadily. The boar was massive, its coat gleaming with oil. The two tusks protruding from above its snout measured over half a foot long. Judging by its appearance, it likely weighed no less than 1,000 pounds. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened instantly as she covered her mouth. Holy cow, what the heck is that thing? Tan Xiaolin was equally stunned, gulping back her saliva. A wild boar king. Chapter 139, Waiting for the Rabbit. Ouyang Qian, timid by nature, immediately emptied a magazine into it. But the outcome was utterly astonishing. The 1,000-pound boar king swayed its massive frame, its bristles standing on end like spears in midair. Its half-foot-long tusks wiggled, it grunted twice, and its front hooves began digging furiously at the ground. Tiangui gasped in shock. Holy crap, what the hell? Is this thing bulletproof? Tan Xiaolin quickly explained, wild boar kings usually scratch themselves on pine trees, and they don't seem to have a habit of bathing. Over time, layer upon layer of pine resin builds up on their bodies. Combined with their thick, coarse skin, adult wild boar kings are essentially small, bulletproof vested tanks fully equipped for both offense and defense. It's the forest's second in command, second only to the tiger. And judging by this boar king's size and bearing, it seems like even if it encountered a tiger, it wouldn't be particularly afraid. I can confidently say that a tiger wouldn't gain any advantage over it. On the contrary, it's highly likely the tiger would be injured by its tusks. The tusks of the wild boar king symbolize its status and power, serving as its most formidable and lethal weapon. Heelu, this is getting serious. The bullets won't even penetrate it, Thunder God. What do we do? Lei Zhan chuckled darkly, slowly shedding his backpack and firearms. His eyes fixed on the restless boar king before him, a sly grin spreading across his face. He continued unloading his gear while locking gazes with the beast. Meanwhile, the boar king dug at the ground with its hooves, watching Lei Zhan. Clearly, the battle-hardened boar king sensed that Lei Zhan was challenging its authority. For a boar king nearly crowned the forest's ruler, such human provocation was no trivial matter. This was serious business. It must use its tusks to pierce this foolish human's belly, rip out his intestines, and then drive him from its territory. Thunder God! What are you doing? Stop right now! Seeing Lei Zhan's actions, Tan Xiaolin shouted urgently. Shut up! What are you shouting about? This is a battle between kings. You women should keep your mouths shut. What? How dare you compare me to a wild boar? Tan Xiaolin roared in fury. At that moment, Lei Zhan had stripped off his clothes, a combat knife strapped to his leg. He gestured toward the eager boar king. You dumb beast, come on. Since you're bulletproof, I'll give you a good game. It's been ages since I've flexed my muscles. Faced with such provocation from a puny human, the boar king likely felt his dignity scorned. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward Lei Zhan like a tank, thudding and rumbling. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Just as the boar king was about to collide with Lei Zhan, the latter suddenly crouched low, arching his body. With a sharp snap, both hands seized the boar king's massive tusks. Simultaneously, he let out a fierce howl, "Hey!" Yet despite his strength, Lei Zhan was violently thrown back 3 or 4 meters by the wild boar king's impact. His feet scraped the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But just as Lei Zhan regained his footing, he roared again, "Rise!" Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, the wild boar king weighing a full 1,000 jin lay sprawled on its back, all 4 hooves pointing skyward. Lei Zhan, still clutching its tusks, lay beside it. Suddenly, he sprang upright from the ground, then delivered a crushing blow with his right foot straight into the boar's belly. A piercing, agonized scream erupted from the boar. Lei Zhan kept his foot planted firmly on its belly, swiftly drawing the dagger from his thigh. With a sharp hiss, he sliced a long gash from the boar's neck down to its belly. Instantly, Lei Zhan leaped to the side. The boar king bellowed violently before rolling over on the ground. It was then that a scene turned every female soldier's stomach occurred. The boar king's heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys spilled out from within. Finally, there was no final. Under Lei Zhan's orders, the female soldiers turned the boar king into a spit of wild boar meat roasting over the fire. When it was 6 or 7 parts done, Lei Zhan tucked in, washing it down with beer. The female soldiers watched him stuff his face, their mouths watering. Unable to resist the aroma, they tentatively took a bite. That single taste was all it took. The meat vanished from the spit in an instant. They had to cut more and roast it again. In the end, every female soldier unanimously agreed they'd never tasted anything so delicious. Damn, it was so damn good. Yet all this commotion was, of course, an illusion. Lei Zhan's mission here had nothing to do with a summer camp. His mind remained tightly wound around the single thread of combat. The sight of these carefree female soldiers gnawing on wild boar meat, seemingly treating this as a summer camp, made him sigh inwardly. Women, he thought, truly were fierce yet brainless. Over the radio, Lei Zhan ordered Yan Wang and the others to secretly report their observations every 10 minutes. If they spotted anything, they were to report immediately. Under no circumstances should anyone be allowed within a kilometer. As the female soldiers chewed heartily on wild boar meat and jostled Lei Zhan for beer, King Yama's voice suddenly crackled through his earpiece, reporting to Lei Zhan, "A squad is approaching along the smoke trail. They speak English. Total of 23 personnel. Report complete, awaiting instructions." Lei Zhan immediately ordered, "Let them in. Dainio and Yuanshao, rendezvous with them swiftly. Once they're all inside, trail them discreetly from 600 meters behind. The moment you hear gunfire, execute the annihilation." Yan Wang chuckled, "Thunder God, understood. So now I get it, the summer camp was a decoy, luring the enemy into an ambush. What's this called? Waiting for rabbits by the stump?" Lei Zhan chuckled, "You're sharp. Hurry up, assemble the team, and prepare for the pincer attack." Yan Wang, "Roger that. Prepare for battle." Lei Zhan bellowed at the female soldiers who were laughing and eating. They sprang into action, assembling instantly. Lei Zhan ordered, "Everyone, assist Ouyang Qian. Immediately lay out a 100-meter diameter remote-controlled minefield around the tents. When the enemy arrives, wait until they're all inside the minefield before launching the attack." Yes, the female soldiers answered in unison. 10 minutes later, a 100-meter diameter minefield encircling 3 military tents was fully deployed. Lei Zhan gave a signal, and the group vanished into the surrounding terrain. 20 minutes later, a group of foreign soldiers wearing berets slowly advanced on a search mission, arriving beside lake walls. Seeing over 20 campfires still smoldering with wisps of smoke, along with unfinished wild boar meat hanging above them, a major chuckled to a nearby colonel, "Colonel, looks like we're late. They've already left. Probably set up hidden sentries. Spotted us and retreated early. Should we pursue?" The colonel surveyed the area, glancing at the central tent still standing. "Forget it. They're gone. After all this time, they've likely covered at least 5 kilometers. Besides, pursuing them through the jungle puts us at a disadvantage. They're hidden, we're exposed. Check the tent. Which country's army is this? Any clues left behind? If it's Chinese, the farther away we stay, the better. That Lei Zhan is a madman. I'm not eager to cross paths with him just yet. Let him kill a few more of the others." A soldier stepped forward to inspect the tent, reporting to the colonel, "Nothing unusual found. There is a backpack, though the writing on it is unfamiliar, seems to be Chinese characters." "What?" The colonel was immediately alarmed. "Retreat. Retreat. Chinese. They're cunning. Beware of traps. Retreat." At that moment, Lei Zhan, observing through binoculars nearby, shook his head. Too bad they didn't enter the minefield. But never mind. Since they didn't go in, we'll force them in. Yan Wang, open fire. Drive them within 100 meters of the tents. Yan Wang, roger that. A thunderous crack echoed as Yan Wang's sniper rifle struck the colonel squarely in the forehead, a headshot. Instantly, the group of foreigners hit the deck. Yuan Bao, Dainio, and the others immediately tossed their grenades and tear gas canisters. The foreign soldiers on the ground couldn't take it anymore and retreated to the tent's edge. They all entered the minefield Ouyang Qian and the others had set up beforehand. Lei Zhan was overjoyed. Lei Zhan commanded, ceasefire. Yan Wang, Yi Tsuanshin, the rest is yours. Pick them off one by one. Aim carefully before firing. If they try to run, let them. We'll shut the door and hunt them down. Seeing the ceasefire, the foreign soldiers scrambled to their feet. The major bellowed, retreat. Quickly. Fall back into the forest. At the young hero's command, the soldiers began a desperate dash toward the forest over 100 meters away. But barely a few steps in, a thunderous boom erupted beneath their feet. Men fell dead. Immediately, several others tried to break out, meeting the same fate. A captain, horrified, rushed to the major and exclaimed, "Major, it's bad. We've entered a minefield encirclement zone." The major recoiled in horror, clenching his teeth in fury as he glared around. The Chinese, must this be? Must you exterminate us completely? Fire. Lei Zhan, lying on a tree trunk, said calmly. Bang. Bang. Almost every few seconds, another person was taken down by Lei Zhan's snipers, each shot a clean headshot. In the blink of an eye, half the men were gone. The major lost his temper completely. Men, charge out. With the major's furious roar, the men began charging out. But the landmines beneath their feet exploded mercilessly. In an instant, only 4 or 5 men remained. The major's eyes blazed red as he stared at the empty forest. Chinese bastards, Lei Zhan, even if I die, I'll haunt you. Bang! The major was shot in the head. The trap was sprung. In less than 5 minutes, not a single one of the 23 men in that squad survived. Chapter 140, Encirclement. A final shot to each head. All supplies were looted. Lei Zhan coldly issued an order, then checked his own ammunition, reloaded his weapon, and emerged from his hiding spot. Next, Lei Zhan glanced at his terminal display. He couldn't help but frown. This squad turned out to be a British Special Forces unit. What worried Lei Zhan most was that the British flag was still displayed in full color, and a staggering 32 members were still shown online. In other words, this time we only took out a portion of them, not all. The worst thing you can do when eliminating enemies is to cut the grass without uprooting it. Staring at the display on his terminal, Lei Zhan frowned. Noticing his expression, Yan Wang approached. Thunder God, is something wrong? The job was done cleanly. Should we dispose of the bodies? Lei Zhan shook his head. No need. I just feel a bit off. Yan Wang frowned. What's bothering you? Feeling guilty about killing too many? Lei Zhan sighed. This Erna assault, supposedly an international special forces competition, was nothing but a slaughter. It was either you kill me or I kill you. What kind of competition is that? But once people hit the battlefield, their eyes turn red. All they see is the word kill. There's no room for reason whatsoever. I can't help but feel this isn't a contest at all. It's more like a different kind of military competition between nations. We're just pawns in their game, tossed around at will. Yan Wang chuckled. That's exactly what it is. What are soldiers? Weapons. You taught us that. We have no emotions, no thoughts, no ideas. We exist for one thing only, the mission. Lei Zhan chuckled. True, I taught you that. But honestly, I'm growing tired of this life. This game where we gamble with our lives. Yan Wang patted Lei Zhan's shoulder. Thunder God, don't dwell on it. If you must think, do it after we've passed this ordeal. Everyone's counting on you to lead us out alive. Lei Zhan's eyes snapped open wide at the words. He nodded. Yeah, I know. Yan Wang was right. Now was definitely not the time for wild thoughts. From the moment their feet first stepped into this country, there was no turning back. Just then, Tan Xiaolin brought over a scroll and handed it to Lei Zhan. Thunder God, look. It's still this thing. Lei Zhan glanced at it, snatched the scroll, and slammed it onto the ground. Damn it! This is just ING with us. Heaven scrolls everywhere, but where the hell is the Earth scroll? Or does it not even exist? This is a ING joke. This. If this keeps up, I'm out. Back home. Yan Wang immediately interjected. Thunder God, calm down. The rules were set by them. Since we chose to participate, we have to see it through. If we go back like this, number 1 won't let us off the hook. Lei Zhan turned his head. So what? They set the rules, but I don't have to play this damn game. Listen to me, we're out of here. At that very moment, on the large screen at Irna Assault, Hunter and Commander 1 watched Lei Zhan's every move and word. Hunter chuckled. Miss Ho, your soldier sure has a temper. Do you think he might actually withdraw from this competition? The commander stared intently at the screen, saying nothing. Seeing the commander's silence, Hunter chuckled again. Lei Zhan is the most unique soldier I've ever seen. Undeniably, his combat prowess is absolutely top tier. Hunter gave a thumbs up, but Lei Zhan's abilities and personality seem to have threatened the intentions of the higher-ups. He's become an increasingly uncontrollable tiger. Ha. Faced with such a troublesome student, Miss Ho, what are your thoughts? Commander 1 looked at Hunter. What exactly are you trying to say? Hunter chuckled. Typically, the Empire deals with such warriors by either abandoning them entirely or... Hunter made a throat-slitting gesture. This. An exceptionally outstanding soldier is undoubtedly a sharp sword easy to wield. Yet, it's also a double-edged weapon. While it can slay enemies, it may also wound its own master. The choice lies with you. However, based on my years of understanding your nation, I suspect this Lejean, well, his chances of survival are, heh. Commander 1 chuckled upon hearing this. Foreign nations don't discuss internal affairs. Hunter, you're overthinking it. Just watch the contest properly. Hunter chuckled. Truthfully, I rather admire young Lei's character. I have a suggestion that could spare your nation any awkwardness. To avoid putting young Lei in a difficult position, you could simply adopt a different approach, one that would resolve the issue effortlessly. The chief leader regarded Hunter with keen interest. Oh? You have a solution? Share it. The hunter smiled. Selective missions, a reimagined form of mercenary work. The chief commander frowned. What do you mean? The hunter smiled. It means that before each mission, you need to ask Xiao Lei whether he's willing to undertake it. If he's willing, there's no question he'll give his all without any reservations. But if he's unwilling, even if he goes through with it and completes the mission successfully, it would be against his will and violate his beliefs. That would breed resentment. In short, to keep Lejean, you must learn to step aside and respect his beliefs. It's that simple. Commander 1 frowned at this. As a soldier, does he even have a choice? The hunter shrugged with a smile. If you deny him that choice, I can assure you you'll end up having to kill him. Is that really the outcome you want? Commander 1 fell deep in thought. The hunter chuckled again. Young Lei is indeed a soldier. But even a soldier, when he grows powerful enough to command his own convictions, if you deny him that, the outcome can only be mutual destruction. Miss Ho, I'm sharing this much only because we're old classmates. You'll have to think it through yourself. After a long pause, the commander-in-chief replied calmly, Hunter, then tell me, what is Lejean's faith? The hunter chuckled. Simple. The freedom to be human. Commander-in-chief, freedom? Hunter nodded. Yes, freedom. Haven't you noticed? Comrade Lejean is slowly awakening. He refuses to remain a mere pawn of the state, manipulated without any say. If you wish to retain him, there are only two paths. 1. Remove him from active military service. 2. Grant him some measure of freedom. Guide his abilities correctly. Commander-in-chief nodded. Hunter, thank you. Hunter chuckled. You're welcome, old classmate. We're close enough not to need formalities. Over on Lejean's side, he was fuming and about to withdraw from the fight. Suddenly, Ouyang Qian threw herself flat on the ground, straining her ears with wide eyes. After listening intently for a moment, she sprang up abruptly. Lejean, bad news. We seem to be surrounded. By the sounds of it, there are at least 100 of them advancing toward us at full speed. Lejean froze. Surrounded? Over 100? That section? There are that many? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Ouyang Qian shook her head vigorously. No mistake. At least 100, maybe even around 150. They're closing in from all sides, completely surrounding us. They'll encircle us in less than 10 minutes. Lejean gritted his teeth, all because of that damn first place. Looks like they're all ganging up to take me down. Thunder God, what should we do? The tighter the noose gets, the harder it'll be to break out. Lejean frowned, studying the warriors before him. Closing his eyes to think, he declared, Yi Tsuanshin, follow me. We'll strike first from the northeast to draw all their firepower. Their encirclement will then focus solely on us too. Tan Xiaolin, you lead the rest to take cover right here. Wait for the encircling force to pass. With our fire drawing their attention, they won't notice you. Crucially, you must remain concealed. Once they've fully encircled Yi Tsuanshin and me, they'll bypass your position. That's your moment to slip out undetected. Then, retreat immediately. Tan Xiaolin immediately protested, no. What about you and Yi Tsuanshin? Lejean glared at Tan Xiaolin. Are you losing it again? You never stop whining, no matter the time, place, or situation. You're risking everyone's lives with your self-righteous pity and so-called compassion. Now get the hell out of here. Tan Xiaolin's face turned ashen at his words, her teeth grinding audibly. Go! Hide! Yan Wang and the others exchanged glances with Lejean and Yi Tsuanshin, then gritted their teeth, eyes reddened, and walked away. Watching them leave, Lejean turned to the fully armed Yi Tsuanshin. Ha! Keeping you here means we might die together. Do you hate me for it? Yi Tsuanshin pressed her lips into a smile. No, Thunder God. I'm delighted that you thought of me at a time like this. It's the pride and honor of my entire life. I'm overjoyed. Lejean chuckled. You're not lying? Yi Tsuanshin shook her head. It's the truth. If I could die alongside you, wow, that would be so cool, so worth it. I've even found myself secretly hoping for it. Lejean blared, bull. I don't want to die, and neither should you. If you die, who's gonna scold me later? Alright, alert. Search and advance. Northeast, 9 o'clock. Break through. Chapter 141, Meeting the Desert Fox. Lejean and Yi Tsuanshin had been scrambling through the primeval forest for just a few minutes when Lejean abruptly halted. Yi Tsuanshin immediately asked, Thunder God, what's wrong? Let's keep moving. Lei Zhan shook his head. No. We can't go on. Less than 500 meters ahead, we'll run straight into the enemy's encirclement. There are too many of them. There's no way we can break through. Yi Tsuanshin gritted her teeth, then we'll fight them to the death. If we go down, we'll take enough with us. Lei Zhan then produced a soul pill and handed it to Yi Tsuanshin. Take this. Swallow it when the moment is critical. Yi Tsuanshin knew the potency of this soul pill. Taking it felt like being possessed by a deity, or rather, by Lei Zhan himself. She quickly accepted it, hugging her high-precision sniper rifle and chuckling. God of Thunder, do you have any extras? Give me a couple more, will ya? Lei Zhan rolled his eyes. This stuff isn't exactly wholesome. It takes a toll on the user's body. Only take it if you absolutely have to. Yi Tsuanshin let out an "oh," but still pouted in obvious displeasure, his expression clearly saying the Thunder God was being stingy. Actually, Lei Zhan was right. Taking this soul pill did indeed have certain effects on the body. In this world, anything that rapidly boosts one's strength inevitably comes with side effects. Since one's physical constitution hadn't yet reached that level, but their power suddenly surged to that stage, setting aside other factors, the sheer strain on the body would far exceed its limits. Under such circumstances, causing some harm to the user's body was practically unavoidable. The footsteps around him grew denser, rustling like a swarm of snakes gliding through grass, silent yet omnipresent. Lei Zhan knew they had accelerated their pursuit. But it didn't matter. As long as Tan Xiaolin and the others evaded this encirclement, it would be enough. Yi Tsuanshin, Thunder God, let's fight. There's no time left. Lei Zhan waved his hand dismissively and sat down on the ground. Wait. If they want to kill us, we probably can't escape anyway. Let's see what they're up to. Over 100 pursuers halted within 100 meters. Lei Zhan and Yi Tsuanshin found themselves completely surrounded, sealed in like dumplings in a pot. Lei Zhan ordered Yi Tsuanshin to press tightly against his back. Don't make a move. At a moment like this, any rash move would make them sitting ducks. 50 meters. The encirclement tightened further. All around, densely packed special forces from various nations, assault rifles raised, closed in step by step on Lei Zhan within the circle. Heh, so this is the legendary god of death Lei Zhan, the top-ranked assassin. Who would have thought you'd end up like this? From the dense encirclement, a tall, blue-eyed foreigner stepped forward. Heh, Lei Zhan. We meet again. The tall, blue-eyed man grinned as he approached within 10 meters of Lei Zhan. He removed his helmet. Old friend. Long time no see. Lei Zhan stared at the blue eyes and frowned. Desert Fox? As they spoke, countless figures around them raised their guns and continued closing in on Lei Zhan, clearly intent on capturing him alive. Lei Zhan and Yi Tsuanshin were now trapped like fish in a barrel. Whether they wanted to steam, boil, or roast them was entirely up to the captors. Desert Fox chuckled. Miss Lei, didn't expect this, did you? Meeting again here. Heh, you know why I didn't order them to shoot you on sight? Lei Zhan smiled wryly. I don't know. Could it be that you beast, suddenly grew a conscience? Desert Fox roared with laughter. We're all the same. Special forces never grow a conscience. You overthink things. Truth is, I just wanted everyone to slice your flesh piece by piece, letting you bleed to death slowly. As you Chinese say, it's called 1,000 cuts. Heh, what do you say, Miss Lei? Do you feel honored by the death I've granted you? Lei Zhan, humph. You think you can pull that off? Desert Fox continued laughing. Undeniably, Miss Lei, your individual combat skills are flawless. The moment you appeared, you became the focal point and darling of the entire exercise. In less than 10 hours, you wiped out entire teams from several nations. That's no ordinary feat. I ask myself, even I couldn't. You sit atop the red list rankings, miles ahead. Your hands are drenched in the blood of our mercenaries. For a demon like you, to let you slip away with a single bullet would be an insult to us all. Heh, Miss Lei, just look around you. Over 170 mercenary fighters from 5 nations surround you. Even if you sprouted wings, you wouldn't escape. Miss, you have no idea how long I've waited for this day. And now, you've become the thorn in the side, the bane of every nation in this exercise. They all want to see you dead. Lei Zhan shrugged at this. Then what are you waiting for? Just shoot me dead. Why all this nonsense? Desert Fox chuckled darkly. Cat and mouse. Capture and release. That's where the fun lies. Letting you die easily? None of us could forgive ourselves. Lei Zhan, for every person you've killed, we'll slice you with a knife. You'll savor the agony before a slow, drawn-out death. I think it's the most respectful way to send you off. What do you say? Lei Zhan shrugged again. I don't think I'll die. It's more likely you lot will. Desert Fox roared with laughter. Bold words indeed. Lei Zhan, open your dog eyes and look around. This is an encirclement by the elite special forces of 5 nations. I can't imagine any possibility of you leaving here alive. Lei Zhan chuckled. Is that so? That's because you're too narrow-minded. Numbers mean nothing to me, they're just figures without real significance. You probably think miracles never happen in this world. And as an elite soldier, you'd never pin your fate on some vague, elusive miracle, right? Heh, Desert Fox, that's a fine way of thinking. I never believed in miracles either. When it comes to miracles, I trust myself more. Because I am the one who creates miracles. Now, I'll show you what a miracle truly is. Lei Zhan spoke, extending his palm toward the Desert Fox. Seeing this, the Desert Fox swiftly backed away while shouting, "Watch out. This Lei Zhan practices demonic arts, get ready to take him down." Lei Zhan's outstretched palm suddenly began to turn white. In the unseen realm, countless particles of white light flowed like a river, being drawn into his palm. Chapter 142, Air Shock. Lei Zhan had previously wiped out entire teams from several nations and dominated the rankings, far outpacing the second-place contender. Naturally, he became the primary focus of all participating nations, who unanimously labeled him their top terrorist threat. This Lei Zhan must be eliminated, the danger he posed was too great. This consensus united nearly every competing nation's forces. Thus, through the Desert Fox's negotiations and coordination, mercenary teams from 5 nations united under a common objective. Regardless of the means, Lei Zhan must be neutralized first. Only then could fair competition resume. Otherwise, this Lei Zhan was simply too dangerous. Every team that encountered him was annihilated without exception, leaving not a single survivor. Did anyone want to face such a lethal threat on future battlefields? Of course not. Thus, after brief deliberation, the 5 nations decided to temporarily unite their forces to hunt down Lei Zhan. At this very moment, as Lei Zhan began his ambush strategy, the smoke rising from roasting wild boar caught the attention of everyone nearby. Who in such a place would dare to be so brazen as to light a fire and cook food? Who could possess such audacity? Likely only Lei Zhan himself. Thus, within this temporary coalition, the British contingent drew lots and sent a small squad of over 20 men to scout ahead. The result? A complete failure. Every last one was devoured by Lei Zhan, leaving not a single survivor. Thus, the joint force concluded that the group at the fire site must undoubtedly be Lei Zhan's squad. The main force immediately assembled, drawing up an encirclement to begin the hunt for Lei Zhan's squad. The encirclement grew tighter and tighter. By the time Ouyang Qian realized what was happening, it was already too late. Thus, the situation reached its current state. Within a radius of 50 meters, the encirclement closed completely. Layer upon layer of men surrounded Lei Zhan. The situation was exactly as the Desert Fox had predicted. Even if Lei Zhan grew wings, he would find it impossible to escape this encirclement by over 100 elite special forces operatives. The slightest movement from Lei Zhan would turn him into a honeycomb coal. Within this impenetrable encirclement, Desert Fox naturally relished the chance to toy with the once arrogant Lei Zhan. Back then, when Desert Fox and the Nanmaku village delegation traveled to China for a qualification assessment, they had been humiliated by Lei Zhan. The entire assessment team had been routed by Lei Zhan, suffering a crushing defeat that left them disgraced. Desert Fox himself had been injured. This was not just any insult, it was a disgrace, a humiliation against the military. This was intolerable. To Desert Fox, Lei Zhan trapped within the encirclement was now a lamb surrounded by wolves. It wasn't a matter of whether Lei Zhan would die, but how the pack would choose to devour him. Heh, I say we strip Lei Zhan of his sinews, then flay him alive, letting him die in agonizing screams. Ha! A British soldier shouted in English. Wahahaha! That little wench beside him isn't bad. How about we all have a go at her? Let's overdo it and kill her, eh? Ha! At that very moment, Lei Zhan extended his palm. Countless particles of white light were sucked into his hand like dust into a vacuum cleaner. Facing the layered encirclement of over 100 people, Lei Zhan smiled calmly. Noticing Lei Zhan's unusual state, Desert Fox hastily retreated. He'd suffered too much at Lei Zhan's hands before and knew the man was full of tricks. Right now, Lei Zhan was surely up to something again. Yet despite his efforts, Desert Fox couldn't fathom any way Lei Zhan could possibly escape the encirclement of so many elite special forces operatives from around the world. Even if Lei Zhan transformed into a bird with wings, he would surely not escape the hail of fire from the surrounding forces. Yet, as Lei Zhan raised his palm, the Desert Fox narrowed his eyes, utterly baffled by Lei Zhan's intent. A man who had spent his entire life teetering on the edge of death suddenly sensed something profoundly wrong. It was a palpable sense of danger. This feeling defied any scientific explanation. It was purely the sixth sense honed through countless battles. Thus, after an inexplicable wave of dread washed over him, the Desert Fox hesitated no longer. He resolved to act decisively, leaving Lei Zhan no room for maneuver. This man was far too damn dangerous, better to eliminate him sooner rather than later. With that, the Desert Fox bellowed, "Take him out! Take him out! Fire! Fire!" Yet at that very moment, Lei Zhan's face twisted into a cruel grin. "You fools have finally taken the bait. Ha! This time, I've hooked a real big fish, ha!" As he spoke, Lei Zhan's open palm instantly clenched into a fist. With a thunderous roar, he slammed it backward into the empty air. Crack! Crack! Behind Lei Zhan, a point in the void shattered like glass. From that shattered point, cracks radiated outward like white crystalline patterns. They spread through the air, crawling across the void as if climbing glass, extending infinitely in all directions. One of the abilities of the counter-shock fruit, void shock. No one here understood the principle behind this air shock. It was a technique Lei Zhan had only recently figured out and developed. Air vibration. How could air vibrate? Air vibration can only stem from one factor: temperature differences. These differences create variations in air density. When air of differing densities collides, one component inevitably rises while the other descends. This vertical movement of air creates airflow wind. But this is merely ordinary airflow. Vibration, however, is an entirely different phenomenon. Moreover, it's an instantaneous, explosive vibration. The underlying principles are different, yet the ultimate cause remains the same: variations in air density. This requires Lei Zhan to harness his spiritual energy to forcibly compress air density. He compresses air that normally weighs only a dozen grams per square meter to hundreds, even thousands of grams per square meter. When such densely packed air is forcibly controlled by Lei Zhan's spiritual energy and then suddenly released, it explodes instantly, creating an air blast. This high-density air surges into the surrounding normal-density air, instantly plunging it into chaos. The speed of this disruption is beyond human comprehension. The high-density air rushes into the normal air at an extreme velocity, creating a gap between the two that cannot be bridged in time. This gap is the fissure visible to all between the dense and normal air at first glance, resembling cracks splintering across glass. And precisely these air fissures possessed a sharpness that rivaled blades and spears. While other claims might be debatable, slicing a person clean in half in an instant was something they could accomplish with remarkable ease. Chapter 143, Slaughter Them All. Amidst the stunned silence, Lei Zhan struck a fist into the void. Instantly, within 100 meters, the air shattered like glass. No one even knew what had happened. They didn't even realize they were already dead. These air fissures, utterly impossible to guard against, appeared silently. Like soundless thunderbolts, they struck each person, leaving wounds shaped exactly like the bolt itself. These wounds were clean-cut and deep, piercing through completely. Some had their heads severed cleanly by these air fissures. Others were split diagonally from shoulder to shoulder. Some bore multiple fissures, torn apart on the spot. Still others were cleaved in two, witnessing their own legs still standing on the ground. The air fissures were like silent blades, like bolts of divine thunder hurled by the thunder god, like the grim reaper swinging his scythe instantly reaping every life. Desert Fox watched as an imperceptibly fine crack opened across his chest. He felt no pain before realizing his head had slipped down his shoulder. No! The Desert Fox let out a wail of agony, only to realize he could no longer make a sound. His lungs remained in the other half of his body, they were no longer his. This scene utterly stunned Yi Tsuanshin. Clutching Lei Zhan's sleeve tightly, she stared in horror at the unfolding events around her, terrifying occurrences she couldn't begin to comprehend. What? What is this? What on earth is happening? Air fissures, dense as spiderwebs, instantly claimed the lives of everyone present except Yi Tsuanshin and Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan stood rigidly upright for a full minute before collapsing with a thud. His face was deathly pale, sweat pouring like rain. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and grabbed Yi Tsuanshin fiercely. Run! With those two words, Lei Zhan collapsed unconscious. Only then did Yi Tsuanshin snap into action. She quickly swallowed the soul pill Lei Zhan had given her, hoisted his body onto her shoulder, and vanished in a flash. At that very moment, the two snipers deployed by Desert Fox, lurking on the outskirts, were utterly dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the events unfolding 200 meters away, both completely stunned. Only after Yi Tsuanshin had long vanished from sight did the big-nosed sniper turn to the other, shorter sniper. The shorter sniper's body was shaking uncontrollably, his eyes wide and vacant, the rifle in his hands trembling violently. The big-nosed sniper snorted. Deputy leader, what do you think? Should we keep chasing that Lei Zhan? The short sniper gulped, moistening his parched lips. Chase? Chase? Chase the hell out of him? Are you crazy? That Lei Zhan, is he even human? Get out of here. Retreat. The two quickly concealed themselves and vanished into the dense forest. They'd made up their minds, they'd lie low in the woods until the competition ended before emerging. Just as Yi Tsuanshin carried the unconscious Lei Zhan away, a thunderous roar erupted from the 100-meter wide shockwave zone Lei Zhan had created moments before. Everything within that radius was swept clean, replaced by a nameless gale that vanished all corpses without a trace. Just moments earlier, as Lei Zhan struck the void with his bare hands, the large screen at the Erna command center had been blanked out by static. The turbulent air currents and intense vibrations had severed all signal transmission. Even the world's most advanced individual terminal system proved powerless against the fury of nature. Approximately 1 minute later, the signal returned. The commander-in-chief and Hunter stared in astonishment at the ground that had vanished from view for a minute. But what they saw was a sea of blood, nothing but blood, nothing else. Commander 1 and the Hunter exchanged suspicious glances. Suddenly, the Hunter let out a startled cry. Impossible. The commander-in-chief, alarmed, looked where the hunter was pointing, the display showing the national flags of the participating countries. 4 flags had turned from color to gray, while one nation's flag still flickered with color, representing only 2 remaining soldiers. What had happened? Hunter stared in horror at the 4 grayed-out flags. How could nearly 200 soldiers from 4 nations have been wiped out in a single minute, leaving not a single corpse behind? Miss Ho, who exactly is this Lei Zhan? What has he done? Commander-in-chief, I truly have no idea. Hunter, you're lying. China must have brought some newly developed individual weapon with such devastating power. This is nothing short of a massacre. I'm sorry, Miss Ho, but your Chinese team cannot continue participating in the competition. You brought prohibited weapons of mass destruction without authorization. You've violated the rules. Commander-in-chief, Hunter, until the facts are clear, I urge you to refrain from making rash judgments. This is unfair to China. Unless you can present evidence that the entire world will accept. Hunter, massacre. A shameless massacre. Vile tactics. Commander-in-chief, there are still 2 survivors. Let's set them aside for now. Have them withdraw from the competition immediately and bring them back for questioning to determine exactly what occurred. Hunter nodded, good idea. I'll contact them immediately via the individual communication system, declare their match over, and send a helicopter to retrieve them. To the surprise of both Hunter and the chief, the 2 immediately agreed to withdraw upon receiving the order, urging headquarters to send the aircraft as quickly as possible. The 2 were brought before Hunter and Commander 1. Hunter, explain. What happened in that minute? Why did nearly 200 people vanish from the spot? Big Nose's face twisted with terror. Sir, I know what I'm about to say might be beyond your comprehension. But I swear by God, every word I speak is the truth, permitted by the Lord. In that minute, Big Nose haltingly recounted the events surrounding Lei Zhan, with the short man beside him constantly filling in details. They finally conveyed the entire sequence of events they had witnessed to the chief and Hunter. After listening, both Hunter and Commander 1 wore expressions of shock, then exchanged a glance. Hunter said, Miss Ho, let's go inspect the scene. If the facts are indeed as they described, then I suggest we simply let Lei Zhan pass this confrontation. Otherwise, he'll slaughter everyone. Chapter 144, Escape. Commander 1 nodded in agreement. The 2 immediately boarded a helicopter and flew to the crime scene. The bodies had vanished, leaving only pools of blood and some nauseating fragments scattered across the ground. The hunter ordered his soldiers to thoroughly search the surrounding area, hoping to find any remains. Before long, the soldiers returned. Sir, within a 500-meter radius of the scene, there are numerous bodies. However, they all appear to have been dissected, not a single one is intact. Hunter froze upon hearing this, then turned to Commander Number 1, Miss Ho, it seems those 2 youngsters were telling the truth. It appears Lei Zhan has not only reached the spirit realm, but is likely at least at the 5th tier within it. He's already very close to your and my level. A warrior like this, and you actually brought him onto the battlefield? Are you trying to destroy the Erna assault? I've said it before, even the leader of the Special Forces squad must not exceed the 3rd tier of the spirit realm. Look at this. Look at this. Is this something someone at the 3rd tier could possibly accomplish? You and I combined might barely manage this much. Miss Ho, I demand an explanation. Chief Officer Number 1 scratched his head. Well. Before he came, he was indeed at Spirit Tier 3. I observed him for quite some time. Though I have no idea how he managed to grasp the threshold of the spirit realm and progress, I can absolutely confirm he was at Tier 3. I guarantee it. The hunter pointed at Chief Number 1, Miss Ho, you're something else. Fine, we'll let the facts speak for themselves later. Right now, you're going to summon this Lei Zhan to headquarters immediately. I'll personally verify what stage of the spirit realm this Lei Zhan has actually reached. Oof. If he turns out to be at stage 5 or 6, then you violated the Alliance Convention. When that happens, I'll hand you over to the Alliance for punishment. The commander shrugged, whatever you want. The hunter snorted again and ordered his men, alright, no need to check. Withdraw. At that moment, Commander 1 raised the communicator in his hand toward the hunter. Hunter, the call system, no response. Seems like all that commotion just now. Lei Zhan's individual combat system, it's gone dead. Hunter froze upon hearing this. Then, that means Lei Zhan is no longer under our surveillance, right? Chief Officer Number 1 shrugged, seems like it. Hunter pointed at Commander 1, Miss Ho, you will be punished. You will be punished. Just wait for your punishment. Let's go. With that, Hunter boarded the aircraft. Before Commander 1 could follow, he slammed the cabin door shut in anger. The chief commander shouted urgently, wait for me. The hunter snorted, run over yourself. Your old legs could use the exercise anyway. A 200-kilometer forced march will be warm up for you. Move. Commander-in-chief. After the hunter departed, the chief surveyed his surroundings and muttered to himself, Lei Zhan, just how many secrets are you hiding from me, you little bastard? Meanwhile, on Lei Zhan's side, forcing the super large-scale ability Skyquake at his current Spirit Stage 3 cultivation was admittedly a stretch. But being ambushed by so many people was something Lei Zhan hadn't anticipated at all. His original plan had been to light a bonfire near lake walls and roast wild boar meat purely to lure nearby attackers. That way, he could reap the rewards, eliminating each one as they came. This approach spared him the trouble of searching and allowed him to fight with a clear conscience. After all, anyone coming to attack him surely harbored no good intentions. They undoubtedly intended to eliminate him. Given that, he felt no qualms about engaging them. But Lei Zhan never imagined encountering so many special forces from numerous nations converging to surround him like dumplings in a pot. Now he knew he'd overplayed his hand. But the die was cast. So, near lake walls, upon hearing Ouyang Qian say they were surrounded, Lei Zhan had already mapped out his strategy for this battle. Lei Zhan had only brought Yi Zuanxin along, not expecting her to be much help. He knew that if he used his empty hand techniques to deal with his opponents, he would likely exhaust his strength more precisely, his spiritual energy potentially fainting or even dying. Bringing Yi Zuanxin served two purposes. First, her long-range attack capabilities were formidable, keeping most people at bay. Second, he absolutely did not want to fall into anyone's hands. Just think about it, with his top-ranked position on the leaderboard glowing red, who wouldn't want to kill him if they saw him? Facing a large-scale technique like Empty Shock, Lei Zhan had already pushed himself to near exhaustion just to barely activate it. This was a technique normally reserved for experts at the 5th stage of the spirit realm. Only practitioners at that level possess sufficient spiritual energy to activate such a technique without risking complete exhaustion and life-threatening danger. But in that moment, Lei Zhan couldn't think of a better solution. He had no choice but to risk everything and try. Lei Zhan was extremely satisfied with the outcome, but his body was not. After casting the spell, he collapsed unconscious. Yi Zuanxin was not only a sniper expert but also a computer whiz. She understood exactly what the soldier system on her wrist meant. It meant she would be under constant surveillance. The moment Lei Zhan collapsed, faced with the choice between completing the mission and ensuring Lei Zhan's safety, Yi Zuanxin resolutely chose to protect Lei Zhan's life. Yi Zuanxin was no longer the naive, impulsive youth who had first joined the Fire Phoenix. With so many forces now hunting Lei Zhan and herself, Yi Zuanxin began suspecting a mole within headquarters. If that were the case, carrying this individual terminal would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, the moment she hoisted Lei Zhan onto her back, she deliberately destroyed the terminal to prevent anyone from tracking their whereabouts. Yi Zuanxin swallowed the life-saving pill Lei Zhan had given her and sprinted away. In just 3 minutes, she covered nearly 10 miles. Only when the pill's effects wore off did she set Lei Zhan down. Panting heavily for a moment, she then hoisted him back onto her shoulders and headed deeper into the forest. Yi Zuanxin had no intention of participating in this dangerous confrontation anymore. As long as Lei Zhan's life was safe, nothing else mattered. She walked relentlessly, determined to carry Lei Zhan to absolute safety. Not knowing where that might be, she simply kept moving. Until she reached a place she herself couldn't identify, until she could carry Lei Zhan no further. Only then, gasping for breath, did Yi Zuanxin set him down. At that moment, in the gloomy old forest, the occasional hoot of an owl pierced the silence. All around, an endless stillness reigned. As far as the eye could see, everything looked the same. No sunlight penetrated, all the trees seemed identical. There was no sense of direction, no north, south, east, or west. Yi Zuanxin wiped the sweat from her forehead, scanned her surroundings, and muttered to herself, "Damn it, where the hell am I?" Chapter 145, Tenderness in the Silent Night. The surrounding trees all looked identical. She couldn't tell east from west. Carrying the heavy Lei Zhan, Yi Zuanxin truly couldn't walk any further. She decided to set him down and rest for a moment. Lei Zhan had once instructed all the female soldiers, as special forces, once on the battlefield, there was never a safe place. Constantly moving one's position was the only relative safety. In a sense, special forces were only truly safe when back at their main base. Because whenever they ventured out, they were essentially on a mission. And as long as they were on a mission, there was no such thing as a safe place. Yi Zuanxin stopped, took out her canteen, and squeezed the unconscious Lei Zhan, forcing a little water into his mouth. Then she pulled out some compressed biscuits and chewed on 2 pieces herself. She gazed at Lei Zhan lying on the ground, his face serene and peaceful for a long, long time. Finally, clenching her jaw, she knelt before him. Supporting his neck with her arm, she chewed a few more biscuits, then took a sip of water, turning the biscuits in her mouth into a wet paste. Watching Lei Zhan, now as still as a child, Yi Zuanxin hesitated once more. Finally, she pressed her own mouth against his. After such effort, she finally managed to feed him a piece of biscuit. She hadn't counted how many mouthfuls it took, but it was certainly more than a few. After finishing that piece, Yi Zuanxin felt her face flush crimson, her heart pounding wildly. She touched her burning cheeks. Was this taking advantage of someone? Was it petty? Was it exploiting a vulnerable situation? Was it taking advantage? Was it? But Yi Tsuanxin quickly reminded herself she was a pure, unblemished young maiden, fresh and vibrant. Sure, she had a fiery temper, but she considered herself quite pretty. If she announced she was looking for a boyfriend, she wouldn't just have plenty of suitors, they'd practically fight over her. A single shout about finding a boyfriend would draw at least a reinforced company. So, clearly, Lei Zhan was the one taking advantage here. What looting in the fire? Taking advantage of someone in distress? Yi Tsuanxin comforted herself with this reasoning, finally managing to fool herself into believing it. For special forces, there was never a truly safe place. Only by constantly shifting positions could one achieve relative security. After a brief rest, Yi Tsuanxin felt her stamina returning somewhat. She hoisted Lei Zhan onto her back and resumed her aimless trek through the dense, ancient forest, lost in an unknown wilderness. Yi Tsuanxin dared not stop, nor could she stop. She had no idea when the pursuers might catch up. Once they did, there would be no chance of survival for either her or Lei Zhan. They had killed too many people. With nearly 50% forest coverage, Estonia was almost entirely covered in such dense, ancient woodlands. Yi Tsuanxin knew it was hopeless to try to walk out of these deep mountains on foot. Yet, despite this awareness, she had no choice but to keep going. There was simply no other option. Dusk fell swiftly. Yi Tsuanxin found two large trees standing close together. She scattered insecticide around their bases and strung a hammock between them. But then came the problem: she only had a single-person hammock. And frankly, she couldn't bear the thought of leaving Lei Zhan alone. Biting her lip, Yi Tsuanxin hoisted Lei Zhan onto the hammock. After a moment's thought, she gritted her teeth and squeezed herself beside him. Though separated by clothing, Lei Zhan's scorching male body heat radiated unabashedly through the fabric. The hammock was merely a piece of fabric suspended in the air. Even if they wanted to separate, they couldn't. They were forced to cling tightly together. This was something neither of them could choose. The forest night was silent. Occasionally, the distant roar of some unknown beast would pierce the air, but the rest of the time was filled with an endless stillness so profound it felt frightening. Yi Tsuanxin couldn't even imagine how one would endure such a terrifyingly quiet night alone in these deep, soundless mountains. Occasionally, the chirping of small creatures like crickets would pierce the air. In such profound stillness, even the faintest sounds became crystal clear. Their own breaths seemed to become the loudest sound in the world at that moment. Yi Tsuanxin lay sideways, her entire body pressed tightly against Lei Zhan's. His intense body heat radiated onto hers, making her feel warm and even tingly. This position left her utterly unable to sleep. She wanted to pull away from Lei Zhan's scorching body, yet there was nowhere to retreat. Truth be told, deep down, she didn't want to pull away at all. On the contrary, she relished this feeling of two bodies becoming one. Still, a small flicker of unease lingered in her heart. Watching Lei Zhan's tightly closed eyes, completely unaware, Yi Tsuanxin tossed and turned all night. Finally, she made up her mind. Since she couldn't escape it anyway, why suffer like this? Besides, Lei Zhan wasn't conscious. She might as well. She simply reached out her arm, wrapped it around Lei Zhan's neck, draped one leg over his, and rested her small head on his arm. Then, smiling, she closed her eyes. This feeling was truly wonderful. Yi Tsuanxin drifted off to sleep almost instantly. In her dream, Yi Tsuanxin and Lei Zhan held hands, running across a meadow covered in golden flowers. They ran and ran, running and running. Suddenly, Enran appeared, then Enran and Tan Xiaolin appeared. Then Enran, Tan Xiaolin, and Shenlani appeared. Finally, Chu Baizhuo and Tang Xiaoxiao joined in. In the end, nearly all the female members of the Fire Phoenix team appeared. They were all holding guns, aimed at her. Not a word was spoken. Each of them wore a grim expression. Ah! Yi Tsuanxin jolted awake from this nightmare. She quickly reached out beside her. Lei Zhan still lay peacefully beside her. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she patted her own heart, which was still pounding wildly. Glancing at the sky, she saw it was already light. Oh, how short the night had been. Had it really passed so quickly? Yi Tsuanxin helped Lei Zhan down from the bed and folded up the hammock. She had to follow Lei Zhan's earlier instructions: keep moving, constantly moving. That was the only way to stay safe. Speaking of which, she wondered how Tan Xiaolin and the others were faring now. Would Tan Xiaolin even find her? At that very moment, Tan Xiaolin and the others had returned to the location where Lei Zhan and Yi Tsuanxin had previously engaged the Five Nations Special Forces. Surrounded by vast pools of blood and bodies strewn haphazardly nearby, everyone was stunned. They didn't know what had transpired, but they understood that Lei Zhan and Yi Tsuanxin must have endured an incredibly brutal battle. Yet the scale of this carnage was beyond belief. What kind of battle had Lei Zhan and Yi Tsuanxin fought to leave behind such a terrifying, hellish battlefield? Chapter 146, Deep in the Forest. After inspecting over 100 gruesome corpses, the female soldiers finally confirmed neither Yi Tsuanxin nor Lei Zhan was among them. This brought some relief to their hearts. But where had Lei Zhan and Yi Tsuanxin gone? Earlier, Lei Zhan had ordered the female soldiers to hide, evading the encirclement by the special forces of the Five Nations. Lei Zhan and Yi Xuanxin had drawn all the attention toward themselves, shielding the Thunderbolt Squadron and the Fire Phoenix. Everyone had assumed Lei Zhan was now facing not merely grave danger, but certain death. To put it bluntly, the question was how he would die. Moreover, when Yi Xuanxin disabled the individual terminals, Lei Zhan and Yi Xuanxin's names had turned gray on the system. This sent the entire group into a panic. Driven by rage, they had wiped out over 20 Special Forces operatives from one nation to reach this location. Yet, they remained utterly clueless about Lei Zhan and Yi Xuanxin's whereabouts. After meticulously surveying the scene, Ouyang Qian positioned herself at the location where Lei Zhan had triggered the air shockwave. Judging by the evidence, this spot was the epicenter of the incident. The destruction radiated outward from here like the blast radius of a nuclear detonation, diminishing gradually with distance. This meant that regardless of the method Lei Zhan employed, this position must have been his point of origin. However, the attack's diameter had instantly reached 100 meters, equivalent to a small atomic bomb. It was terrifying. Regardless of the attack method Lei Zhan employed, he must have departed from this very spot. Tan Xiaolin urged anxiously, Ouyang Qian, analysis alone won't help. Can you tell which direction Lei Zhan went? Ouyang Qian pondered for a moment, then crouched down like a dog and sniffed the ground intently. She pointed toward the old forest on the left, this direction. He left with Yi Xuanxin. That bastard wore jasmine perfume. Tan Xiaolin glared. That damn Yi Xuanxin. I've warned her countless times, no perfume on missions. Just you wait, I'll deal with her later. But this time, it actually works in our favor. Ouyang Qian, can we track it? Ouyang Qian flicked her fingers in an okay gesture, no problem. Tracking? My specialty. The group immediately followed Ouyang Qian as they sprinted into the old forest. Ouyang Qian kept gasping in astonishment, holy crap, Yi Xuanxin is insane. I have no idea how she's running, each stride covers over 2 meters. She's practically flying. This was beyond belief. Moreover, judging by the depth of Yi Xuanxin's footprints, her weight was estimated to be around 130 kilograms. This led to the conclusion that she must have been carrying someone weighing about 140 g, approximately 70 kilograms, since I knew Yi Xuanxin herself weighed less than 50 kilograms. And 140 g was precisely the weight of our thunder god. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly followed Ouyang Qian into the old forest. Yi Xuanxin carried Lei Zhan from morning until noon. During that time, she chewed on 2 biscuits. With little water left in her canteen, she mixed all the remaining water into a paste and fed it to Lei Zhan. For herself, she simply swallowed 2 dry compressed biscuits. Yi Xuanxin carried Lei Zhan like this, walking on until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Parched to the point of her throat smoking, she had no strength left to bear his weight any longer and sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Without water, Yi Xuanxin understood that if they couldn't find a water source soon, it was highly likely neither of them would make it out of this old forest alive. When they stopped, Yi Xuanxin poured the last drops from the canteen into Lei Zhan's mouth. Overcome by thirst, she frantically grabbed some grass, chewing it and sucking at the faint moisture within. But it barely helped. Yi Xuanxin had never faced such dire straits before. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yet, in the end, she wiped away the tears before they could fall. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength to hoist Lei Zhan onto her shoulders once more. A Special Forces soldier couldn't afford to stop. She had to follow what Lei Zhan had taught her. If not for herself, then for Lei Zhan's sake. At this moment, Yi Xuanxin knew Lei Zhan was her sole reason for survival. Without him, she would never have chosen this grueling, hopeless trek through the suffocatingly desolate mountain wilderness. Moreover, they were running out of everything. No water left. The hardtack biscuits were nearly gone. What Yi Xuanxin hadn't anticipated was that this wasn't the most dangerous part. The greatest peril had yet to arrive. At that very moment, less than 10 kilometers away, beside a birch grove, lay a forest spring. There, 7 or 8 military tents stood. People moved in and out of the tents constantly. Flying atop these tents were the Union Jack and the Rising Sun flag, the flags of M Nation in Japan. A tall American wearing sunglasses gestured over a military map with a man sporting a small mustache. Sunglasses said, Mr. Kusunoki, how many men have you brought? How many elite fighters? Can our 2 nations' cooperation truly encircle and eliminate the Chinese? The man with the mustache, known as Mr. Kusunoki, chuckled. Rest assured, Mr. Jim. We've brought a full 60 men. Among them are 2 top-tier warriors of the great Japanese Empire, both 3rd-tier spirit-tier masters. Oof. We won't stop until we've wiped the Chinese off the face of the earth. The Chinese, last time's incident greatly displeased our emperor. This time, His Majesty has issued a direct order, we must restore this lost face. The Chinese value face, don't they? Our mission is to utterly strip them of it, ensuring they can never speak with authority again at international conferences. Heh, Mr. Jim, I'm sure this is also what your president desires to see, isn't it? The American known as Jim smiled, that's for sure. Our primary objective this time is to deal with the Chinese and Russians. They've disrupted our British Empire's global economic expansion plans. This time, we must strive to completely annihilate them, leaving not a single one behind. We'll ensure the Chinese and Russians have no face or confidence to speak at the UN Economic Conference. Then, those third world trash will be nothing but small fry we can play with at our whim. Ha! Nakamura chuckled. Common goals, pleasant cooperation. Mr. Jim, consider this, based on the failed encirclement operation last time, Lejeune can only advance and retreat in our direction. I propose we split into two echelons, one overt, one covert. The overt unit handles reconnaissance and encirclement, deliberately leaving an opening for Lejeune to slip through. Then we strike, eliminating him in one fell swoop. What do you think? Jim chuckled. Brilliant plan, brilliant indeed. With this setup, even if Lejeune is as valiant as a god, he won't escape. But why haven't our scouts reported back yet? Nanmaku village, Jim, no need to fret. If Lejeune doesn't show up in our scouted areas, his route must lead deep into the Great Forest. If that's the case, he's walking a dead end. Without water or food, he won't last a week. We'll just be collecting corpses. Jim, ha! Chapter 147, Jungle Pursuit. Report, Colonel Nanmaku. 10 kilometers ahead, patrol spotted 2 Chinese, 1 man, 1 woman. One patrolman was killed, the other returned wounded to report. Nakamura rejoiced. Is this confirmed? Guard, absolutely. Nakamori immediately beamed, no doubt about it. It must be Lejeune and that female soldier who escaped with him. Their main force is now split up. Colonel Jim, I propose we mobilize the entire unit, assemble, and eliminate Lejeune. Jim chuckled. Just Lejeune? Do we really need the entire force? I think Colonel Nanma's men are more than capable of taking down a mere soldier and a female soldier. No need for our troops to move. We'll stay put at headquarters. Jim clearly wanted to avoid casualties from confronting Lejeune and was pushing for Colonel Nanma to take the lead. Colonel Nanmaku smiled. Mr. Jim, I needn't remind you who Lejeune is. 160 or 70 men all wiped out within a minute. Big Jim, our two forces have already cooperated. If, at this moment, you still wish to play clever and avoid putting in real effort, well, I solemnly warn you, be careful not to let Lejeune escape. If that happens, when you return to your country, you'll likely have some explaining to do. Jim froze at this. Alright. But I just can't help but doubt it. Has Lejeune grown 3 heads and 6 arms or something to make you so afraid? Nanmaku village took the soldier terminal and handed it to Jim. Big Jim, take a good look. Lejeune isn't just ranked first, see what it says? 5 stars. 5 stars. Sure, he appears to be dead on the surface, but we all know this soldier system is just a machine. As long as the terminal is destroyed, his status will turn gray. That doesn't mean Lejeune is dead. And as long as Lejeune is alive, he remains the greatest threat. Do you understand or not? Jim waves dismissively. Enough already. It's just Lejeune. Look at you cowardly Japanese, all scared out of your wits. The only reason Lejeune has achieved this much is because the British Empire hasn't intervened yet. The one who laughs last is the true victor. Lejeune? He's nothing but a jumping clown. Fine. We'll provide the manpower. We'll just wipe out Lejeune together. At that moment, Yi Tsuanqing dragged Lejeune along the ground, exhausted, starving, and parched, barely able to move. Staring up at the canopy of trees blocking out the sky, her heart felt as cold as ashes. God, when will this ever end? I just want to die. Caw. 2 unidentified birds flew through the canopy above, instantly alerting Yi Tsuanqing. In such deep, ancient forests, birds rarely flew with such panic. Moreover, birds were rarely seen in these primeval woods. They typically lived on the forest's edges, where food could be found. Caw. A flock of birds chirped and chattered as they flew past. Someone's coming. Yi Tsuanqing reacted instantly. Yi Tsuanqing was startled. Glancing at Lejeune lying on the ground, she realized that if they were discovered in this state, it would mean certain death. But where could they hide in this vast forest? Yi Tsuanqing glanced at the towering trees dozens of meters high before him, their dense branches and leaves. He quickly hoisted Lejeune onto his back and struggled to climb to the treetop. He positioned Lejeune on a large branch, letting him straddle it, then took out a climbing rope and secured him tightly. Only after confirming Lejeune wouldn't fall did Yi Tsuanqing descend. She drew her dagger and carved an X-shaped mark into the tree trunk. After completing these tasks, Yi Tsuanqing swiftly retreated along the original path. She intended to lure the pursuing enemies away, the farther from Lejeune the better. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she would ensure Lejeune's safety. Yet, as she thought about it, a wave of despair washed over her. If she truly died, could Lejeune really survive? But things had come to this. She could only take it one step at a time. Summoning her last ounce of strength, Yi Tsuanqing sprinted for a full 4 or 5 kilometers before collapsing beneath a large tree, gasping for breath. Just as Yi Tsuanqing secured Lejeune to the tree and began to retreat, a squad arrived, leading a hunting dog. The black-backed hound sniffed the ground intensely, then darted off in the direction Yi Tsuanqing had fled. The squad numbered 30 men. Over 10 wore blue camouflage uniforms and blue berets, while another dozen sported camouflage identical to Chinese military styles. Leading them was a beret-wearing major. Seeing the dog's behavior, he urgently commanded, "Quickly! Quickly! The hound has picked up a trail. Stay close. Contact the covert unit, assemble in this direction. Report to them, target detected. Target detected." With that, the group accelerated, pursuing in the direction Yi Tsuanshin had fled. Yi Tsuanshin sprinted 4 or 5 kilometers in one breath, sweating profusely until he had no strength left to run. Her parched throat felt like it was on fire. Collapsing beside a large tree, she grabbed wild grass from the ground and shoved it into her mouth. The bitter juice offered only temporary relief to her burning throat, but it was merely a temporary fix. Thirst and hunger continued to torment her. Exhaustion was also setting in. The entire journey had demanded she carry heavy equipment while maintaining constant vigilance of her surroundings. Simultaneously enduring the agony of thirst and hunger without water or food had truly drained her physical reserves to the absolute limit. She was utterly unable to run any further. Not far away, the sound of dogs barking reached her ears. Yi Tsuanshin knew this skirmish was probably unavoidable now. Because she simply couldn't run any further. Well then, it would be a fight to the death. Closing her eyes, a final thought flashed through her mind. "Thunder God, if I die, you must survive." Hiss. Hiss. Collapsing beneath the tree, Yi Tsuanshin heard a faint sound and instantly opened her eyes. The sight that met her gaze sent a chill down her spine. A grass snake, emerald green and over a meter long, coiled down from the branches, flaring its hood and striking at her. Yi Tsuanshin shuddered, but his eyes narrowed instantly. He drew the combat knife from his thigh and, with lightning speed, grabbed the grass snake by the neck. With a sharp whistling sound, the blade sliced clean through its head. Now, Yi Tsuanshin finally understood the true meaning behind Lei Zhan's earlier training, forcing the female soldiers to eat those disgusting little creatures alive. She had always believed she'd never eat such repulsive things raw in her life. How could the world possibly push someone to such extremes? It was utter nonsense. But now, Yi Tsuanshin believed it. As a special forces soldier, any situation you deemed impossible could happen. Like now, thirsty, starving, utterly exhausted, she had no choice but to eat this snake. Eat it raw. She had no other option. Chapter 148, Yi Tsuanshin's Sniper Strike. A single slash severed the tongue, cold snake blood spilling out. Yi Tsuanshin stared at the icy liquid, her jaw clenching as she forced down a gulp of saliva. At this critical juncture, any hesitation meant the enemy would close in. By then, drained of strength, she'd be powerless to fight, left only to await her end. Closing her eyes, Yi Tsuanshin shoved the snake's head and neck directly into her mouth, swallowing it in large gulps. The scorched throat finally eased considerably, and it seemed her strength was returning. After a fierce sucking session, Yi Tsuanshin pulled the snake free. With a sharp hiss, she sliced it clean from head to tail with her dagger, then ripped off the skin. At this critical moment, she couldn't be bothered with niceties, she just tore into the snake flesh. Swallowing too hastily, she couldn't discern any flavor. In no time, she devoured half the snake and tossed the carcass aside. Snakes were cold-blooded creatures, their blood ran cold, and their flesh offered little warmth. Yet, once these items reached his stomach, Yi Tsuanshin instantly felt more alert. Footsteps were drawing ever closer now. Though he didn't possess Ouyang Qian's superhuman nose and sense of smell, as a sniper, he could still detect sounds of this intensity. Yi Tsuanshin swiftly found a relatively better sniping position and began preparing to take aim. The old forest floor was thick with leaves, most of them years old. Hiding one's tracks in such a place was relatively difficult. Many of the ancient trees were quite old, with trunks thick enough for 2 people to barely encircle. Yi Tsuanshin lay flat among the leaves, using them to partially camouflage her body. She then raised her sniper rifle, intently watching the movements ahead. The sound of barking reached her ears, and Yi Tsuanshin's eyes widened instantly. Take out the dogs first, that was what Lei Zhan had warned Yi Tsuanshin about. When evading enemy pursuit, what was the greatest threat? Exactly, the dogs. The heavy footsteps drew nearer, entering the 600-meter engagement range. The first thing Yi Tsuanshin saw was the black-backed police dog chained to a post. Yi Tsuanshin gently pulled the trigger, aiming the muzzle at the dog's forehead. Over 30 men continued sprinting forward, driven by the dog's lead. Major Sunglasses shouted urgently, "Hurry up! The dog's barking is getting louder, it means the humans aren't far off." Through his binoculars, Yi Tsuanshin observed that the sunglasses-wearing Major appeared to be the leader of this group. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Perhaps it would be best to take out the leader first, then deal with the dog. That way, the Major wouldn't panic and flee after the dog was killed. With that thought, Yi Tsuanshin aimed his rifle at the Major. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. Yi Tsuanshin had deliberately let them close in precisely so that even if they detected the sniper, they wouldn't have time to escape his firing range. With over 100 rounds left in his magazine, it should be enough to take them all down. Of course, that was assuming he didn't get taken down first. 250 meters. Through the scope, the sunglasses-wearing Major's face was now as clear as if he were right before Yi Tsuanshin's eyes. Perfect. Yi Tsuanshin's finger lightly rested on the trigger. Slowly, he pulled it back. Bang. The sunglasses-wearing Major froze in place, then collapsed with a thud. The men behind him reacted instantly, diving for cover behind nearby objects. After taking out the sunglasses-wearing Major, Yi Tsuanshin fired another shot. The dog let out a pitiful whine and collapsed, dead. Silence. Deadly silence. Not a sound came from anyone. This deathly quiet lasted a full 10 minutes. Neither side moved a muscle. As elite special forces operatives, they all knew they were trapped in a sniper's ambush. Move, and you risk death. A sniper was like a venomous snake in the night, silent, striking with a single, lethal bite. Finally, movement broke the stasis. Two Japanese soldiers clad in Chinese-style camouflage muttered something in Japanese and darted from their positions. Yi Tsuanshin hesitated not a moment. Two quick shots rang out. Both Japanese soldiers collapsed, dead instantly. Silence. Dead silence once more. Yi Tsuanshin had already fitted a suppressor to his rifle barrel, precisely to prevent the loud crack of his shots from giving away his position. Behind a large tree slightly tall but too thin to fully conceal a person, an American soldier's shoulder peeked out. Bang! Yi Tsuanshin fired without hesitation. The American soldier let out a piercing scream as a bullet tore clean through his shoulder. Wincing in pain, he lurched sideways. The soldier beside him shouted urgently, "Don't move!" But it was too late. The soldier with the gaping hole in his shoulder exposed his head. Bang! Yi Tsuanshin delivered a second bullet. He's a sniper. Dead accurate. What do we do, Captain Mason? A Japanese captain addressed an American captain. The American captain frowned, thought for a moment, then pulled two smoke grenades from his waist and tossed them overhead. With a bang, the grenades exploded. The American captain immediately shouted, "Indiscriminate fire. Force them out." Instantly, taking advantage of the smoke, everyone emerged from behind the trees. Wielding their submachine guns, they unleashed indiscriminate fire forward. Bullets rained down like hail. Yi Tsuanshin swiftly retreated, creating distance from the group. Close-range fire was absolutely out of the question. It would nullify every advantage she had as a sniper. Half a minute later, as the smoke cleared, Yi Tsuanshin had retreated to a position 400 meters away from them. Her initial assessment had been flawed. She shouldn't have gotten so close to the enemy. While it had locked down their attack range, it had also exposed her to severe danger. At 400 meters, Yi Tsuanshin maneuvered around to the enemy's right flank, concealing herself. As the smoke cleared, the men still stared straight ahead. Yi Tsuanshin smirked coldly. At this very moment, they believed she was still in front of them, unaware she had already circled around to their right flank. Their chosen cover was completely wrong. Every single one of them was now exposed within her sniper's range. Yi Tsuanshin aimed his rifle at the American captain. Bang! 3 shots rang out, and 3 more soldiers fell. Gunfire from the right flank. Take cover. The remaining 20-plus men scrambled to adjust their cover positions. Yet in the chaos, one soldier exposed half his head. Yi Tsuanshin offered another cold smile. The sensation of controlling an enemy's life simply by seeing their head brought her an inexplicable thrill in this environment. Bang! The careless soldier was shot in the head. Find their hiding spot. Find them. Eliminate them. Eliminate them. The Japanese captain shouted. Bang! Yi Tsuanshin fired 3 shots in quick succession, each striking the large tree where the Japanese officer was concealed. Bang! The 4th shot. The Japanese officer hiding behind a tree was struck by 4 consecutive bullets hitting the same spot on the trunk. The bullets pierced his head, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked. Chapter 149, Survive. That sniper is a real pain in the ass. Spotter, find me the sniper's position, a U.S. captain yelled. Immediately, both the Japanese and American spotters scrutinized the bullet marks Yi Tsuanshin had left on the tree trunk. Finally, the sniper spotter reported to the American captain, distance 400 meters. 930 west. Yi Tsuanshin's position was pinned down, and both American and Japanese troops felt a surge of confidence. Once the location was locked in, everything else would fall into place. Yi Tsuanshin was a sniper, but neither nation was to be trifled with. The American captain immediately ordered his 2 snipers, lock onto the enemy's position. The moment they show their head, take them down. Now, the main force can advance cautiously. Under the captain's command, the troops emerged from behind the large trees. With Yi Tsuanshin's position pinned down, she could certainly reveal herself to take out the snipers. But to kill them, she'd have to expose herself. The moment she showed her head, the enemy snipers would fire bullets straight into her skull without hesitation. The simultaneous deployment of American and Japanese forces startled Yi Tsuanshin. She wondered what these 2 nations' troops were thinking. Did they not fear death? Confused, she immediately raised her high-precision sniper rifle and took out one soldier. Yet, at that very instant, a bullet pierced her shoulder. Yi Tsuanshin quickly ducked down, touching her shoulder. Blood, nothing but blood. My position's been pinned down. This is bad, Yi Tsuanshin muttered to himself. What does a sniper fear most? Being discovered. Once exposed, the sniper operation becomes impossible to continue. Yi Tsuanshin immediately retreated, swiftly abandoning his original position. But the moment Yi Tsuanshin shifted his body, dust clouds erupted from two nearby spots. Yi Tsuanshin's heart sank. She had been locked onto by the enemy sniper. If even the slightest part of her body appeared in the scope while she moved, a merciless bullet would pierce her. Trapped here, he couldn't move. Yet if he remained motionless, the approaching soldiers would inevitably find him. Certain death awaited. Yi Tsuanshin was trapped in a deadly dilemma. Move, and die. Stay still, and die. Yi Tsuanshin rolled over on the ground, her face turned skyward. She silently lamented, so this is it. Today, this gorgeous girl is going to meet her end here. Seriously, this sucks. I'm so pretty, and I don't even have a boyfriend yet. At that moment, Yi Tsuanshin inexplicably thought of Lei Zhan. Back when she first joined the beast camp, it was always Lei Zhan who drilled them relentlessly. She, Yi Tsuanshin, was the one who constantly resented it, cursing Lei Zhan as cruel, inhumane, and devoid of humanity, accusing him of treating them like subhumans. But now, Yi Tsuanshin fully understood Lei Zhan's intentions. The real battlefield was 10 times, 100 times harsher than the training grounds. Now, she even regretted that Lei Zhan hadn't drilled them even harder back then. By now, they'd endured several battles, large and small. Every skill Lei Zhan had taught them had become a lifeline in critical moments. Originally, Lei Zhan had them perform extreme armed cross-country training. Yi Tsuanshin had thought it was a form of deliberate, artificial torment, pure torture for its own sake. That kind of extreme armed cross-country training had no practical value whatsoever. But today's events proved to Yi Tsuanshin that extreme armed cross-country training not only had practical value, but also that she herself was far from adequately prepared. Yi Tsuanshin had initially thought Lei Zhan made them eat small animals raw to deliberately disgust them, training their psychological resilience. But today, she had willingly killed a grass snake herself. The truth was, Lei Zhan wasn't trying to disgust them. Everything was designed to keep them alive on the battlefield. Yet judging by the current situation, it seemed her own death was already a foregone conclusion. The only choice left was how to die. Yi Tsuanshin gave a faint, bitter smile and loaded the sniper rifle. Suicide? No. That was too pathetic. She wouldn't go quietly without taking a few with her. She'd rather die by enemy fire than go alone. She'd kill a few of those little devils to accompany her in death. With a sharp click, she racked the bolt, ready to expose herself and fight to the end. Listen up, you bunch of useless idiots. Commander number 1 just gave us a brilliant pre-battle pep talk. I bet you're still so moved by his impassioned speech you can't pull yourselves together. So I won't bother with any rallying cry. But before we go, I need to remind you of one thing. Forget every single word Commander 1 just said. Remember, you only need to remember one thing. You better remember this phrase. Recite it at least 100 times every day. It's simple, just 3 words, you better remember this. These 3 words are, survive. Survive at all costs. Got that, you bastards? Got it. Yi Tsuanshin's mind suddenly flashed back to Lei Zhan's pre-deployment mobilization speech to him and all members of the Thunder Squad and Fire Phoenix Squad. Survive. Survive at all costs. Recite it 100 times daily. Yi Tsuanshin murmured to herself. In truth, over these past days, neither Yi Tsuanshin nor the others had recited it even once, let alone 100 times. In such perilous and chaotic circumstances, they barely had time to flee for their lives. Who could possibly remember what Lei Zhan had said? Survive. Survive at all costs. Yi Tsuanshin's eyes snapped open. Her mind raced. How could she break through this encirclement? How could she keep living? Survive at any cost. The American and Japanese forces were advancing step by step toward her position. The rustling sound of their boots crunching through leaves filled the air. They no longer feared Yi Tsuanshin's bullets, for they had pinpointed her location. At least 3 or 4 snipers within their ranks had their rifles trained on her hiding spot. If she dared to show herself, a single shot to the head would end her. Yi Tsuanshin knew it, and the American and Japanese forces knew it too. This was a no-win situation for him. Beyond surrendering his life, Yi Tsuanshin had no other choice. The encircling forces at 200 meters were steadily closing in. At 100 meters, Yi Tsuanshin could even hear their breathing. At 50 meters, they began to fan out, planning a 3-pronged assault to spray Yi Tsuanshin with bullets. At 30 meters, they rattled out grenades, preparing to blow Yi Tsuanshin to pieces where he lay motionless. Lying in a shallow dirt pit, Yi Tsuanshin kept his eyes closed, muttering to himself, survive. Survive. Chapter 150, Blind Sniper. Over 20 enemies formed a half-fan shape, encircling Yi Tsuanshin from one side. Each was a specially selected elite from various nations. Over 20 men hunting down a single Chinese girl regardless of victory. This was a disgrace, a humiliation for elite forces. And they'd expended such immense effort and cost. This Chinese girl must die. Otherwise, when these big shots returned and word of this got out, they'd be finished. A pack of burly men, howling like beasts, unable to subdue a frail Chinese girl? If word of this reached their peers, where would they hang their heads? This Chinese girl must die. This was the near unanimous consensus among the Joint International Task Force. They were now just over 30 meters from Yi Tsuanshin's hiding spot. She remained utterly still. The American captain smiled, pulling a melon-shaped grenade from his pocket. All right, comrades. That cunning Chinese girl has nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. She's trapped between heaven and earth, with no choice but to await her death. Who knew the Chinese would be such a pain in the ass? Brothers, let's send this Chinese girl to meet her Buddha. Just as the U.S. captain believed he had Yi Tsuanshin completely cornered, 2 smoke-belching grenades arced through the air from her position. Grenades! Hit the deck! The captain led the charge, slamming himself flat on the ground. Boom! A series of clangs echoed as metal objects hit the ground. But moments later, the grenades remained silent. The American captain realized they hadn't detonated. Could they be duds? The American captain looked up suspiciously, only to find the entire area within 200 meters shrouded in thick smoke, obscuring everything. Smoke grenades! We've been tricked, the American colonel shouted. Take cover! Don't fire indiscriminately! Watch out for friendly fire! Bang! Before the captain could finish, his heart clenched. He quickly looked down at his chest. Where his chest should have been, a hole no thicker than a pinky finger gaped, spurting blood. I've been hit. Am I dying? Before the American captain could finish his words, he collapsed with a thud and died. Cover! Cover! Don't move! Beware of the cunning Chinese, a soldier shouted. Bang! A round red dot appeared on the forehead of the shouting soldier. Headshot! Bang! In the thick, choking smoke, bullets flew like the Grim Reaper's scythe. From who knows where, they struck their targets with uncanny precision, as if the guns had eyes. Who the hell is shooting? A Japanese soldier yelled in the thick fog. Bang! The bullet came from the sound, piercing his eye and burrowing into his skull. Impossible! How could those damned Chinese hit their targets in such thick fog? The Japanese soldier died. The unit began to panic. Under the thick fog created by smoke grenades, they scrambled to find cover. They had no choice who knew what kind of demons lurked in this fog. They seemed to have eyes, capable of purposeful shooting in such poor visibility. This was beyond what normal humans could achieve. Some scrambled back toward where they'd come, trying to escape the fog's obscuring effect. But often, just a few steps in, a bang echoed behind them, merciless gunfire striking their backs. What the hell was going on? Who was firing? A soldier wielding a submachine gun shouted in broken English, bang. As the Japanese soldier yelled, a bullet struck him ruthlessly in the forehead. This terror persisted for several minutes, until only 7 members of their group remained. Finally, the group realized they must not make a sound. Absolutely not. Though they couldn't fathom what was happening, they understood that not only could speaking cost them their lives, but even their footsteps had to be taken with extreme caution. Otherwise, bullets would materialize like ghosts in the smoke, arriving with the sound of their movement and then mercilessly taking their lives. The smoke finally began to dissipate. After taking down another man, Yi Tsuanshin suddenly felt his knees buckle. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. A gaping hole appeared above his knee. As the smoke cleared, the group finally spotted Yi Tsuanshin, eyes closed, gun in hand, poised to fire at any moment. Kneeling on the ground, he tossed his high-precision sniper rifle aside. A faint, bitter smile touched her lips. Thunder God, I'm sorry. This time, I'm truly done for. But rest assured, I've already earned my keep. The series of shots just now had been executed by Yi Tsuanshin. It was a technique introduced in the sniper theory book, The Sniper God, that Lei Zhan had given her, blind sniping. Blind sniping meant completely disregarding the eyes, relying solely on one's ears to listen for any sound from the enemy, thereby pinpointing their location for the shot. Yi Tsuanshin had only practiced this technique for a short time and hadn't fully mastered it yet. But today, it proved invaluable. With everyone temporarily blinded, the power of blind sniping revealed its formidable and terrifying lethality. Yi Tsuanshin first used smoke grenades to create a visual blind spot for everyone. Then, in this situation, he deployed blind sniping, taking out nearly 20 of the enemy. This left only 6 members of the squad remaining. Now, these 6 emerged from their hiding places, all guns drawn, aimed at Yi Tsuanshin kneeling nearby. They didn't fire immediately. They wanted to get closer, to get a good look at this small Chinese man who had nearly wiped them all out. Could he be the legendary, terrifying killing demon, Lei Zhan? All 6 approached Yi Tsuanshin. A Japanese soldier shouted in clumsy Chinese, "Chinese man, lift your head." Yi Tsuanshin slowly raised his head, a grim smile spreading across his face. What's this? Little devils, big devils, you didn't manage to snipe every last one of you. What a pity. But rest assured, you won't escape in the end. A woman? A woman? And a tiny Chinese woman at that? The Japanese officer was stunned. The American lieutenant was equally stunned. Unbelievable. Our greatest adversary is this frail woman? Unforgivable. I'll blow your brains out. The American lieutenant raised his submachine gun, aiming straight for Yi Tsuanshin's head. The Japanese officer grabbed the American lieutenant's arm. Lieutenant, don't be hasty. She's trapped like a fish in a barrel now. Let me interrogate her. The Japanese officer stepped before Yi Tsuanshin. Young lady, our Yamato people are a peace-loving nation. We dislike killing. So, if you cooperate with me and tell me where Lei Zhan is, then we won't strip you naked and torture you to death. How about it? Chapter 151, I won't strip. Yi Tsuanshin burst out laughing. You little Japanese bastard, what year do you think this is? 1937? Do you really believe you can do whatever you want in China? With your attitude, just try to touch me. I guarantee you this, if you so much as touch a single finger of mine, we'll chop off the head of your Emperor of Japan and use it as a piss pot. See what this is? Yi Tsuanshin pulled out her personal terminal and waved it in front of the Japanese officer. Right now, I've already sent our entire conversation and footage to my teammates. Why don't you try something reckless? Let's see if China gets angry with you little Japs, tears down your Yasukuni shrine, and blows up your Mount Fuji. The Japanese officer lunged forward, snatched the terminal from Yi Tsuanshin's hand, and smashed it to pieces on the ground. He turned to the American lieutenant beside him. What's going on? Headquarters said their terminals were all disabled. The American officer shrugged. Only God knows what's going on here. The Japanese officer, furious, glared at Yi Tsuanshin. Now that you've lost your terminal, I can do whatever the hell I want with you. You bastards, let's take turns with this little first, then cripple her and leave her to rot. The American officer chuckled. I find Mr. Nakamura's suggestion quite constructive and creative. I'm in. What about you guys? The American officer glanced at his comrades beside him. The others, already salivating at the sight of Yi Tsuanshin's beauty, eagerly nodded. Of course. We've been dying to play with an Asian girl. So the six of them, chattering and chuckling lewdly, stared at Yi Tsuanshin, spewing obscene English as they endlessly debated who would go first. At that moment, one man spoke calmly. I agree. This sentence was spoken in pure, unadulterated Chinese. Amidst the cacophony of English chatter, such authentic Chinese instantly captured everyone's attention. All eyes shifted toward the man who had spoken. The man flashed a row of pearly white teeth and waved at the group. Hello, everyone. Everyone froze, exchanging bewildered glances before turning back to the man. Who are you? Nakamura, is this your guy? The man called Nakamura shook his head hastily. I thought he was one of yours. Take him down. The American officer shouted, raising his gun and firing at the man. But in a flash, the man appeared behind the officer. His dagger sliced across the officer's throat, and blood spurted out in a spray. Kill him. Nakamura yelled. Bang! The man opened fire. At such close range, the remaining 5 had no chance of survival. All 5 were cut down. The man took the gun and fired another shot into the head of each of the bodies lying on the ground. Only then did he come grinning over to Yi Tsuanshin, pinching her chin and flashing a lecherous smile. Missy, missed me? At that very moment, tears streamed down Yi Tsuanshin's face like rain. Without a word, she lunged at the man, opening her mouth wide and biting down hard on his shoulder. The man instantly doubled over in pain, eyes wide, screaming, Spare me! Spare me! Someone's dead! Someone's dead! Sniffling, Yi Tsuanshin released her grip and began pounding his chest with her tiny fists. Damn you, Lei Zhan! Why did you take so long? Why did you take so long? Why did you take so long? Why couldn't you have come a little later? I almost got raped, what? Yi Tsuanshin sobbed as she clung to Lei Zhan, burying her tear-streaked face in his chest. Lei Zhan stroked her head. It's okay now, it's okay. Stop crying. Come on, you must be starving. Look what your big brother brought you. He reached into his military pack and pulled out a can of beef and a bottle of mineral water. Yi Tsuanshin's eyes widened instantly. She quickly wiped her tears and, without a word, pried open the beef can with her dagger. She began chewing heartily, gulping down water as she mumbled, Damn it, I never realized beef can meat could be this delicious. Lei Zhan scoffed, Slow down, don't choke. There's plenty more. No one's going to fight you for it. Then Lei Zhan glanced at Yi Tsuanshin's leg wound and frowned. He retrieved a first aid kit from one of the dead American soldiers. Turning to Yi Tsuanshin, who was still stuffing the canned beef into her mouth, he scowled, Take off your pants. Yi Tsuanshin froze, his mouth stuffed with canned beef. He glared at Lei Zhan. What the hell? You wanna rape me? You'll have to wait till my wound heals. Then we can do it consensually. Trying that now? You're worse than an animal. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes. Cut the crap. When did you ever talk nonsense at a time like this? We need to get the bullet out and bandage the wound. Hurry up and take off your pants. Yi Tsuanshin rolled her eyes at his words. No way. I know you're just a pervert who wants to take advantage of me. My legs are really white, you know. And the lines are incredibly beautiful. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes back at her, feigning anger. Are you taking them off or not? Yi Tsuanxin sprang into action, deftly undoing her belt. Fine, I'll take them off. Look at you, so impatient, no romance at all. Listen, this is my first time. Be gentle with me. Lei Zhan exhaled loudly, rolling his eyes. What kind of soldiers have I trained? The camouflage pants came off, revealing Yi Tsuanxin's long, slender legs. Just as she'd said, the lines were beautiful, and the skin was dazzlingly white, almost luminous. In fact, it was still very tender. At first glance, Lei Zhan felt his blood boil. Truthfully, what stirred his blood wasn't just the graceful curves and pallor of Yi Tsuanxin's legs. The more significant reason was that Yi Tsuanxin was wearing only, well, a single piece of clothing. A single piece of, a hem. To avoid drawing excessive attention and risking a nosebleed, Lei Zhan cleared his throat and stammered, Comrade Yi Tsuanxin, how could you possibly wear something like this? This is? What's wrong with how I dress? I never thought I'd be forced to pull down my pants. Who knew anyone would see? I said I wouldn't take them off, but you insisted. You rascal. Are you satisfied now? Lei Zhan waved his hand. Alright, tough it out. I'm taking out the bullet. He pulled out a pair of tweezers, one hand caressing Yi Tsuanxin's tender thigh as he inserted the tweezers, pinched the bullet, and yanked it out in one swift motion. Yi Tsuanxin whimpered in pain. But that woman's whimper sounded just like that voice, making Lei Zhan flinch. He rolled his eyes at Yi Tsuanxin. Seriously? It's just pulling out a bullet, and you can scream like that? Go to hell, you pervert. Yi Tsuanxin rolled her eyes at Lei Zhan with feigned disdain. Chapter 152, Beware of Deception. Lei Zhan chuckled as he dabbed hydrogen peroxide onto Yi Tsuanxin's wound with a cotton ball. Then he took out a bullet, removed the tip, and poured the powder inside onto the wound on her thigh. Next, he flicked open his lighter. With a hiss, the explosive powder ignited instantly. This time, Yi Tsuanxin truly felt the pain, letting out a sharp cry. Instantly, the area where the bullet tip had been removed was cauterized shut by the fire. Though the pain was excruciating, sweat pouring down her forehead, she still found the energy to speak. It's ruined. Ruined. Damn you, Thunder God. My flawless, pristine body now has a blemish. I'll never find a husband now. Listen here, Thunder God, if I can't marry, don't think you'll escape responsibility. Lei Zhan retorted, if you can't get married, what the hell does that have to do with me? Yi Tsuanxin stiffened her neck. It's your damn business, and it's a big one. When my boyfriend asks who took off your clothes for the first time, I'll have to tell him the truth, it was you. I'm an honest girl who tells the truth. I'll stick to the facts. Then when my boyfriend asks, who touched you for the first time? I'll have to say, you did. And when he asks, who gave you that scar on your leg? I'll definitely have to say, you did. Lei Zhan waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this nonsense. This place isn't safe. Let's get out of here. Lei Zhan stood up and took a few steps. Lei Zhan noticed Yi Tsuanxin hadn't moved. Turning back, he saw her staring at him with wide eyes. Lei Zhan snapped, what are you glaring at me with those evil eyes for? Put your pants on and let's go. What, you want to spend the new year here? Yi Tsuanxin's eyes widened even more. Are you blind? Can't you see this lady is seriously injured? How am I supposed to walk? And these pants, if you don't help me put them on, how am I supposed to get dressed? I'm a casualty here. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes but had no choice. He stepped forward, letting Yi Tsuanxin wrap her arms around his neck, then carefully helped her pull the pants on. Satisfied, Yi Tsuanxin clung tightly to Lei Zhan's neck, giggling happily and refusing to let go. Lei Zhan, the pants are on. Can you let go now? Yi Tsuanxin, let go? What are you talking about? Do you seriously think I could walk with injuries this bad? You ungrateful jerk. Forget you? I carried you out of the gates of hell. Now that I'm hurt, you just want to ditch me? Lei Zhan thought about it. Yi Tsuanxin's legs really couldn't bear her weight. Rolling his eyes, he waved his hand. Hop on. Yi Tsuanxin immediately scrambled onto Lei Zhan's back with a grin, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Oh my, being carried feels so good. Weighing less than 100 pounds, Yi Tsuanxin was barely heavier than a backpack for Lei Zhan. Carrying her was nowhere near as taxing as when she'd carried him. Lei Zhan scavenged essential supplies from the dead body's medicine, food, water, and a handful of grenades and bullets, handing them all to Yi Tsuanxin. Moreover, on the body of the first American colonel to die, Lei Zhan discovered something that thrilled both Yi Tsuanxin and himself immensely: 1 Earth Scroll and 4 or 5 Heaven Scrolls. Lei Zhan immediately placed the Heaven Scrolls and Earth Scrolls together. Only then did he fully comprehend what they were: a complete map. Simultaneously, after merging the two scrolls, the third mission was clearly marked: destination, White Mountain. Retrieve the national flag from White Mountain, then plant that flag on Black Mountain, 100 kilometers away. Seeing this, Lei Zhan excitedly slammed his fist into his palm. Damn it, finally figured out the third mission. Let's go straight to White Mountain. Yi Tsuanxin voiced her concern, but Lei Zhan, what about Tan Xiaolin and the others? Are we just leaving them behind? Lei Zhan nodded. But their terminals are already damaged. Besides, the individual terminals are only used by headquarters for control and displaying personal information. They can't communicate directly. The signals from those terminals are relayed and controlled by headquarters. So for now, whether the two teams can reunite, well, that's up to fate. At that very moment, 20 kilometers away, Ouyang Qian stared wide-eyed at the heavy footprints Yi Tsuanxin had left carrying Lei Zhan on her back. She and the others were racing forward without pause. Simultaneously, all soldiers from the Five Nations headquarters, linked via personal high-frequency radios, were beginning to tighten their encirclement 5 kilometers from Lei Zhan. They were preparing to close in on him once more. This time, their numbers swelled to over 100. Among them were elite operatives from around the world, including Nanmaku Village and Big Jim. The encirclement rapidly closed in, yet Lei Zhan and Yi Tsuanxin remained utterly unaware. Lei Zhan carried Yi Tsuanxin straight toward Mount Baishan. When they were less than 2 kilometers from the encircling forces, Lei Zhan abruptly halted. He pressed his ear to the ground, listened intently for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. He swiftly scrambled up a large tree, placed Yi Tsuanxin on the treetop just as he had done before, and sternly warned her, "No matter what happens, don't make a sound." Yi Tsuanxin asked in terror, "What's wrong?" Lei Zhan sighed, "Unfortunately, we're surrounded again. You little brat, mark my words, not a single shot, not a sound. You stay put up there like a good girl. Don't go causing trouble with your smartass ways, got it?" Yi Tsuanxin nodded frantically, promising to stay perfectly still on the tree like a koala, not moving a muscle. Lei Zhan set Yi Tsuanxin down and immediately sprinted 500 meters away. He chose this distance precisely because it allowed him enough time to react and rescue her if needed. Any closer, and she'd be too exposed to the danger. Any farther, and if something happened to her, he wouldn't be able to reach her in time. Lei Zhan shed his backpack, tossing it onto the ground. With his entrenching tool, he swiftly dug a half-meter deep pit. Inside, he buried every single soldier landmine, hand grenade, and other ordnance. He carried dozens of them in total. He then backfilled the pit, covering it with a layer of leaves. Finally, he tossed his entrenching pack on top. After finishing all this, Lei Zhan immediately found a sufficiently tall tree and concealed himself within its branches. Shortly after Lei Zhan had concealed himself in the tree, several soldiers dressed in various uniforms appeared, peering cautiously around. The soldiers spotted the backpack nearby and were startled. They immediately went on high alert. After confirming there was no danger, they quickly pulled out their high-frequency radios and called out, Colonel Jim, situation detected. Found one military backpack." Within 5 minutes, a crowd of 30 to 40 people had gathered around the backpack. More troops continued streaming in from the distance. The colonel in the blue beret glanced at the pack less than 50 meters away and started to approach. But Nanmaku Village grabbed his sleeve. "Colonel, beware, this could be a trap." The colonel smiled. "Well then, Mr. Nanmaku, what do you suggest we do?" Nankimura considered for a moment, then fired 2 shots at the pack. Seeing no reaction, he nodded to the colonel, "Should be fine." The colonel smirked dismissively, waved his hand behind him, and ordered, "Let's go. See if it's the Chinese's package." Chapter 153, Reunion. The American colonel approached with 2 men, still moving with extreme caution. When they reached the bundle, the colonel gave a sharp nod to the 2 soldiers, signaling them to open it and see what was inside. The 2 soldiers looked at each other, then reluctantly bent down. Slowly and carefully, they opened the backpack. Inside were food, water, broken electronics, tactical knives, notebooks, 2 grenades, ammunition, and other essential marching supplies. The soldiers laid everything out on the ground for the colonel to inspect. The American colonel examined the notebook covered in writing, then waved to Nanmaku. Hesitating, Nanmaku approached. All the soldiers behind him, setting aside their suspicions, gathered around. Honestly, they'd nearly been scared out of their wits by a damn old pack. If word got out, they'd never hear the end of it. Surveying the array of items spread across the ground, food, drink, personal gear, and various weapons, Nankimura addressed the American colonel. "Colonel, look. These belong to the Chinese, no doubt. But how did they end up here? And there are no signs of combat. Could they have been abandoned while fleeing pursuit?" At that moment, Lei Zhan sat grinning in the tree above, watching the group below. He tossed the remote control in his hand. "Haha, little ones, congratulations, you've all fallen into the trap." With that, he pressed the button on the remote. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, instantly killing 1/3 of the group on the spot. Countless grenades and landmines detonated in a chain reaction, the shockwave radiating outward and severely wounding another third, immediately rendering them combat ineffective. Only those on the outer perimeter suffered minor injuries or remained unscathed. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lei Zhan quickly tossed several smoke grenades, instantly shrouding the scene in confusion. He leaped down from a tree, raised his submachine gun, and unleashed a burst of fire. After these waves of attacks, the group was nearly wiped out. The majority were killed instantly. Lei Zhan swiftly grabbed a hood, pulled it over his head, dropped to the ground, and darted toward the perimeter. Following these two sudden attacks, Nanmaku village chief and the American colonel died instantly. Only about 20 minor officers and soldiers remained, scrambling to flee for their lives. What they didn't realize was that the man leading the charge was Lei Zhan. As Lei Zhan sprinted, he shouted back over his shoulder, "Quick! Retreat! Retreat! Fall back here!" The remaining 20-odd soldiers scrambled to follow Lei Zhan's frantic pace. Lei Zhan deliberately slowed his stride. Instantly, the fleeing soldiers surged forward in long, swift strides. Honestly, who dares underestimate a special forces soldier on the run? That speed is simply incomparable to ordinary men. At that moment, one of the two American soldiers leading the charge, the one with the big nose, turned to his comrade beside him as they ran. "Hey, bro, something doesn't feel right. That guy up front just now, he was speaking Chinese, right?" His partner, still sprinting for his life, shouted back, "Yeah, it was Chinese. What's the big deal?" The big-nosed one replied, "I'm telling you, bro, something's off." "Are there any Chinese in our unit?" His comrade froze in his tracks. "He snuck into our unit." But before he could finish, Lei Zhan, who had been pretending to be exhausted and lagging behind at the rear, already raised his submachine gun and opened fire from the rear, firing a burst of machine gun fire. Before the 20-odd men could react, half of them were instantly mowed down in the fierce assault. The remaining dozen or so immediately scrambled for cover behind nearby objects. Simultaneously, a flurry of chatter erupted. Though Lei Zhan didn't understand Japanese or English, he recognized the meaning. Someone had infiltrated their ranks. Of course, he also caught the Japanese curses like "bastard" and "son of a." The ambush hadn't succeeded completely. Lei Zhan quickly pressed himself against a large tree and couldn't help but sigh, "Damn it, they didn't wipe them all out. Mistake, mistake." By now, the American and Japanese forces had reached a consensus. They must eliminate this ancient Chinese infiltrator at any cost. Raising their rifles, they unleashed a furious barrage of fire toward the tree where Lei Zhan hid. They swore they would bring down that tree with bullets if necessary, to flush out and destroy this Chinese man. Chinese so damn despicable. Bang! Suddenly, behind the Japanese and American troops, a burst of intense gunfire erupted, followed by silence. Lei Zhan turned cautiously to look. There, Ouyang Qian, Yan Wang, and the others stood in a straight line, striding purposefully toward him. Overwhelmed with joy, Lei Zhan swiftly removed his hood and stepped out with a smile. Thunder God! Ouyang Qian, Tiangui, and the others rushed forward together. Tiangui leaped up, wrapped her arms around Lei Zhan's neck, and without a word, showered him with frantic kisses. Tears streaming down her face, she kissed him while sobbing, "Thunder God, you bastard. Wah, we all thought you were dead. Wah! Lei Zhan, ahem, ahem. Okay, okay. Comrade Guegua, that's enough. With so many comrades here, we need to mind our image. Mind our image." Tiangui reluctantly let go as Lei Zhan pulled her off. He then smiled at the group, "Everyone okay?" The female soldiers had tears in their eyes, while the male soldiers stepped forward, each slapping Lei Zhan's shoulder with a thud before giving him a hard shoulder bump and a hug. The men expressed their camaraderie in their own rugged way. After a moment of mutual awe, not just at the horrifying sight of the endless line of bodies scattered across the ground, but more so at the sheer force of Lei Zhan's personal combat prowess, the atmosphere shifted to one of joyful reunion and excitement. This scene stunned every soldier present. How had Lei Zhan, acting alone, managed to eliminate these elite special forces soldiers? Lei Zhan, demonic and godlike. That's why they call him the Thunder God. This was the unanimous thought in every soldier's mind at that moment. Tan Xiaolin glanced around before fixing her gaze on Lei Zhan, who was engaged in lively conversation with Yan Wang and the others. "Thunder God," she asked, "where's Yi Xuanxin?" Lei Zhan froze at the question, slapping his forehead. "Oh man, I almost forgot about that little brat. Come on, let's go get that pesky girl. She's staying safe somewhere else. Probably munching on beef jerky right now." When Lei Zhan led everyone back to the site where those people had been blown to bits, the sight of over 100 corpses littering the ground sent shockwaves through the group. They stared at Lei Zhan in disbelief. Was he even human? These were special forces soldiers. Where had they ever seen anything like this? Wiping out hundreds at a time like it was nothing? Even slaughtering pigs wouldn't be done like this. Staring at the sea of corpses, the male and female soldiers exchanged glances. Watching Lei Zhan stride casually ahead, they all gulped. Thank God this guy is our own comrade. Chapter 154, Getting Serious. Surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, Lei Zhan remarked calmly, "Finish off every one of them with a shot to the head." At his words, the team members exchanged glances before springing into action. Bang! The finishing shots rang out. They understood Lei Zhan. If even one of these men wasn't properly finished off, the consequences could be severe, potentially endangering the entire squad by leaving someone capable of firing from the rear. After finishing the final shots, Lei Zhan said, "Remember, make this a habit from now on." A good habit? The male and female soldiers exchanged glances before turning to Lei Zhan. Yes, Thunder God. Understood. After finishing the follow-up fire, the group searched the bodies again, gathering essential supplies and medicinal pills. Then, following Lei Zhan, they set off to find Yi Xuanxin. Lei Zhan led them to the large tree where Yi Xuanxin had been left earlier. Lei Zhan called out twice from beneath the tree, "Little leaf, come down. Time to wake up. Everyone's here to see you." But from the tree, there was no sound. Lei Zhan waited a moment, his heart sinking. He called out twice more, still no response. Lei Zhan scrambled up the tree. The group, both female and male soldiers, waited below for a long time, a full 10 minutes. Everyone exchanged glances. Yan Wang scrambled up the tree. There, perched on a main branch, sat Lei Zhan. His eyes were vacant and unfocused, his expression utterly lost. He seemed as if his soul had been drained. Yan Wang waved his hand in front of Lei Zhan's face, but the soldier remained unresponsive. Then Yan Wang noticed a piece of paper attached to the dagger Lei Zhan was clutching. Yan Wang swiftly snatched the dagger and pulled off the note. "Heh, Lei Zhan, well done. Congratulations, you've earned the right to be our opponent. We'll take this little lady for now. See you at the finish line." Following the words "see you at the finish line," a dash was drawn. Shadow. Shadow? Thunder God, what is this? Shadow. Lei Zhan's eyes went blank. Then, with a roar, he swung a fist down. The sound of cracking wood echoed as a tree thick enough for two men to embrace split open from the middle. The entire tree, as if struck by lightning, split from top to bottom, reaching all the way to the ground. Yama and Lei Zhan tumbled down from the tree together. Yama quickly grabbed Lei Zhan, crashing heavily to the ground. Lei Zhan's massive body landed squarely on top of Yama, turning him into a living meat cushion. "Ouch, my goodness. You're crushing me." King Yama wailed. "What are you all staring at? Hurry and help. Someone's going to die." King Yama cried out in agony. The crowd rushed forward, lifting Lei Zhan and King Yama to their feet. What happened? Dainio and Yuanbao helped Yan Wang up and demanded. Yan Wang rose, rubbing his thigh. "Yi Xuanxin, she's been captured." The crowd erupted in panic and shock. Tan Xiaolin looked at Lei Zhan in astonishment. "Shadow? What is a shadow? The Thunder God?" Lei Zhan glanced at Tan Xiaolin. "A shadow. Just a shadow." Tan Xiaolin froze, then stopped questioning. She knew pressing further might truly make Lei Zhan lose his temper again. Truthfully, Tan Xiaolin understood perfectly well that even if she knew what the shadow was, what difference would it make? It would only satisfy her curiosity and solve nothing. Her question offered Yi Xuanxin no help whatsoever. Ultimately, it was purely to satisfy her own curiosity. The correct way for Tan Xiaolin to have asked was, "Thunder God, how is Yi Xuanxin? Is she in danger? What is the shadow?" This would have prioritized Yi Xuanxin's safety over her own curiosity. It was precisely this fundamental flaw that often drew Lei Zhan's reprimands toward Tan Xiaolin. After a moment of gloom, Lei Zhan slung his backpack over his shoulder and narrowed his eyes. The scroll of the Earth Scroll has been found. Next target, White Mountain. Obtain the national flag there and plant it on Black Mountain. Yan Wang, take your men directly to White Mountain. You must retrieve that flag. I'm heading straight to Black Mountain to wait for you there. Yan Wang froze. "Thunder God, you're going solo again? No way. This time, you absolutely cannot act alone. Fine, you take the Fire Phoenix squad. The rest of us will suffice." Lei Zhan shook his head. "No need. I'm sufficient on my own." "That's final." Tan Xiaolin immediately protested. "No way, I'm coming with you." Lei Zhan snapped his head around. "What for? To be dead weight?" Tan Xiaolin was instantly speechless. At that moment, Chu Baijiu stepped forward. "Thunder God, let me go. I won't be a burden. If you're alone, you won't have any room to maneuver if something happens." Lei Zhan considered it, then nodded. "All right. King of Hell, the rest is up to you. Make sure you get them safely to Black Mountain to meet up with me." Then, Lei Zhan handed the Heaven Scroll and Earth Scroll to Yama. These contain complete maps. "My route is marked in red. Once you secure the national flags, follow this path directly. We'll split into two groups. Your two teams are responsible for retrieving the flags. I'll handle clearing the path." "That's it. Understood?" Yan Wang took the scrolls and nodded. "Rest assured, Thunder God. Even if it costs our entire squad their lives, we Thunder and Lightning will ensure the Fire Phoenix's safety." Lei Zhan nodded, then gave Chu Baijiu a quick nod. "Let's go." With that, Lei Zhan's figure flickered and he was already sprinting 10 meters ahead, moving with ghostly speed. Everyone was stunned. No wonder Lei Zhan wasn't leading them. Who the hell could keep up with that? Amidst their astonishment, Chu Baijiu flickered and followed closely behind Lei Zhan. Yan Wang let out a long sigh. "Guys, what a disgrace. Q Baijiu has already left us far behind. Let's go. This entire group absolutely must deliver the national flag to Black Mountain on time. Otherwise, what kind of Wolfang Brigade would we be?" The group fell silent and set off toward White Mountain. Along the way, Chu Baijiu's cheeks glowed rosy, her smile never fading. Though Lei Zhan moved swiftly, she kept pace, her face alight with excitement. Of course, Lei Zhan deliberately slowed down, otherwise, under his power, she wouldn't have been able to keep up. Watching Chu Baijua's flushed, giggling face, Lei Zhan snapped his fingers. What's with you? Spring fever? Your cheeks are all rosy, and you've been grinning non-stop. Think I didn't notice? Kobayasu rolled her eyes. So what if I am? What's it to you? Lei Zhan asked. You know why I brought only you along? Kobayasu, why? Lei Zhan replied, because I'm afraid others can't control you. Without me keeping you in line, I'm worried you'd scatter the whole team. Kobayasu rolled her eyes in disdain. Look down on me? I've been perfectly obedient this whole trip. Followed orders, listened to commands. Didn't even lose my temper when you vanished. Lei Zhan nodded. You've improved. Verbal praise once. Keep it up, but don't get cocky. Chu Baijuo rolled her eyes again in disdain. Who needs your verbal praise? If you're so great, give me something real. Lei Zhan, what do you mean, something real? Kobayasu, this is the real deal. With that, she leapt forward without warning, wrapping her arms around Lei Zhan's neck. Chapter 154, You Are Mine. A distinctive feminine fragrance of orchids and lilies assaulted his senses. Lei Zhan felt his mind go completely blank, his entire body going limp. What are you doing? Lei Zhan pushed Chu Baijuo away, but it was futile. She knocked him to the ground and tore open his camouflage jacket without a word. I don't care anymore. I can't take it. I want to be your woman. Today, no one can stop us. You must be my man. You have to. Kobayasu was like a starving lioness who, after days of hunger, had finally caught a lamb. She paid no heed to Lei Zhan's protests, her hands flying as she snapped open his military belt with a sharp crack. With a sharp tear, she exposed his private parts. Then, like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, she pressed her lips against his. Stop, was the last clear sound Lei Zhan uttered. Kobayasu's right arm wrapped tightly around Lei Zhan's neck while her left hand moved swiftly. Before Lei Zhan could utter another word or react, he realized with horror that it was already too late. Kobayasu had begun moving back and forth on top of him. Lei Zhan was utterly speechless. He collapsed onto the ground, face up, head resting on the floor. Closing his eyes, he let out a long sigh. This Chu Baijuo, she's gone mad. Absolutely mad. Two jade white mounds bounced rhythmically with Chu Baijuo's precise, back-and-forth movements. Her short hair fluttered like a victory flag unfurling in the wind, moving without a breath. In that moment, Lei Zhan saw a look of satisfaction on Chu Baijuo's face, a look he had never seen in his entire life. When a woman goes mad, it's truly terrifying. She won't listen to reason at all. They're like people with a time bomb strapped to their heads, determined to jump into the sea. Nothing can stop their forward momentum. Though Chu Baijuo was no match for Lei Zhan, he had never once considered using force against her. Against this girl who had thought of him every single day, every single moment, for the past 15 years. Kobayasu was very tight, and droplets of blood splattered like plum blossoms on the ground in Lei Zhan's legs. Lei Zhan knew that this flower, Kobayasu, was blooming for the first time. Yet, looking at Kobayasu now, there was none of the bashfulness or reserve typical of a woman experiencing this for the first time. For beneath her lay the man she had longed for 15 years. She felt no pain, no suffering, and had no time to spare for reserve. No one knew how much time had passed before Chu Baijuo finally collapsed onto Lei Zhan's body, her eyes closed, soft and yielding like a kitten. Lei Zhan, satisfied? Kobayasu, Lei Zhan, what does that even mean? Is it really that important? Kobayasu, it may not matter to you, but it matters deeply to me. Lei Zhan, what is so important? Kobayasu, my promise to myself. This lifetime, I belong to no one but you. Lei Zhan was speechless. After a long while, Lei Zhan patted Chu Baijuo. Get up. You've been lying on me for ages. We still have a journey ahead. Kobayasu, just a little longer. Lei Zhan sighed. Another 10 minutes passed. Alright then. We're running out of time. Kobayasu, just a little longer. After the fifth attempt, Lei Zhan realized one thing: you absolutely cannot trust a woman's word. He was now certain that if he didn't use force, Chu Baijuo would lie on him until the end of time. The moment Chu Baijuo left Lei Zhan, she finally gave a heavy sigh. Then, running her fingers through her hair, she smiled at him. From now on, you won't be able to leave me behind. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes and sighed deeply. Hurry up and get dressed. We've wasted over an hour. Out here in the deep mountains, you actually thought of doing this? Where's the ladylike behavior? Kobayasu smiled as she methodically pulled her clothes back on, and the two resumed their journey. Along the way, Chu Baijuo grew tender and compliant. Whatever Lei Zhan said, Chu Baijuo agreed to do without a single word of protest. Moreover, a smile long absent from her face had reappeared. Well, to be precise, Chu Baijuo had never before worn such a beautiful, enchanting smile as she did today. She seemed exceptionally spirited, her entire being as soft as if she might dissolve in the wind, her femininity intensified. No, to be exact, she had completely transformed into a true woman. Lei Zhan blinked in puzzlement. Could such a thing truly hold such immense power? To transform a woman from body to soul. This was truly profound knowledge. He'd have to study it properly later. To test his hypothesis, Lei Zhan deliberately put on airs during a break. Bring me the kettle. I want water. Kobayasu immediately fetched the kettle, unscrewed the lid, and presented it to Lei Zhan with a beaming smile, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Here you go, your water. The sound sent a tingle down Lei Zhan's spine. I want something to eat. Oh, sure, dear. Would you like canned food or beef jerky? Whatever you want. After experimenting with this approach, Lei Zhan was utterly stunned. They say that thing goes straight to a woman's soul and conquers it outright. Chewing on the beef jerky in his mouth, Lei Zhan realized that whoever coined that phrase was a damn genius. Chewing his jerky, Lei Zhan cleared his throat. Ajua, listen. Let's drop the dear business. Even though I'm the victim here, I really can't take you to court-martial. But when we're around others, you absolutely must maintain your status and keep our distance, okay? QBA Shui, alright. Don't worry, I won't cling to you. But right now, it's just the two of us. You have to let me be a little spoiled. With that, she wrapped her arms around Lei Zhan's shoulder and pressed herself against him. Lei Zhan swallowed the unchewed beef jerky with a gulp. Several hours later, they finally emerged from the old forest region. After crossing two small hilltops, they reached the Estonian National Highway. To speed things up, Lei Zhan decided to hijack a car. Kobayasu sprang into action, forcibly stopping a private sedan right in the middle of the road. The driver immediately rolled down his window and unleashed a torrent of gibberish curses at Kobayasu. Though incomprehensible, it was clear he was hurling insults like, "You're asking for death." Kobayasu wasted no words. She stepped forward, yanked the overweight man out through the window, then kicked the woman inside out with a single powerful stomp. This series of actions left Lei Zhan utterly speechless. Holy, this was clearly Kobayasu. The two drove off, leaving behind two Estonian citizens crouched on the road, shouting curses. Meanwhile, at the Estonian police station, a figure clad in black combat fatigues sat with eyes closed, legs crossed on the desk, resting. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Chapter 155, Ambush. The officer beside the phone quickly answered, responding in the local language. Hello, this is 110. What? A robbery? A carjacking? Go on. After speaking, the officer turned to the dark-clad figure beside him. Sir, there's been a carjacking. The perpetrators are a man and a woman, the man around 30, the woman in her 20s. According to the caller, they appear to be soldiers. But I can assure you, they're definitely not soldiers. They're bandits. The man in black smiled and waved his hand. Location? License plate? The officer relayed the location and license plate. The man in black nodded, pulling out his walkie-talkie. Boss, they're here. They've intercepted a black sedan, plate number. Elsewhere, a man bearing a deep scar across his face gave a faint nod. Got it. He then shut off the radio and addressed the 20-plus black-clad figures behind him. The target's been spotted, but it's not confirmed to be Lei Zhan. We need to verify on site. One principle, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip away. They're all dead men anyway. At that moment, a bespectacled man in black beside him chuckled. Boss, what kind of guy is Lei Zhan anyway? They're sending our entire wolf squad to hunt him down. We're all Spirit Tier 2. Over 20 Spirit Tier 2 operatives to take down a mere instructor? Isn't the higher-ups overestimating this Lei Zhan? I think even 3 or 2 of us would be overkill. The scarred man replied flatly, headquarters said his cultivation level is unknown, but we must eliminate him with full force. No slacking. Enough with the chatter. Sharpen your focus, don't get complacent. Word is this Lei Zhan isn't someone to be underestimated. Since he's managed to survive under their watch this long, he must have some real skill. Let's move. The group spoke as they leaped onto a large truck. Clutching their individual tactical terminals, they set off along the national highway. Their destination lay precisely in the direction Lei Zhan had hijacked the vehicle. As for Lei Zhan, he'd been driving for about 20 minutes when something suddenly felt off. It had been too easy to get out. Heading toward Black Mountain to hijack the truck had been too easy. Yet Lei Zhan couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. His unease stemmed purely from a Special Forces soldier's battlefield instinct. Despite believing his plan flawless, the sheer ease of it all unsettled him. When Special Forces find something too easy, it's almost certainly a bad sign. Traps never fall from the sky, only pies. To play it safe, Lei Zhan ordered Kobayasu to intercept another vehicle. Under Kobayasu's coercion, they switched cars. He instructed Kobayasu to drive ahead, threatening the driver at gunpoint to head toward Black Mountain. Any tricks, and the submachine gun would be put to use. The driver quickly nodded in agreement. After confiscating the driver's phone and other communication devices, Lei Zhan followed the original hijacked vehicle slowly in the new car. The journey proceeded uneventfully until they reached a mountain pass road 5 kilometers from the Black Mountain region. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes, studying the surrounding terrain. Towering peaks flanked the road on both sides, a route carved through blasted mountainsides, with sheer cliffs rising impossibly high on either flank. In warfare, such terrain would be a strategic choke point. Whoever controlled the peaks on either side could guarantee the annihilation of any invading enemy forces. In military strategy, such terrain was known as a death ground, a desperate position, a place with no chance of survival, the death gate among the 8 gates. But regardless, this was merely theoretical. One couldn't simply avoid it because it was a death ground. This was the modern age. Roads had been built here, and countless vehicles passed through daily without anyone meeting their end. Of course, the crucial question was whether anyone was actually fighting here. With this thought, Lei Jun slowed his car. Clearly, the foreign driver ahead hadn't read Sun Tzu's Art of War and knew nothing of yin yang or the 8 trigrams. He just plowed straight in. Halfway through the crossing, a sudden crash echoed. A large truck approached head-on, plowing straight into the sedan. With a thunderous boom, the car was instantly sent flying. The car rolled over a dozen times on the ground before coming to a stop, billowing black smoke. Lei Jun slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. He ordered Chu Biaozhua to get out and take cover immediately. "Don't come out without my command." Chu Biaozhua knew something was terribly wrong. She jumped out of the car and scrambled up the hillside beside the road, hiding her form. At that moment, over 20 men leaped from the large truck, all dressed uniformly in black military training uniforms and wearing sunglasses. The group strode casually toward the car they had rammed. Scarface nodded to his men, and immediately someone pulled the driver out. The driver looked up at Scarface and blurted, "Holy, boss. This isn't a soldier, and it's not Lei Jun. We got the wrong guy." Scarface instantly ripped off his sunglasses, revealing bloodshot eyes. "Damn it, we've been set up." Lei Jun switched places. At that moment, Lei Jun slowly drove his car toward them. When he was about 20 meters away, he clanked the gun's bolt into place and whistled sharply at the group. "Hey, guys, I'm right here." "You got the wrong target, haha." As he spoke, Lei Jun raised his submachine gun and unleashed a hail of bullets without hesitation. 2/3 of the men were instantly knocked down, leaving fewer than 10 scrambling for cover behind the large truck. Whistling, Lei Jun pulled out 5 or 6 hand grenades and hurled them directly at the truck. The fuel tank exploded with a thunderous blast, comparable to a large TNT charge. Instantly, 5 or 6 men were blown away by the blast. With the truck neutralized, Lei Jun quickly reloaded his magazine, shouldered his submachine gun, and stepped off the vehicle toward the truck. He estimated that after these 2 waves of fire, there was likely no chance of any survivors among this group. The blaze on the truck had died down, but thick smoke billowed from its wreckage. Lei Jun unleashed another burst of fire, then tossed 2 more grenades at the wreckage for good measure. Sure enough, 2 more agonized screams pierced the air as another 2 bodies were blown away. Lei Jun curled his lip. "Damn it. Good thing I was careful. Almost got played. There really are survivors. Let me check again." But before he could take 5 steps toward the wreckage, a 40mm rocket whistled through the smoke, hurtling straight toward him. Lei Jun froze in shock. "Me? Are you kidding? I'm not a tank. Do you really need to use artillery?" Chapter 156, Final Destination. The 40mm rocket streaked toward Lei Jun with deadly precision. A scar-faced guy was firing it. Lei Jun just watched the rocket come at him, not even trying to dodge. He even smiled at the scar-faced guy across the way. Then he slowly raised his right hand. The rocket-propelled grenade, faster than the eye could follow, shot straight toward Lei Jun. It struck his right palm with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The rocket exploded, sending a cloud of dust and sparks flying. The flames engulfed the spot where Lei Jun had been standing. "Ha! Lei Jun, I thought you were some kind of big shot. But no matter what you are, it doesn't matter now. I've sent you to meet the Buddha, ha!" Scarface roared with laughter. Amidst the fiery black smoke, a figure darted out from the flames. In the split second Scarface froze in shock, the shadow flickered past. Lei Jun's hand merely tapped Scarface lightly. With a thunderous boom, Scarface was sent flying like he'd been hit by a cannonball. His body hurtled over 10 meters, blasted 3 or 4 meters into the air, tracing a beautiful arc before crashing back down with a thud. The blow was brutal. Scarface immediately coughed up 2 large mouthfuls of blood. Lei Jun materialized, pistol in hand. With rapid fire, he executed each of the surrounding men with a tap, tap, tap against the ground. Then, turning to Scarface, he fired 4 shots in quick succession, tap, tap, shattering his arms and legs. Only then did he walk over to the dying Scarface, gun in hand. Lei Jun tilted his head, studying the man. "Which part of the world are you from? Judging by your appearance, you seem Chinese?" Scarface coughed up another mouthful of blood. Blood foam clung to the corners of his mouth as he smiled at Lei Jun. "Lei Jun, heh, you truly are extraordinary. We underestimated you. I die well." Lei Jun narrowed his eyes. "So weak? Are you guys even real?" Hearing Lei Jun call him weak, the scarred man gasped, spewing another mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged as he died instantly. Shame. Utter shame. To be called weak by his opponent in his final moments and by a shadow holding the highest position. The scarred man died then and there. Later, Lei Zhan learned this scarred man led one of the Shadow Faction's 3 squads, the Wolf Squad. The other 2 were the Tiger Squad and the Dragon Squad. Naturally, the Wolf Squad was the weakest of the 3. But this weakness was only relative to Lei Zhan. The gap between a second-tier spirit realm practitioner and a third-tier one was unbridgeable. It was like comparing an adult to a group of children. No matter how many children there were, they could never match an adult. As the last man fell, Lei Zhan stepped forward. He examined the military uniform, noticing a fragment of a tattoo peeking from the scarred man's gruesome wound. Pushing aside the fabric with his gun barrel, Lei Zhan saw the complete wolf head tattoo beneath. He pursed his lips. "Damn it," he muttered. "Don't they know soldiers aren't allowed tattoos?" He then checked the others all bore the same mark. In the exact same spot, they all bore the identical tattoo. Lei Zhan roughly pieced it together. This was likely Shadow's advance unit, sent to take him out. Instead, they'd been taken out by Lei Zhan. Chu Baizhuo emerged from hiding, rifle at the ready. Thunder God. Lei Zhan nodded. "Already taken care of. Let's get out of here fast. This place isn't safe to linger in." Less than 5 kilometers from Black Mountain, Lei Zhan decided to abandon the vehicle. Traveling by car made them too conspicuous. Instead, he and Chu Baizhuo slipped into the wooded areas flanking the road. This allowed them to monitor the front while also waiting for Yan Wang and the others. Who knew what other enemies might appear? One thing was certain, the Shadow operatives hadn't finished their business. At this very moment, in the Black Mountain terminal area, 3 men sat inside a camouflaged jeep. Tossed in the rear cargo area was Yi Zuanxin, bound and gagged. The trio sat casually inside the vehicle, one wore sunglasses, another puffed on a pipe, and the third played with a computer. Pipe spoke calmly, Scar failed. The entire army was wiped out. Sunglasses chuckled indifferently, exactly as expected. That bunch of useless trash deserves to die ages ago. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Hey, shorty, stop messing around. Check how far Lei Zhan is from us now. The short guy playing the computer, looking like a 16 or 17-year-old boy, scoffed dismissively, "Oh my, what's the rush? I'm almost done with the level, tap tap tap." Sunglasses rolled his eyes, "Execute the order immediately, or next time you won't be coming out with us." The gamer grumbled something under his breath, then his fingers flew across the controller. Lei Zhan ditched the vehicle and is approaching on foot. At his pace, he should be here in about 10 minutes. Gotta replay this part. Almost beat it. Sunglasses ignored the little gamer and turned to Pipe Man. "Pipe, Lei Zhan's coming. What should we do?" Pipe Man pressed his hand against his fist, causing it to crackle and pop. "Anyone who can take down Wolf Squad in minutes is no ordinary opponent. Lei Zhan must be on par with us. Guns won't do much good against him. When he arrives, the 3 of us will go in together and take him out." Sunglasses nodded and called back to Yi Zuanxin in the truck bed. "What about this little? Should we kill her now?" Pipe shook his head. "No. We kill her only after Lei Zhan is dead. That bastard is cunning as hell. Without a hostage in our hands, he'll bolt in a heartbeat. Once he's gone, we'll never track him down. So, this chick must stay alive until Lei Zhan is finished. As long as she's here, he can't leave. That's his weakness." Sunglasses chuckled darkly. "She's not bad looking. If we had more time, I'd love to have a go at her." Pipe laughed heartily. "No problem. Once we've finished off Lei Zhan, this little minx is yours to do with as you please. Do whatever you want with her, just make sure she's dead in the end." Sunglasses sideboard him. "Pipe, you gotta admit Lei Zhan's got talent. Why'd the higher-ups insist on taking him out?" Pipe took a drag on his cigarette. "Sunglasses, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Don't pry into things you don't need to know. And don't say I didn't warn you. Even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. Often, knowing too much isn't a good thing. We're just machines that carry out our master's orders." "Got it?" Sunglasses grumbled. Fine. I get it. I was just chatting with you. We're through." Little one suddenly shouted. We're through. "Oh, right." Sunglasses, Pipe, Lei Zhan just sped up. "We'll be there in about a minute." "What?" Pipe and Sunglasses both gasped. "You little brat." Chapter 157, Encounter. Pipe and Sunglasses hurriedly gathered their gear, all the while grumbling at little guy's game console. "Damn kid, all he knows is playing games. Doesn't know the difference between important and trivial matters. If I could beat you, I'd skin you alive." Pipe jumped off the vehicle, gazing toward the woods. A wisp of blue smoke drifted from his pipe. "Sunglasses, this time, watch me. You just stand by and see how I take down this Lei Zhan. No need for you to lift a finger. Just enjoy the show." Sunglasses chuckled. "Cut the crap. If anyone's resting, it's gonna be you. With that rusty knife of yours, I doubt you stand a chance against Lei Zhan. You'd be better off saving your own skin. Let me handle this. These old bones of mine haven't seen action in years. Today, I'll stretch them out. If I don't, they'll rust solid." Pipe hurriedly retorted. "Cut the crap. You want to stretch your legs? Who doesn't? Besides, the higher-ups made it clear, Lei Zhan must die. The reward's huge, a chi boosting pill. That stuff can bump you up a whole level. What, you think you can keep it all for yourself? Dream on. Sunglasses shook his head dismissively. Then what's the plan? Either way, I'm not going in alone. That's out of the question. Pipe thought for a moment, or, we could just go in together. Kill him quickly, get it over with, and we can report back. We'll split the reward. Sunglasses nodded, that's more like it. Fine, we'll go together. It might be overkill, but we've got no better options. At that moment, Lei Zhan and Chu Baiajue crept along the roadside, closing to within less than a kilometer of Black Mountain. At such close range, hiding in the woods had little meaning. So they stepped onto the road and headed straight for their target. But no sooner had they stepped onto the road than they spotted a jeep parked by the curb. Two figures, both clad in black, stood brazenly in the middle of the road. One puffed on a pipe while the other wore dark sunglasses. Spotting Lei Zhan, they waved cheerfully at him. Lei Zhan, over here. Over here. Kobayasu froze upon hearing this and looked at Lei Zhan. Who are they? Do you know them? Lei Zhan blinked rapidly. Huh? Don't know them. But I suppose the real deal has arrived. Kobayasu, the real deal? What real deal? Lei Zhan, what else could it be? If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. We'll have to face the real deal eventually. Kobayasu, huh? You mean, the shadow people? Lei Zhan nodded. Man strode methodically, his square steps carrying him to within 10 meters of the sunglasses and pipe. Pipe puffed on his tobacco, scanning Lei Zhan from head to toe. Looks like you're the one, Lei Zhan? The man in sunglasses beside him nodded in agreement, no doubt about it. That's him. Lei Zhan chuckled. Gentlemen, I am indeed Lei Zhan. What might you require of me? Pipe chuckled. No need for formalities, brother Lei Zhan. It's hardly a matter of advice. We simply have a small favor to ask of you. Lei Zhan chuckled in return. Then please speak plainly. Whatever I can do to help, I'll do my utmost. At that moment, the guy in sunglasses burst out laughing. That's our Lei Zhan for you, straightforward as ever. Well, here's the deal. My boss handed us a little task. This task, you see, is to bring in the head of Lei Zhan, our esteemed Captain Lei. Ha. So, what we're asking for is this: could we borrow your head for a bit? Rest assured, we're men of our word. Once we've borrowed it and completed the task, we'll return it intact, just as we found it. What do you say, Captain Lei? We're all just trying to make a living in this world. It's not easy. Give us a hand, will ya? Lei Zhan burst out laughing upon hearing this. I wondered what it could be. No problem at all. Lei's head is right here on this neck. If you two want it, help yourselves. Lei Zhan pointed to his own head as he spoke. Sunglasses and pipe both froze, exchanged a glance, then burst into laughter together. That's our Captain Lei for you, straightforward as ever. Since you put it that way, Captain Lei, we won't hesitate to take you up on your offer. With that, the pair grinned and strolled toward Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan turned to Chu Baiajue beside him and said coolly, stay over there. Don't interfere. Just keep an eye on that kid playing games in the car. Chu Baiajue nodded. Got it. As they spoke, Pipe drew two curved daggers from behind his back, while Sunglasses pulled out a military-grade axe. As they approached Lei Zhan, Pipe chuckled. Lei Zhan, we know you've already wiped out the wolf squad to get here. I admire your skills. Since guns won't do much good for either of us, how about we finish you off with knives? Haha, no objections, right? Lei Zhan pulled two military knives from his backpack. No problem at all. Though I'm not particularly fond of hand-to-hand combat, a little exercise now and then isn't bad. Fair enough. As they spoke, both men closed to within 2 meters of Lei Zhan before halting. They stood facing each other. The three men from both teams stared each other down for a full minute. Suddenly, Pipe bellowed, swinging both his curved knives simultaneously at Lei Zhan's head. Simultaneously, Sunglasses' axe swung toward Lei Zhan's waist. Lei Zhan's jaw tensed. In a flash, he parried the axe with a dagger, a clang echoing through the air. Simultaneously, the dagger in his left hand, trailing a streak of blood, followed his rapid movement as he landed 2 meters behind Sunglasses. The trio shifted positions in an instant, now standing back to back. At that moment, blood spurted from Pipe's neck. Clutching two curved daggers, his eyes widened as his pipe clattered to the floor. Staring wide-eyed, he uttered his final words, so fast. With a thud, his entire body collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Sunglasses watched in horror, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the dead Pipe lying on the ground. Impossible. Impossible. Lei Zhan slowly turned around, wiped the blood from his dagger, and grinned. Don't worry, don't fret, brother. Soon, you'll be joining him. Hearing this, Sunglasses roared with rage, hurling his axe toward Lei Zhan with a whistling sound. Lei Zhan caught the flying axe with a casual flick of his wrist, smiling indifferently. Weapons out of your hands? That's a cardinal sin in combat. Was your instructor a school kid? What kind of training did he give you? Stupid. With that, the axe in Lei Zhan's hand whizzed back toward Sunglasses. Chapter 158, the second. The axe sliced through the air with a piercing whistling sound, the result of its rapid flight. Simultaneously, Lei Zhan launched himself forward, his body streaking through the air alongside the axe. Sunglasses reacted with extraordinary agility, executing a full 180-degree spin on the spot. The incoming axe was already caught in his hand. As another Spirit Tier Stage 3 practitioner, his speed wasn't significantly different from Lei Zhan's. The previous pipe smoker had perished purely due to overconfidence. For Spirit Realm experts, true adversaries in this world were exceedingly rare. Often, they might go years, even decades, without encountering another practitioner of their caliber. To them, the mortal realm was populated by beings as insignificant as ants. Having interacted with such ants for so long, occasional missions involving killing felt no different than crushing ants underfoot, utterly devoid of sensation. To Spirit Stage experts, the so-called elite soldiers or war gods were nothing but laughable and pitiful. Were it not for national restrictions on Spirit Stage practitioners, they would undoubtedly dominate this world as conquerors. Precisely because they were such masters, prolonged missions gradually bred complacency like frogs in slowly heating water. Whenever they encountered opponents, they scarcely deigned to glance their way. So-called geniuses or prodigies were mere trivialities in their eyes, scarcely worth mentioning. It was precisely this mindset that led Pipe to dismiss Lei Zhan, a man renowned for his arrogance, as nothing more than a pretentious fool. They had never witnessed the true terror of a genuine Spirit Realm expert. Unfortunately, Lei Zhan was also a Spirit Realm expert and, like him, a third-tier Spirit Realm master. With both he and Sunglasses attacking Lei Zhan together, he saw it as nothing more than a tediously boring game. So, with just a hint of carelessness, the result was that Lei Zhan ended him with a single stroke. Watching Pipe get cut down by Lei Zhan, Sunglasses instantly snapped to attention. Damn it, this was a bloody lesson. He knew Pipe's strength, yet Lei Zhan had taken him out with a single strike from a small dagger. The shock jolted Sunglasses awake. His Spirit Tier Stage 3 power surged to its peak, and he began to take Lei Zhan seriously. Lei Zhan's dagger arrived almost simultaneously with the axe. After Sunglasses caught the flying axe mid-air, Lei Zhan repeated his tactic, slashing the dagger toward Sunglasses' neck. Sunglasses clanged the axe against Lei Zhan's dagger, then leapt backward with a light bound. He effortlessly jumped 5 or 6 meters away, creating distance from the dangerous Lei Zhan. Sunglasses whirled his axe toward Lei Zhan. Who'd have thought you're a third-tier expert too? You've been hiding your strength well. My brother, I fell for your trap. Lei Zhan chuckled darkly, not at all. I never concealed my cultivation. It was your foolish brother who was too arrogant, only using 70% of his strength against me. I, however, gave it my all. So, his death was his own doing. It has nothing to do with me. Don't slander an innocent man. Sunglasses snorted, Lei Zhan, don't get cocky. My brother was careless. But today, you won't get past me. As he spoke, Sunglasses whipped his head around to the tiny kid playing a handheld game in the car, looking like a little kid. Kid, you're still playing? Pipe's dead. Get in here with me. Let's take down this Lei Zhan. Little guy lifted his face from the car seat and looked at Sunglasses. Oh, you're going down too? Then get out of the car. Let me handle this. I hate two people ganging up on one. Sunglasses snorted. What time is it? You're still being so stubborn. Hurry up, come over and help me take care of Lei Zhan. Little guy, no, I don't want to. I haven't beaten this level yet. You play your game, I'll play mine. As he spoke, little guy continued playing his handheld console, not even glancing at Chubai Aizhua, who stood nearby with a gun pointed at him. In his eyes, Chubai Aizhua might as well not exist. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes at the little guy. His gut told him this kid was going to be a real handful. His aura alone suggested his skills far surpassed those of Pipe and Sunglasses. Yet this kid possessed an intense stubbornness, refusing outright to join the three-way fight. That was a blessing for Lei Zhan. But it also made clear that neither Sunglasses nor Lei Zhan himself held any weight in his eyes. In that case, it wasn't such a good thing after all. Lei Zhan would rather fight two average opponents than face a single superior one alone. Regardless, taking out Sunglasses first was the priority. Lei Zhan advanced again, dagger in hand. The blade danced before him, a flurry of silver light dazzling the eyes, its movements too swift to count. Sunglasses snorted. With a sharp ripping sound, he yanked both hands, pulling a golden chain from the handle of his axe. Grasping one end, he swung the chain axe around him, sending a golden arc hurtling straight toward Lei Zhan. The dagger and axe clashed mid-air with a sharp crackle, their paths crossing as the two figures flashed past each other. Both men came to a halt behind each other. A deep gash ran across Lei Zhan's arm, blood trickling down his limb. Sunglasses, meanwhile, bore a vicious wound, a gash over a foot long, slashing diagonally from his right shoulder down to his left side, exposing raw flesh. The wound was deep, the flesh curled back horribly, an utterly terrifying sight. Mojing examined the gash on his own shoulder, then turned around. Lei Zhan turned as well. Mojing narrowed his eyes at Lei Zhan. Very good, Lei Zhan. You have earned the right to be my opponent. Lei Zhan roared with laughter. Come on, man. What time is it? Still trying to show off? He thought, damn it, he's putting on airs. I won't even have to hit him. I'll just let the blood flow until he bleeds to death. Still putting on airs? Sunglass's eyes widened in fury. Lejean, you must die. Lejean shrugged, well, looks like you're just itching to die. But you know what? Taking my life? That's gonna be tough. Ha, not just tough, you won't even come close. Sunglasses gritted his teeth and glared at Lejean. Lejean, you're too cocky. Today, either you die or I perish. Damn it, take this. As he spoke, the chained axe in Sunglass's hand shot toward Lejean like a bolt of lightning. With a sharp whiz, it streaked through the air, leaving a golden trail. Lejean scrambled to dodge, and the axe slammed into the spot he'd just occupied, erupting in a golden flash. A deep gash and a sizable crater appeared on the ground. Sunglasses attacked relentlessly. The golden axe and chain in his hands blurred into indistinct motion. The chain axe seemed to be controlled by the man's lightning itself. A flick of his finger sent a golden bolt striking wherever Lejean stood. Sunglass's mastery of the axe's power and speed left Lejean speechless. At this rate of attack, anyone below the spirit realm would likely be cleaved in two by a single strike. The speed was too swift, the power too overwhelming. Lejean didn't want to get too entangled with this guy. Because while fighting, he kept a constant eye on the little kid playing games under the sun umbrella by the car that was the real tough nut to crack. He had to fight the sunglasses guy while watching the kid's every move, guarding against sneak attacks. The sunglasses wearing man's attacks were relentless and swift. For a moment, Lejean couldn't find a single opening. Lejean drew his pistol and fired 2 bursts at Sunglasses. Yet the bullets shattered into sparks of cold light half a meter before him, deflected by the rapid spin of Sunglasses' axe. The truth was exactly as Sunglasses had claimed, guns were practically useless against opponents of their caliber. At this point, Lejean knew he absolutely couldn't continue tangling with this brutal brute. Gritting his teeth, Lejean retreated until he could step no further. He planted his feet firmly, no longer dodging the axe swing that descended like a thunder god. As the axe approached, Lejean stood his ground and seized the rapidly spinning blade. The Sunglasses man gasped in shock. But in that instant, Lejean yanked the axe inward. The Sunglasses man was pulled toward him like a dog on a leash, dragged by its master. Mojang desperately tried to break free from the chain's restraint, but he sadly realized it was already too late. Even at his top speed without the chain, his body had gained momentum from Lejean's pull. This inertia now propelled him forward toward Lejean, drawing him closer to the danger zone, a trajectory now unavoidable. With a single tug, Lejean's body blurred into a phantom, accelerating forward. When he came to a halt, he stood a foot away from Sunglasses, his dagger now fully embedded in Sunglasses' abdomen. As both men came to a halt, Sunglasses froze, looked down at his abdomen, then slowly raised his head to meet Lejean's gaze. "I lost." Lejean smiled. With a sharp flick, he yanked the dagger free. Then, with a series of sharp whacks, he delivered over a dozen swift stabs. Immediately afterward, he leaped backward, propelling himself 5 or 6 meters away. Instantly, blood gushed from Sunglasses' abdomen like a fountain. Sunglasses stared down at the wound in his stomach and suddenly burst into a loud, raucous laugh. As he laughed, his body went limp like a fallen power pole, thudding onto the ground face up. No need to check, he was absolutely dead. Phew, finally made it through. In the car, the little kid playing games under the sun umbrella muttered to himself. Lejean turned and slowly walked a few steps toward Chu Baijua's position, nodding at him. "Go stay somewhere far away. Remember, your help isn't needed here." Kobayasu glanced at Lejean, then at the little one stretching lazily in the car. "Oof. I refuse to believe it. I can't see what's so special about this thing. I'll just watch and see what kind of freak he really is." As he spoke, Kobayasu unleashed a burst of bullets toward the little one. Chapter 159, Explosive Game. The little guy, seeing Chu Baijua's burst of bullets flying toward him, screamed in terror and somersaulted backward into the truck bed. The entire burst of bullets whizzed harmlessly overhead, striking elsewhere. Only then did the little guy scramble up from the truck bed, clutching his chest in sheer terror. "Holy crap! That scared the living daylights out of me. Holy crap!" After firing a fruitless burst, Chu Baijua reloaded and was about to shoot again when Lejean grabbed his arm. "Stop shooting," Lejean said firmly. "It's useless. You can't hit him. Stand aside. Don't interfere anymore. If you provoke him, you're finished. Now head back and rendezvous with Yanwan and the others. By my estimate, they should be arriving soon." Kobayasu glanced at Lejean and nodded. "All right." As she turned to leave, the diminutive figure still resembling a little boy leapt from the vehicle, umbrella and game console in hand. Sis, where are you off to?" "Heh, come on, let's play a bit longer." Kobayasu froze. "Fine. I'll play with you." With that, she unleashed another burst of bullets. The little guy quickly opened the parasol. He hid beneath it as the umbrella spun rapidly. Every bullet fired at him struck the high-speed rotating canopy, only to be scattered in all directions by its spinning motion. After crouching under the umbrella for a while, the little guy peeked out, patting his chest. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. Lei Zhan immediately cut off Chu Baiexue. Enough. Can't you see he's toying with you? Let's go. Kobayasu blared resentfully at the little guy hiding behind the umbrella, snorted, and turned to leave. Sis, don't go. Play with me a little longer. The little one tucked away the parasol and grinned at Chu Baiexue, seemingly quite fascinated by her. Kobayasu snorted. I'm busy. No time to play with you, little runt. With that, she turned and walked away. The little runt pouted. Bad sister, won't play with me. Sisters who won't play with me are bad sisters. They all deserve to die. As he spoke, little one's face suddenly shifted from that of a harmless little boy to the menacing expression of a killer. He muttered under his breath, bad sisters deserve to die. Bad sisters deserve to die. Simultaneously, the little one pressed the buttons on his game controller. At that moment, Lei Zhan and Chu Baiexue both heard a buzzing sound. Lei Zhan quickly looked in the direction of the noise and saw 3 remote-controlled toy planes rising slowly from the truck bed. Under the control of the little guy's game console remote, the toy planes shot toward Chu Baiexue at breakneck speed. Their velocity far exceeded that of ordinary game consoles, and all 3 hurtled straight at Chu Baiexue. Lei Zhan was startled and quickly drew his pistol. With 3 rapid shots, he took out the flying toy planes. Just as Lei Zhan fired, the mid-air toys exploded with a thunderous boom. The force of the blast nearly engulfed Lei Zhan and Chu Baiexue in flames. You stinking men, how dare you destroy my toys? You're all going to die. The little brat frantically tapped her game console, and instantly, the surrounding buzzing resumed. This time, both Lei Zhan and Chu Baiexue were stunned. From the truck bed, over a dozen toy planes whirred out. Flying even faster, they charged straight toward Lei Zhan and Chu Baiexue. Lei Zhan gasped in horror. These weren't damn toy planes, they were flying bombs. The toy planes formed a square, partially encircling Lei Zhan and Chu Baiexue. Lei Zhan swiftly grabbed Chu Baiexue and retreated backward while continuously firing bullets into the air to shoot down the planes. However, the toy planes proved exceptionally agile in flight. Under the tiny figure's control, they maneuvered with remarkable agility. Despite their frantic efforts, Lei Zhan and Chu Baiexue managed to take down only 2/3 of them. 4 or 5 planes continued hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Lei Zhan was alarmed. This little brat was indeed a troublesome opponent. When bullets transformed into unpredictable flying objects in midair, the difficulty of intercepting them increased exponentially. This kid was probably the most terrifying gaming enthusiast in the world. He was downright abnormal. Lei Zhan tossed several grenades into the air, timing them to detonate mid-flight. The blast shockwave instantly damaged more toy planes, sending them crashing to the ground. Their game's over. The last 2 toy planes were swiftly taken out by Chu Baiexue. This childlike creature was far too dangerous. Lei Zhan refused to waste time with it, chambering a golden bullet into his gun. He possessed 100 such golden bullets. Requiring no spiritual energy infusion, their penetration power exceeded ordinary bullets by over 10-fold. With the bullet loaded, Lei Zhan extended his arm, aiming the gun squarely at the little blighter. But at that very moment, Lei Zhan heard a terrifying sound. A thick, ominous hum filled the air. He glanced around frantically and saw countless tiny black toys, like little bees, whizzing out from beneath the little guy's parasol. Their numbers were beyond counting. Like a swarm of dense hornets, they roared into the sky, hurtling straight toward him. Mid-air, the swarm instantly dispersed in all directions. Lei Zhan was horrified. Such a vast number of these miniature toys was utterly terrifying. In terms of sheer quantity, using a gun to eliminate them all was utterly impossible. It was like trying to shoot down an entire swarm of mosquitoes. No matter how skilled your marksmanship, could you possibly kill every single one? The answer was obvious, no. But if even one of these mosquitoes reached you, you were done for. Because these weren't mosquitoes, they were bombs. Kobayasu, witnessing this overwhelming swarm of wasps, finally felt a flicker of fear. She gripped Lei Zhan's arm tightly. Thunder God, what should we do? There are too many. We can't fight them all. Lei Zhan calmly patted Chu Baiexue. Don't worry. Just take out the queen. The little guy, seeing Lei Zhan pointing his gun at him, had already hidden behind the parasol, peeking out with half his head, chuckling. Lei Zhan, and that pretty sister, look. Isn't this fun? Hee hee, you'll definitely love my game. It's called, the Hornet game. Hee hee, fun, right? Fun my ass. With a sharp crack, Lei Zhan's golden bullet flew out. The little guy quickly ducked his head back under the parasol. At the same time, the parasol began spinning at high speed. Put! The golden bullet passed through the rapidly spinning parasol as if it were nothing, striking the surface behind it. At that moment, the buzzing hornets in the air trembled, then whooshed to a sudden halt. Kobayasu blinked rapidly, glancing at the still open parasol before turning to Lei Zhan. Did you hit him? Lei Zhan shook his head, not sure. But based on my calculations, it should have hit his head. Under normal circumstances, he should have been decapitated. Kobayasu exhaled in relief. That little brat is no pushover. If those hornets had swarmed us, we'd have been blown to bits. Damn dangerous kid. Leijun, no, he's not a child. He's an adult. Probably a grown man with dwarfism. You're the dwarf. From behind the sun umbrella, a figure sprang to its feet, none other than the little runt. At that moment, the runt gritted his teeth, mouth twisted into a grimace, his expression twisted into something grotesquely terrifying. Veins bulged across his face, eyes bloodshot, making him look utterly horrifying. The little guy wasn't dead. Leijun and Chu Baihe saw a hole piercing his left shoulder, blood trickling down. It wasn't a headshot as Leijun claimed. The bullet had missed. Or rather, Leijun hadn't missed. The little guy had used the sun umbrella for cover, making it impossible for Leijun to pinpoint his head, resulting in the shoulder wound. You all deserve to die. Every single one of you. The little guy gritted his teeth, his hatred seething. He fixed Leijun with a deathly stare. Anyone who calls me a dwarf must die. Must die. The little guy let out a frenzied howl. You all die. You filthy people. As he spoke, the little guy frantically mashed the buttons on his game console. I'll blow you all to bits. Blow you all to bits. Every last one of you. As the little guy frantically mashed the buttons, the hornets that had momentarily paused in midair suddenly surged forward again. They swarmed toward Leijun and Chu Baihe like a terrifying, sky-darkening cloud. Kobayasu's face turned deathly pale as she stared in terror at the swarm closing in. Clutching Leijun's sleeve tightly, she whispered, Thunder God, it seems, this time, we really are going to die. There's no way we can take out so many wasps at once. I never imagined we'd die at the hands of a child, but, dying with you. I'm content. Kobayasu leaned her head against Leijun's shoulder as she spoke, closing her eyes to await death. No matter how skilled you are, you couldn't possibly evade such a massive swarm of wasps. But these weren't wasps, they were miniature bombs. Both Kobayasu and Leijun knew this all too well. This little brat truly was the most terrifying of the three in this line of work. He had elevated the art of explosion to an extreme. He wasn't playing video games, he was playing with bombs. Hee, sis, come play with me. I'll spare your life. But that stinking man? He must die. You! Chu Baihe yelled at the little brat. Damn it all. You're all damned. Blow! The little brat screamed like a banshee, and instantly, a swarm of hornets charged toward Leijun and Chu Baihe. Chapter 160, The Red Flag Flies. These hornets, of course, weren't hornets at all. They were tiny bombs. Needless to say, even a single one landing on someone wouldn't blow them to smithereens, but ending a life? That was easily within their power. Faced with such a swarm of incoming bombs, Chu Baihe was utterly despairing. No matter how fast a person could run, they couldn't outpace machines, let alone flying hornets. Clutching Leijun tightly, she closed her eyes and whispered, Thunder God, dying with you is enough for me. Leijun wrapped his left arm around Chu Baihe and chuckled softly. Is that so? Don't you feel a little cheated? Before Leijun could finish, the wasps in the air plunged like mad, diving headlong toward Leijun and Chu Baihe. Ha! Die! All of you die! The tiny voice, once harmless as a ghost or demon, transformed the innocent little creature into a hideous demon lord. Boom! Countless hornets slammed into Leijun and Chu Baihe. Instantly, smoke billowed and flames engulfed the sky. The hornets detonated themselves, turning the area where Leijun and Chu Baihe stood into a fiery inferno of smoke and fire. Ha! The little one held the game console aloft and let out a piercing scream, Die! All of you, die! Bang! A golden bullet shot out of the smoke, striking Little Dot's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. His laughter stopped abruptly. His wide, astonished eyes stared skyward, frozen in shock and disbelief. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, dead. The smoke cleared, revealing Leijun embracing Chu Baihe. Kobayasu frantically felt her entire body. I'm not dead? I actually didn't die? Leijun rolled his eyes. What? Did you want to die? Kobayasu looked at Leijun. How did you do that? Why didn't any of those bombs hurt us? Leijun blinked rapidly. Well, about that. God himself told me that Comrade Leijun is a fine fellow, good character, skilled in martial arts, possessing every admirable quality an outstanding man should have. A man like this shouldn't just die so easily. As a just and benevolent being, I won't allow such a good person to perish. You shameless, brazen fool. Kobayasu scolded, playfully punching Leijun before nestling her head against his shoulder. At that moment, a jeep roared down the street. A 5-starred red flag fluttered atop it. The people inside shouted toward Leijun, Thunder God! Thunder God! Leijun smiled. Looks like our comrades succeeded. Alright, up to Black Mountain. Complete the final mission, plant the red flag on the summit, and we can return home. As Leijun and his team planted the 5-starred red flag atop the mountain, another green jeep arrived. Inside sat 2 Chinese soldiers wearing the insignia of a senior private and a junior private. The corporal watched Leijun and his team disembark, letting out a soft sigh. So neither the Wolf Squad nor the Tiger Squad could stop Leijun? The private retorted, who cares? Just kill him. That Lei Zhan is only at the 3rd tier of the spirit realm. Either one of us could take him down with ease. Kill him first, ask questions later. The sergeant shook his head. No. It's too late. The flag's already planted. The confrontation is over. If we act now, we'll be breaking the rules. Even if the Wolfang Brigade's top commander doesn't kill us, our own commanders will. The private slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Damn it. That bunch of useless idiots. So many of them, and they couldn't even stop Lei Zhan. Pigs. Corporal, enough. Complaining won't help. This time, we failed. Private First Class gritted his teeth. That damn Tianlang. If he hadn't secretly wiped out the remnants of the Tiger Squadron, they could have held out until we arrived. The sergeant sighed, enough. It's too late for talk now. Tianlang actually helped Lei Zhan. Looks like Lei Zhan has truly chosen sides. He's on their side now. No wonder the higher-ups want to eliminate him. Fine, it's too late for anything now. Let's pull out. See what orders come down. With that, the sergeant turned the vehicle around and sped off like the wind. After planting the red flag on Black Mountain, Yi Tsuanshin limped over to Lei Zhan and handed him his phone. Thunder God, it's a call from number 1. At that moment, Yi Tsuanshin limped over, phone in hand, and handed it to Lei Zhan. Thunder God, it's number 1. Lei Zhan took the phone. Commander 1 immediately laughed heartily. Good, very good. Well done. Lei Zhan, stay put. The helicopter will arrive shortly. You're to return directly to the country with the Thunderbolt Assault Squad and the Fire Phoenix. We'll discuss further details later. Lei Zhan, yes, Commander. Shortly after the call ended, a helicopter arrived before the group. Return directly to the homeland. No further discussion. Thus concluded the seemingly inexplicable Erna assault mission. China had successfully completed the task, ranking first. Afterward, Lei Zhan learned that fewer than 10 units had survived the exercise. The death toll had reached a terrifying 57%. That meant more than half the participants had perished in this drill. Leading the charge and eliminating enemies was Chinese Special Forces soldier Lei Zhan. To prevent retaliation, Lei Zhan had already returned to China in secret. His commander, Ho Yong, accepted the award on his behalf. After returning from the Erna assault, Lei Zhan slept soundly for several days. No one disturbed his rest. This mission had been utterly perilous, too dangerous. Without Lei Zhan, there was no doubt that the entire Wolfang Brigade would have been annihilated. After 3 days of deep slumber, Lei Zhan was summoned to the Commander-in-Chief's office. During this operation, Lei Zhan discovered a startling fact. He had unexpectedly earned 500 points in one go. For spirit tier experts, the minimum points gained were typically 10. This news sent Lei Zhan into ecstatic joy. He resolved firmly, this time, he wouldn't squander the points recklessly. He must find a way to accumulate 1,000 points for future emergencies. Lei Zhan was summoned to the chief's office. The chief chuckled, so, I hear your snoring these past few days nearly shook the ceiling down. How did you manage not to sleep yourself to death? Lei Zhan chuckled, this Erna assault felt like having my skin peeled off. I needed extra sleep to recover. What brings you here, Commander? Commander-in-Chief chuckled, you know why you made it back alive this time, right? Lei Zhan cracked his knuckles. Of course. Because I'm a badass. Commander 1 roared with laughter, cut the crap. You're just a 3rd-tier spirit realm fighter, think you're some kind of god? You know that Huan? Their squad only had 3 men hunting you down? Lei Zhan, why? Commander 1 explained, because someone else took care of the other 15 for you. Lei Zhan gasped, who? Chapter 161, Old Case 026 Logistics Depot. Commander 1 chuckled, your former comrade in arms, your brother, your deputy squad leader. Lei Zhan gasped, Tianlang? The first leader nodded with a smile. Lei Zhan exclaimed in astonishment, how is that possible? I know Wolf's strength. Those 15 Shadow Tiger squad members were all at least spirit stage 3rd tier experts. How could Wolf have wiped them out? That's impossible. Commander 1 nodded, that is precisely why I sought you out. Lei Zhan hurriedly asked, what reason? The chief sighed, paused for a moment, and said, actually, there's something I've never told you. Every year, our country selects several soldiers from the military to undergo advanced training at a certain location. This place is highly secretive, with branches scattered across the globe. Countries wishing to send trainees there must pay exorbitant tuition fees. The sums are staggering enough to make your jaw drop. To put it bluntly, the annual tuition for a single trainee is nearly enough to buy a J-10 fighter jet. Lei Zhan's jaw dropped instantly. Holy, what kind of place is that? Tuition that expensive? Commander 1 chuckled, even at that price, they won't accept just anyone, it depends on your aptitude. Generally, they only take students starting from Spirit Tier 3. Spirit Tier might seem unimaginable compared to ordinary people, but there, it's just a fledgling rookie. Everyone there starts at Spirit Tier 1. I can tell you this, Shadow's Dragon Squad was trained there. Every member of Shadow's Dragon Squad is at least at the 5th stage. Upon hearing the first leader's words, Lei Zhan was stunned. At least stage 5? Holy, are you kidding me? Commander 1 nodded. I'm not exaggerating. That's the truth. In fact, I can also tell you that Heavenly Wolf underwent secret training there for some time before going out into the world. By now, he should be at least at the 5th stage of the spirit realm. Lei Zhan was struck dumb, as if by a bolt from the blue. Are you kidding me? Tian Lang is at the 5th stage too? The chief commander nodded, yes. And I can also tell you that Tian Lang is merely a low-ranking soldier in our elite squad. In truth, even I am just a low-ranking soldier. Lei Zhan, the higher-ups have informed me that you have chosen your squad. So, I'll be blunt. To join the elite ranks, you must at least possess 5th tier cultivation. That is a world you cannot even begin to comprehend. The reason I summoned you today is this: the higher-ups have decided to send you to that place for training. It will grant you the qualifications, capability, and standing to truly enter our elite ranks. But I must warn you, you can refuse. That place is brutal, crueler than hell itself. And I won't sugarcoat it, the survival rate for those who make it out alive is a mere 53%. Meaning at least half perish there. Are you afraid? Lei Zhan pondered. If he didn't go, he wouldn't face that 53% risk. But if he refused, the Shadow Dragon group would hunt him down. Given his current strength, escape would be nearly impossible. Of course, he could use his existing 500 bubble points to advance directly. Yet Lei Zhan didn't want to do that. He intended to save up to 1,000 bubble points, a vital escape tool for when his life was most endangered. Once he reached 1,000 points, he could leave this environment at any moment. It would be like a spatial transfer. This world held too many uncertainties. And he still lacked any real means to protect himself when facing true masters. Moreover, Lei Zhan felt it was crucial to see the world beyond to understand what kind of circle the spirit realm truly was. At his current level, mingling in the mortal realm circles held little meaning. Yet, to enter the circles of spirit realm masters, Lei Zhan didn't even know where to begin. For someone who should be in his own circle to not even know where that circle exists was extremely dangerous. So dangerous that he might die without ever understanding how it happened. Moreover, Lei Zhan had asked the system how many points it would cost to kill a spirit realm expert. The system told him, killing a first-tier spirit realm expert yielded 10 points, a second-tier expert 3 points, and so on. Killing a 10th-tier expert would net a whopping 100 points. This was a golden opportunity to make points. How could he pass it up? To accumulate 1,000 points sooner, Lei Zhan decided it was essential to visit the training grounds mentioned by the first commander. Lei Zhan nodded to the first commander. Alright, I'll go. First commander, what kind of place is that? Commander 1 smiled. It's a factory for manufacturing killing machines. No one knows where its headquarters are. It only has a code name, Cade. Those who come out of there are usually called Old K. This killing machine training ground cares about nothing but training killing machines. The tuition is exorbitant. Their business spans the globe, and no country dares to offend the Old K group. Because no one can afford to provoke them, not even China. Fortunately, though Old K's power is beyond the world's estimation, they never stir trouble. They focus solely on one thing: recruiting students and making money. As long as you pay, they treat everyone equally. So, countries around the world turn a blind eye to their existence and continuously send trainees there for advanced training. Old K's branch in China is codenamed 026 Logistics Depot. Lei Zhan was stunned. What? 026 Logistics Depot is their training ground? Commander 1 nodded, yes. Surprised? 026 Logistics Depot is our division's military designation. It's been right under our noses for over a century, yet no one ever knew about the branches of those 10 mysterious organizations. Lei Zhan swallowed hard. Yeah. Commander 1 explained, this isn't surprising. Anyone who reveals Old K's location faces Old K's pursuit. As far as I can tell, very few who've leaked their secrets have survived. Second, Old K doesn't actually fear leaks about his location. Even if someone knew, no one would dare provoke him. So naturally, no one foolish enough to stir up trouble has appeared. That's why he's remained here for a century, largely unknown. So, interested in paying a visit? You don't need to reach some extraordinary level there, just get to the 5th or 6th rank, and that'll do. Lei Zhan blinked rapidly, then nodded vigorously. I'm in. I'll go. Commander 1 nodded and gave Lei Zhan a firm pat on the shoulder. Exactly. I think you should go. Even your deputy captain has already reached the 5th rank, yet he still secretly assists you during missions. How can you possibly continue as captain? To be honest, this is also why I haven't allowed Tian Lang to see you yet. First, Tian Lang is out in the field while you're here inside. You two have different roles and responsibilities. Second, your former subordinate's skills surpass yours. I think it's best you two don't meet yet. What do you say, Lei Zhan? Lei Zhan nodded. Thank you for your concern, number 1. Commander 1 said, enough with the formalities. We're family soldiers serving our heavenly dynasty. I'll wait for your return. When you come back, you'll earn your place in the Homeland Security Bureau. That will be where your true honors begin. Lei Zhan couldn't care less about such honors, but he sensed from Commander One's words that there were higher authorities above him. They operated under the control of the Homeland Security Bureau. Likely, that was where China's elite military truly resided. That was the true domain of spirit-tier masters. He'd been rather arrogant before, thinking himself so remarkable. Now it seemed like nothing but child's play. At least, in Commander One's eyes, both the Thunderbolt Assault Team and the Fire Phoenix Assault Team were mere trifles. The seemingly ordinary Major General, it turned out, harbored countless secrets unknown to Lei Zhan. Now, Lei Zhan finally understood why being a general was no easy task. Each general carried untold state secrets. He couldn't even imagine the storms and battles they had weathered to earn the stars on their shoulders. Seeing Lei Zhan lost in thought, the first leader smiled. Alright, I'll give you 10 days. Go prepare. Do whatever you want these 10 days. But only 10 days. Truthfully, Lei Zhan, sending you there is also a form of protection. Your mission in Erna brought supreme honor to the nation. That's one reason the higher-ups specially approved your entry into the 026 Logistics Depot. You were the first to plant our national flag atop Montenegro. The true second-in-command has expressed immense praise and commendation for you. He specifically assigned me to bring you into the 026 Logistics Depot. Lei Zhan, the commanders have very high hopes for you. Lei Zhan nodded. Thank you for the trust, leaders. The first leader nodded. It's not just trust, it's also hope and a solemn request. Do not disappoint us. Lei Zhan, I certainly won't. Commander 1 continued, your actions during the Erna raid killing too many have drawn intense anger from various nations. Assigning you to the 026 Logistics Depot is also for your protection. You can no longer operate within the mortal realm. Otherwise, who knows which nation might send assassins after you. But once you're in the 026 Logistics Depot, no nation would dare target a trainee of Old K. Remember this when you go there, survive at all costs. Lei Zhan paused at the words, then smiled. This was precisely what he taught the Fire Phoenix female soldiers. It was practically his personal motto. Nodding with a smile, he assured, rest assured, Commander. Commander 1 continued smiling, go on, go on. It's just a 10-day leave. Starting now, you have 240 hours. Chapter 162, A New Identity. Emerging from Commander 1's quarters, Lei Zhan felt a weight settle over him as he thought of the 026 Logistics Depot. But then he reminded himself he finally had a few days of vacation where he called the shots. So, screw it, he'd put all his troubles aside for now and enjoy himself for a few days. After all, life was full of endless worries and never-ending tasks. No sooner had he left the first leader's office than the system old ghost initiated a conversation. Ahem, little Lei, you've got 500 bubble points now. How about it? Check out the new goods here, top quality at rock-bottom prices. And since you're a regular, I'll give you a special discount. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes, no thanks. You shady dealer. Whatever you're peddling, just looking at it would drain my points dry. No way. I'm saving up for 1,000 points. System old ghost, ahem, well, about that. Back in the day, I did take a tiny bit of your bubble points. But my goods were absolutely genuine, right? I helped you through so many tough times, didn't I? Even got you to Spirit Tier Stage 3. What's that called? Mutual benefit, win-win, right? Lei Zhan ignored the system old ghost's persuasion, simply closing his eyes. Whatever you say, I'm not looking. I think my skills are good enough. No more training. Experience points? Don't even think about taking another one from me. System, ahem, lazy, I really must warn you. Look, in 10 days, do you even know where you're headed? The human hell 026 Logistics Warehouse Old K's turf. The people there aren't normal. Killing someone is as easy as squashing an ant. I won't deny your current Spirit Tier 3 skills are decent, and you've got that counterforce to protect yourself. But once you get there, you'll realize you're just a tiny little shrimp. Tell me, if you don't stock up on some real, solid self-defense skills, how are you going to handle it if you get attacked? Right? You need to understand that place is crawling with 4th and 5th tier experts like fish in a river. 6th and 7th tier practitioners are plentiful too. Hell, even 8th and 9th tier mages roam there. Aren't you scared? Going in alone and isolated like that, don't you fear they'll wipe you out? Lei Zhan blinked rapidly. Is it really that terrifying? Seeing Lei Zhan's interest peaked, the system old ghost hastily chimed in. That's right. Absolutely. This world is a jungle where the weak get devoured by the strong. Only raw power offers true security. How about it? Let's swap. This old man has an authentic Taoist earth element great restoration pill right here. Not too many, not too few, exactly 500 points per pill. Swallow it, and you'll instantly level up. Lei Zhan rolled his eyes instantly. Old ghost, cut the crap. Don't try to rip me off with your point prices again. This time, I won't fall for it. It's just a pill 500 points? Not buying it. From now on, you must clearly price all items. I will never haggle with you again. If I think it's too expensive, I won't buy it, won't even ask. As for how you price things, that's your business. But mark my words, I am your only customer. The system pondered for a moment, then sighed, fine. Per the host's request, all prices will be clearly marked. With a wave of its hand, price tags instantly appeared on every item. Lei Zhan glanced at them and nearly fainted. Everything he'd bought from Old Ghost before was priced at over 3 times the original cost. Greedy bastard, greedy bastard. But what's done is done. Lei Zhan couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. After browsing through his inventory for a while, he finally settled on a skill book, Spiritual Energy Attribute Evolution. Attribute evolution, as the name implied, involved transforming the ordinary spiritual energy attributes within one's Qi into more advanced attributes. The attribute evolution Lei Zhan had chosen was the highest tier offensive attribute for spiritual energy, the dark attribute. The source of spiritual power, in essence, was the spiritual energy contained within the human Qi. This energy formed a vortex within the Qi, and the size of this vortex directly determined the magnitude of one's spiritual power. The magnitude of spiritual power, in turn, dictated the strength of one's attacks. Typically, each person's Qi contained only one such vortex, and the spiritual energy within was always of the ordinary variety. After evolving to the dark attribute, the vortex remains the same size, but the spiritual energy within the Qi transforms into the dark attribute, doubling its density. Moreover, the number of vortices within the Qi increases from 1 to 2. Thus, the dark attribute vortex possesses twice the density of an ordinary vortex. This means its spiritual power is double, which in turn means its attack power is effectively double. This was the effect of density alone. But in terms of quantity, the cyclones had doubled from 1 to 2. The final attack power thus doubled again, turning twofold into fourfold. This effectively demonstrates that Lei Zhan's dark attribute vortexes have quadrupled in combat effectiveness. Ordinary practitioners at the same third-tier spiritual level would be instantly annihilated. Those at the fourth tier could be killed with considerable effort. Fifth-tier opponents? A worthy battle. This is the advantage of the dark attribute. In other words, this is the true power of the dark attribute. It allows for cross-tier elimination. Moreover, due to the evolution of spiritual energy attributes, outsiders find it difficult to discern one's actual tier. Under normal circumstances, when using the Qi observation technique to gauge someone's tier, they would be underestimated by 1 to 2 tiers. If the individual deliberately conceals their tier, they could even hide it down to the lowest tier, tier 1. This creates a greater attack effect. Imagine the contempt and disdain a 4th-tier cultivator would feel upon seeing a 1st-tier cultivator. After his spiritual energy attribute shifted to dark, Lei Zhan's overall power quadrupled. Now, he could easily unleash a large-scale aerial shockwave spanning 500 meters, the same as during the Erna assault. The commanding sense of this abundant power convinced Lei Zhan that if he risked everything to activate such a shockwave again, its range could extend to 1,000 meters. However, such a large-scale spell was Lei Zhan's ultimate resort. Unless absolutely necessary, it was something he absolutely could not use. Because it was far too dangerous. If his spiritual power proved insufficient, it would be fatal. Last time, forcing the large-scale aerial shockwave despite insufficient power had left him unconscious for a long time. If not for Yi Zuanxin, he might have kicked the bucket. Such foolishness was something he absolutely could not do unless absolutely necessary. This attribute evolution cost Lei Zhan 100 bubble points. Thinking about his impending trip to the 026 logistics depot, the old ghost of the system was right that place was teeming with experts. He truly needed a reliable life-saving technique he could rely on. Guns and such were practically useless against those guys. So, he had to rely on his own skills. And having muddled through to this point, he really didn't have any proper skills to speak of. Facing spirit tier experts, one must possess genuine abilities. After careful consideration, Lei Zhan resolved to master a unique skill. Against spirit tier experts, all mundane martial arts techniques were utterly useless. Thus, Lei Zhan spent 30 points to learn the Savage Charge technique. His dark attribute granted him spirit power 4 times stronger than an average spirit tier stage 3 expert. Naturally, his physical toughness and hardness were also 4 times that of an ordinary person. This advantage couldn't be wasted. Relying solely on the strength and hardness of his body, Lei Zhan could instantly slaughter peers of the same tier like weeds. Thus, learning this Savage Charge was essential. With such advantages and strengths, one must exploit them to the utmost. Spirit tier masters frequently engage in physical combat. Often, there are no elaborate techniques involved, just simple punches and kicks. Any convoluted moves you might use are useless. For spirit tier masters, their agility and movement speed mean that while techniques aren't entirely ineffective, their impact is minimal. After mastering the basic Savage Charge, Lei Zhan selected the air egg shield technique based on his own counterforce abilities. This defensive skill is uniquely suited for practitioners of counterforce. By harnessing his innate counterforce, he generated a constant, small-scale spiritual energy rebound around himself, thereby repelling all incoming physical or spiritual attacks. As the name suggests, the air egg shield envelopes the user like an egg, providing a complete, flawless 360-degree defense with no blind spots. Simply put, perfect defense. Due to its requirement for the counter-strike ability, it was surprisingly affordable at 30 bubble points. Finally, Lei Zhan selected another skill. It's a technical attack method also based on his counter-attack ability, 1000 miles, 1 thread. 1000 miles, 1 thread is an offensive capability derived from Lei Zhan's counter-attack ability. 1000 miles, 1 thread focuses Lei Zhan's counter-reaction power into a single, concentrated line of energy. This drastically reduces spiritual energy consumption while significantly boosting attack power. By confining the vibrational space to a mere thread-like line, the spiritual energy saved is immense. Yet the attack power is formidable. Often, the smaller the attack area, the more terrifying the lethality. Consider this: a cannonball can kill, yet a single thin wire can sever your head. The outcome is death in both cases, yet the energy expended differs vastly. The effect, however, remains the same. 1000-mile thread harnesses the principle of counterforce, compressing the affected space into a slender line to strike the opponent. During the attack, the disturbed space is merely a thread, extremely dangerous, extremely difficult to detect, yet its power is utterly terrifying. Lei Zhan effectively commands an invisible, minuscule thread to kill, a level of danger that is jaw-dropping. The attack range of this 1000 miles, 1 line technique is also within 1 kilometer. This consumed 40 of Lei Zhan's bubble points. In an instant, all 200 points were spent. Of the 500 points he had earned, only 300 remained. Lei Zhan no longer glanced at the system's tempting offerings. The more he looked, the more his heart itched, for everything seemed desirable. Now, Lei Zhan had undergone a complete transformation in spiritual power, defense, physical techniques, and spiritual arts. He reckoned that as long as he didn't face a coordinated attack from Spirit Tier 6th rank experts, his life should be safe. With such capabilities, as long as he remained cautious, he should have no trouble returning alive. A new journey was about to begin. After organizing the newly acquired abilities, Lei Zhan decided to visit his brothers-in-arms and the female soldiers. Who knew when they might meet again after this parting? A proper celebration was in order. Chapter 163, Money Talks. After completing the exchange, Lei Zhan considered returning to the beast camp to celebrate with everyone. But upon reflection, he decided against it. The male soldiers were manageable, but the female soldiers? He couldn't handle them. If he joined their festivities, he'd surely come out on the losing end. Those 7 or 8 of them would undoubtedly scheme against him. He couldn't fight them, nor could he scold them. If he tried to entertain them all? That would just mean offending 7 for pleasing 1. Ugh, what a headache. Lei Zhan found the whole situation incredibly tricky. Finally, inspiration struck. Right, he could entertain them one by one over the next few days, but he absolutely couldn't let them know. He secretly arranged meetups over the phone. Ah, problem solved. But who to accompany first? Lei Zhan scribbled 8 notes, then shuffled them like a fortune teller before pulling out one crumpled piece bearing the character Yi. He promptly obeyed this divine decree and dialed Yi Tsuanshin. Comrade Yi, your captain's free today. I've decided to sell myself to you for a day shopping, gaming, spicy hot pot. How about it? You coming? If not, I'll just call someone else. Yi Tsuanshin, no one said no. Coming right now. Right this instant. Just putting on my pants. Where are you? I'll be there in a flash. Lei Zhan, shoo. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. If they do, we're both screwed. Sneak out quietly, make up any excuse. Remember, low profile, low profile. Got it? Yi Tsuanshin whispered against his ear, got it. Got it. 10 minutes later, a hastily dressed Yi Tsuanshin appeared in Lei Zhan's line of sight. Though she'd only changed out of her military uniform into a simple white women's casual blazer and ordinary decathlon pants, barefoot in white leather shoes, her stride was strikingly confident, radiating feminine power. Wafting a trail of perfume, she approached Lei Zhan and hooked her arm through his. Handsome, she cooed, the sun must be setting in the west for you to think to ask me out alone. I'm truly flattered and honored. Tell me, old man, are you trying to hit on this young beauty? Trying to pick me up? Lei Zhan curled his lip in disdain. Cut the crap. You're just flattering yourself. Listen, I got a divine order to draw lots. You should thank the Lord for his favor in letting me pick you. Here, proof. Lei Zhan pulled out 7 or 8 crumpled paper balls from his pocket and handed them to Yi Tsuanshin. Yi Tsuanshin froze in shock. Holy crap, are you kidding me? You jerk actually used this method to ask a girl out? Seriously, why are you showing me this? I was all flattered, thinking you specifically asked me out alone. You idiot. Couldn't you have just lied and said it was on purpose? Lei Zhan nodded frantically. Next time I'll definitely trick you. Yi Tsuanshin rolled her eyes in disdain. Pig. Lei Zhan quickly changed the subject. So, sweetheart, I'm all yours today. Just say where you want to go, and I'll take you. Yi Tsuanshin rolled her eyes again with disdain. Cut it out. Bro my ass, you're practically an old man. You should be worried about yourself. How come you're still not married at your age? Get your act together. Kids your age are running around everywhere. I wonder what you spend all day thinking about. Hey, old man, how about letting this lady help you have a few? Yi Tsuanqing teased Lei Zhan, half serious, half joking. Lei Zhan chuckled, sounds good. How about we get a room? Go to hell. Yi Tsuanqing rolled her eyes and glared at Lei Zhan. After their playful banter, Yi Tsuanqing said softly, how about we go see my mom? I miss her. At the mention of his mother, Lei Zhan felt his face flush. That incident had been accidental. But whether accidental or not, the fact remained he slept with her. It was awkward to discuss. He really didn't want to, and frankly, didn't dare face Yi Tsuanqing's mother. But since she brought it up, he had no choice. He have to swallow his pride and agree. So he silently nodded, signaling his acceptance of whatever Yi Tsuanqing decided. Yi Tsuanqing looked him up and down. Hey, Lei Zhan, ever since I met you, you've been in that same camouflage outfit. Seriously, can we switch it up? A change of pace wouldn't hurt. Seeing you in that thing is making me sick. Lei Zhan scratched his nose. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't bought a single new outfit. He blinked hard. Other clothes? I don't have any. Yi Tsuanqing rolled her eyes dramatically, staring skyward. Oh my god, you're the poorest colonel I've ever seen in my life. I don't know if you're just cheap or what, but this is beyond words. Alright, since you snuck out with me today, this beauty's sponsoring you. Come on, let's get you some new leaves. Oh my goodness, you're driving me crazy. How did you even survive this long? You're a biological mystery worthy of study. With that, Yi Tsuanqing linked arms with Lei Zhan and headed to the men's designer section of Donghai City's underground mall. Lei Zhan finally witnessed Yi Tsuanqing's shopping frenzy firsthand. She'd spotted a perfectly fine shirt, tried it on, and everything seemed great until she asked the price. Seeing it wasn't over 10,000, she immediately dismissed it. The stunned sales assistant stared at Yi Tsuanqing, muttering under her breath, if you can't afford it, stop showing off. What are you trying to prove? Yi Tsuanqing ignored her completely, dragging Lei Zhan toward the more upscale clothing section. Comrade Lei Zhan severely criticized Yi Tsuanqing's behavior. You're a classic spendthrift, he scolded. You won't learn until you get ripped off. In this day and age, who actually complains that things are too cheap? Yi Tsuanqing countered with a single phrase, you get what you pay for. If it doesn't cost 10,000, it's not even worth calling clothes. Might as well buy from a street vendor. Lei Zhan was utterly speechless. He finally understood the meaning of money talks. After wandering the underground mall for half a day, Yi Tsuanqing had drained over 100,000 yuan from Lei Zhan's card on his outfit alone, yet he still felt unsatisfied. Only after Lei Zhan's persistent persuasion did he finally relent, refraining from buying underwear or socks. When Lei Zhan emerged from the fitting room, Yi Tsuanqing beamed. Wow, handsome. Clothes make the man. Spending over 100,000 on your outfit has totally lifted your whole aura. Come on, accompany this beauty to meet my mom. As they spoke, the glass door of the underground mall shop swung open. The sudden impact nearly sent Yi Tsuanqing stumbling. She whipped around and snapped, are you blind? Chapter 164, A Small Favor. Four men entered from outside, all sporting crew cuts, sharp gazes, and solid muscle. Lei Zhan recognized them instantly. These weren't ordinary folk, but likely elite soldiers from some military unit. This was a soldier's instinct. After years of service, one could almost instantly discern the difference between a soldier and a civilian. A soldier's entire demeanor, from their spirit and energy to their every word and action, carried a subtle distinction from ordinary people. Civilians might not notice it. But when soldiers meet soldiers, they can almost always tell at a glance, especially special forces. All four wore dress pants. One sported a beige shirt, another a plaid shirt. The remaining two wore a white long-sleeved shirt and a blue striped shirt. The one who opened the door and bumped into Yi Tsuanqing was the guy with the beige shirt and a crew cut. The moment he opened the door, before he even knew what was happening, he was hit with a barrage of curses from Yi Tsuanqing, leaving him stunned. At that moment, the plaid-shirted soldier behind the beige-shirted one stepped forward. Hey, kid, who the hell do you think you're yelling at? Looking for trouble? Who was Yi Tsuanqing? She didn't care if you were man or woman. Her eyes widened in anger. Damn it. I just missed stepping on something, and now you show up out of nowhere? What, think you're so great just because you're a man? Wearing that shirt that's neither here nor there, you think you're some kind of thug? Let me tell you, I'm the one who deals with scum like you. I'm cursing. You got a problem with that? The plaid-shirt man was instantly enraged, lunging forward to strike. Just then, Lei Zhan stepped in to smooth things over. Bro, sorry. My sister just got back from the States. You know how their education system is kinda messed up. It clashes with our cultural values. She's just a little girl, fresh off the plane, doesn't know any better. She's got this American princess attitude. You're the bigger man here. Let bygones be bygones. Let's just drop it, okay? I'll apologize for her. Besides, real men don't pick fights with women, right? The guy in the plaid shirt immediately snapped, "Holy, where the hell did you crawl out from? Get lost. This ain't your business. You wanna get involved? Fine, make this little brat apologize properly to us and buy us a round of drinks. Looks like this little minx has got a fiery temper and a pretty face too. Just keep the brothers company and we'll forget the past." "Play? Play my ass," Yi Tsuanshin retorted. "Look at that face covered in acne, even a toad would be disgusted. Why don't you just die?" The plaid shirt guy, mercilessly mocked by Yi Tsuanshin, turned purple with rage. Pointing a finger at her, he snarled, "You're asking for it." His hand shot out like lightning, aiming straight for Yi Tsuanshin's throat. The moment the plaid-shirted man struck, Lei Zhan was instantly startled. Judging by the speed, force, and cultivation level of his attack, the man was actually above his own. Without time to think, Lei Zhan swiftly grabbed the plaid-shirted man's wrist and drove a fist straight into his stomach. The plaid-shirted man staggered back several steps before steadying himself, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Lei Zhan. "Holy, you're trained too?" As he spoke, the checkered shirt man started to advance again. But he was blocked by the man in the beige shirt. "Enough, fourth brother." The beige shirt blocked the checkered shirt man, then turned to Lei Zhan with a cheerful smile. "Seeing how you handle yourself, you're no ordinary guy either." My name is Wang Chao. Nice to meet you." The man in the beige shirt extended his right hand toward Lei Zhan with a cheerful smile, offering a handshake. Lei Zhan didn't take the hand of this self-proclaimed Wang Chao. Instead, he said indifferently, "Since you're all insiders, and each of you is a master, you should know better than to act like ordinary people. You've even resorted to force. Don't you feel ashamed or embarrassed? Alright, that's enough. Excuse me." With that, Lei Zhan pulled Yi Tsuanshin away. The man in the plaid shirt tried to continue the altercation, but the beige-shirted self-proclaimed dynasty held him back, shaking his head. "Don't be so impulsive. Why do you always stir trouble? If our identities are exposed, neither of us can afford the consequences. Besides, if we want to deal with that brat and that girl, we need to find a secluded spot." The plaid-shirted man chuckled darkly. "Big bro, got it. I'll tail them now. Once we're somewhere deserted, heh." Wang Chao merely cleared his throat non-committally. "Be careful." Yi Tsuanshin was dragged out of the mall by Lei Zhan, still frowning with dissatisfaction and muttering under her breath, "It's just a bunch of stinking men. This lady's been itching for a fight these past few days." What do you mean, you? Any one of those guys could kill you as easily as squashing an ant. Even I might not stand a chance against them." Lei Zhan growled menacingly. Yi Tsuanshin froze. "Whoa, thunder god, don't scare me. You're no match for them? Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?" Lei Zhan rolled his eyes dismissively. "Why would I? That Wang Chao just doesn't want trouble. If it had been me today, you'd be in deep. I reckon you'd get wiped out before you even had a chance to fight back." Yi Tsuanshin puckered his snake-like lips. "Seriously? I'm a scaredy cat, don't scare me." Lei Zhan scoffed. "You're scared? You're practically punching holes through the sky. Alright, where's our next target? Hurry up. Who knows if they'll chase us? If they do, we're in deep trouble." Yi Tsuanshin pondered for a moment. I want to see my mother." Lei Zhan froze at her words. This was bound to happen eventually. He nodded. "Alright, I'll go with you. By the way, what do you hope for regarding your mother?" Yi Tsuanshin smiled faintly. "Of course I do. But I know it's unlikely." Lei Zhan smiled. "Nothing is impossible in this world." "Tell me." Yi Tsuanshin sighed. "My mother will likely spend the rest of her life in prison. She's had such a hard life. How I wish she could live like a normal person, quietly shopping for groceries, complaining about life, playing mahjong, nagging her daughter to get married. Thinking back now, those ordinary, everyday lives are what truly matter. That's real happiness. But alas." Lei Zhan thought for a moment, pulled out his phone, and dialed the number of the top leader. "Hey, number 1, I need a favor." "Number 1, ha. Well now, getting Lei Zhan to ask for a favor that's no small feat. I'd be more than happy to have you owe me one. That LL let me stand tall and straight from now on." Lei Zhan said. "Alright, I'll give you that chance. Number 1, I want to ask how was Zhang Haiyan's case handled?" Chief Number 1, that Zhang Haiyan. She was originally slated for a suspended death sentence. But due to her exceptional performance during the Research Institute incident, her attitude was exemplary. She cooperated fully with the higher-ups' investigation, and she consistently sided with us during the operation. She might get life imprisonment instead. Why the sudden interest in her? Oh, right, she's Yi Tsuanshin's mother. It makes sense you'd be concerned. Lei Zhan said. "Speaking of which, Number 1, I'll ask you this, since Zhang Haiyan's sentence hasn't been finalized yet, could you do me a favor and make it lighter? Change the life sentence to a fixed term." Commander 1 paused before replying. That shouldn't be too difficult. If I won't grant others favors, I certainly can't refuse you, Lei Zhan. I'll gather more evidence of Zhang Haiyan's contributions and mention it to the local court. It should work." Lei Zhan pressed on. "Ahem, Number 1, you've come this far, might as well finish the job. Get Zhang Haiyan medical parole too. Tell the higher-ups that I, Lejean, need her assistance to crack the K2 case, so. Commander 1 was stunned. Damn it, Lejean, you can't push your luck this far. Turning life imprisonment into a fixed term, then turning that into medical parole? Might as well just have me acquit her outright. Lejean chuckled. Of course, if you have that power, I wouldn't mind. Ha. But I know you wouldn't use it even if you could. In your dictionary, the law is sacred and solemn. So, I'm not asking for anything else. We're playing within the bounds of the law, right? Just help me out. The K2 organization hasn't been completely dismantled yet. I'm doing this for the national interest. Commander-in-Chief Number 1 retorted, you little rascal. I knew asking for favors meant nothing good. Fine, I'll see if I can request special approval for this case from higher-ups. Damn it, you better remember this, kid. You owe me a huge favor this time. You'd better pay it back when the time comes. Lejean quickly chuckled, I'll pay it back. Definitely. Heh, thanks, Number 1. I love you, Number 1. Chief Number 1, get lost. Stop disgusting me. Lejean hung up and grinned at Yi Tsuanshin, all set. The detainee will be temporarily released from custody for assisting military personnel with an investigation. Under government supervision, he regains personal freedom. Once the designated period ends, he'll be automatically released. How about it, sweetheart? Is the value of this gift from your captain enough to cover the cost of all these leaves you bought for me? Thunder God, I love you. Overhearing everything, Yi Tsuanshin threw herself recklessly at Lejean. Her legs wrapped around his waist as she jumped, her arms clasped tightly around his neck. Without a word, her soft, tender lips pressed against his. A uniquely feminine, rich fragrance surged through his nostrils to his cerebral cortex, sending a wave of dizziness through Lejean. Before he could process anything, he felt himself drifting into a hazy, intoxicating dream. This sensation was damn comfortable. Chapter 165, The Detention Center Warden. Yi Tsuanshin's snake-like tongue entered Lejean's mouth. The moment it touched Lejean's own tongue, Lejean quickly pulled his away. Yet Yi Tsuanshin's tongue pursued relentlessly, capturing Lejean's tongue and wrapping around it, sucking deeply for a long while. Only when Lejean gently patted Yi Tsuanshin's back did she reluctantly release her embrace. As the sticky mouths parted, Lejean quickly touched his own mouth and exhaled deeply. What the hell? That's harassment, you pervert. Yi Tsuanshin grinned mischievously as she hooked her arm around Lejean's elbow. Oh, the hypocrite. You got lucky and now you're playing innocent. Come clean, you're thrilled inside but putting on a tough front. You men are always two-faced. Lejean couldn't possibly admit to that. He immediately stiffened his face. Who says? I was completely passive about this. I feel so wronged and awkward inside. Yi Tsuanshin rolled her eyes in disdain. Cut the crap. You're full of it. Fine, I'll stop teasing you. Let's go pick up my mom. With that, Yi Tsuanshin and Lejean arrived at the Donghai City Detention Center. Since both Lejean and Yi Tsuanshin were dressed in plain clothes and hadn't brought any identification, the guard at the gate eyed Lejean suspiciously. Where are you from? Got a notice? Proof? ID? An order? The guard looked young, around 20, but he was extremely conscientious. His face was set in a serious expression, his back straight as an arrow. His barrage of questions left Lejean and Yi Tsuanshin speechless. Yi Tsuanshin was about to explode, but Lejean quickly restrained her. A young lady shouldn't resort to violence so easily. How will you ever get married otherwise? He then suggested, young comrade, why don't you give your chief a call? I'll mention it to him and see if he can make an exception. The officer's eyes widened instantly. What? Call the chief? Who do you think you are? His dad? His brother-in-law? You say call the chief, so I'll call the chief? Is the chief's number just for any Tom, Dick, or Harry to dial whenever they please? Besides, you know the chief? You know him? Fine, then dial his number right now. Let's see if you really know our chief. Honestly, these days you meet all sorts of people. You're just a pig with a green onion stuck up its snout pretending to be an elephant. Chief? Get lost. Go cool off somewhere else and stop wasting my time. Lejean sighed and looked at Yi Tsuanshin. Do you have the chief's number? Yi Tsuanshin shook his head. No, I didn't even write down his number. Lejean sighed. This is really. What are we supposed to do now? Yi Tsuanshin sighed too. The ancients were right, they say the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little devils are troublesome. Today, I've seen it for myself. Hey, wait, you have Director Zhao's number from the Counterterrorism Division, right? Call him. Lejean immediately slapped his forehead. Right. As Lejean fumbled for Director Zhao's number, the nearby officer's mouth twisted into a wide sneer. Keep pretending. Director Zhao? He's busier than the chief himself. What are you two pretending for? Today I'll see just how you're going to drag Director Zhao into this mess. Seriously, people like you have no shame lying without even blushing. What's all the commotion? A woman's clear, delicate voice cut through the commotion. The officer spun around and snapped to attention, saluting the woman who had spoken. Chief, two scoundrels claimed they were visiting a suspect, but I stopped them. Officer Zhang Lizzie reporting for duty. Your orders, sir. The woman waved her hand dismissively. All right, you can go. This isn't your concern. At that moment, Lei Zhan froze when he looked at the woman. The woman stared straight at Lei Zhan, and Lei Zhan stared straight back at her. The officer beside them glanced from Lei Zhan to the woman. Yi Zuanxin watched with astonishment as Lei Zhan stared at someone in a way completely unlike his usual self. Lu Zhan and the woman stared at each other for a full half-minute. Finally, the woman spoke, "You're here?" Lei Zhan didn't answer her question. Instead, he said flatly, "What are you doing here?" The woman replied, "I've always been here. You've just been too busy to notice." Lei Zhan smiled faintly. "I have been busy, but that's just an external factor. I genuinely didn't know you were here. Otherwise, I would have come to see you long ago." The woman smiled faintly. "What difference would it make either way? Anyway, this isn't the place for a long talk. We'll catch up another time. What brings you here?" Lei Zhan gasped. I came to accompany our Fire Phoenix Squad's female member to see her mother, Zhang Haiyan." The woman froze, staring at Yi Zuanxin. "You mean Yi Zuanxin?" Yi Zuanxin froze. Yes, it's me." The woman smiled and nodded. "All right, follow me." With that, she turned and walked inside. The exchange between Lei Zhan and the woman completely stunned the guard posted at the gate. The officer wasn't stupid. He'd long since picked up on the unusual nature of their relationship from their conversation. Not only was it unusual, but it seemed they'd had a thing going on before. Oh dear, he'd offended the station chief's old flame. His internship as a probationary officer was as good as gone. Lei Zhan led the way inside, followed by Yi Zuanxin. She walked up to the guard and stared at him intently. The guard nearly wet himself in fear, immediately plastering on a smile. "Sorry." Before he could finish, Yi Zuanxin delivered a flying kick straight to his groin. The officer yelped and clutched his crotch. Yi Zuanxin clapped her hands, then nonchalantly followed Lei Zhan inside, leaving the officer standing there, his face purple and swollen, silently wincing in pain. Yi Zuanxin went to see her mother, Zhang Haiyan, while Lei Zhan followed the woman into the office. Their eyes met again. The woman gave a bitter smile. "Lei Zhan, time really is a file. Seeing each other now, it feels like we've grown so distant. How have you been? I heard your instructor, Tan Xiaolin, is pressuring you to marry her." Lei Zhan gave a wry smile and ran. "Don't say that. There's nothing between us. By the way, how did you transfer from the military to civilian work? Becoming a small station chief here? That's not just underutilizing your talents, it's a blatant demotion. What's the boss thinking? I'll go talk to him about it." And Ran smiled faintly. "Lei Zhan, you shouldn't meddle in this. My affairs are none of your concern. You have your work, I have mine. We're both working, but no longer on the same front. So please don't get involved in my matters anymore. Just as I don't get involved in yours. We both know exactly what we're doing, don't we? There's no need for me to spell it out." Lei Zhan nodded at her words. "Got it." Another silence fell between them. And Ran broke it with a faint smile. "That Yi Zuanxin, she's quite the looker, isn't she? Seems like she's got a thing for you." Lei Zhan rolled his eyes. "Can we talk about something else?" Chapter 166, Between Love and Indifference. And Ran chuckled. "What should we talk about? Love? Or life?" Lei Zhan looked up at the sky. Right now, he felt incredibly complicated emotions toward Ran. He felt some love, but also some indifference. Lei Zhan even thought he was a jerk for feeling this way. What was this? Lei Zhan scratched his head. "Then let's talk about love and life." And Ran smiled at his words. "You're still so humorous. It gives me this familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. It's quite subtle." Lei Zhan chuckled too. "You really know how to phrase things familiar yet unfamiliar." And Ran ignored Lei Zhan's remark, her eyes fixed on him instead. "Lei Zhan, I know we don't get many chances to meet. So I want to live with clarity and die with clarity. Can you tell me, do you still love me? After all this time apart, I hope you can be honest with me, speak your true feelings." Lei Zhan looked at and Ran. "But the truth often hurts. Are you really prepared to hear it?" And Ran nodded calmly. "Better to be hurt than deceived. Go ahead." Lei Zhan said, "Honestly, if I said I didn't care about you at all, that would be a lie. Even I wouldn't believe it. But to say I love you, well, it doesn't feel that strong either. Truth be told, I don't even know what kind of messed up state this is. Heh, that's the honest truth. Do you think I'm being a jerk saying this?" And Ran shook her head gently. "No, you're not being asshole-ish. You're honestly expressing your feelings. Actually, I'd anticipated this outcome long ago. This state is perfectly normal. It's neither love nor non-love. So what kind of emotion is this? It's actually quite simple. This feeling exists right between love and non-love." Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes. "Between love and not loving? There's such a feeling?" And Ran smiled. "Of course it exists. People just choose not to see it. Look around those elderly couples strolling down the streets or through parks, even some young men and women walking together. Do you really think they see each other as their one and only love in this lifetime? Not necessarily. People come together for all sorts of reasons, but a significant portion of them aren't solely driven by love. There might be resignation, submission, helplessness, responsibility, morality, and other factors at play. Their feelings aren't pure, unadulterated love either. Many exist in that gray area between love and indifference. To put it bluntly, it's a relationship where being together or apart is equally acceptable. That's the nature of this emotion stuck between love and indifference. Many people appear to live out their entire lives in apparent bliss, even seeming to outsiders as the picture-perfect couple. Yet, in truth, their bond may not be so pure. Countless partners spend their lives together in precisely this state, neither love nor indifference. Lei Zhan listened wide-eyed, nodding constantly. That's eye-opening. I've never heard of this kind of relationship before. And Rand smiled. I told you, this kind of feeling is everywhere. You just choose not to see it. Lei Zhan pressed, then tell me, what do you feel for me? Just as Ran was about to speak, the phone on her desk rang. She shushed Lei Zhan, then answered, Yes, Chief, it's me, Shaowen. And Ran began the call, chattering away for a full 2 minutes without any sign of hanging up. Lei Zhan decided to step out into the hallway for a smoke. Just then, Yi Tsuanshin emerged. Approaching Lei Zhan, he remarked, You're out so soon? We could have chatted longer, no time limit. Yi Tsuanshin shrugged. My mom doesn't want to talk to me anymore. She said she wants to see you alone. Lei Zhan froze. Huh? Yi Tsuanshin shrugged again. Yeah. Go on. Lei Zhan's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. Damn it, he thought. Is this woman going to settle the score with me? Is she bringing up that incident? But then again, Zhang Haiyan probably wasn't that kind of person. So Lei Zhan flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and crushed it underfoot. He told Yi Tsuanshin, Wait here. I'll be right back. He entered the suspect interview room and closed the door. Lei Zhan and Zhang Haiyan sat across from each other at the table. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. Both seasoned individuals, they understood the unspoken nature of certain matters between men and women. Regardless of the reasons behind them, a shared smile spoke volumes. That was the maturity of those who'd been there before. Both tacitly agreed not to mention that incident. Zhang Haiyan said, Lei Zhan, thank you for coming to see me, and for bringing my daughter. I'm truly very happy. I'm a sinner. Before I go in, being able to see my daughter properly brings me great comfort. Lei Zhan, Tsuanshin has been spoiled rotten since childhood. After I'm gone, this world I can only entrust her care to you. Also, I've lost all my money. So, I'm sorry, I won't be able to provide child support for Tsuanshin. Lei Zhan smiled and said, Look at all this nonsense you're spouting. You're making it sound like a final farewell. First off, I need to tell you Yi Tsuanshin is very sensible. She's grown up now, stop treating her like a child. Besides, she's perfectly capable of taking care of herself. Why would she need you to support her? Who expects to be dependent on their parents forever? Second, you're talking about money? I may not earn a fortune, but I'm not exactly broke either. Do I look like someone short on cash? Money's just a number to me, it doesn't hold much real significance. Besides, that little devil Yi Tsuanshin is crafty as hell. You've lost your savings, but do you have any idea how much she's secretly stashed away? I certainly don't. But judging by the looks of it, it's easily worth a few $100,000. So don't worry about her. Lastly, I need to tell you the most crucial thing. As you said, Yi Tsuanshin is a real handful. If you want me to look after her, I simply can't do it. You'd better take care of her yourself. She's your own daughter. If you won't look after her, who will? Honestly. Zhang Haiyan grew frantic when Lei Zhan refused to look after Yi Tsuanshin. Lei Zhan, you're the only person in this world who listens to me. We may not be family, but we're friends, right? And you're Tsuanshin's boss. You can't just walk away like this. You have to keep an eye on this child. Lei Zhan knew Zhang Haiyan hadn't grasped the crux of his words. His point was that she should take care of her daughter herself, but she hadn't realized he was telling her to leave. So Lei Zhan smiled and interrupted her, You've misunderstood me. What I meant was, if Yi Tsuanshin's mother leaves, then she won't need me to look after her anymore. Heh, I'm the kind of person who hates trouble most of all. So really, it's better if you, her mother, come and take care of her yourself. I'm not cut out for it. Zhang Haiyan was utterly confused. Me, take care of her? How am I supposed to do that? Lei Zhan shrugged. Go out. Going out is how you take care of her. Chapter 167, Seeing the Light of Day Again. Zhang Haiyan's mouth fell open in shock at Lei Zhan's words, then she chuckled to herself, Alright, Lei Zhan, what time is it now? You're still trying to cheer me up. I know exactly what's going on with me and what kind of punishment I'll get. Going out? I'm already incredibly grateful the government won't kill me. I really don't dare hope for anything else. Lei Zhan chuckled softly, Don't be so pessimistic. Though we haven't known each other long, we did, well, you know, that one time, right? Trust me, I won't deceive you. Zhan pulled a key and an agricultural bank savings card from his pocket, handing them to Zhang Haiyan. I know you used to be a rich lady, but now you've probably got nothing left. After everything that's happened, you should realize money isn't the most important or necessary thing in life. Take this key. It was left to me by a comrade in arms. I never expected his last will would be to leave me a house. Never expected he'd die like that. I only stay there occasionally. I've got my own unit assigned quarters. So that place is useless to me. You can live there for now. And this money, 1,000,000 yuan. I hardly ever spend anything. Most of my time is spent running around and risking my life. When would I have time to spend it? Even if I did, these guys would all fight to pick up the tab. Look at this outfit I'm wearing. Yitsuanshin from your family bought it for me. Over 100,000 yuan, heh. Take this money. Use it for living expenses once you get out. Zhang Haiyan was startled by this and quickly pushed the keys and money back at Lei Zhan. What are you doing? Lei Zhan, forget about me getting out. Even if I did, how could I possibly accept your meager savings? This is everything I've earned through a lifetime of hard work. How could I possibly take it? Take it back immediately. Don't humiliate me. As they spoke, the visiting room door was knocked. Both turned toward it. Lei Zhan said, "Come in." The door opened, and Enran walked in with a smile. "Did I interrupt your conversation?" Lei Zhan chuckled. "Not at all. Enran, what brings you here?" Enran placed a file folder on the table in front of Lei Zhan. "Take a look yourself. I'll step out for now. Of course, you two can chat here as long as you like, but I suggest you find somewhere else to talk. This place, well, it's not exactly the best environment. Alright, I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye." With that, Enran sashayed out, her hips swaying. Zhang Haiyan, unaware of the relationship between Enran and Lei Zhan, watched her leave in surprise. What's wrong with the director? She seems so strange. Lei Zhan opened the envelope as he spoke. Don't mind her. Anyone who stays here too long develops mild schizophrenia. As he spoke, Lei Zhan opened the file folder. Stamped on it were a bright red seal and an embossed steel stamp. Decision on the joint task assignment for parolees Zhang Haiyan and Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan glanced at it, chuckled, then pushed the keys and memory card toward Zhang Haiyan. Holding the notice in his hand for her to see, he added, "You've thought this through, right? If you want these things, you take them all. If you don't want them, then take nothing." When Zhang Haiyan saw the parole notice in Lei Zhan's hand, terror gripped her. She lunged forward and snatched it away. "I want it. I want it. I absolutely must have it." As she snatched the notice, Zhang Haiyan examined every word with wild excitement. She could scarcely believe her eyes. While Zhang Haiyan was completely absorbed in the notice, Lei Zhan stood up, about to leave. At that moment, Zhang Haiyan said, "Lei Zhan, don't move yet. Let me finish before you go." Zhang Haiyan continued, "Lei Zhan, I'll take this house and the money. After I'm released, I'll live there. I'll find work and live properly. But I don't think I'll ever look for another man in my life. So, if you have time later, bring Suanshin to visit me. Of course, you can come see me on your own, and, well, you can stay overnight too." As Zhang Haiyan spoke these words, her small face flushed crimson. "But rest assured, Lei Zhan. I know I can never expect anything more between us. And whatever happened between us, I will never reveal it. I'm content to be a shadow in your life, existing only to watch over your back. You saved the second half of my life, so I'll live it well. The second half belongs to me, but it also belongs to you. Do you understand what I mean?" Lei Zhan took a long moment before nodding. "Ah, yes. I'll be more careful from now on. Not for anyone else, but you must live well for Yitsuanshin. Her father was a piece of trash, and her mother absolutely cannot come to harm." "Zhang Haiyan, I know." Lei Zhan nodded. "After walking through hell and back, standing in the sunlight again isn't easy. Cherish every moment of life." "Zhang Haiyan, I will." "Lei Zhan, alright, you should tell Yitsuanshin the good news yourself." Lei Zhan exited as Yitsuanshin sat blankly on a bench in the outer corridor. Lei Zhan approached, patting her head with a smile. "Alright, Her Majesty the Queen Mother requests your presence. Go on in." Yitsuanshin rolled her eyes at Lei Zhan with disdain. "I really don't get it. What could my mom possibly talk to you about? Seriously, she actually kicked me out to chat with you, you jerk. She's got no conscience." Lei Zhan chuckled. "The matters I discussed with your mother are far more important than anything involving you. Now, hurry inside. She has good news to share with you." 10 minutes later, Yitsuanshin and his mother emerged from the room, both reduced to a state of tearful disarray. Yitsuanshin grabbed Lei Zhan's arm. "Thunder God, thank you." Lei Zhan chuckled. "You saved my life during the Erna assault. We're even now." Yitsuanshin froze at his words. "Even? Even what? You're dreaming. You'll never shake me off this lifetime. You're delusional. Get ready to be haunted forever. If you think you'll escape this old lady's clutches, you're delusional." Lei Zhan rolled his eyes toward the ceiling and slapped his forehead. "Ouch. My head hurts. Yitsuanshin, what's hurting? Stop pretending. Hurry up and pay. Treat us. Treat us both to a feast." Lei Zhan quickly nodded. Okay. What do you want to eat? Order whatever you like. Yi Tsuanshin, KFC. Lei Jun froze, a big meal at KFC? Yi Tsuanshin, what's the matter? Feeling stingy? Lei Jun shook his head hastily, no, KFC. KFC it is. The corridor echoed with laughter and cheer. Yi Tsuanshin supported Zhang Haiyan as they stepped out of the detention center gates. Outside, the blinding sunlight made Zhang Haiyan squint. She stood there for a moment before smiling and saying, Lei Jun, you were right. Being able to stand under the sun again and breathe freely, it's such a wonderful thing. Only now do I realize how precious and ordinary everyday life is. I could have lived like this every day, but I chose to walk into the darkness instead. Lei Jun chuckled. It's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Come on, let's grab some Daiko's. Wait, no, KFC. KFC. Yi Tsuanshin and Zhang Haiyan both burst into laughter at this. Lei Jun hailed a taxi parked by the roadside. The cab circled around and pulled up beside him. The three of them climbed in. A bespectacled middle-aged man sat in the front passenger seat. Lei Jun didn't pay much attention and they all settled into the back. Lei Jun said, Driver, KFC. Without a word, the driver turned the car around and drove off. Lei Jun and his companions chatted and laughed merrily in the car, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After driving for a full 20 minutes, Lei Jun suddenly sensed something was amiss. The taxi was actually heading toward the suburbs, nowhere near any KFC. Lei Jun grew alert. Amidst the laughter, he maintained his cheerful demeanor, leaning close to Yi Kungsen's ear and whispering, just between us, sit tight. Rest your feet against the back of the front seat. Buckle up. We've got robbers. I'm gonna take them down. Yi Tsuanshin froze upon hearing this, realizing the taxi's direction was indeed wrong. But she quickly regained her composure, feigning oblivion as she playfully hugged Zhang Haiyan to steady her, then planted a kiss on her cheek. Mom, I missed you so much. She immediately whispered, Mom, sit tight. We got robbers. Don't panic. Just sit tight and buckle up. Seeing Yi Tsuanshin calm Zhang Haiyan, Lei Jun gave a faint smile. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and pretended to fumble for a lighter. Of course, he couldn't find it. He then tapped the driver's shoulder. Hey, buddy, got a light? Can I borrow one? The driver trembled as he fumbled for his lighter and handed it over. Lei Jun lit his cigarette, then returned the lighter. Thanks, buddy. Hey, speaking of which, your seatbelt. Why isn't it fastened? That's against the rules. Lei Jun had already figured out the driver was clearly being held at gunpoint. He recognized the guy in the passenger seat, the same one in the plaid shirt from the underground mall earlier, even though he'd changed clothes. But Lei Jun was no fool, he saw right through the disguise. And damn it, he was even wearing sunglasses. If he'd been wearing a gas mask, Lei Jun might not have noticed, but sunglasses? Come on. The driver shivered as he fastened his seatbelt. Seeing everyone else ready, Lei Jun took the opportunity while handing the lighter back to place his hand instinctively on the handbrake between the front seats. A shrill screech filled the air as the taxi slammed to a halt. The passenger in the front seat shot forward like a cannonball, smashing through the windshield. With a piercing scream, the man in the plaid shirt traced a beautiful arc through the air before landing with a thud on the concrete street more than 10 meters away. Chapter 168, Worrying for Nothing. The plaid shirt man was caught completely off guard. He believed his disguise was flawless. After parting ways with Lei Jun and Yi Tsuanshin at the underground mall where the crowds made a move difficult, the group had agreed to find a quieter spot to strike. So, the group hailed several taxis and split up into different vehicles. No matter which taxi Lei Jun hailed, they would board it. They had already threatened the drivers beforehand, instructing them that no matter where Lei Jun told them to go, they were to simply drive toward the outskirts. The drivers dared not defy these big shots and had no choice but to comply. Unexpectedly, Lei Jun instantly recognized this guy as the one from the underground mall. So, he struck first, giving this bastard a flying performance. The plaid shirt flew out of the car, plummeting through the air like a gorilla before slamming onto the pavement. No matter how skilled he was, mid-air offered no foothold. Caught off guard, he could only watch helplessly as his face smashed into the ground, leaving a bloody, splattered mess. Just then, Lei Jun and Yi Tsuanshin emerged from the car and approached the plaid shirt. Oh dear, buddy, how careless of you. Really, next time you ride in a car, remember to be careful. Quick, check if you're hurt. Oh, poor kid, he must be so dazed he wouldn't recognize his own mother. Next time, remember, always buckle up when riding in a car. The plaid shirt man had taken quite a hard fall, and his pent-up rage had nowhere to vent. If not for his spirit realm cultivation, this impact might have even dislodged his internal organs. He scrambled to his feet, wiped the blood from his lip, and pointed a finger at Lei Jun. You're dead meat. Lei Jun waved his hands frantically. Oh, big brother, don't scare me like that. I'm a scaredy cat, you know. In this harmonious society, how can you, a big brother like yourself, threaten ordinary folks like us so casually? That's really not cool, big brother. Hey, seriously, are you really okay? Your nose looks all crooked. Oh dear, shouldn't you get that checked at the hospital? Could it be life-threatening? Oh my, this kid is so pitiful. The man in the plaid shirt snorted, you think you're so tough? Just wait and die. As they spoke, Lei Jun saw 3 or 4 taxis screech to a halt nearby. Sensing trouble, he quickly grabbed Yi Tsuanshin's arm. Just as they tried to walk away, the man in the plaid shirt blocked Lei Jun's path. "Ha, think you can just walk off? You've got another thing coming. We've been watching you for a while now. Today, you're not getting away from us." As he spoke, several men emerged from the taxis, the same ones who had entered the underground mall with the plaid-shirt man earlier. These were skilled fighters. Lei Jun knew he stood no chance against their combined strength, especially with Yi Tsuanshin dragging him down. This fight was hopeless. Seeing his accomplices emerge, the plaid-shirt man grew bold, chuckling darkly. "Kid, let's see what you've got today." "Humph. Today, I'll rip your tendons and peel your skin. And this little wench? I'll have my fun with her." "Humph." Lei Jun narrowed his eyes. "Oh? Pretty ruthless. Never would have guessed Donghai produced a hardened thug like you. My mistake. My mistake." Without another word, Lei Jun yanked Yi Tsuanshin with his left hand and shot forward like lightning, charging toward the plaid-shirt man like a cannonball. Simultaneously, a roar erupted from his throat, barbaric charge. This was Lei Jun's first use of the savage charge. Harnessing his formidable physical hardness, any part of his body could become a weapon to assault his opponent. Spotting Lei Jun charging toward him, the checkered shirt quickly thrust both hands forward, sneering. "Hoof. You think you can bully me? Like I'm scared of you?" But before the plaid shirt could finish his retort, a thunderous crash echoed. He was sent flying backward through the air. He sailed a full 7 or 8 meters before slamming into a taxi with a clang. The impact tore a massive dent into the rear of the vehicle, finally halting his flight. Then, his head lolled to the side as he passed out. After all this, Lei Jun grinned at the men who had just gotten out of the car behind him. "This kid's got at least 7 or 8 broken ribs. If you take him to the hospital now, he might just scrape by. But if you wait too long? Who knows? Ha. So, what do you say, gentlemen? Want me to join you for a bit and drag this kid to his death?" Just then, the 2 men beside the tall one started to move forward. The tall guy waved his hand. "Hold it. Don't move. Let him go. Saving fourth brother comes first." He was right. If we drag this out any longer, fourth brother will die. The guy beside him asked, "Boss, just let this kid go like that?" The tall guy turned to glare at him. "What? You want fourth brother to die here?" The guy retorted defiantly, "You guys take fourth brother away. I'll deal with him here." The tall man narrowed his eyes. "Are you stupid? Do you really think if we keep bothering him, he'll let you take fourth brother away?" The guy froze. "There's several of us. We can't stop just one guy? I don't buy it." The tall guy kept staring at him. One punch from him nearly killed fourth brother. "You think you've got what it takes to stop him?" The guy fell silent, but still glared at Lei Jun with resentment. Lei Jun grinned at the 3 of them. "Keep chatting. Time waits for no one. I'm not worried, I've got all the time in the world to chat with you lot. But your fourth brother, oh dear, looks like he's lost a lot of blood. Wonder if he'll pull through." The tall guy's expression froze. He ordered the 2 men beside him, "Get fourth brother out of here. Take him to the hospital." The 2 henchmen scrambled to lift the plaid-clad figure into a taxi. The tall man climbed in after them. Before closing the door, he glanced back at Lei Jun. "Care to tell me your name?" Lei Jun chuckled, "Just a lowly commoner. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't recognize the name. I'm Zhang San." The tall man froze. "Zhang San?" Lei Jun chuckled, "Yep, Zhang San." The tall man snorted coldly, "Fine. If you're Zhang San, I'll remember you. I'm sure we'll meet again. Drive." The car rumbled away. Yi Tsuanshin clung tightly to Lei Jun's arm. "Lei Jun, who were those guys? They looked so scary." Lei Jun watched the receding taxi for a long moment. "People you can't afford to mess with. Alright, forget about them. Now we can finally relax and go eat KFC." The 2 returned to the taxi. Both the driver and Zhang Haiyan inside were trembling uncontrollably. The scene had been like a blockbuster movie, people flying through the air after a collision, the car dented with a huge crater. Neither the driver nor Zhang Haiyan had ever witnessed anything like this. They were utterly petrified, unable to utter a word. Seeing Lei Jun get in, the driver, his lips turned purple from fright, stammered, "I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. I had no choice. That kid threatened to kill me if I didn't drive exactly as he said." Lei Jun waved dismissively. "Enough. I get it. Now turn around and take us to KFC." The driver nodded frantically. "Yes, sir. Absolutely." As he spoke, the driver swiftly turned the vehicle around and headed toward the nearest KFC. Today, he'd seen something he never expected. As a veteran driver with decades of experience, he'd never witnessed a fight like this. Holy, was this even a fight? It was like a modern-day Matrix, for crying out loud. What kind of people were these? Throughout the ride, Zhang Haiyan trembled uncontrollably. Even with Yi Tsuanshin holding her, her body still shook violently. By the time they reached the restaurant and Lei Zhan finished ordering, Zhang Haiyan was still trembling. Lei Zhan looked at her, amused. What are you trembling about? Zhang Haiyan stared at Lei Zhan in terror. Who were those people just now? Why did they look so terrifying? And you, why do you look so terrifying too? Lei Zhan chuckled. Alright. You don't need to worry about any of that. Our circle, you don't need to understand it, and knowing won't do you any good. Let's eat. The chicken legs here are pretty tasty. Yi Tsuanshin also urged Zhang Haiyan, don't fret over things that aren't your concern. Chapter 169, I must take responsibility. This KFC meal was spectacular. Though Lei Zhan claimed he was treating Zhang Haiyan and her daughter, he single-handedly polished off over a dozen chicken legs, plus 4 or 5 burgers. And 3 large cups of orange juice. Such an enormous appetite left Zhang Haiyan and her daughter utterly speechless. This wasn't eating, it was devouring. Lei Zhan's eating style scared the women half to death. Zhang Haiyan laughed and said, looks like next time we treat Lei Zhan to a meal, we really can't take him to KFC. Otherwise, just him alone could easily rack up over 200 yuan. That's way more expensive than taking him to a regular small restaurant. This KFC was located on Qingnian Road, a prime spot in the heart of Donghai City. Walking straight down Qingnian Road for 3 blocks led directly to Lei Zhan's residence. This place had been gifted to him by a comrade in arms, so Lei Zhan rarely returned there during ordinary times. The residential complex was called Wishing Home. The security guard at the entrance had been arranged by Lei Zhan through his connections with the property management. This security guard was originally a migrant worker who came to Donghai for work. His wallet and belongings were stolen on the train, leaving him no choice but to set up a broken bowl on the street to beg. When Lei Zhan passed by and tossed him a 100 yuan bill, the guy protested that the denomination was too large, it didn't fit his beggar persona. Beggars, he claimed, could only accept small bills, even 50 yuan notes were unacceptable. He insisted on no more than a 20, demanding Lei Zhan go get change. That 100 yuan bill? He wouldn't take it. Lei Zhan found the kid utterly fascinating. He informed the property manager and hired the lad as a security guard at the entrance. Not for any other reason, this kid had his own principles about doing things, and Lei Zhan deeply admired that. Thieves have their code of honor, how much more so for beggars? Spotting Lei Zhan, the guard saluted immediately. Officer Lei, you're back. Haven't seen you return in ages. Lei Zhan chuckled and patted the guard on the shoulder. How's the job treating you? The guard nodded. The manager says I'm doing great. He mentioned promoting me to shift supervisor. Lei Zhan smiled. Keep it up. Every profession has its masters. If you excel as a security guard, you can make a name for yourself too. Security guard, yes, Officer Lei. Oh, right, Officer Lei, my sister said she'd come visit me soon. She wants to see you, her benefactor. She's gorgeous, 22 years old. None of the village boys catch her eye. So I told her, my benefactor's a police officer, handsome and a man of impeccable character. She wants to meet you. Lei Zhan gulped hard and waved his hands frantically. Stop. Get me a break, kid. No way. I don't have time for this. Let's just leave it at that. Don't bring it up again. With that, he practically fled, ushering Zhang Haiyan and Yi Tsuanshin into his quarters. In the elevator, Yi Tsuanshin giggled from behind. Oh my, Officer Lei, you've got quite the entourage. You're a real ladies' man, aren't you? You don't even let the little security guard's sister off the hook. You had her transferred all the way from her hometown. Your charm isn't just sweeping the city, it's taking over the countryside too. You're practically ready to break out of Asia and embrace the whole world. You're quite the guy, aren't you? Lei Zhan chuckled. Alright, stop teasing me. That country boy just doesn't know any better, fooling around. Ha ha. Sister Shang, come on, we're here, 16th floor, 302. Lei Zhan stepped out of the elevator, leading Zhang Haiyan and Yi Tsuanshin to the 16th floor. Yet Yi Tsuanshin still pouted, clearly still miffed about the security guard's earlier mention of his sister. Honestly, the competition within the Wolfang squad was intense enough. Now even the male security guard at the gate had to get involved. How was anyone supposed to live like this? The apartment wasn't large, perhaps 70 or 80 square meters. Compared to Zhang Haiyan's previous luxurious villa, it was like comparing a pygmy to a giant. Yet, upon entering, Zhang Haiyan sat down on the sofa and scanned the room with sparkling eyes. This feels so much like home. I truly don't understand why, living in that extravagant villa before, I never felt even a shred of that homey feeling. Yet in this little place, I genuinely sense the warmth of a real home. Lei Zhan smiled as he handed Zhang Haiyan an apple. The feeling of home isn't about the house itself, but about the state of one's mind. When the mind is calm, the heart is at peace. When the heart is at peace, everything flows smoothly. Think about the life you led before working at Black Cat, constantly feeling like you were sleeping with a bomb under your pillow. No wonder you couldn't rest easy. Zhang Haiyan nodded in agreement. Lei Zhan, you've hit the nail on the head. I'm so happy today. You two stay here. I'll run downstairs to buy some groceries. Tonight, we'll have a proper home-cooked meal. Let's fully savor the feeling of home. With that, Zhang Haiyan left the room, grabbing her tote bag to head to the supermarket for groceries. On the sofa, Yi Tsuanxin and Lei Zhan were left staring at each other. Suddenly alone together, the atmosphere grew awkward. Lei Zhan smacked his lips, peeled an apple, and offered it to Yi Tsuanxin. Have some apple. Yi Tsuanxin, ah. Yi Tsuanxin took the apple and crunched away, finishing it in one go. Lei Zhan peeled another one and handed it to Yi Tsuanxin. Have an apple. Yi Tsuanxin, ah. Crunch crunch. Yi Tsuanxin polished off the second apple. Lei Zhan, eat an apple. Yi Tsuanxin took the third apple Lei Zhan offered, then slammed it onto the floor with a thud. Enough. I've had it. What the hell kind of apple is this? I want to eat you. With that, Yi Tsuanxin leapt up from the sofa and lunged forward without a word, trying to rip Lei Zhan's clothes off. Lei Zhan was startled and quickly blocked her. Yi Tsuanxin, don't act impulsively. Don't act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. You're doing the wrong thing. 20 minutes later. Yi Tsuanxin shook her neck while pulling her clothes back on, humming a little tune. You rogue, saying no, but then going up and shaking me to death. Hypocrite, scoundrel, lecher. Over at Lei Zhan's end, he sighed while fastening his belt. Hey, can you really blame me? I'm just a victim here, doing what you asked. Sure, I'm the victim, but I'm a big-hearted person. I won't hold you accountable. Rest assured, I won't demand you take responsibility. I'm just that generous. Yi Tsuanxin held the half-dressed clothes in her hands. Lei Zhan, don't even think about it. I'm taking full responsibility for this. From now on, you're mine. Got it? Seems like you haven't grasped the situation yet. Honestly, I don't show my claws often, but don't mistake me for a sickly cat. Spill it, tell me honestly. How many people in the squad have taken you down? That Shinlani goes without saying that Vixen must have had you wrapped around her finger ages ago. Come on, who else? How could Lei Zhan admit to such things? He shook his head quickly. No one. Of course, besides you. Liar. Liar. I'll show you lying. Yi Tsuanxin grabbed the sofa cushion and started whacking Lei Zhan with it. Just then, the door creaked open. Zhang Haiyan stood in the doorway, lugging 2 huge bags of groceries. Yi Tsuanxin scrambled barefoot off Lei Zhan, sat properly, and smoothed her hair. Mom, Lei Zhan and I were just messing around. Zhang Haiyan gave a wry smile at this. Sure. You two carry on. I'll head to the kitchen to cook. With that, she practically fled into the kitchen and shut the sliding door behind her. Yi Tsuanxin watched Zhang Haiyan leave with a sidelong glance, then snuggled up to Lei Zhan's shoulder, wrapping her arm around his. Hey, Lei Zhan, do you think my mom will figure out that we two have already? Lei Zhan lit a cigarette, took a drag, exhaled a puff of white smoke, then sighed. Your mom was trained by Black Cat. Her skills are every bit as sharp as yours, and her observational skills aren't any worse than yours as a sniper. We might not have left much tangible evidence at the scene, but if you sniff around with that little cat nose of yours, you'll detect it everywhere, the thick scent lingering in the air after a man and woman have done that kind of thing. Outside the door, she wouldn't have noticed it, but once she stepped inside, even with her eyes closed, your mom would know exactly what happened between us. Yi Tsuanxin went limp at his words, leaning against Lei Zhan's shoulder. Oh no, what do we do now? It's over. Looks like we have to come clean. She'll have to accept you as her son-in-law. There's no other way. Hurry up, go get the household register. Lei Zhan froze. Why do we need the household register? Yi Tsuanxin glared at him. What do you mean? Besides registering our son, the only other use for the household register is to get married. Of course we're getting married. Lei Zhan, whoa, hold up. This is moving way too fast. Are you even an adult? What kind of marriage are we talking about? This is nonsense. Absurd. Total nonsense. Yi Tsuanxin's eyes widened even more. What did you say? Legal age? I've been a proper adult for 3 years now, okay? And I've long passed the legal marriage age. Are you trying to back out? Let me tell you, no way. Go get the household register now. As she spoke, Yi Tsuanxin yanked the chair from behind her and began violently hammering Lei Zhan with it. In the kitchen, Zhang Haiyan heard her daughter Yi Tsuanxin and Lei Zhan bickering merrily in the living room. She gave a wry smile, shook her head, then sighed softly. She smiled again, shook her head once more, and continued peeling vegetables, pretending not to hear a thing. Dinner was lavish: crayfish, sea snails, pork knuckle, stir-fried yellow croaker, plus a bottle of Zhangzhuang red wine and soft drinks. The group clinked glasses and passed drinks around. Yi Tsuanxin drank with particular gusto, eventually passing out drunk on the sofa, barefoot and snoring loudly. This had Lei Zhan and Zhang Haiyan roaring with laughter. The living room was filled with the warmth and happiness of family. Watching her daughter snoring soundly on the sofa, Zhang Haiyan felt deeply moved. Taking Lei Zhan's hand, she said, Lei Zhan, I know you can't come back to see us often. But having a day like this makes me so content. Thank you. It's been so long since I felt this kind of family warmth. This feeling, it's truly wonderful. Chapter 170, the final chapter of Volume 3. Lei Zhan nodded in agreement. Yes, it's been so long since I felt this sense of home. Every day is just endless training and missions, living like a walking corpse. Sometimes I even ask myself, what am I doing? What is it all for? But, there's no answer. Sometimes I even think that living is just a matter of inertia. I even feel that life itself seems to have no real meaning. Zhang Haiyan smiled at Lei Zhan. So, have you ever thought about leaving that life behind? Living like an ordinary person, wouldn't that be nice? All that fighting and killing every day, listening to endless brainwashing from above. Do you even like that life? Lei Zhan smiled back. I wouldn't say I like it, but I don't dislike it either. It's just how it is. When you're alive, how can you possibly figure it all out? Zhang Haiyan kept smiling. Of course, living is indeed a kind of inertia. Often, we don't even know why we live the way we do, we just keep moving forward by sheer habit. Like walking, you take the first step, then the second. It just happens naturally, without thinking about why you took that second step. Lei Zhan, whenever you tire of this, my door will always be open for you. I ask for nothing more. I understand your intentions, but I only hope you'll treat her well in the future. As for you two, well, never mind. The most helpless thing in this world is that Of course, Lei Zhan understood what Zhang Haiyan meant by that She had already sensed that something had happened between him and Yi Tsuanshin. But even if she knew, what could she do? Lei Zhan couldn't guarantee that anything would come of his connection with Yi Tsuanshin. Isn't that just how life goes? Often, the things you do or are doing don't lead to any real outcome. Fueled by alcohol, the two chatted late into the night. Later, Lei Zhan carried Yi Tsuanshin to her bedroom, and they lingered in the living room for a while longer. Eventually, Zhang Haiyan suggested moving the conversation to her room. Lei Zhan knew exactly what would happen. Truthfully, they both understood that even with Yi Tsuanshin's presence, the possibility of the two of them being together was virtually non-existent. Lei Zhan didn't resist Zhang Haiyan's desire, and they rolled together once more, entangled in passion. This time, it left Zhang Haiyan burning all over, her cheeks flushed crimson, panting like a bull. Finally, she was so spent she couldn't even sit up in bed. Apart from Shenlani, Lei Zhan had never repeated such an act with any other woman. Yet here he was, doing it twice with Zhang Haiyan. It struck him how utterly unpredictable life could be. How had he ended up with her? And in this way, the most intense kind of connection between a man and a woman. This kind of bond made it impossible for a man to ever truly let go of another woman. Until the very end of his life, she would always hold a place in his heart, never to be forgotten. These 10 days of vacation proved to be a bountiful feast for Lei Zhan. During those 10 days, he was with Yi Tsuanshin on the sofa, with Tang Xiaoxiao in the hotel, with Tian Gui in the small mountain grove, with Ouyang Qian on the large bed in her home, with Tan Xiaolin in his own office, and with Shenlani in her single dorm room. Everything that could happen between two people had happened. Before departing for the 026 logistics depot, Lei Zhan handed Shenlani a copy of the 6 forbidden techniques of the human body. He made no demands of her, merely instructing her to lead the group in training after his departure. This time, if anyone failed to reach the spirit realm by his return, they needn't bother meeting him, they should simply withdraw from the Fire Phoenix. Similarly, Lei Zhan brought the 6 forbidden techniques of the human body to Old Fox, delivering the same message. Lei Zhan had come to a clear realization. As their team's battles grew increasingly intense, those who remained at this level were no longer fit to continue fighting alongside them. Members unsuited for the team not only slowed down the entire group's combat effectiveness and mobility but also posed a significant threat to his own life. Given this, it was better for them not to join such a team at all. This way, it was for the best for everyone. On the 9th day of his 10-day leave, Lei Zhan quietly departed the Wolf Fang Brigade without informing anyone. By dawn, he arrived at Logistics Supply Depot 026. Here, a different realm, a new world, awaited. A new chapter in Lei Zhan's life was about to begin. This was the domain of Spirit Tier Masters. Being a Spirit Tier Master meant their world had transcended the ordinary activities of common humans, whatever they did, including killing. When Lei Zhan arrived to report for duty and opened the door to see the first person, he was stunned. So you're the new recruit? The tall man standing before Lei Zhan wore an amused smile. Lei Zhan smiled back. That's right, it's me. They say the world isn't big, but this is a bit too small, isn't it? Never imagined we'd meet here. What's this about? The tall man was the leader of the 4 individuals Yi Tsuanshin and Lei Zhan had encountered in the underground mall earlier. Back then, in the taxi, he had introduced himself as Zhang San. This man was also a formidable figure who had reached the spirit realm, and at that, the peak of the 4th tier. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier. Zhang San chuckled. Indeed, the world is small. I should have realized you possessed the caliber to reach this place. Alright, report in first, Comrade Lei Zhan. Welcome to the real hell. Lei Zhan laughed heartily. It's my honor. With that, Lei Zhan strode confidently inside. Here, a new chapter would begin. Here, a fresh start awaited. Here, a world far more brutal than the outside awaited. Here, there is no ground for the weak to survive. Here, the tide would wash away the weak, the victor would reign supreme, the defeated would be cast aside. Even one's life could be lost, and no one would care. But Lei Zhan knew this, no one would bear the burden of all this but himself. From the moment he stepped here, he had chosen this journey into hell. What would unfold here? No one knew. As Lei Zhan's heavy footsteps echoed, the people in the old K026 logistics warehouse fixed their gaze upon him. Lei Zhan saw it, every pair of eyes here seemed to glow with a sinister, wolf-like blue light. What kind of place was this? The answer would only be revealed if he survived. Chapter 171, If Only Life Were Like the First Encounter. Lei Zhan slung his backpack over his shoulder and approached the entrance of the 026 logistics warehouse. At the entrance, two old men sat playing chess. Beside them stood two tin cans filled with tea water, steeped until it glowed a deep crimson, likely made from cheap tea leaves costing 10 yuan per pound. Both men appeared to be in their 50s. One, with hair cropped short like a monk, likely because he had little hair to begin with, wore faded Marine Corps camouflage fatigues. On his back rested a golden sniper rifle emblazoned with the words, Death God Sniper. The other old man was quite different. His hair and beard were long, and he also wore Marine Corps camouflage fatigues, but they looked like they hadn't been washed in 7 or 8 years. The camouflage was soiled and blackened, greasy, and filthy. He looked as though he'd been dug out of a garbage heap. On the table before him lay a tang sword in its scabbard. Around his neck hung binoculars and a canteen filled with liquor. Two old men, one white, one black. One clean, one filthy. They sat on opposite sides of a chessboard by the doorway, faces flushed and necks strained as they battled fiercely across the pieces. Beside the board lay a newspaper, scattered with peanuts and a delicate flask. The flask, judging by its appearance, likely belonged to the clean, fair-skinned old man. The two were locked in a fierce battle, utterly oblivious to Lei Zhan's arrival. They glared at each other across the board, occasionally reaching over to grab a couple of peanuts and take a swig of liquor. So this is old K's security? Lei Zhan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Lei Zhan approached the two old men, who were so engrossed in their game they didn't notice him at all. He stepped up to the chessboard before them and sensed their spiritual energy. To his surprise, these two seemingly unremarkable old men were actually spirit tier experts at the second level. Security guards at this level? Lei Zhan finally found old K somewhat intriguing. He stepped forward with a chuckle. Hey, old guys. I'm Lei Zhan, here to report for duty. Hold on. Can't you see we're busy? The dark-skinned old man waved dismissively, while the fair-skinned one didn't even glance at Lei Zhan, continuing his intense battle with his companion. Damn, they're ignoring me. Lei Zhan felt speechless for a moment, blinking rapidly. Anyway, Lei Zhan was the type who rarely had a free moment. He'd be spending a long time with this old K, so a little wait wasn't going to hurt. Seeing how engrossed the dark-skinned old man was in his game, Lei Zhan simply set his backpack on the ground, pulled out some beef jerky and a can of beer. He placed them beside the two old men's peanuts and decided to join them for a drink, watching the two old codgers play their game. The black-haired old man grinned widely when he saw Lei Zhan offering the beef jerky. He exhaled a cloud of beer breath that nearly made Lei Zhan gag. The black-haired old man slapped Lei Zhan on the shoulder. Young man, you've got potential, haha. Since you've graciously offered this to an old man, I can't refuse such kindness. With that, he reached out his inky black hand to grab some beef jerky to go with his beer. He continued eating and drinking while battling it out with the white-haired old man. This battle raged on for hours. The two old men often took 10 or even 20 minutes to make a single move. Their pace was painfully slow. Lei Zhan sat watching for an hour or so before simply lying down on his backpack and dozing off. Yet when he awoke 3 hours later, the two old men were still at it. Glancing westward, he saw the sun nearing the horizon. He hadn't even entered the main gate yet. With no other choice, Lei Zhan approached the two old men and studied their game. The game had reached a critical endgame phase, a fierce battle of last-ditch moves. Both sides had only a few pieces left, and the situation was deadlocked. A single misstep would decide the outcome. Just then, the white-haired old man had made his move, and it was now the black-haired old man's turn. The black-haired old man held his rook hesitantly, unable to decide. Wanting them to finish quickly, Lei Zhan blurted out, "Don't move the rook. Jump the knight to pin the bishop's eye, then checkmate. Capture the red bishop, and the king will inevitably advance. Counter with the capture of the red rook. Red is doomed." At Lei Zhan's words, the old man in black's eyes lit up. He set down the rook he'd already lifted and immediately leaped his knight. Hearing Lei Zhan's advice, the old man in white froze, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. With the black knight's leap, the outcome was sealed. The white old man glared at Lei Zhan, his mouth twisted in anger. "Young man, a true gentleman watches the game in silence. How could you tell him? Why did you tell him? You." The old black man chuckled, revealing a mouthful of black teeth. "Old white, cut the crap. What nonsense about silence is golden? That's just being a jerk who won't help someone in trouble. Come on, admit defeat. You owe me 2 pounds of liquor." Old White sighed heavily, patting his shiny bald head. Suddenly, he froze. Oh no! I forgot the main reason he's here to report for duty. Quick! Old White pulled a black leather notebook from beneath the chessboard, checked the date, then pointed to a name and looked at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan? Lei Zhan chuckled. That's right, old man. I'm Lei Zhan. Old man nodded, reaching into his pocket for a set of keys with a door number tag. Go on then. Level 3 Spiritual Power. Lower Tier Zone. Report to Little Bai Ling. Lei Zhan froze. Little Bai Ling? Who's Little Bai Ling? The old man took a swig of liquor. A pretty young thing. She's the boss of your lower tier zone. Old K here has the upper tier zone at level 79, the middle tier zone at level 46, and the lower tier zone at level 13. Your spirit tier level 3, kid. Sorry, but that puts you in the lower tier zone. The bottom rung, poor soul. Off you go. Lei Zhan didn't know what lower tier or upper tier zones meant, but he caught the gist. It was like the difference between a private first class and a private different ranks meant different allowances and perks. Plus, he caught 2 words, abuse. Looks like it's the same everywhere. Life's tough for those at the bottom of the pyramid. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lei Zhan departed. Black old man, haha, old Bai, what do you think of this lad? Old White, excellent character. Stayed here all afternoon without a trace of arrogance or impatience. Handled the wine and beef jerky without fuss, shows potential for leadership. Plus, he has got a broad mind, could actually sleep through this mess, proving solid mental fortitude. And waking up to instantly see through our chess game? That's sharp as attack. Black old man, heh, high praise indeed. I like this lad too. Clever without being rigid, polite without being pedantic, exactly the sort of character I admire. Lei Zhan entered Old K's compound. After exhausting every effort, Fei finally located the organization's leader, the boss by Lao Tu had mentioned, Belan. In the first room of a row of 7 or 8 dark, brick and tile houses, Lei Zhan met his leader, Belan. Lei Zhan never imagined his so-called leader would be such a stunning woman, and a damn Chinese woman at that. Worse still, she was a woman whose true strength Lei Zhan couldn't even begin to fathom. Beiling's handsome face was slightly rounded, with a barely noticeable sharp chin. Her eyes weren't large but were elongated, always curving like a crescent moon when she smiled. In fact, she seemed perpetually smiling. She wore a vibrant green camouflage uniform, her short hair framing a prominent chest that hinted at considerable size. The feel of it would surely be exquisite. Women in military uniforms always possessed a uniquely striking beauty. The moment Lei Zhan first saw Belan, she sat on an ordinary stool at a rough wooden table, wearing high-top combat boots. She had her legs crossed, and the black leather combat boots on her feet tapped lightly, rhythmically. She was intently focused on a stack of documents in her hands. As Lei Zhan entered, he scanned Belan from head to toe, back and forth 3 times, yet remained silent. Belan continued reviewing her documents without glancing at him. Finished looking, kid? If you're done, speak up. Which one are you? Lei Zhan immediately cleared his throat. Reporting for duty, Instructor Bailing. My name is Lei Zhan. Bailing finally turned, glaring at Lei Zhan. Don't call me Bailing. My name is Shangguan Yan. Address me as Instructor Shangguan. Lei Zhan quickly replied, oh, yes, Instructor Bailing, I mean, Instructor Shangguan. Shangguan Yan shot Lei Zhan a dismissive glance. Alright, I got it. Take your key and room number to the supply depot to pick up a set of bedding and a meal card. Then wait for further notice. In the meantime, you're free to move about, but if you leave the compound, you must come to me to request permission. Got it? Lei Zhan nodded, understood. Shangguan Yan waved him off. Get lost. Holy crap, so cold and so cool. Lei Zhan couldn't help but admire. But this woman was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. He couldn't even gauge the extent of her spiritual power. Needless to say, this instructor was no pushover. She could probably wipe him out with a wave of her hand. Lei Zhan finally understood the saying, beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another. He never imagined the world held such terrifying places and such terrifying people. Before, Lei Zhan had thought himself quite formidable. Now, that notion seemed laughable. Chapter 172, Low-Level Zone. 026 Logistics Warehouse was its official designation in China. Its true name, however, was Old K. A global training camp for spirit tier masters. At 026 Logistics Warehouse, the headmaster was a diminutive Chinese old man named Falcon. A frail, wizened figure perpetually clad in a Tai Chi uniform, his hair was sparse and entirely white. His beard was long yet sparse, equally white. No one knew Falcon's real name, nor the true extent of his martial prowess. In his spare time, Falcon retreats to his library, perched behind his reading glasses, engrossed in books. He rarely meddles in campus affairs. All matters fall under the purview of the vice principal, a middle-aged man named King Kong. King Kong was a burly foreigner. Exactly where he was from remained a mystery, certainly not Chinese. He possessed the quintessential military bearing, broad-shouldered, thick-set, with a voice like a muffled thunderclap. Naturally, as vice principal, his martial prowess was no joke. No one knew its true depth, but it was widely acknowledged that even the finest students in the advanced zone never lasted more than 3 moves against him. Below the principal and vice principal were the heads of the 3 zones, the advanced zone, the intermediate zone, and the basic zone. The head of the advanced zone was an American, Jackson Bilson. The head of the intermediate zone was a Chinese man, Kong Ru. A quiet, middle-aged Chinese man wearing glasses, he had the refined demeanor of a Peking University professor. The head of the basic zone is Shangguan Yan, the female manager of the 026 logistics warehouse. These individuals are the direct supervisors commonly known as instructors responsible for physical training. However, for the cultural curriculum at the 026 logistics depot, there is another female supervisor, Jennifer, a stunning mixed-race beauty of Chinese and American heritage. Jennifer oversees all cultural course instruction for trainees. The 026 logistics depot had only these 6 leaders, 2 principals and 4 instructors. These 6 leaders managed the 666 trainees at the 026 logistics depot. Trainee recruitment follows strict quotas, 111 for the advanced zone, 222 for the intermediate zone, and 333 for the basic zone. After completing the curriculum and reaching level 5, some trainees choose to continue their studies while others withdraw. The vacancies left by those who withdraw are filled by new recruits. Lei Zhan was one such recruit, brought in to replace those who had finished their training. Housing within the 026 logistics depot varied by trainee rank and region, most noticeably distinguished by the color of their dwellings. The low-level zone features black, single-story structures. The intermediate zone is white, with 2-story buildings. The high-level zone is golden, with 3-story buildings. The hierarchy is starkly evident. At the 026 logistics depot, might reigns supreme. The weaklings can only linger in the single-story quarters. Higher-tier trainees may freely enter lower-tier areas, but no one dares venture into the higher-tier zones. While the depot doesn't explicitly forbid lower-tier trainees from entering higher-tier areas, the prerequisite is having the guts and skill to do so. Just don't be afraid you won't make it out alive. Lei Zhan slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed the door number on his key to find his assigned room. When Lei Zhan found his room, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. It was the very last room in the last row of buildings. And to make matters worse, it was a shared dormitory. Upon entering, Lei Zhan saw the room was shared by 4 people. When he arrived, 3 of them were sitting in the living room watching TV. A chubby guy, a skinny guy, and a guy with a gloomy expression. All 3 turned their gaze toward him. Lei Zhan chuckled, "Hey, everyone. I'm the new guy. Lei Zhan. Good evening, all." At that moment, the level 3 spirit realm fat guy grinned, stood up from the sofa, and approached enthusiastically, extending his hand to Lei Zhan. "Great. Great. Finally, our room is full. From now on, we're roommates. My name is Wang Shengli. You can just call me Fatty." Lei Zhan immediately smiled and shook the fat guy's hand. "Lei Zhan. Nice to meet you all." The fat guy chuckled and pointed to the skinny guy. "He's new too. Ma Kuan. We're already close. You can call him Monkey. 2nd tier spirit realm. That sickly looking guy over there is Lu Long. Just call him Little Dragon. 1st tier spirit realm. From now on, the 4 of us are a team. I've heard these folks are damn tough. We gotta share the good times and stick together through the tough ones. Otherwise, we'll get bullied, heh. You know what I mean?" Lei Zhan quickly nodded with a smile. These guys seemed decent enough. Especially that chatty, outgoing fat guy. Then Ma Kuan, the one called Monkey, stepped forward and shook Lei Zhan's hand. "Ma Kuan. Just call me Monkey." Finally, Lu Lon, the lowest ranking member, rose from the sofa and shook Lei Zhan's hand. "Lu Lon. Just call me Little Dragon. New environment, new companions." After exchanging pleasantries, it was time for meals. The mess hall at Logistics Depot 026 had 5 or 6 serving stations. Before mealtime, people would bring their own utensils to get their food. Though the rations were the same for everyone, those in the lower tier zones rarely got the good stuff. The reason was simple: no one dared to serve themselves before the higher tier and mid-tier zones had finished getting their meals. Of course, if you crave something better, you could buy it from the store in the 026 Logistics Depot. But while the store stocked all sorts of goodies, the owner's golden abacus meant the prices were shockingly high. For instance, a pack of spicy strips cost 100 yuan. A box of soft-packed Manhwa cigarettes? 500 yuan. Moreover, the 026 Logistics Depot only grants each trainee 2 days of leave per month, and these leave passes are often snatched up by those from the intermediate and advanced zones. Even if you do get out, you're forbidden from bringing any outside items back in. That's the shady part of the 026 Logistics Depot. If you want to buy anything, you have no choice but to buy it from Golden Abacus. It's blatant rip-off. Outright exploitation. When mealtime arrived, Lei Zhan picked up the 4 lunchboxes and said with a smile, "I just arrived today and will be relying on your kindness. I'll get the food. Everyone rest for now, I'll be right back." Lei Zhan started to leave with the lunchboxes, but the fat man grabbed his arm, snatched the boxes from his hands, set them down, and ordered him to sit. Lei Zhan looked surprised. "Brother Xingli, what are you doing? The sooner we get our food, the sooner we can eat. Besides, if we wait too long, all the good stuff will be gone." Fatso sighed. "Listen, Lei, you only know part of the story. We can't grab food first. We have to wait until the advanced and intermediate zones finish before our beginner zone can start. Whatever's left is what we eat. We can't compete with them. Got it?" Lei Zhan froze. "Holy! Who decided this? What the hell kind of rule is that?" Fatso sighed again. "No one made it a rule. It's just a tradition left behind by 026. And it's something 026 tacitly allows. Chicken legs, duck necks, pork knuckles, stuff like that. Even though we low-tier folks have meal tickets, they're practically snatched up by the mid-tier and high-tier guys. And even if you have a ticket, you still gotta hand it over to the mid-tier and high-tier guys. Otherwise, you'll get your ass kicked." Lei Zhan craned his neck. "Holy, are you kidding me? They won't even let us eat? They've gone too far." As Lei Zhan started to rise, the fat guy quickly pressed him down. Little Lei, calm down, calm down. Hear me out. When the 3 of us first arrived, we were just like you, angry and defiant. We strutted out to get our meals. Guess what happened? We all snatched chicken legs, and that guy? He beat us senseless. We were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Then those jerks shoved the chicken drumsticks into our mouths. Brother Lei, while it's true that a man would rather die than be disgraced, a wise man avoids immediate loss. If you're outmatched, you gotta play dumb. You're new here, so you don't know how things work. We're the weakest in the low-level zone. Not only do the mid and high-level zones bully us, but even some low-level scumbags gang up on their own kind. Look at this body of mine, Fatso. Am I the type to swallow my pride? I'm a hot-blooded man, you know. But hey, knowing when to back down is the mark of a true hero. Old Mao said it best, fight when you can win, run when you can't. We're seriously no match for them. So, when it comes to meals, whether they're decent or not, we gotta swallow our pride first. Sure, the leftovers might just be steamed buns and cabbage soup, but at least we've got something to eat. But you gotta hold back. Wait until the mid-tier and high-tier folks have finished fighting over the food, then sneak out quietly to grab our share. Got it? Lei Zhan chuckled. What? If we go out to fight, could the high-level and mid-level players actually kill us? Fatso shook his head. They wouldn't dare, in the cafeteria, the school forbids it. But there's one place where it's allowed. Lei Zhan froze. Holy, there's actually a place where killing is allowed? Fatso nodded. The arena. The academy has a rule. Any student can pay 5 level 1 spirit pills to challenge a duelist of the same rank. For higher ranking students, paying 100 spirit pills allows you to choose your opponent. And for those 5 ranks above, paying 500 spirit pills grants you the right to pick your duelist. Lei Zhan's eyes widened. Spirit pills? What are those? Fatso sighed. You really know nothing. Spirit pills are pills distributed by our Old K headquarters with 0 side effects. Each one is incredibly valuable. Everyone gets a monthly quota of 2 pills. Of course, the value of this elixir is jaw-dropping, but don't worry, our country covers the cost. We couldn't afford them personally. 1 pill is worth 10,000 US dollars. Lei Zhan was stunned again. Holy, that expensive. Chapter 173, just bullying you. Fatso nodded. Exactly. Word is these pills are a recent development, with incredibly potent effects. Ordinary people can't handle them, the potency is too strong for their bodies to withstand. Only spirit-tier martial artists like us can take them. And these are just level 1 pills. Level 2 or 3? Regular folks would die instantly if they tried one. Lei Zhan pondered for a moment, but what if an ordinary person took it and didn't die? The fat man explained, if they survive, the effects are immense. Depending on individual constitution, consuming up to 3 pills could potentially elevate them to the spirit realm. Some might achieve it with just 1. However, the potency of these pills is truly overwhelming. Test results show that over 75% of users die instantly after ingestion. But for those who survive, the possibility of reaching the spirit realm becomes very real. Due to the high mortality rate, these pills are strictly prohibited from reaching the general populace. Naturally, some trainees secretly sell them to ordinary people in the secular world, marking up the price 10-fold, 20-fold, even 100-fold or more. Yet even then, spirit pills remain virtually unobtainable in the secular realm. That's why, here at Old K, spirit pills are practically our universal currency. Lei Zhan nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. After pondering for a moment, he turned to the fat man and gave him a nod, patting his shoulder. Thanks, fat man. I've got a really good feeling about all of you. Since fate brought us together, let's not bother with seniority based on cultivation levels. We'll just go by age. I'm Lei Zhan, Spirit Realm Tier 3, 28 years old. Fatso, I'm 27, Spirit Realm Tier 3. Monkey, I'm 25, Spirit Tier Level 2. Xiaolong, I'm also 27, but my birthday is January 2nd. I'm at the first level of the Spirit Realm. Lei Zhan smiled at the group. Regardless of our ranks, we're all in this together. We share meals under the same roof and face the same struggles. From now on, we'll look out for each other. Since I'm the oldest here, I'll take the liberty of being your leader. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads, indicating no objections. Lei Zhan's third-tier Spirit Realm strength spoke for itself. In this old K, for the weak, what matters most is unity. Few who reach the Spirit Realm are fools. They all understood this truth. Lei Zhan continued, so, as discussed earlier, let's divide the brothers by age. I'll be the eldest, my apologies for that. Xiaolong's birthday is January 2nd. I assume the fat guy's birthday isn't as late as Xiaolong's, right? Fatso blinked rapidly, no, mine's in October. Lei Zhan chuckled. Then Xiaolong is second brother. Fatso is third brother, and Monkey is fourth brother. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Seeing that none of the three were challenging him and were readily accepting his arrangement, Lei Zhan felt quite satisfied. As a newcomer, the fact that these people were already listening to him was, without a doubt, a significant show of respect. When you enter a new environment, what matters most? Connections. You must build your own network of relationships. That way, you won't end up as the target of everyone's criticism. The four shook hands again, celebrating and affirming the renewed bond. After the handshakes, Lei Zhan smiled and said, as for me, I didn't have time to bring any gifts for everyone. So, I've decided to give you all a welcome present. Come on, let's go outside and talk. Saying this, Lei Zhan picked up his lunchbox and headed outside. Fatty and the others exchanged glances. Since the boss had spoken, they might as well go. Having just acknowledged him as their leader, they couldn't very well disobey. So, silently, they each grabbed their lunchboxes and followed Lei Zhan out. Leading the way, Lei Zhan stopped beside the cafeteria. Holding all four lunchboxes, he gestured toward the nearby chairs. Guys, take a break over there. I'll be right back. The cafeteria served meals in an open-air setup. With the weather still hot and the space limited, it couldn't accommodate everyone crowding in to get food at once. At this moment, small groups had already gathered in front of the serving counters. They were all from the intermediate zone, mostly level 4 individuals, with a few level 3s trailing behind them. Like loyal underlings, they held their leaders' lunchboxes, grinning and fawning over their bosses. At that moment, only 2 level 4 individuals were serving themselves. Yet, faced with the dazzling array of dishes before them, pork knuckles, roasted chicken, braised fish, they seemed utterly indecisive, hesitating over their choices. They paid no attention whatsoever to whether others had already served themselves or eaten. They just dawdled and dawdled, taking their sweet time. Yet, not a single person below level 3 complained. No one dared criticize the two. And certainly, no one dared to push forward and serve themselves before these 2 level 4 figures. Rank has its privileges, especially when martial prowess is involved. Moreover, these were masters residing in the intermediate level section of the 2-story building. So, as someone below 3rd rank, you just had to endure. The 2 level 4 masters stood there, their lips curled in disdain as they picked through the food. Behind them, 2 level 3 underlings held their meal boxes, smiling obsequiously as they carried the containers for their superiors. Amidst the gawking crowd, Lei Zhan slammed 4 meal boxes onto the cafeteria counter with a clang. He smiled at the middle-aged woman serving food. Auntie, give me a bit of everything: chicken drumstick with mushrooms, braised chicken, pork knuckle. 4 servings of each meat dish. As he spoke, Lei Zhan spread the 4 lunch boxes out in a row with a clatter, under the stunned gazes of everyone present. This move not only startled the chubby kid Xiaolong and the others, but also sent shivers down the spines of many lower-tier comrades waiting nearby, those below level 3 who were watching these 2 level 4 figures get their meals. It even made the 2 level 4 experts serving food glance sideways, turning their heads to look at Lei Zhan. They weren't afraid, but curious to see just which fool was so blind as to act this way. Even the canteen lady paused, startled. Seeing Lei Zhan's cheerful expression, she cleared her throat softly. Ahem, young man, listen to this lady, wait your turn, okay? Clearly, she was well versed in such situations. It was an unwritten rule: those from the lower tier zones below level 3 couldn't get their meals before those from the intermediate or higher zones. While Old K's place didn't have such a rule, this was the underground code. Underground rules, in a way, were the real rules. Lei Zhan grinned at the matron. Ma'am, does Old K have this rule? Who says we can't get our meals first? Heh, just do your job. Leave the rest to us. The matron sighed and shook her head. Newcomers never know the ropes. You'll get the short end of the stick, kid. With that, she reluctantly followed Lei Zhan's instructions, filling each of his 4 lunchboxes with chicken drumsticks, mushrooms, pork hocks, yellow croaker, and other meat dishes. Meanwhile, the 2 level 4 experts standing nearby, one with a knife scar around his eye, the other wearing sunglasses, stared fixedly at Lei Zhan. Silent. Motionless. What was this? What was this supposed to mean? This newcomer seemed to be challenging the authority of the intermediate level experts here. Seemed to be disrupting the rules of this place. Seemed to have no regard for the two of them whatsoever. Seemed like this kid was tired of living. The auntie worked swiftly, quickly dishing out the meal. Lejeune smiled, handed her his card, and after she swiped it, picked up the 4 boxes of food from the table and turned to leave. At that moment, 2 underlings, 1 third tier and 1 second tier beneath the 2 fourth tier masters blocked Lejeune's path. Both crossed their arms, eyes narrowed in disdain and contempt, glaring at Lejeune as they stood in his way. Seeing this, Lejeune chuckled, "Hey, guys, what's up? If nothing's wrong, I'll be on my way. My name's Lejeune. Just arrived today after a long day's journey. My stomach's growling like crazy. Gotta get back and eat. If you two need anything, feel free to drop by our dorm. We should be in the same district, right? Welcome anytime. See ya." With that, Lejeune cradled his lunchbox and started to walk around them. "Stop," the level 3 guy said coolly. Lejeune froze abruptly. You need something, big guy?" The level 3 guy stepped forward, leaning close to Lejeune and peering into his lunchbox. The food's actually pretty decent. This chicken leg looks juicy." The level 3 guy reached into Lejeune's box, pulled out a drumstick, and started munching away. Lejeune froze, then grinned. "Big bro likes drumsticks? No problem, bro's got a few more. Take 'em all." Unexpectedly, after taking a few bites, 3rd grade tossed the chewed up, mangled drumstick back into Lejeune's lunchbox. Crossing his arms, he grinned, "Here, eat this." He finished with a satisfied smile, arms folded, watching Lejeune. Lejeune frowned, glancing at the chicken leg that looked like it had been gnawed on by a dog. He looked up at 3rd grade. "Bro, what's the meaning of this? Isn't this a bit too much?" Hearing this, 3rd rank burst into loud laughter. Just then, the 2nd rank guy a rank below Lejeune stepped forward, pointing at Lejeune with a smirk. "You ing idiot? What do you mean a bit unfair? Let me tell you, we're ing bullying you. This is just the beginning. The real fun is yet to come." But before level 2 could finish his sentence, Lejeune's foot shot out. The level 2 guy let out a piercing scream, his body flying like a kite with a broken string for a full 15 or 16 meters before crashing into the kitchen wall nearby with a thud. He hit the wall with a dull thump and came to a stop, immediately passing out. Chapter 174, Shameless Search. A second-tier opponent was no match for Lejeune's kick. Earlier, Lejeune's physique had undergone attribute evolution, transforming his spiritual energy into the dark attribute. After this shift, the vortex in his chi remained the same size, but the spiritual energy within had become dark attribute, doubling in density. Moreover, the number of vortices in his chi had increased from 1 to 2. Thus, the dark attribute vortexes possessed double the density of ordinary vortexes. This meant their spiritual energy was doubled, and consequently, their attack power was effectively quadrupled. This was the effect of density alone. But in terms of quantity, the vortexes had doubled from 1 to 2. The final attack power thus doubled again, turning twofold into fourfold. This effectively demonstrates that Lejeune's dark attribute vortexes have quadrupled his combat power. Ordinary practitioners at the same 3rd tier spirit realm level would be instantly annihilated. Those at the 4th tier could be killed with considerable effort. Those at the 5th tier could be challenged in battle. In essence, spirit rank masters have now entered the realm of cultivating spiritual power. The grade and magnitude of this power ultimately determine an individual's capabilities. Through his spiritual energy attribute evolution, Lejeune's physical resilience, particularly the hardness of every body part, now surpasses that of an ordinary person by 3 to 5 times. Similarly, due to the density of his spiritual energy vortex and the synergy of his 2 vortexes, Lejeune's offensive and defensive capabilities at the same tier exceed those of a standard spirit stage expert by 3 to 5 times. He could now confront a level 4 expert head-on and potentially defeat a level 5 expert. Even against a level 6 expert, while he might not be able to kill them, escaping would pose no problem. Of course, if he encountered a level 7 expert, there was no question he'd have to flee immediately. Thus, for Lejeune at his current strength, eliminating a level 2 spirit realm expert was no different than crushing an ant. He didn't even regard level 4 practitioners as threats, instantly obliterating level 3 ones, so how could he possibly look down upon a mere level 2 spirit realm expert? Kicking Xiaodi flying with a single blow, Lejeune chuckled and called out to the others, "Let's go, guys. Time to eat." With that, Lejeune started to walk away. "Wait." At that moment, the 3rd tier Xiao disciple, the one accompanied by those 2 4th tier lackeys, spoke up. Lejeune halted, turning to face the level 3. He chuckled, "Bro, got something else to tell your little brother here?" The level 3 thug strode over to Lejeune, arms crossed, squinting at him. "Where are you from, buddy? Nice kicks, huh? But beating up a level 2 punk? Nothing to brag about. Well, I guess it's not exactly forbidden. But this little punk's my guy. You gotta respect the owner when you're beating the dog. Don't you get it? Kid, are you blind?" Lejeune chuckled. Oh, so he's your dog. Well, this dog of yours needs a good lesson, some discipline. He's gotten way too wild, like a mad dog biting everyone. But don't worry, I've already taken care of things for you. What you do with him when you get back, whether you boil him or stew him, is none of my business. No need to thank me. I'm Lei Feng. Bye. Lei Zhan started to walk away, but unexpectedly, Sanji reached out and grabbed his shoulder. The grip was tight, clearly meant to dig his fingers into Lei Zhan's flesh, a subtle attempt to intimidate him. But Lei Zhan's depth, nourished by his dark attribute spiritual energy, was no place for someone of the same rank to dig into. Lei Zhan merely shrugged his shoulder, and the third rank's claw instantly slipped off. No longer willing to play the underdog, Lei Zhan scowled and snapped, "Kid, don't push your luck. What the hell is your problem? I'm just trying to eat my meal. What the hell are you so cocky about? Piss me off, and I'll take you down too." Failing to grab Lei Zhan, the third-tier fighter now faced his threat. Rage surged through him, fueled by the confidence of his two fourth-tier backers. With two level 4 masters backing him, how could a level 3 possibly fear Lei Zhan? So his temper flared instantly. "Damn it, you little brat. You're a newcomer and already trying to pick a fight? You're really asking for it." As he spoke, the level 3's massive fist swung toward Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan was still holding 4 lunchboxes, brimming with steaming soup and rice. He swiftly stepped back, flinging the boxes forward. They hit the level 3 expert squarely in the face. The warm rice and soup splattered across his face, sending third grade into a rage. He frantically wiped away the grains of rice and vegetable bits. At that very moment, Lei Zhan stepped forward. With a thud, his fist slammed into third grade's midsection. Still wiping the soup from his face, third grade let out a sharp gasp from the force of Lei Zhan's punch, his entire body shuddering. Like a noodle slowly losing its strength, he sank down, finally collapsing with a thud onto the floor. One punch, one kick, 2 men down, third grade and second grade. Lei Zhan clapped his hands. "Damn it, ruined my meal." Speaking, he began searching third grade's body in plain view. From the man's pockets, he pulled out a golden card. Lei Zhan recognized it immediately. It was the fixed allowance card issued by Old K's former unit after he arrived here, the money soldiers used for meals and purchases. What was even more pathetic was that this card had no password. Within Old K's compound, soldiers could swipe these cards directly at the store. Rumor had it the shopkeeper, Golden Abacus, possessed a special skill. No matter the bank card, once it passed through his hands, it could be swiped without a pin. That's why the cards used inside Old K's compound didn't even have pins to begin with. This was a valuable item. Lei Zhan pulled it out immediately and, under everyone's gaze, casually stuffed it into his pocket. Money really is a good thing. Lei Zhan then searched the groaning level 3 lying on the ground. Finally, he pulled a small purple wooden box from the level 3's pocket. Opening it, Lei Zhan found 3 smooth, purple pills inside. He sniffed them and knew immediately these were probably the spirit pills the fat man and the others had mentioned. These were even better stuff. No matter where you were, this kind of thing was rare, especially around Old K. It was practically the hardest currency to come by. No question about it, confiscated. Without a flicker of guilt, Lei Zhan snapped the lid shut and tucked the purple box into his own pocket. He then searched the level 3's body again, finding nothing. Spitting on the man's body, he muttered, "Damn poor bastard." Next, under the stunned gazes of the others, Lei Zhan approached the knockdown level 2 and searched him once more. The result? Nothing. The level 2 had absolutely nothing on him. Lei Zhan was deeply disappointed. It seemed that although the two were only one level apart on the surface, that single level directly correlated with personal wealth. Likely, this level 2's cards and spirit pellets had already been snatched away by others. Chapter 175, The Struggle. Amidst the crowd's astonished stares, Lei Zhan pocketed the level 3's gold card and spirit pellets. Then, as if nothing had happened, he picked up the lunchbox from the ground. Only then did the fat man and the others snap out of their daze, rushing over to help gather the scattered lunchboxes. Monkey grabbed Lei Zhan's arm. "Big brother, let me handle it. I'll take care of it. We'll wash the lunchbox right now, then we'll get the food. How could we let you do this kind of thing?" Lei Zhan's iron-fisted move had utterly stunned Monkey, Xiaolong, the fat guy, and the others. Even the level 3 and below members standing nearby, their mouths agape, now wore worried expressions. What Lei Zhan had done earlier was deeply satisfying. Yet everyone knew what was coming next. The level 3 and level 2 members themselves weren't the real threat. The crucial issue was that their backers were people from the Central District. The 2 fourth-tier experts from the Central Zone stood by, coldly observing everything unfold. Earlier, they hadn't cared about the lives of their junior brothers, the 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier disciples. But now, right before their eyes, someone had dared to discipline their junior brothers. This wasn't merely a matter of concern, it touched upon the status of the lower zone versus the Central Zone. Moreover, it was a matter of their own pride. To openly discipline their junior brother right before their eyes, what kind of behavior was this? It was disrespectful. It was a violation of the rules. It was a blatant disregard for the two of them. It was a challenge to the privileges of the intermediate zone. It was treating them as nothing utterly insignificant. The issue was grave, and the consequences would be severe. Monkey and Fatso quickly washed their lunchboxes, but under the watchful eyes of the two level 4 experts, they dared not place them back on the counter to get more food. Lejean smiled as he took the lunchbox from Monkey's hands, placed it back on the counter, and grinned at the food lady. "Ma'am, my apologies. There was a little mix-up. I'll have to get another serving. I'll swipe my card." Lejean grinned as he pulled out the gold card he'd just snatched from the level 3 expert. Surprisingly, the two level 4 experts standing nearby didn't stop him. Instead, they crossed their arms and watched coldly as he completed the transaction. Yet everyone, including Lejean, knew this calm was merely a facade, the stillness before the storm. The auntie finished packing the meal again. Lejean told the fat guy to carry the food back. Then he slowly turned to leave. "Hey, kid, hold on. Don't be in such a rush to leave." The scarred man among the level 4 experts spoke up. Finally, Lejean couldn't hold back any longer. He smiled. He'd been waiting for this moment all along. Turning with a grin, he said, "Oh, hello, gentlemen. I'm Lejean. Pleased to meet you. What brings you two veterans here?" The scarred man folded his arms, gazing at Lejean as if he were a dead dog. "Kid, I admire your courage. Since you're new here, I won't make a fuss. Hand over the spirit pellets and the gold card. Then, get down on your knees and bang your head on the ground 100 times. After that, run 3 laps around the courtyard with your pants down, shouting all the while, 'I'm a little dog, I'm a little dog.' If you do it well, we might consider forgiving you for past offenses." Lejean froze, then grinned instantly. Sure thing, sure thing." He immediately struck a running pose, pacing in place while shouting at the scar-faced man, "You're a little dog. You're a little dog. You." The scarred man's face twisted in rage. "You're asking for it." With that, he unleashed a vicious punch aimed squarely at Lejean's jaw. Lejean narrowed his eyes, didn't say a word, and countered with a punch of his own. The two fists collided head-on. With a loud thud, both men stumbled back 2 steps. Scarface paused, then grinned. "Kid, not bad. You took 60% of my punch. This time, I'll take your life." He lunged forward again. But the level 4 thug in sunglasses grabbed Scarface's arm. "Old knife, don't be impulsive. This punk's just a hot-headed show-off, but he's challenging our authority. There's only one way to settle this, in the fighting arena. Fighting here is against the rules. If we kill him, Balan won't let us off the hook." At the mention of bailing, Scarred Shank shuddered violently. Sunglasses continued, "With this kind of idiot, there's no question we'll spend 100 ling pills to force him into the arena to accept the challenge, then finish him off. That's old K's rule, we can't break it. It's just a shame about the 100 ling pills. But there's no other way." Sunglasses nodded. "Old MO, honestly, we don't need 100 ling pills. 10 would be enough. Don't forget, we're in the lower tier with the reserves. For a same tier fight, 10 ling pills will do just fine." Sunglasses grunted in response. "Damn it, been so long I'd forgotten about those useless idiots. Fine, let's do it. Tell them to take care of this clueless brat. Make sure he's dead, not just captured." Scarface nodded. "Got it. You'll see. I'll notify Shark and the others right away." The two chatted as if discussing something unrelated to Lejean, casually deciding his fate. Sunglasses turned and walked away immediately. Honestly, trash from this low-tier district wasn't even worth his glance. Scarred Face hurriedly called after him, "Old Sunglasses, dinner's ready." "You eating?" Sunglasses waved dismissively as he walked away. "Eat? After losing face like that? I'll be the laughingstock back at the hangout. No food until I've redeemed myself." Sunglasses turned and walked away. Scarred quickly grabbed his lunchbox and followed. Before leaving, Scarred pointed at Lejean, "Kid, enjoy your last dinner. Because tomorrow, you won't get the chance to eat again." Only after the two had walked far away, their figures disappearing from sight, did the others holding meal boxes finally approach. Chaos erupted in an instant. Lejean turned and saw the fat guy staring wide-eyed. "It's over, Shark. It's over, Shark." Lejean walked over and patted the fat guy on the shoulder. "What's wrong? Look at you scared out of your wits." The fat guy turned to Lejean. "Brother Lei, it's bad news. You don't know who that Shark is. He's the undisputed kingpin of our low-level zone. On the combat arena, he's killed at least 15 people. And they were all 3rd tier experts. That Shark's power is profound, he'll soon break into the 4th tier. That's why he's willingly become a lackey in the intermediate zone. Now, in our lower zone, he's just biting anyone he catches." Chapter 176, The Fighting Arena. Lejean frowned upon hearing this. Damn it, this guy's ruthless. He even attacks his own district's people? Doesn't he have any humanity? Fatso nodded eagerly. "Yeah, not just attacking, he goes all out to kill. He's technically from the lower tier, but he's desperate to break into tier 4. That's why he's so obsessed with spirit orbs. For spirit orbs, he'll stop at nothing, acting like a lackey for the higher-ups. Every time he kills someone, they reward him with 2 spirit orbs. For just those 2 orbs, this guy doesn't hesitate to kill and maim, acting as a lackey for the mid-tier district folks in the fighting arena. Truthfully, the lower-tier fighters have long despised him and wanted to take him down, but what could they do? This shark is a formidable fighter, most aren't his match. So they just have to endure it. Lei Zhan asked, don't the higher-ups do anything about this? Fatso shrugged, they do. But how? The arena was set up by the higher-ups. The rules are clear, anyone within the same tier can issue a challenge to another of the same tier for a duel, openly and brazenly, as long as they pay 10 spirit pills. It's a fight to the death. Plus, they've set up gambling rings right in the arena, profiting from both sides. Lei Zhan frowned. The higher-ups are pretty corrupt. Fatso sighed, these days, where isn't it shady? Especially this arena. And you haven't heard the worst part yet. With Old K, you can pay $10 million to buy your life back. But it only works once. Lei Zhan recoiled at the words, holy, $10 million. Who the hell has that kind of money? The fat man scoffed, just because you don't have it doesn't mean others don't. But basically, no one who steps into the arena has ever paid that money. I heard there was one guy before who paid the insurance, saved his life, and then left Old K. No one knows where he went. Lei Zhan nodded. Never mind that for now. Tell me about that shark guy. How good is he? Fatso quickly replied, that shark? He's a beast. Among third-tier masters, few can even hold their own against him. He's got 2 brothers in arms, Axe and Monk. They're the Iron Triangle, not exactly saints, but all peak third-tier fighters. The 3 of them run wild together, a pack of scum bullying lower-tier guys. There are 2 others who can stand up to this Iron Triangle. But these 2 are big shots themselves. One is Tang Long, who has his own crew and runs the South Yard in our lower-tier district. The other is Ghost Mastiff, the boss of the North Yard, who also commands his own crew. These 2 are the absolute heavyweights in our lower-tier district. The 2 factions usually ignore each other. Occasional skirmishes happen, but they're minor incidents. So, there's no major animosity between them. Oh, and this shark guy? He owes his swagger entirely to Ghost Mastiff, the North Yard boss. That's the only reason he acts so cocky. Tang Long doesn't get involved in this sort of thing, though. As long as his own crew isn't targeted, he just focuses on training. He couldn't care less about petty squabbles. Lei Zhan nodded. Who would have thought this low-level zone could be such a den of hidden talents? All sorts of masters lurking here. So, say, if I were to take Shark out in the arena, what would happen? Fatso blinked his small eyes, that's hard to say. I think Ghost Mastiff would send people to deal with you. At that moment, Xiaolong interjected, I wouldn't be so sure. Brother Lei, if you take down that bastard shark, both Ghost Town and Tang Long would likely treat you better. Because then, they'd fight tooth and nail to recruit you into their gangs. That way, their influence would grow even stronger. These guys have no loyalty. They wouldn't bother avenging some brotherhood nonsense. Shark's nothing but a piece of, at best, a dog. But if you beat him, Brother Lei, you'll be a tiger. They'd jump at the chance to ditch a wolf for a tiger. Lei Zhan nodded at the words, little dragon, you're right. Alright then, you bastards, go goad that shark. Get them so pissed they challenge me to a fight. I'm gonna slaughter him. Xiaolong sighed, Brother Lei, I'm afraid you're worrying too much. That won't be necessary. Earlier in the cafeteria, you offended the intermediate zone guys. By now, they've probably already delivered the spirit pills to Old K. Soon, someone will come notify you, meet at the fighting arena tonight. If I'm right, Golden Abacus is already setting up the betting house. Lei Zhan was stunned, holy, no way. That fast? I'm dead before sunrise. As they spoke, a loud shout erupted outside, hey! Hey! Who the hell is Lei Zhan? Come out! Come out! I need to talk to you. Lei Zhan! Lei Zhan! Is there anyone named Lei Zhan here, you bastards? Lei Zhan frowned and glanced out the window. Who the hell is that? Don't they want to live? Fatso quickly interjected, I know them. They're 2 of Shark's underlings, both first-tier ling stage scumbags, just errand boys. Bitching little lackeys. Looks like they're delivering a dozen messages. Probably telling you to head to the fighting arena tonight. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes, would breaking their legs count as breaking Old K's rules? Fatso shook his head quickly, no. Outside the arena, as long as you don't kill them, it's not a violation. Lei Zhan pointed at the 2 whiners outside, in 2 minutes, you 3 go out there. Take those 2, break one's legs, beat the other until not a single tooth remains. Fatso nodded, rubbing his fists together, got it, Brother Lei. Just watch me. I haven't even thrown a punch since I got here. Lei Zhan turned and walked out. The 2 men, one with a square jaw, the other wearing glasses, stood with hands on hips, yelling, Lei Zhan! Lei Zhan! Come out, you bastard! Scared less? Ha! Hurry up! Stupidity won't save you from death. Come out, we've got business with you tonight at the fighting arena. Lei Zhan stepped out and approached them, chuckling. Gentlemen, I am Lei Zhan. What brings you here? He added with exaggerated politeness, now, such language is unbecoming. It reflects poorly on your manners and my dignity. The two men scanned Lei Zhan from head to toe. So you're Lei Zhan? Ha! Look at you, such a scaredy cat. Dignity? You've got no dignity. We're here to tell you the higher-ups have given the green light. Tonight, at the fighting arena. My brother Shark wants to kill you. Heh, kid, you're one unlucky bastard. Just arrived, huh? Look at your pale forehead and darkened brow, clear signs the little devils are coming to claim your soul. How about this, crawl between my legs, or give me 2 spirit pills. Maybe I'll talk to my big brother and spare your worthless life. Lei Zhan chuckled, no thanks, appreciate the offer, guys. I'm truly grateful. With that, he waved his hand behind him. Fatty, Monkey, and Little Dragon eyes bulging stormed forward. Chapter 178, Brutal Assault. Among the three, the fat man possessed the highest cultivation at spirit stage level 3. Monkey was at level 2, while Little Dragon was only at level 1. Though their cultivation wasn't high, dealing with 2 level 1 minions was child's play. Fatso charged forward first, grabbing the square-jawed man by the collar. Hey, kid! What did you just say? You want my big brother crawling through your pants? Is that it? The square-jawed man's face instantly drained of color. As a level 1 fighter facing a level 3 opponent, he knew he stood no chance. His earlier bravado had been fueled solely by the fact that his boss was Shark. This was the classic case of a fox borrowing a tiger's might, a dog relying on its master's strength. Why could a dog strut through the forest unchallenged? Not because it was inherently fearsome, but because a tiger followed close behind. But this time, the square-jawed man, this dog had the misfortune of showing off his bravado in front of Lei Zhan, the lion. The square-jawed man was grabbed by the collar by the fat man, his face instantly turning ashen. He glared at the menacing fat man. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Let go of me, you fat bastard. Do you know who my big brother is? My big brother is Shark. Shark. You know him, don't you? You're ing Shark. The fat guy delivered a massive slap across his face. The crack echoed as the square-jawed guy spun around 4 or 5 times on the spot before crashing to the ground, eyes rolling back. Big brother. Shark? I don't give a damn if you're a shark or a dogfish. I'm beating the crap out of you, you little shrimp, you bastard lackey. Today, I'll show you what fat man's got. Fatso stepped over to the square-jawed thug, who was now unconscious. Grabbing him by the hair, he raised his fist as big as a sandbag and smashed it right into the guy's front teeth. The square-jawed thug let out a piercing scream, snapping instantly from his semi-conscious state. Damn you, Fatso. I'll never forgive you. Holy, he can still talk? Still threatening me? Pretty resilient, huh? Looks like I didn't hit him hard enough after all. The fat man said, his massive fist swinging in for another blow. The square-jawed man spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, mixed with a few pearly white teeth. Fatso, please stop. Wah, my teeth are gone. Wah! The square-jawed man grimaced, his face contorted in pain so intense he couldn't even cry out in surrender. Fatso chuckled, easy. Crawl through my crotch. Crawl? Crawl? The square-jawed man crawled through the fat man's crotch. The fat man burst into laughter. Excellent. A wise man knows when to yield. Young man, you're clearly one of the wise. I've always admired talent. Very well, today I'll let you off. As he spoke, the fat man glanced at Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan gave a wry smile and nodded slightly. The fat man then waved his hand hastily. Go on, get out of here. Roll. You did well. You're free to go. Fat Xia, with his square jaw, scrambled to his feet and bolted for his life. Meanwhile, Monkey and Little Dragon weren't as lenient as the fat guy. They'd already knocked the bespectacled man to the ground. His glasses had long since been shattered by their barrage of punches. Now, the two were mercilessly kicking his exposed thighs. The man on the ground howled in agony. Monkey, Xiaolon, the butt's got thick meat. Kick it hard. Kick that bastard to death. Xiaolon, yeah, that's right. Don't kick his face. Make sure he doesn't bleed, but make him hurt like hell. Don't just kick his thighs, flip him over and beat his stomach. Their beating style differed entirely from the fat man's brutality. The bespectacled man bore no visible wounds, yet his screams from the ground surpassed even the square-jawed man's agony. The two focused their fists and feet solely on his thighs and stomach. No external injuries were apparent, but internal damage was certain evident from the pig-like wails of the bespectacled man. Countless onlookers from the lower districts watched in horror as the fat man and his crew brutally beat Shark's two henchmen. They stared at Lei Zhan and his crew, their whispers growing louder. These newcomers are suicidal, taking on Shark's men. Looks like this kid's in for a world of trouble. Hey, you know nothing. That's called no dragon dares cross the river. I bet Lei Zhan has some backing. Who knows? Maybe he really can handle Shark. If that's the case, we won't have to suffer under that bastard Shark's oppression anymore. Ah, you wish. Shark's got connections, he's about to hit level 4. Don't even get me started on whether Lei Zhan can beat Shark. Even if he could, do you think the higher-ups in the intermediate zone would let him off the hook? You're right. Ah, what a shame. Monkey and Little Dragon kept kicking and punching the glasses-wearing guy as he rolled around on the ground for several minutes. Lei Zhan waved his hand. Alright, Little Dragon, Monkey. They're just 2 minions. A lesson is enough. Don't kill them. Stop. The moment Lei Zhan finished speaking, Xiaolong and Monkey instantly stopped. They approached Lei Zhan's side. Lei Zhan smiled as he approached, crouching down before the trembling, bespectacled man. Kid, remember this, don't push your luck. Playing the tough guy and acting superior will only get you knocked down sooner or later. Think you're some big shot now, spouting street talk everywhere? Playing the boss all the time just invites trouble. Got it? Glasses whimpered through gritted teeth. Big brother, I messed up. I messed up. Please, just let me off easy. Lei Zhan grimaced and nodded. Fine. I've got no other vices, just a heart of gold. Get up. Go tell your big shot Shark that Lei Zhan will be there on time. I never break a promise. You can go report back now. Off you go. Glasses heard this as if granted a pardon. Without even bothering to stand up, he scrambled away on all fours, crawling and running in a blur. The onlookers burst into laughter. Shark's men had been beaten no matter how you looked at it. The low-tier district folks found it thoroughly satisfying. Watching the bespectacled man vanish, Lei Zhan waved cheerfully at the crowd. Disperse, everyone. You're all welcome to come watch the fights at the arena tonight. Just a word of advice when you're placing your bets, make sure to back me. Everyone dispersed with laughter. Yet, they remained skeptical about Lei Zhan's suggestion to bet on him tonight. Just then, a young man in blue robes emerged from the crowd. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. The young man in blue robes walked over to Lei Zhan with a smile and bowed his hand. You must be the newcomer, Lei Zhan? Lei Zhan returned the bow. Indeed, I am Lei Zhan. And you are? The young man in blue smiled. I'm with Tang Long, the leader of the South Yard. Our leader wishes to meet Mr. Lei. What do you say? Lei Zhan paused, then smiled. To be sought out by Senior Tang Long is indeed an honor. The man in green maintained his calm smile as he bowed again. Please. Lei Zhan, right you are. Chapter 179, The South Yard. Lei Zhan and the man in green arrived at the South Yard, where they met the legendary leader, Tang Long. Tang Long himself was a middle-aged man, fairly handsome and composed. He wore not ordinary prison garb, but a yellow taiji robe fastened with vintage-style fabric knots. Tang Long sported a short flat-top haircut and a sparse, unkempt beard. This rugged look complemented his smiling, square face perfectly. In his hands, he held 2 beads, rolling them back and forth with a soft rattling sound. Spotting Lei Zhan's arrival, Tang Long chuckled softly and rose from his chair. Oh, brother Lei, you're here. Heh, come, have a seat. Lei Zhan quickly replied with a smile. I've long heard of your reputation, Boss Tang. Your name is as thunderous as it is renowned. Meeting you today surpasses all expectations. It's truly an honor. Tang Long laughed heartily. Oh, come now, what nonsense are you talking? Sit down, brother Lei. I've been meaning to have a chat with you for ages, but with all your busy schedules lately, I didn't want to interrupt. That's why it took until today. When I heard you were challenging those Northern Yard guys to a tournament, I sent someone to fetch you right away. Had to see you in person. Lei Zhan smiled and nodded at Tang Long. Oh, thank you for your concern, brother Tang. Tang Long twirled the 2 beads in his hand. Seeing brother Lei so unconcerned about this matter, could it be you already have a plan in mind and don't think much of that Shark fellow? Lei Zhan gave a wry smile. What's there to be confident about? What must come will come, and what must go will go. For things beyond our control, we simply leave them to fate. Tang Long chuckled. Brother Lei, that's the spirit. I like it. I called you here today to discuss something. As you know, our South Yard has never been on friendly terms with the North Yard. While there haven't been major conflicts in recent years, we both know a fierce battle has been brewing between our yards for a long time. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share the same mountain. So I'll be blunt, I wish to invite brother Lei Zhan to join us. Additionally, I, Tang Long, have another favor to ask. Lei Zhan chuckled. So, Boss Tang is recruiting. Personally, though, I've never been interested in gang affairs. I'm used to my freedom and can't stand being tied down. I know the 026 Logistics Depot is full of skilled fighters, but at the end of the day, it's a training camp, not a prison. I've no desire to get caught up in factional infighting here. It's pointless. So I'm afraid I must decline your kind offer, brother Tang. Hearing this, Tang Long chuckled and quickly added, Brother Lei, don't rush to refuse outright. Hear me out. I called you here not just to join the South Yard, but also to make an unreasonable request. I want to ask you to become the leader of the South Yard. Take my place. Lei Zhan stared at Tang Long in shock. Brother Tang, this is no joke. You're practically pushing me to my death. Tang Long shook his head with a smile. No, Lei Zhan, I'm not joking. I know you're a man who values freedom and hates constraints. And I fully understand you have the strength to live as you please. But you still can't do that here. In this place, no one can live entirely by their own rules. Once you step inside these walls, you must abide by the rules of this place. Don't be fooled by those old farts at the academy laughing and joking all day. If you really piss them off, they can kill you anytime, making you vanish without a trace. In 026, there's a rule you might not know, an unspoken rule. Every year, at least 10% of the people must die. Lei Jun froze at the words. What? 10% of the people must die? Tang Long nodded. Yes. 10 to 30% is considered acceptable. If the death rate falls short, the old guard of 026 will personally intervene, inciting fights to drive the numbers up. Lei Jun was shocked. Why the hell is that? Tang Long explained, to keep everyone on high alert at all times, maintaining intense pressure. This elevates their teaching standards and quality. Only under such conditions of constant self-doubt can trainees achieve rapid progress in their training. It's either live or die. To survive, everyone resorts to any means necessary. This, in turn, invisibly elevates the individual combat capabilities of us trainees. Only by enhancing our personal combat skills can the reputation of Unit 026 endure forever. Immortal and invincible. Lei Zhan's eyes snapped open. This is brutal. Tang Long nodded. It is brutal, but that's the reality. Here, a lone wolf won't survive. Sooner or later, they'll be crushed. That's why everyone needs an organization, a group to protect them. And I'm one of the leaders of this group. My job is to shield the weaker trainees from death. Lei Zhan retorted, then keep protecting them yourself. Why do you need me to be some kind of leader? I don't want to be in charge, I've had enough of that. Tang Long shook his head with a smile. No way. Seriously, no way. You have no idea how exhausted I've been these past years just to hold this position. I've been desperately suppressing my power, keeping it stagnant at spirit stage level 3. But lately, I just can't hold it back anymore. At most, I've got a week, absolutely 1 week before I break through to spirit stage level 5. I've suppressed it for 2 whole years. Lately, I've realized there's truly no way to hold it back anymore. So, I'm about to enter the intermediate zone. This lower zone needs someone to lead it. I believe that person can only be you. That is precisely why I sought you out. For the sake of these vulnerable groups, Lei Zhan, you must accept this responsibility I entrust to you. From the very first day you arrived, I sensed that you are the strongest practitioner in the entire lower district, second only to me. Having you take my place to confront the North Yard is the most fitting choice. Of course, you may choose to decline. But if you do, once I'm gone, the North Yard will spare no effort to slaughter the South Yard. They'll complete their quota of 10% from the lower districts to ensure the safety of their own lives. I've said all I need to say. Whether you accept this position as leader of the South Yard is entirely up to you. Lei Zhan blinked his eyes bitterly. Give me some time to think it over. Tang Long nodded. Alright, I'll give you time 6 days. You can come find me anytime. That's all for now. Go prepare for tonight's fight. I'll personally bring the brothers to cheer you on. Chapter 180, The Fighting Arena. The combat arena was located in the intermediate zone. This was the sole combat arena for the entire 026 logistics depot. Whether in the lower, middle, or upper zones, all combat was conducted within this arena. The rule of the 026 logistics depot was this: once a duel is agreed upon, no one is permitted to harm either combatant in any way. All matters must be resolved after the duel concludes. This rule bears a resemblance to the Olympic truce. During the Olympics, all nations cease hostilities, focusing solely on the games. It's a universal consensus and an established rule. Within the 026 logistics depot, no one dares defy the rules set by its inhabitants. Of course, it was said that some dared to defy these rules. The result? There was no result. That person vanished quietly, without a trace. And regarding those who disappeared at 026, all nations were remarkably unanimous in their silence. No one pursued the matter. This alone revealed the immense power behind the enigmatic 026 logistics depot. Such is the way of this world. Principles and laws, whatever they may be, crumble beneath the might of true power. The thief who steals a hook becomes a criminal. The thief who steals a country becomes a lord. That is the truth. Might makes right. For right itself is but a construct of the ruling class. An hour after dinner, people from all districts began streaming toward the combat arena in small, chattering groups. The arena was a delightful place filled with passion, fervor, slaughter, and excitement. Gambling was allowed, making it a prime venue for entertainment. Deep down, men craved bloodshed and killing, domination and conquest. The arena perfectly satisfied these desires. The rules of the arena were simple: there were no rules. Unarmed combat, whatever techniques you possessed, unleash them freely until one side was knocked down or killed. That was the arena's code. Raw and brutal. Cold and bloody. Under normal circumstances, few losers ever walked off the platform alive. Its cruelty spoke for itself. The arena itself was a bare-bones structure, a simple, empty box. For cold, square concrete walls, each roughly 100 meters long, enclosed the space. Thus, the arena's total area was approximately 10,000 square meters. The roof was covered in blue corrugated steel sheets. From inside, one could see a chaotic network of steel beams crisscrossing the ceiling, supporting the corrugated roof panels. The walls were exceptionally high, standing 5 to 6 meters tall. Along the ceiling line, rows of high-intensity neon lights illuminated the entire arena with blinding brightness, making it as clear as day. At the center of the arena stood a rather unprofessional-looking platform, a simple, square concrete structure. There were no rubber ropes or similar safety features around its perimeter. It was just a basic platform. The platform was exceptionally wide, roughly 5 or 6 times larger than a standard ring. This was specifically designed for spirit tier masters. Ordinary smaller rings simply couldn't withstand the force of their battles. To the east of the arena was a dedicated food court. Shopkeeper Golden Abacus dominated half the space, bustling about selling fruit juices, sunflower seeds, and fine wines. He was busy as a bee. Meanwhile, to the left of the shops lay the gambling houses. People were flocking in, eagerly placing their bets. The wagers were bizarre and varied: bets on specific moves, predicting who would defeat whom within a set number of strikes, time bets, wagering on who would fall within a few minutes, even life or death wagers, staking on whether a fighter would come down still breathing or lifeless. The sheer variety of wagers left Lei Zhan speechless. He never imagined a single tournament could inspire such elaborate betting schemes. Different bets carried different odds. For instance, the 3-move victory bet offered staggering 1100:1 odds, yet no one placed a single wager on it. Conversely, the bet on Shark defeating Lei Zhan within 3 moves at 1100:1 attracted several takers. At 0.26, no matter how weak an opponent might be, few could last 3 moves. Besides, Lei Zhan was a spirit tier level 3 fighter. So, people held little hope for this bet. At that moment, Lei Zhan smiled, pulled out his spirit pellet, handed it to the fat man, and nodded toward the betting counter. Go. Place that 1100 bet for me. Bet I take down Shark in 3 moves. The fat guy froze, not taking the spirit orb. He stared at Lei Zhan in shock. Bro, don't be impulsive. That Shark guy isn't some nobody. Finishing him in 3 moves? Absolutely impossible. And even if you somehow lucked out and beat him, you might not actually kill him. This bet is a total scam, boss. We can't just hand good stuff to that old devil Golden Abacus for nothing. Lei Zhan chuckled. Why are you so long-winded? I told you to bet, so bet. Fatso blinked hard, taking the spirit pills Lei Zhan handed him. Fine. As he spoke, he gazed at the box holding the 2 pills with infinite pain, sighing heavily and shaking his head once more. To the fat man, this felt like handing the spirit pills straight to the house. Golden Abacus. Beating the Shark in 3 moves? That was utterly impossible. He walked up to the betting counter, placed the 2 pills before Golden Abacus, and said, Boss, I'm betting on Lei Zhan to defeat the Shark in 3 moves. What are the odds? 100-1. 100-1. Golden Abacus hastily pocketed the spirit pills Fatso handed over and quickly wrote him a betting slip. He frantically tucked the pills into his chest, looking as though he feared Fatso might change his mind. Holy, it's Fatso. You got to be kidding me, betting on this? Man, some people are just beyond help. What can you do? Idiot. Total idiot. Someone actually took that bet? What a moron. What an idiot. The fat guy's mockery came in waves. Everyone laughed at his utter stupidity. It was like handing money to Golden Abacus for free. What kind of bet is that? The other 3 sides surrounding the fighting arena were lined with those plastic 5-seat benches. These seats resembled the public seating found at train stations and bus terminals. After the crowd had buzzed for a while, finishing their purchases and placing their bets, the host took the stage. A bald host in a suit and tie, microphone in hand, stood brimming with energy. Good evening, fellow students, brave warriors, and fighters from all districts. At this very moment, on behalf of 026, I officially announce that our arena's thrilling no-rules combat is about to commence. Thank you all for coming. I extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation. Alright, enough chatter, let's get down to business. Low-tier challenge match, red corner, Lei Zhan. Black corner, Shark. Both fighters, please take the stage. Lei Zhan and the burly Shark took the stage. The crowd erupted in waves of cheers. Chapter 181, Absolute Shock. Shark was towering and brutish, resembling a white bear imported from Western Europe. Bare-chested, he wore only red trunks, his bald head gleaming. His skin was an eerie, sickly white. Towering in stature, he sported long, unkempt sideburns that stretched down his cheeks, giving him a truly formidable appearance. He was practically a human bulldozer. Shark stepped onto the stage, clad in bright red trunks and red gloves. Clapped his fists together with a sharp crack, circled the ring once, and let out 2 deep, guttural howls from his throat like 2 polar bears fighting over a seal carcass. Instantly, the crowd around the ring began to cheer and jeer. Some whistled derisively, others bellowed, Shark! Kill that Chinese guy. Shark, finish him off. Shark. Shark. Unbeatable. In contrast to the roaring cheers and howls supporting Shark, Lei Zhan, whose frame seemed almost frail beneath Shark's massive build, found even his own shouts drowned out by the crowd's clamor. Only Monkey, Fatso, and Little Dragon were shouting, but their voices were drowned out by the roaring crowd, utterly inaudible. As Lei Zhan stepped onto the stage, Shark's eyes brimmed with contempt. He curled his lip, removed his gloves, and extended a thumbs up toward Lei Zhan, Chinese. As he spoke, Shark's thumb slowly curved downward. Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes at the gesture, then gave a faint, sinister smile. Hey, Big Bear, have you had enough fun? Let me tell you, Big Bear, don't get too cocky. On Chinese soil, you'd better behave yourself. The reason Chinese people aren't as arrogant as you is because we're a nation of etiquette. We don't stoop to your level, you foreigners. The shark refastened his gloves and waved his hand upward. Instantly, all the shouts directed at him fell silent. Shark sneered, eyeing the lanky Lei Zhan. Useless Chinese. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lying flat or standing tall? I'm a generous man, no interest in toying with weaklings like you. I'll finish you in 2 moves. Lei Zhan shrugged at this. Oh, I'm so scared. To be finished in 2 moves, I've never heard anyone say that before. I'm terrified. The shark snorted. Seems like wasting words on a scoundrel like you is pointless. Ready to die? Lei Zhan shrugged again. I've been ready for ages. It's you who's been yapping on and on. Shark's eyes widened. Chinese bastard, you're asking for death. As he spoke, Shark charged toward Lei Zhan like a massive tank, roaring with fury. Seeing the shark charging, Lei Zhan shifted his right leg back half a step. Black energy surged around his right fist, the mobilization of dark spiritual power. The shark reached Lei Zhan in an instant, unleashing a massive punch straight at his face without warning. Lei Zhan merely shifted his body slightly to the side. Simultaneously, his right fist shot out, aiming for the shark's jaw. A thunderous shout erupted, shatter. In that instant, Lei Zhan's fist struck the shark's jaw. Between his fist and the shark's jaw, in that tiny, unseen space of contact, the air shattered into countless minute cracks. Yet these tiny fissures vanished in the blink of an eye. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the shark, weighing over 300 pounds, was sent flying 2 meters into the air. Blood spurted from its nostrils as its massive, bear-like body traced a beautiful arc through the sky. The shark's bear-like body soared over the ring, clinging to the ropes before being flung over the edge. Like a ton of bricks, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. After hitting the ground, Shark's eyes were wide with terror, and a large chunk of his jaw had caved in. Lying motionless, he was breathing in but not out. His limbs were completely still, leaving his internal organs unknown. Mind-blowing. Shocked. Absolutely stunned. Instant kill. Instant kill. One-hit knockout. The shark, revered like a god throughout the entire lower realm, under Lei Zhan's hands, actually, damn it, didn't even last a single move before it went down. This left everyone utterly stunned, jaws dropping. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Eyes widened, mouths gaped open. Unable to believe what they witnessed. Even Lei Zhan's crew, Little Dragon, Fatty, and Monkey, were stunned, their mouths agape. One move. Yes, just one move. A simple, single move. The godlike shark was instantly killed. How could this be possible? Yet, the proof was undeniable. The chief examiner blinked rapidly, then leaped down from the platform. He kicked Shark twice. Damn it, can you even get up? Looks like you're done for. No need to count seconds. The chief examiner climbed back onto the stage, stepped forward, and raised Lei Zhan's left hand, the victor Lei Zhan. Whoa! Xiaolong, the fat guy, and Monkey finally snapped out of it, leaping up from their seats. Fatso suddenly realized something, quickly pulled out the betting slip from his pocket, and rushed to the stunned, wide-eyed golden abacus. He slammed the slip down in front of him. Hey, old man, 200 spirit pills pay up. Golden abacus continued to blink his disbelieving eyes, staring at Shark lying on the ground. Holy, are you kidding me? He got taken out with one punch? You jinx. My spirit pills. He spoke with a pained expression, pulling out a large box. Inside were premium spirit pills, which he handed over one by one to the fat man. 1, 2, 10. Fatso, take less. Too many of these things will kill you. The Fatso impatiently slammed the table. Cut the crap, old ghost. Get the goods out here. Not a single pill less, got it? You crooked merchant, you old bastard. This time, I'll make you know what it feels like to have money ripped right out of your hands. Hurry up and check. Lei Zhan, meanwhile, removed his gloves on the stage and bowed cheerfully to the surrounding audience. Haha, lucky me, lucky me. I concede defeat. Thanks for coming out, everyone. Every single person seated here is a spirit tier expert. Right now, as they watched the grinning Lei Zhan, the look in every single one of their eyes changed. What terrifying, unimaginable methods lay hidden beneath this seemingly cheerful man? Only the devil knew. Yet almost everyone from the lower districts thought the same thing. Lei Zhan was someone you absolutely must never provoke in the future. Chapter 1, Losing the Wife. Watching Xiaoxua, her body gradually becoming more plump, chase butterflies on the grass outside, Sha Qianma couldn't help but smile softly. He gazed contentedly at the joyful and peaceful scene before him. It had been 16 full years since Sha Qianma had crossed over into this world. Yet fate had been remarkably kind to him. In his early years, after his father in this world passed away, he inherited an exquisitely ancient-looking bronze vessel. Though no larger than a fist, this vessel proved exceptionally effective for crafting sachets and incense burners. Moreover, Sha Qianma surpassed his predecessor. Through years of refinement, he elevated the family's incense-making craft to new heights, making the Sha family's fragrant herbs renowned for miles around. Even immortals disguised as mortals would occasionally come to purchase his sachets and savor their scents. Princesses from royal clans and feudal lords would frequently send envoys to forcibly acquire his wares, treating Sha Qianma with utmost reverence. Sha Qianma employed a strategy of limited availability, selling only 2 items per month. This kept his incense pouches perpetually in high demand yet scarce on the market. Prices rose year after year. Now, Sha Qianma needed to make only a dozen or 2 incense pouches annually to earn nearly 10,000 taels of silver. One skill feeds you for a lifetime. Though the common folk of Shu Kingdom lived in poverty and hardship, none of this touched Sha Qianma. He lived the high life and had long since become the village's local tycoon. Leveraging his unparalleled status in fragrant grass village, he had secured Xiaoxua, the village's most beautiful maiden, as his betrothed. No matter the era, a man's true worth lies in his wealth. With money came the finest living, the most exquisite wine, and the most beautiful women. Xiaoxua's 15th birthday approached. Once she reached that age, he would finally taste her sweetness. Sha Qianma was nearly consumed by anticipation for this day. Watching Xiaoxua chase butterflies across the meadow, her laughter echoing in the distance, Sha Qianma's lips curved into a smile. Little beauty, hurry up and turn 15. Your brother has waited far too long for this day. Qianma, look. Look. I caught this giant butterfly. Giggle. Xiaoxia's bright, large eyes sparkled as she ran toward Sha Qianma, her steps leaving a trail of fragrance on the grass. Qianma, look. This giant butterfly is so beautiful. Sha Qianma smiled as he gently stroked Xiaoxia's graceful form, his thoughts wandering. It is beautiful, but not as beautiful as my wife. Embarrassed by Sha Qianma's words, Xiaoxua gave him a gentle glare. Stop it. I'm not married to you yet. My father said I can't marry until after my coming-of-age ceremony at 15. Sha Qianma chuckled and gave Xiaoxia's cheek a playful swat. But it's only half a month away. Listen, Xiaohua, how about we, get things started early today? Just a little practice run. Think about it, I've been waiting all these years. It's been tough. Have a little mercy on your husband. Xiaoxua, get lost. How dare you say such crude things? You big jerk, I won't. Besides, you've endured 15 years, what's another 15 days? Wait a bit, Qianma. I'll be yours sooner or later anyway. Why are you always so impatient? Sha Qianma sighed softly, gently pulling Xiaoxua close. Thank heavens for being so kind to me, Sha Qianma. Bestowing upon me this craft that provides for my every need, then gifting me such a beautiful wife. I'm damn well satisfied. Wifey, once we consummate our marriage, you're going to give me kids, lots of them. At least 10, got it? Xiaoxua giggled and playfully slapped Sha Qianma. Get lost. Do you think I'm a sow? You're so annoying. Though she scolded him playfully, Xiaoxua nestled sweetly into Sha Qianma's embrace. They whispered tender secrets to each other, lost in endless sweetness. Sha Qianma was utterly content with life in this world. Everything felt so perfect. A happy future was clearly beckoning him. Sitting on the grass, Sha Qianma and Xiaoxua whispered intimate secrets between them. Xiaoxua didn't resist Sha Qianma's wandering hands, which kept stealing little bites of her. She knew that in half a month, this man would be the man of her life. So, let him steal a few bites sooner or later, she'd let this rascal devour her whole. At that moment, a light cloud drifted across the sky, hovering directly above Sha Qianma and Xiaoxua. Within the cloud stood a young man with the ethereal grace of a Taoist sage, accompanied by a woman of otherworldly beauty. The young man addressed the woman respectfully. Honored one, this is the place. Look, it's right below us. Last month, I came here seeking fame to buy sachets and discovered that girl named Xiaoxua. Her innate spiritual roots and divine bone structure are unlike anything I've ever seen. She possesses the bone structure of a high immortal. The woman frowned at his words, then casually flicked a finger. A beam of white light shot down towards Xiaoxua. Of course, Xiaoxua remained completely unaware of any of this. But Sha Qianma froze abruptly, leaping to his feet as he stared up at the clouds overhead. Who dares to lurk here? What is their purpose? The woman in the clouds froze, then chuckled softly. How did this boy discover us? Could it be he possesses divine roots too? The man in the clouds shook his head. No. This child merely possesses senses sharper than any mortal. I have tested him, he holds not a shred of divine essence. After the white light touched Xiaoxua, it emitted waves of golden radiance. The woman's eyes lit up instantly. Indeed, a fine divine root. This girl, I claim her. But noticing Sha Qianma glaring up at her, the woman smiled wryly. Seems this girl is the little darling of that clueless lad. Taking his sweetheart like this might not be quite right, eh? The man hastily bowed his hands. Honorable master, Changlu stands as the foremost pillar of the righteous path, guardian of all living beings. Yet in recent years, our talents have dwindled and our succession is weak. Such divine potential must not be missed. Should the demon sect discover her gifts and claim her, our loss would be doubled. Mortal affairs are ultimately trivial. For the sake of the righteous path, for the sake of all living beings, honorable master, this girl must be brought to Changlu for our careful guidance. After all, she would add a great strength to our lineage. If you hesitate to take her out of consideration for personal ties, then, your disciple will take her. The woman replied indifferently, very well. You should focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the seventh heaven as soon as possible. This young girl possesses such extraordinary talent, I shall personally guide her. As they spoke, the two soared through the clouds, swiftly descending to the ground. They landed before Sha Qianma and Xia Xiaoa. Sha Qianma immediately grabbed Xia Xiaoa, glaring at the pair. What are you two up to? Listen, no sachets for sale today. Come back another time. The woman glided gracefully, ethereal and otherworldly, her beauty surpassing even Xia Xiaoa's. The woman stopped half a meter in front of Xia Xiaoa and Sha Qianma, completely ignoring Sha Qianma. Her eyes scanned Xia Xiaoa from head to toe before she pursed her lips and gave a faint smile. Indeed, fine bone structure. Heh, young man, I'm not here to buy incense. I'm here to claim something. Sha Qianma tightened his embrace around Xia Xiaoa. What are you taking? I don't owe you any money. The woman smiled again, a smile so radiant it could make flowers blush and moon pale. She extended a slender, jade-like finger, pointing at Xia Xiaoa. I don't want money. I want her. Sha Qianma froze at her words, quickly shielding Xia Xiaoa behind him. You old hag, cut the crap. She's my wife. You think you can just take her? Who do you think you are? Get the hell out of here, or I won't be polite. The woman burst into laughter, such a mundane, vulgar man. Your words are as lowly as your character. How could you possibly deserve such a marvelous young lady? Miss, I am Nailan Xianyu, an immortal from Changlu Mountain. I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Xia Xiaoa was already terrified by the situation. Honorable one, she has agreed. The man beside her spoke, then with a wave of his hand, Sha Qianma was instantly swept away as if by a tornado. Without wind, she moved of her own accord, tumbling over and crashing more than 10 meters away. The incense burner that Sha Qianma always kept close to her body fell to the ground. Qianma Xia Xiaoa let out a sharp cry and started running toward Sha Qianma. But before she could reach him, the man swept his sleeve again. Xia Xiaoa froze, bound as if by invisible ropes, and was lifted effortlessly into the air. The man turned to the woman. Your Excellency, there's no need to concern yourself with these commoners. You gain nothing from it. Let us depart. The woman considered for a moment before nodding. As they spoke, the three transformed into a streak of white light, shooting straight into the sky and vanishing in an instant. Left behind was Sha Qianma, sitting on the ground, eyes wide and staring blankly. After a long while, Sha Qianma finally scrambled to his feet. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on the empty sky the direction Xia Xiaoa had been snatched away. His fists clenched so tightly his fingernails dug deep into his flesh. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Changlu Mountain? Leaders of the righteous path? The pinnacle of virtue? Guardians of all living beings? You all to hell. Bullying the weak, snatching my wife by force. Upright my ass. Protector my ass. Changlu Mountain, mark my words, as long as I draw breath, the day will come when I storm your mountain, leaving not a soul alive. Nailan Xianyu? I remember you. And your damnable disciple too. Sha Qianma turned and stormed off, though he still didn't know how to embark on his cultivation journey. Ahem, young man. You're not even taking your incense burner? An aged voice drifted over. Sha Qianma, no need. What use is it now? My woman's been stolen. Who's this money for? Wait. Damn it. Who's talking? Ahem, young man, no need to be so hot-headed. As the voice spoke, a wisp of ghostly spirit emerged from the fallen incense burner, floating into the air before Sha Qianma. Sha Qianma's eyes widened instantly. Damn it, are you human or ghost? How did you end up hiding inside my incense burner? Chapter 2, Dark Spiritual Energy. The ghost chuckled. Of course I'm not a ghost. Ahem, well, I'm not human either. How should I put it? I'm the spirit of this incense burner. Think about it, how else could you have created that world-renowned fragrance? Without me, the burner's spirit, do you really think you could have pulled it off? Sha Qianma blinked rapidly. Oh, I see. Soul of the incense burner, why did you come out? Why not stay put inside the burner? The spirit chuckled. Just call me Old Ding, little one. Well then. Over the years, thanks to your relentless gathering of spiritual herbs to refine incense, this old soul has regained some of its scattered essence. But the spiritual energy is woefully insufficient. Compounding that, I must return some essence to the fragrant herbs you create to enhance their aroma. Thus, this decrepit old soul is teetering on the brink. My spirit desperately needs to absorb more spiritual energy. So, how about we make a deal? Sha Qianma narrowed his eyes, sizing up the old creature who didn't seem trustworthy. What kind of deal? He asked warily. Let me tell you, don't even think about taking advantage of me or pulling any tricks. The cauldron elder chuckled. Not at all. Don't say that. I'm a good soul. Now, tell me, do you wish to step through the gates of immortal cultivation? Sha Qianma froze. Yes. Old Ding chuckled. Good. You want to storm Changlu Mountain and destroy that Nalan Xianyu, right? Just do as I say, and I guarantee it'll be no trouble at all. Sha Qianma froze. This? Not a problem? Old Ding nodded. Yes. They're just a bunch of little brats. If I still had my mortal body, I'd crush every last one of those vermin underfoot. So, do you want it or not? Make your choice. Upon hearing this, Sha Qianma nodded firmly once more. I want it. Old Ding said, good. Do as I say. First, go buy some herbs. I'll prepare a basic hair removing and marrow cleansing decoction for you. Then we'll see what level of aptitude you truly possess. Then, Old Ding said, 2 tails of Poria cocos, 2 tails of honeysuckle, and 1 grade 1 snow wolf pill. Everything else is manageable, but this snow wolf pill, it comes from ferocious beasts of the wilds. Its essence is incredibly valuable. Hearing this, Sha Qianma furrowed his brow slightly. Thankfully, he'd saved up tens of thousands of taels of silver earlier. Otherwise, where would he find the money for all this? Stealing his resolve, Sha Qianma headed to the Shu Kingdom marketplace. The 7 or 8 herbs alone cost a staggering 5,000 taels of silver, making his teeth ache with pain. But when he finally purchased that snow wolf pill, the agony was unbearable. A single pill demanded 5,000 taels. Sha Qianma couldn't help but curse his luck. This single trip had devoured a full 10,000 taels of silver. Sha Qianma finally understood. Cultivation was truly not something ordinary people could afford to dabble in. Even these basic medicinal concoctions were this expensive. Who could possibly endure such costs? Old Ding, of course, paid no heed to such concerns. Following his instructions, Sha Qianma ground the herbs into powder and tossed them all into his incense cauldron. He stoked the fire for 3 full days, boiling the mixture until it turned into a thick, pulpy mess. Only then did he add the snow wolf pill to the cauldron. Instantly, the medicinal liquid transformed into a thick, milky white paste. Following Old Ding's instructions, the decoction was mixed with yellow wine in a 2:8 ratio and was to be consumed within a month. By midnight on the first day, Sha Qianma was drenched in foul-smelling sweat, which continued until dawn. On the second day, oil began seeping from his body, leaving him greasy all day long. On the third day, the oil continued to seep out, this time mixed with a dark, greasy substance within the fat. Yet, his body felt noticeably lighter. Exactly 1 month later, Old Ding nodded. Focus your qi, circulate it throughout your body, and complete 1 full cycle. Sha Qianma complied, focusing his mind on the qi and initiating the qi circulation. The moment Sha Qianma activated his qi, Old Ding was startled. Dark-colored spiritual energy? Sha Qianma exclaimed in surprise. What dark spiritual energy? Master Ding exhaled deeply. Dark spiritual energy possesses 3 times the density of ordinary spiritual energy. Moreover, within the qi, it forms 3 vortexes. Ordinary cultivators possess only 1 vortex. Thus, the spiritual pressure emitted by dark spiritual energy exceeds that of ordinary energy by more than 3-fold. Moreover, dark spiritual energy reigns supreme among all energies, possessing the ability to devour other spiritual energies. This means that within the same cultivation tier, you can face opponents 3 tiers above you. Simultaneously, due to dark spiritual energy's body tempering properties, your physical strength and hardness are 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Sha Qianma beamed at this. Then that's even better. Old Ding frowned. While dark spiritual energy is indeed powerful, its sole drawback is that it prevents cultivation. Sha Qianma gasped in shock. What? It can't be used for cultivation? Then what the hell good is it? Old Ding roared with laughter. Heaven truly aids me. Ha ha. Tell me, young man, do you or do you not wish to storm Changlu, reclaim your wife, and avenge your father's death? Sha Qianma, of course. The murder of my father and the theft of my wife are grudges I can never forgive. Old Ding, excellent. Now that's what I call manly talk. Earlier, that woman named you said you lacked immortal roots. I thought she might have misjudged. But now it seems she was right, you truly have no immortal roots. Sha Qianma's spirit sank instantly upon hearing this. Old Ding chuckled. But don't lose heart just yet. Though you lack divine roots, it's because your spiritual energy is dark-colored. Dark signifies black, while white represents metal and black represents earth. Thus, your spiritual energy attributes are sand and earth. The Orthodox sects cultivate pure light-attributed spiritual energy, which strongly rejects your dark-attributed energy. Over time, they become solely interested in testing light-attributed spiritual energy. Gradually, they've lost the ability to judge and recognize dark attributed energies. So, to them, your dark energy simply doesn't register in their so-called divine eyes. Naturally, they see no divine roots. This is the result of their foolish ignorance. Are there truly only their self-righteous orthodox cultivation methods in the world? Not at all. Cultivators come in all shapes and forms, cultivating the body, cultivating the spirit, cultivating the soul, cultivating the blood, cultivating ghosts, cultivating demons. The paths of cultivation are countless. This is merely the short-sightedness of the younger generation of Chanlu. Trust this old man, I shall guide you to become a cultivator whose prowess rivals theirs. Sha Qianma's eyes widened at these words, his spirits lifting. Old immortal, what path would suit me best? Old Ding, ahem, don't be silly. I'm no immortal. Call me Old Ding. Sha Qianma, Old Ding. Old Ding, Your spiritual energy attributes are dark-toned, earthy, and sandy. Therefore, in this old man's view, the path of cultivation best suited to temper your nature is demonic cultivation. Sha Qianma froze. Cultivate demonic arts? Old Ding, yes, cultivating demonic arts. Sha Qianma, holy crap, I heard that's dangerous, it can cause spiritual backlash, making you explode and die. Old Ding, ahem, well. You know quite a bit. True, cultivating demonic arts carries significant danger. But honestly, what in this world comes without risk? Cultivating immortality is much the same. Choose the wrong path, and you'll perish from demonic possession. Directly cultivating demonic arts does indeed make possession more likely, but it has its advantages. The progress of a demonic cultivator's power is lightning fast. So, as long as your will is strong enough to keep your inner demons at bay, you'll be fine. Of course, if you're scared, just pretend I never said anything. Sha Qianma blinked rapidly, glancing sideways at Ding Lao. As long as one's will is strong, they truly won't succumb to demonic influence? Old Ding, of course. Why would I lie to you? Sha Qianma, I'm not well read, so don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. Old Ding, of course not. What good would lying to you do? Sha Qianma, why are you helping me so much? Is there some ulterior motive? Spill it. Old Ding, ahem. Truth be told, saying I have no motive would be a lie. But my goal poses absolutely no pressure to you. It's simply this: I hope one day you'll cultivate your power to the ninth heaven and help me obtain a physical body. Sha Qianma, that's it? Old Ding, what else could it be? Why all the nonsense? Will you cultivate or not? If not, I'm out of here. Can't be bothered with a brat like you. Sha Qianma thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll cultivate. If I don't, I'll never get over this humiliation. Old Ding, very well. Then kneel and pay your respects. Sha Qianma, damn it. Are you kidding me? I have to bow to you. Old Ding, of course. I'm not just going to hand over my skills to you for nothing. Sha Qianma rolled his eyes. Are you even legit? Got the skills? Old Ding rolled his eyes. Bow or not, if you don't bow now, I might change my mind. Sha Qianma, I bow. Might as well bow if I'm here. Master, please accept your disciple's 3 kowtows. With that, Sha Qianma knelt and banged his forehead 3 times on the ground before Ding Lao. Old Ding chuckled, stroking his beard. Very good. Now listen, kid. Remember this: once a teacher, always a father. From now on, you'd better show me respect. Got it? Sha Qianma rolled his eyes. Yeah, I know, master. Seeing Sha Qianma's reluctant expression, Master Ding glared and snapped. What? Show me some sincerity in your answer. Sha Qianma, yes, master. Once a teacher, always a father. I, Sha Qianma, shall serve you as a father for life. Old Ding, now that's more like it. Alright, since this is our first meeting, I ought to give you a token of our bond. After the first shedding and marrow washing ritual, you're still only at the first level of the first heaven. You won't be able to learn any truly profound techniques yet. Based on your spiritual energy attributes, I'll bestow upon you 1 defensive skill, 1 offensive skill, and 1 physical technique. As Ding Lao spoke, he murmured incantations. Instantly, Sha Qianma saw golden characters flying from Ding Lao's mouth. These golden characters floated forward through the air, each one entering his ears and then etching themselves deeply into his mind. Sha Qianma's mind cleared instantly as he made out the golden characters. First skill, Sand Egg Technique. A defense with no blind spots. Mastered to its peak, it allows one to envelop themselves in spirit-infused sand, forming an egg-like shell for flawless 360-degree protection. Sha Qianma marveled inwardly. This move was incredible. Chapter 1, The Island Under the Demon-Slaying Edict. O'Hara Island lay utterly devastated. This place had once been Robin's homeland. Yet, because of that demon-slaying order, it had been reduced to ruins by cannon fire. After the Navy launched their attack under the demon-slaying order, they departed without a trace. They no longer paid attention to this desolate, uninhabited island. Its name would be erased from the Navy's maps. Scattered across the island, a few wandering, rootless souls had begun to gather, slowly restoring O'Hara's vitality. Li Qiantu had arrived on this island a week ago. A week had passed, yet Yen Tu still couldn't fathom this absurd reality. He had crossed over into this world of pirates. Being transported to this pirate world was bad enough. What gnawed him even more was that his arm had been cursed by Kajin from Dungeon Fighter. In other words, he was now a ghost swordsman. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this world system? Is this how you're supposed to reincarnate? Are you ING with me? In a world full of devil fruit users, how the hell am I supposed to survive as a ghost swordsman? Swords and blades? They're all devil fruit users, for crying out loud. How many could I possibly slash to death? Damn it, when fate decided to send me here, couldn't it have thrown me a thunder fruit too? A quake fruit would have been fine, or even a fire fruit or ice fruit, anything would have been better than this. Reality brutally reminded Li Qiantu, wishful thinking is just that, wishful thinking. It changes nothing. All Li Qiantu possessed was an arm cursed by Kizaru. A flesh and blood body surging with demonic power. As for who truly owned this world and this body, Li Qiantu couldn't care less. Beneath a sturdy tree that had weathered the bombardment, 2 children dueled with wooden swords. Well, to be precise, it was gambling. 10 berries per round. Zofii was a scrawny, short child, timid to the core. He stared intently at his towering, rotund opponent, Yu-chan, wooden sword raised. Zuo-chan launched a rapid thrust, forcing Zhao Fei to stumble backward until he plopped down on his butt. His wooden sword pressed against Zhao Fei's throat. Heh, kid, you'll need 100 years of hard work to beat your big bro Yu Chang, huh? Come on, youngster, 10 Baileys. The frail Zofii scrambled to his feet, rummaged in his pockets, and pulled out a few coins. Only 8 Baileys. Yu Chang snatched the coins from Zofii's hand. Pay me back next time you've got the cash. Haha, Zofii, thanks for persistently challenging your big bro. You've really helped solve my pocket money problem. I'll always be ready for your challenge. No matter the stakes, I'll take them. Keep at it, kid. The chubby Yu-chan chuckled, patting Zofii's shoulder. I'm off to grab a bite. Keep practicing, kid. With that, he walked away. Zuofei remained behind, shaking his head and sighing heavily. Ahem, Li Qiantu leaned against a tree trunk, a massive iron sword strapped to his back. Actually, with that thrust combo, you could have dodged it. Or chosen mutual destruction. Oh, stranger, you're awake? You know swordsmanship? Then, could you teach me? I can work for you and pay you. Zofii's eyes lit up. Stranger? Well, he was indeed a stranger. Li Qiantu shrugged. Yeah, I know a little bit. After learning he'd traveled through time, Li Qiantu had briefly mourned inside, but he'd quickly accepted the reality. Then, using this body bestowed upon him by the heavens, combined with the ghostly power of the Kazan curse, he swiftly mastered the 4 fundamental sword techniques of the ghost swordsman: backstep, block, uppercut, and silver light falling blade. Currently, Ghost Slash was still in the practice phase. Li Qiantu smiled and nodded. Young man, I won't charge you. I'll teach you swordsmanship later. All you need to do is tell me how I ended up on this island. Deal? Zhao Fei's small eyes widened as he nodded repeatedly. That's easy. Deal. Li Qiantu mimicked Yu Chang's fake rapid thrusts a few times, then addressed Zhao Fei, watch closely. That's the fat guy's fake rapid thrusts. You just backstep like this, keep backstepping, don't stop, and while backstepping, strike with a sideways slash. That's how you beat him. Li Qiantu hopped backwards several times. Zuofei gasped in awe, wow. Country boy, you jump so high. So cool. I wanna learn. Zuofei tried copying Li Qiantu's backward jumps, but his attempts were far from impressive. Forget about slashing with his sword mid-jump. Li Qiantu smiled, don't rush it. Take it slow. First, your technique isn't polished yet. Second, you don't have the strength for such high, long jumps. Start with lower, shorter leaps. Once you master those, then work on the sword strike. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it quickly. Zuofei nodded. Big brother, what's your name? Thank you for teaching me swordsmanship. I'm Zuofei. Li Qiantu smiled, Li Qiantu. Zofii exclaimed, wow, that's such a cool name. Oh, right, big brother, you were brought back from the sea by a big sister. You were both injured when she brought you in. The villagers thought you were pirates, so they were terrified. No one dared enter your hut. They assumed you'd both die. It's been a week already, I never thought you'd survive. What about that big sister? Is she your wife? Li Qiantu froze. Brought back from the sea? Older sister? Wife? Wait. Li Qiantu blinked rapidly, shaking his head. His memory was still fragmented, he couldn't recall everything. Only just now had his mind cleared. These past days had been a haze, and he couldn't remember much. Now a faint memory surfaced, there really was a woman by his side. And her face seemed strangely familiar. Li Qiantu hurriedly grabbed Zofii's arm. Brother Zofii, do you remember which house I stayed in back in the village? Big brother's got amnesia. Can't recall much. Could you take me there? Zofii nodded vigorously. Brother Qiantu, I'll take you there. With that, he grabbed Li Qiantu's arm and started running toward the village. But the moment Zofii grabbed Li Qiantu, the latter gasped in shock. Li Qiantu saw clearly that Zofii this child wore an iron seal chain on his arm, identical to the one binding his own wrist. And his arm was red too. Could he be another ghost swordsman? Li Qiantu was stunned. It seemed he wasn't the only one infected by Kazan's curse in this world. Chaos, utter chaos. Zofii pulled Li Qiantu into a small hut. Inside, upon a worn wooden bed, lay a woman of breathtaking beauty. When Li Qiantu saw this woman, his jaw dropped. It was her. Chapter 2, Landing. The woman lying on the bed was none other than Robin, the goddess-level beauty Li Qiantu had coveted in his previous life within the pirate world. Robin lay on the bed, her face deathly pale. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Startled, Li Qiantu rushed forward and touched Robin's forehead, discovering it was burning hot. What's going on? Do you know anything, Zofii? Li Qiantu turned to ask. Zofii blinked rapidly. Big brother Qiantu, it was this person who brought you back. She personally carried you into this room. Beyond that, I don't know. But judging by the situation, she must have saved your life. You were unconscious at the time. Li Qiantu was startled by this and quickly touched Robin's forehead again. Why is the fever so high? Zofei looked at Robin and asked, Brother Qiantu, do you know what illness sister has? Li Qiantu pressed urgently, what illness? Tell me quickly. Zofii replied, it's a common ailment in the East Sea. Hamer's syndrome. Li Qiantu frowned. What is Hamer's syndrome? Zofii coughed. Hamer's syndrome is an illness that only affects those with special abilities, specifically, devil fruit users. It occurs when they suffer from dehydration due to water scarcity and then contract a complex illness from the damp sea air. This condition is extremely difficult to treat. The only cure is a medicine made from a plant called the sea anemone flower. Li Qiantu hurriedly asked, sea anemone flower? Where can we find such a thing? Zofii pondered, not on this island. The Navy strictly controls such substances. Their goal is to eliminate devil fruit users. In the East Sea, the nearest source would be Navy Commander Axe-Hand Monka. He should have it. Li Qiantu froze upon hearing this. Oh, Axe-Hand Monka? Zofii looked at Li Qiantu. Brother Qiantu, you know Monka? Li Qiantu shrugged. Sort of, I guess. Alright, kid, gotta cut this short. I'm taking her to get treated. We're heading to Monka. Zofii declared, I'm coming too. Li Qiantu looked at Zofii. You? Zofii nodded. Yes. My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. That's why I'm going to be a pirate to challenge the strongest swordsman in the world. Li Qiantu's eyes widened. Do you happen to know someone named Soren? Zofii, SS Soren? That pirate hunter Soren? Li Qiantu froze. You actually know him? Zofei nodded. Heard of him. Li Qiantu nodded. Fine. If you want to come alone, come. If you don't, don't. But you only get one chance. It's your choice. I never force anyone to decide their own path in life. Zofei was overjoyed at this. Truth be told, he had his own little schemes brewing. Following Li Qiantu meant he could learn formidable swordsmanship. Sitting in a small, rickety boat, Zofii and Li Qiantu set sail. They headed straight for the unnamed island where ex-handler Monka resided. Inside the boat, Li Qiantu cradled Robin, his mind racing. Though he still couldn't recall their past relationship, one thing seemed certain, Robin had saved his life. She had also brought him to her homeland, O'Hara Island. After 3 or 4 days at sea, the small boat finally reached the unnamed island. By this time, Robin was barely clinging to life, exhaling but no longer inhaling. Her beautiful face was deathly pale, her breaths faint and weak. She seemed on the verge of passing away. Time was of the essence. Li Qiantu gritted his teeth. With Zofii's help, he secured Robin to his own body with a soft rope. He then instructed Zofii to watch the boat closely, warning him not to leave under any circumstances. Your job is to guard the ship, he said. If you fail to do so, you'll see what happens. Zofii vowed to remain steadfast at his post, loyal and dutiful. As long as he was there, the ship would be safe. He wouldn't leave it for a moment. Li Qiantu, Robin strapped to his back and the massive sword in hand, made his way ashore. No sooner had he set foot on the island than 2 Marines, spears raised, pressed the tips against his head. Ha! Kid, what's your deal? Pirate, huh? Who's that on your back? Take him down. Let's have a look. Li Qiantu glanced at the 2 Marines. Gentlemen, I'm on a rescue mission. Please step aside. I don't have time for this. As he spoke, he pushed aside the gun barrels in front of him and started to walk forward. The sailors immediately flew into a rage at this sight. Halt. Both men aimed their muskets at Li Qiantu. Li Qiantu looked up at them. What exactly do you want? How have I offended the Navy? The 2 sailors exchanged glances. You? Of course you've offended us. We've had our eyes on you since you were out at sea. You looked like some kind of saint. And now you're strutting around on land like you own the place. What do you take us for? Li Qiantu replied, "Ahem, gentlemen of the Navy, I'm in a real hurry to save lives. I'm afraid I can't stay and chat." As he spoke, Li Qiantu turned to leave. "You damn well better stop right there." A naval rifle was shoved hard against Li Qiantu's back. Li Qiantu silently turned his head, raising his eyes to meet the two sailors. "You two, are you really that eager to die?" The two sailors froze at his words. You said what?" "Uppercut." Li Qiantu bellowed. With a thunderous crash, the sailor who'd held the gun against him was instantly flung into the air by Li Qiantu's greatsword. Seeing this, Li Qiantu roared in place, silver light falling blade. His entire body soared into the air. With a single swing, he cleaved the suspended sailor in two. Then, mid-air, Li Qiantu swung his greatsword downward, the blunt edge pointing straight down. With a thud, it smashed into the head of the other sailor below, who had been frozen in shock. Neither sailor had time to utter a sound before meeting their end. Li Qiantu wiped his blade clean on the sailor's body, glanced back at Robin behind him, then strode purposefully toward the Navy base on the unnamed island. At that very moment, Zoffi, hiding inside the ship, witnessed Li Qiantu dispatch the two Marines with such clean, decisive efficiency without a single moment of hesitation. His jaw dropped in astonishment. Wow, brother Qiantu, so powerful and terrifying. Li Qiantu didn't notice that in the corner of the wall not far away, two other sailors had also witnessed him personally kill two sailors. One said to the other, "Quick! Go report to the young master. I'll keep watch here. Tell him to bring plenty of reinforcements." Chapter 3, Recruiting Rome. Having dispatched the two Marines with ease, Li Qiantu spat contemptuously twice. He then picked up their guns, emptied the magazine from one, and fully loaded the other. After a moment's thought, he stripped both men of their naval uniforms and donned them himself. This way, blending in might be easier, Li Qiantu reasoned. Clothed and armed, Li Qiantu now appeared as a proper fake naval officer. He kicked both corpses into the sea. Then, with a detached tone, he declared, "Since you sought your own deaths, don't blame me. Rest in the embrace of the sea. Amen." No sooner had Li Qiantu finished speaking than gunfire erupted behind him. He whipped around to see a squadron of Marines charging straight toward him. Leading them was a guy clad in plaid trousers, his blonde hair parted down the middle. Holy, a traitor. Wait, no, not a traitor. It's Balumabur, Navy Lieutenant Commander, son of axe-handler Monka. Li Qiantu recognized this spoiled brat from a distance. Balumabur strode toward Li Qiantu with his exaggerated gait, flanked by his men. "Well, lad, I hear someone beat up our navy." Where is this person?" "Where?" Li Qiantu immediately pointed toward the barracks. "Sir, I saw him running toward the barracks when I chased him with my gun. He seemed to be heading straight for the pirate hunter Zoro, who's tied up over there." Belmaru roared with fury. "What? He dares walk into our trap? Men, back to the city. Bring him in alive. I'll tear this arrogant fool limb from limb. Let's see how many heads this fool has to dare cross me." With that, Belmaru strode toward the barracks once more in his exaggerated manner. The naval crew hurried to follow. Li Qiantu hurried after them as well. This was precisely the effect Li Qiantu had been aiming for. As he trailed behind the group, suddenly, a Marine ahead of him turned around and looked at Li Qiantu. "Hey, buddy, you look unfamiliar. Where'd you come from?" Li Qiantu quickly replied, "I'm new here. Just arrived a few days ago." "Oh, I see. Keep up the good work. Look at that build, you've got potential. Want to join my crew? I'm tight with young Master Belmaru." Li Qiantu, "Wow, really? Then, big brother, please look out for me." "Navy, no problem. Listen, new guy. After we finish up here, come find me. Buy your big bro a couple jugs of good liquor, got it?" Holy crap, so it's one of those old-timer bullies picking on the new guy. But Li Qiantu still smiled and said, "Sure thing, big bro. I'll definitely get you a jug of good wine." Li Qiantu followed Balumabur and a dozen soldiers to the courtyard of the Navy headquarters, quickly arriving before Zoro, who was bound to a pillar. Li Qiantu now saw the legendary swordsman himself, Soren, who aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman. Upon reaching Zoro, Balumabur glanced around before calling out to Li Qiantu, "Where is he? Where is he? Why can't I see him?" Li Qiantu hurried forward, rifle on his shoulder, reporting to the young master, "He must have been so intimidated by your noble presence, your graceful bearing, and your dashing charm that he fled and hid. If we search thoroughly, we'll find him." Manhwa nodded in agreement, then beckoned to the dozen or so men under him. "Search. Leave no stone unturned, not even a mouse hole." His men immediately scattered in all directions, leaving only Li Qiantu and two sailors by Balumabur's side. Manhwa strolled over to Zoro with a smirk. Well, Zoro. You've held out longer than I expected. 20 days, and you still haven't starved to death." Zoro opened his eyes on the pillar. "Bastard, you'd better keep your promise. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death." Balumabur burst into laughter. "You fool. You fool. Did you really think I'd agree that if you went 30 days without food, I'd spare that mother and daughter? Ha! I was just toying with you. I wanted to torture you until your last breath, to drain your strength before killing you. Ha! You naive fool, believing everything I said. You bastard. I'll kill you. Zoro shouted. Ha! Kill me? Well, you'd better have the guts to do it first. Alright, 20 days have passed. I've had my fun. Looks like it's time to send you to the west. Otherwise, letting you escape would just be no fun at all. As he spoke, Bellmare reached out a hand toward Li Qiantu. Li Qiantu froze, unsure what Bellmare intended. He stared blankly at him. Barumi held out his hand for a moment. Seeing Li Qiantu's lack of response, he snapped, "You idiot. The gun. Hand over the gun. I'm gonna blow this green algae head's brains out." "Ah, okay. Li Qiantu snapped out of his daze and hurriedly reached for his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. The 2 pirates beside Bilumaber collapsed, shot between the eyes. Dead as a doornail. You! Bilumaber stared at Li Qiantu in sheer terror. Li Qiantu pressed the gun against Bilumaber's chest. "I'm the one who killed your 2 marines, you fool." "What? It was you?" Bilumaber's legs buckled at the words, and he dropped to his knees. Sir, spare my life." Damn it, he sure knows how to play the victim fast. Li Qiantu holstered his gun, ignoring the kneeling Bilumaber. Instead, he turned to Zoro, Roronoa Zoro. "Will you join my crew? Become my comrade? We'll become pirates together. Or, whatever you want." Zoro froze at the words. "Who are you? Why should I listen to you? What makes you think you can recruit me?" Li Qiantu smiled. "Because I saved your life. You owe me. Because you vowed to fulfill your promise to the late Kuina that she'd hear your fame as the world's greatest swordsman even in heaven. Is that reason enough?" Zoro gasped in shock. "Who are you? How do you know all this?" Li Qiantu smiled. "I also know you lost to Kuina 2001 times in your life. I only ask, are you willing to join me in pursuing the ultimate truth of the sword? This journey will be arduous, fraught with hardship, and may even cost you your life. Are you willing to follow me?" Zoro's temper couldn't stand Li Qiantu's goading. His eyes widened instantly. "What the hell am I afraid of?" "Ha! Excellent. Then it's settled. Wait here a moment while I retrieve your sword." Chapter 4, So Impressive. Yi Tong bought a small bucket of loaches at the market, planning to make braised loaches at home. Or perhaps stir-fried, either would do. Back home, after transferring the lively loaches from the bucket to a plastic basin, Yi Tong turned on the electric wok to deep-fry them first. Suddenly, Yi Tong spotted something among the dark mass of loaches, a tiny, golden fish, barely as long as a finger, wriggling out. Its color was unusual. It resembled a loach yet wasn't quite one. It had the body of a loach, but damn it, it sported 2 whiskers and an enormous head, as big as a garlic bulb. And goddammit, it had a pair of huge, sparkling eyes. When it looked at you, they blinked rapidly, just like human eyes, with a pitiful, wide-eyed expression. What the hell is this? A loach? A water snake? 7-star fish? Baby python? A Loch Ness monster cub? Yi Tong fished the loach out of the basin and held it up to examine. What the hell is this thing? Could it be a baby alligator? Bull. I'm no crocodile cub. Snap. Sparks flew from the crocodile's body. It was actually discharging electricity. 10,000 volts. I'll electrocute you. The baby crocodile roared with fury, its body crackling with lightning bolts. Yi Tong was instantly electrocuted. The fall wasn't the problem. Yi Tong landed and kicked over the basin. Kicking over the basin wasn't the problem. The water from the basin splashed onto the electrical outlet. The water spread beneath Yi Tong's body. Instantly, 220-volt current surged through her entire body. Yi Tong trembled violently, and then there was no then. "Yezi, you're awake? Goodness, you scared Sister Cheng half to death." Yi Tong opened his eyes to find a beautiful girl of 16 or 17, dressed in a kimono, sitting beside him. Yi Tong shot upright. "Who are you? Where am I?" The girl smiled like a blossoming flower. "Ya Tong, what's wrong? Didn't you disobey us earlier and go swimming at the fishing grounds outside our Konoha village? You nearly drowned. Thankfully, Hinata from the Hyuga clan spotted you in time and pulled you out." Yi Tong froze. "Wait, what? Hinata? Konoha?" Yi Tong was completely bewildered. The woman chuckled. "Little leaf, you must have been dazed by the water and forgotten everything. Here's what happened." Yi Tong finally understood. She had traveled through time. She had traveled to the village of Konoha, into the home of an ordinary family, a poor family that eked out a living by managing the village's fishing grounds. Her parents, Yi father and Yi mother, were ordinary people. Her older sister, Yi Qing, was 1 year older than her, an orphan adopted by her parents. This year, she had turned 12. And tragically, she possessed no chakra, making it impossible for her to become a ninja of the village. What a miserable reincarnation. Ordinary farming families couldn't compare to ninja families in either income or status. Ninja clans held supreme honor within the village. While risking their lives for the village, they also enjoyed the highest respect and prestige. Of course, they also lived in luxury, something ordinary villagers could never hope to experience. "Ha! My body feels so cold, like I'm soaked in water. What's going on? Yi-tong calmed her mind to sense this strange situation. Suddenly, she sensed that damn crocodile cub. What the hell? That damn crocodile pup had somehow crossed over too, and right now, it was leisurely swimming around the fishing grounds of Konoha village. What the hell? That thing had even electrocuted a little shrimp and was now enjoying its lunch. What the hell? It was actually thinking about seducing a female fish. Wait, what the hell? Why can I sense all this? What the hell is going on? At that moment, a voice echoed in Yi-tong's mind, no need to be shocked. I crossed over to this Naruto world with you. A part of your soul has merged into this growth-type animal system. That's why you can sense everything within this system. Of course, this system can sever your connection at any time. This animal form system had named itself. I heard the most formidable creature in this world is the dragon. So, just call me Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord? FCKU, dragon. Is there even such a thing as a dragon that's this ugly, this evil, and this disgusting? Just look at your design. Dragon? You're barely a crocodile cub, and even that's stretching it. Wait. System? Yi-tong immediately grinned and replied, so, crocodile kid, you're saying you're the system? Little crocodile, call me Dragon Lord. Yi-tong, okay. Lord Dragon. Little crocodile, louder. Show respect in your tone and sincerity in your attitude. Yi-tong exhaled puffs of white breath from her nostrils, Lord Dragon. Crocodile kid, now that's more like it. Alright, you sneaky human. You're probably thinking about how to get benefits from this system of mine, then dominate the ninja world, charm every beauty under the sun, become a first-generation tycoon, win the heart of a rich, beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life, right? Yi-tong, click-clack, nothing escapes Crocodile, Lord Dragon's keen eyes. Lord Dragon, your insight is like a torch, instantly piercing through this humble one's base and sordid motives. I'm in awe. Hey, Crocodile Lord, got any special skills to share? Teach me a couple, and I promise you'll never run out of fish and shrimp. You'll eat your fill and grow fat and plump, and I'll hook you up with the slimmest crocodiles. Of course, if the rewards are right, snagging a couple of mermaid ladies for your pleasure isn't out of the question either. Yi-tong, of course. Absolutely. Crocodile cub, alright, I'll give you a little something first. As Lord Dragon opened his mouth, a black bead, no bigger than a soybean, shot out from the fish farm. It flew toward Yi-tong at a speed no one could follow. With a thud, it darted straight into her mouth. Yi-tong gulped, forced to swallow the bead. Remembering, Yi-tong scrambled to scratch. What the hell did you feed me? Dragon Lord, don't panic, don't be afraid. It's a tremendous benefit, of course. Once you melt this bead, you'll possess a skill no other ninja has, one no ninja can resist. That skill is Devour. Infinite Devour. Simply touch any ninja with your hand, and their entire chakra energy will be consumed by you. This Devour skill will be temporarily sealed, allowing you to freely activate or deactivate it at will. Yi-tong blinked rapidly, that powerful? Won't I explode from the overload? Dragon Lord, no. Because part of your soul is already fused with mine, I'll channel that energy into myself through spatial transfer. You won't explode. Never. The only worry is whether you can absorb enough. Yi-tong, so even if Kagaya Otsutsuki drained it all, you could handle it? Dragon Lord, piece of cake. Yi-tong, what about the sacred tree? If I tap into it, could you devour that too? Dragon Lord, absolutely.